Chapter 1 Awakening Day. My contract beast is the school beauty? Donghai Number 3 Middle School, Awakening Square. A massive rune array slowly rotated in the center of the plaza, emitting a faint blue glow, while a sweet, fishy smell of escaping source energy permeated the air. Today is the annual Beast Awakening ceremony for senior high school students, a day that will determine their future fate. The square was packed with people, students, parents, teachers, all their eyes were fixed on the magic circle. Next up, Wang Tang. Following the resounding voice of the dean of students, a tall, arrogant-looking boy stepped onto the magic circle. A commotion immediately broke out among the crowd. It's Wang Tang, the eldest young master of the Wang family, one of the 4 great families of the East China Sea. I heard he already made his decision. The awakened contracted beast will be at least A rank. Wang Tang reveled in the spotlight, a confident smile playing on his lips. He glanced at a nonchalant young man in a corner of the crowd, his eyes filled with disdain. He placed his hand on the crystal in the center of the magic circle and infused it with source power. Buzz! The magic array shone brightly, and a blazing red beam of light shot into the sky, raising the temperature of the air considerably. Within the pillar of light, the phantom of a mighty lion, its body engulfed in flames, slowly materialized, then roared deafeningly to the sky. Roar! A terrifying pressure swept across the entire area, causing many students to turn pale and retreat repeatedly. The teacher in charge of the assessment looked at the scene before him, his voice trembling with excitement. A plus-grade contracted beast, blazing lion. Congratulations, Wang Tang. The audience gasped in astonishment, followed by thunderous applause and gasps of amazement. My God! It's an A+ grade. Donghai City hasn't had an A+ grade in years. As expected of the eldest son of the Wang family, he's going to be highly sought after by the Yanhuang No. 1 Martial Arts University. Wang Tang walked off the stage with great confidence. The fiery lion transformed into a streak of fire and disappeared into his palm, forming a majestic lion head mark. He walked straight to the boy named Chu Fan in the corner, looked down at him and spoke in a voice that was not loud but loud enough for everyone around to hear. Chu Fan, do you see that? This is the difference between a genius and a good-for-nothing. You'd better pray you manage to contract a rat later, otherwise, you'll waste the school's resources, and how are you going to compensate for that? The people around burst into laughter. Chu Fan, a well-known Chu the Useless at Donghai No. 3 Middle School, has ranked last in the entire school for 3 consecutive years in terms of Yuanli affinity. Faced with Wang Tang's mockery, Chu Fan merely raised his eyelids, his expression unchanged, as if he hadn't heard it. This dismissive attitude made Wang Tang feel like he had punched a cotton ball, and his face turned somewhat ugly. Oomph, trash, keep pretending. Wang Tang snorted coldly and turned to walk towards the viewing platform. In the VIP section sat a stunningly beautiful and aloof figure. She wore a pristine white school uniform dress, her skin as white as snow, her features exquisitely beautiful as a fairy from a painting, and her long, jet black hair casually draped over her shoulders. She simply sat there quietly, as if isolated from the surrounding noise, creating her own icy world. Su Qingxue. The number 1 beauty of Donghai No. 3 Middle School, the recognized number 1 genius, and a proud girl who has awakened the S-level talent, Ice Phoenix bloodline. Wang Tang's eyes were filled with undisguised fervor and possessiveness. In his view, only a chosen one like himself was worthy of Su Qingxue. As for that good-for-nothing Chu Fan, he's not even worthy of carrying her shoes. Next up, Chu Fan. The head of the teaching department's voice rang out again, but this time, his tone carried a hint of perfunctory formality. All eyes were on them again, but this time, their gazes were filled with mockery and pity. Ha, it's Chu the good-for-nothing's turn. What do you think he can summon through a contract? I bet a bag of spicy strips, an F-rank slime. Don't insult slimes. Slimes are at least somewhat useful. Amidst a burst of laughter, Chu Fan calmly walked onto the magic array. He reached out and placed his hand on the central crystal. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The magic circle did not react at all, only maintaining a basic faint light. The laughter from the audience grew even louder. I knew it. He didn't even have the source energy to make the magic circle light up. The sarcasm on Wang Tang's face grew even stronger. He wanted to see Chu Fan make a fool of himself in public. Su Qingxue on the viewing platform only glanced at it briefly before looking away, seemingly uninterested in this farce. However, just when everyone thought it was all over, a sudden change has occurred. Buzz buzz buzz. The entire awakening array suddenly trembled violently, and the original pale blue light was instantly replaced by an indescribable dazzling golden light. A thick golden beam of light, like a spear of divine punishment, tore through the clouds and shot into the sky. The light was so intense that it even outshone the sun in the sky. Everyone in the square was stunned by this sudden turn of events, and the blinding light made them instinctively close their eyes. What happened? What level of contracted beast is this that could cause such a terrifying celestial phenomenon? Could it be the legendary S rank? Wang Tang's smile froze, replaced by astonishment and disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a piece of trash possibly trigger an S-class phenomenon? The appraisers and school officials all jumped up from their seats, staring intently at the center of the magic circle, their breaths catching in their throats. However, something even more shocking happened. The golden pillar of light that pierced through the heavens and earth did not condense into the phantom of the contracted beast as before. It paused in the air for a moment, and then, suddenly changed direction, transforming into a golden beam of light as if it were alive, shooting straight towards the VIP seats in the viewing platform. The beam of light was aimed at that stunningly beautiful figure Su Qingxue. Oh no! Qingxue, watch out! Chaos erupted on the viewing platform, and the guards beside Su Qingxue's expression changed drastically, ready to take action immediately. Su Qingxue herself also widened her beautiful eyes, feeling an irresistible absolute power from the level of world laws and that golden light. Her Ice Phoenix bloodline activated on its own, unleashing an extreme chill in an attempt to resist the approaching golden light. But it was all in vain. The golden light ignored all obstacles and energy, instantly piercing through her protective aura of coldness. Countless mysterious and ancient contract runes flew out from the golden light, like moths to a flame, and were all imprinted on Su Qingxue's smooth forehead. A complex and mysterious golden mark flashed by. All the strange phenomena in the world vanished at that moment. The square was deathly silent. Everyone was petrified, their mouths agape and their eyes wide open, as if they had witnessed the most unbelievable thing in the world. In the center of the magic array, Chu Fan slowly withdrew his hand. A teacher stammered, his voice like a duck being strangled. He made a contract with Su Qingxue? One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Am I seeing things? The contracted beast is a person? Or is it our school beauty, Su Qingxue? The most bizarre contract in history. This is an awakening ceremony, not a marriage proposal. Shu the good for nothing is awesome. This is even more exciting than the all-inclusive contract. Mockery, shock, jealousy, fanaticism, countless complex emotions erupted among the crowd. Wang Tang's face was beyond ugly, it was ashen, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked, and his eyes practically spitting fire. The goddess he had always dreamed of was actually contracted with by the good for nothing he looked down on in such a bizarre way. This is an utter disgrace. At this moment, Chu Fan had no time to pay attention to the noise outside. The moment the contract was completed, he felt a mysterious mental link appear in his mind. At the other end of the link was Su Qingxue. He could even vaguely sense the turbulent emotions the other person was experiencing at that moment. Shame, indignation, shock, coldness, and a hint of hidden murderous intent. Immediately afterwards, a cold, emotionless yet melodious voice resounded in his mind through this mental link. Useless trash, terminate the contract immediately, or I'll kill you. Chapter 2: The School Beauty's Secret, on the Verge of Death. The cold voice in his mind had a tangible penetrating power, causing a slight sting to Chu Fan's spirit. Kill yourself? Chu Fan subconsciously tried it. He concentrated his mind, attempting to sense the contract connecting him and Su Qingxue, and then unilaterally sever it. However, that golden contract link, like a manifestation of the laws of the world, was indestructible and could not be shaken by his current mental strength. Unable to resolve. Chu Fan's heart sank, but his face remained expressionless. Not only could he not break the contract, he could also clearly perceive Su Qingxue's current state. Her heartbeat was slower than normal, and each beat carried a chilling coldness. Chu Fan could clearly sense her blood flow, the circulation of her source energy, and even her eyelashes trembling slightly due to extreme shame and indignation through the contract. The feeling was strange, as if he had gained an external sensory system, and this system was installed on Su Qingxue. Just then, a roar interrupted his thoughts. Chu Fan! Wang Tong, his eyes bloodshot, pushed through the crowd and charged over aggressively with several followers, grabbing Chu Fan by the collar. His handsome face was now completely distorted, and flames of jealousy and anger were almost bursting from his eyes. You piece of trash! What did you do to Qingxue? What underhanded tricks did you use? Terminate the contract with me immediately. Otherwise, I'll cripple you today. Wang Tang's arm veins bulged, and his aura as an A-plus level contractor pressed down on Chu Fan without reservation. The surrounding students were forced to retreat by this momentum, but their eyes became even more excited. This is going to be interesting. Chu Fan's collar was being grabbed, making it difficult for him to breathe, but he simply raised his eyes, looked calmly at Wang Tang, and said, word by word, let go. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable calmness. Let go? Not only will I not let go today, I'll break your hand. Wang Tang roared, his other fist already raised high, the wind from his fist even carrying a faint layer of flame. He actually wanted to take action during the awakening ceremony, in front of the entire school. However, before his fist could land, an even more authoritative voice boomed out. Stop! Wang Tang, what do you think you're doing? The head of the teaching department, his face dark, rushed over in one stride, his aura as a high-level beast tamer instantly enveloping the entire area. Wang Tang froze, and the flames on his fist went out. He might disregard Chu Fan, but he wouldn't dare openly defy the head of the teaching department. Director Liu, it's this good for nothing. Shut up, the head of student affairs shouted, interrupting him sharply. Openly fighting during the awakening ceremony. What kind of behavior is this? Don't you have any respect for school rules? The outcome of the contract ceremony is the awakening array's autonomous choice. Are you taking your anger out on your classmate here to question whether there's something wrong with the school's array? A huge accusation was slapped on Wang Tang's face, making him turn pale and then red. Questioning the school's magic array is questioning the Donghai City Education Bureau, and they cannot bear that responsibility. I didn't. Wang Tang reluctantly released Chu Fan's collar, but his eyes were fixed on him like a venomous snake. Chu Fan, you just wait. This isn't over. After saying that, he angrily flung his hand away and left with his henchman. The head of the teaching department looked at Chu Fan with an extremely complicated expression. He had lived half his life and had never seen a contracted human become a contracted beast. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end he just sighed and waved his hand. You should go back first. The school will discuss what happened today. Chu Fan straightened his crumpled collar, nodded to the head of the education department, and turned to leave this place of trouble. As he walked down the street, it felt as if countless eyes were glued to his back. There was envy, there was jealousy, but there was mostly mockery and a desire to see the joke unfold. What incredible luck! I'm now tied to school beauty Sue. So what if he's bound to us? He's a piece of trash. Do you think the Sue family would even look at him? He'd probably get his legs broken as soon as he steps outside. He's just a tool. What can he do when Su Xiaohua is fighting? Just stand behind and cheer her on? Chu Fan ignored these comments. His mind was preoccupied with something else entirely. Back in his small rented room in the old town, the moment he closed the door, Chu Fan's eyes changed completely. The naivety and confusion of high school students have faded away, replaced by a depth and composure far beyond their years. A vast torrent of memories completely merged in his mind. Yes, he is not a native of this world. He is a time traveler whose soul comes from a place called Blue Star. Just now, at the moment the contract was completed, my memories from my past life were completely synchronized with this body. It was at that moment that a voice hidden deep within his soul finally rang out. Ding! Detection indicates the host has completed the initial contract and meets the activation requirements. The God-level analysis system is officially activated. Before Chu Fan's eyes, a pale blue, semi-transparent panel appeared out of thin air, visible only to him. On the panel, a few simple modules shimmered with a faint light. Host, Chu Fan. Level, not yet entered. Source Force, 1212. Contracted Beast, Su Qingxue. System Function, God-level analysis. Chu Fan took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. This is his cheat code as a time traveler, his biggest trump card. God-level analysis, capable of analyzing the essence of all things and optimizing them. His gaze fell on the section 4, Contracted Beast, Su Qingxue. He silently recited in his mind, Analyze Su Qingxue. Ding! Analysis begins. The target is a high-level lifeform with a special bloodline. Initiating in-depth analysis by consuming source energy. Chu Fan felt his pitiful amount of source energy being rapidly depleted. 1 second, 2 seconds. In just a few seconds, his source energy was drained, and he felt dizzy. Ding! Insufficient source energy. Basic analysis complete. The next second, a detailed attribute panel popped up in front of Chu Fan. Analysis target, Su Kinkinks. Race, human special mutation. Rank, Tier 2 beginner beastmaster. Talent, S-rank Ice Phoenix bloodline awakening level 15%. Cultivation technique, Ice Heart manual high-grade profound rank. Status, extremely dangerous. The Ice Phoenix bloodline energy is continuing to run rampant, eroding the very source of life. Multiple irreversible damages have already occurred to bodily functions. Estimated lifespan, 29 days, 13 hours, and 45 minutes. Current status correction, due to the life-sharing contract, the host's life force is continuously replenishing the targets, temporarily halting the target's life collapse. Boom! Upon seeing the last two lines of information, Chu Fan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Su Qingxue, that aloof and cold-blooded genius, is actually about to die? And he only has less than 30 days left to live. Chu Fan understood instantly. He understood why Su Qingxue, with her S-level talent, was still stuck at the second tier. It's not that she didn't work hard enough, it's that her talent is too great. It was so powerful that even her own body couldn't withstand it. This S-rank Ice Phoenix bloodline was not a talent for her, but a death warrant that was constantly growing and could devour her at any moment. Everyone at the school, including the Su family themselves, probably only saw her glamorous genius side, but no one knew that she was enduring the immense pain of her life being eroded by her bloodline every moment. What shocked Chu Fan even more was the last line of the system notification. Sharing life. The contract he signed with Su Qingxue was actually a top-tier contract that only existed in legends. No wonder the awakening array chose her. This is by no means an accident. Rather, it was the only way out that the system had secretly chosen for him after making calculations, and it was also the only way out that Su Qingxue had chosen for her. His talent is poor, and his vitality is among the lowest of all beast tamers. However, he is a healthy and complete living being. Su Qingxue is like a top-quality bucket with a huge crack. No matter how much water energy she holds, it will continuously leak out due to the crack bloodline erosion, and eventually the bucket will break and the water will dry up. Chu Fan's life force, shared through the contract, acted like glue, temporarily sealing the cracks and slowing down the collapse of the bucket. So that's how it is. Chu Fan muttered to himself, a look of enlightenment flashing in his eyes. He finally understood why Su Qingxue only had murderous intent towards him after the contract was completed, but did not immediately take action. She probably felt it herself immediately. The piercing cold pain that had tormented her for over a decade had actually lessened. She knows her physical condition better than anyone else. This sudden relief must be related to himself, the useless contractor. That's why she didn't act rashly. Having figured all this out, Chu Fan smiled knowingly. He once again immersed his mind into the contract link. This time, he was no longer passively receiving information, but actively conveying a clear intention to the other end of the link. Campus Beauty, can we have a proper talk now? Chapter 3, A Gift from the School Beauty? This pill is poisonous. Chu Fan's thoughts were transmitted through the contract link, like a pebble thrown into a frozen lake. There was no response. But Chu Fan could clearly see what kind of turbulent waves were surging beneath that icy lake. Su Qingxue's heartbeat suddenly accelerated and became chaotic in that instant. The source energy within her body also became slightly unstable due to the intense fluctuations in her emotions. Shame, shock, disbelief, and a hint of panic at having his greatest secret exposed. A mix of emotions, conveyed through the contract, were fed back into Chu Fan's mind without reservation. Chu Fan smiled. He knew he had made the right bet. This aloof and icy school beauty, no matter how strong and cold she appears, cannot deny one fact: her life is now in her own hands. He did not send any more thoughts. Excessive pressure will only backfire. For someone as proud as Su Qingxue, we must give her a way out. He turned off the system panel, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to feel the faint source energy within his body. An unadvanced body is like a dried-up pond, and that bit of source energy is like the last handful of water at the bottom of the pond. We must become stronger as soon as possible. It wasn't just to deal with Wang Tang's revenge, but also to survive. When the system analyzed Su Qingxue, it almost drained all of his source power. The life-sharing clause of the contract is continuously transferring his life force to Su Qingxue to sustain her life. It's like a miniature water pump, constantly drawing water from his little pond into Su Qingxue's giant leaky bucket. Although the rate of loss is slow at present, if this continues, he will eventually be worn down to death. The only solution is to turn this pond into a river, into a sea. Only if he is strong enough and has a vigorous enough life force can he withstand the bottomless drain of the Ice Phoenix bloodline, and even gain benefits from this S-level bloodline. Chu Fan closed his eyes and began to practice the basic breathing techniques taught at school. The next day, Chu Fan had just stepped out of the teaching building and was about to return to his rented room when a figure blocked his way. The person who arrived was dressed in simple sportswear, wearing a baseball cap and a mask, covering himself up completely. But her aloof and unapproachable demeanor, and her eyes that, though hidden in the shadow of her hat, were still as clear and bright as stars, made Chu Fan recognize her instantly. Su Qingxue. She actually took the initiative to come to find me? Students passing by noticed this place. Although they couldn't see her face clearly, her outstanding figure and temperament still attracted their attention. Su Qingxue clearly didn't want to be the center of attention. Without saying anything unnecessary, she simply tossed a heavy cloth bag over. Chu Fan caught it instinctively. This contains all the resources that will allow you to cultivate to the peak of the first rank. Her voice came from under the mask, muffled, but still cold. Take it and become stronger as quickly as possible. I don't want my contractor to be a piece of trash who isn't even at the first rank. It would disgust me. After saying that, she didn't even wait for Chu Fan's reply before turning around and leaving without any hesitation. Chu Fan, carrying the cloth bag in his hand, watched her figure quickly disappear around the corner, a slight smile playing on his lips. How arrogant! It is clearly the underlying rule of the contract that compels her to provide assistance to the contractor's growth, which is the so-called feeding. In her words, it became a complaint that she felt she was too weak and afraid of embarrassing her. Chu Fan weighed the cloth bag in his hand. It was quite heavy. He returned to his rented room, locked the door, and dumped the contents of the cloth bag onto the bed. 3 bottles of light blue source energy liquid, a box of 10 nutrient injections, and an exquisite jade bottle. These items are all quite valuable, and together they would probably drain an ordinary family's savings for several years. As expected of the eldest daughter of the Su family, she is indeed very generous. Chu Fan picked up the jade bottle, uncorked it, and a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. Inside the jade bottle lay a pill the size of a longan, entirely crimson, with faint red markings on its surface. Qi gathering pill? Chu Fan recognized the pill. It was the most commonly used auxiliary cultivation pill for first-tier beast tamers on the market. It was extremely valuable and could greatly improve the efficiency of absorbing source energy. This one is clearly of superior quality. A thought struck him, and he silently said, "System, analyze." Ding! Analysis begins. A pale blue light screen unfolded before Chu Fan's eyes. Target, Qi gathering pill superior grade. Ingredients, red flame grass, centennial stalactite, iron wire snake gallbladder. Efficacy, after consumption, it can greatly increase the absorption speed of source energy, strengthen the foundation and cultivate vitality, and has remarkable effects on first-level cultivators. Seeing this, Chu Fan nodded. It was roughly what he knew. However, the next line of system notification made his pupils shrink sharply. Warning! Trace amounts of rotting spirit powder residue detected. Corrosive spirit powder, a slow-acting poison, colorless and odorless, extremely difficult to detect. Small doses will not be fatal, but will continuously erode the user's meridians and source energy C, slowing their cultivation speed until their talent is completely destroyed, rendering them a cripple. Note, during the refining process, corrosive spirit powder was deliberately added, using an extremely subtle method. Poison. This priceless Qi gathering pill has been poisoned. Chu Fan's back instantly broke out in a cold sweat. If he didn't have the system and had recklessly swallowed the pill, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At first, he might only feel that the pills are not as effective as expected, but as time goes by, his path of cultivation will be completely blocked, turning him from a good-for-nothing into a real waste. What ruthless methods! Who did it? Su Qingxue? Chu Fan immediately rejected the idea. She wants to become stronger more than anyone else right now. If she becomes useless, she can't survive either. She has no reason to do that. Then, there's only one possibility left. The Su family. Or rather, it was someone within the Su family who didn't want to see themselves tied to Su Qingxue. They dared not openly attack him. After all, the contract was witnessed by the entire school and protected by the Alliance's laws. So they resorted to this insidious method, trying to cripple themselves without anyone knowing. In this way, Su Qingxue's contractors become truly useless, and they have sufficient reason to use their family's power to apply to the Alliance to forcibly terminate this unequal contract. What a brilliant plan! Chu Fan's eyes turned cold. Looking at the poison pill in his hand, he showed no anger, but instead revealed a cold smile. You want to cripple me? Then I'll show you what a real surprise is. System, can you remove the toxins and optimize it? Ding. Okay. Activating God level analysis and optimization function. Analyzing the structure of the pill. Separating the toxicity of corrosive spirit powder. Purifying the medicinal power. Optimized solution generated. The corrosive energy of corrosive spirit powder can be reversed and transformed into a special energy that stimulates the meridians, purifying the medicinal power while simultaneously widening the meridians. Should we proceed? Implement. Shu Fan did not hesitate. Suddenly, a faint layer of black mist appeared on the surface of the chi-gathering pill in his hand, writhing and struggling like a living thing, before finally dissipating into the air with a poof. The elixir itself became even more translucent, its crimson color almost dripping blood, and its fragrance grew even stronger. Ding! Optimization complete. Chi-gathering pill perfect quality, increases efficacy by 150% and includes a one-time meridian widening effect. No side effects. Looking at the prompt on the system panel, Shu Fan nodded in satisfaction. This is no longer a chi-gathering pill, this is practically a rebirth pill. Without further hesitation, he threw the pill directly into his mouth and swallowed it. Boom! A fiery torrent, 100 times larger than that of an ordinary chi-gathering pill, suddenly exploded in his abdomen. The violet medicinal power surged like a flood bursting its banks, instantly rushing into his parched meridians. Shu Fan groaned, feeling as if his meridians were being torn apart, experiencing excruciating pain. But he gritted his teeth and immediately began practicing the basic breathing technique to guide this enormous energy. The special energy transformed from the corrupting spirit powder was like countless small brushes, roughly washing over and widening his originally narrow and fragile meridians. The pure medicinal power followed closely behind, repairing and nourishing the expanded meridians, while frantically flowing into the small vortex of energy in his dantian. Shu Fan's skin turned bright red, and wisps of white vapor rose from the top of his head. His source power is growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not yet entered. Early stage of Tier 1. Mid-stage Tier 1. Late stage of Tier 1. After an unknown amount of time, when the last trace of medicinal power was completely absorbed, Shu Fan slowly opened his eyes. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. First tier, peak. Shu Fan clenched his fist, feeling the unprecedented surge of power within his body, and his heart was filled with exhilaration. With just one pill, he went from an ordinary person who had not yet entered a certain rank to the peak of the first rank. If this got out, it would probably scare a bunch of so-called geniuses to death. This is the terrifying aspect of God-level analysis. Turn waste into treasure, transform the rotten into the miraculous. The Su family. I accept this generous gift you have given me. Shu Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. He stood up, stretched his body, and felt an inexhaustible amount of energy. Just then, a thought struck him, and he once again channeled a wisp of his spiritual energy into the contract link with Su Qingxue. This time, he wasn't there to deliver a message, but rather to see if his sudden increase in strength would have any impact on Su Qingxue. As soon as his spiritual power probed in, he saw that Su Qingxue was sitting in an antique style room, seemingly cultivating as well. His own life force was being slowly transferred to her through the contract at a speed more than twice as fast as before, nourishing her body. Su Qingxue's condition was also much better than yesterday. The warning of extreme danger indicating imminent death has now been changed to danger. It seems that her becoming stronger has indeed brought her great benefits. Just as Shu Fan was about to withdraw his spiritual power, he suddenly sensed something unusual through the contract. It's a feeling of being spied on. Cold and hidden, like a venomous snake in the grass. This feeling didn't come from him, but from Su Qingxue. Immediately afterwards, Shu Fan heard a knock on Su Qingxue's door. An aged voice sounded from outside the door. "Miss, the head of the family requests your presence." Su Qingxue stopped cultivating and gave a cool She got up and opened the door, where an elderly man dressed as a butler stood. The moment Su Qingxue opened the door, Shu Fan's spirits jumped. Through the contract, he clearly sensed that the old butler's gaze did not immediately fall on Su Qingxue. Instead, he passed Su Qingxue and glanced at her in a certain direction behind her, almost imperceptibly. That direction. It's right in the direction my rented room is located. Although they were dozens of kilometers apart, Shu Fan could clearly sense the feeling of being locked on through the contract link. They're spying on me. Moreover, it was using some kind of secret technique that Chu Fan couldn't understand to conduct surveillance over an extremely long distance. Chu Fan's body tensed instantly, but his face remained unchanged. He walked to the window and casually drew the curtains, plunging the entire room into darkness. Within the contract link, a slight fluctuation appeared in Su Qingshue's icy emotions. She clearly sensed something too. Chu Fan's lips slowly curled up. Interesting. This game seems to be even more interesting than I imagined. Chapter 4: Who's the Trash? The Ice Queen's first battle shocks the entire audience. The piercing bell shattered the campus, signaling the official start of the practical training session. On the playground, a large crowd gathered, with students from each class and their contracted beasts lined up neatly. The air was filled with excitement and restlessness, punctuated by the occasional low growls of the contracted beasts and the whispers of the students. Have you heard? Today we have Chu the Good-for-Nothing's practical lesson, a boy said in a low voice, his tone full of schadenfreude. Of course. Who in the whole school doesn't know? With the school beauty on a contract, this practical lesson is going to be quite a spectacle. Another girl covered her mouth and laughed. All eyes turned to the very back of the line, to the slightly slender figure, Chu Fan, and beside him, the tall, aloof woman Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue, dressed in a pristine white school uniform, stood tall and straight, like a solitary snow lotus, shutting out all the surrounding noise. However, her aura of unapproachability was now tinged with a subtle, almost imperceptible, irritation. She didn't want to stand here. Especially next to Chu Fan, this good-for-nothing, she received the probing, mocking, and even pitying gazes of those around her. This was the greatest humiliation of her life. Chu Fan, however, remained unfazed. He stood ramrod straight, his gaze calmly sweeping over his surroundings. He could feel the gazes fixed upon him, carrying a variety of emotions. But he knew in his heart that these emotions would soon turn into shock. Students, quiet down. On the podium, Louis Hong, the instructor of the practical course, rang out with a loud voice that instantly drowned out all other noises. Today, we will conduct basic training in contract beast cooperative combat. The focus is on the tacit cooperation between contractors and contract beasts. His gaze swept across the entire room, finally settling on Chu Fan and Su Qingxue, his eyes filled with a complex expression. In theory, the higher the rank of the contracted beast, the stronger it is. But more importantly, it depends on whether the contractor and the contracted beast can be in perfect harmony and cooperate perfectly. As he spoke, he gestured to a student and his C-rank contracted beast, a wild boar, to give a standard demonstration. A murmur arose again from the audience. He can be on the same wavelength as Su Qingxue? Don't be ridiculous. Exactly, school beauty Su probably wishes she could stay as far away from him as possible. If you ask me, Chu Fan should just withdraw from school to avoid making a fool of himself. Every word of these words reached Wang Tang's ears. He stood at the front of the line, a mocking smile playing on his lips. That's exactly the effect he wanted. He made Chu Fan a laughingstock, and then, when he reappeared, he crushed Chu Fan's pitiful self-esteem like stepping on an ant. Wang Tang slowly walked towards Chu Fan, each step carrying a sense of oppression. Chu Fan, weren't you so capable? You even made a contract with the school beauty. What, now you don't even have the courage to go on stage and demonstrate? His voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for those around him to hear clearly. Chu Fan turned his head and looked at Wang Tang. Wang Tang's fiery lion mark shimmered faintly on the back of his hand. He wore the air of a victor, but a hint of ruthlessness lurked in his eyes. What do you want to say? Chu Fan's voice was indifferent. What am I trying to say? Wang Tang laughed, a somewhat exaggerated laugh. Don't you think you're wasting the school beauty's S-level talent? Or are you simply too afraid to drag Qingxue onto the battlefield, fearing she'll be dragged down by a good-for-nothing like you? His words immediately caused a small commotion. Wang Tang is right, Chu Fan is not good enough for school beauty Su. Exactly. School beauty Su is so strong, she can't unleash her full potential by following him. Su Qingxue trembled almost imperceptibly. Wang Tang's words were like a thorn, piercing her most painful spot. How could she not want to become stronger? How could she not want to escape all of this? But the contract rules left her no choice but to follow Chu Fan, this good-for-nothing, and become his weapon. This humiliation made her want to tear everything in front of her to shreds immediately. Chu Fan sensed the change in Su Qingxue's emotions, so he stepped forward and blocked those unfriendly gazes. He stared directly at Wang Tang, his eyes devoid of any emotion. You're really curious about how well Qingxue and I work together. Wang Tong was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha! Xu Fan, are you out of your mind? You think you're qualified to cooperate with Qing Xue? What right do you have? He pointed at Xu Fan, his tone dripping with sarcasm. How about this, I'll give you a chance. Do you dare to fight me? These words caused an uproar in the audience. A public challenge. This is much more interesting than a classroom demonstration. Wang Tong wants to fight Xu Fan? Isn't that bullying him? Bullying? I see this as a lesson. Let Xu Fan face reality. Teacher Louis frowned, about to speak up to stop him. What are we betting on? Xu Fan's voice rang out first. The entire room fell silent again, and everyone stared at Xu Fan in disbelief. He actually agreed? Wang Tong hadn't expected Xu Fan to agree so readily. He grinned maliciously. Good. You've got guts. Let's bet on a month's worth of cultivation resources. Whoever loses gets half of their resources for the month. This bet sent chills down the spines of many students. A month's worth of cultivation resources is crucial for a beast tamer who is still growing. Having it means their strength will stagnate or even regress. How about it? You piece of trash, do you dare to take the challenge? Wang Tong pressed closer. Xu Fan glanced at Su Qingxue. Although she didn't speak, through the contract, Xu Fan could clearly sense the desire for retaliation deep within her heart. She wanted to prove herself. She also wanted to prove that she wasn't a burden in the hands of a useless person. Okay, Xu Fan said calmly. Teacher Louis sighed. He knew it was too late to stop it. Since you both agree, then, let's stop here, he announced helplessly. Wang Tang snorted coldly and turned to walk towards the center of the field. Qingxue, come along, Xu Fan said softly to Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue's heart skipped a beat. She knew that this battle was unavoidable. The power of the contract surged, pulling her reluctantly toward the center of the arena. She walked very slowly, each step feeling like she was stepping on a knife's edge, filled with endless resistance. However, she could not disobey. When she stood next to Xu Fan, the gazes of everyone present almost melted them. Wang Tang summoned his contracted beast. Roar! The fiery lion appeared out of thin air, its massive body and scorching aura instantly raising the temperature in the center of the arena. Its scarlet eyes were fixed on Su Qingxue, as if it felt a sense of oppression from the depths of its bloodline. Wang Tong pointed at Xu Fan, his tone filled with undisguised contempt. Blazing lion, charge! Don't kill that piece of trash. The fiery lion roared, its forelimbs slamming into the ground, and it pounced towards Xu Fan and Su Qingxue like a giant fireball, carrying a scorching wave of air. The ferocious attack kicked up clouds of dust. Xu Fan's eyes, however, remained unusually calm. The moment the fiery lion charged out, the system in his mind was instantly activated. Ding! Target locked, Blazing Lion A+ rank, early stage of Tier 2. Analyzing the attack trajectory. Analyzing weaknesses. Attack trajectory prediction, a straight line charge forward, followed by a fiery bite. Weakness analysis, 3 inches below the left rib, this area is weakly defended and is where the flame core is located. Severe damage here can instantly dissipate its flame power. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Just as the fiery lion was about to collide with Xu Fan suddenly swerved to the left, barely avoiding the ferocious impact. What? Wang Tang's pupils shrank sharply. He never expected that Xu Fan could predict the mad lion's charging route. At that moment, Xu Fan's voice clearly reached Su Qingxue's mind. 3 inches below the left rib, the core of the fire. A full force strike. Su Qingxue's body tensed instantly. She didn't even have time to think. The command from the contract made her move instinctively. With a gentle lift of her jade-like hand, a chill instantly condensed. The power of the Ice Phoenix bloodline within her was instantly detonated by Xu Fan. Frost. An extremely cold, icy blue beam of light, like an arrow released from a bow, carrying a chilling aura, shot precisely towards the left rib of the explosive lion. Roar! A piercing wail echoed throughout the entire venue. The fiery lion's indestructible fur was dented by the frost, with a dent the size of a bowl appearing on it. Immediately afterwards, the flames on its body were extinguished almost entirely, as if doused with ice water. A layer of visible white frost spread rapidly outwards from the depression, completely covering the left half of the fiery lion's body in the blink of an eye. Its massive body, as if frozen in place, lay stiffly on the ground, twitched twice, and could no longer move. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape in an O shape, as if the air itself had frozen. Wang Teng stared blankly at the explosive flame lion lying on the ground. His proud A+ grade contracted beast was actually one-hit kill? His eyes instantly became bloodshot as he looked at Chu Fan and Su Qingxue in disbelief. How is this possible? Chapter 5 Who Blushed? The School Beauty or the Mad Lion? Frost hits precisely. A piercing wail echoed across the entire playground. The massive body of the blazing lion trembled violently a few times before collapsing heavily to the ground with a thud. The once blazing flames on its body had completely extinguished. In their place came a biting chill. A thick layer of frost spread rapidly from the depression 3 inches below its left rib, freezing the left half of its body in the blink of an eye. Its enormous body twitched twice and then could no longer move. The entire venue was deathly silent. All eyes were fixed on the fallen fiery lion, and on its left and right, Chu Fan and Su Qingxue standing side by side. Wang Teng's expression froze on his face. He opened his mouth wide, as if to say something, but no sound came out. His fiery lion, his A+ grade contracted beast, actually. He was instantly killed? How is that possible? His eyes widened, his face drained of color, staring intently at Chu Fan as if he wanted to devour him alive. He couldn't understand how Chu Fan, this good-for-nothing, knew the Mad Lion's weak point. He couldn't understand even more how Su Qingxue, this S-level genius, could attack that spot so precisely. This completely overturned his understanding of Chu Fan and refreshed his knowledge of Su Qingxue. The other students were completely dumbfounded. I didn't see wrong, did I? Wang Teng's blazing lion, just like that, gone, a boy stammered, his voice filled with disbelief. One move. Just one move. School beauty Sue's Frost, that's too strong. Another girl covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes filled with shock. He's strong, but the key is Chu Fan. How did he know where to attack? Someone raised the crucial question. Could it be that Chu Fan is really not as useless as the rumors say? A murmur of discussion surged forth, only to be instantly swallowed by a cold silence. They noticed that Louis, the dean of students, stood frozen in place, his gaze vacant, as if under a spell. He had lived for decades, seen all sorts of contracted beasts, and met countless genius beast tamers. But what he was seeing before him was completely beyond his comprehension. That's an A+ grade blazing lion. Although it's only at the early stage of the second tier, its defense is amazing. Ordinary second tier contracted beasts can't even break through its fur. But now. He subconsciously looked at Su Qingxue. She remained aloof, but deep in her eyes, there seemed to be a hint of shock. Su Qingxue was indeed shocked. Standing beside Chu Fan, she felt the surging source energy within her body, and a slight stinging sensation in her arm. This power was something she had never experienced before. She had always known that her bloodline was powerful, but she never imagined that under Chu Fan's command, it could unleash such terrifying power. What she found even more incomprehensible was Chu Fan's almost precognitive command. 3 inches below the left rib. She didn't have time to think at the time. The command from the contract was etched into her bones, making her attack that place without hesitation. The result turned out to be its Achilles heel. She looked at the useless boy beside her with a strange glint in her eyes. Did he see through the flaming lion's weakness? Or could he predict the lion's movements? Either way, it shows that he is far more capable than he appears on the surface. Just then, a slight fluctuation of thought suddenly entered her mind through the contract link. Campus beauty, how was our first time working together? This thought carries a hint of teasing, a hint of smugness, and also seems somewhat warm. Su Qingxue's heart skipped a beat. She stood frozen in place, a strange feeling quietly rising within her. Shy. Yes. It's shyness. She had never felt this way before. She was a high and mighty ice queen of the school and a highly talented S-class beast tamer. The word shy did not exist in her dictionary. But at this moment, just because of Chu Fan's flippant teasing and his all-pervasive contract perception, she actually felt her cheeks burning slightly. Good. She replied coldly, her voice still chilling in my mind, but lacking her usual arrogance. She sensed a hint of a smile in Chu Fan's thoughts. Campus belle, you're blushing. Boom. Su Qingxue's body trembled violently. She didn't even have time to think. Her instinct was to refute. But just as she was about to speak, her shyness intensified. Shut up. For the first time, she issued such a strong protest against Chu Fan within the contract link. She could sense that Chu Fan's smile had deepened. She even sensed a barely perceptible hint of smugness. Her chest heaved with anger. Hiss. A collective gasp instantly pulled Su Qingxue out of her strange emotions. She suddenly looked up and stared ahead. Wang Tang was struggling to get up from the ground, supporting his blazing lion, his face as pale as paper. Chu Fan! You just wait, he roared hoarsely, his eyes filled with humiliation and resentment. His mad lion's flame core, located 3 inches below his left rib, was severely injured, and he would likely be unable to fight for some time. This meant that his cultivation resources for the month would truly be halved. More importantly, Wang Tang actually lost to a good-for-nothing in front of the entire school. This is an utter disgrace. He swept his eyes venomously over Chu Fan, then over Su Qingxue. At this moment, a barely perceptible blush did appear on Su Qingxue's face. That blush, like a plum blossom just beginning to bloom on a snow-capped mountain peak, was fleeting, yet Wang Tang captured it perfectly. You bitch! Wang Tang cursed inwardly. He believed that Su Qingxue was mocking and humiliating him. Chu Fan, on the other hand, looked at Wang Tang calmly, his face devoid of any extra expression. He won. This was his first victory since he came into this world. Although it was just a small practical competition, it had extraordinary significance. It means that he, Chu Fan, is no longer the Chu good-for-nothing who can be bullied by everyone. It also means that his contract with Su Qingxue is no longer a laughingstock in the eyes of others. It also means that he is one step closer to his goal. Director Lu. Chu Fan's voice broke the silence on the playground. He calmly looked at Lu Yi, the director of studies. Lu Yi snapped out of his daze. His complicated gaze lingered on Chu Fan and Su Qingxue for a moment before landing on the raging flame lion howling on the ground. Wang Tang's contracted beast has lost its fighting ability. In this match, Chu Fan wins. Lu Yi's voice carried a hint of uncertainty, but he still announced the result in the end. The moment he finished speaking, the entire audience erupted in uproar. Chu Fan won. My God! Chu the good-for-nothing actually beat Wang Tang. This is absolutely the biggest news of the year. Countless gazes, filled with shock, awe, and scrutiny, once again fell upon Chu Fan. That good-for-nothing who was once ridiculed by everyone is now like a phoenix rising from the ashes, radiating dazzling brilliance. Su Qingxue remained aloof beside Chu Fan, but her icy demeanor seemed to have softened somewhat. Her gaze toward Chu Fan was complex and profound. The Ice Queen of the school, is she really blushing? No. At this moment, she was simply thinking. Consider Chu Fan's true strength. She should reflect on whether she is truly completely controlled by this useless boy. Consider why her originally icy and stagnant state of mind was stirred by his words. The impact of this competition on her was far greater than that on everyone else present. Chu Fan could already sense that beneath Su Qingxue's cold exterior, her emotions were subtly changing. He knew this was just the beginning. Campus bell, let's go. Chu Fan's thoughts entered Su Qingxue's mind once again. Su Qingxue didn't speak, but simply shifted her body slightly to follow Chu Fan's steps. The two walked side by side, slowly leaving the playground under the watchful eyes of countless people. Their silhouettes, silhouetted against the setting sun, stretched out very long. No one saw that, in that instant, a barely perceptible blush did appear on Su Qingxue's originally cold and stiff profile. Content. Chapter 6: The iceberg is melting? Beg me to save you. The afterglow of the setting sun cast Chu Fan's shadow long and slanted. Back in that cramped rented room, the noise and excitement from the playground still seemed to echo in my ears. Wang Tang's face contorted with humiliation, the classmates' eyes shifting from disdain to shock, and Su Qingxue's fleeting blush. Everything points to one fact. Times have changed. He was no longer the useless Chu who could be manipulated by others. Chu Fan sat on the edge of the bed, closed his eyes, and focused his mental energy into his body. Peak of Tier 1. After being baptized by that perfect quality chi-gathering pill, his source energy sea had transformed from a dried-up puddle into a clear pond. But that's not enough. That's far from enough. Behind Wang Tang is the Wang family, behind Su Qingxue is the unfathomable Su family, and there's also the mastermind behind the poison in the pills. Each one felt like a mountain pressing down on my head. Even more deadly is that he and Su Qingxue share a life-sharing contract. He could clearly feel the life force within him flowing slowly into the other end of the contract, like a never-ending stream. Although my vitality has increased considerably since I reached the peak of the first tier, the rate at which it is being lost is not a threat for the time being. But Su Qingshue's Ice Phoenix bloodline is like a black hole that can never be filled. If we just sit and wait to die, we'll be drained dry sooner or later. We must improve our strength as soon as possible, and that includes the strength of both sides. System, is there any way to quickly improve the cultivation efficiency of me and Su Qingxue? Chu Fan silently prayed in his heart. Ding! Based on the life-sharing feature of the contract, the most efficient cultivation plan is being deduced. Solution under development. 10%. 50%. 99%. Ding! The dual cultivation efficiency optimization plan has been generated. A line of golden text unfolded before Chu Fan's eyes. Project name, Source Power Resonance Cycle. Core principle, based on the unique nature of the contractual connection, both parties engage in physical contact recommended, palms facing each other to establish a stable, closed energy circulation loop. Expected effect, increases the overall cultivation efficiency of both parties by over 980%, and can simultaneously purify the violent cold poison factors in the Ice Phoenix bloodline by utilizing the life force of the contractor. Note, the larger the contact area, the smaller the energy conduction loss and the higher the efficiency. Chu Fan's breath caught in his throat for a moment. Physical contact. Palms facing each other. Efficiency improved, more than 9 times? His heart, uncharacteristically, skipped a few beats. This plan is practically tailor-made for him and Su Qingxue. It can not only solve his own cultivation speed problem, but also fundamentally alleviate Su Qingxue's bloodline hidden dangers. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Only. Involuntarily, Chu Fan's mind conjured up Su Qingxue's cold and beautiful face, as well as her eyes that could freeze a person to death. Should he have her palm face his and cultivate together? He could almost imagine how the other person would react. However difficult it may be, we have to give it a try. This concerns my life and my future plans. He took a deep breath and probed a wisp of his mind into the contract link. On the other side. Inside a quiet room at the Su family manor, a place of elegant style. Su Qingxue sat cross-legged on the futon, her pretty face still cold, but her heart was in turmoil. Everything that happened on the playground today played out repeatedly in her mind, like a movie. Chu Fan's command was accurate to the millisecond. The moment the fiery lion crashed to the ground. And that teasing remark that threw her into a state of turmoil. Campus bell, you're blushing. Asshole. Thinking of this, Su Qingxue felt her cheeks start to burn again. In her 17 years of life, this was the first time she had ever felt so helpless. She couldn't understand how Chu Fan, the universally acknowledged good-for-nothing, could suddenly become so mysterious, so unfathomable. How exactly did he see through the fatal flaw of the blazing lion? Where did he get his composure and calmness in the face of danger? What she found most unacceptable was that she would unleash power far exceeding her usual strength because of his command. The feeling of that power being perfectly released even made her somewhat addicted. No. Su Qingxue shook her head violently, banishing the terrible thought from her mind. She and Chu Fan were only bound together by a damned contract. Once the bloodline issue is resolved, she will definitely find a way to break the contract and sever all ties with him. Just then, that familiar yet annoying mental fluctuation once again entered her mind. Campus beauty, are you thinking of me? That flippant tone again. Su Qingxue's eyebrows shot up instantly. Get lost, she retorted without any politeness. Don't get so angry. I have something important to discuss with you. Chu Fan's thoughts seemed to carry a hint of amusement. Su Qingxue did not reply, but she did not disconnect either. She was waiting for Chu Fan to continue. Chu Fan stopped beating around the bush and directly converted the system's dual cultivation efficiency optimization plan into information and transmitted it. To build a stable closed energy circulation loop, to make physical contact, palms facing each other. Upon seeing these lines, Su Qingxue's mind went blank, as if buzzing. A few seconds later, an uncontrollable surge of shame and indignation erupted like a volcano. Chu Fan. You are shameless. Her mental energy transformed into a cold, sharp thorn, slamming fiercely into Chu Fan's will. You're dreaming. Don't think that just because you want a match, you have the right to lay a hand on me. Let me tell you, even if I die, I would never engage in this shameless cultivation with someone like you. Disgusting. Listen to me, if you ever dare to make such a request again, I'll kill you even if it means the contract backfires. Her series of thoughts were filled with determination and anger. Even through the contract, that chilling killing intent sent a shiver down Chu Fan's spine. Chu Fan fell silent. He knew Su Qingshue's reaction would be intense, but he didn't expect it to be this intense. It seems I was too impatient. Sorry, never mind. Chu Fan calmly replied and then proactively severed the mental link. Su Qingxi was stunned as she stared at the broken link. Her prepared rage seemed to have landed on nothing. He just gave up like that? Shouldn't he continue to pester her, or even force himself to comply with a contract? A strange, inexplicable unease suddenly welled up in Su Qingshue's heart. She snorted coldly, attributing everything to Chu Fan's cunning schemes. It must be a trick of feigning indifference to lure you in. She closed her eyes again, forced herself to calm down, and began to circulate the Su family's top-level cultivation technique, Ice Heart Technique. However, no matter how hard she tried today, she was unable to enter her usual state of cultivation. That plan keeps popping into my mind uncontrollably. Efficiency increased by more than 9 times. Purify the rampant cold poison in your bloodline. These words, like a curse, lingered in her mind. She knew better than anyone how bad her health was. The Ice Phoenix bloodline granted her S-rank talent, but also brought her excruciating pain. Every training session is like dancing on the edge of a knife. Every surge of blood is like a brush with death. If that plan were real. No. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth again and nipped this tempting idea in the bud. Dignity is more important than anything else. She would never bow down to that good-for-nothing. Night has fallen. The moonlight, like water, streamed through the window and fell on Su Qingshue's pale face. She suddenly opened her eyes, her forehead covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. It's here. That bone-chilling cold suddenly erupted from the deepest part of her body without warning. Well. Su Qingxue let out a painful groan, her body curled up in a ball, trembling. My blood seemed to freeze instantly, and a tearing pain shot through my limbs and bones. Countless icy energies, like wild horses, surged wildly through her fragile meridians. The Ice Phoenix bloodline has gone out of control. It came more fiercely and violently than ever before. Her consciousness began to blur. My body temperature is dropping rapidly. A thin layer of white frost even condensed on the skin's surface. Am I going to die? Only this one thought remained in Su Qingshue's mind. She was not willing to accept it. She still had so many things to do, and she didn't want to die in her room without knowing why. Just as her consciousness was about to be swallowed by darkness, a warm feeling suddenly came through the contract link that she loathed so much. Inside the rented room, Chu Fan suddenly sat up in bed, his face serious. Just now, a violent, cold energy wave filled with the aura of death crashed into his senses through the contract. The feeling was like having your soul thrown into an ancient ice cave, about to be frozen solid instantly. Su Qingshuo. He immediately realized that there was something wrong with her bloodline. Without any hesitation, Chu Fan immediately transferred the source power that had just stabilized within his body, which belonged to the peak of the first tier, to the other end through the contract without reservation. His source energy, refined by the perfect quality Qi gathering pill, carries a faint trace of masculine and fiery energy. This warm energy, like a golden stream flowing upstream, broke through the barriers of ice and poured into Su Qingshue's sea of source energy, which was about to be completely frozen. Su Qingshuo, who was on the verge of death, felt a trace of warmth. That warm current, though faint, was incredibly resilient. Wherever it passed, the raging cold poison seemed to have encountered its nemesis and retreated in all directions. The frozen meridians began to regain their vitality. The tearing pain was somewhat relieved. It's Chu Fan. He saved me. Su Qingshuo regained a sliver of clarity. She could clearly feel that Chu Fan's not-so-powerful source energy was being consumed at an alarming rate, continuously being used to neutralize the rampant cold poison within her body. Why did he do that? He could have easily ignored his own situation. Doesn't he realize that this will severely damage his own health? Various thoughts flashed through Su Qingshue's mind. With Chu Fan's help, the physical pain was gradually suppressed. The potentially deadly surge of bloodline finally subsided. I don't know how much time passed. When the last trace of the violent chill was soothed, the room returned to silence. Su Qingshuo collapsed to the ground, her whole body drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. She survived. The relief of surviving the ordeal made every muscle in her body tremble. Within that contract link, Chu Fan's aura became somewhat weak. To help her, he consumed at least half of his source energy. Quiet. A deathly silence. Neither of them spoke through the contract. But Su Qingxue could sense that Chu Fan's thoughts were still lingering in the link, as if he were observing her condition. Su Qingxue bit her lower lip, her nails digging deep into her palm. Humiliation, resentment, and a hint of gratitude that she herself was unwilling to admit. A torrent of emotions churned within her. She knew that Chu Fan was right. If this continues, he might not be able to save the person from the next bloodline surge, even if he wanted to. That plan. It's her only way to survive now. Dignity? What does dignity matter in the face of death? For a long time. She finally used all her strength to send a faint, almost imperceptible thought. The voice carried a tremor, a hint of humiliation, and an undeniable weakness. Tomorrow. She paused for a moment, as if she had used up all her strength. We'll proceed with your plan, and cultivate accordingly. Chapter 7. The school beauty blushes, and trembles under physical contact. Early morning. Outside the private training room of Donghai No. 3 Middle School. Chu Fan took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy alloy door. Squeak. The door hinges emitted a brief, sharp creaking sound, which was particularly clear in the quiet corridor. There were already people inside the cultivation room. Su Qingxue sat cross-legged on the central futon, her eyes closed. Her posture was ramrod straight, like a sculpture, and she exuded a cold aura. Even from several meters away, Chu Fan felt a chill from that aura. However, Chu Fan noticed that Su Qingxue's eyelashes were trembling slightly. She did not enter a meditative state. She is waiting. Wait for yourself. A subtle smile appeared at the corner of Chu Fan's mouth. He walked over to Su Qingxue and sat down on a futon. The two were no more than 2 meters apart. Su Qingxue suddenly opened her eyes. Her icy blue eyes stared straight at Chu Fan. Her eyes were devoid of any warmth or emotion. Calm as a deep pool. However, Chu Fan sensed a suppressed emotion surging within the contract link. Anger. Shame. And a hint of something indescribable, unease. Have you seen the plan? Su Qingxue's voice entered Chu Fan's mind directly through the contract. She didn't speak, and her lips didn't change at all. I've seen it. Chu Fan responded telepathically. Do you have any questions? Su Qingxue continued to ask. No. Chu Fan answered calmly. He looked directly into Su Qingxue's eyes. Su Qingxue's gaze instantly turned sharp. No questions? Her tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Palms facing each other, body contact, creating a closed energy cycle. Su Qingxue repeated the description of the plan word by word. With each word she spoke, the chill emanating from her body intensified. Chu Fan sensed that she was struggling intensely inside. Do you think I would agree? Su Qingxue suddenly raised her voice, her icy thoughts like a sharp blade piercing Chu Fan's heart. Chu Fan didn't speak. He just looked at her quietly. Su Qingxue's chest heaved violently when she saw Chu Fan's indifferent expression. She thought Chu Fan would explain, would defend himself, and might even tease her again in a frivolous manner. But he didn't. He simply looked at her with a calm gaze, tinged with a hint of scrutiny. This made Su Qingxue even more irritable. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Su Qingxue finally spoke, her voice trembling slightly. You're just trying to take advantage of me. Dream on. She suddenly stood up, her body radiating a chill that caused the temperature in the entire training room to drop abruptly. A thin layer of frost began to condense on the walls. Chu Fan simply looked at her, his gaze as calm as ever. You are very afraid of death. Chu Fan's thoughts suddenly entered Su Qingxue's mind. Su Qingxue's body suddenly stiffened. The chill emanating from her body instantly froze. What nonsense are you talking about? She retorted sharply. You're terrified of death. More afraid than anyone else. Chu Fan remained unmoved and continued repeating. You fear dying from a surge of blood, fear losing control of your own destiny. You even fear that after you die, your family will use your bloodline against you. Su Qingxue's face turned deathly pale in an instant. She suddenly raised her hand, and an ice spike instantly condensed in her palm. Shut up, she growled, a hint of panic surfacing for the first time deep in her eyes. Chu Fan remained calm. I saved you. Those 4 simple words struck Su Qingxue's heart like a heavy hammer. The ice pick in her hand instantly crumbled. Last night's near-death experience, the excruciating pain, and Chu Fan's faint yet incredibly resilient warmth. Everything surged into my mind like a tide. She was unwilling to accept it. She felt humiliated. But she couldn't deny it. Chu Fan saved her. Is the solution you mentioned really effective? Su Qingshua's voice lowered slightly. It will be more effective than you think, Chu Fan replied. But if... Su Qingxue hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping herself. No buts. Chu Fan interrupted her. This is your only way to survive. And it's my only way to survive too. Su Qingshue's body jolted violently. She looked up at Chu Fan. In his eyes, she saw calmness, certainty, and even a hint of unquestionable conviction. That wasn't an order. Yet, it was more compelling than any order, leaving her with no room to argue. Because she knew that what Chu Fan said was true. Without him, she would have died last night. Without this plan, she will die sooner or later if her bloodline flares up again. She didn't want to die. She still wanted to live. She also wanted to break free from her family's control. She also wanted to take control of her own destiny. Dignity. Shame. In the face of life and death, everything seems to become less important. Su Qingxue took a deep breath. She slowly walked up to Chu Fan. She sat down. The two were now less than half a meter apart. She could smell a faint, sunny, youthful scent emanating from Chu Fan. Her heart began to pound violently again. She slowly reached out her hand. Chu Fan also extended his hand. Their palms slowly approached each other in the air. Little by little, Su Qingshue's fingertips trembled slightly. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her palms. A faint blush appeared on her cold face. You. Before she could even think of anything to say, Chu Fan's hand had already touched her palm. It's cold. This was Chu Fan's first impression. Su Qingshue's hands were colder than he had imagined. However, at the very moment their palms touched. Buzz. A powerful energy surge erupted from the point of contact between the two. Chu Fan felt an immense source of power, far exceeding his usual strength, surge forth from his source power sea like a flood bursting its banks, instantly rushing towards Su Qingsue through the contract link. At the same time, an equally powerful source of energy, but carrying an extreme chill, also surged out from Su Qingshue's body and flowed into Chu Fan's body. Two forces, one ice and one fire, one yin and one yang, intertwine in the contractual link. They did not repel each other, on the contrary, they quickly merged upon contact. This forms a stable, closed energy loop. Hiss. Su Qingsue gasped sharply. She could clearly feel a warm energy, with a hint of heat, instantly surging into her limbs and bones. Wherever this warmth passed, the icy poisonous factors hidden deep in her bloodline melted away as if they had met their nemesis. At this moment, her meridians seemed to be completely opened up. The source power that was originally suppressed by the cold poison also began to surge wildly. Cultivation speed skyrocketed. 10 times. More than. At this moment, the Ice Phoenix bloodline within her became more active than ever before, but it was no longer violent. Instead, it exuded a hint of taming. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. The pain subsided quickly. Instead, there was an unprecedented sense of comfort. She felt as if her body was being thoroughly cleansed by a warm force, and every cell was cheering with joy. This feeling made her want to moan out loud. But she bit her lower lip tightly and restrained herself. She can't. Her image as an aloof school beauty absolutely cannot crumble in front of Chu Fan. However, her body responded honestly. Her face flushed. Her breathing became heavy. Her body began to tremble slightly. Chu Fan also felt the surge of this energy. The source energy within his body surged wildly within the circulation loop. Their cultivation speed also skyrocketed. Boom! A faint, muffled thud exploded inside him. Peak of Tier 1. He felt that his source energy C had become completely stable at this moment. He was just one step away from reaching the second tier. He was deeply shocked when he sensed Su Qingshue's condition. Her aura was rapidly rising. Her body was being rapidly transformed by that merging energy. The pain of the Ice Phoenix bloodline is being completely dispelled. Such an effect was achieved on the very first time they practiced together. The power of the dual cultivation efficiency optimization solution far exceeded his expectations. Time passed, second by second. Inside the cultivation room, only the two people's deep breathing and the powerful energy fluctuations could be heard. When the two opened their eyes again, the sun was already high in the sky outside the window. The cultivation is over. Su Qingxua abruptly pulled her hand back. Her palms were burning hot. Her cheeks were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Chu Fan. Chu Fan sensed Su Qingxua's emotions, and a subtle smile once again appeared on his lips. He could sense that Su Qingxua's resistance had become negligible at this moment. How do you feel? Chu Fan's thoughts entered Su Qingxua's mind once again. Su Qingxua's body trembled violently. She did not answer. But the unprecedented ease and power within her body made it impossible for her to deceive herself any longer. She succeeded. She really succeeded. Her bloodline will never bring her pain again. She has become stronger. All of this is because of Chu Fan. She looked at Chu Fan, and for the first time, her eyes were no longer cold or resistant. Instead, it was an emotion of extreme complexity. There was shock. There was inquiry. There was doubt. There was also a trace of dependence, which she herself had not even noticed. She didn't know what her current cultivation level was. But she knew she had never felt so powerful. Chu Fan looked at her and smiled slightly. This is the unity of man and beast. He transmitted this thought. Su Qingxua's body trembled again. Human and animal in one. She truly became one with this useless boy. Her heart was like a raging storm. At this moment, her once unbreakable iceberg finally began to melt. Chu Fan knew that this was just the beginning. Chapter 8. He's mine, who dares to touch him? The warmth of the cultivation room had not completely dissipated, and in Chu Fan's sea of source energy, the power of the peak first rank was still slowly settling and stabilizing. He could feel that his body and his spirit had reached an unprecedented state of fullness. The effective training with Su Qingxua was several times better than he had expected. Just then. Thump. 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 3 muffled knocks, not loud, yet carrying a strange penetrating power, as if each one struck precisely on a person's heart. Chu Fan's brows furrowed instantly. He lived in an ordinary old-style residential building in Donghai City. The neighbors all knew each other, and no one would knock on the door in this way. This is not a visit. This is a notice. Chu Fan got up, walked behind the door, and looked out through the peephole. A man was standing outside the door. A man who didn't fit in with his dilapidated rented room. The man was around 50 years old, his hair neatly combed, not a single strand out of place. He wore a bespoke black suit, perfectly tailored, the fabric subtly gleaming in the dim hallway lighting. The spotless leather shoes on his feet were so shiny they could reflect his image. He stood there, his back ramrod straight, his hands clasped in front of him, his expression indifferent, as if he were not standing in a cluttered corridor, but in the center of a lavish banquet hall. Chu Fan's pupils contracted slightly. The God-level analysis system activated automatically the moment he saw the man. A line of data popped up in front of him. Target, Su Fu. Position, Chief Steward of the Su family. Strength, Peak 4th Tier Beast Master. Contract Beast? Not summoned. Status, Killing Intent Locked. The Su family. Moreover, he is a Peak 4th Tier expert. Chu Fan's heart sank. He knew this day would come, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly and so directly. He took a deep breath, suppressed the surging thoughts in his mind, and reached out to open the door. Squeak. The old security door made a screeching sound. The man outside the door, Su Fu, finally showed a flicker of emotion in his indifferent eyes. His gaze swept over Chu Fan's faded t-shirt, and then over the narrow, dimly lit, and cluttered living room behind him. A fleeting, undisguised contempt flashed deep in his eyes. Mr. Chu Fan? Su Fu spoke, his voice steady and flat, yet carrying a sense of aloofness and superiority. Chu Fan did not answer, but simply looked at him calmly. Su Fu didn't seem to need his answer and continued, I am the Su family's butler, and my name is Su Fu. I think you should know why I'm here. Come in and let's talk. Chu Fan stepped aside, making way for the doorway. Su Fu's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He seemed very reluctant to step into this place, which he considered dirty. But he still stepped inside. He didn't sit down, but stood in the center of the living room and looked around. That look was like someone scrutinizing a filthy pigsty. Mr. Chu Fan. Su Fu spoke again, taking an envelope from his suit pocket and gently placing it on the chipped coffee table. The envelope was very thick. Inside here is a check, Su Fu said calmly. The amount on it is enough for you to buy a nice house in any part of Donghai City, and enough to ensure you live a worry-free life for the rest of your days. As he spoke, he took out another document and placed it on the coffee table as well. This is a contract termination agreement. You just need to sign it and put your fingerprint on it, and this check will be yours. Su Fu's voice maintained its steady tone throughout. It was as if he wasn't changing a boy's fate, but merely stating a trivial matter. Our young lady is of noble birth, and her future should not be involved with someone like you. Your meeting was just an accident. A mistake that should be corrected. Take the money, leave Donghai City, and never appear before our young lady again. This is the best outcome for you and for everyone. After Su Fu finished speaking, he fell silent, simply gazing calmly at Chu Fan with his indifferent eyes. He was waiting for Chu Fan's response. He believed that no one living at the bottom of society could resist such a temptation. This is based on his experience handling countless similar incidents. Money is always the most effective tool for solving problems. Chu Fan's gaze shifted from the agreement to the thick envelope. He smiled. A silent laugh. He stepped forward and picked up the envelope. A subtle, mocking smile appeared on Su Fu's lips. Really? No one can resist the allure of money. However, the next second, Su Fu's smile froze. Rip. The crisp tearing sound was particularly jarring in the quiet room. In front of him, Chu Fan tore the thick envelope, along with the check inside, in half. Then, it was split in two again. Countless scraps of paper, like snowflakes, drifted from Chu Fan's fingers. Su Fu's pupils suddenly contracted. He stared intently at Chu Fan, and for the first time, anger ignited in his usually indifferent eyes. What are you doing? He growled, his voice choked with suppressed fury. Chu Fan ignored him and picked up the contract termination agreement again. He didn't even read the terms and conditions, he just tore them up. Tear. More scraps of paper fell to the ground, mingling with the pieces of the checks. After doing all this, Chu Fan raised his head and looked at Su Fu again. His face remained calm, even with a faint smile. I think you've misunderstood something, Chu Fan said softly. Now, it's not that I can't live without her. It's her she can't live without me. These words were like a spark, instantly igniting the suppressed anger in Su Fu's heart. Presumptuous. Su Fu roared, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Boom. The air in the entire room seemed to freeze instantly. That invisible pressure, like a mountain of immense weight, pressed down heavily on Chu Fan. Chu Fan's body suddenly sank. He could feel his bones groaning under the strain. His breathing became incredibly difficult, as if his lungs were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The cheap glass on the coffee table made a crackling sound, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on its surface. Peeling plaster fell from the wall in a soft rustling sound. This is the aura of a peak 4th tier expert. His mere aura was enough to crush an ordinary 1st tier beast tamer. Su Fu stared coldly at Chu Fan, watching him tremble slightly and turn pale under his oppressive aura. Young man, don't think that just because you've had a little adventure, you can be arrogant and ignorant. In the face of true power, your so-called value is nothing but a joke. I'll give you one more chance. Kneel down, pick up the agreement on the ground, and I'll consider breaking only one of your legs. His voice was like a chilling wind from the depths of hell, every word carrying a bone-chilling killing intent. Chu Fan gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He felt his knees bending uncontrollably. His body's instincts, fear, trembling, urging him to kneel and beg for mercy, were driving him to his knees. But his soul was roaring. Who is he? He is Chu Fan. It's that transmigrator who's bound to the God-level analysis system. His future journey is to the stars and the sea, to the pinnacle of all worlds. How could I possibly be kneeling here? Oh. A strained, bloody laugh escaped Chu Fan's throat. He suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Su Fu. There was no fear or pleading in his eyes. Only a frenzied fighting spirit and undisguised mockery. Old man. Is that all you're capable of? Su Fu's eyes widened instantly. He couldn't believe his ears. This kid, instead of collapsing under my pressure, actually dared to provoke me? Court death. Su Fu was completely enraged, and his aura surged once again. Snap. The floor beneath Chu Fan's feet couldn't withstand the pressure and cracked open. Chu Fan's body suddenly slumped down, and a mouthful of blood welled up in his throat. He felt as if his internal organs were about to be crushed by this force. Just as his consciousness was about to be crushed by this immense pressure. Bang! A loud bang. The already dilapidated security door was smashed open from the outside by a tremendous force. The door panel warped, flew inside, and slammed hard against the wall. A cold, chilling aura instantly swept through the entire room. Su Fu's violent pressure was instantly dissipated by this chilling aura, as if it had met its nemesis. The pressure on Chu Fan suddenly eased. He suddenly looked up and stared at the doorway. A beautiful figure stood there gracefully. The moonlight shone from behind her, gilding her with a holy silver rim. The person who arrived was none other than Su Qingxue. Her pretty face was so cold that it seemed as if frost could freeze over it. An unprecedented rage burned in those icy blue eyes. Her gaze passed over Chu Fan and was fixed on Su Fu. Su Fu was stunned when he saw Su Qingxue appear. "Miss." The rage on his face froze instantly, replaced by incredulous astonishment. How did she end up here? Shouldn't she be in the quiet room of the manor? Su Qingxue did not answer him. She quickly walked to Chu Fan, turned around, and used her slightly slender back to firmly protect him behind her. She looked up and stared directly at Su Fu's astonished face. Her voice was icy cold, each word sounding as if it had been pulled from an ice cellar. "Uncle Fu. He is mine. Who dares to touch him?" Chapter 9. The killing trap is set, my hunting ground. He's one of my men. Who dares to touch him? Su Qingxue's icy voice echoed in the narrow room, each word like an icicle piercing Su Fu's heart. Su Fu's body froze. He stared at the resolute back of the figure blocking Chu Fan's path, and at his young mistress's icy blue eyes burning with fury, his facial muscles twitching. His terrifying aura as a peak 4th tier expert was actually suppressed and forced to retreat step by step in the face of Su Qingxue's purer and more domineering Ice Phoenix bloodline aura. "Miss. You." Su Fu's voice was hoarse. He wanted to explain, to say that the boy was unworthy, and that all of this was for the good of the Su family and her. But he couldn't utter a single word. Because of Su Qingxue's gaze, he was told that if he said another word, it would be a fight to the death. It was a genuine protectiveness that he had never seen in the young lady before. For an outsider. A piece of trash. Chu Fan stood behind Su Qingxue, breathing heavily. The mountain-like pressure he had just experienced had caused him considerable internal injuries. He watched Su Qingxue's retreating figure, feeling completely at peace. He knew he had made the right bet. The play began the moment Su Fu knocked on the door. The actor is him, he is Su Fu, and he is also Su Qingxue. And he is a director. Su Qingxue was unaware that on her way there, Chu Fan had used the contract link to livestream Su Fu's words and his own miserable state of being coerced into submission to her frame by frame. He was provoking her. It stimulated the nascent protectiveness she felt towards her comrades deep within her heart. This stimulated her rebellious psychology against family control. The result was even better than he had expected. Su Qingxue's gaze showed no sign of yielding. "Uncle Fu, I'll say it again, get out." Su Fu's face went from astonishment to flushed red, and then to ashen. He gave Chu Fan a deep look, the killing intent in his eyes almost tangible. Then, he bowed slightly to Su Qingxue. "Yes, Mississippi." He didn't say another word, turned around, walked out of the broken door, and his figure disappeared into the dimly lit corridor. Until Su Fu's presence completely disappeared. Su Qingxue's body swayed slightly. Chu Fan stepped forward, instinctively wanting to support her. His hand hadn't even touched Su Qingxue's shoulder yet. Su Qingxue turned around abruptly, her icy gaze shooting towards Chu Fan. "Don't touch me." Her voice trembled slightly, a tremor she couldn't quite conceal. Chu Fan's hand froze in mid-air. He saw that Su Qingxue's face was pale, but there was still a blush at the corner of her eyes. It was anger, and also, lingering fear. "You're injured." Chu Fan withdrew his hand, his tone calm. She had just forcibly activated her bloodline energy to fight against Su Fu, which had greatly depleted her resources. Su Qingxue did not answer. She just looked at the mess on the ground and the collapsed door, her lips pressed tightly together. "You schemed against me." She suddenly spoke, her voice very low. "Yes." Chu Fan did not deny it. Su Qingxue looked up abruptly, thinking that Chu Fan would try to make excuses or cover it up. But he admitted it. So decisive. "Why?" she asked, her voice tinged with confusion. "Because I want to live," Chu Fan said, looking into her eyes, "and I want you to live too." Su Qingxue's heart skipped a beat. Looking into Chu Fan's calm eyes, she suddenly didn't know what to say. Yes. What would have happened to Chu Fan if I hadn't come today? The best outcome would be to have his legs broken and be thrown out of Donghai City. Without Chu Fan as his life force charger, how many more bloodline surges could he withstand? They are in the same boat. She knew this better than anyone else. The Su family will not let this go. Su Qingshue's voice lowered. I know. Chu Fan walked to the window and looked at the night outside. So, we have to become stronger. Strong enough that they won't dare to reach out again. Su Qingxue fell silent. After a long silence, she finally spoke. Tomorrow is the Greenwood Secret Realm trial. I will take first place. Su Qingshue's tone was firm and unwavering. I will use my strength to show them that my choice was not wrong. Chu Fan smiled. No, he turned to look at Su Qingxue. It's us. We'll take first place. 3 days later. The huge square at the entrance of Donghai No. 3 Middle School. All the senior high school students gathered here. Everyone's face was filled with excitement, nervousness, and anticipation. The Azurewood Secret Realm is the final trial before graduation, and also the best opportunity for a leap forward. Any rare and precious materials obtained in the Secret Realm belong to the individual. If you're lucky, you might obtain a rare and precious herb, which can be exchanged for a wealth of resources and even change your destiny. Chu Fan and Su Qingxue stood side by side in the crowd. Their appearance immediately made them the focus of the entire event. Countless eyes were focused on them. There was curiosity, jealousy, confusion, and awe. 3 days ago, the Su family's butler came to the door to coerce Chu Fan, but Su Qingxue publicly retorted and shouted the explosive declaration, "He is mine." This matter spread like wildfire throughout the upper echelons of Donghai No. 3 Middle School. Now, everyone knows. Chu the Good-for-Nothing is no longer the Chu the Good-for-Nothing he used to be. He managed to latch onto the most powerful figure in the entire school. TCH, he's just a gigolo, what's so great about him? Keep your voice down. Haven't you heard? He even shut down the Su family's 4th-tier peak butler. Really? That's the Su family. Who knows? Anyway, we can't afford to mess with Chu Fan right now. Whispers came from all directions. Chu Fan ignored him, his gaze fixed on something not far away. There, Wang Tang was staring intently at him. Wang Tang's eyes no longer held the simple arrogance and jealousy they once had. Rather, it was a poisoned resentment. Not only was he defeated by Chu Fan in public, but now even the goddess he had been longing for had become Chu Fan's person. For him, this was an unbearable humiliation, worse than death. Around Wang Tang were several students with considerable presence, all top students from other classes and Wang Tang's lackeys. They looked at Chu Fan with unfriendly eyes and sneers on their lips. Don't worry, Brother Tang, everything's arranged, a blonde-haired man said in a low voice. In the Greenwood Secret Realm, there are a few spots for accidental disappearances every year. One more 1T make a difference. Another young man with a buzz cut licked his lips, his eyes fierce. Wang Tang didn't say anything, but instead made a throat-slitting gesture towards Chu Fan. His murderous intent was undisguised. Su Qingxue sensed the killing intent, her brows furrowed, and a chill emanated from her body. Chu Fan gently pressed down on her wrist. Don't rush, Chu Fan transmitted through the contract, the more you jump around, the faster you'll die. His palms were warm and dry. Su Qingxue's wrist stiffened slightly, and a strange sensation came from the point of contact, making her heart race and instinctively wanting to pull her hand back. But she held back. Just then, a huge portal, shimmering with spatial fluctuations, slowly opened in the center of the plaza. The principal walked up to the platform, picked up a megaphone, and began his final address. The Azurewood Secret Realm is both an opportunity and a danger. Remember, teamwork is the first priority for survival. Maliciously killing classmates is forbidden, but accidents happen every year. I hope that whoever goes in will come out. Now, enter the Secret Realm in class order. At the principal's command, the students excitedly surged into the portal. Before entering the teleportation portal, Wang Tang and his men turned back again, giving Chu Fan a look that said, "You're dead." It was Chu Fan's class's turn. Su Qingxue was about to take a step when Chu Fan stopped her. Etc. He closed his eyes, and in his mind, an incredibly detailed 3D map was slowly unfolding. The God-level analysis system had already completed the analysis of all the information about the Azurewood Secret Realm released by the school 3 days ago. Map, monster distribution, resource points, danger zones. Even some hidden paths that had never been made public were deduced by the system. Ding! Calibrating the map based on real-time spatial fluctuations. Calibration complete. Optimal hunting route planned. Warning: multiple malicious energy sources have been detected locking onto the target and have been marked as red-named units on the map. 5 possible ambush plans have been deduced. A cold smile curled at the corner of Chu Fan's mouth. Is the killing already decided? Perfect. That saves me the trouble of looking for them one by one. He opened his eyes and said to Su Qingxue, "Let's go." The two stepped into the portal, one after the other. After a dizzying spin, a rich, fresh scent of herbs and plants wafts towards you. Before them stretched an endless primeval forest, with towering trees blocking out the sun, and the air filled with damp mist and rich source energy. This is the Azure Wood's secret realm. The students around them were still marveling at the sight before them. Wow! The source energy here is so concentrated. Look! That's a first-tier spiritual herb called green vine grass. Most people instinctively form small groups of 3 or 5, cautiously exploring the officially recommended safe routes. Just then, Chu Fan made a move. Without consulting anyone, he grabbed Su Qingxue and quickly walked in a dark and deep direction, completely opposite to the main group. Hey! Chu Fan, Su Qingxue! Where are you going? That's a danger zone, the squad leader shouted urgently. Are they crazy? Detaching from the main force, are they looking to die? They're courting death, who cares about them? Chu Fan ignored the voices behind him, his steps continuing uninterrupted. Su Qingxue had no objections and simply followed silently behind him. After several days of dual cultivation, her strength has stabilized at the peak of the first rank, and there are even faint signs of a breakthrough. More importantly, she developed an almost blind trust in Chu Fan. She believed that this man would never do something he wasn't sure of. The two moved quickly through the jungle. Chu Fan's route, though seemingly chaotic, always managed to precisely avoid those powerful demon beast clans. An hour later, they arrived at a clearing in the woods. In the center of the open space, a behemoth the size of a heavy truck was gnawing on a plant that emitted a ghostly glow. Its entire body was covered with black plates that looked like they were cast from steel, gleaming with a cold metallic luster in the dappled light and shadow in the forest. With each breath, 2 streams of scorching air shot out of its nostrils, blowing 2 charred craters into the ground. Target: Armored Rhino Mutant. Strength: Peak of Tier 2. Weakness? Analyzing. Just then, a commotion arose from the bushes not far away. It's another 3-person team. The moment they saw the armored rhinoceros, their faces turned deathly pale. It's an armored rhinoceros. And a peak 2nd Tier 1 at that. Run! This thing's defense is impenetrable to attacks below the 3rd tier. If it targets you, you're dead. The 3 of them scrambled and disappeared into the depths of the jungle, as if they had seen death itself. Chu Fan, however, looked at the giant beast with a hint of excitement in his eyes. He turned his head and looked at Su Qingxue beside him. Su Qingxue's pretty face also carried a hint of solemnity, but there was no sign of backing down in her eyes. A nice appetizer. Chu Fan smiled, his voice not loud, but full of confidence. You should restrain it head on. Let me tell you where to hit. Chapter 10. This is not a battle, it is art. You should restrain it head on. Let me tell you where to hit. Chu Fan's voice calmly echoed in Su Qingxue's mind through the contract link. Su Qingxue's breath hitched slightly. She looked at the armored rhinoceros in front of her, which was as big as a small mountain, and felt the ferocity and weight emanating from it. 2nd Tier Peak. Its defenses are so strong that even a full-force attack from a 3rd tier expert might not be able to break through them. A direct confrontation? What's the difference between this and sending someone to their death? But when she looked towards the edge of the jungle, Chu Fan's figure had already disappeared behind the shadows of the trees, leaving only a resolute will. Trust me. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth. She didn't hesitate any longer. A surge of icy energy erupted from her body, white chill swirling around her. She shot towards the colossal creature like an arrow released from a bow. In the distance, the 3 students who had just escaped peeked out from behind a huge rock, their faces filled with horror. It's insane. She actually went up there. What is she trying to do? Scratch the armored rhinoceros's itch? It's over, School Beauty Su is going to die. Under their horrified gazes, Su Qingxue had already rushed to the front of the armored rhinoceros. Ice Seal Slash. With a sharp cry, she conjured a 3-foot-long ice crystal blade in her hand and slashed it down fiercely at the head of the armored rhinoceros. When? A deafening clang of metal clashing. The ice crystal longsword shattered into countless ice shards in an instant. The armored rhinoceros's head was covered with only a thin layer of white frost. It shook its enormous head, and its eyes, as big as copper bells, were instantly filled with blood. Moo! A deafening roar erupted, unleashing a wave of pungent heat. It was enraged. It lowered its head, its thick, metallic horn aimed at Su Qingxue, and pawed at the ground with its 4 hooves, making the earth tremble. It will crush this tiny creature that dared to challenge its majesty into mincemeat. Run, the students behind the rocks screamed in terror. Su Qingxue's heart was in her throat. Just then, Xu Fan's voice rang in her mind again. 3 steps to the left front, ice spikes, ground. This instruction is inexplicable and has no beginning or end. Attack the ground? Su Qingxue's mind went completely blank. But the body reacted instinctively. She lightly touched the ground with her toes and floated 3 steps forward. At the same time, press your right hand down hard on the ground. Put! A sharp ice spike suddenly burst forth from the ground in front of her. In that instant, the massive body of the armored rhinoceros charged forward with immense force. It paid no attention to that inconspicuous ice spike. Then, its forelegs slammed hard into the ice spikes. Bang! The armored rhinoceros lost its balance due to its massive body, and the huge inertia caused it to stagger forward several steps before crashing into a giant tree next to it. The tree trunk trembled violently, and leaves flew everywhere. The screams of the 3 students abruptly stopped behind the rocks in the distance. Their eyes were wide open, like copper bells. This is luck," the blonde student stammered. No one answered him. Because what was happening before their eyes was beyond their comprehension. Su Qingxue was also stunned. She looked at the staggering armored rhinoceros and recalled Xu Fan's instructions. The time and location were exactly as predicted. He predicted it? Take a half step back, unleash a chilling breath, and blow it into its right eye. Xu Fan's command came again, devoid of any emotion. Su Qingxue had no more doubts and immediately did as instructed. She took a half step back, dodging the armored rhinoceros's massive tail, which had swung in anger. At the same time, she took a deep breath, and an extremely cold current shot out from her mouth, precisely covering the armored rhinoceros's right eye. Click! A layer of white frost instantly condensed on the rhinoceros's eyeballs. Moo! The armored rhinoceros let out an even more painful roar. The excruciating pain and blindness in its right eye drove it into a complete frenzy. It began to charge and trample wildly. The surrounding trees, in its presence, were like fragile weeds, easily broken. The entire forest clearing was a mess, with sand and stones flying everywhere. Oh no, I've really angered them. The crew-cut youth turned pale with fright. However, under Xu Fan's command, Su Qingxue was like a small boat in a stormy sea, always able to dodge all of the rhinoceros's attacks with the smallest movements and the most precise positioning at the most dangerous moments. Her figure appeared agile and elegant beside the raging beast. This is not a battle. This is a one-sided farce. Sidestep, ice blade, target below the 5th rib. Xu Fan's command sounded again. Su Qingxue's figure, like a ghost, brushed past the rhinoceros's massive body. The ice blade in his hand drew a graceful arc, stabbing towards the area below the armor plate that looked no different from the rest. Snap! A crisp cracking sound. That seemingly indestructible piece of armor shattered instantly. The ice blade pierced into the rhinoceros's flesh and blood. Moo! The armored rhinoceros let out its most piercing scream since the start of the war. Its massive body trembled violently from the intense pain. The 3 people behind the rock were completely petrified. Their mouths were so wide open they could fit an egg. Broken down? How is that possible? That position, how did he know that position was a weak point? Who exactly is he? Is he Xu Fan? No. Xu Fan is a good-for-nothing. Who is he? Their worldview was completely overturned at this moment. Xu Fan's figure darted swiftly through the jungle. His eyes gleamed with a faint golden light. In his view, the armored rhinoceros was no longer a flesh and blood creature, but a model composed of countless data streams. Target muscle group contracts after 3 seconds, it will charge forward and to the left. Weakness revealed, defense reduced by 73% at the junction of the inner side of the left hind leg knee joint, lasting 0.5 seconds. The target's energy converges on the unicorn, about to unleash rock spikes. This peak second-tier demonic beast has no secrets in front of the god-level analysis system. Its every move was within Chu Fan's expectations. And Su Qingxue is the sharpest knife in his hand. Now! Attack its left hind leg. Get out of the way. It's about to charge. Frozen armor, defense. Su Qingxue had completely given up thinking. Her body and her source energy moved completely in accordance with Chu Fan's commands. Every attack was perfectly timed. Every dodge was incredibly dangerous, yet he emerged unscathed. She felt as if her consciousness and Chu Fan's consciousness had merged into one. He is her brain. And she was his extension. This feeling is wonderful. Gone was the previous resistance and shame, and its place came an unprecedented, exhilarating pleasure. Power surged within her. Each precise strike gave her a completely new understanding of her bloodline and her own power. So, this is what fighting can be like. Time passes. That once invincible armored rhinoceros was now covered in wounds. Its thick armor plates were broken into more than a dozen pieces, and its black skin was stained red with blood. It was panting heavily, and what spewed from its nostrils was no longer heat waves, but white smoke with a bloody smell. Its single eye stared intently at Su Qingxue, filled with savagery and fear. It doesn't understand. Why is it that this tiny creature can always find its most vulnerable spot? Why does it miss every time it attacks? It felt like a plaything being toyed with. The three people behind the rock were numb. They looked at the dying beast and the unharmed girl who seemed like an ice sprite, and felt as if they were dreaming. This is the legendary art of hunting? No. This is a miracle. The armored rhinoceros let out a final, unwilling roar. It gathered all its remaining strength into its four hooves. It will use one last charge to take down this enemy who is toying with it. Just then, Chu Fan's calm voice rang in Su Qingxue's mind. It carried a hint of coldness, as if it could end everything. Analysis complete. Fatal weakness identified, left pupil. Entering attack range in 1.5 seconds. Su Qingxue, get ready. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, and at this moment, the Ice Phoenix bloodline within her body burned wildly. An unprecedentedly powerful force gathered in her right arm. Behind her, a huge, ice-blue Phoenix phantom faintly appeared. Now is the time. Ice Phoenix thrust. Go all out. There is no need for any further hesitation. The instant Chu Fan gave the order, Su Qingxue's body transformed into a streak of icy blue light. Her right hand, with fingers joined like a sword, was covered with a layer of dazzling, diamond-like crystals. Quick. Extremely fast. In the armored rhinoceros's enormous single eye, only a beam of icy blue light was seen, which instantly magnified. Puff. A soft sound, the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. The world seemed to fall silent at that moment. Su Qingxue's figure passed by the massive body of the armored rhinoceros. Her right arm, from the elbow down, was completely submerged in the armored rhinoceros's eye socket. The armored rhinoceros's immense momentum of charging came to an abrupt halt. Its massive body remained frozen in place. All the violence and madness in that one eye vanished instantly, replaced by endless silence. Boom! Like a mountain collapsing. The armored rhinoceros's body slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The earth trembled. He died. A mutated armored rhinoceros at the peak of the second tier, renowned for its defensive capabilities. He died. Su Qingxue stood beside the giant beast's corpse and slowly withdrew her arm. Warm blood flowed down her fair arm, a shocking sight. She was panting, her chest heaving, staring at her blood-stained hand with disbelief in her eyes. She actually hunted down a peak second-tier demon beast with her own hands. Moreover, they were completely unharmed. Chu Fan's figure slowly emerged from the jungle. He walked to the giant beast's head, his face expressionless, as if he had only done a trivial matter. He reached out and placed his hand on the rhinoceros's massive head. Analysis successful, demon core location locked. He turned to look at Su Qingxue, 3 inches inside the left eye socket, shatter the skull, and we can get it. Su Qingxue obeyed and released a small amount of her source energy. Click. With a crisp sound, she pulled a fist-sized, translucent crystal from the shattered skull, radiating a rich, earthy yellow light. Second-tier peak demon core. Moreover, it is a mutated demon core containing the power of the earth. Its value is immeasurable. In the distance, the three people behind the rocks stared wide-eyed at the radiant demon core. Their breathing became incredibly heavy. Greed burned in their eyes. But when their gaze swept over the enormous rhinoceros carcass and then fell upon the indifferent-looking boy and the icy cold-looking girl, they shuddered violently. That burning greed was instantly extinguished by a bucket of ice water. All that remained was endless fear. Chapter 11. Today is your death day. A strong smell of blood, mixed with the fragrance of earth, permeated the forest. Chu Fan tossed the priceless, peak-level second-tier earth elemental demon core to Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue caught it subconsciously, feeling the warmth in her palm. Looking at the crystal in her hand, which was larger than her fist, she still couldn't calm down. What seemed like an impossible hunt turned into a perfect performance under Chu Fan's masterful command. She wasn't even hurt. Let's go. The smell of blood here will soon attract other things. Chu Fan glanced at the huge rhinoceros carcass and said calmly. The most valuable parts of this armored rhinoceros are its demon core and its single horn. The other materials take up too much space and are not worth the time. Su Qingxue nodded, put the demon core into her storage bracelet, and silently followed behind Chu Fan. She found that she had become accustomed to this pattern. He walked in front, and she followed behind. He makes the decisions, and she carries them out. This feeling should have made her feel humiliated and resistant, but now, she only felt a strange sense of peace. It was as if as long as she followed this man, even the greatest danger could be easily overcome. In Chu Fan's mind, the map drawn up by the God-level analysis system was unfolding clearly. The next target is a hidden area called Moonlight Pool, where starlight grass, an extremely rare first-tier spiritual plant, grows and is one of the main ingredients for refining foundation building pills. To get to Moonlight Lake, you must cross a narrow canyon. The two quickly arrived at the entrance to the canyon. On both sides are towering cliffs, as if cleaved by a giant axe, leaving only a sliver of sky. The narrow passageway could only accommodate 2 or 3 people walking side by side, and jagged rocks were scattered on the ground. A cold mountain wind blew from the depths of the canyon, carrying an ominous air. Su Qingxue paused slightly in her steps. Here she frowned, a woman's intuition making her feel uneasy. It's a good place to ambush and kill. Chu Fan's answer was casual, as if he were simply saying that the weather was nice today. Instead of stopping, he quickened his pace and entered the canyon first. Su Qingxue watched his retreating figure, gritted her teeth, and followed him inside. The canyon was very deep, and after walking for about several hundred meters, the light became increasingly dim. Just then. Whoosh! 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 Several whooshing sounds came from the cliff above. Chu Fan and Su Qingxue looked up at the same time. Several figures, like monkeys, climbed down the cliff and landed in front of them, blocking their way. Immediately afterwards, several figures appeared at the entrance behind them, completely blocking their escape route. An encirclement has been formed. Ha ha ha. Chu Fan. Su Qingxue. Let's see where you two run this time. A burst of arrogant laughter came from the figure in front. A person slowly walked out, pushing through the crowd. The person who arrived was none other than Wang Tang. His face now showed no trace of his previous dejection. Instead, it displayed a morbid excitement and a venomous pleasure. His gaze, like that of a venomous snake, was fixed intently on Chu Fan. 5 students stood behind him. 2 of them were his die-hard lackeys. The other 3 were none other than the trio who had been terrified by the armored rhinoceros and fled in panic. At this moment, the 3 men were pale-faced, their eyes darting around, not daring to meet Chu Fan's gaze, and their bodies were still trembling slightly. Clearly, they were forcibly brought here by Wang Tang. Wang Tang? Su Qingxue's voice was as cold as the wind in a canyon. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Ha ha ha. Wang Tang seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He pointed at Chu Fan and roared at Su Qingxue, you should ask this good-for-nothing next to you what he did. He's a piece of trash who climbed to the top by relying on women. What right does he have to humiliate me in public? What right does he have to steal you away from me? Su Qingxue. Let me tell you, you are the woman I, Wang Tang, have set my sights on. Even if I can't have you, I will never let this piece of trash lay a finger on you. Wang Tang's expression was completely distorted by jealousy and anger. One of his blonde lackeys immediately jumped out, pointed at Chu Fan's nose, and cursed, Chu Fan, you gigolo, do you really think you can get away with anything by clinging to school beauty Su's coattails? Brother Tang is going to show you today that trash will always be trash. Another young man with a buzz-cut grinned maliciously. The Azurewood secret realm has a few accidental disappearance slots every year, and today, you two are among them. Their faces were filled with cruelty and smugness. In their eyes, Xu Fan and Su Qingxue were trapped, with no way to escape. Wang Tang's gaze swept over Su Qingxue's cold and angry face, and a perverse pleasure surged in his heart. He wanted to personally crush Xu Fan to death in front of her. He wanted her to know that she had chosen the wrong person. Roar! A ferocious roar shattered Wang Tang's reverie. The contract array beside him lit up, and a raging lion with an even more imposing size than before appeared in the canyon. Its fur was like burning flames, and waves of scorching heat rolled out, turning the surrounding rock walls red. Its aura had clearly reached the second tier. See that, Xu Fan? Wang Tang patted the blazing lion's head triumphantly. My lion has already advanced to the second tier. Killing you will be as easy as crushing an ant. As Wang Tang summoned his contracted beast, his 5 lackeys behind him also summoned their own contracted beasts. In an instant, the narrow canyon was filled with all sorts of strange and wonderful monsters. There are swift wolves, black-armored giant pythons, and vultures with sharp claws. Although most of them were only at the peak of the first tier, the ferocious aura of 6 contracted beasts gathered together was enough to make any small team feel despair. Su Qingxue's pretty face was icy cold. She took a step forward, and the Ice Phoenix bloodline within her began to surge, ready to strike at any moment. However, Xu Fan did not glance at Wang Tang once throughout the entire process. His gaze calmly swept over the 6 people surrounding them, as well as the 6 contracted beasts. His face showed no anger, no fear, not even the slightest tension. It didn't feel like looking at an enemy. It's like taking inventory of goods. Ding! Hostile target detected. Target 1, Wang Tang, Strength, Peak Tier 1, Contract Beast, Blazing Lion Early Tier 2, Overall Combat Strength Rating, 2 stars. Target 2, Li Godan, Strength, Late Stage 1, Contracted Beast, Gale Wolf Peak Stage 1, Overall Combat Strength Rating, 1.5 stars. Objective 3. Target 6, Overall Combat Strength Assessment, 1 star. Analysis complete. Enemy's Overall Combat Strength Rating, 9 stars. Our overall combat strength rating cannot be quantified due to the existence of a soul resonance and God-level analysis. Combat simulation in progress. 17 optimal kill plans have been generated. Xu Fan looked at the data that popped up in front of him, and finally a smile appeared on his lips. He turned his head away, ignoring Wang Tang's distorted face and the menacing contracted beasts. His gaze fell upon Su Qingxue's cold yet resolute eyes. He looked at her and whispered something. Perfect. Points delivered to your door. Chapter 12. You are surrounded by me. Perfect. Points delivered to your door. Xu Fan's casual words were like an invisible fuse, instantly igniting all of Wang Tang's anger. Kill him. Kill him. Wang Tang's face contorted as he let out a hysterical roar. At his command, the 5 lackeys behind him and their contracted beasts, like a tightening net, pounced from all directions. Roar! The second-tier blazing lion was the first to be attacked. It opened its blood-red maw, and a fireball the size of a human head, trailing a blazing tail, roared and smashed towards Xu Fan's face. On the left, Li Godan's Gale Wolf transformed into a streak of blue light, its sharp claws tearing through the air as it aimed straight for Su Qingxue's throat. On the right, the black-armored python slithered and writhed, its massive tail like a steel whip, sweeping across the lower bodies of the 2 men. Above, a vulture with sharp claws let out a piercing cry and swooped down, its target Xu Fan's crown. Their escape route was also completely blocked by the contracted beasts of the other 2. 6 people, 6 contracted beasts. Seal off the heavens and lock down the earth. This is a do-or-die situation. Deep in the canyon, in the shadow of a cliff 100 meters away. A black shadow, as if integrated with the rock, remained motionless. He is the Su family's secret guard, codenamed Eagle Eye, a genuine 4th-tier powerhouse. His only duty was to protect Su Qingxue's safety in the secret realm. Upon seeing this, Hawkeye's pupils contracted sharply. 6 against 2, one of whom is a 2nd-tier blazing lion. Miss, you're in danger. The source energy within his body had begun to surge, and his right hand silently grasped a pitch-black dagger, ready to strike at any moment and wipe out all these ignorant ants. In his view, the battle would be over in the next second. In a bloody way. In the canyon. Faced with this overwhelming attack, Su Qingxue's heart pounded in her throat, and the Ice Phoenix bloodline within her body instinctively began to operate wildly, preparing for a desperate fight. However, Chu Fan did not move. He didn't even look at the fireball coming straight at him. He simply turned his head and said one sentence to Su Qingxue. "Don't panic, just follow my instructions." His voice was unusually calm. Ding! Combat simulation activated, threat level sorting in progress. Threat number 1, Fiery Lion, Fireball, trajectory locked. Threat number 2, Gale Wolf, Throat Lock Claw, arriving in 3 seconds. Threat number 3. Optimal counterattack plan being generated. Plan 1, activated. Just as the exploding fireball was about to touch Chu Fan's nose, Chu Fan's voice echoed in Su Qingxue's mind. Take a step to the right, creating an ice wall, angled upwards at 45 degrees. Su Qingxue didn't have time to think before her body reacted. She stepped to the right, exposing Chu Fan directly to the fireball's trajectory. At the same time, she slammed her right hand down on the ground. Boom! A thick ice wall rose abruptly from the ground, blocking Chu Fan's way at an extremely tricky angle. The exploding fireball slammed into the ice wall. Bang! Flames shot into the sky, and shards of ice flew everywhere. The violent shockwave whipped Chu Fan's hair wildly backward. But he was completely unharmed. An even stranger scene unfolded. The shockwave from the explosion, which was deflected diagonally by the ice wall, struck the Gale Wolf that was charging from the left. Awah! The Gale Wolf was thrown into the air by the sudden force, tumbling several times before crashing into the rock wall with a mournful howl. Li Godan's face turned pale instantly. What is going on? Coincide? Idiot! What are you looking at? Attack! Wang Tang's roar brought him back to his senses. At this moment, the black armored python's tail sweep and the swooping vulture's claws were already within reach. Take a half step back, facing the ground, Frost Ring. Chu Fan's second command sounded again. Without any hesitation, Su Qingxue took a half step back, and with a surge of cold energy from her right palm, she released an area of effect slowing skill towards her feet. Buzz! A visible white frost ring instantly spread out from her center. The snake's tail, which was sweeping towards her ankle, was covered by the frost ring. Its speed suddenly slowed down, and its movement became distorted. The Talon vulture that was descending from the sky felt a chill run through it as soon as its claws touched the area of the frost ring. Its wings stiffened for a moment, and its diving momentum suddenly stopped. This is the meal. A fatal meal. 3 ice picks, directly above. Su Qingxue raised her left hand. 3 ice spikes, each as thick as an arm, appeared out of thin air, like 3 sharp arrows, piercing fiercely into the sky. Put! The vulture had no time to react before it was pierced through the abdomen by 3 ice spikes. With a mournful cry, it fell from the sky like a rag doll, its blood splattering everywhere. Its master, the student who controlled the vulture, was struck dumb, coughing up a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. If a contracted beast is severely injured, the master will also suffer the backlash. Just 2 breaths. 2 encounters. 2 of the 6 people Wang Tang brought to encircle and kill have already been eliminated. The canyon was deathly silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at Chu Fan and Su Qing as if they were monsters. Especially Wang Tang's lackeys, the cruelty and smugness on their faces had disappeared, replaced by deep shock and incomprehension. That's impossible. That was a perfect coordinated attack. They practiced countless times. How could it be resolved so easily? And 2 of them were even killed in the process? It's Chu Fan. He's in command. Li Godan stared intently at the boy who hadn't laid a hand on him from beginning to end, his voice trembling. All eyes were focused on Chu Fan. Chu Fan moved. He ignored everyone's gaze and calmly walked up to the heavily injured Gale Wolf. Under Li Godan's horrified gaze, Chu Fan raised his foot and stomped hard on the injured waist and abdomen of the Gale Wolf. Snap! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Awah! The Gale Wolf let out an extremely shrill howl, its body convulsed violently a few times, and then became completely still. No! My wolf! Li Godan's eyes were bloodshot. He felt as if his heart had been squeezed tightly, and he spat out another mouthful of blood, then slumped down. Sold out instantly. Another one. In less than a minute, half of the 6-man team was wiped out. This is no longer a battle. This is a one-sided massacre. On the high cliff face, Hawkeye, the bodyguard, froze in mid-air, his hand holding the dagger. His mouth was slightly open, and the expression on his face was blank, unlike anything he had ever seen in his decades of work. What did he see? Ice wall rebound shockwave? Frost rings delays the opponent's prediction? This. What kind of godlike fighting style is this? As a 4th-tier expert, he had extensive combat experience, yet he still couldn't understand what had just happened. Every move Su Qingxue made was incomprehensible and seemed like reckless. But every time, it hit the enemy precisely at the most vulnerable and unexpected point. It was as if she wasn't fighting, but rather following a walkthrough based on the optimal solution. No. Hawkeye's gaze suddenly shifted to Chu Fan. Not a prostitute. It's him. It's that boy. Every action the young lady took came after he spoke. It was him, directing the young lady in battle. A 1st-tier trash commanded a 1st-tier Peak Ice Phoenix bloodline genius to kill 3 opponents of the same tier and their contracted beasts within a minute. Hawkeye felt like his brain wasn't working properly. He pinched his thigh hard. The intense pain told him that this was not a dream. Who exactly is this boy? How could he possibly have such an outrageously accurate understanding of the battlefield? Hawkeye's initial intention to take action was completely extinguished at this moment. He sheathed the dagger and hid it even more deeply. He suddenly had a strong premonition. Today, he might witness a performance that will overturn his entire understanding of combat. In the canyon, Wang Tang's face had turned from flushed red to a deep liver color. He looked at his 3 companions lying on the ground howling in pain, and at the 3 contracted beasts, some dead and some wounded. His body trembled violently with extreme rage. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. He roared at his 2 remaining henchmen. The 2 men shuddered in fright, took 2 steps back timidly, and looked at Chu Fan with eyes full of fear. They dared not go. Going any further would be suicide. Chu Fan's gaze finally shifted from the dead Gale Wolf to Wang Tang's face. He tilted his head, a harmless smile appearing on his face. Young Master Wang, do you still think you can kill me now? Or perhaps. Chu Fan's gaze swept over Wang Tang and the 2 trembling followers beside him. The 3 of you are surrounded by the 2 of us? Chapter 13 Combination Attack. A dual force of ice and fire. The 3 of you are surrounded by the 2 of us? Chu Fan's nonchalant question was like a bucket of boiling oil poured on Wang Tang's already raging anger. Chu Fan. I'll kill you. Wang Tang's facial features were completely distorted by extreme humiliation and anger. He could no longer maintain the demeanor of the eldest son of the Wang family, and like a wild beast driven to the brink of despair, he let out a hysterical roar. Berserk mode. Exploding lion, activate berserk mode. His eyes were bloodshot as he issued the most insane commands to his contracted beast. Roar. The fiery lion roared to the sky, and an aura far more violent than before erupted from its body. Its already imposing body swelled up even more, its muscles bulging and its veins twisting like writhing earthworms beneath its skin. The flames burning on its body changed color from crimson to a dazzling deep red. The air crackled and popped as it burned, and the temperature throughout the canyon was rising rapidly. Early stage of Tier 2. Mid-stage Tier 2. Peak of Tier 2. Driven by the forbidden skill, the aura of the fiery lion surged rapidly, eventually reaching the threshold of the 3rd tier. Go, go. The 2 remaining followers of Wang Tang were so frightened by the sight of the raging lion that had almost transformed into a fiery monster that their legs went weak. But under Wang Tang's murderous gaze, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and drive their trembling contracted beasts to charge forward with the mad lion. This time, there was no more brilliant teamwork. Yes, it's pure, overwhelming power. Boom! The berserk fiery lion, like a falling meteorite, charged forward with an aura of annihilation. Su Qingxue's face turned pale. She could feel that the source energy within her body had been almost completely depleted in the previous artistic hunt and the battle just now. Faced with this terrifying pressure comparable to that of a 3rd-tier expert, she felt powerless for the first time. But she did not back down. Behind her was Chu Fan. Ice wall. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth and squeezed out all the remaining source energy in her body, condensing it into thick ice walls in front of her. However, it didn't work. Bang! 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 Before the berserk blazing lion, the ice walls that were strong enough to withstand the attacks of ordinary 2nd-tier demonic beasts were as fragile as paper and were easily smashed one after another. Ice shards flew everywhere. Su Qingxue was jolted backward by the violent impact, her chest heaving with blood and a metallic taste rising in her throat. Her breathing began to quicken. Fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. No. We can't stop it. Its power is too great. On the other side, the two contracted beasts of the henchmen also pounced from the side. Although their momentum was far less than that of the blazing lion, they still played a great role in restraining Su Qingxue, making it difficult for her to defend herself from both sides and making her situation increasingly difficult. Ha ha ha. Did you see that, Xu Fan? This is absolute power. Wang Tang watched as Su Qingxue suffered a series of defeats and let out a morbid yet unrestrained laugh. Your clever tricks are worthless in the face of absolute power. Once I've crippled her, you're next. On the high cliff face. A serious expression finally appeared on the usually calm and composed face of the bodyguard, Hawkeye. Berserk. This is a forbidden skill that sacrifices the life force of the contracted beast in exchange for a short-term surge in strength. This lion already possesses near Tier 3 strength. Miss. She can't hold on any longer. No matter how skillful the young man named Xu Fan was in commanding the troops, he could not bridge the insurmountable gap in strength. This time, it's really dangerous. Hawkeye gripped the dagger at his waist once more, and the fourth-tier source power within his body began to surge slowly, like a volcano about to erupt. He's ready to make his move. In the canyon. Puff. In an attempt to dodge the mad lion's claws, Su Qingxue was grazed on the arm by another demonic beast, leaving a deep, bloody gash. Blood instantly stained her snow-white sleeves. She stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. The source energy within his body was nearly exhausted. My vision began to blur for a moment. Warning! Contract target's vitality has dropped significantly. Source energy is below 10%. Warning! The Ice Phoenix bloodline is showing signs of instability. In Xu Fan's mind, the system issued a series of piercing alarms. He looked at that stubborn figure, swaying precariously, and at the glaring red stain on her arm. Finally, a ripple stirred in his usually calm eyes. He did not give any further instructions. He moved. He took a step forward and came to Su Qingxue's side. Under Su Qingxue's astonished gaze, Xu Fan reached out and grabbed her cold, blood-stained hand. A warm sensation came from my palm. Su Qingxue's body suddenly stiffened. An indescribable electric shock sensation instantly spread from my palm throughout my entire body. Her mind was blank. What was he doing? How dare he? She instinctively tried to pull her hand back. However, the next second, a warm and pure energy, like a river bursting its banks, surged from Xu Fan's palm into her body. This energy was completely different from her own icy source energy. It is warm and peaceful, yet full of boundless vitality. Su Qingxue's nearly dried-up meridians, like parched land receiving rain after a long drought, frantically absorbed this energy, and her complexion visibly regained a rosy glow. But this is not the end. As their hands clasped together, an even more wondrous feeling arose. Xu Fan felt as if his mental power had broken through an invisible barrier and was tightly connected with another cold and pure mental power. Boom! Both of their minds jolted simultaneously. Countless images and countless thoughts flashed and intertwined deep within their consciousness. There are fragments of Xu Fan's memories from his previous life on Earth. Su Qingxue has endured the loneliness and pain of bloodline suffering alone since childhood. There was the astonishment Xu Fan felt when he first made a contract with her. There is Su Qingxue's shock and embarrassment when she discovers that her physical pain has lessened. There was the awkwardness and excitement of the two during their first time practicing together. They shared the same tacit understanding and trust as when hunting armored rhinoceroses. All emotions, all thoughts, at this moment, are no longer secrets, and are completely open to the other person. Their consciousness seemed to merge into one at that moment. We are all one family. Bite. The mental synchronization rate between the contracting parties exceeded 99%. Legendary state triggered soul resonance. Power fusion module now available. A mysterious and profound aura suddenly erupted from the two of them. On Xu Fan's body, mysterious ice blue patterns began to appear, as if he were wearing a suit of frost armor. Deep within his black pupils, a cluster of ice blue flames ignited. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue's icy body began to emit a faint golden glow. Countless tiny golden runes spread from Xu Fan's arm all the way to her entire body. The illusory ice phoenix in the air behind her was also tinged with a layer of dazzling gold. A surge of energy, a blend of ice and fire, extreme cold and intense heat, two completely opposite yet perfectly fused forces, rose into the sky. The raging lion, which was charging forward with a frenzy, suddenly narrowed its eyes, which were filled with rage. It sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the two people in front of it, an aura that made its very soul tremble. Its momentum involuntarily slowed down for a moment. Eagle eyes, high above, froze in mid-air, his hand gripping the dagger. The solemnity on his face was instantly replaced by an unprecedented and extreme horror. Soul resonance? This is impossible. He gasped in shock, his voice trembling. He actually witnessed that legendary state that only existed in the oldest books. In the canyon. Chu Fan and Su Qingxue slowly raised their heads. They looked at the fiery beast that was so close, without the slightest fear. They can clearly perceive each other's every thought and every flow of power. Their heartbeats, their breaths, their energy flow at this moment, they achieved perfect synchronization. The corners of their mouths curved into the exact same smile. Their eyes met, and in unison, they uttered a name that would shock the entire city of Donghai. Combination attack skill. A stark contrast of ice and fire. Chapter 14: The Divine Might of Ice and Fire, reaching the top in one battle. The moment the words "a world of ice and fire" were uttered in unison by Chu Fan and Su Qingxue, the entire canyon fell silent. Time seemed to have been slowed down. An indescribable, terrifying pressure swept outwards from the center of the two people's tightly clasped hands. That's not simply first order or second order. Those were two completely different forces that, through a profound rule, perfectly merged, resulting in a qualitative change. It was a crushing defeat. At this moment, the ice blue patterns on Chu Fan's body and the golden runes flowing on Su Qingxue's body shone brightly. The enormous phantom of the ice phoenix behind Su Qingxue let out a clear and melodious cry. This cry was no longer cold, but instead carried a touch of sacred majesty. The wings of the ice phoenix phantom suddenly spread open, and countless ice blue light spots intertwined with golden runes, transforming into a torrent that swept across the canyon and rushed towards the arrogant raging lion. This torrent was half ice and frost, and wherever it passed, the air froze and the rock walls were covered with frost. The other half, however, is a blazing golden flame, seemingly capable of purifying all things in the world. Ice and fire. Two extremely opposing energies, at this moment, are like the closest of partners, running parallel without conflict, together performing a symphony of destruction. Roar! For the first time, fear appeared in the raging lion's beastly eyes, which were usually filled with rage. It sensed the threat of death. Its internal energy was pushed to the limit, and it opened its mouth to spew out a deep red flame beam several times thicker than before, attempting to resist the icy golden torrent. However, it didn't work. There was no earth-shattering explosion at the moment of contact between the two. The deep red pillar of flame, like magma thrown into liquid nitrogen, froze inch by inch at a visible speed, and then, under the golden light, silently vanished into nothingness. A torrent of ice and gold, unstoppable. In an instant, it completely engulfed the massive body of the fiery lion. No! Wang Tang's distorted face, illuminated by the light of ice and fire, was filled with extreme horror and despair. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The near third-tier blazing lion's greatest trump card couldn't even withstand it for a second. Hiss hiss hiss. A piercing sound rang out. Under the onslaught of the icy torrent, the raging flames on the blazing lion's body were quickly extinguished, as if it had encountered its nemesis. Its swollen body was first covered with a thick layer of frost, and then, under the purification of the golden light, the frost, along with its flesh and blood, turned into specks of light and dissipated into the air. Just one breath. That majestic and imposing second-tier blazing lion was gone. Not a single hair was left. It's as if they never existed in this world. Puff! The violent aftershocks of energy, like an invisible giant hammer, slammed heavily into Wang Tung's chest. He was struck as if by lightning, spitting out blood, and flew backward like a tattered sack, crashing heavily into the canyon wall more than 10 meters away. He then slid softly to the ground, his head lolling to one side, and he completely lost consciousness. The canyon was deathly silent. The two remaining henchmen stood there dumbfounded, their bodies trembling like leaves. Their contracted beasts whimpered and lay on the ground, burying their heads in their front paws, not even having the courage to stand up. He died. The Wang family's fiery lion was instantly killed? Wang Tang, the eldest son of one of the 4 major families in Donghai City, lay there like a dead dog, seemingly dead or alive. What kind of sorcery is this? The two looked up at the couple still holding hands, their eyes filled with nothing but primal fear. On the high cliff face, Hawkeye, the bodyguard, froze completely. The muscles on his perpetually unchanging face were twitching uncontrollably. He stared intently down below, his Adam's apple bobbing wildly, but no sound came out. Soul Resonance. Combo attacks. Instant kill of a near third-tier opponent. What did he see? What exactly did he see? This is beyond his comprehension. He suddenly pulled out a special communicator, his hands trembling, and recorded the entire footage of the miraculous battle he had just witnessed, then pressed the send button. Recipient, head of the Su family. After doing all this, he felt all his strength drained away. He leaned against the cold rock wall, panting heavily. He knew what kind of uproar this video would cause in that behemoth of a family if it were sent back. That boy named Chu Fan. Hawkeye's gaze returned to the ground, his expression incredibly complex. He is no ordinary person. The future of the Su family may be altered because of him. In the canyon. As the combined attack ended, the terrifying pressure slowly dissipated. Chu Fan and Su Qingxue both felt a wave of weakness. The state of a soul resonance is also released. Su Qingxue's cheeks were pale with an unnatural flush. She felt as if her mental energy had been drained, her body was weak, and she could hardly stand. But she did not let go of Chu Fan's hand. That hand was still warm, giving her a constant source of strength. The two consciousnesses broke free from that inseparable, merged state. Su Qingxue suddenly realized that just now, all her secrets and her past had been seen through by the other party. And she saw him too. Those bizarre and fantastical scenes, seemingly not belonging to this world. A strong sense of shame mixed with an unprecedented feeling of relief left her mind in a state of chaos. Chu Fan also sensed her emotional fluctuations. He didn't say anything, but instead gripped her hand even tighter. Then, he led her step by step to Wang Tong, who had fainted. The two henchmen were so terrified that they knelt down with a thud. No. Don't kill us. We were forced into this by Wang Tong. Master Chu, spare me. Goddess Su, spare me. Chu Fan didn't even glance at them. He crouched down and began to grope Wang Tang's body. Soon, he unceremoniously pocketed a jade bottle filled with pills, a heavy money bag, and an exquisitely crafted storage bracelet. After doing all this, he went to a few more unfortunate men he had knocked unconscious or seriously injured, and did the same thing. Looting, professional and efficient. Su Qingxue just watched him quietly. She didn't stop him, nor did she think there was anything wrong with what he did. This world is inherently a dog-eat-dog world. If you're not ruthless enough, you'll be the one who dies. After Chu Fan had collected all the spoils of war, he stood up and looked at the two followers kneeling on the ground. Roll. A single word, like heavenly music. The two men, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, scrambled to their companion, lifted the unconscious Wang Tong, and fled the canyon that they would never forget. Chu Fan then led Su Qingxue out of the canyon. Meanwhile, outside the Azurewood secret realm. In the command center of Donghai No. 3 Middle School, all the teachers were gathered around a huge light screen. On the light screen is the real-time leaderboard for this secret realm trial. At this moment, Wang Tong's team is in first place, with a significant lead in points. It seems that this time, the first place will definitely belong to Wang Tang. The second-tier Blazing Lion has a huge advantage in this trial. What happened to Chu Fan and Su Qingxue? How did they drop out of the top 20? He's probably hiding. After all, he only has one contracted beast, and it's humanoid. It's good enough that he's alive. The teachers were discussing it animatedly. Just then, the leaderboard on the screen flickered violently without warning. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. The Chu Fan Su Qingxue team, which was originally ranked in the 20s, began to see their points skyrocket at an unbelievable speed. 10,000. 50,000. 100,000. 200,000. Their ranking skyrocketed, like a rocket. 20th place. 10th place. 5th place. 3rd place. Finally, to everyone's stunned disbelief, their names surpassed Wang Tang's, reaching the top with an overwhelming and terrifying number. First place, Chu Fan Su Qingxue, points, 358,000. Second place, Wang Tang's team, points, 125,000. The entire command center was deathly silent. All the teachers stared wide-eyed, their eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. I didn't see wrong, did I? A young teacher rubbed his eyes, his voice trembling. 350,000? They slaughtered all the second-tier demonic beasts in the secret realm? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The Su family's council hall. The atmosphere was so heavy it seemed like it could drip water. Su Zhan, the head of the Su family, and several powerful family elders were sitting around a huge round table. A holographic projection in the center of the hall is playing a video on repeat. It was Hawkeye who transmitted the entire process of Chu Fan and Su Qingxue joining forces to instantly kill the blazing lion. Again and again. No one spoke. Every elder's face was filled with undisguised shock. A long time. Su Zhansai spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. Tell me your thoughts. Soul resonance. I've only seen related records in the oldest secret scrolls of my family. A white-haired elder sighed. It is said that only contractors whose soul compatibility is perfect and whose hearts are in sync have a 1 in 10,000 chance of triggering it. The power of that combined attack has already exceeded the scope of the second tier. Qingxue and that boy, working together, are enough to threaten a powerhouse who has just entered the third tier, another elder said in a deep voice, his eyes flashing with shrewdness. The most crucial element is not the combined attack technique. Su Zhan's gaze was fixed on the boy in the video who remained completely calm from beginning to end. It's this boy named Chu Fan. From the start of the battle, to Wang Tang's ambush, and finally the counterattack, did you see his expression change even slightly? His composure, his calculations, his control over the battle, have reached an almost monstrous level. Hawkeye said that before Wang Tang set up the ambush, they also hunted down a peak second-tier armored rhinoceros. Throughout the entire process, Chu Fan was in charge, and Qingxue was completely unharmed. Hiss. A collective gasp filled the hall. This boy, Su Zhan's fingers tapped lightly on the table, is no ordinary person. Master, what do you mean? The previous contract termination agreement is null and void. Su Zhan's tone left no room for argument. Not only must we not offend him, we must also win him over. The issue of Qingxue's bloodline may truly fall on this boy. Deep within the secret realm, beside a secluded pool, Chu Fan helped Su Qingxue sit on a clean rock. He took out the materials he had obtained from hunting the armored rhinoceros, as well as several medicinal herbs he had plundered from Wang Tang. God-level analysis, system startup. Ding. Materials detected: ironclad rhinoceros horn, starlight grass, blood-clotting flower. Starting to optimize the pill formula. Optimal solution: refine the pulse-strengthening star radiance pill. Effects: stabilizes the Ice Phoenix bloodline, repairs meridian damage, and increases the purity of source energy. Without hesitation, Chu Fan channeled his inner energy into his palm, enveloping the medicinal herbs. With the system's precise guidance, he began the refining process in the simplest, most direct, yet most effective way. Su Qingxue, standing to the side, looked at him curiously. Under the influence of the energy in his palm, the medicinal herbs rapidly melted and purified, then slowly fused together according to some mysterious law. It only took a few minutes in total. A pill, entirely silvery white and radiating starlight, appeared in Chu Fan's palm. A refreshing medicinal fragrance filled the air. Eat it. Chu Fan handed the pill to Su Qingxue. This is Su Qingxue looked at the perfectly shaped pill, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. He can also refine pills? Moreover, it involves refining pills with bare hands. How many secrets is this man hiding? It can temporarily stabilize your bloodline and is also beneficial to your injuries, Chu Fan explained. Su Qingxue looked at him, then at the pill, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She reached out her slightly trembling hand and accepted the pill. This time, she did not refuse. She put the pill into her mouth, and it melted instantly, turning into a warm torrent that flowed into her limbs and bones. She could clearly feel that the restless Ice Phoenix bloodline within her body was gradually calming down under the soothing effect of the medicine. The internal injuries sustained in the previous battle are also healing rapidly. My whole body felt warm and comfortable. This was a feeling she had never experienced in over a decade. Su Qingxue slowly opened her eyes and looked at the boy beside her who had changed her destiny. The moonlight in the canyon filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows on his face. It's a very ordinary face. But in Su Qingxue's eyes, it made her feel at ease like never before. Her lips moved slightly. In the end, it turned into two extremely light, yet incredibly clear words. Thanks. Chu Fan smiled. He knew that from this moment on, the iceberg had truly begun to melt for him. The first volume, the biggest achievement, has been accomplished. Chapter 15: The Goddess's Possessiveness? The trial in the Azurewood secret realm has ended. When Chu Fan and Su Qingxue reappeared at the entrance of Donghai No. 3 Middle School, Everything has changed. It was early morning, the peak time for students to arrive at school. At first, no one noticed them. Until a sharp-eyed student suddenly stopped, rubbed his eyes, pointed at Chu Fan, and let out a scream as if he had seen a ghost. Look! It's Chu Fan! That good-for-nothing Chu who made a contract with school beauty Su. Next to him, it really is the goddess Su Qingxue. They made it out alive? Wasn't it said that young Master Wang Tang had set up a trap in the secret realm? One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Swish! 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 In an instant, hundreds and thousands of gazes, like searchlights, focused on the two of them. Astonishment, doubt, disdain, and schadenfreude. All sorts of gazes intertwined to form an invisible net. Chu Fan was already used to this kind of gaze. He appeared calm, as if he were simply walking down an empty street. But Su Qingxue wasn't used to it. She was especially unaccustomed to being surrounded by so many people with Chu Fan. Her already cold face grew even colder, and her brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Just then, the huge electronic light screen in the school's central square suddenly lit up. The bold red text filled the entire screen. Announcement regarding the final results of the senior high school graduation trial. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. The crowd fell silent instantly. Everyone craned their necks, waiting for the final verdict. The text on the light screen began to scroll. After comprehensive evaluation, the ranking of this trial results is as follows. Third place, Zhao Wu's team, points, 112,000. Second place, Wang Tang's team, points, 125,000. When they saw that Wang Tang's name was only ranked second, a suppressed gasp rippled through the crowd. Who is Wang Tang? The eldest son of the Wang family. A top genius who has formed a contract with an A+ grade explosive flame lion. The undisputed favorite to win this trial. He only got second place? Who is number one? Everyone's heart was in their throat. The text on the light screen paused for a moment. Then, a name outlined in gold and magnified several times appeared at the very top of the screen like a king descending. First place, Chu Fan Su Qingxue, points, 358,000. 358,000. This number, like a heavy nuclear bomb, exploded on the campus of Donghai No. 3 Middle School. Dead silence. A deathly silence that lasted for several seconds. Immediately following was a thunderous roar that pierced the sky. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? First place, is it Chu Fan? 358,000? How the hell is that possible? That's more than the second and third place winners combined. This can't be real. Is there a bug in the system? A useless guy in a humanoid contract, what makes them so special? Wait a minute. Look! Isn't that Chu Fan, the one who came in first place? Someone shouted again. All eyes immediately shifted from the light screen back to the convoy at the school gate. This time, his eyes had completely changed. The disdain and ridicule disappeared. Instead, there was extreme shock, horror, and incomprehensible fervor. The crowd automatically parted to make way for them. It was as if the subjects were welcoming their king. Holding Su Qingxue's hand, Chu Fan walked step by step toward the teaching building under the watchful eyes of countless people. His pace was neither hurried nor slow. Su Qingxue was led by him, feeling the warmth of his palm, and then looked at the crazy eyes around her. Her mind was a little confused. For the first time, she did not feel ashamed or annoyed at being touched by him in public. Instead, I felt a strange sense of peace. Stop! A loud shout broke the eerie atmosphere. A burly, imposing man with a buzz cut, accompanied by several followers, blocked their path. Zhang Mang is the sports committee member of Class 1, Grade 12. A third-tier martial arts apprentice, whose contracted beast is a second-tier, earth-splitting warbear. He is also a prominent figure at the school. Chu Fan. Zhang Mang stared intently at Chu Fan, his eyes filled with fighting spirit and defiance. I don't believe it. I don't believe you can get first place. I challenge you. Now, right now. Do you dare to accept? This challenge reignited the crowd's enthusiasm. Here he comes. Zhang Mang, ranked 10th on the senior year power ranking. This is going to be good. Zhang Mang is a battle maniac. Chu Fan stopped, but hadn't said anything yet. Su Qingxue, who was beside him, coldly raised her eyes. A chilling aura emanated from her. You dare to challenge me? 3 words, chillingly cold. Zhang Mang's burly body suddenly stiffened. He felt as if he were being watched by an ancient ferocious beast, and the hairs on the back of his head instantly stood on end. He then remembered who was standing next to Chu Fan. It's Su Qingxue. That ice goddess who, despite being bound by a contract, possesses an S-rank talent. Zhang Mang's face turned a deep purplish red. He wanted to say something harsh, but under Su Qingxue's icy gaze, he couldn't utter a single word. Chu Fan smiled. He patted Su Qingxue's hand, signaling her to calm down. Then, he looked at Zhang Mang and said calmly, "Want to challenge me?" "Sure. Go and queue up." After saying that, he ignored Zhang Mang, who was frozen in place, and took Su Qingxue's hand, walking straight past him. The crowd automatically separated again. Zhang Mang's henchmen didn't dare to breathe loudly. Watching Chu Fan's departing figure, Zhang Mang clenched and unclenched his fists, finally letting out a low growl of resentment. He knew he didn't even have the right to be taken seriously. From Chu good-for-nothing to Chu God who can't be bothered with Zhang Mang. It only took the time of one secret realm trial. On the way to the classroom, Chu Fan became the moving eye of the storm. Wherever you go, there is a deathly silence, followed by whispers. "That's Chu Fan? He looks quite ordinary." Ordinary? Didn't you see that Zhang Mang didn't dare to utter a single fart in front of him? I heard he defeated Wang Tang's blazing lion in one move. Is that true? Chu Fan ignored these comments. Suddenly, a petite figure, blushing, squeezed out of the crowd, quickly stuffed a pink envelope into Chu Fan's hand, and ran away without looking back. The air seemed to freeze. It was a love letter. Chu Fan hadn't even had time to react. He felt the little hand he was holding suddenly tighten. A bone-chilling coldness seeped into his bones from his palm. He turned his head and saw Su Qingxue's expressionless face. However, through the contractual link between the two, he clearly sensed a surging emotion. That was displeasure? Is it anger? As your master, I command you to throw it away. Su Qingxue's icy voice rang directly in Chu Fan's mind. Chu Fan raised an eyebrow. He waved the love letter in his hand and deliberately replied with his mental power. "Oh? Are you jealous? You? Nonsense." Su Qingxue's voice betrayed a hint of panic. "I just feel that these things will affect your cultivation. You're too weak right now. You must become stronger as soon as possible to better stabilize my bloodline." What a high-sounding reason. Chu Fan chuckled inwardly. He stopped teasing her and, in front of everyone, casually tossed the pink envelope, which embodied the girl's courage, into the nearby trash can. The movements were swift and decisive. The girl, who had just run a short distance, stopped abruptly, her body trembled violently, and she let out a suppressed sob. An uproar erupted around them. Holy crap! Ruthless. That's too cruel. Throwing a love letter at someone's face. With the goddess right there, would he dare to accept it? Chu Fan could clearly feel that most of the chill emanating from the iceberg beside him had dissipated. He even sensed a hint of pleasure. It seems that this iceberg is not only beginning to melt, but is also starting to develop a sense of territory. This is a good sign. Finally, the two returned to the classroom. The once noisy classroom fell completely silent the moment they stepped in. All the students looked at Chu Fan as if he were a prehistoric creature. Chu Fan ignored them and walked straight back to his seat. Then, he froze. On his desk, a clear crystal bottle sat quietly. Inside the bottle was a silver-white pill that emitted a faint starlight. Solidifying pulse star radiance pill. It was the very pill he had refined for Su Qingxue in the secret realm yesterday. Next to the pill, there was also a small note. The note contained 2 lines of delicate, yet somewhat aloof, handwriting. The cost of purifying that poisonous pill from before. This one is for you. Chapter 16, The Iceberg's Feeding, the Su family's murderous intent. The classroom was deathly quiet. Chu Fan looked at the pill on the desk that shimmered with starlight, then looked up at the aloof figure in front of him who was pretending to be reading a book. Su Qingxue sat upright, as straight as a pine tree. But through the increasingly clear contract link, Chu Fan could sense her tense body and a hint of anticipation hidden beneath her cold exterior. The cost of purifying that poisonous pill from before. This one is for you. The handwriting on the note was cool and aloof, yet carried a hint of clumsy arrogance. She was even unwilling to admit that this was her way of repaying him. Chu Fan smiled. Under the gazes of his classmates, a mixture of awe, envy, and curiosity, he picked up the solidifying Star Radiance pill, and without even looking at it, threw it directly into his mouth. The elixir melts instantly upon entering the mouth. A warm current, as smooth as jade yet carrying the dazzling power of stars, suddenly exploded throughout his body. This power is far purer and more powerful than the source power he cultivated himself. Ding! Detected that the host has consumed the high-quality elixir strengthening pulse Star Radiance pill. Drug efficacy analysis in progress. Optimized absorption scheme generated. Drug absorption efficiency increased to 300%. Congratulations, host. Your source power cultivation has increased. You have reached the early stage of the second-tier martial apprentice. Congratulations, host. Your physical strength has received a slight increase. Warning. Due to the host's increased strength, the life link with the contract target Su Qingxue is being strengthened, and the contract depth is increasing. Boom! Chu Fan felt a sudden jolt in his mental world. The invisible link between him and Su Qingxue seemed to have transformed from a fragile thread into a strong steel cable. He could perceive her more clearly now. It's not just about pain and the loss of vitality. He could even sense that at this moment, the restless Ice Phoenix bloodline within her body was soothed by an invisible force and became more stable the instant his strength increased. He could also sense the slightest fluctuation in her emotions. Nervous. I breathed a sigh of relief. There was also a hint of pleasure? Chu Fan's lips curled up slightly. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the crowd, and his eyes met Su Qingxue's cool, clear gaze as she turned to look at him. Their eyes met. Su Qingxue's cheeks seemed a little redder than before. She quickly turned her head away, leaving Chu Fan with a cold back of her head, but her slightly trembling earlobe betrayed her inner turmoil. Holy crap! He ate it. He really ate it. That must be the pill that School Beauty Su gave him, right? My god, what kind of heavenly treatment is this? What level of pill do you think that is? Chu Fan's aura seems to have gotten stronger. Nonsense. How could something given by the goddess herself be ordinary? The deathly silence in the classroom was broken, and whispers rose up like a tide. The eyes that looked at Chu Fan were filled with envy that seemed to bleed. From a notorious loser in the whole school to a genius admired by all. From a despised parasite to being actively fed by the Ice Queen. Chu Fan only took one day. This day felt like an eternity to everyone in Donghai number 3. The school bell rang. Chu Fan leisurely packed his school bag, already immune to the overt and covert prying eyes around him. Just as he was about to get up and leave, a cool, aloof figure stood beside his desk. It is Su Qingxue. The classroom fell silent once again. Everyone held their breath and pricked up their ears. Su Qingxue looked down at him, her beautiful face still bearing that cold expression that kept people at a distance. You're too weak. She spoke, her voice not loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire classroom. Your weakness has begun to affect the stability of my bloodline. I can't let a piece of trash like you hold me back. She paused, seemingly unsure of her choice of words, but ultimately spoke in a commanding tone. 7 p.m. tonight, in the school's A-level training room. I'm waiting for you. After saying that, she didn't look at Chu Fan again, picked up her school bag, and walked straight out of the classroom amidst everyone's stunned gazes. The entire classroom erupted. Holy crap! Holy crap! What did I just hear? School Beauty Su took the initiative to invite Chu Fan to the training room? The reason is still I can't let you hold me back? That's the most refreshing and unconventional date excuse I've ever heard. Wah, my goddess. She has feelings for him. Chu Fan listened to the wailing and howling around him and shook his head helplessly. He certainly understood the subtext of Su Qingxue's words. What's holding you back? What's affecting your blood circulation? He's just an iceberg. She wants to drag him into dual cultivation but can't bring herself to do it, so it's just a lame excuse. It seems that the soul resonance she experienced in the secret realm has made her completely addicted to it. Chu Fan smiled, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and walked out of the classroom. At the same time, Donghai City, Su Family Manor. A vast, heavily guarded complex of buildings. The atmosphere in the central council hall was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. The cold marble floor gleamed like a mirror. Hanging on the wall are portraits of powerful figures from the Su family throughout history, each one radiating immense pressure. 7 or 8 people were sitting in front of a huge round table made of rosewood. Leading the group was Su Jun, the current head of the Su family. A middle-aged man with a refined appearance, slightly graying temples, but eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Beside him were several family elders whose auras were unfathomable. Opposite them stood several younger members of the Su family, each with an agitated expression and indignant faces. In the center of the hall, a holographic projection was silently playing a video on a loop, over and over again. The scene shows Chu Fan and Su Qingxue triggering soul resonance in the canyon, unleashing their combined attack, Ice and Fire Dual Heaven, instantly killing the berserk exploding flame lion. The divine might of ice and fire intertwined, the terrifying power that crushed everything, even through the screen, made the young people present feel a chill. Patriarch. Elders. A handsome young man with a gloomy look in his eyes finally couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward, his voice sharp with excitement. He is Su Qingxue's cousin, Su Tian. He is also one of the best among the younger generation of the Su family. You've all seen it. This peasant named Chu Fan, he has completely taken control of Qingxue. Soul resonance? This is clearly an evil technique. This brat used despicable means to steal Qingxue's Ice Phoenix bloodline power. Qingxue is the most precious jewel of our Su family. Her bloodline is so noble. How could she be so defiled by a good-for-nothing of unknown origin? This is an utter disgrace to our Su family. Su Tian's words immediately resonated with the other young people. That's right. Brother Tian is right. Master, we can't wait any longer. We must act immediately and at all costs to break their contract. He's just a piece of trash. We'll send someone to take care of him. No one will know, and no one will be able to trace it back to the Su family. A hot-tempered young man even made a throat-slitting gesture, his eyes filled with murderous intent. In their eyes, Chu Fan was just a lucky parasite who latched onto Su Qingxue, a stain on the family's honor. This stain must be removed. Several elders sat around the round table, their faces ashen, and remained silent. Their gazes were all focused on Su Zhan, the patriarch who had remained silent throughout the entire ordeal, sitting in the main seat. Su Zhan did not look at the excited young people. His eyes remained fixed on the unnaturally calm boy in the projection. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the surface of the rosewood table. Thump. 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 Each strike felt like a blow to everyone's heart. The council chamber gradually quieted down. Only the heavy breathing of Su Tian and the others could be heard. A long time. Su Zhan finally spoke, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. Evil magic? Control? He slowly raised his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping over Su Tian, causing the latter to involuntarily shiver. Su Tian, you are also a peak second-tier martial artist. Tell me, what kind of evil technique can perfectly synchronize the mental power of two people and perfectly fuse two completely opposite source forces? Su Tian was speechless. What kind of parasite could remain calm enough to direct Qingxue to a counterattack while being surrounded by 6 people? What kind of trash can see through the weakness of an A+ grade contracted beast at a glance, and even refine the solidifying pulse star radiance pill with his bare hands, a skill that even the family's alchemists find troublesome? With each question Su Zhan asked, his voice grew louder. Su Tian's face also paled slightly. Finally, Su Zhan stood up, walked to the projector, and pointed to Chu Fan's calm face on the screen. You only see the shame, you only see a so-called useless person, but what I see is an unfathomable variable. A huge variable that can stabilize Qingxue's bloodline and create a miracle like soul resonance. Compared to Qingxue's bloodline issue, compared to the future of the family, what does a little bit of face matter? His voice echoed in the hall, resounding and powerful. All the young people lowered their heads and dared not speak again. The anger in their eyes turned into resentment and jealousy. Su Zhan stood with his hands behind his back, silent for a moment, seemingly making a major decision. Finally, he turned around and gave instructions to the butler who had been standing silently outside the door. Uncle Fu. This old servant is here. The old steward bowed. Prepare a generous gift and draft an invitation. Su Zhan's gaze was as deep as the sea. I want to see him in person. Night fell. Chu Fan had just finished his special training with Su Qingxue in the A-level training room. The results were astonishing. In the dual cultivation state, his cultivation level has been completely stabilized at the early stage of the second tier, and is steadily advancing towards the middle stage. As for Su Qingxue, she also gained tremendous benefits from his increased strength, and the Ice Phoenix bloodline within her became more docile than ever before. The two walked side by side on a quiet campus path. The streetlights cast long shadows of them. No one spoke, but the atmosphere was no longer as cold and awkward as before. A wonderful tacit understanding flowed between the two. As Chu Fan approached the school gate, he suddenly stopped. He saw a black luxury car, exactly the same as the one he had seen before, parked quietly under the huge sycamore tree at the school gate. Beside the car stood a familiar figure. Uncle Fu, the butler of the Su family. He was still wearing that impeccably tailcoat, and his face was still expressionless. But this time, Chu Fan keenly noticed that the other person's posture had changed. Last time, he stood ramrod straight, chin slightly raised, with a condescending air of scrutiny. This time, his back was slightly hunched, and his hands were folded in front of him, a standard posture of waiting for orders. Seeing Chu Fan and Su Qingxue approaching, the old butler quickly came to greet them. Mississippi. He first bowed respectfully to Su Qingxue. Then, he turned to Chu Fan, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace onto his stern face, and bowed slightly. Mr. Chu. The address Mr. Chu made Su Qingxue, who was standing next to him, raise her eyebrows in surprise. The head of the family wishes to see you. As the old butler spoke, he handed over a beautifully crafted black invitation with both hands. The cover of the invitation is embroidered with a soaring phoenix totem in silver thread. Chapter 17 Father-in-law arrives, 3 moves decide life or death. A black luxury car drove through the night of Donghai City. Inside the car, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Chu Fan leaned back in the soft leather seat, closed his eyes to rest, as if he were just going to an ordinary dinner party. But his mind was more focused than ever before. The driver was still Uncle Fu, the Su family's butler. This time, however, the old butler no longer displayed the arrogance and scrutiny he had shown before. He secretly observed the boy in the back seat through the rearview mirror, his eyes filled with awe and a hint of fear. The head of the family wants to see him in person. This news was like a magnitude 8 earthquake within the Su family. Su Jun, the head of the Su family. That man who stands at the top of the pyramid in Donghai City, whose stomp can make the entire city tremble. He actually wanted to meet an unknown high school student in person. This in itself is an absurd thing. Mr. Chu. Uncle Fu's voice broke the silence, carrying a hint of respectful dryness. We've arrived. The car slowly came to a stop in the rooftop parking lot of a skyscraper. This is Yunding Tianga, the most exclusive private club in Donghai City, a property owned by the Su family. Those who have a place here are all true powerful and influential people in Donghai City. But tonight, the entire cloud-top pavilion was cleared out. Just to welcome one person. Chu Fan followed Uncle Fu through a luxurious, deserted corridor. At the end of the corridor is a huge floor-to-ceiling window. A figure stands quietly by the window, hands behind their back. He was dressed in a simple training uniform, his posture was as upright as a pine tree, and his temples were slightly gray. It was just a silhouette, yet it seemed to be the center of this world, embracing the night of the entire city. The moment Chu Fan saw that figure from behind, the system's alarm went off in his mind. Warning! Extremely dangerous target detected. Attempting to parse. Analysis failed. The target energy level far exceeds the system's current detectable limit. Target? Strength? Bloodline? Danger level, fatal. A series of question marks and the bright red word fatal made Chu Fan's heart clench. This is the first time since he activated the system that he has encountered something that even the system cannot analyze. This man is ridiculously strong. You've arrived. The figure slowly turned around. He didn't release any aura, but Chu Fan felt the surrounding air instantly become as viscous as mercury. He had a refined face, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle soaring in the sky. He is Su Qingxue's father. Su Jun, the helmsman of the Su family. Su Jun's gaze fell on Chu Fan, calm yet seemingly able to pierce through his soul. You are Chu Fan. He used a declarative sentence, not an interrogative sentence. It's me. Chu Fan nodded, meeting his gaze with neither arrogance nor servility. I've seen that video. Su Jun's tone was flat, revealing neither joy nor anger. Soul resonance, combined ice and fire attack, a very interesting technique. He said interesting, but there was not a trace of appreciation in his eyes. Instead, there was a scrutinizing look. But in my opinion, it was more of a matter of luck. It's the luck that Qingxue's S-rank bloodline bestowed upon you, and it's also the luck that you happen to possess a certain quality that resonates with her bloodline. Su Jun slowly walked towards Chu Fan, step by step. Every step felt like stepping on Chu Fan's heartbeat. The invisible pressure grew heavier and heavier, almost making Chu Fan's bones groan. Our Su family doesn't need a son-in-law who relies solely on luck. Xing Xue's future, and the Su family's future, cannot be gambled on a vague and uncertain luck. His voice remained calm. Therefore, I need you to prove your worth to me. Prove that you are not just a stabilizer of Xing Xue's bloodline, nor just a lucky parasite. Prove that you are qualified to stand by her side. Su Zhen stopped in front of Chu Fan, no more than 3 steps away. He was half a head taller than Chu Fan, looking down at him. I'll give you a chance. Take 3 of my moves. If you survive within 3 moves, and if you are still standing, I will temporarily acknowledge that you are qualified. The moment the words fell, an incredibly terrifying aura erupted from Su Zhan's body. That wasn't a deliberate display of pressure, but rather a natural expression of his level of life. The entire cloud-top pavilion seemed to shake. Uncle Fu turned pale and staggered backward, almost kneeling on the ground. Chu Fan was the first to be hit, feeling as if he had become a small boat in the middle of a raging wave, and could be crushed into powder at any moment. His face turned pale instantly. But he still stood ramrod straight. His feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, and he didn't take a single step back. Warning! Host's vital signs are rapidly declining. God-level analysis system activated. Analyzing the opponent's energy field structure. Analysis in progress. 1%. 2%. Chu Fan gritted his teeth, his source energy surging wildly within him as he resisted the overwhelming force that threatened to crush him. Oh! For the first time, a hint of surprise appeared in Su Zhan's eyes. He never expected that a mere second-tier martial apprentice could stand so steadily under his aura. Although his face was pale and his body was trembling. But those eyes remained bright, without the slightest fear or hesitation. That's interesting. Su Zhan slowly withdrew his imposing aura. The surrounding air resumed its flow. Chu Fan was panting heavily, his back was already soaked with cold sweat. His mere presence almost broke him. Is this the power of the giants in Donghai City? What, you don't dare? Su Zhan looked at him, a faint smile curving his lips. Chu Fan raised his head, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled. Why wouldn't I dare? Please enlighten me, Uncle Su. His voice was slightly hoarse from panting, but his tone was unwavering. The surprise in Su Zhan's eyes turned into admiration. To remain so calm in the face of a life-or-death situation. This mindset surpasses that of 99% of the young people in Donghai City. Good. Su Zhan gave a thumbs up, took a few steps back, and increased the distance between them. I don't use source power, I only use 30% of my physical strength. You are ready. He slowly raised his right hand. Just then. Don't want. A clear, cold cry, filled with urgency and panic, came from the entrance of the corridor. Su Qingxue's figure appeared there. Her pretty face turned deathly pale, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety. She chased after the car all the way here, but she was still too late. She knew all too well her father's power. Let alone 30% of his physical strength, even 10% would be enough to beat Chu Fan to death in his current state. Father! Stop! Su Qingxue rushed over quickly, trying to block Chu Fan. However, Su Zhan only glanced at her indifferently. Just a glance. Su Qingxue felt as if she were being suppressed by an invisible mountain, her body frozen in place, unable to move. She could only watch helplessly as her father raised his hand towards Chu Fan. This is a matter between men. Su Zhan's voice was cold and authoritative, devoid of any emotion. You, stand still and watch. Look at the man you chose, is he a dragon or a worm? Chapter 18 3 Moves to determine life or death. Is the dragon a worm? This is a matter between men. Su Zhan's voice was cold and authoritative, devoid of any emotion. You, stand still and watch. Look at the man you chose, is he a dragon or a worm? Before he could finish speaking, Su Zhan didn't even give Chu Fan any time to prepare. He raised his right hand, fingers spread, and gently clenched it in Chu Fan's direction. It was not a physical attack. It is a more terrifying and incomprehensible force. Boom! Chu Fan felt as if the space around him was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The air was instantly sucked out. He felt as if he had been thrown into the deep sea, and the pressure coming from all directions was about to crush his bones inch by inch. Chu Fan groaned, his eyes instantly becoming bloodshot, his knees buckling, and he almost knelt down on the spot. Warning! The host is experiencing extreme pressure from an extremely high-intensity energy field. Vital signs are rapidly declining. Emergency analysis is being initiated. Energy field structure analysis in progress. 2%. 5%. 11%. Weak point in the energy field detected. Directly in front, 7 inches to the left, at the edge of the airflow vortex. The system notification sounds were flashing wildly in my mind. Chu Fan clenched his teeth so tightly that blood seeped from his gums. He can't kneel. If he kneels down, it will not only be a disgrace to himself, but also to Su Qingxue for the rest of her life. Under Su Zhan's gaze, which seemed to look down upon them like a god. In Su Qingxue's anxious and heartbroken eyes. Under Fauci's horrified gaze. Chu Fan used all his strength, mobilizing all the source power in his body that had just broken through to the second level, not to resist it head-on, but to take a step forward. It's that 7-inch distance. He took this step unsteadily, as if he might fall to the ground at any moment. To outsiders, it looked like a last-ditch struggle in despair. But only Chu Fan himself knew. The moment his toes touched that spot, the terrifying pressure that had almost crushed him suddenly eased. He was like a drowning person who found a tiny gap where he could breathe. Although the pressure remains immense, but... He stopped. He swayed unsteadily, his face as pale as paper, his body trembling like a leaf falling in the autumn wind. But he stood there, perfectly still. On the entire top floor of the cloud-top pavilion, you could hear a pin drop. Time seemed to stand still. Su Qingxue instinctively covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes, but she couldn't let them fall. Uncle Fu's mouth was wide open, big enough to fit an egg. What did he see? A second-tier martial apprentice actually, stood still under the aura of the patriarch's first move, mountain and sea? That's impossible. A fleeting look of surprise crossed Su Zhan's eyes. He slowly released his grip. The suffocating pressure receded like a tide. Chu Fan was panting heavily, his clothes instantly soaked with sweat as if he had just been pulled out of the water. He felt as if his internal organs had shifted. With just the first move, he almost exhausted all his strength. Good. Su Zhan's voice rang out again, calm, yet it made Uncle Fu's heart skip a beat. The patriarch actually praised someone. To be able to stand firm under 30% of my aura, your willpower is not bad. However, willpower alone is not enough. Here comes the second move. The words had barely left his mouth when Su Zhan was still standing there. But Chu Fan's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. Warning. Fatal attack detected. Attack trajectory locked, center of the heart. Attack speed exceeds the host's neural reaction limit. Unavoidable. Calculating the optimal avoidance strategy. Solution generated, step back to the right rear, lean your body 45 degrees to the left, and simultaneously strike your right chest with your left hand to use the force to deflect the impact. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Chu Fan didn't even have time to think his body had already completely obeyed the system's instructions. He stumbled and fell awkwardly to the right and backward. At the same time, he strangely patted his right chest with his left hand. Puff! A soft sound, like clothes being pierced, rang out. An invisible gust of wind grazed the edge of Chu Fan's heart and shot into the luxurious carpet behind him. No sound was made. The carpet in that spot, along with the hard alloy floor beneath it, had silently developed a tiny, bottomless hole. Chu Fan fell to the ground, rolled twice, knelt on one knee, and coughed violently. He looked down. There was a small hole in the left side of my shirt. A bloodstain appeared on the skin. It hurts like fire. Almost there. It was so close. If it weren't for the system's solution at the last minute, he would already be a corpse. Father. When Su Qingxue saw the bloodstains on Chu Fan's chest, she could no longer hold back and let out a mournful cry. The Ice Phoenix bloodline within her surged wildly, attempting to break free from Su Zhan's restraints. However, it didn't work. Su Zhan simply stood there, without even turning around to look at her. You dodged it? Su Zhan looked at Chu Fan, who was kneeling on one knee in a disheveled state, and finally a hint of genuine surprise appeared in his voice. Is my luck really that good? In his view, Chu Fan's move just now was a complete fluke, a coincidence born of panic and desperation. How could he possibly know that the real killing move of his heart-shattering finger was a spiraling, hidden force that came afterward? Chu Fan's strange slap disrupted the trajectory of the hidden force, which saved his life. Chu Fan did not answer. He supported himself on his knees, swaying slightly, and stood up once again. His face was even paler than before, and his lips had lost all color. But his eyes were frighteningly bright. There was no fear, no retreat. There was only boiling fighting spirit and a kind of excitement. He looked at Sujan, grinned, and revealed a set of teeth stained with blood. "Uncle Su, there's one last move." "Madman." This was Fu Bo's only thought at that moment. "This boy is an absolute madman." He was still laughing. Sujan looked at Chu Fan's smile and fell silent. He has lived for so many years and has seen countless geniuses and madmen. But I have never seen a young person smile so calmly and so purely in front of me, on the verge of life and death. "Good." For the first time, Sujan's expression became serious. "Since you are determined to die, I will grant your wish. I won't hold back this time." He slowly raised his right index finger. This time, he no longer concealed his power. An aura that transcended energy and momentum, and was even more profound and terrifying, began to gather at his fingertips. The surrounding light seemed to dim. The entire space seemed to be collapsing towards that one finger. "Warning! Warning! Power of laws detected. The target is manipulating the world's fundamental rules. This attack is unanalyzable, undefendable, unavoidable. Host survival probability, 0%. The bright red 0% was pulsating wildly in front of Chu Fan's eyes. The shadow of death is thicker than ever before. Chu Fan's breathing stopped. He knew this was the real game changer. You can't dodge it, and you can't stop it. He will die. No. I can't die. A powerful sense of resentment roared from the depths of Chu Fan's soul. He still has so much to do. He hasn't reached the pinnacle of this world yet. He hasn't figured out the secret of the contract yet. He hasn't truly melted that iceberg for him yet. In a flash, Chu Fan made a crazy decision. He closed his eyes, his mental energy more focused than ever before, and suddenly probed the deepest contract link connected to Su Qingshui. Activate contract resonance. Request power sharing. Target, Su Qingshui, S-rank Ice Phoenix bloodline. Almost the instant the thought arose in his mind. Su Qingshui, who was imprisoned in place by Su Zhan, suddenly shuddered. She felt a calling from the depths of her soul. It's Chu Fan. He was asking her for help. Without any hesitation, Su Qingshui let down all her defenses and poured all her spiritual and bloodline power into the contract link without reservation. Boom! A chilling, pale aura, seemingly capable of freezing the soul, suddenly erupted from Su Qingshui's body, instantly breaking through Su Zhan's restraints. This power did not attack anyone, but instead, like a pale white lightning bolt, it crossed space and poured into Chu Fan's body. Ugh! Chu Fan let out a painful roar. In an instant, a thick layer of frost formed on his hair and eyebrows. His body felt as if it were about to burst from this domineering and incomparably cold aura. But he couldn't care less. Su Zhan's third move has arrived. He simply pointed his finger at Chu Fan and gently touched it down. There was no sound, no light or shadow. But Chu Fan knew that he had been targeted. That was an erasure from the level of world rules. Give me. Condensate. Chu Fan's eyes were bloodshot. He used his last bit of strength to frantically squeeze out the violent, cold energy that did not belong to him from his body. He clasped his hands together in front of his chest. Click. Click. A thin, cracked, pale white ice shield, as if it would shatter at any moment, appeared out of thin air in front of him. On the ice shield, the faint silhouette of a phoenix could be seen, noble yet poignant. It happened the instant the ice shield was formed. Su Zhan's all-consuming finger force arrived. The two collided silently. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The simple ice shield only trembled slightly. Then, like snowflakes illuminated by sunlight, they melt away inch by inch from the center, disintegrating and turning into the purest ice elements, dissipating into the air. Su Zhan's attack was completely neutralized by this ice shield. Everything returned to calm. Thump. Chu Fan could no longer hold on, his body went limp, and he fell straight backward. A soft, cool little hand caught him just in time from behind. Unbeknownst to her, Su Qingshui had already appeared behind him and held his limp body tightly in her arms. Chu Fan leaned against her chest, smelling her familiar cool fragrance and feeling the softness of her embrace. His consciousness was already becoming somewhat blurred. All he saw was Su Zhan still standing there, looking at him, motionless. Uncle Fu's mouth was agape, and he was completely petrified. What did he see? The power of the Ice Phoenix. That brat actually forcibly borrowed Mrs. Ice Phoenix power. And it actually blocked the Patriarch's third move, Annihilation Finger. Although it was just a casual gesture from the Patriarch, not even 1/10,000th of his power was used. But that is, the power of laws. The entire Cloud Top Pavilion fell into a deathly silence. A long time. Suzhan looked at the boy, who was being held in his daughter's arms, barely breathing, but whose eyes still shone with an astonishing brightness. He remained silent for a long time. Then he said something that made Uncle Fu feel like he had misheard. "You're a little bit better than that kid from the Wang family. Chapter 19 Goddesses are too expensive, I can't afford to keep them." Shu Fan was awakened by the pain. Every bone and every muscle in his body was groaning in agony from the unbearable strain. He slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was the familiar ceiling of his room. A faint, cool, and pleasant fragrance filled the air. It's the scent of Su Qingxue. He twisted his neck, making a crisp crack sound, and then struggled to sit up. "Don't move." A cold voice came from the side. Chu Fan turned his head and saw Su Qingxue sitting by his bedside, holding a bowl of medicinal soup that smelled strongly of herbs. She changed out of her school uniform and into simple white loungewear, losing some of her aloofness and gaining a gentler demeanor. But the expression on that stunningly beautiful face remained cold. "How long was I unconscious?" Shu Fan's voice was a little hoarse. "One day." Su Qingxue, sparing with words, handed over the bowl of medicine in her hand. "Drink it." Shu Fan took it. The medicine was still warm, and a surge of pure life energy wafted over him. Ding! 9-turn life extending soup detected. Ingredients: 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, earth fire ambergris, rootless water. Efficacy: strengthens the body's foundation, repairs damaged meridians, and replenishes the body's vital energy. Analysis: the proportions of the medicinal ingredients are perfect, but the cooking time was slightly off, resulting in the loss of 30% of the medicinal potency. Chu Fan looked at the priceless medicinal soup in the bowl, his mind perfectly clear. "You can't buy this thing on the market, even if you have the money. It must have been provided by the Su family." He didn't mince words. He tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. A warm current instantly flowed through my body, and the bones that felt like they were about to shatter were enveloped by a gentle force, and the soreness quickly subsided. "Thank you." Chu Fan handed the empty bowl back to her. Su Qingxue took the bowl, her eyes somewhat unfocused, and she didn't look at him. "This isn't for you," she said coldly. "Your life is now tied to mine. If you die, I will die too. I am saving myself." It's the same old excuse again. Chu Fan smiled but didn't expose her. He moved his body and felt that he had recovered to about 70–80%. Although his internal organs were still a little sore, it no longer affected his mobility. Su Zhan's finger strike was terrifying. Even the ice shield formed by borrowing the power of the Ice Phoenix could only barely offset it. For a moment, he truly believed he was about to be erased from the world. "That's not power, it's rules. Your father hasn't made things difficult for you anymore, has he?" Shu Fan asked. Su Qingxue shook her head and placed the bowl on the bedside table. "He has temporarily accepted you." "Temporarily?" Shu Fan grasped this key word. Su Qingxue glanced at him, her cool eyes filled with a complex emotion. His exact words were, "You're a little bit better than that good-for-nothing Wang Tong. At least, you're willing to risk your life. But..." She paused, her tone becoming even colder. "Recognition does not equate to funding. He won't give you any cultivation resources. He said that the son-in-law of the Su family doesn't need charity to stand up. He wants to see how far you can go on your own." "Really?" Chu Fan had already anticipated this. How could someone like Su Zhan possibly accept himself just because of a small test? This is just the beginning of another test. A longer and more brutal test. "I understand." Chu Fan nodded, lifted the covers, and got out of bed. He moved his hands and feet slightly, and the source energy in his body circulated smoothly again. Moreover, after this terrifying experience of facing life and death, and the nourishment from the 9-turn life-sustaining soup, he felt that his early stage of the second tier had become completely stable, and he had even made a slight improvement. But that's far from enough. The Soviet war was like an insurmountable mountain weighing on his heart. He must become stronger. Get stronger as fast as possible. To become stronger, you need two things: top-tier cultivation techniques and a vast amount of resources. He has a system that allows him to optimize and deduce the cultivation method, so it's not a problem. But resources. Xu Fan frowned. With a thought, he took out all the spoils from this secret realm trial from his storage space and laid them all over the ground. Various monster hides, claws, and teeth, as well as a few second-tier monster cores. Finally, his gaze fell on the largest demon core, which had been dug out of the armored rhinoceros's skull. This demon core is about the size of a fist, and its entire body is yellowish-brown, covered with mysterious patterns. Su Qingshua's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of doubt when she saw Chu Fan's actions. These things, while worth some money, are simply a drop in the ocean for their current level of cultivation. Her dual cultivation with Chu Fan was dozens of times more efficient than that of ordinary people, but the energy consumption was also dozens of times greater. If they use these spoils sparingly, they can only sustain their cultivation for half a month at most. "What are you doing?" she couldn't help but ask. "Make money." Chu Fan's answer was simple and direct. He reached out and placed his hand on the demon core of the armored rhinoceros. God-level analysis system activated. Target: ironclad rhinoceros demon core mutated. Quality: Tier 2, superior. Energy attributes: earth, metal. Internal structure analysis in progress. A trace amount of incompletely fused thick earth source crystal and sharp metal chi has been discovered. Optimization simulation is underway. Scenario 1: Direct absorption. Expected to increase the host's source power cultivation by 0.1%, with a 5% probability of causing earth elemental energy accumulation. Scenario 2: Sale. Estimated market price: 500,000 Yenhuang coins. Solution 3: Alchemy potion. Using demon cores as the main ingredient, supplemented with purple blood vine, 3-leaf tranquilizing grass, morning dew flower, a third-tier potion, diamond tempering liquid, can be refined. Diamond tempering fluid can significantly enhance the physical strength of martial artists below the third rank. Clear blocked meridians, its value is immeasurable. Upon seeing the third option, Chu Fan's breath hitched. Diamond tempering liquid. He'd heard of this thing. In the market, it is a strategic resource that is valuable but unavailable. It is a treasure specifically for the core members of large families to strengthen their foundation when breaking through the bottleneck of the third tier. One bottle costs at least tens of millions. Moreover, these achievements often require military merit or special contributions, and cannot be bought with money. Found it. Chu Fan's eyes lit up instantly. He looked at the demon core in his hand as if it were a mountain of gold. Su Qingxue frowned slightly when she saw the excited expression on his face. "It's just a second-tier demon core, is it really that big of a deal?" She couldn't understand it at all. "You don't understand." Chu Fan grinned, in a great mood. "This thing is not a demon core. That was our first pot of gold." He stood up and carefully put away the demon core. "Now that we have the main ingredients, the problem is the auxiliary ingredients. Purple blood vine, 3-leaf tranquil herb, morning dew flower." Chu Fan searched his memory for information about these medicinal herbs. Without exception, they were all extremely rare and expensive medicinal herbs. With the little money he had, he couldn't even afford a single leaf. "It seems we must find a way to secure some initial funding." Chu Fan collected all the scattered materials on the ground. Although these things were not of high value, every little bit helps. If he sold them all, he should be able to raise a few 100,000. "Where are you going?" Seeing that he looked like he was about to leave, Su Qingxue spoke again. "Go to the auction house," Chu Fan said without turning his head as he changed his clothes. "You dare to go to an auction house when you have no money?" Su Qingxue's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. The auction houses in Donghai City are veritable dens of iniquity, a playground for the wealthy. Hundreds of thousands, there, and not a sound can be heard. "Who said I went shopping?" Chu Fan put on his coat, turned around, and gave her a mysterious smile. "I went there to find a bargain." Chapter 20: A bottle of water is worth more than 1,000 pieces of gold. The next morning, Chu Fan felt refreshed and energetic. The injuries sustained in the battle against Su Zhan have been fully recovered under the conditioning of the 9-turn life-sustaining soup and system optimization, and he even feels that his physical strength has reached a new level. The greatest gain, however, is in one's state of mind. Having faced Su Zhan's power, which could be described as rules, Chu Fan's understanding of this world became clearer. Above the Grandmaster level, there is bound to be a vast universe. Where are you taking me? Su Qingshue's voice came from beside her, tinged with a hint of confusion. She was still wearing a simple white tracksuit today, but her innate cool and aloof temperament made her the absolute focus wherever she went. At this moment, she was standing at the entrance of a noisy, chaotic, and even somewhat dirty street. Her delicate eyebrows were slightly furrowed as she looked at the messy environment around her and the fishy smell of various monster materials mixed together in the air. Her eyes clearly showed resistance. This is the largest contract trader market in Donghai City, commonly known as the West Market. Expensive finished pills, rare contracted beast cubs, and well-forged source energy weapons are all found in those gleaming shops. More often, these are open-air street stalls. Countless contract masters, hunters, and scavengers spread out the various spoils they obtained from the wild secret realms on a tattered cloth and sold them on the spot. This place is a melting pot of all sorts of people. Opportunities abound, but so do traps. Make money. Xu Fan answered. He ignored the admiring glances directed at Su Qingxue and walked straight into the street vendor area. Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment, but still followed. She simply couldn't imagine how much money could be made in a place like that. Leaning against these scraps of metal on the ground? This crimson flame wolf tooth is of good quality, young brother. It's a perfect match for your blazing lion. A freshly made Tier 2 healing potion, and essential for survival in the secret realm. Look at this armored rhinoceros's carapace, an absolute defensive weapon. The cries of vendors rose and fell in waves. Xu Fan kept his eyes straight ahead and his steps never faltered. His eyes scanned rapidly across each of the street stalls. At the same time, the system's analytical light screen in his mind was also refreshing rapidly. Target, Crimson Flame Wolf Fang incomplete, analysis, internal cracks reduce its value by half. Target, Tier 2 healing potion analysis, the potency is mixed, containing trace amounts of toxins. Long-term use will damage the body's foundation. Target, armored rhinoceros carapace analysis, the source energy circuit was damaged during collection, so it's now just ordinary iron. As he walked along, Xu Fan's face remained calm and expressionless. Su Qingxue followed behind, watching Xu Fan's disdain for the treasures enthusiastically promoted by the stall owners, and became increasingly confused. She asked in a low voice, "What are you looking for?" In her opinion, these things were indeed low-class trash. But Xu Fan didn't seem interested in even glancing at it. Find a hidden genius. Xu Fan smiled mysteriously. He kept moving, like an experienced old hunter surveying his hunting grounds. Finally, in the most remote and inconspicuous corner, he stopped. The stall owner was a thin, middle-aged man with a shrewd look. On the tattered cloth in front of him, there were a few pieces of minerals of different colors and a few withered herbs scattered around. He's obviously a clueless middleman who sells trash as treasure. Several contract masters who were passing by glanced at it, shook their heads, and walked away. Su Qingshue's brows furrowed even more. What good stuff could you possibly find at a stall like this? Xu Fan squatted down, his gaze falling on an inconspicuous dirty stone. The stone was about the size of a bowl, grayish-black all over, and covered with dried mud and moss. It looked like scrap material that had been picked up from some construction site. It was carelessly tossed in the far corner of the stall, and the stall owner clearly didn't care about it. Ding! Unidentified energy or detected. Initiating deep analysis. Target, Moonstone not activated. Quality, Tier 3, Superior. Attributes, Water, Spirit. Characteristics, contains pure moon essence marrow, which nourishes mental power and aids meditation. It is a core ingredient for refining various third-tier mental potions. Status, its energy is sealed by the surface stone coating and can only be activated by soaking in pure water. Value, immeasurable. Seeing the lines of gold text on the system panel, Xu Fan's heart skipped a beat. Found it. He forcibly suppressed his inner joy, pretending to be a curious child, and reached out to pick up the dirty stone. Boss, how much is this? The thin stall owner, who had been yawning listlessly, lifted his eyelids upon hearing the sound. When he saw Xu Fan squatting in front of him, and Su Qingxue standing behind Xu Fan, who was unbelievably beautiful and whose noble temperament seemed out of place here, a greedy light flashed in his small eyes. The opportunity has arrived. This kid looks like a naive rich kid who's out experiencing life with his girlfriend. This kind of person is the easiest to fool. The stall owner immediately put on a warm smile, cleared his throat, and began his performance. Wow! Young man, you have a good eye. This stone is no ordinary stone. He pointed at the dirty rock and boasted about it with spittle flying. This is my great-grandfather. He risked his life to bring this out of an ancient, mysterious ruin. It's said to ward off evil spirits and protect the home, and it even glows at night. Look at the texture and the grain, it's full of the vicissitudes of history. Several people who were loitering nearby heard this and gathered around, wanting to see what was going on. When they saw the unremarkable stone in the stall owner's hand, they all showed disdain. Oldley is starting to fool people again. Just a broken rock, and they call it an ancient secret realm? Did they dig it up from their ancestral grave? Look at that girl next to that kid, TSK, she's a virgin, she's probably going to get slaughtered. Listening to these discussions and glancing at the stall owner's exaggerated expression, Su Qingxue tugged at Chu Fan's sleeve. Don't buy it, he's lying to you. Chu Fan, however, acted as if he hadn't heard, and weighed the stone in his hand with great interest. That sounds impressive. Boss, name your price. Seeing that there was a chance, the stall owner's greed grew even stronger. He pretended to be in pain and held up one finger. Since we're destined to meet and you're both sincere in wanting to buy, here's a fixed price, 100,000. 100,000? Su Qingxue couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The onlookers burst out laughing. Are you crazy? Selling this piece of junk for 100,000? This is robbery. If this kid buys it, I'll eat this millstone right here on the spot. The stall owner, with an extremely thick skin, retorted, What do you know? This is an antique. A treasure. 100,000 yuan, that's a friendly price. Chu Fan looked at him and smiled. He put the stone down and shook his head. Too expensive. Thinking he was about to leave, the stall owner panicked and quickly said, Then name your price? Chu Fan held up 5 fingers. 500. Puff. The stall owner almost spat out a mouthful of blood. 500? You're trying to fob me off. No way, at least 80,000. 1,000, that's the most I can go. 50,000. That's my bottom line. 1,005. The two women went back and forth, spitting as they spoke, much like middle-aged women arguing heatedly over a few cents in a market. Su Qingxue stood aside, watching this scene, feeling that her worldview had been shaken. She couldn't understand why Chu Fan would waste his time here with a liar over a worthless rock. Ultimately, the two reached an agreement with great difficulty. Deal. 3,000 yuan. Consider it making friends. The stall owner, looking like he'd lost out big time, took 3 crisp banknotes from Chu Fan and stuffed them into his pocket with lightning speed, as if afraid Chu Fan would change his mind. The people around Chu Fan looked at him with a mixture of pity and mockery. Another fool has fallen for it. 3,000 yuan for a piece of junk rock, what a high price to pay for picking up girls. Chu Fan was completely unconcerned about the stares he received. He picked up the dirty stone, tossed it in his hand, and then turned to Su Qingxue and said, May I borrow your water? Su Qingxue paused for a moment, then took out a beautifully packaged bottle of purified water from her storage bracelet. Amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, Chu Fan unscrewed the bottle cap and slowly poured the clear bottled water onto the dirty rock. Splash! The water flow washed away the mud and moss on the surface of the stones. At first, nothing changed. A smug, cold smile appeared on the stall owner's face. The people around were also preparing to leave. But in the very next second, the moment the surface dirt is completely washed away. Buzz! A soft buzzing sound rang out. The stone, which was originally grayish-black, suddenly shone with a warm and pure blue halo, as if it had been illuminated from within. The light was not dazzling, but as soft as the brightest moonlight in the dead of night, carrying a cool and tranquil atmosphere that spread out instantly. The pungent, fishy smell in the air seemed to be purified by this blue light. The noisy corner instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's movements froze. Those few people who were about to leave had their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. Su Qingxue's icy eyes were also filled with disbelief and shock. She stared intently at the blue stone radiating a precious light in Chu Fan's hand, feeling as if her breath had stopped. And that stall owner. His smug expression froze. Then, that smug look quickly turned into astonishment, then into horror, and finally, turned into a deathly pale ashes. His lips trembled as he pointed at the stone, and bloodshot veins instantly appeared in his eyes. This is... In the crowd, a seasoned mercenary with a wealth of experience gasped in shock, his voice trembling. Moonstone. It's a 3rd-tier moonstone. My God. Such a huge piece, and it's an uncut rough stone. This is worth at least 2 million. Boom. These words exploded like a bomb in the crowd. The look in everyone's eyes as they looked at Chu Fan instantly changed from mockery to fervor and envy. 3,000 yuan. In the blink of an eye, it became 2 million. What terrifying eyesight. Mine, it's mine. The stall owner suddenly realized what was happening, his eyes instantly turned red, and like a hungry wolf, he pounced on Chu Fan like a madman. Give it back. This is my stone. I'm not selling it. He wanted to take the stone back. However, his hand had not yet touched Chu Fan. A chilling aura suddenly descended. Su Qingxue had somehow already positioned herself in front of Chu Fan, giving the stall owner only a cold glance. The stall owner froze instantly, a thin layer of frost quickly forming on his eyebrows and hair. That shiver that came from his very soul instantly brought him to his senses. He suddenly knelt down, not towards Chu Fan, but towards Su Qingxue, and began to kowtow, weeping bitterly. Miss. Sir. I was wrong. I didn't recognize your greatness. I'll return your money. I'll give you double. Please give me back the stone. It's my whole family's life. Chu Fan didn't even glance at him. He carefully stored the activated moonstone blue marrow into his storage space. Then, he walked to Su Qingxue's side, looked at her stunning profile still in shock, and smiled. Now, we have the startup capital. Chapter 21. 2 million stones, do you deserve it? 2 million. When the old mercenary shouted out the number, the entire market area fell silent for a moment. Then came a chorus of gasps of astonishment. Everyone's gaze changed. If the way she looked at Chu Fan just now was like looking at a fool who had gotten incredibly lucky, then. Now, let's look at a walking piece of gold worth 2 million. In those eyes, there was shock, envy, jealousy, but even more so, greed. Naked, undisguised greed. Mine. It's mine. That stone is mine. The first to break down was the stall owner. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulged on his face, and his expression was twisted like a demon. He scrambled forward, all traces of his previous shrewdness and smugness gone. All he wants now is to get that stone back, even if it means death. However, before he could even touch Chu Fan's clothes, he was frozen in place by Su Qingxue's icy gaze. That chill didn't come from the temperature, but from the soul. The stall owner shuddered, his rampant greed instantly extinguished by fear, and he collapsed to the ground, only able to wail in despair and kowtow. Chu Fan didn't even look at him. This is such a minor character that he doesn't deserve even a second of his attention. He carefully put away the moonstone blue marrow, feeling the warm energy fluctuations within the storage space, his heart burning with excitement. We've got the seed money. The auxiliary ingredients for refining diamond tempering liquid have been found. He took Su Qingxue's wrist, and the cool, delicate touch made his heart flutter. Let's go, we shouldn't stay here any longer. Su Qingxue did not struggle, but her cold eyes warily scanned her surroundings. She could feel the malevolent gazes in the air, like sticky, venomous snakes, coiling around them. Stop. Just as the two were about to leave this place of trouble, a slightly frivolous yet irresistible voice rang out from the crowd. The sound wasn't loud, but it clearly drowned out all the noise. Two burly guards, dressed in matching black outfits, stepped out from the crowd, blocking their path like two walls, their faces expressionless. The crowd automatically parted to both sides. A young man dressed in fine clothes, holding a jade-shaped folding fan, walked out with an air of nonchalance, surrounded by a group of followers. He was in his early 20s, with a fair complexion, but his eyes were frivolous and a hint of arrogance lingered at the corners of his mouth. His gaze lingered on Su Qingxue's stunning beauty and aloof demeanor for several seconds, a hint of amazement and possessiveness flashing in his eyes. Then, as if she had just noticed Chu Fan, she impatiently shifted her gaze over to him. That look in his eyes was like looking at a stone on the side of the road. Kid, you're in luck. The young man pointed at Chu Fan with his folding fan, speaking as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I've got my eye on that moonstone. Name your price. One of his lackeys immediately stepped forward obsequiously and added arrogantly. Kid, it's a blessing you've accumulated over 8 lifetimes that our young masterly would even take a liking to your stuff. Don't be ungrateful. Young masterly? A low gasp immediately escaped from the surrounding crowd. He's Li Mo, the young master of the Li family, a second-rate aristocratic family. What's he doing here? This is going to be interesting. This kid has good eyesight but no ability. He's a victim of his own possessions. The discussions were tinged with schadenfreude. Those who were just jealous of Chu Fan now all wore expressions of watching a show. They couldn't afford to offend Li Mo, but they were happy to see this lucky guy who had risen to the top overnight get crushed by Li Mo. Only then will they feel at peace. Su Qingshue's brows furrowed even more. She could sense that the young man named Li Mo in front of her was only at the early stage of the second tier, about the same as Chu Fan. However, the two guards behind him were genuine late-stage second-tier martial artists, with steady auras and bulging temples, clearly seasoned veterans. This force is powerful enough to do whatever they want in the West Market. Chu Fan looked at Li Mo in front of him and smiled. Not for sale. He answered crisply and decisively. Those two words instantly brought the atmosphere to a freezing point. The smile on Li Mo's face froze. His henchman jumped up and pointed at Chu Fan's nose, cursing. What the hell did you say? You're asking for it, aren't you? Do you even know who our young Master Li is? Li Mo slowly closed the folding fan in his hand, making a crisp snap sound. He stared at Chu Fan, his eyes turning cold. I'm not discussing this with you. The moment the words fell, the two guards behind him stepped forward at the same time. Boom! Two powerful auras, like two invisible mountains, pressed down fiercely on Chu Fan and Su Qingxue. The surrounding air became thick and sticky. Those who were slightly weaker were even forced to retreat repeatedly by this aura, their faces turning pale. Chu Fan groaned, feeling as if he had been hit in the chest by a sledgehammer, his blood surging. But he still stood ramrod straight. Su Qingxue, who was standing next to him, had a face so cold it was as if ice crystals were about to fall off. Buzz! An even more domineering and chilling aura suddenly erupted from her body. The surrounding temperature dropped instantly. A layer of white frost, visible to the naked eye, even formed on the ground. The aura released by the two guards was instantly shattered by this chilling energy, as if they had encountered their nemesis. The two guards' expressions changed drastically, and they both took a step back, their eyes filled with horror as they looked at Su Qingxue. They felt as if they were facing not a human being, but an ancient, ferocious beast that had awakened. Roll! Su Qingxue parted her red lips slightly and uttered a single word. It carries no emotion, yet contains a murderous intent that chills the soul. Li Mo's expression also changed. Although he was a playboy, he wasn't stupid. The person capable of unleashing such a terrifying aura is definitely not an ordinary person. S-rank talent. Even higher. Moreover, judging from her age, could she be a genius from one of the four great families or a top university? Li Mo's eyes darted back and forth between Su Qingxue and Chu Fan, his mind racing. A seemingly useless, early-stage second-tier boy is accompanied by such a terrifyingly beautiful girl. This combination looks incredibly bizarre. Just as the power of the ice phoenix within Su Qingxue was about to erupt completely, preparing to freeze all the flies in front of her into ice sculptures. A warm hand gently rested on her shoulder. Chu Fan had already walked up to her without her noticing and shielded her behind him. This is a small matter, you don't need to do it, he said softly. That warm, his aura flowed slowly into Su Qingxue's body through the contract, soothing her blood that was about to run rampant. Su Qingxue was taken aback. She looked at Chu Fan's back, which wasn't particularly broad but was incredibly solid at the moment, and a strange glint, unnoticed even by herself, flashed in her cold eyes. This action, this silhouette. The image overlapped with the one in the Cloud Peak Pavilion where he stood in front of himself, facing his father alone. After comforting Su Qingxue, Chu Fan looked at Li Mo, whose expression was uncertain, and put on his harmless smile again. Young Master Li, right? Li Mo, the young master of the Li family, a second-rate family in Donghai. Hearing Chu Fan reveal his identity so readily, Li Mo's eyelids twitched, and his apprehension deepened. This kid is definitely not as simple as he seems. Does he know me? You do have some insight. Li Mo forced himself to remain calm and gave a cold snort. Since you know who I am, you should know the consequences of offending me in Donghai City. I'll say it one last time, hand over the moonstone, I'll give you 100,000 yuan, then get out. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind letting both of you leave West Market today, lying on your backs. This is my final ultimatum. At the same time, it was also a test. They were trying to find out Chu Fan's background and who Su Qingxue, who was behind him, really was. If the other party is intimidated by him, it proves that their background is not as good as his Li family's. Today, he will gain both the man and the stone. However, Chu Fan's reaction once again surprised him. Chu Fan was not afraid at all, on the contrary, his smile became even brighter. He looked at Liamo as if he were looking at an unreasonable child, shook his head, and slowly said, I just wanted to remind young Master Li of something. Are you sure you want to do it here? You should know the rules of the West Market better than I do, right? Chapter 22 The Rules of West Market, You Can't Afford to Offend Them. Chu Fan's words were like an invisible fuse, instantly igniting Liamo's already dwindling patience. Rule? Liamo was taken aback at first, then burst into exaggerated laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He pointed at Chu Fan with his folding fan, laughing so hard he almost cried. Ha ha ha. Rules? In Donghai City, my words, Liamo's words, are the rules. Kid, did you just run out of some remote mountain village? You're ridiculously naive. His lackeys burst into laughter, their eyes filled with contempt and pity as they looked at Chu Fan. Young Master Li is right. The rules of the West Market vary from person to person. If you offend young Master Li, even the West Market administrators will have to give him some face. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, looking at Chu Fan as if he were a dead man. Although the Li family is only a second-rate family, they do have some influence in this West Market. Moreover, rules are rigid, but people are flexible. If someone is seriously injured, afterward, some money can be paid and connections can be used to resolve the matter. This kid thinks he can use the rules to intimidate Liamo? He's too green. Liamo's laughter stopped abruptly, his face instantly darkened, and the flippancy in his eyes turned into a chilling killing intent. I'm giving you one last chance. Stone, stay here. You, kneel down and kowtow 3 times to me. Then, get out. As for the beauty beside you. His gaze swept greedily over Su Qingxue. She has to stay and have a cup of tea with me. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Fan moved. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward, protecting Su Qingxue even more completely behind him. His face still wore that harmless smile. Young Master Li, do you know? Sometimes, ignorance can really kill you. Court death. Liamo was completely enraged. He was too lazy to waste any more words and slammed his folding fan shut. Get to work. Break his legs. Take the stones and the man away with you. Yes, young master. The 2 late-stage second-tier guards flashed a fierce light in their eyes and no longer held back. Boom! 2 even more ferocious auras than before, like tigers unleashed from their cages, pressed down on Chu Fan. This time, they weren't testing the waters, they were serious. The shockwave rolled and blew the tattered cloths of the surrounding stalls fluttering loudly. Some onlookers who were close by were directly knocked to the ground by the force of the shockwave. Su Qingxue's face instantly turned extremely cold. The Ice Phoenix bloodline within her was completely detonated at this moment. A visible white cold current suddenly spread outwards from her center. Click. Click. The ground, the air, everything was frosting over at an alarming rate. The aura of those 2 guards was as fragile as paper in the face of this domineering and incomparably cold aura. It was instantly frozen and then shattered inch by inch. The 2 guards' expressions changed drastically, and they staggered back several steps. The look in their eyes when they looked at Su Qingxue was no longer one of contempt, but one of boundless terror. This power is definitely an S-class talent. Moreover, it is an extremely terrifying existence even among S-class. Oh no! We've kicked a hornet's nest. Liamo's face also turned deathly pale instantly. Although he is a playboy, he is not blind. This force is beyond his ability to handle. Let alone him, even if his father came, he would have to think twice. However, just as Su Qingxue was about to freeze the 2 guards and Liamo into ice sculptures. Beep! A sharp, piercing whistle suddenly rang out from afar, like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's ears. Immediately afterwards, a powerful and imposing roar echoed throughout the entire block. Who dares to make a move in the West Market? Do they want to die? The voice seemed to possess some kind of magic, and the Ice Phoenix power within Su Qingxue, which was about to go berserk, was forcibly suppressed and halted. She frowned and stopped what she was doing. The crowd receded rapidly to both sides, like a parted tide. A team dressed in specially made black combat uniforms, with a gold badge that reads West Market Guard embroidered on their chests, marched quickly and in perfect unison. The leader was a burly, middle-aged man with a stern face. He had a hideous scar on his face that ran from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, his temples were bulging, and his whole body exuded a murderous aura of iron and blood. 3rd-tier martial artist. Moreover, they are the kind of people who have been through countless battles and crawled out of piles of corpses. His gaze first swept over the layer of frost that had not yet dissipated on the ground, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, before landing on Liam O, whose face was deathly pale. Liam O? The scarred captain's voice was devoid of any emotion. It's you again. The moment Liam O saw the scarred captain, his legs went weak. The arrogance and resentment on his face vanished instantly, replaced by flattery and fear. Captain Wang, what brings you here? I was just joking with a friend, I didn't mean anything by it, really. He tried to make excuses. The scarred man, known as Captain Wang, gave him no chance at all. Captain Wang looked at him coldly and said, word by word. There are 3 ironclad rules in the West Market. First, forced buying and selling is prohibited. Second, it is forbidden to provoke trouble. Third, you are not allowed to hurt anyone. Those who violate this rule will be punished severely. At best, their cultivation will be crippled and they will be thrown out of the West Market. At worst, they will be permanently blacklisted and banned from entering the West Market for life. With each point he made, Li Mo's face paled a little more. Captain Wang took a step forward, and the terrifying aura of a third-level martial artist pressed down on Liam O like a mountain. Liam O, how many of these rules did you just break? Thump! Liam O could no longer hold on, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees, trembling violently. Captain Wang, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I'll never do it again. Please, for my father's sake, forgive me this time. The 2 guards behind him had already lowered their heads and dared not even breathe. Captain Wang snorted coldly, and his imposing aura almost made Liam O faint on the spot. Even your father, Li Gang, has to behave properly in front of me. Who do you think you are? I'll let you off this time since this young lady didn't actually make a move. Captain Wang glanced at Su Qingshui, his tone softening slightly. Then, his gaze turned to Liam O again, becoming icy cold. Now, take your dog and get out of West Market. From today onwards, you are not allowed to set foot in the West Market for the next 3 months. If this happens again, I'll personally go to the Li family and ask Li Gang how he raises his son. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Captain Wang. Thank you, Captain Wang. Liam O felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He scrambled to his feet, not daring to even glance at Chu Fan. He and his 2 equally terrified guards slunk into the crowd and disappeared. The whole affair ended abruptly, with a lot of trouble starting strong but ending weakly. The way the onlookers looked at Chu Fan completely changed. If before it was envy, it was jealousy. So now, it is about reverence. This kid not only has a sharp eye and incredible luck, but also extraordinary courage, remaining unfazed by the threat posed by the eldest son of the Li family. Most importantly, he seems to know Captain Wang of the West Market Guard. This background is probably not simple. Many people silently dismissed those inappropriate thoughts from their minds. After dealing with Liam O, Captain Wang did not leave immediately. His gaze shifted to Chu Fan, lingering for a few seconds on that face that always wore a faint smile. A hint of approval and curiosity flashed in his hawk-like eyes. Kid, you have good taste. But having a good eye isn't enough. Next time you come to find a bargain, remember to bring more people with you. Although his tone was still stiff, it was noticeably more humane than when he spoke to Liam O. After saying that, he nodded slightly to Chu Fan and Su Qingshui, then led his guards to patrol. The oppressive atmosphere only gradually dissipated after the guards had gone far away. Su Qingshui looked at Chu Fan, her cool eyes filled with inquiry. You know him? I don't know him. Chu Fan shook his head, watching Captain Wang's departing figure, lost in thought. He had heard about the rules of the West Market in his previous life. This is the largest distribution center for goods in the entire Donghai city, and the interests involved are something that all 4 major families must take seriously. To ensure a stable trading environment, the city lord's mansion, in conjunction with several major forces, jointly established this guard team. Captain Wang. Chapter 23, 10 million. A challenge from Wang Tung. After Captain Wang and his guards left, the oppressive aura of iron and bloodlust that had been hanging over everyone slowly dissipated. But the atmosphere at the scene was even more eerie than before. The image of Liam O scrambling and crawling in a disheveled state was still etched in everyone's minds. Before leaving, Captain Wang's meaningful words to Chu Fan left everyone with much to ponder. This kid not only has a sharp eye, but he also has a powerful background. One the butcher is notoriously ruthless, why would he take the initiative to give him a heads up? Looks like we've really messed with them. Luckily, I didn't have any ulterior motives. Those who had been eager and greedy around him now silently withdrew their gazes, not daring to look at Chu Fan again. Jealousy quickly transformed into awe in the face of absolute power and unknown background. Su Qingxue looked at Chu Fan, her cool eyes filled with a hint of inquiry. You know him? I don't know him. Chu Fan shook his head and carefully put away the moonstone blue marrow worth 2 million. Then why did he? Perhaps it's because of you, Miss Su, Chu Fan replied casually, pulling her away from the crowd. Su Qingxue did not ask any further questions. She wasn't stupid. Captain Wang's gaze clearly showed his appreciation for Chu Fan, and had nothing to do with her. This guy has more secrets than she imagined. The two quickly left the chaotic West Market Street market area, crossed several streets, and finally stopped in front of a luxury shop called Treasure Pavilion. The place here is decorated with carved beams and painted rafters, and the guards at the gate exude a calm and composed aura. It's a completely different world from the street vendor area we just left. What are you doing here? Su Qingxue asked, puzzled. Sell the stolen goods, then buy new ones. Chu Fan smiled and walked straight in. Hello, how can I help you? A beautiful maid in a cheongsam immediately came forward with a sweet smile. When she saw Su Qingxue following behind Chu Fan, a look of amazement flashed in her eyes, and her attitude instantly became even more respectful. I'm looking for Qin Baobao, Chu Fan said directly. The maid paused for a moment, then smiled even more professionally. Excuse me, sir, do you have an appointment? Our young lady is here today. Tell her there's a big deal about a Tier 2 peak armored rhinoceros, and she'll meet with me. Chu Fan interrupted her, his tone calm yet exuding an undeniable confidence. The maid looked into Chu Fan's eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then bowed and said, Okay, please wait a moment with this young lady. A moment later, the maid returned quickly, her attitude 100 times more respectful than before. Mr. Chu, Miss Su, our young lady invites you in. Led by a maid, the two passed through a magnificent hall and arrived at an elegantly decorated quiet room on the top floor. A girl wearing a bright red miniskirt, with a voluptuous figure and a delicate, doll-like face, sat behind the tea table, smiling at them. It was none other than Qin Baobao, the eldest daughter of the Treasure Pavilion. Chu Fan, you've really kept me waiting. Qin Baobao swung her two fair legs, her voice sweet and innocent, but her big eyes gleamed with the shrewdness of a businesswoman. I thought you forgot to sell me the spoils from the last secret realm trial. I've been a bit busy lately. Chu Fan didn't stand on ceremony and sat down opposite her, placing a storage bag on the table. The goods are all here, your people can inspect them now. Qin Baobao snapped her fingers, and two elderly men in long robes immediately walked in. Their auras were both around the third level, clearly the chief appraisers of the Treasure Pavilion. The storage bag was opened, and a pile of materials shimmering with various colors instantly filled half the table. The most eye-catching items were the second-tier peak armored rhinoceros demon core and the most exquisite armor plates on its body. In addition, there were several second-tier source energy weapons and some scattered medicinal herbs, all of which were seized from Wang Tang's henchmen. The two appraisers immediately stepped forward, took out various sophisticated instruments, and began to conduct appraisals and valuations. Su Qingxue sat quietly to the side, watching. She didn't really have a clear concept of the value of these things. Qin Baobao picked up a cup of hot tea and looked at Chu Fan with a grin. Wow, you're something else. You got together with school beauty Su without saying a word? You even got past Uncle Su's hurdle? Tell me, how did you do it? She had a gossipy look on her face, but her eyes kept glancing at Su Qingxue. Just lucky, Chu Fan said calmly. TCH, boring. Qin Baobao pouted. Soon, the two appraisers finished their work and whispered their report to Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao's smile grew even sweeter after hearing this. Handsome Chu, we've already looked at everything. The demon core and materials of the ironclad rhinoceros are of superior quality. We can offer 1.2 million. As for the other odds and ends, I'll add them all up and round it up to 300,000 for you. 1.5 million in total, what do you think? After she finished speaking, she looked at Chu Fan with great confidence. This price is absolutely fair, and even slightly higher than the market price. She believed that Chu Fan had no reason to refuse. Su Qingxue also thought the price was quite good, considering it was only the reward from the secret realm trial. However, Chu Fan smiled. He shook his head. Miss Qin, when you open your door to do business, what you need is sincerity. Qin Baobao's smile froze. What do you mean? You think it's not enough? It's not that I think it's too little, it's that your appraiser isn't very skilled. Upon hearing Chu Fan's words, the expressions of the two appraisers instantly changed, their eyes revealing displeasure. They are top-notch appraisers in Donghai City, yet they were told by a mere kid that their skills were lacking. Xin Baobao's face also darkened. Chu Fan, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. You can't just question the reputation of my treasure pavilion. Chu Fan didn't argue. He stretched out his finger and pointed at the demon core of the armored rhinoceros. This demon core has solidified source energy inside, but the source energy at the edges has slightly mutated due to the rhinoceros's ferocity before its death. If it is used directly for cultivation, the effect will be reduced by 70%, and it may even cause source energy conflict. He paused, then pointed to a piece of carapace next to him. This armor plate appears perfect, but there is a slight break in the source energy circuit 3 inches from the bottom left corner, making it unable to withstand impacts of level 3 or higher. Finally, his gaze fell on the long knife he had seized from Wang Tang's henchman. This wind shadow blade is made of good material, but the quenching temperature during forging was a little too low, resulting in insufficient toughness of the blade. It will shatter upon contact with a heavy weapon of the same level. With each word Chu Fan spoke, the faces of the two appraisers paled a little more. In the end, the look in their eyes when they looked at Chu Fan changed from displeasure to horror. Because every word Chu Fan spoke was absolutely precise. These problems were just identified by them, and they are some extremely difficult to find hidden defects that are directly related to the final value of the item. How did this kid know? Is his eye an X-ray machine? Xin Baobao was stunned. She suddenly stood up, picked up the items herself, and used her innate abilities to examine them carefully. A few seconds later, she looked up and her gaze towards Chu Fan completely changed. That's the look you give someone who's looking at a monster. How do you know all this? Her voice trembled slightly. Chu Fan smiled but remained silent. He can't very well say that he has a god-level analysis system in his head, can he? I have my own channels. So, can we renegotiate the price now? Xin Baobao took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She stared intently at Chu Fan, her mind reeling with turmoil. This guy is definitely not some good-for-nothing who just got lucky. Even her grandfather, the founder of the treasure pavilion, might not be able to achieve such precision with his eyesight and knowledge. Who exactly is he? There was a full half-minute of silence. Xin Baobao seemed to have made a decision. She waved to the two distraught appraisers. You may leave now. When only 3 people remained in the quiet room, Xin Baobao sat down again, all the naivety and shrewdness on her face gone, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. Chu Fan, I apologize for my previous offer. The problems you mentioned do exist. But similarly, you only mentioned the shortcomings, not the advantages. She pointed to the demon core. Although the source energy of this demon core has been mutated, if it is neutralized with Tranquil Orchid, it can actually be purified into raging source liquid, which is 3 times the value of an ordinary demon core. She then pointed to the wind shadow blade. Although this blade is brittle, if it is melted down, the resulting wind pattern steel is an excellent material for forging flight-type source energy weapons. A startling light shone in Xin Baobao's eyes. These items, taken individually, are indeed worth 1.5 million. But if they are combined and processed in the most optimized way, their total value is at least 5 million. She looked at Chu Fan and said, word by word. I'll give you 2 choices. First, I'll offer 5 million in cash to buy everything right now. Secondly, we will cooperate. These things will be handled through my Treasure Pavilion's channels, and the profits will be split 30-70, with you getting 70% and me getting 30%. She was actually willing to take only 30%. This is practically giving away money for free. Su Qingxue listened with a pounding heart. She never expected that these seemingly insignificant spoils of war would involve such enormous value and a great deal of strategic maneuvering. She looked at Chu Fan's back, her expression becoming increasingly complicated. Chu Fan pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I choose the third one. Xin Baobao was taken aback. The third one? I need money, right now. But not 5 million, I want 10 million. In exchange, I can tell you what the most valuable item in this pile is, and how to double its value. A mysterious smile played on Chu Fan's face. Xin Baobao's pupils suddenly contracted. Half an hour later. Chu Fan's personal account has received an additional 8-figure deposit. In his hand, however, was a beautifully crafted black invitation card with gold foil stamping. Black Gold Auction. Xin Baobao personally escorted the two to the door, her expression a mixture of heartache and excitement and anticipation. Master Chu, you absolutely must come to next week's auction. At that time, you will find what you need. She winked at Chu Fan, her eyes full of meaning. Chu Fan nodded and left the treasure pavilion with Su Qingxue, who was still somewhat dazed. Back at the villa, Su Qingxue finally couldn't help but ask, "What did you say to her in the end? Why did she give you 10 million? I told her that there was an inconspicuous animal hide map in the storage bags of those followers, and that map pointed to a small, undiscovered secret realm," Chu Fan said calmly. The exclusive mining rights to a small, hidden paradise are worth far more than 10 million. Su Qingxue was completely speechless. She felt that the worldview she had built up over the past 10 years had been repeatedly crushed and reshaped in the short few days since she met Chu Fan. Chu Fan ignored her shock. He returned to his room and opened the Donghai No. 3 Middle School's campus forum. As soon as he logged in, a post highlighted in red at the top of his screen popped up right in front of him. The title is shocking and provocative. "To the good-for-nothing Chu Fan, dare to act like a man and make a fair bet with me?" Posted by Wang Ten. Chu Fan clicked on it. The post was full of sarcasm and slander. Wang Teng embellished and twisted the events that happened in the West Market, portraying Chu Fan as a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong, only hiding behind women and the West Market guards, and a complete gigolo. At the end of the post, Wang Tang issued his challenge. "Chu Fan, you piece of trash, you don't deserve Qingxue's favor. If you have the guts, come and compete with me at next week's Black Gold auction. I heard you need dragon blood grass to break through to the 3rd tier? Unfortunately, I've also set my sights on that final, century-old dragon blood grass. Let's bet on that dragon blood grass. Let's see who the real champion is. Do you dare? You're trash." The post already has tens of thousands of replies. Young Master Wang is so domineering. He's been disliking Chu Fan for a long time. Laughable, comparing wealth? How can Chu Fan possibly compete with young Master Wang? Let's wait and see if Chu Fan will back down like a coward. He definitely wouldn't dare accept the challenge. He's just a pretty boy who lives off women. A barrage of ridicule and insults followed. Chu Fan stared at the screen, his expression unchanged. He simply typed out a reply slowly. "As you wish." Chapter 24. Two people as one, a state of harmony. Chu Fan's reply consisted of only 4 words. "As you wish." But these 4 words, like a depth charge, stirred up a huge wave on the Donghai No. 3 Middle School's campus forum. The previously overwhelming mockery and insults paused for a moment. Then came an even more frenzied flood of posts. Holy crap! He accepted? He actually dared to accept the challenge? Are you crazy? What makes him think he can compete with young Master Wang in terms of wealth? Is he going to take Su Xiaohua's pocket money? This is hilarious. This is the toughest gigolo I've ever met this year. He's living off women and he's even developed a backbone? You don't know anything. This is called what the hell. He knows he's going to lose, but he has to save face. I'll bet. I bet Chu Fan won't even be able to get through the auction. Wang Tang's lackeys jumped around in the post, mocking Chu Fan to the extreme, portraying him as an ignorant and arrogant clown who pretended to be something he'd never known. When Wang Tang saw Chu Fan's reply, he was first taken aback, then overjoyed. This is exactly the effect he wanted. He wanted to crush Chu Fan in the most simple and brutal way with money under the watchful eyes of the entire school and even the entire Donghai city. He wanted Su Qingxue to see with her own eyes how pitiful and powerless the man she had chosen was in front of him. Inside a room in the villa, Chu Fan closed the noisy forum page, his face remaining completely calm. Verbal disputes are a game that only the weak enjoy. For him, Wang Tang's provocation was nothing more than a small stepping stone on his path to becoming stronger. Since the other party has offered their face up, he has no reason not to fight back. 10 million should be enough. Chu Fan stared calmly at the long string of numbers on his personal terminal. Instead of rushing to search for rare and precious materials, he started a shopping spree in the online store of Treasure Pavilion. Centennial Stalactite for tempering, unit price 30,000, quantity 100 sets. Level 2 Wind Wolf Blood activates Qi and Blood, price 10,000 per unit, quantity 200 servings. Gathering Spirit Elixir Basic Energy Supplement, price 5,000, quantity 500 servings. He bought only the most common and readily available low-level cultivation resources on the market. But the number is a terrifying figure. Orders kept pouring in, and the balance in my account dwindled rapidly. In less than 10 minutes, a full 8 million was squandered. If outsiders saw this scene, they would definitely call him a spendthrift. With that money, wouldn't it be better to buy a tier 3 source power weapon or a top grade pill? Buying so many low quality goods, are you trying to stuff yourself to death? But Xu Fan knew that this was the most efficient way to use it. God level analysis, one of the system's most powerful capabilities, is optimization. These low level resources, which have limited effects in the eyes of ordinary people, will produce effects far exceeding any expensive natural treasure after his system optimizes and matches them, combined with his special cultivation method of human and beast in oneness with Su Qingxue. This is his unique path to heaven, one that no one else can replicate. The next day. Donghai No. 3 Middle School, S-level exclusive training room. This is the highest level training facility provided by the school for S-level talent students. The spirit gathering array inside is far more powerful than that of ordinary training rooms. Previously, only Su Qingxue used this place. But today, there's an extra Xu Fan. When Xu Fan carried large and small bags, piling up mountains of cultivation resources on the ground like a warehouse manager, even the usually aloof Su Qingxue couldn't help but twitch her eye. She naturally saw the posts on the forum as well. She had assumed that Xu Fan would find a way to raise the money or take another approach. Unexpectedly, he exchanged almost all of the huge sum of money he received from trading the animal hide map for these tattered items. Is this your source of confidence? Su Qingxue's voice carried a hint of doubt that she herself was unaware of. Otherwise what? Xu Fan smiled and skillfully mixed the various medicinal liquids, preparing them into several large buckets of liquids of different colors. Comparing who has more money with an idiot is even more foolish. Our confidence has never come from money. He raised his head and looked at Su Qingxue with intense gaze. It is ourselves. Su Qingxue's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. Looking into Xu Fan's confident eyes and watching his composed movements, the slight doubt in her heart inexplicably vanished. She didn't ask any more questions, silently walked to the opposite side of Xu Fan, and sat down cross-legged. Let's begin. Good. Xu Fan pushed a bucket of the prepared, pale golden diamond tempering liquid between the two of them. This time, Xu Fan didn't need to remind him. Su Qingxue took the initiative to extend her slender, cool, and jade-like hand. 4 palms facing each other. That familiar sensation, a mixture of coolness and warmth, came through. But unlike last time, this time, there was no awkwardness or resistance between the two. From fighting side by side in the secret realm, to the tacit cooperation in the treasure pavilion, and now to facing the same pressure. The barrier between them is quietly melting away without them even realizing it. Hold fast to the original essence and guide the qi into the body. Xu Fan let out a low shout and took the lead in circulating his cultivation technique. Su Qingxi followed closely behind. Boom! The immense medicinal power of the diamond tempering liquid, under the activation of the spirit gathering array, transformed into a visible golden stream of energy, which was simultaneously inhaled by the two individuals. Pure and magnificent. It was far more ferocious than during the last training session. Su Qingxue's delicate body trembled as she felt a violent surge of energy rush into her meridians, causing her blood and qi to churn. Normally, she would have to devote most of her attention to suppressing the Ice Phoenix bloodline within her body in order to barely absorb it. But now, the moment that torrent of energy entered her body, it seemed to encounter a guide valve. Xu Fan's energy, carrying a warm and balanced aura, flowed into their palms, precisely enveloping the violent medicinal power and guiding it along a profound and efficient route through Su Qingxue's meridians. Those originally volatile and restless energies instantly became incredibly docile. Su Qingxue only needs to relax her mind and passively accept the baptism of this energy. She was shocked. This feeling is so comfortable. It's like someone who dances on the edge of a knife every day is suddenly placed on the softest cloud. All the pressure, all the pain, all the burdens were borne by another person. She couldn't help but spare a sliver of her attention to look at Xu Fan, following the trajectory of the energy flow. She saw that the cold poison impurities, which she had absorbed and expelled, carrying the aura of the Ice Phoenix bloodline, did not dissipate, but instead flowed into Xu Fan's body along the energy circuit. Xu Fan, on the other hand, is like a tireless furnace, accepting all newcomers without reservation. He's taking the backlash from his own bloodline. Su Qing's heart, which was filled with snow, was stirred up with unprecedented waves. She always thought that the so-called dual cultivation was her, as an S-level genius, rewarding Xu Fan with power. Only now did she realize that she was wrong. That's completely wrong. In this cultivation journey, it was Xu Fan who truly gave more and endured more. You are the one who needs to be cared for and protected. At this moment, Su Qingshue's state of mind underwent a subtle change. She no longer had any distracting thoughts, no longer thought about Wang Tang, and no longer worried about the auction. Her entire being was immersed in the energy cycle with Chu Fan. She began to actively cooperate with Chu Fan's guidance, trying to adjust her Ice Phoenix power to the same frequency as Chu Fan's energy. And the moment this thought arose in her mind, both of them shuddered simultaneously. It was as if some invisible barrier had been shattered. At this moment, their consciousness transcended the constraints of the physical body and entered a profound state of complete absorption in the external world. Hearts united. A higher realm of human-animal unity. In this state, they are no longer two independent individuals. Their heartbeats, their breaths, their mental energy were all perfectly synchronized. Chu Fan could even clearly see that the sleeping phantom of the Ice Phoenix inside Su Qingshue's body was spreading its wings and emitting a pleasant chirping sound. Su Qingxue also heard the unwavering and steadfast will in Chu Fan's heart. The energy flow between the two is no longer a simple back and forth, but is transformed into a perfect, self-contained Tai Chi circle. The efficiency of energy circulation has increased dramatically once again. Outside the meditation room, the teacher in charge of guarding the area was idly drinking tea. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he stood up abruptly, looking in horror towards the direction of the S-level training room. What's going on? The energy readings of the spirit gathering array are skyrocketing. On the light screen in front of him, the energy consumption value was jumping up at an extremely terrifying speed. 5,000, 8,000, 15,000, 30,000. This speed is even more exaggerated than if the principal himself came to practice. The entire underground energy supply center of the school was humming under the strain. What the hell? What on earth is going on in there? The teacher broke out in a cold sweat and frantically began to report the information. Inside the cultivation room, Chu Fan and Su Qingxue were completely unaware of this. The mountain of cultivation resources is being consumed at a visible rate. Bucket after bucket of medicinal liquid transformed into pure energy, surging into the two people's bodies. Under the nourishment of this vast yet gentle energy, the Ice Phoenix bloodline within Su Qingshue's body became more docile than ever before, even actively merging with Chu Fan's energy, feeding back streams of extremely pure primordial power. Ice Phoenix bloodline suppression level, 15%, 18%, 25%. Chu Fan's body was like a piece of red-hot steel, repeatedly forged and tempered by ice and fire. His muscles, bones, and meridians are undergoing a transformative change. The Vajra tempering process is being completed at an unprecedented speed. Time, in this mysterious state, loses its meaning. I don't know how much time passed. When the last bit of medicinal power was completely absorbed, the energy circulation within the two individuals gradually subsided. They opened their eyes at the same time. Their eyes met. The air was completely still. But there was something in their eyes that was hard to explain. It was a tacit understanding that transcended words. It was as if they could see right through each other's thoughts. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the two of them lowered their heads at the same time. Chu Fan looked at the contract runes on the back of his hand. Su Qingxue looked at the illusory mark in the air that connected with Chu Fan. There, between the two people's original blood-red contract runes, was visible a tiny, yet incredibly clear, golden thread had quietly appeared out of nowhere. It emitted a faint, warm, and sacred glow, completely linking the two separate runes together. It was as if a new, higher-level shackle had been placed on their already unbreakable contract. Or perhaps, a link. Chapter 25 The Goddess's Feeding is a little sweet. As the heavy door of the S-rank exclusive training room slowly opened, the teacup in the teacher's hand, who was guarding outside the door, fell to the ground with a clatter and shattered into pieces. He didn't even bother to look at the valuable Yuanli porcelain cup. He just stared intently at the two people who came out of the door, his face drained of all color. You all. The teacher's voice trembled as he pointed to the dimming, even smoldering, core of the spirit-gathering array in the room, and then to the terrifying reading on his terminal that was now bright red, displaying energy overload, emergency shutdown. What exactly did you do in there? The entire school's energy supply center just sounded a stern alarm. The energy supply to all advanced training rooms has been forcibly cut off. And the source of all this is here. He had been the administrator of the cultivation room for 20 years, and even the principal himself had never made such a commotion, let alone the students. This is no longer cultivation, this is destroying the house. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan glanced at Su Qingxue. A rare hint of unease appeared on Su Qingxue's pretty face. The cultivation in the heart-to-heart state was so immersive that none of them expected that the absorption of external energy would reach such an exaggerated level. Seeing the teacher's expression, which looked like she was about to cry, Chu Fan stepped forward and gave her an apologetic smile. "Teacher, I'm sorry. I accidentally broke through at a crucial moment in my cultivation, and I didn't control my energy absorption well. We will compensate for any losses incurred." His attitude was very good, and his words were impeccable. But the teacher's lips were twitching. Breakthrough? What breakthrough could burn the core of an S-level magic array? This is a top-tier device capable of reliably supplying cultivation power to peak third-tier martial artists. You two, one at the peak of Tier 1 and the other just entered Tier 2, have you broken through to the king level? The teacher didn't believe him, but he didn't dare to say it. His gaze fell on Su Qingxue, hoping that this proud daughter of heaven could give a reasonable explanation. However, Su Qingxue simply nodded slightly, her voice cold, but she was agreeing with Chu Fan. He is telling the truth. The teacher was completely speechless. One of them might be nonsense, but since the eldest daughter of the Su family admitted it herself, even if it's not true, it must be true. What else could he do? Should he go to the Su family and demand an explanation? No. No need for compensation. It's good that everyone is alright. It's good that everyone is alright. The teacher wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, waved his hands repeatedly, and looked at Chu Fan and Su Qingxue as if they were two prehistoric beasts in human skin. The two said no more and turned to leave. Only when their figures disappeared at the end of the corridor did the teacher's legs go weak, and she leaned against the wall, panting heavily. That's terrifying. These two people are absolutely monsters. I came out of the meditation room during break time. Chu Fan and Su Qingxue walked side by side on the tree-lined path of the campus, instantly becoming the focus of the entire school. Countless gazes were cast upon them from all directions. There was awe, curiosity, and jealousy, and of course, there was also ridicule and contempt because of Wang Teng's post. Look! It's Chu Fan. He actually dares to walk with school beauty Su? He's so shameless. I heard that young Master Wang has already challenged him to a financial contest at the Black Gold auction, and he actually accepted. Hilarious. Where did he get the money? Did he rely on Su, the school beauty? Even if you're going to live off a woman, this isn't the way to do it. Whispers reached my ears without any attempt to conceal them. Chu Fan remained calm, as if he hadn't heard anything. These noises have no effect on him. Su Qingxue's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. She seemed to want to say something, but after looking at Chu Fan's calm profile, she swallowed her words. The two walked to a notice board where a large crowd had gathered. Suddenly, Chu Fan felt the person next to him stop walking. He turned his head and saw Su Qingxue looking at him. More accurately, I was looking at his collar. Because of his cultivation just now, and the fact that he came out in a bit of a hurry, one corner of his collar was turned up slightly, making him look a little disheveled. To everyone's astonishment. In the instant when countless mobile phone cameras are instinctively pointed at you, Su Qingxue extended her hand. It was a flawless, slender, and fair hand. It crossed the invisible line between the two and gently landed on Chu Fan's collar. She lowered her head and focused intently on smoothing out and tidying up the rolled-up corner of his clothes. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The whole world fell silent. All the mocking voices and whispers abruptly ceased. The students around them stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape. What did I see? The ice queen of the school is adjusting that good-for-nothing's collar? This is an intimate gesture that only couples would do. After doing all this, Su Qingxue seemed to realize what she had done. She abruptly pulled her hand back, as if she had been burned. Then, she quickly turned her head away, not daring to look into Chu Fan's eyes, and her fair ears quickly turned a light pink. It's crooked. She uttered two words, her voice still cold, but it carried a hint of panic as if she were trying to cover something up. After saying that, she quickened her pace and walked forward without looking back. Chu Fan touched the perfectly straightened collar, which seemed to still retain a faint fragrance and warmth belonging to the young girl. He watched Su Qingxue's somewhat flustered back as a playful smile curved his lips. The iceberg seems to be starting to melt. Lunchtime, in the cafeteria. The impact of this event far exceeded expectations. The campus forum has completely exploded. Wang Teng's post was flooded with countless photos taken at the scene. Breaking news. School beauty Su adjusts Chu Fan's collar in public, in a very intimate motion. It's confirmed. If this isn't a problem, I'll twist my head off. So what if you're a gigolo? Do you guys have the ability to get the school beauty to fix your clothes? The wind direction has quietly reversed. No amount of vicious insults can compare to a powerful photograph. Chu Fan got his food and sat down in a corner. He didn't care about any of that. But trouble always seems to find him on its own initiative. He had barely sat down when several girls dressed in flamboyant attire came over, carrying trays and laughing. Chu Fan, is this seat taken? Can we sit here? A girl with heavy makeup winked at Chu Fan and deliberately puffed out her chest. They didn't really want to sit here. They just wanted to see what was so special about the man who could win the heart of the ice queen of the school. Or rather, she wanted to satisfy her own pathetic vanity by teasing Chu Fan. Chu Fan frowned slightly, just about to speak. Suddenly, a chill descended without warning. The temperature on the second floor of the cafeteria seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. The girls who had been laughing heartily suddenly froze, their smiles turning into a chill. They turned their heads in horror. Su Qingxue, carrying a tray, had somehow appeared behind them. She didn't look at them, and there wasn't even the slightest expression on her face. But within those crystal clear eyes, it seemed as if an iceberg, unmelted for millennia, was hidden. That was a pure form of suppression, originating from a higher level of life. Roll. A single word escaped her lips. The girls were struck dumb, their faces turned deathly pale, and they almost dropped their plates, screaming as they fled in panic. The entire cafeteria fell silent once again. Su Qingxue didn't even glance at the disheveled figures. She walked straight to the opposite side of Chu Fan, put down her plate, and sat down. Their movements were so natural, as if they had eaten together like this countless times before. Chu Fan looked at her and smiled. Are you jealous? Boring. Su Qingxue picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of green vegetable, and moved with elegant posture, her eyes fixed straight ahead. But Chu Fan noticed that her knuckles were turning white from gripping the chopsticks so tightly. The day's classes were spent in this strange and ambiguous atmosphere. It was time for evening self-study. Chu Fan was resting with his eyes closed, using his mental energy to regulate the somewhat unstable energy within his body caused by his sudden surge in strength. Suddenly, a note was pushed to his side. Chu Fan opened his eyes. It was Su Qingxue who handed it to him. He unfolded it with a puzzled expression. The paper contained 2 lines of neat yet powerful handwriting. The medicinal properties of dragon's blood grass are too potent. With your current constitution, taking it directly would damage your meridians. I'll help you with the auction. Chu Fan looked at the note and felt a warmth in his heart. He knew that Su Qingxue had also seen Wang Tang's challenge. She's worried about herself. He turned to look at Su Qingxue, who was pretending to be engrossed in her book, but her slightly trembling eyelashes betrayed her inner turmoil. Chu Fan picked up a pen, wrote a line on the back of the note, and pushed it back. Don't worry, we're professionals at slaying dragons. Upon seeing the reply, Su Qingxue paused slightly, tightened her grip on the book, and did not reply further. But the atmosphere in the classroom was no longer so cold. Time passed slowly. Evening self-study is about to end. Just as Chu Fan was preparing to pack his things and go home, an elegant food container with a temperature-controlled function was gently pushed onto his table. Chu Fan was stunned. He turned his head and looked at Su Qingxue. The girl turned her face towards the window, leaving him with only a perfect profile and slightly reddened earlobes. Under the cover of night, her silhouette was breathtakingly beautiful. What is this? Chu Fan asked softly. The air was silent for a few seconds. Chu Fan waited so long that he thought she wouldn't answer. A sound, even softer than a mosquito's hum, drifted over. My mom made it. After saying that, she seemed to feel that the reason was not sufficient, and added in an even softer voice. Too much. Chapter 26. The Devil's Card, The Price of Infinity. Smack. The latest model of the source power computer was slammed against the wall, instantly shattering into pieces, crackling with electricity, and finally turning into a pile of black smoke-belching scrap metal. The expensive Persian carpet was covered with fragments of precious porcelain. Wang Tang's chest heaved violently, his eyes were bloodshot, and he stared intently at the virtual light screen floating in mid-air. On the screen was the homepage of the Donghai No. 3 Middle School Campus Forum. An infinitely magnified photo took up the entire screen. The background of the photo is a tree-lined path on campus. The main subjects of the photo are Chu Fan and Su Qingxue. The photo shows Su Qingxue with her head slightly lowered, extending her slender hand, a hand that countless people dream of but can only dream of touching to straighten Xu Fan's collar. Her profile was focused and gentle. Xu Fan simply looked at her calmly, a faint smile playing on his lips. This photograph, like a red-hot iron rod, pierced Wang Tang's heart and then churned wildly. Everything he was so proud of, his family background, his talent, his wealth, became a joke at this moment. He is Su Qingxue's fiancé. He is the leading figure of the younger generation in Donghai City. But now, he was like a clown who had been publicly abandoned, watching helplessly as his most treasured possession showed an intimacy he had never seen before to another man. What drove him even crazier were the comments below the photos. I declare this to be the best couple photo of the year. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Where's young Master Wang? Is he still smashing things? Hilarious. He issued a challenge, and the young couple responded with their actions. I used to call Xu Fan a gigolo, but now all I want to say is, I want to eat that food too. I'm begging the school beauty to feed me. Wang Tang is a joke. He thinks he's something special just because he has a few bucks. What happened? Xu Fan didn't even bother with him and completely shut him down. Ridicule. To ridicule. Mercy. Every comment was like a resounding slap across his face. He was as arrogant as he was before, and now he's in such a sorry state. Xu Fan. Su Qingxue. Wang Tang squeezed out the two names through gritted teeth, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. His handsome face was twisted into a ferocious state by extreme jealousy and anger. Just then, the room's communicator rang. On the screen, the image of a dignified middle-aged man popped up, with the caption "Father." Wang Tang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rage on his face, and connected the call. Dad. How dare you call me Dad? A cold, angry shout came from the other end of the communicator, making Wang Tang's ears ring. Look what you've done on the school forum. You challenged a piece of trash to a duel? And you even compared our financial resources? You've completely disgraced the Wang family. Wang Zhan, the head of the Wang family, spoke with a voice filled with disappointment and anger. I told you long ago that we must take down that girl from the Su family. It's about the future of our Wang family for the next 10 years. And what have you done? Not only did we fail to win her over, we ended up pushing her into the arms of a good-for-nothing. Now the entire upper class of Donghai City is laughing at our Wang family. Wang Tang lowered his head even further, his lips turning white from being bitten. Dad, I don't want to hear your explanation. Wang Zhan interrupted him rudely. I'm only giving you one last chance. At next week's Black Gold auction, bid for that dragon blood grass at all costs. Not only should we film it, but we should also make that brat named Xu Fan lose face in front of everyone. Let him know just how big the gap is between him and you, and between him and our Wang family. If you can't even handle this small matter, get out of the Wang family. I, Wang Zhan, don't have a useless son like you. The communication was cut off with a snap. The room fell silent once again. Wang Tang stood there, his body trembling slightly. Her father's cold words, the merciless mockery on the forum, Su Qingxue's intimate actions. Scene after scene, like a tidal wave, completely overwhelmed his last shred of reason. The light of reason gradually faded from his eyes, replaced by an almost insane obsession and resentment. I will win. I will definitely win. I'll make all of you who look down on me regret it. He growled softly, like a wounded beast howling. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door. Who? Wang Tang's voice was hoarse and irritable. Young Master Wang, it's me, Liam O. A fawning yet slightly urgent voice came from outside the door. Liam O? That good-for-nothing who was scared out of his wits by the city guards at a street stall in the West Market? A look of disgust flashed in Wang Tang's eyes. Get out. I don't want to see anyone. Young Master Wang, please. I'm here to bring you a great opportunity. An opportunity that will allow you to trample Xu Fan under your feet and grind him mercilessly at the auction. Li Mo's voice was full of seduction. Wang Tang paused in his movements. To trample Xu Fan underfoot? He hesitated for a moment, then finally said in a deep voice, Come in. The door opened. Li Mo walked in, bowing and scraping. His face was still covered in bruises from that day. He looked at the mess on the ground, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a deeper fervor. Young Master Wang, are you still worried about money? Li Mo asked tentatively. Spit it out. Wang Tang snapped impatiently. Yes, yes, yes. Li Mo hurriedly took out a small black silk bag from his pocket, held it with both hands, and handed it to Wang Tang. Young Master Wang, I've made a connection, a connection that can reach the heavens. As long as you nod your head, let alone a single dragon blood grass, buying the entire black gold auction house wouldn't be a problem. Wang Tang frowned, looking at Li Mo's face, which was flushed with excitement, and his heart was filled with doubt. You think you're so great? He didn't take the package, he just stared coldly at Li Mo. What line? Li Mo smiled mysteriously and lowered his voice. Young Master Wang, have you ever heard of the cult of 10,000 gods? Pantheon religion. Upon hearing this name, Wang Tang's pupils constricted sharply. Of course he'd heard of it. That was a forbidden organization that was considered the highest level of threat throughout the entire empire. Rumor has it that they specialize in hunting down geniuses with special bloodlines, conducting various evil experiments with extremely cruel methods and acting in a mysterious and unpredictable manner. The Imperial Court of Judgments has been investigating them for decades, but has only managed to capture some peripheral members. How could Li Mo, that good for nothing, have anything to do with them? Are you in contact with them? Wang Tang's voice held a hint of wariness. It was all a coincidence. A smug look appeared on Li Mo's face. Last time in the West Market, after being humiliated by that Captain Wang, I was still resentful, so... He didn't go into the specifics, but his meaning was clear. Despair and hatred led him down a path of no return. Wang Tang fell silent. He knew very well what it meant to be associated with such an organization. That would be to make an enemy of the entire empire. That would be playing with fire and getting burned. But... The image of Su Qingxue straightening Chu Fan's collar reappeared in his mind. Once again, I heard my father's furious roar, "Get out of the Wang family!" A surge of anger suddenly erupted from the depths of his heart. Rules? The future? If I'm going to be trampled underfoot by a piece of trash right now and become a laughingstock, what's the point of that future? He stared intently at the black package in Li Mo's hand, his breathing gradually becoming heavy. What can they give me? Seeing the wavering in Wang Tang's eyes, Li Mo was overjoyed, knowing that he had made the right bet. He immediately opened the package. Inside, a card lay quietly. The card was entirely black, made of an unknown material, and felt cold to the touch. Its surface was devoid of any patterns, except for a strange eye pattern drawn in dark gold and composed of countless twisted runes. Young Master Wang, this is it. This card is called Devil's Eye. At the black gold auction, it represents unlimited credit. No matter what you fancy, no matter how high the price goes, all you need to do is take out this card, and the Black Gold Merchants Association will unconditionally deliver the item to your hands. Unlimited credit? Wang Tang's heart skipped a beat. This is impossible. The Black Gold Chamber of Commerce is a deep and unfathomable entity, and even the 4 major families have to give it some face. How could it possibly acknowledge a card of unknown origin? What's the price? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Wang Tang forced himself to calm down. The price? Li Mo's smile turned somewhat eerie. That lord said it's very simple. After it's all done, he'll need you to do him a small favor. What kind of help? He didn't say. He only said that you will know in due time. Wang Tang was caught in a violent struggle. Reason told him that this was a trap, a deadly trap that could drag him, and even the entire Wang family, into the abyss. But his emotions were screaming at him to accept it. With this card, he could crush Chu Fan completely in front of everyone, using the thing Chu Fan could least possibly have money. He can steal the dragon blood grass that Chu Fan covets. He can show Su Qingxue who the real strongman is. He can prove to his father that he is not a good for nothing. From a dark corner, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Wang Tang and Li Mo were startled and turned around abruptly. A person completely shrouded in a black robe appeared in the shadows of the room, as if he had always belonged there. I couldn't see his face clearly at all, nor could I sense his presence. He was like a ghost that didn't exist. Young man from the Wang family, what are you hesitating about? The man in black spoke slowly, his voice like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Don't you crave power? Don't you hate the man who took everything from you? Didn't you want to prove yourself? Opportunity is right in front of you. Power is within your grasp. And you only need to pay a small, negligible price. Every word the man in black uttered was like the devil's whisper, striking precisely at the most vulnerable and yearning parts of Wang Tang's heart. Wang Tang's breathing became increasingly rapid. The struggle in his eyes was rapidly fading, replaced by a frenzied flame. Right. Cost? The biggest price to pay is to live in Chu Fan's shadow for the rest of your life, to be a loser who is ridiculed by others. As long as we can win. As long as we can trample Chu Fan and Su Qingxue under our feet. He's willing to pay any price. Wang Tang suddenly reached out and snatched the black card from Li Mo's hand. As soon as he got the card, a cold, soul-freezing aura spread through his entire body along his arm. He shuddered, but what followed was an unprecedented, powerful illusion that he could control everything. He gripped the card tightly. He looked up at the brightly lit city lights outside the window, a twisted and fanatical smile spreading across his face. Chu Fan. Su Qingxue. This time, I want you to kneel before me. Chapter 27 The Venomous Fang in the Shadows. Stepping out of the school gate. Chu Fan paused unintentionally. Su Qingxue noticed and cast an inquiring glance at her. What's wrong? Fine. Chu Fan smiled and continued walking forward, but a cold glint flashed deep in his eyes. Here we go again. That gaze. Like a slippery, venomous snake, it silently coiled around his back, cold, sticky, and carrying a kind of malice that made him extremely uncomfortable. Since noon today, this feeling of being spied on has come and gone intermittently. At first, Chu Fan thought they were spies sent by Wang Tang, or the Su family's still persistent secret guards. But he quickly dismissed the guess. Wang Tang's men don't have that much patience, nor the deep skill in concealing their true intentions. The Su family members, on the other hand, looked down at him with a condescending gaze. Although their auras were strong, they lacked the pure killing intent that Su family members had for him. This is the third type of person. A hunter lurking in the deeper shadows. Chu Fan glanced at the crowd out of the corner of his eye. Everything seemed normal. The students chatted and laughed in small groups, discussing yesterday's secret realm trial and today's gossip on the forum. No one seemed out of the ordinary. But Chu Fan knew that those eyes were watching him coldly from somewhere. Or rather, he was watching himself and Su Qingxi beside him. He did not enable system scanning. Before the opponent's methods are known, any energy fluctuation could alert them. He simply walked side by side with Su Qingxue as usual, chatting casually. Your fiancé, Wang Tang, seems to have a lot of confidence in you, Chu Fan said casually. Su Qingxue frowned, and her voice turned cold. He is not. Oh. I have never admitted it. Su Qingxue's tone was calm, but it carried an undeniable firmness. That was just a joke between our parents. I, Su Qingxue, will make my own decisions about my marriage. Chu Fan smiled. He turned his head and looked at the girl's perfect profile, which glowed in the sunset. So when are you planning to use my status as the owner of the contracted beast to help your family make decisions? Su Qingxue paused in her steps. She turned her head abruptly, her glassy eyes staring at Chu Fan, a blush rising visibly to her cheeks. What nonsense are you spouting? She really wanted to refute it, really wanted to say wishful thinking. But when she looked into Chu Fan's smiling eyes, she couldn't bring herself to say it. In his mind, the mysterious state of heart-to-heart in the cultivation room appeared uncontrollably, as did the golden thread that completely connected the two people's contract runes. Their relationship can no longer be summarized by a simple contract. Snort. Su Qingxue finally let out a soft snort, turned her head away, and quickened her pace, seemingly trying to hide her panic in this way. Chu Fan followed behind her, his smile widening. At that moment, he silently recited something to himself. System, scan the 300-meter fan-shaped area behind me for passive aura detection. Do not actively probe. Passive scanning mode activated. Threat source identification in progress. A massive stream of data flashed across Chu Fan's retina. Street vendors, hurried pedestrians, vehicles parked on the side of the road. Everything is broken down into the most basic information. Finally. High-threat malicious locking detected. Target source, southeast, 127 meters, behind a window on the third floor of an old residential building. A red marker appeared on the 3D map in Chu Fan's mind. Aura characteristics analysis, cold attribute, strange energy structure, 97.3% similarity to the inferior body tempering pill unknown toxin sample in the database. Chu Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. It's him. The person who tampered with Su Qingxue's pills. When he was analyzing the elixir, he discovered a very faint but extremely insidious residual energy. That energy seemed to exist specifically to disrupt the balance of the Ice Phoenix bloodline. He always believed that someone within the Su family wanted to harm Su Qingxue. Unexpectedly, the source was from the outside world. Who is this person? Why do this? An organization that hunts people with special bloodlines? Or an enemy with a blood feud with the Su family? Countless thoughts flashed through Chu Fan's mind. But there was one thing he was certain of. The other party's initial target was Su Qingxue. And now, I'd become that accident. An unexpected event that could help Su Qingxue alleviate the pain in her blood vessels and even allow her strength to increase rapidly. Therefore, the other party's target became themselves. To continue dealing with Su Qingxue, one must first eliminate oneself as the stabilizer. Interesting. Chu Fan's eyes turned dangerous. He glanced at Su Qingxue's back in front of him and suddenly stopped. You should go back first. Su Qingxue turned around in confusion. I want to go to the building materials market in the West Market to see if I can find any bargains, Chu Fan said, making up an excuse. I'll go with you, Su Qingxue blurted out almost without thinking. No need. Chu Fan shook her head, a relaxed smile on her face. Why would a young lady like you go to such a messy place? Go back quickly, the food your aunt made is getting cold. He deliberately brought up the food box from last night. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed again, and her eyes darted away. Then, be careful. Her intuition told her that Chu Fan seemed to be hiding something from her, but looking at Chu Fan's frank eyes, she couldn't find any reason to insist. Rest assured. Chu Fan waved to her. Watching Su Qingxue's figure disappear around the street corner, Chu Fan's smile vanished instantly. He turned and walked in the opposite direction from home, towards the West Market. That cold gaze followed without hesitation. The fish has taken the bait. Chu Fan didn't take the main roads, but instead chose to travel through those secluded and narrow alleys. His steps were neither fast nor slow, and his back view looked completely unguarded, like an ordinary student who knew nothing of danger. He could feel that gaze getting closer and closer, becoming more and more brazen. The other party's patience is being worn down. Finally. The moment Chu Fan turned into a dead-end alleyway that was deserted and lined with high walls on both sides. The murderous intent suddenly erupted. There was no sound. Even the sound of something cutting through the air was so subtle as to be almost negligible. A streak of extreme black, like a venomous fog from the deepest abyss, silently tore through the air, carrying a faint, sweet-smelling scent, heading straight for Chu Fan's vital back. Quick! Allow! Ruthless! This is the purest form of assassination. However, just as the dark light was about to touch Chu Fan's clothes, Chu Fan's body seemed to be tripped by a pebble under his feet, and he stumbled forward in a very disheveled state. Laugh. The black light grazed his back and slammed into the wall in front of him. There was no loud crashing sound. Only a sickening corrosive sound rang out. The hard concrete wall was melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, creating a hole the size of a fist. Black liquid flowed down the wall, sizzling and burning the ground. The fatal blow missed. The person in the shadows at the alley entrance was clearly taken aback for a moment. It seems they never expected that this surefire strike would be dodged in such a comical way. Luck? And in that instant of his daze, the prey that had just been in such a sorry state, looking like it was about to fall flat on its face, moved. Just as Chu Fan's body was about to touch the ground, he twisted at an incredible angle and pushed off the wall. The entire movement was fluid and incredibly fast. Like a cheetah defying gravity, he instantly covered a distance of more than 10 meters and pounced towards the shadows at the alley entrance. Quick! It's even faster than that black light from before. The dark figure at the alley entrance had his pupils contract sharply. He clearly hadn't expected Chu Fan's reaction to be so swift and his strength to be so formidable. This is no ordinary first-tier martial artist. The intelligence is incorrect. Without a second thought, he turned and ran. He was incredibly fast, his body seemed weightless, and in a few flashes, he was about to disappear into the darkness on the other side. Trying to leave? Chu Fan's icy voice seemed to ring directly in his ear. Too late. Chu Fan spread his 5 fingers, and an invisible suction force burst forth from his palm. Crane controlling technique. The dark figure felt a tremendous force pulling it, and its fleeing figure suddenly stopped. This brief pause is enough. Chu Fan's figure followed him closely, and with a palm strike, he slammed it hard into his back. Bang! A muffled thud. The shadowy figure was struck as if by a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Its body flew forward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the wall before sliding down. He struggled to get up, but Chu Fan had already stepped on his chest. Click! It was the sound of bones breaking. Ah! The dark figure let out a painful groan, completely losing its ability to resist. Chu Fan looked down at him. This person was completely shrouded in a black robe, and wore a mask to prevent detection, making it impossible to see their appearance or tell if they were male or female. Who sent you? Chu Fan's voice was devoid of any warmth. The man in black robes was breathing heavily, but he didn't answer. Instead, he let out a low, owl-like laugh. He. Chu Fan, you're quite good, more interesting than I imagined. His voice was hoarse and distorted. But you won't live much longer. The moment you decided to protect her, your fate was already sealed. After he finished speaking, his body suddenly began to convulse violently. A stream of black energy surged from his 7 orifices. Chu Fan's expression changed, and he immediately retreated. Bang! The black-robed man's body, like a balloon inflated to its limit, suddenly burst open. Black flesh and blood, mixed with foul-smelling liquid, splattered all over the alley. Self-destruction? No! Chu Fan stared at the flesh and blood still corroding the stone slabs on the ground, his brows furrowed. This is more like a restriction preset within the body. If the mission fails, immediately destroy all traces. Such ruthless methods. Chu Fan walked to the epicenter of the explosion and crouched down. Among the bits of flesh and rags, he spotted a piece of metal that hadn't yet been completely corroded. That appears to be a corner of some kind of badge. Above, in dark gold, is a distorted pattern composed of countless eerie runes. The pattern looks like an eye. A devil's eye filled with evil and chaos. Chu Fan's gaze suddenly became extremely solemn. He stood up and looked towards the brightly lit area deep in the city. Black gold auction. Wang Tung. Pantheon. An unseen storm seems to be quietly gathering. And he was right in the eye of the storm. Chapter 28 The Devil's Eye, Forbidden Name. The alleyway was filled with a nauseating stench of a mixture of sweet, fishy, and burnt smells. The black flesh and blood were still sizzling and corroding the ground and walls, emitting eerie blue smoke. Chu Fan stood amidst the chaos, his expression cold and stern. His fingertips held the still warm metal fragment he had picked up from the epicenter of the explosion. The edges of the fragments were very irregular, indicating that they had been blown off from a larger object. At the center of the fragment, the dark golden demonic eye pattern composed of countless twisted runes exudes a bone-chilling evil and coldness. This thing is definitely not an ordinary item. This organization is by no means simple. Just as Chu Fan was about to collect the fragments and call the system for in-depth analysis, a series of hurried yet deliberately soft footsteps came from the alley entrance. Chu Fan's body tensed instantly, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he abruptly turned his head. A beautiful figure rushed out from the shadows at the alley entrance. It is Su Qingxue. She had clearly run all the way here. Her breathing was a little rapid, and her beautiful face was pale. Her usually clear and cool eyes were now filled with anxiety and lingering fear. When her gaze fell upon the hellish scene in the alley and Chu Fan standing in the center of the bloodstains, her pupils contracted sharply. She saw the black hole that had been corroded. I could smell the pungent stench of blood in the air. They also noticed a long tear on the back of Chu Fan's school uniform. In that instant, an extreme chill suddenly erupted from her center. The temperature in the entire alley suddenly dropped. Fine ice crystals even condensed in the air. You. Su Qingxue's voice trembled. She rushed to Chu Fan, reached out her hand as if to grab him, but then hesitated, afraid of touching him and causing him to get hurt. Her hand froze in mid-air, unsure of what to do. Are you injured? Her voice carried a tremor and anger that she herself was unaware of. That anger wasn't directed at the enemy, but at the man before her who filled her with fear. I'm fine. Seeing her anxious expression, Chu Fan felt the murderous intent that had arisen in his heart dissipate considerably. He raised his hand and grasped her cold, trembling hand. A minor superficial injury. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Su Qingxi seemed to come back to her senses, and the uncontrollable chill in her body subsided. But she still stared intently at him, her eyes slightly red. You lied to me. You said you were going to the West Market, so why are you here? And why did you come alone? She rarely spoke so much in one breath, and her tone was more intense than ever before. If a fish wants to bite, you have to give it a suitable pond. Chu Fan's tone was calm, as if he were talking about something that had nothing to do with him. I don't want to involve you. Su Qingshue's lips moved, as if she wanted to refute, but she didn't know what to say. Yes, what can she do besides become a burden to him if she comes along? She glanced at the mess on the ground, still shaken. If Chu Fan hadn't dodged, would the one lying here rotting now be him? The thought of this possibility made her heart clench as if gripped by an invisible hand, causing her unbearable pain. Don't do that again next time. She lowered her head, her voice soft, yet carrying an undeniable stubbornness. Okay. Chu Fan smiled and agreed readily. He knew that this girl genuinely cared about him. He released his grip and handed the metal fragment to her. Take a look at this. Su Qingshue's gaze fell on the fragments, and when she saw the strange demonic eye pattern, her brows immediately furrowed tightly. What is this? This is a very strange thing. It should be the token on the attacker's person. Chu Fan said in a deep voice, I suspect that the person who poisoned your pills before was one of their people. Su Qingshue's face instantly turned extremely ugly. She always believed that someone in her family wanted to harm her. Unexpectedly, the enemy came from outside. Moreover, it is a ruthless and mysterious organization that leaves no trace. We need to get out of here quickly. Chu Fan glanced at the alley entrance. The city guards should be here soon. Su Qingxue nodded and said no more. The two quickly left the scene. Emerging from the alley and rejoining the crowd, the harrowing assassination attempt seemed like nothing more than a nightmare. But Chu Fan knew that this was just the beginning. An invisible net has been quietly cast. System. Chu Fan silently recited in his heart. In-depth analysis of the pattern on that metal fragment. Command received. Database comparison initiated. Pattern scanning in progress, structure analysis in progress. Warning. High risk and prohibited symbols detected. On Chu Fan's retina, a bright red, constantly flashing warning box suddenly popped up. Even the system is using the term high risk and taboo. Chu Fan's heart sank. Symbol attribution. Searching in progress? Match successful. The next second, an entry with a blood-red border appeared before Chu Fan's eyes. Wan Xinjiao. Organization type, Super S rank forbidden cult, the Empire's #1 wanted target. Core concept, all things are stepping stones, all beings are resources, and blood ties are the fuel to ignite the fire of divinity. Main activities, secretly hunting, capturing, researching, and dissecting individuals with various special bloodlines and talents, employing extremely cruel methods. Their followers are spread across all levels of the Empire, and their actions are clandestine and extremely difficult to trace. Currently known target, Ice Phoenix Bloodline Su Qingxue. Threat level assessment, cataclysmic level potential. A series of messages, like thunderclaps, exploded in Chu Fan's mind. Pantheon religion. It's actually this legendary terrorist organization. In his previous life, as an ordinary person, he had only occasionally glimpsed this name in some sealed secrets. Every event associated with it is accompanied by bloodshed and death. Unexpectedly, in this life, I have come face to face with them so soon. Moreover, their target was none other than Su Qingxue. What's wrong? You look terrible. Su Qingxue, who was beside him, noticed his unusual behavior. Chu Fan snapped out of his daze, took a deep breath, and suppressed the shock in his heart. He glanced at Su Qingxue. The girl's face still held a trace of lingering fear and worry. In the eyes of the Pantheon, she was not some favored daughter of heaven, nor the eldest daughter of the Su family. She was merely a precious material. A kindling used to ignite what they call the fire of godhood. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Based on the current risk assessment, the system generates the optimal solution. Option 1, immediately terminate the contract with the target Su Qingxue, sever all ties, conceal your system information, and flee to a distant land. Success rate in avoiding risk, 91.4%. Option 2, use Su Qingxue as bait, deliberately revealing her whereabouts to the Pantheon cult, and secretly lie in wait until both sides are weakened before reaping the benefits. Expected gains, extremely high. Risk level, extremely high. Option 3, protect target Su Qingxue and confront Pantheon cult head-on. Estimated survival rate, less than 0.01%. Looking at the three cold and cruel solutions presented by the system, Chu Fan fell silent. From a rational perspective, option 1 is undoubtedly the best choice. His relationship with Su Qingxue was an accident from the start. To fight against a world-destroying organization that even the Empire finds troublesome, all for an unexpected reason, is tantamount to throwing an egg against a rock. In fact, the more cunning option 2 is the one that best suits his principle of maximizing his own interests as a time traveler. Can. Xu Fan's gaze fell on the girl beside him. He recalled the wondrous state of heart-to-heart connection the two had experienced in the cultivation room. He remembered her standing in front of him, coldly telling the Su family's butler, "He is my man." I remembered her ears turning red as she awkwardly adjusted her collar. I remembered how anxious and flustered she was in the alley just now. I was reminded of that temperature-controlled food container and that barely audible sentence, "My mom made too much." The iceberg is melting for him. And how could he possibly push her into an even deeper abyss at this time? Oh. Xu Fan suddenly chuckled softly. A survival rate of 0.01%. System, it seems you haven't taken my true abilities into account yet. He looked up at the city center, at the massive black and gold building that was about to host the auction, a building that resembled a colossal beast. There was no longer a trace of confusion in his eyes. Instead, there was an unprecedented determination and sharpness. Pantheon? Is it very strong? Those who want to harm me. Let's give it a try. Let's see if your teeth are stronger, or if my knife is sharper. Chapter 29. Welcome to the money-burning game. Black gold building, top floor. This is the true cloud top of Donghai City. The enormous dome is made of one-way glass crystal from the inside. It appears as a dazzling galaxy from the outside. It is just a deep darkness. The air was filled with the aroma of expensive perfumes and top-quality cigars that smelled like money. Xu Fan and Su Qingxue, led by a tall maid, walked across a carpet covered with velvet. Surrounding them were the true celebrities of Donghai City. A billionaire businessman, a powerful politician, a highly skilled martial artist. Their smart clothes, elegant manners, and whispered conversations can determine the rise and fall of an industry. When Su Qingxue appeared, almost everyone's attention was instinctively drawn to her. Amazing, admirable, and with an undisguised possessiveness. But when they saw the boy in ordinary casual clothes with an indifferent expression following closely beside Su Qingxue, their gazes turned to curiosity, incomprehension, and inquiry. Xu Fan ignored these gazes. His perception, like an invisible net, enveloped the entire venue. What he sensed was not luxury, but a chilling murderous intent lurking in every corner. On the ceiling, there is an inconspicuous protrusion at intervals that is an energy ray gun capable of instantly vaporizing a third-tier martial artist. Within the wall's crevices, a dull energy fluctuation flowed, a defensive array powerful enough to withstand a full-force attack from a king-level expert. And those seemingly respectful waiters and guards, each of them, had energy fluctuations far exceeding those of the second rank. Their auras were steady, and their temples bulged high, clearly indicating that they were all skilled and decisive killers. This is not paradise. This is the most magnificent prison, built with money and force. Mr. Chu, Miss Su, your private room has arrived. The maid stopped in front of a heavy ebony door and respectfully pushed it open. Miss Qin's invitation is indeed very useful, Xu Fan said casually, pulling Su Qingxi inside. This is a private VIP box with a very large space. It faces the central auction stage, offering an excellent view. The crystal glass in front of you allows you to see everything outside clearly, but people outside cannot see anything inside the private room. On the table were exquisite fruit platters and rare drinks from another world. Su Qingxue sat down on the soft sofa. She was a little uncomfortable with the atmosphere here, and there was a hint of wariness in her cold eyes. Xu Fan's gaze did not linger on these luxurious furnishings. His gaze, like that of a hawk, swept across the rows of identical VIP boxes opposite. Then, his gaze settled on a private room diagonally opposite. The crystal glass in that private room was currently in a semi-transparent state, seemingly as if it were deliberately showing off. Inside sat someone he knew all too well. Wang Tong. He changed into a well-tailored black tuxedo, his hair was meticulously combed, and he wore a sickly, excited smile. Beside him sat another acquaintance, bowing and scraping. Li Mo. That lackey who was terrified at the West Market Street stalls is now sitting brazenly in a VIP box at the black gold auction, his face full of smug arrogance. It seemed as if it had sensed Xu Fan's gaze. Wang Tang slowly raised his head, his gaze meeting Xu Fan's precisely. His smile widened even further. It was a playful cat-and-mouse game, a smug sense of certain victory. He slowly raised his hand and made a contemptuous gesture in Xu Fan's direction. Then, his lips moved silently. Chu Fan understood those two words. Waste. Su Qingxue saw it too, and her face instantly turned cold, with a chill emanating from her body. He's gone mad. No. A cold smile curved Chu Fan's lips. He just found a master who was even crazier than him. He looked away, no longer glancing at Wang Tang's clown-like face. He could sense the restless energy emanating from Wang Tang. And beside him, Liamo, there was a faint, eerie aura emanating from him, the same as that of the black-robed assassin from yesterday. One God religion. It seems they not only gave Wang Tang the courage to die, but also the confidence to spend money recklessly. Ignore him. Chu Fan sat down next to Su Qingxue, picked up a purple berry, and held it to her lips. Enjoy the show. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, but she still opened her small mouth and ate the berry. The sweet and sour juice burst in her mouth, calming her heart, which had been agitated by Wang Tang's provocation. She looked at the man beside her. No matter what situation he faced, he always seemed so calm and composed. It was as if he could withstand even if the sky were to fall. Just then. When? A clear and melodious bell rang throughout the entire venue. The once noisy venue fell silent instantly. All the lights went out at the same time. Only one huge spotlight shone on the central auction stage. A woman dressed in a red cheongsam, with a graceful figure and charming face, slowly walked onto the stage, holding a small auction gavel. Her face wore a professional smile that could make any man feel like he was basking in a spring breeze. Welcome, distinguished guests, tonight's Black Gold Night. Her voice, amplified through a sound amplifying array, reached everyone's ears clearly, carrying a unique and infectious quality. I am Hongxiu, the auctioneer tonight. I won't waste any more words. I'm sure you distinguished guests are already impatient. Hongxiu winked at the audience, eliciting a burst of good-natured laughter. Now, let's bring out our first item for tonight. She had barely finished speaking. A closed crystal display case slowly rose from the center of the auction stage. Inside the display case, under the cold, bluish light, a small, crimson plant, as if flames were flowing within it, lay quietly on black velvet. A scorching heat permeated the air, even through the thick crystal, making the guests in the front row feel parched. The entire venue instantly erupted in commotion. My God! It's crimson flame grass. And judging by its quality, it's at least 300 years old. The Black Gold Merchant Guild has really gone all out this time. They've brought out such a high-level rare and precious material as their very first item. This is the main ingredient for refining the Spirit Explosion Pill. It can cause a third-tier martial artist's strength to increase dramatically in a short period of time. Countless greedy eyes were focused on that little blade of grass. Inside the private room, Su Qingxue's breathing also paused slightly. She recognized it. This is the most needed supplementary medicine for the cultivation technique she is currently practicing. If she could obtain it, her cultivation speed could increase by at least 30%. However, Chu Fan's reaction was even greater than hers. The moment he saw the crimson flame grass, a line of golden text flashed wildly on his retina. Warning! Core auxiliary ingredient for refining the 9 Revolutions body tempering pill detected. 9-turn body tempering pill, an ancient secret formula that can significantly reshape the foundation of the physical body and enhance the strength of the life essence. It is one of the best options for the host to combat the threat of the cult of 10,000 gods. Recommendation: acquire it at all costs. Chu Fan's pupils contracted sharply. His heart skipped a beat. Against the Pantheon. The system provided such a clear prompt. He absolutely must get his hands on this. The value of a 300-year-old crimson flame grass is self-evident. Hongxiu, sitting on the stage, watched the crowd's reactions with satisfaction and raised the auction gavel with a smile. Starting bid, 3 million. Each bid must be at least 100,000 higher. The auction now begins. Before he could finish speaking, 3,100,000. 3,200,000. Prices began to rise steadily. Su Qingxue looked at Chu Fan with some nervousness. She knew that Chu Fan had made a fortune in the secret realm, but this was the Black Gold auction, where any item could fetch an astronomical price. She was just about to mention that she had some money in her savings account. Chu Fan gestured for her to calm down, his eyes calmly watching the fluctuating prices. He is waiting. Wait for those small fry to withdraw from the battlefield on their own. Soon, the price was raised to 4.5 million. There were significantly fewer bidders. Only a few people in the private rooms remained, still hesitating. Just then, An arrogant voice, filled with undisguised provocation, resounded throughout the entire venue through the amplification array. 5 million. The sound came from the private room diagonally opposite. It's Wang Teng. He directly raised the price by another 500,000 on top of the original price. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Everyone looked towards Wang Teng's private room, and then subconsciously looked towards where Chu Fan was. The show is about to begin. Chapter 30. Take my money, smash him to death. 5 million. When those two words, brimming with undisguised arrogance, were amplified and slammed into everyone's ears, the entire auction hall fell into an eerie, deathly silence. Immediately following was a burst of discussion. Are you crazy? That brat from the Wang family? A 300-year-old crimson flame grass has a market price of at most 4 million, and he directly asked for 5 million? Is he burning money like crazy? What do you know? Didn't you see who's opposite him? Countless gazes shifted back and forth between Wang Teng's semi-transparent private room and Chu Fan's completely opaque private room, their eyes filled with the excitement of watching a good show. In Donghai City's high society, everyone knows that the eldest son of the Wang family is the most ardent suitor of the Su family's proud daughter. And now, Chu Fan, the supposedly useless guy who turned Su Qingxue into a humanoid contract beast during the contract ceremony, is sitting opposite Wang Teng with Su Qingxue herself. This is no longer an auction. This is the most primitive and brutal male demonstration. It's a battlefield built with money. In the VIP box diagonally opposite, Wang Teng felt the spotlight on everyone, and his smile grew even more excited. He even deliberately made the glass crystal in front of him more transparent so that everyone could see the smug satisfaction on his face. He wanted to use money to crush Chu Fan, this good-for-nothing, under his feet in front of all the celebrities in Donghai City. Let him know that there is an insurmountable chasm between him and himself. However, Chu Fan's private room was quiet. There was no response. Time passed, second by second. The auctioneer, Hongxiu, on the stage still had a charming smile on her face, but a hint of surprise flashed deep in her eyes. She had seen countless such battles of egos, but usually, the other side would immediately retaliate. This silence is unusual. Wang Teng's smile gradually stiffened. Liam O, who was standing next to him, was so anxious that he scratched his head and cheeks. Brother Tang, did that kid chicken out? Was he too scared to bid? Wang Teng's face darkened. He wanted to be publicly humiliated, not to punch a cotton ball. Just when everyone thought this farce was about to end in a disappointing way. A calm, unwavering voice rang out softly through the amplification array. 5,100,000. The entire audience. Wang Teng, ? Li Mo's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. An increase of 100,000? On top of 5 million, is it going to be an additional 100,000? This isn't an auction, this is an insult. This is even more embarrassing than simply raising the price by 1 million. Wang Teng's face instantly turned a deep liver color. He could almost see Chu Fan's calm and indifferent face, silently mocking him through the darkness. Holy shit! Wang Teng slammed his hand on the table, grabbed the microphone, and roared. 6 million. He added 900,000 directly. He will use his absolute financial power to crush the other party's ridiculous composure. The room erupted in uproar once again. They've gone mad. They've really gone mad. This is already more than half the value of the crimson flame grass. Even if the Wang family is rich, they can't just burn money like this. This time, Chu Fan's private room was no longer silent. Almost the instant Wang Teng finished speaking, that calm voice rang out again. 6,100,000. It remains the same, only an additional 100,000. Not too much, not too little, just enough to overtake you. The feeling was like an adult teasing a mischievous child who was jumping around but could never reach the hem of his clothes. Put. Inside the venue, someone couldn't help but burst out laughing. That laugh was like igniting a powder keg. Wang Teng's eyes instantly turned red. He felt like everyone in the room was laughing at him. 7 million. He roared. 7,100,000. Chu Fan's voice remained calm and undisturbed. Su Qingxue sat next to Chu Fan, looking at his calm profile. For some reason, her heart, which had turned cold because of Wang Teng's provocation, calmed down. Her small hands unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes. She was a little worried. She knew Chu Fan had made a fortune in the secret realm, but this was the black gold auction. Wang Tang is backed by the Wang family, one of the 4 major families in China, which is extremely wealthy. If this fight continues, Xu Fan will suffer a loss. Xu Fan, she said softly, maybe we should forget about it, this thing isn't worth the price. I know. Xu Fan didn't look at her, his gaze seemed to pierce through the darkness, landing on the small crimson flame grass on the central display stand. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable firmness. But I have to get it. Because it is not a simple herb. That is the hope against the pantheist cult. It was in that survival rate of less than 0.01% that the key to unlocking a glimmer of hope was found. He has to pay this price. Su Qingxue was stunned when she heard Xu Fan's answer. Looking at Xu Fan's profile, she suddenly understood something. He wasn't trying to spite Wang Tang. He really needs this. She stopped speaking and just sat quietly, but in her glassy eyes, there was a resoluteness that she herself was unaware of. The bidding is still ongoing. Or rather, it was a one-sided performance by Wang Tang. 8 million. 8,100,000. 9 million. Wang Tang's voice was filled with a frenzied roar. He stared intently at Xu Fan's private room, as if he wanted to burn through the layer of crystal with his gaze. 9,100,000. Xu Fan's voice, like an unchanging pendulum, was precise and calm, striking Wang Tang's nerves on the verge of collapse. Prices have climbed to an unbelievable level. $9 million to buy a crimson flame grass? Everyone thought Xu Fan had gone mad, paying such a huge price just to spite Wang Tang. Many people no longer look at him as if he were a fool who doesn't know his place. Finally, when the price was raised to 9.5 million, Xu Fan's private room fell silent once again. This time, the silence lasted exceptionally long. On stage, Hongxiu had already begun quoting prices according to the procedure. 9.5 million once. 9.5 million twice. A ferocious and ecstatic smile appeared on Wang Tang's face. He won. That good-for-nothing has finally been squeezed dry. He could almost picture Xu Fan in the private room right now, his face pale and filled with remorse. He grabbed the microphone and shouted at the entire audience with all his might. I'll offer 10 million. Xu Fan. You good for nothing. If you don't have money, go home and drink your milk. Su Qingxue is mine. You're not even worthy to carry my shoes. The blatant humiliation echoed throughout the entire venue. Everyone looked towards Xu Fan's private room, waiting to see him make a fool of himself in the end. In the private room of the Su family patriarch, a middle-aged man who looked like a butler frowned. Patriarch, should we? The head of the Su family raised his hand, his eyes deep, and said nothing. And at this very moment, in Xu Fan's private room, Su Qingxue looked at Xu Fan's slightly furrowed brows, and saw that he seemed to be hesitating and weighing his options. She suddenly remembered yesterday, that alley, that patch of ground that was corroded and sizzling. I recalled the malicious curse uttered by the black-robed assassin before his self-destruction. Wang Tang is now standing on the same side as those people. A chilling rage surged from the depths of her heart straight to the top of her head. She no longer hesitated for a moment. A small, cold hand suddenly grabbed Xu Fan's hand. Xu Fan was taken aback and turned his head. Suddenly, Su Qingxue produced a card made entirely of an unknown obsidian. The card had no bank logo, only a design of an ice phoenix with outstretched wings, drawn in mithril. The Yanhuang Empire, Supreme Black Phoenix card. With no upper limit on overdrafts, there are very few cardholders. She placed the card, which represented the core financial power of the Su family, into Xu Fan's hand. Her movements were hurried, even somewhat forceful. She looked into Xu Fan's eyes, and in those eyes that were always as cold as ice, a flame of determination was burning. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was like a thunderclap, exploding in Xu Fan's heart. My money is your money. She paused, each word carrying a chilling, murderous aura. Take my money and bury him alive. Chapter 31. You buy the grass, I scaving for the bargains, we all have a bright future. Xu Fan felt a cold, hard sensation in his palm. The pure black card seemed to contain some strange power. The mithril ice phoenix on the card, with its wings outstretched as if about to take flight, seemed to have come to life, looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. The Yanhuang Empire, Supreme Black Phoenix card. It represents more than just wealth. It is also one of the core powers of the Su family, this behemoth standing at the top of the empire. And now, this card was forcefully stuffed into his palm by a slightly trembling little hand. Take my money and bury him alive. Su Qingxue's voice echoed in the private room. cold and resolute. Those usually calm, deep-sea-like eyes were now burning with a flame that made even him feel a chill. She wasn't joking. She truly was willing to give everything and spend lavishly on him. Chu Fan's heart was gently bumped by something. He looked at the girl in front of him, at her reddened eyes and her tight, stubborn lips. He smiled. He didn't take the card. Instead, he reached out his other hand and gently covered her hand that was holding his, softly pushing the Black Phoenix card back along with her hand. Need not. His voice was soft, yet it carried a calming power. It's just a show. I have enough money. Moreover. Chu Fan's gaze pierced through the crystal glass of the private room and landed on the face opposite him, which was twisted with rage. A playful smile appeared on his lips. Wouldn't using your money fulfill his wish? What he wants to see most is me living off you like a gigolo. I won't. Su Qingxue was stunned. Looking at Chu Fan's calm yet slightly mocking face, and feeling the warmth from his palm, her cheeks involuntarily began to burn again. The raging anger in my heart was gradually calmed down without me even realizing it. Yes. What Wang Tang most wanted to see was Chu Fan being humiliated by him with money, and then only able to hide behind him. If I really give the money to Chu Fan, wouldn't I be falling right into his trap? Chu Fan was thinking further ahead than she had imagined. And I care more about her feelings. Su Qing silently withdrew her hand in the Black Phoenix card, and sat down again, but her small hands were still clutching the hem of her clothes at her sides. She stopped talking. She chose to believe him. At this moment, the atmosphere in the venue had been completely ignited by Wang Tang's bid of 10 million and his blatant humiliation. 10 million. My God. Young Master Wang has completely lost his mind. This isn't an auction anymore, he's throwing money at people. That Chu Fan has really bitten off more than he can chew this time. He dares to fight the young master of the Wang family when he has no money. Isn't he just asking for humiliation? Oh no, look at his private room, he hasn't made a sound for ages, he's probably scared out of his wits. Countless gazes, filled with schadenfreude, pity, and disdain, were all focused on Chu Fan's dark private room. It was as if they wanted to see through that layer of crystal to see the utter despair on the face of that arrogant young man. In Wang Tang's private room. He leaned back on the sofa with an air of authority, his face flushed with a sickly pallor, his breathing rapid, and his eyes excited. He won. He used money to trample that good-for-nothing under his feet in front of everyone in Donghai City. 10 million. He could almost see Chu Fan kneeling on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Brother Tang, awesome. Liamo, standing beside him, was so excited that he was incoherent, looking at Wang Tang with a face full of worship, as if he were looking at a god. Ha ha ha. Wang Tang laughed wildly, a piece of trash like you dares to fight me. The auctioneer, Hongxiu, on the stage still had a charming smile on her face, but a subtle, peculiar glint flashed in her eyes. She raised the auction gavel. 10 million. Mr. Wang from box number 23 has bid 10 million. Are there any higher prices? Her gaze drifted, intentionally or unintentionally, toward Chu Fan's private room. The entire room fell silent. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the final outcome of this farce. 10 million, for the first time. Hongxiu's voice rang out crisply. Wang Tang's smile grew increasingly sinister. 10 million, for the second time. Wang Tang had even stood up, ready to bask in the spotlight and receive cheers of victory. Just as Hongxiu was about to bring down the auction gavel for the third time. That long silent, calm voice rang out once again. But this time, there was a hint of hesitation and struggle in his voice that anyone could hear. 1,000, 100,000. The entire audience. Wang Tang suddenly turned his head and stared intently at Chu Fan's private room, his smile instantly freezing. Add more? And they're only adding 100,000? You fucking bastard. A surge of anger rushed to Wang Tang's head. He felt like he was about to explode with rage. 11 million. He practically screamed it out. He wanted to utterly crush the last shred of hope the other party had. This time, Chu Fan's private room remained silent for an even longer period. A full half-minute passed. It went on for so long that everyone thought he was truly drained dry. The voice rang out again, this time filled with resentment and weakness. 11.1 million. Puff. Someone couldn't help but laugh out loud again. This isn't an auction, it's practically cupping therapy. They're still scraping gold. Wang Tang's chest heaved violently, his eyes bloodshot. He no longer cared about the crimson flame grass, all he wanted now was for that good-for-nothing in the private room to kneel down. 1 million, 2 million. He roared. This time, Chu Fan's private room fell completely silent. Time passed second by second. Hong Xiu's gaze swept back and forth between the two private rooms, and the smile on her face became somewhat playful. She started making offers. 12 million, for the first time. 12 million, for the second time. Wang Tang stared intently at Chu Fan's private room, a cruel and smug smile playing on his lips. Finally, he heard a faint sigh, as if it were leaking through a sound amplification array. That sigh was filled with helplessness, regret, and utter powerlessness. We lost. That good-for-nothing finally admitted defeat. 12 million, for the third time. Clang. The auction gavel slammed down. Congratulations to Mr. Wang from Box 23 for winning the bid for this 300-year-old crimson flame grass at the astronomical price of 12 million. Hong Xiu's voice announced Wang Tang's victory. Ha 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 ha. Wang Tang could no longer contain himself and let out a deafening burst of wild laughter. He suddenly adjusted the crystal glass in his private box to be completely transparent, stood up, and basked in the attention of the entire room like a victorious general. He pointed in the direction of Chu Fan's private room and shouted with all his might. Useless trash. Did you see that? This is the difference between you and me. What do you have to fight me with? What do you have to compete with me for snow removal? Humiliation. The ultimate humiliation. In the private room of the Su family patriarch, the butler frowned. Patriarch, this brat from the Wang family has gone too far. The head of the Su family held his teacup, gently blew on the steam, his eyes deep, and remained silent. Meanwhile, in Chu Fan's private room, Su Qingxue looked at Chu Fan with some concern. She saw Chu Fan leaning back on the sofa, his brows slightly furrowed, seemingly genuinely regretting missing out on the crimson flame grass. Chu Fan, you. Shu. Chu Fan gestured to her, but a subtle smile played on his lips. The system's notification sounded perfectly clear in his mind. Target Wang Tang, experiencing severe emotional fluctuations, adrenaline surge, and a 90% drop in judgment, has entered the second stage of the money-burning trap. Just then, Hong Xiu on the stage had already signaled to the maid to bring up the next item for auction. It was an ordinary tray, and on the tray was a section of what looked like a withered vine. It was completely charred black, dry, and lifeless, like a piece of rotten wood picked up from the foot of some mountain. Ahem, Hong Xiu's expression was also somewhat subtle. This item is a bit special. It was discovered on the outskirts of an ancient site. Our Chamber of Commerce researchers have tried various methods, but have been unable to identify its species and function. Its only characteristic is that it is very sturdy, so sturdy that even a full-force attack from a third-tier martial artist cannot damage it in the slightest. Therefore, we call it the nameless vine. Starting bid, 100,000. Bidding increments are flexible. As soon as Hong Xiu finished speaking, the entire room fell into dead silence. Immediately following was a suppressed chuckle. What the hell? Rotten wood? The Black Gold Merchant Guild would sell this kind of garbage? Is it just to make up the numbers? $10,000 for a fire poker? The kind that won't burn? Everyone was uninterested, and no one even had the desire to bid. Wang Tang laughed so hard he almost fell over. Pointing at the vine, he shouted to the entire audience, Chu Fan. That piece of trash is quite a match for you. How about I lend you 100,000 yuan to buy him as a dog beating stick? Ha ha ha. Liemo chimed in enthusiastically, Brother Tang is right. A loser paired with a piece of junk, a perfect match. Everyone in the room turned to Chu Fan's private room, waiting to see how he would respond to this mockery. However, to everyone's surprise, there was no angry rebuttal from Chu Fan's private room. Only a calm, utterly serene voice, faintly amplified through the sound amplifying array, rang out. 100,000. The entire audience was stunned. He really made a bid? Hong Xiu was also somewhat surprised, but still professionally called out, the VIP in VIP room number 11 has offered 100,000, is there any more? She hadn't finished speaking. That calm voice rang out again, carrying an unquestionable decisiveness. I'll offer the final price. 1 million. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned. The one-hammer kill rule is a special rule of the Black Gold auction. A bid of 10 times the item's estimated value can secure the item without further bidding. The Black Gold Merchant Guild values this piece of broken wood at 100,000. The young man who had just given up a priceless treasure worth 12 million because he didn't have the money was now, without hesitation, spending 1 million to buy a piece of rotten vine that no one else would even look at. Wang Tang's laughter came to an abrupt halt. The expression on his face was as if he had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, in Xu Fan's private room, Su Qingshui also looked at Xu Fan with a puzzled expression. Xu Fan simply smiled and offered no explanation. On his retina, a line of golden text was shining brightly. Ding! Dragon blood vine detected. The second core material for the 9 Revolutions body tempering pill has been locked. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a true treasure far exceeding the value of crimson flame grass at a cost of only 1%. Xu Fan picked up the drink on the table and took a small sip. The taste is good. Chapter 32: A Drop of Blood, From Trash to Treasure. 1 million. Buy a piece of rotten wood. After Wang Tang used an exorbitant price of 12 million to overwhelmingly seize the crimson flame grass, this boy named Xu Fan spent 1 million to buy a fire poker that no one could identify. After a brief silence, the entire auction hall erupted in laughter louder than ever before. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter. Is he a clown sent by the monkeys? He can't afford the crimson flame grass, so he spends 1 million to buy some junk to comfort himself? This isn't just a matter of being mentally unstable, it's like their brain got caught in a door, or rather, trampled by a monster. 1 million. Just for a moment of pride? What an utter fool. To gloat, to despise, to mock. Countless eyes were now focused on Xu Fan's dark private room, as if they were watching a complete idiot. Ha 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 ha. In Wang Tang's private room, he was laughing so hard that tears were almost streaming down his face. He leaned back on the sofa, pounding his thighs, and was panting heavily. Useless, useless. What a complete waste. He pointed at Xu Fan's private room and laughed wildly at Li Yamo beside him. See that? This is him. A poor, brainless idiot. How could Qingshui possibly like someone like him? He's not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Li Yamo stood to the side, bowing and scraping, his fawning expression practically overflowing. Brother Tang is right. This kind of person is a disgrace to Donghai City. Spending 1 million to buy a piece of broken wood, this is something to laugh about for a year. Even the professional smile on the face of the auctioneer Hongxiu on the stage was starting to falter. She forced down the smile on her face and raised the auction gavel. Since the VIP in box 11 has used the final price, then this nameless vine is sold for 1 million. Clang! The gavel fell, announcing the conclusion of this absurd deal. The maid immediately went up on the stage, preparing to put the rotten piece of wood into a box and send it to Xu Fan's private room. Wang Tang's laughter became even more unrestrained. He could almost see Xu Fan's expression of regret and despair when he received this piece of rotten wood. However, just as the maid's hand was about to touch the vine, a calm voice drifted out from VIP box number 11. Wait a moment. The sound wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The venue fell silent once again. Everyone looked at Xu Fan's private room with suspicion. What is this idiot up to now? Could it be that he regrets it and wants to back out? But this is a black gold auction, and once the hammer falls, there's no going back. That's the ironclad rule. Wang Tang's laughter stopped, and he narrowed his eyes, a cruel sneer on his lips. Want to back out? Dream. Today, he's going to nail this joke of buying rotten wood for 1 million to Xu Fan's pillar of shame. Hongxiu on stage was also taken aback, then smiled and said, VIP in box 11, do you have any questions? According to the rules, once an item is sold, it cannot be. Xu Fan interrupted her. I don't want to go back on my word. Xu Fan's voice remained calm. I just want to invite Ms. Qin Baobao, the chief appraiser of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce, to come up here for a moment. I want to conduct a small experiment in public. Qin Baobao? Chief appraiser? Upon hearing this name, the atmosphere in the venue changed abruptly. Why is the Black Gold Merchant Guild able to stand at the pinnacle of the empire? Besides their abundant wealth and powerful military force, what's even more important is their unparalleled appraisal ability. Qin Baobao is the best of this generation of appraisers. It is said that every rare and precious item appraised by her has never been mistaken. She herself is also a mysterious and unpredictable high-level martial artist. Why would someone of that caliber get involved in such a trivial matter? Everyone thought Xu Fan was daydreaming. However, the next second, A lazy, slightly curious female voice came from backstage. Oh? Someone specifically asked for me? Accompanied by the sound, a woman dressed in a white researcher's uniform, but with an exceptionally voluptuous figure, slowly walked onto the auction stage. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and behind the lenses were a pair of captivating eyes that seemed to see right through people. It's Qin Baobao. The entire audience erupted in uproar. She actually came out. Qin Baobao walked to the auction stage, picked up the charred vine, glanced at it, and then looked with great interest toward the direction of VIP box number 11. I personally authenticated this item. It has a hard texture and restrained energy, but it is devoid of life and cannot be identified. Therefore, I would rate it as unknown scrap. Her voice carried a hint of amusement. Sir, you spent $1 million to buy it, and now you want to do some kind of experiment? Do you think there's something wrong with my assessment? These words were spoken softly, but they carried an invisible pressure in the ears of the people who heard them. Questioning the chief appraiser of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce? This kid's audacity is off the charts. Wang Tang sneered repeatedly, already prepared to see how Chu Fan would be silenced by Qin Baobao's single sentence. Su Qingxue was also a little nervous, and she gently tugged at Chu Fan's sleeve. Chu Fan simply patted her hand reassuringly. His voice rang out calmly as always. I am not questioning the professionalism of appraiser Qin. However, I once read about a peculiar plant in an ancient book, and its characteristics are very similar to this vine. According to ancient records, that plant grows when it comes into contact with blood. So? Chu Fan paused, his voice not loud, but it was earth-shattering. Could I borrow a drop of demonic beast blood? The entire room fell silent. Everyone looked at Chu Fan as if he were crazy. Born from blood? Do you think this is a novel? Ancient books? Why don't you just say you traveled back from ancient times? Ha 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 ha. Wang Tang burst into laughter again. Keep making things up. Let's see what kind of nonsense you can come up with. I think he's just a sore loser, trying to save face. What kind of bullshit experiment is this, all that charlatanry? Li Mo chimed in loudly. Qin Baobao on the stage was also stunned. Her almond-shaped eyes, peering through her glasses, scrutinized VIP room number 11. This claim is utterly absurd. But for some reason, the other person's calm tone aroused a strange curiosity in her heart. What if? What if there really is something I'm unaware of? For a top appraiser, even the slightest possibility is worth trying. Good. Qin Baobao's red lips uttered a single word. The entire audience was shocked once again. She actually agreed. Wang Tang's laughter also got stuck in his throat. Soon, a waiter came up with a crystal bottle containing a bright red, viscous liquid. Second tier, blood of the wind wolf, Qin Baobao said. She looked towards booth number 11. Now, what do you want to do? Please trouble appraiser Qin to lay the vine flat, and then drip a drop of blood onto its very center, Chu Fan's voice came. Qin Baobao did as instructed without hesitation. She carefully dipped a silver needle into a drop of wind wolf blood, and then gently dripped it down. All eyes were focused on the single drop of blood about to fall. Expectation, mockery, disdain, curiosity. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Bright red blood traced an arc in the air. Snap. It landed precisely in the center of the charred vine. 1 second. 2 seconds. Nothing happened. Ha 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 ha. I told you. You were just playing tricks. Wang Tang was the first to burst out with laughter. Idiot. However, before he could finish speaking, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz. A strange buzzing sound came from that vine. The drop of bright red blood seemed to be instantly absorbed, merging into the charred vines. The next moment, a pale golden light, visible to the naked eye, burst forth from within the vines. The originally charred and dry skin began to crack and peel off inch by inch at a speed visible to the naked eye. Instead, a brand new vine body, seemingly cast from pure gold, is covered with dragon scale-like patterns. An indescribable, vast, ancient, and domineering pressure swept out from the small vines, instantly enveloping the entire venue. Guests who were nearby felt a tightness in their chest and difficulty breathing, as if an ancient dragon was opening its eyes above their heads. The powerful martial artists in the venue changed their expressions drastically, stood up abruptly, and stared intently at the vine on the stage that was coming alive. This oppressive force. It's dragon's might. The purest dragon's might. Qin Baobao, who was standing closest to Qin Baobao, felt it the most strongly. The silver needle in her hand clattered to the ground, and her peach blossom eyes behind her gold-rimmed glasses widened in surprise. She stared at the vine that had completely transformed into a crimson gold color, feeling the pressure emanating from the depths of her bloodline. Her lips trembled, and her pretty face flushed red with extreme shock and excitement. She gasped in shock, her voice trembling and completely distorted. This is dragon blood vine. Legend has it that it was born from the blood of an ancient dragon and takes 10,000 years to grow to only an inch. Dragon blood vine. Boom! Qin Baobao's words were like a ton of dynamite, exploding in everyone's minds. The entire venue was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone's expression froze on their faces. They stared blankly at the vine on the stage, which exuded a faint dragon's might and was as if it were cast in gold. Dragon blood vine? The legendary holy medicine. Its value is enough to drive even a king-level powerhouse crazy. And just now, they all thought it was a piece of rotten wood. They all laughed at the boy who bought it for $1 million, calling him a fool. Now, who's the real fool? Countless gazes instantly turned to the opposite side. That was just now laughing wildly and being extremely smug the eldest son of the Wang family. Wang Tang remained leaning forward, still mocking, but the smile on his face had completely frozen, looking even uglier than a grimace. His eyes were fixed on the dragon blood vine on the stage, his eyeballs bloodshot, as if they were about to bulge out of their sockets. His mouth was slightly open, and a strange gurgling sound came from his throat, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his neck. 12 million was spent to buy a single crimson flame grass. $1 million was spent on a dragon blood vine. The value of crimson flame grass is nothing compared to that of the true dragon blood vine. It's not even worthy of carrying its shoes. He thought he had used money to trample Chu Fan underfoot. Little did he know that he was the one standing at the foot of Mount Everest, mocking those on its summit, a complete clown. The extreme humiliation overwhelmed him like the fiercest tide. Puff. Wang Tang felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out, splattering all over the table in front of him. Chapter 33. This black card is incredibly powerful. Fresh blood. It splashed onto the expensive solid wood table in front of Wang Tang. Shocking. The entire auction hall was so silent that you could hear the sound of blood dripping. Giggle. Wang Tang made an unintelligible sound from his throat. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the dragon blood vine on the stage, which had completely transformed into a crimson gold. His body trembled violently from extreme anger and humiliation. His face went from deathly pale to flushed red, and finally turned into a strange purplish black, as if someone had suffocated him. We lost. We lost. Utter defeat. He spent 12 million to buy a huge joke. And that good for nothing in his eyes picked up a holy medicine that could drive even a king crazy with just 1 million. He thought he was the player, but he never expected that from beginning to end, he was the most ridiculous piece on the opponent's chessboard. Tang brother Tang. Liam O, standing to the side, was deathly pale and his voice trembled. He wanted to help Wang Tang up, but he didn't dare to touch him. Roll. Wang Tang suddenly shoved Liam O to the ground, his eyes fixed on the dark private room diagonally opposite him, like those of a wounded beast. Humiliation. Anger. I'm not reconciled. All the emotions ultimately transformed into a chilling, bone-chilling killing intent. Chu Fan. I want you dead. I will make sure you die. The atmosphere in the venue was extremely eerie. No one dared to speak loudly anymore. Everyone cautiously glanced at Wang Tang's face, which had almost turned purple, and Chu Fan's still deep and unfathomable private room. Laugh at? Who would dare to laugh now? Mocking that mysterious young man who had the discerning eye to recognize talent and whose words could determine its value. Now, all they feel is awe and a deep-seated fear. Just who was this guy? Soon, a maid from the Black Gold Merchant Guild took small, quick steps, carefully packed the piece of dragon blood vine into a top-grade jade box, and personally delivered it to VIP room number 11. That respectful attitude was completely different from when he delivered the crimson flame grass. Each act of respect was like a resounding slap across Wang Tang's face. The auction is still ongoing. But everyone's mind was in turmoil. On stage, Hongxiu, forcing herself to stay alert, introduced the upcoming auction items. This is a piece of ore from the meteorite sea. Its texture is unknown, but it is extremely hard. Starting bid, 10,000. The words had barely left his mouth. Everyone's eyes instinctively turned to VIP room number 11. Really? That calm voice rang out softly. 20,000. The entire room fell silent. No one dared to treat it as a joke anymore. Everyone craned their necks, staring intently at the dark, unremarkable stone, trying to discern something from it. No matter how hard they stared, they couldn't see anything else about that thing besides its hardness. Nobody dared to follow. What if you follow the wrong path and lose tens of thousands of dollars, becoming a new laughingstock? Clang! Congratulations to the VIP in box 11 for winning the nameless ore. Inside Chu Fan's private room. Su Qingxue looked at the broken stone that the maid brought in, her face full of confusion. What is this? Chu Fan smiled and took the stone in his hand. A flash of golden light appeared on his retina. Ding! Meteorite iron mother detected. It can be used to enhance weapons. After being incorporated into a weapon, it will give it the armor-piercing attribute. Nice one. The following item is a mutated concentration flower, but it seems to have failed to be cultivated and is showing little vitality. The starting bid is 5,000. Hongxiu hadn't finished speaking. 10,000. It's room number 11 again. Everyone in the room was stunned. What kind of strategy is this? That plant's leaves are all yellowing. It looks like it's about to die. What would I do with it? Keep it as a specimen? This time, someone finally couldn't resist and, with a try-it-out mentality, shouted, 11,000. 50,000. Chu Fan's voice remained calm. The person who had raised the price immediately shut up. Forget it, I can't afford to play this game. Let's not try to guess what this big shot is thinking. Inside Chu Fan's private room. Ding! Tranquility grass seedling detected. Its vitality has been suppressed by erroneous energy. After system optimization, its activity can be restored. Note, this item is a rare auxiliary material for cultivating soul power. Su Qingxue watched as Chu Fan bought several items that others would consider junk as if he were shopping at a market, her glassy eyes filled with curiosity. She found that she could see through this nominal master more and more. He is calm, cunning, and mysterious. It was as if everything was within his calculations. This feeling made her both uneasy and strangely at ease. Throughout the entire process, Wang Tang's private room remained deathly silent. He made no further bids, nor did he utter any further words. He sat there quietly in the darkness, like a venomous snake waiting for a fatal blow. All his arrogance and swagger were crushed and shattered after he spat out that mouthful of blood, settling into the coldest resentment. He is waiting. Waiting for an opportunity that can completely crush Chu Fan into hell, ensuring he can never rise again. Finally, after several lukewarm auction items, Chief Appraiser Qin Baobao, who had personally examined the dragon blood vine, stepped onto the auction stage once again. She changed out of her white lab coat and into a fiery red, form-fitting cheongsam that perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, she attracted everyone's attention. Distinguished guests, thank you for keeping us waiting. Qin Baobao parted her red lips slightly, her voice carrying a hint of lazy magnetism. Next up is the final and most anticipated item of this black gold auction. It's here. Everyone perked up. Two strong men were seen lifting a huge metal box together. Qin Baobao stepped forward personally, entered the password, and opened the box. The moment the box was opened, a cold and sharp aura spread out. Inside, there were no rare treasures, only a handful of sand. A handful of strange sand, shimmering with starlight under the light, as if the entire starry sky had been crushed and contained within. Stardust. Immediately, some knowledgeable people in the venue exclaimed in surprise. Legend has it that star sand can only be formed near spatial rifts after being eroded by a century of spatial storms. This stuff is a top-grade material for forging spatial attribute weapons. It's also the best medium for harmonizing various potent medicinal powers. The Black Gold Chamber of Commerce, what a grand gesture! Amid the discussions, in Chu Fan's private room, he suddenly sat up straight, his body that had been leaning against the sofa. His eyes instantly became incredibly sharp. In his mind, the system's notification sound, carrying an unprecedented warning tone, rang frantically. Warning! The last main ingredient for the 9 Revolutions body tempering pill has appeared. Target, Stardust. Combined with the ironclad rhinoceros demon core and the dragon blood vine, a perfect quality body tempering pill can be refined. 99% success rate. It can increase the host's physical strength by 300%, laying a perfect foundation for reaching higher realms. That's it. Shu Fan's breathing quickened slightly for a moment. The second-tier peak ironclad rhinoceros demon core he obtained in the secret realm possessed incredibly violent energy. Absorbing it directly would be tantamount to suicide. It must be mixed with auxiliary drugs. He was still worried about this matter. Unexpectedly, what I had been searching for was right under my nose. He was determined to get his hands on that stardust. Star sand, 1 pound, starting bid, 5 million. Qin Baobao's voice ignited the venue once again. I'll offer 6 million. 6.5 million. I'm taking this. 7 million. Prices are rising steadily. This was the real grand finale item, and all the wealthy and powerful families joined the bidding. In the blink of an eye, the price broke through the 10 million mark. Shu Fan did not rush to make a bid. He is waiting. His gaze pierced through the darkness and landed on the deathly silent private room diagonally opposite. Really? Just when the price climbed to 15 million. There was finally some movement in Wang Tang's private room. He no longer roared wildly like before. He didn't even utter a single word. The crystal glass in his private room was turned completely transparent. Everyone could see that Wang Tang sat there expressionless, his face still grim, but his eyes were frighteningly cold. A maid emerged from behind him, carrying a velvet tray in both hands, and walked to the front of the private room. There was no money or checks on the tray. There is only one card. A mysterious card, completely black as ink, without any bank logo, except for a simple, small, golden dragon emblem imprinted in the very center. The moment this card appeared, Qin Baobao's expression suddenly changed on the stage. Her usually playful and smiling eyes suddenly contracted when she saw the golden dragon emblem. She almost dropped the auction gavel that symbolized authority in her hand. In the venue, the vast majority of people did not recognize this card. But everyone sensed something unusual in Qin Baobao's reaction. That's a power, far beyond wealth. Just as everyone was holding their breath, Wang Tang's cold, hoarse voice, devoid of any emotion, resounded throughout the venue. 50 million. Boom. These two words were like a bombshell, exploding in everyone's minds. 50 million? For this handful of stardust? Has he gone mad? This isn't just burning money, it's burning the heavens. The entire venue was deathly silent. Even the sound of breathing has disappeared. However, what shocked them even more was the auctioneer Qin Baobao's reaction. She did not question the authenticity of the offer. She simply took a deep breath, bowed slightly to the black card, and announced loudly with an unprecedentedly solemn tone. Confirmed, Imperial Bank's highest authority, Dragon Emblem Black Card. VIP number 23, make your bid. 50. Tens. Millions. Dragon Emblem Black Card. Although many people don't know what this means, the 8 words, the highest authority of the Imperial Bank, say it all. That's not a symbol of wealth. That is the embodiment of power. Countless gazes, filled with shock, fear, and awe, were cast upon Wang Tang. At this moment, no one dared to regard him as a spoiled brat who only knew how to throw tantrums. Meanwhile, in Shu Fan's private room, when Su Qingxue saw the black card, her pretty face turned deathly pale. Dragon Emblem Black Card. The Wang family actually possesses such a thing. Her voice was trembling. Shu Fan's brows furrowed tightly. In his mind, the system's cold notification tone was rapidly calculating. Asset valuation in progress. Host's current assets, 13.5 million. Scanning Su Qingxue's assets. Estimated limit for the Black Phoenix card, 30 million. Total assets, 43.5 million. Target amount, 50 million. Conclusion, the funding gap is substantial. Not enough. Even if we emptied our pockets in Su Qingxue's savings, it would still be far from enough. This time, Wang Tang did not give him any chance to toy with or humiliate him. He used an absolute, overwhelming force to checkmate the enemy. Chapter 34, Flipping the Table. I'll trade dragon blood for stars. 50 million. Dragon Emblem Black Card. When these words came out of Qin Baobao's solemn mouth, the entire auction hall fell into an eerie, suffocating silence. That's not wealth. That is power. It is absolute power that would make even a behemoth like the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce bow down in respect. Everyone lost. The moment Wang Tang revealed that card, the battle for the Star Sand was over. Countless gazes, filled with pity, mockery, and schadenfreude, were cast upon VIP room number 11. They could almost see the boy who had just managed to snag a great bargain through his cleverness, now looking deathly pale and utterly despondent. Challenging power with luck? How ridiculous! Inside Chu Fan's private room, Su Qingshue's pretty face was completely bloodless. The dragon emblem black card. That's something only the top 100 families in the empire are qualified to possess. How could the Wang family possibly have it? Her voice trembled slightly, without her even realizing it. This isn't about money anymore. This is social class. It's something that ordinary people can never touch in their entire lives, a world of difference. Chu Fan's brows were tightly furrowed. In his mind, the system's voice was cold and ruthless. Conclusion: the funding gap is substantial. Purchase plan simulation failed. Recommendation: give up. Give up? These two words don't exist in Chu Fan's dictionary. This stardust is the most important cornerstone on the perfect martial path he has planned for himself. It is his capital to reach a higher level and crush all his peers. Once you miss it, it's gone forever. 50 million, for the first time. On stage, Qin Baobao's voice was like a heavy hammer, striking everyone's hearts. The crystal glass in Wang Tang's private room was still completely transparent. He sat there expressionless, not even looking at the stardust on the platform, his cold eyes fixed on Chu Fan's private box. He was enjoying himself. Enjoy the thrill of crushing your opponent into dust with absolute power. Humiliation sometimes doesn't need words. 50 million, for the second time. Qin Baobao's voice rang out again, her gaze lingering on VIP room number 11 for a moment before she shook her head slightly. It's over. Everyone thinks that way. The eldest son of the Wang family regained all face in the most domineering and unreasonable way. And that boy named Chu Fan will ultimately become the most tragic footnote in this game of the wealthy and powerful. However, just as Qin Baobao was about to bring down the auction gavel for the third time, squeak! A soft sound. The door to VIP room number 11 opened. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness. She was not a maid. It's Chu Fan. He actually walked out on his own. The boy was tall and straight, with a calm face and dark eyes as deep as the night. He ignored all the stares coming from the audience, and he ignored the sudden ferocity of Wang Tang's face across from him. He walked slowly and deliberately toward the auction stage, where the lights were shining. What does he want to do? Admitting defeat in public? Or do you want to kneel down and beg for mercy? Absurd ideas popped into everyone's minds. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Wang Tang's mouth. He liked the script. He wanted to make Chu Fan lose face and dignity in front of everyone in Donghai City. Su Qingshuo stood up nervously in the private room, her hands clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white. Chu Fan didn't even spare her a glance. He walked up to the auction table. All eyes are on us. He didn't look at anyone below the stage, but only at Qin Baobao, the chief appraiser with a hot figure and sharp eyes. Appraiser Qin. Chu Fan spoke, his voice clearly resounding throughout the entire area through the magic array. I'm giving up bidding with money. I've given up. He finally gave up. A suppressed snicker erupted in the hall. Wang Tang's smugness was almost overflowing. However, Chu Fan's next words made everyone's laughter catch in their throats. I don't need money. Chu Fan paused, his calm gaze sweeping across the entire room before finally settling on Wang Tang's face. I'll use it to exchange for it. Before he could finish speaking, he flipped his wrist. The top-grade jade box, which had just been brought into his private room by a maid, appeared in his hands. He opened the jade box in front of everyone. Buzz. A vast and domineering dragon's might swept across the entire arena once again. The section of vine, entirely pure gold and covered with dragon scale patterns, which seemed to still be breathing slightly, lay quietly in the jade box. Dragon blood vine. The real dragon blood vine. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned. What is he going to do? Would you trade dragon blood vine for that handful of star sand? This is fucking. What kind of operation is this? On stage, Qin Baobao's captivating peach blossom eyes suddenly widened. She stared intently at the jade box in Chu Fan's hand, her breathing becoming rapid. You mean? My meaning is very simple. Chu Fan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a kind of madness that seemed to overturn the card table. I think appraiser Qin knows better than I do the value of this dragon blood vine. It's useful to me, but I don't need it all. Chu Fan stretched out his finger and gestured on the dragon blood vine, indicating that it only occupied less than 1/10 of the length. I only need this much. I'm willing to use the remaining, over 90% of the dragon blood vine, to exchange for this handful of star sand on the platform. Boom! The entire venue erupted in chaos. He's insane. He's absolutely insane. Trading 90% of the dragon blood vine for a handful of stardust sand? Even a 3-year-old could do that. The value of the dragon blood vine is so high, let alone 50 million, even 500 million would be priceless. This isn't just wasteful spending, it's burning the heavens. Everyone looked at Chu Fan as if he were a monster or a madman. They simply couldn't understand Chu Fan's logic. However, the truly important figures, the heads of various families, all sat up straight at this moment, their eyes flashing with an unprecedented brilliance. They understood. This boy isn't crazy. He broke the deadlock in a way that no one expected. He's a general. The Black Gold Merchant Guild's army. Chu Fan ignored the commotion below the stage. His gaze remained fixed on Qin Baobao. He slowly added the last sentence. Of course, except for Stardust. I need more. The Black Gold Chamber of Commerce owes me a favor. Dead silence. A deathly silence so profound you could hear a pin drop. If what I said before was crazy, then that statement is arrogance. Do you want the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce to owe you a favor? Who do you think you are? An imperial prince? However, no one dared to laugh out loud. Because the confidence he had in saying that came from the piece of holy medicine in his hand that was enough to drive even the king mad. Qin Baobao's chest heaved violently. Looking at Chu Fan's calm face and his unfathomable eyes, she felt a chill for the first time. This boy is terrifying. He wasn't bidding at all, he was gambling. He had calculated correctly, the Black Gold Merchant Guild would not remain indifferent to this nearly complete piece of dragon blood vine. The profits involved are unimaginable. He had calculated it correctly. Wang Tang's 50 million was nothing compared to the absolute value of the dragon blood vine. He even wanted to take this opportunity to get in touch with the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. Cunning, and bold. Every single one of them is a top choice. Is this really a boy who is not even 20 years old? No. A furious roar came from VIP box number 23. Wang Tang could no longer sit still. He abruptly stood up, his eyes bloodshot, pointed at Chu Fan, and roared hysterically. He's breaking the rules. At auction, the highest bidder wins. It's paid with money, not barter. He's broke. He's a good for nothing. This stardust is mine. Mine. He was acting like a madman. He can't accept it. He had just enjoyed the thrill of crushing his opponent with absolute power, but in the blink of an eye, the other party overturned the table and regained control in a way that he could not even begin to grasp. This feeling of falling from the clouds to hell almost drove him mad. Inside the venue, those who supported Wang Tang also began to clamor. That's right. We can't break the rules. If the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce agrees, how will we do business in the future? He's causing trouble. Get him out. In an instant, the entire venue descended into chaos. All the pressure fell on Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She ignored Wang Tang's roar and the commotion from the audience. Her peach blossom eyes were fixed on the dragon blood vine in Chu Fan's hand. Her mind was racing with frantic calculations. A handful of stardust is worth around 30 million on the market. Wang Tang's offer of 50 million is already a huge premium. The Chamber of Commerce can earn a high commission. And a nearly complete dragon blood vine. Its value is immeasurable. If you break it down and auction it off, each small piece can fetch tens of millions of dollars. If used to refine legendary elixirs, its value would increase 100-fold. Not to mention, it also allows you to establish connections with those king-level powerhouses, or even legendary beings. This deal. No, this is no longer a transaction. This is a huge gamble. If they win the bet, the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce's position in Donghai City will be unshakable. If the bet is lost and the rules are broken, the reputation of the Chamber of Commerce will be severely challenged. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Qin Baobao's forehead. She can't make that decision. She bowed slightly to Chu Fan, her voice slightly hoarse without her even realizing it. Sir, your proposal is far too significant. This is beyond my authority. Please wait a moment, I need to immediately consult the head of our Black Gold Chamber of Commerce's East China Sea branch. Chapter 35. Sorry, young Master Wang, we choose him. The entire place was in complete chaos. Xin Baobao's voice was slightly hoarse as she asked Chu Fan to wait, explaining that she needed to consult with the person in charge. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured into boiling oil, instantly freezing the noisy meeting room. Overall person in charge. The elusive leader of the East China Sea branch of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. Why would we need to involve him for this? Wang Tang's roar came to an abrupt halt, and a hint of unease appeared on his flushed face because of those few words. He might disregard Qin Baobao, but he wouldn't dare disregard the person in charge. However, before Qin Baobao could turn around, a steady, deep voice, seemingly with a metallic quality, drifted from backstage. No need. I've arrived. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like an invisible giant hammer, striking everyone's heart hard. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. An elderly man, dressed in a simple tang suit, with gray hair but a vigorous spirit and sharp eyes like a hawk, walked out from backstage step by step, unhurriedly, with his hands behind his back. He walked very slowly, each step seeming to tread on everyone's heartbeat. He didn't exude any powerful aura, but wherever he went, everyone subconsciously held their breath, lowered their heads, and dared not meet his gaze. It was none other than Feng San, the head of the East China Sea branch of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. He was known as Master Feng. Without looking at anyone, Master Feng walked straight to the auction stage. He first picked up the section of the dragon blood vine that had completely transformed, his hawk-like eyes lingering on it for a moment, a fiery glint flashing deep in his pupils that even Qin Baobao didn't notice. Then, he gently placed the dragon blood vine back into the jade box, and finally turned his gaze to Chu Fan below the stage. It was a scrutiny, an assessment, a shrewdness that came from the very core of a businessman. Young people. Master Feng spoke, his voice calm. You're very brave. Chu Fan met his gaze, his expression calm and neither humble nor arrogant. Businessmen are just after money. What a fine seeking wealth. Feng San suddenly laughed, his laughter carrying an indescribable meaning. Then tell me, how should my Black Gold Chamber of Commerce seek this wealth? He's testing me. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Chu Fan's answer will directly determine the final outcome of this earth-shattering gamble. It's very simple. Chu Fan held up 2 fingers. First, this piece of dragon blood vine is extinct on the market. Its value cannot be measured in money. Whether the Black Gold Merchant Guild acquires it for auction or to trade with top experts, I think Master Feng knows the profits better than I do. Secondly, Stardust Sand is merely a prized item for your firm. The 50 million is the premium. Wang Tang quoted its actual value is far lower than that. Exchanging a single item for an immeasurable profit is a calculation even a 3-year-old could do. His voice was clear, calm, and logically sound. In the venue, those who previously thought Chu Fan was crazy were now sweating profusely. This guy isn't crazy at all. He had planned everything from the very beginning. He wasn't flipping the table, he was using an open strategy that no one could refuse to force the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce to redefine the rules. Well said. Master Feng clapped his hands in admiration, his eyes no longer able to conceal his appreciation. He turned around, his gaze sweeping across the entire room, finally settling on Wang Tang, whose face had turned extremely pale. The Wang family's boy. Master Feng's voice turned cold. According to the rules, the highest bidder wins. Your bid of 50 million is currently the highest price. Upon hearing this, hope instantly rekindled in Wang Tang's eyes. He thought that Master Feng would still uphold the rules. But Master Feng abruptly changed the subject, his voice rising sharply, like metal striking stone. Our Black Gold Chamber of Commerce operates on the principle of value. Money has value, and so do rare treasures. He pointed at Chu Fan, then at Wang Tang, his voice echoing throughout the entire venue. Sir, I'll exchange 90% of dragon blood vine for a handful of star sand. And you spent 50 million to buy this handful of stardust. Now, I'd like to ask everyone here, which one do you think has higher value? Which one is more valuable? Is there even a need to ask this question? Everyone was stunned by Master Feng's incredibly domineering words, which left them feeling chills down their spines. He had no intention of reasoning with us at all. He is supporting Chu Fan in an even more unreasonable way. Because the benefits offered by Chu Fan were so great that he was willing to disregard all so-called rules. No. I refuse to accept this. Wang Teng completely lost his mind. He pointed at his private room and roared hysterically. I possess the Dragon Emblem Black card. I represent a prestigious family within the empire. I'll bid 60 million. 70 million. 80 million. You dare refuse to sell to me? You're challenging the Wang family's dignity. He revealed his final trump card, the prestige of his family. This is a blatant threat. However, Master Feng just looked at him coldly, his eyes as if he were looking at an unreasonable child. The Wang family? A cold smile curled at the corner of Master Feng's mouth. The Mirror Sea royal family is not qualified to teach my Black Gold Merchant Guild how to do business. As for the Dragon Emblem Black card. Master Feng paused, his voice filled with disdain. It allows you to travel freely throughout most of the empire, but here, this is the Black Gold Guild. Here, the only rule is profit above all else. His price is higher than yours. So, I'm sorry, young man from the Wang family. We'll take this deal. Boom! Master Feng's last words were like a thunderbolt from the heavens, striking Wang Teng squarely on the head. Choose him. We choose him. These 4 simple words are more devastating than any vicious curse or any resounding slap. It shattered all of Wang Teng's pride and reliance, crushing his pathetic self-esteem into the most lowly dust. Puff! Wang Teng could no longer hold on. He spat out another mouthful of blood, his vision went black, and he fell straight backward. Brother Tang! Li Mo and the others hurriedly helped him up, only to find that he had fainted from anger. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone looked at the calm young man on the stage with the same reverence one would show a god. He single-handedly overturned a powerful family. With unparalleled wisdom, they manipulated the rules. After today, the name Chu Fan is destined to resound throughout the high society of Donghai City. Master Feng didn't glance at the unconscious Wang Teng again, as if he had merely crushed an insignificant ant. He walked up to Chu Fan himself, a businessman's most sincere smile on his face. Mr. Chu, please. He made a pleased gesture and personally handed the metal box containing the stardust to Chu Fan. At the same time, Xin Baobao carefully took the jade box containing the dragon blood vine. Transaction complete. Chu Fan weighed the box in his hand. It was quite heavy. At that moment, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 main ingredients for the 9-turn body tempering pill are all here. The most solid foundation for his perfect martial arts path has been laid. Just as Chu Fan was about to turn around and return to the private room. But Master Feng called him back again. Mr. Chu, please wait. The head of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce then took out a card from his pocket. It was a card made entirely of an unknown material, with a deep purple hue and a ring of brilliant gold around its edge. The card bears the ancient emblem of the Black Gold Merchant Guild in the very center. The moment the card appeared, Xin Baobao's peach blossom eyes widened again. Purple Gold VIP card. The highest level certificate from the Black Gold Merchant Guild. In the entire East China branch, no more than 3 people possessed this card. They were all powerful figures who could make Donghai City tremble with a stomp of their feet. Master Feng handed the card to Chu Fan with both hands, his face showing unprecedented solemnity. Mr. Chu, from today onwards, you are the highest-ranking VIP of our Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. With this card, you can enjoy the highest level of service at any Black Gold Merchant Guild in the Empire. We look forward to our next collaboration. Chapter 36. I will show you what true despair is. Backstage at the auction venue, in a luxurious but oppressive lounge. Puff. Wang Teng, who had just been revived by pinching his philtrum, spat out another mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the gorgeous Persian carpet, staining it with a glaring red. He woke up. But his eyes were even more empty and lifeless than when he was unconscious. Like a soulless walking corpse. Brother Tang, are you alright? Let's go to the hospital. Li Mo cautiously approached, his face filled with fear. He had never seen Wang Teng like this before. The once spirited and arrogant young master of the Wang family was now like a spineless stray dog. Roll. Wang Teng's voice was hoarse, like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. He didn't look at Li Mo. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the dazzling crystal chandelier on the ceiling. The lights were blinding. But it couldn't illuminate even a sliver of light in his heart, leaving only endless darkness and cold. He lost. In front of the entire upper class of Donghai City, he lost to that good-for-nothing he looked down on the most. The money was lost. We lost face. Even his family background, which he had always been proud of, was trampled into the mud by that third master phone with a single, casual remark. The mere royal family of the East Sea. His price is higher than yours. We'll take this deal. Those words were like poisoned steel needles, repeatedly piercing his mind and stirring every nerve in his body. Dignity, pride, self-confidence. Everything he depended on for a living was torn to shreds by that boy named Chu Fan today, then thrown on the ground and crushed under his feet. He could even imagine how his glorious deeds would spread throughout Donghai City starting tomorrow. He, Wang Teng, will become Chu Fan's stepping stone to rise, a laughingstock and an eternal backdrop. Wang Teng suddenly clutched his head, letting out a suppressed, beast-like growl. He grabbed an expensive piece of porcelain from the table and smashed it hard on the ground. Bang! 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 Porcelain shards flew everywhere. Liemo and his followers huddled in a corner, trembling and too scared to even breathe. Just then, the door to the lounge was pushed open silently. A manager dressed in the uniform of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce walked in. He had a professional smile on his face, but there was no respect for the young master of the Wang family in his eyes, only a cold indifference as if it were business. Young Master Wang, are you all right? The manager's gaze swept over the mess on the floor, without even frowning. According to the rules, you have purchased a total of 7 items at this auction, with a total value of 3.42 million. In addition, we will assess the damaged furnishings and send the bill to your residence. His tone was calm and polite. But they were like tiny knives, cutting into Wang Teng's heart. This is reality. When you have the power to crush others, everyone will greet you with smiles. When you become a laughingstock, even a dog will dare to step on you. Okay. Get out. Wang Teng squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. The manager, still smiling, bowed slightly and left, closing the door behind him. Quiet. A deathly silence. Wang Teng was panting heavily, his chest heaving violently. He suddenly felt a chill seeping out from his chest pocket. That's not an illusion. It was a kind of eerie chill, as if life force was being drained away. He shuddered, and with trembling hands, pulled the dragon emblem black card from his pocket. The card, which was originally pitch black, now had faint blood red patterns appearing on it. The patterns, as if alive, were slowly flowing inside the card, emanating an ominous aura. An indescribable feeling of weakness instantly swept over my entire body. Wang Teng staggered and grabbed the wall for support. He saw his face in the mirror on the opposite wall, which had become ashen and haggard in just a few minutes, with fine lines around his eyes that shouldn't belong to someone his age. This card is draining his life. It's painful, isn't it? A faint voice suddenly rang out in the room. Liemo and the others were terrified. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw that someone had appeared in the shadows of the lounge. A mysterious figure shrouded in a black cloak, whose face was obscured. He was like darkness itself, standing there, yet seemingly out of place in the entire space. It's you! Wang Teng's pupils suddenly contracted. It was this mysterious person who found him a month ago and gave him this terrifying black card. If you enjoy the glory it brings, you must bear the price it demands. The man in black slowly stepped out of the shadows, his voice devoid of any emotion. When you bid a record-breaking 50 million at an auction, do you feel like a god who can control everything? Was that feeling wonderful? Wang Teng's lips trembled, and he couldn't speak. Yes, wonderful. At that moment, he truly felt as if he were standing on a cloud, looking down on Chu Fan, that ant. But now, he has fallen from the clouds into hell. You activated its authority, so you must repay it with your own life force. It's fair, isn't it? The man in black said calmly. I didn't buy it. I failed. Wang Teng roared in despair. So, all you need to do is pay the activation fee. The man in black chuckled, a laugh that seemed to drop the temperature of the entire room by several degrees. If you had succeeded, what's being drained away now wouldn't be just a tiny bit of vitality. Wang Teng swayed, and all the color drained from his face. He looked at the man in black, and finally, a deep-seated fear appeared in his eyes. This is not an opportunity at all. This is a deal with the devil. Right now, you must hate him a lot, right? The man in black abruptly changed the subject, his voice carrying a bewitching allure. I hate that good-for-nothing Chu Fan, I hate Su Qingxue who slapped you in the face in public, I hate that third master phone who didn't give you any face, and I hate everyone who mocked you. Do you want to pay back all of this, tenfold? Wang Teng suddenly raised his head, his breathing rapid, and a flame of revenge burning in his eyes. Yes. I dream about it. I want him dead. I want all those who look down on me to kneel at my feet. Very good. The man in black seemed quite pleased with his reaction. Failure is the best nourishment, it can give birth to the sweetest hatred. Now, I'm giving you a chance for revenge. He walked up to Wang Tang, and a chilling aura emanated from him. The Donghai City High School League is coming up soon. Your mission is neither to win the championship nor to kill Chu Fan. Wang Tang was taken aback. The man in black continued speaking in that emotionless voice. Your mission is to severely injure Su Qingxue at all costs on the highly anticipated stage. What? Wang Tang was struck dumb and cried out in shock. He was completely stunned. Severely injuring Su Qingxue? The woman he had always dreamed of? The goddess he swore to possess and protect? No. Why? I like her. Wang Tang retorted instinctively, his emotions running high. Like? The man in black let out a sneer, full of disdain. That's the emotion of the weak. What you're experiencing isn't liking, it's possessiveness. When she publicly rejected you and chose to stand by that good for nothing, she ceased to be your goddess and became a part of your shame. If you want to destroy Chu Fan, you must first destroy what he cherishes most. That woman is now his contracted beast, his face, and the source of his power. Break her legs, cripple her cultivation, and make her lie on the ground howling like a dog. Just imagine what Chu Fan's expression would be. The man in black's words were like the most vicious curse, drilling into Wang Tang's ears. The image kept flashing through Wang Tang's mind. Su Qingxue lay in a pool of blood, Chu Fan's eyes widened in horror, and he howled in agony. His heart inexplicably clenched. But then, a morbid, twisted pleasure arose wildly from the deepest part of my heart. Yes. Why should I? Why does that good for nothing get her? Why should she lose face for that good for nothing? If I can't have it, then I'll destroy it. All the sources of my suffering must be destroyed. Seeing the ever-changing, gradually ferocious expression on Wang Tang's face, the man in black knew he had succeeded. He pulled out a small black bottle from his pocket and tossed it to Wang Tang. This is the blood of the mad demon. Take it before the match, and it will allow you and your contracted beast to briefly unleash power beyond your limits. That's enough for you to complete the mission. Wang Tang's hands trembled as he caught the cold little bottle. And the price? He asked hoarsely. Cost? The man in black turned around, his figure slowly disappearing into the shadows. We'll talk about the consequences after you've completed the mission. Remember, make sure she can never stand up again. The sound dissipated. The man in black has completely disappeared. It was as if it had never existed. In the room, only Wang Tang remained, clutching the small black bottle tightly and the black card in his hand that emitted an ominous red light. He walked up to the mirror. Looking at myself in the mirror, my face was contorted, my eyes were wild, and I felt both fear and excitement. He smiled. His smile looked worse than his tears. Chu Fan. Su Qingxue. You wait. In the league, I will show you what true despair is. Chapter 37 Divine Elixir completed. Ice Phoenix evolves. Bonus chapter. Black Gold Merchant Guild, top-tier training room. Completely isolated from the noise and undercurrents of the outside world. The spiritual energy here is so rich that it's almost tangible. Taking a breath here makes you feel your entire body being nourished. This is Master Feng's sincerity, and it's also the treatment that Chu Fan earned through his strength. At this moment, in the center of the cultivation room, Chu Fan sat cross-legged, his expression calm. Three things floated silently in front of him. A handful of stardust, shimmering with starlight, in a metal box. A small section of the crimson gold dragon blood vine, which he had cut off, still exuded a domineering dragon's might. There was also the pile of rare auxiliary medicinal materials he bought at the auction using that purple gold VIP card at an insider price. He had exhausted all his resources to refine a simplified version of the 9 Revolutions body tempering pill. No, it's not just a simplified version. A glint of insight, unreadable to anyone, flashed in Chu Fan's eyes. With the God-level analysis system at his disposal, what he aims to refine is a unique and perfect potion that far surpasses the ancient formula. Opposite him, Su Qingxue was also sitting cross-legged. Her clear, cold eyes were fixed on the 3 main ingredients, especially the piece of dragon blood vine. Her small face was filled with nervousness. This was not the first time she had witnessed Chu Fan create a miracle. But this time, it's different. This time, she was risking her life. She was her only hope of escaping the curse of her bloodline. She could feel that as her strength increased, the Ice Phoenix bloodline within her body became increasingly volatile, like a live volcano that could erupt at any moment. She wasn't sure if Chu Fan would be able to stop her the next time things got out of control. "Are you ready?" Chu Fan suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Su Qingshue's delicate body trembled almost imperceptibly. She met Chu Fan's gaze, and in those eyes, there was not the solemnity she had imagined, but only absolute confidence. She gently bit her red lips with her pearly teeth and nodded emphatically. She uttered just one word, yet it seemed to have exhausted all her strength. Chu Fan said no more. He closed his eyes. The God-level analysis system has been activated. Target, Ice Phoenix Bloodline Stabilizer Ancient Formula. Analyzing the prescription. The prescription structure contains 37 redundancies and 12 material conflicts. Estimated success rate, 41.3%. Start optimization. Optimization Plan 1, remove snake saliva grass and replace it with 0.3 grams of dragon blood vine powder. Optimization Plan 2, adjust the fusion order of Stardust and Earthcore Fire Lotus. Final optimized plan generated. Prescription perfection, 100%. Side effects, 0%. Expected effects, stabilizes bloodline, stimulates potential, small probability of triggering bloodline evolution. Bloodline evolution. Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat. Really? We replaced the inferior substitutes in the ancient formula with real dragon blood vine, combined with the blending of star sand and the perfect proportions of the system. The effects of this medicine will far exceed expectations. Start. Chu Fan suddenly opened his eyes, a thought flashing through his mind. Buzz. The stardust in front of him instantly floated up and, under his mental control, transformed into a dazzling galaxy that slowly rotated. Su Qingshue's breathing stopped. What terrifying mental control! It should be noted that each grain of stardust is incredibly heavy. Even a third-tier expert specializing in mental power might not be able to suspend them simultaneously and maintain their stability. Chu Fan, however, is not even at the second rank yet. Is this even human? Then, something even more astonishing happened. Chu Fan flicked his finger, and a wisp of golden flame appeared out of thin air, precisely enveloping the starry river composed of stardust. That wasn't an ordinary flame. Su Qingxue could sense that the flames contained a terrifying will that could analyze and decompose all things. It's Chu Fan's ability. Under the burning of the golden flames, the stardust did not melt, but instead became even more dazzling. Inside each grain of sand, the tiny impurities were being rapidly refined and evaporated. Purification. He is using his abilities to further refine this rare and precious material. Madman. This was the only thought that popped into Su Qingshue's mind. Any pharmacist knows that the quality of materials is at its limit when they leave the factory. Further purification is simply a pipe dream. But Chu Fan did just that. Moreover, he did it so smoothly, as if he had rehearsed it hundreds of times. A few minutes later, the light of the stardust became much more subdued, transforming from its previous dazzling brilliance into a warm and gentle starlight. The quality has been improved by more than one level. Now! Chu Fan let out a low shout, and his spiritual power surged once more. The section of dragon blood vine shot out and was instantly enveloped in golden flames. This time, he did not purify it. Its decomposition. Under his mental control, the domineering dragon blood vine was actually broken down into the purest drops of crimson gold dragon blood, like rubies. In every drop of dragon blood, it seemed as if a miniature dragon shadow was swimming. Combine. Chu Fan's eyes widened, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. This is also a huge challenge for him. Two completely different, yet equally domineering forces began to slowly come into contact under his control. A galaxy of stars. A drop of dragon's blood. In midair, they resembled two ancient ferocious beasts, probing each other yet drawn to one another. Laugh. The moment the two made contact, a terrifying energy surge erupted. The spiritual energy in the entire cultivation room was stirred up, forming a vortex that could be seen with the naked eye. Su Qingshuo was forced back by the shockwave, her face filled with horror. The mere initial fusion of the two main materials generated such terrifying energy. If this explodes, the entire black gold chamber of commerce building will probably be razed to the ground. Her heart was in her throat. However, Chu Fan's expression remained calm. His brain had now become a highly sophisticated computer. Warning! Energy conflict threshold reached 87%. Adjust fusion angle to 3.7 degrees, inject 0.02 units of mental energy for neutralization. The conflict threshold has dropped to 54%. Warning! The dragon blood energy is too active and is about to break free of its restraints. Extract 0.11 grams of stardust to construct a triple energy barrier for reverse suppression. With the system's assistance, Chu Fan's actions were nothing short of miraculous. Every time the energy was about to spiral out of control, he was able to suppress it perfectly in the most incredible way. He was like a dancer walking on the edge of a knife, every step of which was breathtaking, yet he carried a sense of composure that allowed him to control everything. Su Qingxue was completely dumbfounded. Her proud talent, her pride as a genius. Before this man, they were crushed to pieces. She finally understood how true Chu Fan's words, "It's not that I can't live without her, it's that she can't live without me," were. Time passed, second by second. Finally, after Chu Fan perfectly infused the last dose of auxiliary medicinal herbs into that ball of light. Buzz! A sound, seemingly from the ancient times, resounded throughout the entire training room. All the light vanished instantly. A bottle of potion, crystal clear as if carved from crystal, containing a mysterious liquid that was interwoven with ice blue and crimson gold, slowly swirling like a nebula, floated quietly in front of Chu Fan. On the medicine bottle, there were even naturally formed phantom images of a dragon and a phoenix, intertwined with each other, lifelike. Perfect. This is simply a work of art. Bite. Perfect quality Ice Phoenix Rebirth Elixir, successfully refined. Effect: 100% stabilizes and purifies the Ice Phoenix bloodline, greatly enhances its potential, and has a 99.9% chance of triggering a bloodline evolution. Chu Fan let out a long breath, his face showing a hint of fatigue, but even more so, excitement. It's done. He reached out and caught the bottle of medicine steadily. The potion felt smooth and warm to the touch, with a slightly cool sensation. He walked up to Su Qingxue and handed her the medicine. Drink it. His voice, slightly hoarse, was full of undeniable power. Su Qingxue looked at the medicine in front of her, and then at Chu Fan's slightly pale face. Her eyes suddenly felt hot. Without hesitation, she took the medicine, tilted her head back, and drank it all in one gulp. Boom! The moment the medicine entered her throat, an indescribable, terrifying energy, a mixture of ice and fire, exploded within her body. Ugh! Su Qingxue let out a painful groan as her body was instantly covered by a thick layer of ice crystals. On the surface of the skin, even reddish gold patterns, like dragon scales, appeared. Two forces clashed within her body in the most primal and ferocious battle. Her consciousness instantly plunged into chaos. Keep your mind focused. Chu Fan's roar was like a thunderclap, exploding deep within her soul. At the same time, he suddenly pressed one hand down on Su Qing's back. A pure energy, carrying the will to analyze all things, surged into her body. That's not suppression. It's about guidance. Chu Fan was using his own power as a bridge to guide the raging dragon blood power to repair and nourish it, rather than destroy Su Qingxue's equally domineering Ice Phoenix bloodline. Ice and fire are no longer mortal enemies. Rather, it is yin and yang. Under Chu Fan's guidance, the two extreme powers slowly reached a delicate balance, and then began to merge. Click. Click. The ice crystals on Su Qingxue's body shattered inch by inch. Instead, a terrifying aura filled Chu Fan with dread. That aura was noble and cold, yet it also carried a hint of wildness, the domineering power of a true dragon. Hold head high. A loud phoenix cry emanated from Su Qingxue's body. Behind her, the phantom of a pair of ice crystal wings suddenly spread open. This time, it's no longer a phantom. Those were a pair of semi-solidified wings made of the purest ice crystal energy, with faint reddish gold flames burning at their edges. Every feather on its wings was clearly visible, radiating a terrifying chill that could freeze one's soul. Bloodline has evolved. Boom! Su Qingxue's momentum continued to rise. Mid-stage Tier 2. Late stage of Tier 2. Peak of Tier 2. Her cultivation level soared like a rocket, instantly breaking through the bottleneck and reaching the pinnacle of the second tier. She was just one step away from entering the third-tier Grandmaster realm. At the same time, the contracted beast's strength has greatly increased, and it has begun to give back to its host. Energy transfer in progress. 10%. 50%. 100%. A vast amount of incredibly pure energy, even carrying a hint of dragon and phoenix aura, surged wildly into Chu Fan's body through the contract link. Chu Fan's body also emitted a series of crackling sounds. His bottleneck was also broken through in an instant. Peak of Tier 1. Early stage of Tier 2. Mid-stage Tier 2. Finally, it stopped steadily at the late stage of the second tier. Both of them advanced. For a long time. The violet energy within the cultivation room gradually subsided. Su Qingxue slowly opened her eyes. What kind of eyes were those? His left eye was an extreme ice blue, as if it could freeze eternity. His right eye, however, gleamed with a faint, majestic crimson gold. She looked down at her fair, jade-like hands, feeling the unprecedented, surging, and vast power within her body, as well as the Ice Phoenix bloodline that had completely calmed down and even become incredibly docile. She was reborn. She raised her head, looking at Chu Fan with a complicated expression. Gratitude, shock, curiosity, and a strange feeling that she herself couldn't quite explain. This man, once again, turned the impossible into the possible. The pair of exquisitely beautiful ice and fire wings on her back fluttered gently and then slowly dissipated into the air. But that terrifying aura still lingered. Su Qingxue parted her lips slightly, about to say something. Chu Fan simply smiled at her, but his gaze was fixed on the view outside the window. Don't get too excited yet. The real battle is about to begin. His gaze seemed to pierce through the wall, revealing his nemesis, who was making a deal with the devil in the darkness. Donghai City High School League. It's about to begin. Chapter 38. This isn't gratitude, it's compensation. Chu Fan's words, "The real battle is about to begin," were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creating invisible ripples in the training room. Su Qingxue had just recovered from the shock of the sudden surge in power when she heard this, and her heterochromatic pupils, which were a blend of ice blue and crimson gold, narrowed slightly. A real battle? She subconsciously assumed that Chu Fan was referring to the upcoming City High School League. Yes, Wang Tang suffered such a huge loss at the auction given his personality, he would never let it go so easily. The league will be the battlefield where they settle their scores completely. When Su Qingxue thought of Wang Tang, the disgust she used to have in her eyes was gone, replaced by a cold indifference. In the past, Wang Tang was a troublesome person she had to deal with carefully. In her eyes, Wang Tang was nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. She lowered her head and opened her fair palm again. A gentle squeeze. Snap. A crisp explosion suddenly rang out in the air. A powerful feeling of control over everything, emanating from within, filled her entire body. This feeling is wonderful. For the first time, the Ice Phoenix bloodline was no longer a sword hanging over her head, no longer a curse tormenting her day and night. Rather, it is the power that truly belongs to her. Submissive, obedient, and at the mercy of others. She could even sense that with just a thought, her newly evolved, magnificent yet terrifying ice and fire wings could once again extend from her back. All of this is because of the man in front of me. Su Qingxue's gaze finally shifted slowly from her hands to Chu Fan. He had just undergone an unimaginable expenditure of mental energy to concoct a potion that could be described as a miracle. Without hesitation, he poured his own power into her body to protect her and guide the raging dragon and phoenix power. At this moment, his face was indeed somewhat pale, and the hair on his forehead was soaked with sweat and stuck to his cheeks. Those eyes, which always held a hint of amusement and a sense of control, also revealed a clear sign of fatigue. He seems really tired. But his gaze as he looked at himself remained bright, carrying a hint of satisfied smile. Like a craftsman looking at the most perfect work he has created with his own hands. Su Qingxue's heart was suddenly gently struck by something. It doesn't hurt. It's a little sour and a little soft. She opened her mouth, as if to say something. Thank you. These 3 words were on the tip of my tongue, but I just couldn't bring myself to say them. It's too light. The word thank you was as light as a feather compared to everything he had done for me, utterly weightless. He did more than just save her life. It gave her a brand new, bright future, one where she no longer had to live in the shadow of death. This kindness is as heavy as Mount Tai. What are you looking at? Seeing that she remained silent for a long time, staring straight at him, Chu Fan couldn't help but tease her. Are you intimidated by your current power? Or, are you captivated by my good looks? Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly. This guy is always so irreverent. But this time, she didn't turn cold or freeze him with her eyes as usual. A strange silence fell over the meditation room. Only after the spiritual energy vortex subsided did the remaining energy particles emit a faint hum in the air. Chu Fan looked at her. She was also looking at Chu Fan. Looking at his pale face, his tired yet smiling eyes, and his lips that were chapped from overexertion. Su Qingshue's mind went blank. Reason told her that she should keep her distance and maintain the aloofness befitting an ice queen. But the body reacted before the brain. She took a step forward. It's a very small step. Chu Fan raised an eyebrow slightly, somewhat surprised. Su Qingxue took another step forward. The two were now very close. Chu Fan could even smell her unique, cool fragrance, like a pine tree after a snowfall. However, this fragrance was now mixed with a trace of the domineering heat of the dragon blood vine. What is she trying to do? A hint of doubt flashed through Chu Fan's mind. Then, he saw the girl who had always been as aloof and proud as an iceberg, the eldest daughter of the Su family who treated even glancing at him as a favor. It turns out. She slightly tiptoed. Her body leaned slightly forward. That aloof and stunningly beautiful face, enough to drive any man mad, magnified in his pupils. Chu Fan's breath caught in his throat for a moment. He saw her long eyelashes trembling slightly with nervousness. He saw his astonished face reflected in her heterochromatic eyes. Then, a warm, soft touch, with a hint of coolness, gently landed on his cheek. Like a dragonfly skimming the water. Instantly separate. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Chu Fan froze completely. He could clearly feel the lingering softness and coolness of that moment on his cheek. The moment Su Qingxue completed this action, it was as if she had been struck by an electric current. Boom! A surge of heat shot from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. Her pretty face, which had just regained its rosy hue due to the recovery of her blood circulation, instantly turned even redder than a boiled shrimp. What did she just do? She actually kissed him? Su Qingshue's mind was like a million fireworks exploding, buzzing and in complete chaos. She didn't even dare to look at Chu Fan's expression. This is... She was incoherent and stammering, her mind blank, and she just wanted to disappear into the ground. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and came up with a brilliant, or so she thought, excuse. This is payment for the treatment. She practically yelled those words. Their voices were distorted from excessive shame. After shouting, she didn't dare to look at Chu Fan even once. She turned around abruptly, and the illusory image of ice and fire wings on her back instantly unfolded. Without her making any move, she transformed into a streak of light and rushed straight out of the top-level training room. Bang! The door was slammed shut. That was less like leaving and more like fleeing in disarray. Silence returned to the cultivation room. Only Chu Fan remained, still in the same position, frozen in place. For a long time. He slowly raised his hand and touched the cheek that had been kissed. There, a trace of coolness and the girl's unique fragrance still lingered. Contract linking in progress. Receiving real-time emotional fluctuations from your contracted beast. In Chu Fan's mind, the system panel automatically popped up. Immediately afterwards, a massive and chaotic torrent of emotions surged wildly into his senses through the contract. So embarrassing. 10,086. Panic plus 9,999. Heartbeat acceleration physical plus 8,888. Brain crash plus 7,777. The urge to crawl into a hole and disappear. Plus 6,666. And a tiny bit, inexplicable, secret joy plus 1. Feeling the overwhelming wave of embarrassment, the astonishment on Chu Fan's face slowly disappeared. Instead, an irrepressible, amused smile appeared on his face. What is the cost of treatment? This excuse. How adorable. He lowered his head and chuckled, his laughter ringing out clearly in the empty training room. It appears that this millennia-old iceberg has begun to melt. Chapter 39. Two people form an army, named Myth. Donghai City Martial Arts Association, League Registration Hall. The place was bustling with noise and filled with the sweltering heat. Elite students from dozens of prestigious martial arts high schools across the city gather here. Without exception, they all appeared in standard teams of 5, wearing their respective school uniforms, their faces radiating confidence and fighting spirit. The air was thick with youthful hormones and undisguised ambition. Everyone wants to make a name for themselves in this highly anticipated city league and embark on the road to a top university. Look! That's the Thunderstorm team from number 2 middle school. Their captain, Raymond, is said to have 1 foot already in the peak of the second tier. The saber-toothed tigers from number 1 high school are here too. They were in the top 8 last year, and this year they've added 2 new players. Their goal is definitely the championship. And then there's the deep sea team from number 7 middle school. It's said that their contracted beasts are all rare water-type creatures, skilled in team battle control, and extremely difficult to deal with. Discussions and exclamations rose and fell. At the entrance to the hall, every newly emerging strong team would cause quite a stir. Just then, the light at the doorway was blocked by 2 figures. The noisy hall fell silent for a moment. Immediately following was an uncontrollable murmur. Then, without any attempt to hide it, everyone burst into laughter. I'm not seeing things, am I? That's Chu Fan? That good-for-nothing Chu who contracted a humanoid beast? What's he doing here? Just for a visit? Wait a minute, look who's next to him. His Su Qingxue. The number 1 beauty of Donghai number 3 middle school. This is hilarious. The 2 of them, just the 2 of them? Are they here to sign up for the league? Countless gazes, a mixture of mockery, ridicule, disdain, and a mixture of amazement and jealousy towards Su Qingxue, focused like searchlights on Chu Fan and Su Qingxue as they entered the hall. Chu Fan remained calm, as if everything around him was irrelevant. He was just a passerby who came to watch the spectacle. Su Qingxue, standing beside him, was like a walking iceberg. Her aura today seemed colder and more powerful than usual. It was a confidence that came from within, stemming from absolute power. Her heterochromatic eyes, a blend of icy blue and crimson gold, coldly swept over those who were emitting piercing laughter. Those whose gaze swept over her involuntarily paused their laughter, as if an invisible chill had frozen their throats, and a sudden unease crept into their hearts. But soon, even louder and more enthusiastic laughter erupted. Oh, so arrogant? A mere decorative contracted beast, what makes you think you're so expert? Chu, you good for nothing, are you out of your mind? Is the City League some kind of playground? You 2 dare to sign up? Is this how you court death? I bet they won't even make it past the first round of the qualifiers. A troublesome young man from a certain affiliated high school exaggeratedly shouted to his companions, brothers, come and see the gods. Donghai number 3 middle school has sent out a godly combination, a useless master with a contracted beast that can't fight and is only good for decoration. They're going to make their opponents laugh to death and win without a fight. Ha 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 ha. Loud laughter erupted again from the surrounding area. Su Qingxue's brows furrowed slightly. In the past, she would have been furious long ago. This public humiliation was enough for her to use her Ice Phoenix bloodline to let these outspoken fools know what true respect is. But now, she simply turned her head and glanced at Chu Fan beside her. Chu Fan remained calm and composed, with even a faint smile playing on his lips. That smile was as if he were watching a group of monkeys jumping around. Su Qingxue's heart suddenly calmed down. Yes. Why bother arguing with a bunch of ants who haven't even reached the 2nd level? Their mockery and their stares did nothing to hurt her. Because she knew that the man standing behind her would lead her to a height that no one else could reach. The ridicule of these people will, in the near future, turn into a stinging slap on their own faces. Let's go, don't let the dog bark and delay our business. Chu Fan spoke softly, his voice not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone around him. The rebellious young man who had just been spouting nonsense suddenly turned a deep liver color. Who are you calling a dog? He took a step forward, unleashing the aura of the early stage of the 2nd tier. His teammates behind him also stepped forward, eyeing him menacingly. Chu Fan didn't even bother to look at him, and led Su Qingxue straight to the registration area. It was a pure, deep-seated disregard. More damaging than any rebuttal. You fucking stop right there. The rebellious youth felt he had been greatly insulted. He roared and reached out to grab Chu Fan's shoulder. However, his hand had not yet touched Chu Fan. An extreme, chilling coldness instantly enveloped him. He felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of ice water, chilled to the bone, and his movements froze in mid-air. To his horror, Su Qingxue simply turned her head and gave him a cold glance. Just that one glance. He felt as if his soul was being frozen. What a terrifying look that was. That oppressive aura was even more terrifying than when he faced a 3rd-level instructor at the school. This is just a vase? The rebellious youth trembled in fright, his legs went weak, and he almost lost his balance. The surrounding laughter abruptly stopped, like a duck being choked. Everyone felt that fleeting, terrifying chill. The mockery on their faces froze, replaced by a look of astonishment and uncertainty. Chu Fan and Su Qingxue walked to the registration table under the strange gazes of the crowd. The person in charge of registration was a middle-aged teacher. He pushed up his glasses wearily and glanced at Chu Fan and Su Qingxue. When his gaze fell on Su Qingxue, a hint of amazement flashed across his eyes. Then, he picked up the registration form. School, name, contract beast, team members. Chu Fan, Donghai No. 3 Middle School, contracted beast Su Qingxue, Chu Fan replied calmly. The teacher paused, looking up at them with surprise. Where are the team members? Just the two of us. The teacher's brows furrowed deeply. He put down his pen, leaned back in his chair, and earnestly advised, Young man, do you have some misunderstanding about the City League? This isn't a practical lesson in school. People can die here. I know. You know? The teacher was amused by his calm demeanor. Do you know how many students, every year in the preliminary rounds, have suffered serious injuries or even death to their contracted beasts because of underestimating their opponents and being reckless, and have also been left with lifelong disabilities? A standard 5-person squad is the most reasonable configuration derived from countless bloody lessons. There is an offensive type responsible for frontal attacks, a defensive type responsible for defense, a ranged support and control type, and even a support type responsible for healing. The two of you? One is a master, and the other is a humanoid beast? I don't even know where to categorize you. You can't even do the most basic teamwork. On the field, you're just moving targets, someone else's score points. The teacher's voice grew louder and louder, attracting the attention of the entire hall. The crowd, who had just been stunned, began to whisper among themselves again. Did you hear that? Even the teacher said so. He's definitely here to be funny. He's not thinking straight. Let's go, what a waste of time. The teacher sighed and softened her tone. Students, I'm not trying to discourage you. I'm thinking about your safety. Giving up now isn't shameful. Go back and find 3 more teammates, or you can come back next year. His words were very sincere. It was a well-intentioned reminder given from the perspective of an elder and teacher. However, Chu Fan simply smiled at him. Thank you for your kindness, teacher. But we don't need teammates. He picked up the pen on the table and quickly filled in his and Su Qingxue's names on the registration form. Throughout the entire hall, everyone's eyes were focused on the pen in his hand. They wanted to see how this incredibly arrogant guy would handle things. Chu Fan's pen tip moved downwards, finally stopping at the team name column. Everyone held their breath. Chu Fan flicked his wrist slightly, and the brush moved like a dragon or a snake. 2 powerful and sharp characters leap off the page. Myth. Chapter 40 Points-Based Hunt, Public Enemy of the City. Bonus Chapter. The registration hall was deathly silent. All eyes were fixed on that thin registration form. It was nailed to those 2 large characters, whose ink was still wet, yet seemed to carry a tremendous weight. Myth. That's insane. This Chu Fan must be insane. This is not just arrogance, this is using one's own face to rub the dignity of all participating teams. The middle-aged teacher in charge of registration held the stamp in his hand, hovering it in mid-air, and did not drop it for a long time. He looked at Chu Fan's excessively calm face, and then at Su Qingxue beside him, who was both incredibly beautiful and incredibly cold. He couldn't understand it. I really can't understand it. Where do these 2 kids get their confidence from? He has worked in the industry for decades and has seen countless geniuses as well as countless madmen. But I've never seen 2 people dare to sign up for the City League and even choose a team name that challenges all the city's best players. Well. A long sigh broke the silence. The middle-aged teacher finally put down the seal in his hand. Bang! The bright red word pass was placed next to myth. The sound was not like a stamp, but like the tolling of a death knell. The teacher pushed the registration form back, looked at Chu Fan, and finally offered a word of advice, her voice tinged with pity. Young man, remember one thing I have to say. On a real battlefield, arrogance is the fastest thing to die. I wish you good luck. After saying that, he stopped looking at the 2 of them, picked up the megaphone, and walked up to a temporary platform at the front of the hall. The surrounding gazes finally shifted away from Chu Fan. But the emotions in those eyes became even more complex. Mockery and contempt still exist. But more than anything, it's a kind of indifference towards the dead. In their eyes, the word myth is no longer just a team name. It was a joke, a stupid joke that was about to be crushed. Quiet. On the high platform, the middle-aged teacher's voice resounded throughout the entire hall through the loudspeaker. Registration is now closed. I will now announce the rules for this City League qualifier. Whoosh! The huge light screen at the back of the hall lit up instantly. A massive island with complex terrain, shrouded in mist, appeared before everyone. It was a holographic map, complete with mountains, jungles, swamps, and rivers, all vividly depicted. A chilling, murderous aura swept over us. The venue for this qualifying round is codenamed Island. All participating teams, totaling 128 teams and 640 members, will be randomly deployed to various corners of the island 1 hour later. The wristbands on each of your wrists, in addition to their location and distress signaling functions, also serve as your scoring system. The teacher's voice became cold and serious. Each person starts with 100 points. The core rule of the qualifiers is only 1 points-based elimination. Hunt. The moment those two words were uttered, the air temperature in the hall seemed to drop several degrees. Some of the weaker team members turned deathly pale instantly. But in the eyes of the truly strong teams, such as Thunderstorm and Saber-Tooth Tigers, a mixture of excitement and cruelty shone through. On the island, you may attack any participant who is not on your team. Once you defeat your opponent and render them unable to fight, you can contact them through the bracelet and take 50% of their points. If the entire opposing team is defeated, you can take all of their remaining points. When your personal score reaches 0, the bracelet will automatically trigger the protection mechanism and send you out of the game. The qualifying rounds will last for 72 hours. 72 hours later, the top 16 teams on the leaderboard will qualify for the main tournament. The teacher's words echoed in the hall. Every word was like a heavy stone, crashing down on everyone's heart. These rules are too cruel. This is not a competition. This is a bloody battle royale. Without teammates to cooperate with, without clear opponents, everyone on the island is your enemy and your prey. The weak can only huddle together for warmth, trembling in fear, praying not to be discovered by the strong teams. The strong, on the other hand, will be like sharks that have smelled blood, hunting frantically, plundering points, and snowballing their power. I see. Is this the true face of the City League? That's terrifying. How could two people possibly survive under these rules? Survive? Don't be silly, they're practically sitting ducks right now. Whoever runs into them will strike it rich. The murmurs rose again, but this time, they were no longer laughter, but rather tinged with fear and greed. Everyone understood the predicament that Chu Fan and Su Qingxue were about to face. Under these rules, a two-person team is the perfect prey. There was no support, no defense, and no assistance. Once discovered, the outcome is being surrounded and killed. Just then, a cold, hateful voice rang out from the crowd. Chu Fan. The crowd automatically parted to make way for each other. Wang Tang led his flame dragon team out slowly. His face was still sickly pale, a lingering effect of the anger he felt after Chu Fan tricked him out of the dragon blood vine. But his eyes were like those of a venomous snake burning with flames, fixed intently on Chu Fan. The resentment in his eyes was undisguised. He stood in the center of the crowd, raised his hand, pointed at Chu Fan, and said, word by word, I hereby declare our Flame Dragon team's first and only goal in the qualifiers. It's about hunting down myths. We will chase you around the island like hounds until we reduce your points to 0. Boom! The entire audience erupted in uproar. Openly declare war. They publicly declared war by name before the match even started. What domineering power! What confidence! The Flame Dragon team is the ace team of Donghai No. 1 Middle School. Captain Wang Tang has an A+ level contracted beast, and the other members are also top elites of the school. They are strong contenders for the championship. Being targeted by them is practically a death sentence. Everyone looked at Chu Fan with pity. Now, they didn't even have a chance to struggle. However, the matter is not over yet. Hee, young Master Wang, how could we miss out on such an interesting event? Another voice rang out. Then another team stepped forward. The young man at the head of the group was tall and dark-skinned, giving off an imposing aura like a reef. His team jersey was embroidered with a ferocious shark. It's the Sea Shark team from No. 7 Middle School. Captain Li Mo. Hiss. He's here too. It's said that his contracted beast is the extremely rare deep-sea giant shark, which single-handedly wiped out an entire team in last year's competition. Didn't he and Wang Tang always get along? How come? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Liu Mo walked to Wang Tang's side, flashed a set of white teeth at Chu Fan, and his smile was full of aggression. I don't have any other hobbies. I just love watching those so-called myths get shattered one punch after another. Chu Fan, right? I'll remember you. You'd better not let me run into you on the island. Otherwise, I fear my giant shark might not be able to resist chewing your bones to pieces. Another one. Another championship favorite has publicly announced its intention to eliminate the myth from the competition. The entire hall erupted in cheers. All eyes were focused on the lone pair of two standing in the center of the hall. Public enemy number one. At this moment, before the competition even started, Chu Fan and Su Qingxue had become the number one prey in the eyes of all the strong teams. This is no longer a game. This is an open hunt targeting myth. Faced with this almost suffocating pressure. Faced with Wang Tang and Li Mo's undisguised killing intent. He faced the gazes of hundreds of people in the audience, a mixture of sympathy, schadenfreude, and greed. Su Qingxue's brows finally furrowed. She took half a step forward, and the Ice Phoenix bloodline within her began to stir subtly. These people are going too far. However, a warm hand gently pressed down on her shoulder. It's Chu Fan. He remained standing there, his expression unchanged. It was as if Wang Tang and Liu Mo were just two flies buzzing in his ear. He didn't even glance at the two of them. His gaze swept across the entire room, over the faces with their varied expressions, and finally, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, forming a playful curve. He whispered something to Su Qingxue beside him, his voice not loud, but loud enough for those around him to hear clearly. Fine. It saves us the trouble of searching for them one by one. Chapter 41 The Beginning. Who is the prey? The qualifiers begin now. As the middle-aged teacher's cold voice fell from the platform, the wristbands of all 128 teams in the entire registration hall simultaneously lit up with a blinding white light. Buzz. Space was distorted by an irresistible force. Chu Fan felt a blur before his eyes, followed by a strong sense of weightlessness, as if he had been thrown into a high-speed spinning washing machine. The next second, the feeling of being grounded came over me. The noisy voices around me vanished instantly, replaced by humid, sultry air and the distant roars of unknown wild beasts. A stench of rotting leaves mixed with the stench of earth filled my nostrils. As far as the eye can see, there is a huge canopy of trees that blocks out the sun, cutting the sunlight into fragments and casting mottled and eerie shadows on the ground. This is the isolated island. We are here. Su Qingxue's voice rang out from the side, carrying a hint of barely perceptible tension. Her sharp combat suit accentuated her stunning curves, but her icy blue and crimson gold eyes were warily scanning every suspicious corner around her. The environment here made her feel very uncomfortable. It was dark and oppressive, with deadly dangers lurking everywhere. She subconsciously took half a step closer to Chu Fan, a subtle movement that she herself didn't even notice. Chu Fan's response was only one word, unusually calm. Instead of nervously observing his surroundings like Su Qingxue, he closed his eyes. God-level analysis system activated. Scanning the current area. Terrain data loading. Environmental analysis in progress. Life signal detection in progress. In an instant, an enormous holographic 3D map unfolded in his mind. Mountains, rivers, swamps, jungles, every detail of the isolated island was presented to him with unparalleled clarity in the form of data. On the map, the blue dots representing the two of them are flashing in a dense jungle. And around their blue dots, suddenly, 5 hostile red dots appeared. These red dots are forming a huge encirclement from different directions, rapidly closing in on their location. Hostile target detected, 5-person squad, codename Flame Dragon. Hostile target detected, 5-person squad, codename Sea Shark. Hostile target detected, 5-person squad, codename Whirlwind. The system's cold notification sounds rang repeatedly in Chu Fan's mind. Yanlong, Wang Tung's team. Sea Shark, Li Mo's team. There was also the Gale team, which Chu Fan vaguely remembered. They seemed to be the elite team from number 4 middle school, and they were one of the loudest shouters in the registration hall. They actually abandoned exploring and hunting other weak teams right at the start of the match, and directly joined forces to clearly flank us. This is no longer a simple chance encounter. This was a premeditated and well-organized hunt. They might even have used some special channels to pinpoint their approximate location where they would be deployed in advance. That's interesting. A cold smile curled at the corners of Chu Fan's lips. To deal with his mere mythical team, the three championship favorites actually formed an alliance right from the start. What an honor this is! What's wrong? Su Qingxue keenly sensed the fleeting murderous aura emanating from Chu Fan, which intensified her unease. Are there people around? Chu Fan opened his eyes, looked at her beautiful face with a slight hint of nervousness, and smiled. It's not someone. 3 mad dogs came, along with a swarm of flies waving flags and shouting. He spoke casually, but Su Qingxue's expression changed instantly. 3 mad dogs? She immediately understood who Chu Fan was referring to. Wang Tong, Liamo. They actually found us so quickly. They've joined forces. Su Qingxue's voice was somewhat heavy. We must move immediately. They're targeting us. As long as we hide, they can't hold out indefinitely. This is the most rational and correct choice. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. With only 2 people, facing an encirclement of at least 15 elites, a head-on confrontation would be tantamount to throwing an egg against a rock. However, Chu Fan shook his head. He extended a finger and gently traced it in the air in front of Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue was taken aback. She saw that Chu Fan's fingertips seemed to carry some kind of strange energy, actually drawing a simple yet extremely accurate map in the void. That's a topographical map of the area around them. On the map, the blue dots representing the 2 of them are firmly locked by red arrows pointing in 3 directions. This is Su Qingxue's pupils contracted. This is our hunting ground. Chu Fan pressed his finger heavily on the map. That wasn't their usual spot, nor was it the direction they were trying to escape to. It was the one closest to them and furthest forward among the 3 red arrows. That arrow represents the Wind Squad. Wang Tang and Liamo are very arrogant. They think they have us cornered, so they want to be at the forefront. They will only send Guangfeng to test our strength. Chu Fan's voice was calm and clear, with a penetrating power that seemed to see into people's hearts. They thought they were hunters who had laid a trap. But what they don't know is that hunters sometimes step into traps too. Su Qingxue stared at him blankly, watching him mark ambush points and attack routes on the void map. Looking into his deep eyes, I saw a glint of excited calculation. At that moment, the tension and unease in her heart miraculously disappeared. Instead, she felt an unprecedented, even startling, anticipation. A kind of anticipation to see those self-righteous guys with expressions of fear and despair on their faces. Aren't we going to run? She asked softly, her voice trembling slightly, without her even realizing it. It wasn't out of fear, but out of excitement. Run? Chu Fan laughed, a laugh filled with wildness and aggression. Why run? Wouldn't it be impolite to refuse the points they've worked so hard to bring to us? He withdrew his hand, and the void map instantly vanished into thin air. Don't rush. Chu Fan's gaze was cast into the depths of the jungle, as if he had already pierced through the layers of shadows and seen the enemies rapidly approaching. He whispered to Su Qingxue beside him. Let's go collect some interest first. Who the hunter is still uncertain. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't linger. With a swift movement, he vanished silently into the shadows of the jungle ahead, like a ghost. Watching his disappearing figure, Su Qingxue did not hesitate at all. Her ice phoenix bloodline surged slightly, and she transformed into a streak of ice blue light, following closely behind. The hunt has begun. But they weren't the prey. Chapter 42. You've fallen into a trap. Deep in the jungle, all was deathly silent. There was only thick, nauseating humidity, and the occasional suppressed growl of a wild beast in the distance. It was about 1 kilometer away from where Chu Fan and Su Qingxue disappeared. 5 figures, arranged in a fan shape, moved swiftly and silently through the woods. They are the Wind team from number 4 middle school. The team leader, Feng Tao, was a muscular man with a faint scar on his face that made him look somewhat fierce. He scanned his surroundings warily while issuing instructions in a low voice through the team channel. Everyone, perk up. Those 2 idiots, Wang Tong and Liamo, think they're so clever, sending us to scout ahead. They're hoping to get away with it. Dream on. That's a perfect score of 200. And the most beautiful girl in Donghai number 3 middle school. Immediately, a team member's suppressed, excited panting could be heard over the channel. Captain, are you serious? As long as we take down those 2, the points are ours? What about Wang Tang's side? Ha, he's nothing. Feng Tao's tone was full of disdain. On the field, whoever has the bigger fist gets the points. Once we get 200 points, will Wang Teng still dare to bare his teeth at us? Besides, isn't that what he meant by having us lead the charge? If we can't even take down 2 people, then we're truly useless. That Chu Fan is just a good-for-nothing who got lucky. As for Su Qingxue, she's just a pretty face, how strong can she be? Once we catch her, brothers, we can still. Feng Tao didn't finish his sentence, but his lewd laughter made everyone understand what he meant. The atmosphere in the team instantly became even more heated. Greed, like a vine, entwines itself around everyone's heart. In their eyes, Chu Fan and Su Qingxue were not opponents at all, but rather a huge, luxurious feast delivered right to their mouths. Attention all units, the target is 500 meters ahead, coordinates 354, 198. They have stopped. Group A will flank from the left, Group B will encircle from the right, and I'll lead the charge from the front. Remember, a swift and decisive victory is crucial. Don't give them any chance to call for help. Feng Tao licked his dry lips, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. Action! They broke up. On the canopy of a towering ancient tree that requires several people to encircle, Chu Fan lay among the dense foliage, calmly observing everything below like a top-notch hunter. His voice rang directly in Su Qingxue's mind. 3 people from the front, 2 from the left flank. The right side is empty, but... Chu Fan's gaze fell upon a seemingly calm swamp on his right. God-level analysis system alert, high-risk area. A second-tier peak-level demonic beast, the bone-rotting python, is lurking. It possesses highly corrosive venom and has an extremely strong territorial instinct. There's a snake on the right, and it's not very good-tempered. Su Qingxue lay quietly beside him, perfectly blending into her surroundings. Upon hearing this, her eyes, a blend of icy blue and crimson gold, remained completely unmoved. After spending this time together, she had grown accustomed to Chu Fan's unfathomable insight. If he says there are snakes, then there must be. What's your plan? She asked. It's very simple. A cold smile curled at the corners of Chu Fan's lips. He took out a demon core of an armored rhinoceros that he had obtained in the secret realm from his tactical pouch at his waist. This is the core of a second-tier demon beast, containing pure energy, which is an irresistible temptation for demon beasts of the same tier. Let's go visit our neighbors. Chu Fan winked at Su Qingxue. Then, ask it to help us entertain the guests. As soon as he finished speaking, he stopped and moved like a cat, silently leaping among the branches of the huge tree canopy, stealthily heading towards the swamp. Su Qingxue followed closely behind. For some reason, her heart was beating a little fast. This feeling is very novel. It wasn't the tension before battle, nor the solemnity of facing a powerful enemy. Rather, it was a kind of mischievous, secret excitement. It seems like I'll never be bored with this man. Feng Tao felt he was close to success. The distance display on the wristband shows that the target is less than 100 meters ahead. He could even smell the faint scent of humans in the air. He made a gesture, and the 2 team members behind him immediately understood, slowing their pace and starting to circulate their energy, ready to launch a fatal attack at any moment. The flanking squad on the left wing is also in position. A net has been cast, a trap that can be set in all directions. That good-for-nothing Chu Fan and his vase-like contracted beast are doomed. Superior. With a low roar, Feng Tao burst out of the bushes where he was hiding. However, the 2 panicked figures that were expected did not appear. There was an open space ahead. On the open ground, there were only 2 shallow sets of footprints extending to the left front. We've been tricked. Feng Tao's mind went blank for a moment, and an ominous premonition rushed into his heart. They want to break out from the left flank. Attention, Team A. The target is heading your way. Stop them. Feng Tao roared furiously into the communication channel. However, he did not receive a response from his teammates. Instead, it was a scream filled with extreme terror and pain. Ah! A snake! It's a bone-rotting python. Help! My leg! Hiss! A chilling screech came from the left flank. Immediately following was a violent energy explosion and the roar of trees being snapped in two. 2 players on the left wing have run into trouble. They actually ran headfirst into the mouth of a peak second-tier demonic beast. Captain! What do we do? The voices of the team members behind him were trembling. Oh shit! Feng Tao's face instantly turned ashen. He couldn't understand how it could be such a coincidence. How could Chu Fan and his group's escape route have led them right into the lair of the corrupted bone python? Is it a coincidence? Still, a chilling thought surfaced in his mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must have known about the terrain beforehand. Go provide support. Kill that beast first. Feng Tao gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing his unease, and led the last team member in a frantic charge toward the left flank. However, when they rushed to the scene, all I could see was a devastated battlefield. A giant black python, as thick as a water bucket, was engaged in a fierce battle with its two teammates. The two team members' contracted beasts, one an earth-type rock giant ape and the other a wind-type bladed mantis, were now covered in wounds, sizzling as they were corroded by the black venom sprayed from the giant python. One of the team members' thighs was a bloody mess, charred black. Their situation is extremely precarious. But where are Chu Fan and Su Qingxue? Where are they? Feng Tao's heart sank suddenly. He frantically rolled his eyes, scanning his surroundings. No. There was no sign of those two people at all. It was as if they had never been there. Captain! Behind us! Just then, a teammate next to him let out a surprised cry that was distorted in tone. Feng Tao suddenly turned around. A figure in icy blue, like a grim reaper emerging from the depths of hell, appeared silently behind them. It's Su Qingxue. When did she get behind us? Feng Tao's pupils contracted violently. He had no time to think. His survival instinct made him roar wildly. Let's do it! His teammates reacted quickly and immediately summoned their contracted beasts, a swift cheetah that opened its blood-red maw and pounced on Su Qingxue. However, it was greeted by a fair hand, as if sculpted from millennia-old ice. Frozen. Su Qingxue parted her red lips slightly and uttered two cold words. Click. The cheetah, along with its owner, was instantly covered in a thick layer of ice crystals in mid-air, turning into a lifelike ice sculpture. One move. Just one move. A mid-stage Tier 2 beast tamer and his contracted beast were instantly killed without even putting up a decent fight. Feng Tao felt like his blood was about to freeze. Is this fucking a vase? This power, this oppressive force. Even their captain, Raymond, might not be able to do it so easily and comfortably. Escape. We must escape. Only this one thought remained in Feng Tao's mind. He didn't even bother to pay attention to his two teammates who were still entangled with the bone-rotting python, and turned to run away. But it was too late. A ghostly figure blocked his retreat. It's Chu Fan. He still wore that nonchalant smile, as if he had just watched a boring show. You think you can just leave already? Chu Fan's voice was light and airy, but it struck Feng Tao like a thunderclap. Weren't you here to give away points? Isn't it impolite to leave without leaving anything behind? The words fell. Chu Fan's figure moved. There was no impressive momentum, nor any flashy moves. He simply threw a punch at Feng Tao's face. Chapter 43. Feint to the east, striking in the west, catching a turtle in a jar. Bonus chapter. That punch. It magnified infinitely in Feng Tao's rapidly constricting pupils. It was completely ordinary, without any energy fluctuations, like a street thug throwing a wild punch. But that one punch sealed off all his escape routes. Quick! That's too fast! Feng Tao's mind went blank, leaving only the instinct for survival, and he roared madly. Roar! His contracted beast, a mid-stage second-tiered golden rending tiger, sensed its master's danger and roared, its sharp claws tearing through the air as it lunged toward Chu Fan's heart. This is a classic case of besieging Wei to rescue Zhou. As long as he can force Chu Fan to retreat, he can live. However, Chu Fan didn't even glance at the golden tiger. His fist maintained its trajectory and speed. Bang! A muffled thud. Feng Tao's nose collapsed with a thud, and he was thrown backward as if he had been hit by an invisible giant hammer, crashing heavily into an ancient tree before slid softly to the ground. The light in his eyes quickly dimmed, and the points on his bracelet jumped wildly before returning to zero. Almost at the same time. Facing the charging golden tiger, Chu Fan simply raised his left hand. Spread your 5 fingers. Buzz. An invisible golden rune flashed and disappeared in his palm. God-level analysis, target golden tiger, weakness, the junction of the 3rd and 4th ribs on the right forelimb, a vulnerable point in the joint structure. Chu Fan's left hand, at an unbelievable angle, avoided the golden tiger's claws and struck the weak point indicated by the system with perfect precision. Click. A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. A whoa! The golden tiger let out a mournful cry, its massive body instantly losing its balance, tumbling and falling to the ground, its right forelimb twisted at an eerie angle, unable to stand up again. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. From Chu Fan's punch to Feng Tao's elimination, and then to Lai Jinhu's crippling. In just 2 seconds. The two members of the Win team who were still fiercely fighting the bone-rotting python witnessed this terrifying scene and were almost scared out of their wits. Their captain, a late-stage Tier 2 powerhouse, was just killed with a single punch? Is that even human? A devil. He's a devil. One of the team members completely broke down, screamed, and turned to run away without thinking. Puff! The bone-rotting python seized the opportunity, its thick tail, like a steel whip, lashing fiercely across his back. The man screamed and flew out like a tattered sack. His bracelet flashed, and he was instantly eliminated. Only one team member remained, facing the irreconcilable bone-rotting python and the two figures that resembled the Grim Reapers, his face filled with despair. I surrender. Please don't kill me. He raised his hands, trembling. Chu Fan didn't speak, but just looked at him quietly. Su Qingshua's figure appeared silently behind the man, like an ice and snow elf, and her fair hand gently pressed on his bracelet. Drop. Points credited. Then, with a swift and clean chop to the back of his neck, the man collapsed to the ground without uttering a sound. The battle is over. The entire process was clean, efficient, and outrageously so. The only sounds in the air were the heavy breathing of the bone-rotting python and the strong smell of blood. Clean up the battlefield. Chu Fan's voice rang in Su Qingshua's mind. He walked to Feng Tao's corpse, to the body of the eliminated player, and began to skillfully search it. Elixirs, ingredients, and some miscellaneous survival tools. Even a tiny mosquito is still neat. Su Qingxue silently walked to the two unconscious team members and collected their points and spoils as well. The two worked together seamlessly, as if they had done it 1,000 times before. The bone-rotting python in the distance looked at the two menacing figures, and a hint of human-like fear actually appeared in its scarlet snake eyes. It had been severely weakened by the Gale Squad, and now, looking at Chu Fan and Su Qingshuo, it dared not step forward again. After dealing with Feng Tao, Chu Fan's gaze fell on the giant python. God-level analysis, bone-rotting python, peak second tier, status, severely injured, energy core unstable. Perfect, let's take them all, he said to Su Qingshuo. The two joined forces again, and there was absolutely no suspense in facing the heavily injured bone-rotting python. Less than a minute later, this once ferocious and powerful second-tier peak demonic beast let out a mournful cry and fell completely silent. Chu Fan skillfully cut open the snake's belly and took out a demon core that emitted a dark green light. Item: Corrupted Bone Python Demon Core Peak Tier 2. Analysis: contains pure poison and earth elemental energy, which can be used to refine bone corroding pill or absorbed directly, but its toxicity is too strong and there is a risk of backlash. Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction and put away the demon core. Just then, the system map in his mind sounded an alarm again. Two huge red zones are rapidly approaching this battlefield from different directions. It was Wang Tang's Flame Dragon team and Li Mo's Sea Shark team. They were drawn here by the commotion of the battle. They came really fast. Su Qingshuo also sensed the energy fluctuations in the distance, and her expression hardened. Walk. Her first instinct was to pull Chu Fan away. Go? Where to? Chu Fan stood still and smiled instead. Aren't they looking for us? Then let them find it. Su Qingshuo was taken aback, not understanding what he meant. Chu Fan calmly took off his coat, then walked to the corpse of the bone-rotting python and smeared some of its sticky, foul-smelling blood on himself. He then walked over to Feng Tao's thigh, which was corroded and mangled, and wiped his jacket on it. After doing all this, he threw the coat, stained with snake and human blood and even torn in several places, onto the edge of the battlefield, on a path leading deep into the swamp. What are you doing? Su Qingshuo finally couldn't help but ask. Acting. Chu Fan clapped his hands and pointed to the coat. Look, this scene looks just like when we and the Win team encountered the bone-rotting python here, and then a three-way battle ensued. Although we won, we were also severely wounded and fled into the swamp ahead in a panic? Following his train of thought, Su Qingshuo's icy blue pupils suddenly lit up. A perfect trap, designed to lure you in. Will they believe me? She was still a little worried. Yes, it will. Chu Fan's smile was full of confidence. Because Wang Tang and Liu Mo are too eager to win, and they look down on us too much. In their eyes, we are just two lambs to the slaughter. Now that this lamb is injured, they will only think about how to be the first to rush up and bite our throats, without thinking about whether this lamb will turn around and bite people. Greed blinds them. After Chu Fan finished speaking, he took Su Qingshue's hand. Let's go, be the audience. The two figures flashed, not fleeing in any direction, but instead slipping back into the shadows of the nearby dense forest, circling around, and heading back the way Wang Tang and the others had come from. A few minutes later, Wang Tang led his flame dragon squad to the battlefield. Looking at the mess in front of him, he was stunned for a moment, then let out a disdainful sneer. Waste. That good-for-nothing Feng Tao. 5 people, and he managed to get them all in such a terrible state. He immediately spotted the unfortunate guy frozen in ice, and the several unconscious Win team members whose scores had dropped to 0. Young Master Wang, look. One of the team members spotted the huge, rotting bone python carcass. Hiss. A peak second-tier bone-rotting python. They even killed the bone-rotting python? Wang Tang's expression then became slightly more serious. But soon, he discovered the jacket that Chu Fan had left behind. He walked over, used the tip of his sword to lift the coat, and saw the bloodstains and holes on it. The solemnity on his face instantly turned into ecstasy. Ha ha ha. Heaven is on my side. They were indeed injured. And seriously injured. Fool. You actually fled into the swamp, that's a dead end. Just as Wang Tang was laughing triumphantly. There was also some noise coming from the woods on the other side. Liu Mo arrived with the Sea Shark team. He saw the scene before him, then glanced at the coat in Wang Tang's hand, and his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Everything was just too coincidental. It's too much like a carefully orchestrated script. Wang Tang, don't you think something's not right? Liu Mo asked in a deep voice. Something's not right? Wang Tang glanced at him and sneered, Liu Mo, have you been scared out of your wits? The evidence is conclusive. Those two good-for-nothings are just barely clinging to life in the swamp ahead. If you don't dare, then get lost. I, Wang Tang, will take all 200 points. Wang Tang was too lazy to waste any more words with Liu Mo and waved his hand dismissively. Flame Dragon Squad, listen to my command. Charge in and chop that bastard Chu Fan into pieces to feed the crocodiles in the swamp. Yes. Seeing this, the members of the Sea Shark team all looked at Liu Mo. Liu Mo's expression shifted between light and dark. Reason told him that there was a trap involved. However, the temptation of 200 points and the humiliation of admitting defeat in front of Wang Tang made it impossible for him to back down. What if it's true? If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to find them again. Oh shit. In the end, Liu Mo's greed overcame his reason, and he gritted his teeth and said, let's go too. We can't let Wang Tang get there first. The two teams, one in front and one behind, like two sharks smelling blood, rushed headlong into the dark and desolate swamp. Watching them disappear into the mist of the swamp. In the distance, on the canopy of a huge tree, the figures of Chu Fan and Su Qingshu slowly appeared. A cold smile curled at the corners of Chu Fan's lips. The fish is in the net. He glanced at Su Qingshu beside him. Su Qingshu was also looking at him, and her eyes, which had once been cold, were now gleaming with a strange light. Shock, admiration, and a hint of a kind of worship that she herself couldn't quite explain. This man is not only incredibly powerful, but his ability to manipulate people is also terrifyingly profound. He wasn't competing at all. He's manipulating people's hearts. Just then, suddenly, Wang Tang's furious roar echoed from the swamp. Where is everyone? Why is nobody here? Damn it! There's nothing here. Immediately following was Liu Mo's equally shocked and angry voice. Oh no! We've fallen into a trap. The captains of the two teams met in the swamp. Looking at the empty swamp and the dazzling jacket floating on the water, their minds went blank. They've been tricked. At that moment, at the entrance through which they rushed in, Chu Fan and Su Qingshu stood like two gatekeepers, blocking the only way out. Chu Fan raised his hand and gently waved it towards the depths of the swamp. On his face was the cruelest smile a hunter gives when looking at his prey. Welcome to my hunting grounds. Chapter 40 for the hunting ground. The dance of ice and analysis. Swamp entrance. The air seemed to freeze. Wang Tang and Liu Mo, along with the 7 or 8 remaining teammates behind them, stared intently at the two figures ahead. Those two figures should have been severely injured and barely surviving deep in the swamp. At this moment, they were blocked on the only way out, calm and unharmed. Chu Fan! Wang Tang's roar, filled with the fury of being utterly humiliated, nearly tore the jungle apart. You fucking dare to mess with me? His eyes were bloodshot, his handsome face was contorted with rage, and the energy within him surged uncontrollably, causing the air around him to heat up slightly. Liemo remained silent. He simply kept a gloomy face, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Chu Fan and Su Qingxue. His heart was even colder than Wang Tang's. He felt something was wrong from the very beginning. Now, all the questions that were wrong have been answered. This is not a coincidence, nor is it luck. This was a complete and utter scheme. From the moment Feng Tao's team was lured towards the bone-rotting python, to the moment they were lured into the swampy dead zone by that blood-stained coat, every step was part of the other side's script. They are the prey. Playing you? Chu Fan picked at his ear, his smile seemingly harmless. Young Master Wang, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. We came here with good intentions and put on a grand welcome, but you rushed in all at once. How can that be called a show? He paused, his gaze sweeping over Wang Tang and Limo's pale faces, his smile turning playful. Or do you think this hunting ground is not grand enough? Hunting grounds. These two words struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Arrogant. That's fucking arrogant. Two mere people, facing 10 of them, dare to call this their hunting ground? Court death. Wang Tang could no longer tolerate this cat and mouse humiliation. His A+ grade contracted beast, Blazing Lion, sensed its master's anger and let out a deafening roar, with scorching flames rising from its mane. Charge them. Everyone, attack together. I'm going to chop him up and feed him to the crocodiles. I'm going to make Su Qingxue kneel before me and beg for mercy. Wang Tang has completely lost his mind. Roar. Kill. The members of the Flame Dragon team behind him, and the members of the Sea Shark team who hesitated briefly, also unleashed their full energy under Wang Tang's instigation and the temptation of 200 points. 10 people. 10 contracted beasts. Among them are many late-stage and even peak-stage second-tier beings. Flames, water, wind blades, earth spikes, a dazzling array of energy attacks, mixed with the ferocious charge of the contracted beasts, formed a destructive torrent that swept over Chu Fan and Su Qingxue relentlessly. Such a terrifying formation is enough to tear apart any elite squad in an instant. If other teams in the distance saw this scene, they would probably be terrified. However, faced with this devastating attack, Chu Fan didn't even lift an eyelid. He simply turned his head and whispered something in Su Qingxue's mind. It's your turn to perform. Su Qingxue did not respond. But she provided the most perfect answer through her actions. She stepped forward. Just this one step. Buzz. A visible wave of extreme cold swept outwards from her body. That's not ordinary cold air. That was the ultimate, soul-freezing winter, imbued with the power of the Ice Phoenix bloodline. Click. Click, click, click. The ground at the very front was covered with a layer of icy blue frost at a frenzied speed. Those burrs that had just emerged from the swamp were frozen into ice blocks and then shattered before they could even take shape. The charging contracted beast slipped and its speed suddenly decreased. Those team members who controlled the water and fire were even more horrified to discover that their energy was suppressed and weakened by at least 30% the moment they came into contact with this cold air. What kind of weird ability is this? My fireball has become less powerful. Damn it! The ground is so slippery. Chaotic screams rose and fell. That's not all. Su Qingxue raised her hands, her slender fingers drawing a mysterious trajectory in front of her. Ice Realm, Frost Prison. Her cold voice was like a winter's judgment. Boom. 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 Dozens of enormous ice pillars, each as thick as a person's embrace, rose up from the frosty ground without warning. These icicles, seemingly chaotic yet following a certain pattern, instantly shattered the entire battlefield, forming a massive ice crystal maze. The once unstoppable charge of the group was forcibly dismantled in an instant. The 10 team members and their contracted beasts were separated into different ice pillar cages, losing sight of each other and unable to provide support. The entire battlefield transformed from a raging torrent into a chaotic chessboard. And Su Qingxue is the player who wields the chessboard. Don't panic. Break these ice pillars. Work together and break through. Wang Tang roared madly at the other end of the cage, ordering the Blazing Lion to spew flames and bombard the ice wall in front of him. The ice wall trembled, cracking open like a spiderweb, but more cold air surged in and instantly repaired it. It's useless. A ghostly voice suddenly rang out behind him. Wang Tang felt a chill run down his spine and suddenly turned around. It's Chu Fan. When did he arrive? Wang Tang didn't even see his movements clearly. You. Wang Tang only had time to utter one word. Chu Fan's figure had already brushed past him. Bang! A muffled thud. One of the Flame Dragon team members following behind Wang Tang stared wide-eyed at his chest in disbelief. There, Chu Fan gently bumped her with his elbow. A strange, tremoring force penetrated his defenses and acted directly on his energy core. The energy within his body instantly became chaotic and surged upwards. Puff! The team member coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vision went black, his bracelet flashed, and he was eliminated from the competition. One strike. Instant kill. Chu Fan's steps did not falter in the slightest. His figure moved like a ghost among the ice pillars. Every time he appeared, it was accompanied by a scream. Every move he made was extremely simple, yet ruthless to the extreme. God-level analysis, target C Shark member, weakness, to maintain the Water Curtain Sky Splendor defense, the energy cycle stagnates for 0.3 seconds at the lower back. Chu Fan appeared behind the man and delivered a precise chop to his lower back. The Water Curtain defense shattered with a deafening roar. The man was struck by the backlash, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, and he collapsed to the ground. God-level analysis, target contracted Beast Windblade Wolf, weakness, when launching a triple slash, its right hind leg becomes the fulcrum, making it unable to move. Chu Fan strolled leisurely, dodging the Windblade Wolf's fierce claw attacks, and stepped on its right hind leg joint. Click! The sound of bones cracking rang out, and the Windblade Wolf let out a mournful howl before collapsing to the ground. This is not a fight at all. This is a dance. A magnificent frost-themed group dance, led by Su Qingxue. And Chu Fan is the most perfect interpreter of this dance. Su Qingxue used her powerful ability to control the situation to create one fleeting opening after another. Chu Fan, on the other hand, used his all-seeing analytical ability and unpredictable movement techniques to magnify these flaws infinitely, turning them into death warrants for the enemy. Their teamwork was flawless. Not even a glance, not a single word. It was as if their souls were one. Ah! He's there! Watch out behind you! Inside the icicle maze, the remaining few people had completely broken down. They couldn't see the enemy, only hear the screams of their teammates and the sound of footsteps like the Grim Reaper traversing the ice. Fear, like vines, gripped their hearts tightly. Gather around here. Stand back to back and defend. Liu Mo was calmer than Wang Tang, and he made the most correct judgment immediately. He and the remaining two Sea Shark team members, along with the equally panicked Wang Tang, finally managed to reunite, leaning against a huge ice wall and warily looking around. Only 4 people are left. In less than a minute, 6 of their 10-person team were eliminated. What terrifying efficiency! Come out! Chu Fan! If you have the guts, fight me head-on! Wang Tang roared, his voice trembling with fear. He was genuinely scared. As you wish. Chu Fan's voice came from directly in front of them. His and Su Qingxue's figures slowly emerged from the shadow of the icicle. Looking at the 4 people who remained, Chu Fan's face showed a hint of disappointment. It's too fragile. Wang Tang, Liu Mo, is this all the strength you have? You? Wang Tang trembled with anger, but dared not make any further moves. Since you're all so eager to work together, Chu Fan's gaze swept over the 4 of them, then I'll give you a chance. He glanced at Su Qingxue beside him. Su Qingxue understood immediately. The next second, they moved at the same time. Su Qingxue pressed her hands down, and the chilling aura that permeated the entire space no longer maintained the ice pillars, but instead converged towards Liu Mo and Wang Tang at a frantic speed. Countless tiny, diamond dust-like ice crystals formed around them. Chu Fan, on the other hand, poured his spiritual power into Su Qingxue's body without reservation through the contract. God-level analysis activated. Energy structure optimization in progress. Locating the target's weakness. Analyzing the optimal attack trajectory. Su Qingxue felt as if the ice crystals she was controlling had been given eyes and wisdom. She could clearly sense the weakest point in each of the 4 people's defenses and the point where their energy flow was most sluggish. This is an unprecedented feeling of being in control of everything. This is. Looking at the rapidly spinning ice crystal storm around him, emitting a buzzing sound, Liu Mo felt a deadly sense of crisis that made his scalp tingle. He tried to escape, but found his body frozen stiff by the biting cold. Wang Tang also showed an expression of utter horror. He felt not surrounded by cold air, but locked onto by millions of scalpels. Combined attack technique. Chu Fan and Su Qingxue uttered the last name in unison. Ice Crystal Storm. Boom! The miniature storm, composed of countless ice crystals, contracted instantly. Chapter 45: Slaughtering the Rankings. A warning from a useless person. Boom! The miniature storm, composed of billions of ice crystals, did not produce a deafening explosion. It just shrank. To the utter horror of Wang Tang, Liu Mo, and the remaining two team members, the death nebula that had been surrounding them, shimmering with diamond-like light, suddenly closed inward. There was no sound. Or rather, all the sounds, in the instant of contraction, were completely swallowed and annihilated by the extreme chill and sharpness. No. Liu Mo only managed to utter a hoarse, off-key syllable. His prized water curtain defense, however, proved as fragile as a soap bubble, silently bursting under the cutting force of those billions of ice crystals. Immediately afterwards, his body and his contracted beast were completely submerged by that irresistible, icy torrent carrying analytical power. The last thing he saw was Wang Tang's face, distorted and deformed by extreme fear. Wang Tang lasted for 0.1 seconds longer than him. Because of the remaining power of the blazing lion, a weak flame shield formed in front of him. But this is meaningless. The flames were extinguished the moment they came into contact with the ice storm. He felt as if he had not been attacked, but rather thrown into a meat grinder made of countless scalpels. A bone-chilling cold, accompanied by excruciating pain that seemed to tear at the soul, emanated from every corner of the body. Before his consciousness was swallowed by the white light of elimination, only one last thought remained. Combo attacks. Why do their combined attacks target weaknesses? Buzz. The light flickered. 4 beams of white light shot into the sky, announcing the complete elimination of the 4 contestants. The storm has passed. The entrance to the swamp, which had previously been fragmented by icicles, is now flat. Those enormous ice pillars, along with all the traces of the previous battle, have vanished. All that remained was a thin layer of slowly melting frost on the ground, and the 4 figures lying quietly on the ground, their bracelets now completely dimmed. It was as if nothing had happened. Apart from those 2 figures who remained standing silently in the arena. Chu Fan and Su Qingxue. The air was deathly silent. Su Qingxue stared blankly at her hands. Fair-skinned and slender. These hands, working in conjunction with Chu Fan's mental power, unleashed that earth-shattering attack. That feeling. The feeling of having a clear grasp of all the enemy's weaknesses and all the nodes of energy flow, and then destroying them in the most precise and efficient way. It captivated her, even made her tremble. She looked at Chu Fan beside her. The man maintained his nonchalant expression, as if he had merely crushed a few ants. He walked over to Liu Mo, squatted down, and skillfully pressed a button on the man's bracelet. Drop. A huge amount of points poured into his account. Then came the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th. After doing all this, he even had the leisure to loot all the pills and materials they were carrying. The movements were fluid and seamless, without the slightest hesitation. They're gone. Chu Fan clapped his hands and said to Su Qingxue, who was still in a daze. It's all cleaned up. Time to move to another spot and wait for the next group of guests. Su Qingxue snapped out of her daze and looked at his matter-of-fact expression. Her cold cheeks inexplicably felt hot. She didn't say anything, but silently followed. But she knew that something had completely changed. At the same time, Donghai City, High School League Command Center. On the huge holographic screen, dozens of images are displayed, broadcasting exciting battles from various parts of the arena. On the commentary platform, 2 veteran commentators were passionately analyzing the battle situation. Alright, viewers. The competition has entered its most intense phase. We can see that the Flame Dragon team and the Sea Shark team, the 2 favorites to win the championship, are rushing into Swamp Zone number 3 one after the other. According to our intelligence, their target is the mysterious team that previously eliminated the Whirlwind Squad. A clash of the century is about to erupt in the swamp. Another commentator excitedly chimed in. That's right. And everyone, please look at the leaderboard. The Flame Dragon team currently holds the top spot with a high score of 430 points. The Sea Shark team follows closely behind with 390 points. They are the undisputed champions. Now, it all comes down to which team can be the first to grab the 200-point gift pack and secure the victory. Inside the studio, all the audience members were glued to the screen, eagerly anticipating the showdown between the kings. No one paid attention to the team that was being hunted down. In their eyes, it was nothing more than a stepping stone on the road to becoming a king. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. On the leaderboard, the two lines of data representing the Flame Dragon squad and the Sea Shark squad suddenly flashed under everyone's gaze. Then, their points were instantly reset to 0. The team's status changed from in the game to a glaringly bright red eliminated. The entire command center fell into a deathly silence. The commentator froze in mid-air, the microphone he had just raised to his lips. In the audience, the smile on the face of a rich young man who had just been boasting that Wang Tang would definitely win froze. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. Dead silence. It lasted for a full 3 seconds. Then, it exploded. Holy crap! What's going on? A bug? The system has a bug? Flame Dragon and Sea Shark were eliminated at the same time? What a joke! Who did this? Could it be that bone-rotting python? Impossible. How could a peak second-tier demon beast wipe out 2 top-tier teams at the same time? The commentator finally realized what was happening, and his voice changed with shock. Director! Director! Quick! Switch to the footage of Swamp 3. What on earth happened? He didn't need to say it. The director was already frantically pulling up the replay of the battle. On the holographic screen, the image shifts. What appeared was the entrance to that dark swamp. Everyone saw it. I saw the magnificent yet deadly storm composed of billions of ice crystals. I saw the storm, like the sigh of a god, contracting inward. I saw Wang Tang and Liam O, like ants in the storm, being swallowed up in an instant, unable to put up even the slightest decent resistance. Finally, the image freezes. The image is frozen on those two figures, standing quietly after the storm has passed. One man and one woman. The background consists of 4 former powerhouses who were eliminated. This moment, the entire command center was completely silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was so stunned by the miraculous scene that they were speechless. It's them. A commentator murmured in a dreamlike voice. It was the team that was being hunted down, who did it. His words were like a drop of water falling into a pot of boiling oil. My God! How is this possible? One move. Just one move. He killed 4 people instantly, including Wang Tang and Liam O. What kind of combined attack is that? I've never seen such a terrifying move before. Who is that woman? Su Qingxue. It's Su Qingxue from Donghai No. 3 Middle School. S-level Ice Phoenix bloodline. Truly living up to her reputation. But, who is the person who commands her? Who is that man? All eyes were focused on Chu Fan. The man who just stood there the whole time, barely even moving his hands. Just then, the leaderboard has been refreshed again. A team that had been ranked hundreds of places from the start of the competition and was even ridiculed by many people suddenly took off like a rocket, soaring wildly upwards. Mythical team, 985 points. Ranking, number 1. First. A league-leading first place, hundreds of points ahead of second place. That string of numbers seemed to possess a kind of magic, piercing everyone's eyes with a sharp pain. 985 points. What does this number mean? This means that all the points of the 3 top 10 teams, namely the Flame Dragon team, the Sea Shark team, and the Gale team, have been completely wiped out by this team. Myth. Team. Captain, Chu Fan. Team member, Su Qingxue. When this name, along with the team member information, is clearly displayed to everyone. Everyone in Donghai City who was watching the game had their minds go blank. Chu Fan? That Chu the good-for-nothing from Donghai No. 3 Middle School, known to everyone? The man who made a contract with school beauty Su Qingxue during the awakening ceremony and became the laughingstock of the whole city? It was him? The viewing area of Donghai No. 3 Middle School. The students who had been mocking Chu Fan for overestimating himself were now gaping, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, dropped his thermos with a clatter, spilling scalding hot tea all over the floor, but he was completely unaware. He just stared intently at the name on the screen, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Myth. It turns out this wasn't a joke. This is the most arrogant and loudest warning from a loser. Elimination zone. A flash of white light. Wang Tang and Liu Mo appeared in the lounge looking disheveled. Thump! Wang Tang's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. His face was ashen, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his body was still trembling violently and uncontrollably. It's not because of pain. It's because of fear. The feeling of being slowly sliced to death by millions of scalpels has become a nightmare, deeply imprinted on his soul. Li Mo's condition was slightly better, but his face was still so gloomy it looked like it could drip water. He didn't look at Wang Tang, but stared intently at the holographic screen in the lounge. On the screen, the scene of their elimination was playing on a loop. Us. Li Mo's Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty. From the very beginning, I was the prey. His voice was hoarse, dry, and full of frustration. From luring the Wind Squad to explore, to setting traps with blood-stained coats, to the final ice crystal maze, and that devastating blow. The steps were all interconnected, and the plan was flawless. They were like two insects stuck in a spider web, thinking themselves hunters, unaware that from the moment they stepped into that area, they had been struggling frantically within the script of the web's owner. And the owner of that spider web. It's Chu Fan. It was that good for nothing he had never even given a second glance. Wang Tang suddenly let out a beast-like roar. He suddenly scrambled to his feet and slammed his fist hard on the alloy table in front of him. Bang! The table shook violently, leaving a fist-sized dent. His hands were covered in blood, but he felt no pain whatsoever. The physical pain is nothing compared to the humiliation and anger in one's heart. Chu Fan. I'm going to kill him. I absolutely have to kill him. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a madman. He can't accept it. He is the pride of the Wang family. He is the owner of an A+ grade contracted beast. To think that he was eliminated in such a humiliating way in front of the entire Donghai city by a good-for-nothing. This is worse than killing him. Liu Mo looked at the crazed Wang Tang with icy eyes. He suddenly spoke up, his mental strength is very strong. So powerful that it can deeply interfere with and even optimize Su Qingshue's skills. That kind of combined attack is not a simple accumulation of energy. It is a perfect resonance of soul intent. Wang Tang's roar came to an abrupt halt. He turned his head sharply and stared intently at Liu Mo. What did you say? I'm telling you, Liu Mo said, emphasizing each word, we didn't lose unjustly. We misjudged him from the very beginning. His terrifying aspect wasn't that he had a contract with Su Qingxue, but that he himself was terrifying. He is a monster far more terrifying than us. Monster? The muscles on Wang Tang's face twitched violently. He stared intently at Chu Fan's calm and collected face on the screen. An unprecedented surge of jealousy and resentment, like a venomous snake, gnawed at his heart. On what grounds? Why should a good-for-nothing like him be able to have Su Qingxue? How can a piece of trash possess such terrifying power? Why should he be able to stand in the spotlight and enjoy the attention of the masses, while I have to be here, like a stray dog? He can't lose. He, Wang Tang, absolutely cannot lose to a good-for-nothing. The atmosphere in the lounge was extremely oppressive. Sudden. Wang Tang smiled. That smile was cold, ferocious, and full of madness. He slowly straightened up, picked up a glass of water from the table, and drank it all in one gulp. Then, under Liu Mo's cold gaze, he tightened his 5 fingers. Click. The sturdy glass was crushed into countless shards in his hands. Fresh blood dripped from between his fingers onto the ground. Wang Tang raised his head and looked at Liu Mo. His eyes no longer held any rage, but only a chilling killing intent. The game is not over yet. Execute Plan B. Chapter 46: The King's Vicious Scheme. The Out-of-Control Beast Tide. Bonus Chapter. Inside the lounge. The air felt oppressive, like solidified cement. Liu Mo looked at Wang Tang, at the strange, cold, and even somewhat pleased smile on his face, and a chill ran down his spine. The Wang Tang he knew was arrogant, domineering, and conceited, but ultimately he was still a pampered young master. But the person in front of me seemed more like a venomous snake that had crawled out of hell, ready to devour its prey. Plan B? Liu Mo's voice was somewhat hoarse. Are you crazy? Executing Plan B here? Wang Tang ignored him and walked straight to an inconspicuous locker in the corner of the lounge, where he used his bracelet to verify his identity. Click. The cabinet door popped open. Inside, there was only a palm-sized metal box sealed in a special lead box. Wang Tang carefully lifted it out, his eyes filled with fervor and fascination, as if he were caressing a priceless treasure. Crazy? He finally spoke, his voice low and hoarse. I went crazy the moment that good-for-nothing kicked me out in front of the whole of Donghai City like an ant. He slowly opened the metal box. An indescribable, eerie scent, a mixture of fishy sweetness and musk, wafted out faintly. Inside the lead box lay a dark red fleshy ball, about the size of a longan, that seemed to pulsate slightly as if it were alive. Tier 3 Peak Blood Queen Bee Pheromones Crystal. Li Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. Of course he recognized what it was. This is a forbidden item that was obtained with a narrow escape from the restricted area of the border battlefield. Once crushed, the pheromones within will instantly cover an area of several kilometers, causing an irresistible attraction and berserk effect on all monsters below the 3rd rank. It can artificially create a small-scale, but absolutely deadly, beast tide. This thing should never appear on the field of a high school league. Wang Tang. Stop. Li Mo growled, if you use this and it gets discovered, not only you, but the entire Wang family will be in huge trouble. Check? Wang Tang laughed, turning his head, his bloodshot eyes full of mockery. Who will investigate? When they are torn to pieces by the beast tide and their bodies are nowhere to be found, who will know what we did? All anyone will see is that the mythical squad overestimated themselves, stumbled into a gathering place of monsters, and ultimately met a tragic end. What a perfect accident, isn't it? He looked at Li Mo, his smile growing increasingly sinister. As for you, Li Mo, you're in the same boat as me now. You don't want to spend the rest of your life with the reputation of being killed in one move by a good-for-nothing, do you? Li Mo's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Wang Tang's words were like a poisonous thorn, piercing his proudest and most vulnerable spot. What do you want to do? Li Mo gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. It's very simple. Wang Tang's gaze fell on the holographic map on the wall, where a green dot representing the mythical squad was moving toward an area called Black Rock Canyon. That's the only way to the finals. A sly, calculating glint flashed in Wang Tang's eyes. I had already set up a little gadget on that road through my family connections. He raised the lead box in his hand and grinned maliciously. Now, all I need to do is give it a gentle squeeze. Click. He suddenly exerted force with his 5 fingers. The dark red fleshy ball shattered instantly. An invisible, unseen wave was instantly emitted through a special signal device in the lounge. At the same time, Black Rock Canyon. Chu Fan and Su Qingxue were walking slowly on the dry red rock. The terrain here is much more open than the previous swamps and jungles. The air was filled with the smell of rocks that had been baked by the scorching sun. Why are we coming this way? Su Qingxue finally couldn't help but speak up. Since wiping out Wang Tang and Li Mo's team, Chu Fan has been leading her on a sweeping rampage, and their score has reached an outrageous level. But she didn't understand why Chu Fan didn't choose a more secluded route, but instead chose this canyon road with almost no cover. This is not in line with his usual caution. Because the view is good here. Chu Fan's answer was as concise as ever. Good view? Su Qingxue was even more puzzled. Chu Fan stopped and turned to look at her, a strange smile on his face. A good view makes it easier to watch the play. He didn't explain much, but simply picked out a bottle of light blue potion from the spoils he had just plundered and tossed it over. Drink it to replenish your spiritual energy. Su Qingxue instinctively caught it. The medicine bottle still carried Chu Fan's body heat. She looked at Chu Fan's calm and collected face, opened her mouth as if to ask something, but ultimately said nothing. She simply unscrewed the cap and drank the medicine in one gulp. A cool energy instantly spread throughout his body, sweeping away the fatigue he had felt from continuously casting Ice Crystal Storm. She found herself becoming increasingly accustomed to following this man's lead. Even though his arrangements are always so unexpected. This feeling is strange. Not bad. The two continued on their way. Just as they were about to exit the canyon entrance, Chu Fan suddenly stopped. He didn't speak, but turned his head slightly and twitched his ears, as if listening to something. Su Qingxue also stopped immediately and looked around warily. All around was deathly silent. Only the wind, blowing through the canyon, made a whistling sound. What's wrong? She asked Chu Fan in his mind using her mental power. Chu Fan did not answer. Because, just a moment ago, the system's cold and urgent alarm sounded in his mind. Warning! High concentration of third-order pheromone response detected. Warning. A large number of demonic beasts are exhibiting abnormal energy fluctuations within a 5-kilometer radius ahead and are rapidly gathering. Warning. A small beast horde is forming. Expected to arrive at your current location in 3 minutes. It's here. Instead of panic, a knowing glint flashed in Chu Fan's eyes. Wang Tang finally used his backup plan. He guessed that Wang Tang wouldn't let it go so easily, but he didn't expect that the other party would have the guts and the ability to artificially create a beast tide in the arena. What a grand gesture. What a foolish tactic. Boom. Boom. Almost the next second after the system alarm sounded, a deep, rumbling sound, like muffled thunder, came from the depths of the canyon. Immediately afterwards, the entire ground began to tremble violently and rhythmically. The pebbles beneath our feet began to bounce wildly. Dust and rocks were falling heavily from the rock walls on both sides of the canyon. Su Qingshua's expression changed instantly. This is not an earthquake. This terrifying commotion could only be caused by thousands of demonic beasts attacking simultaneously. She suddenly looked up and gazed at the other end of the canyon. On the horizon there, smoke and dust billowed into the sky. A terrifying aura, mixed with violence, bloodlust, and madness, swept in like a tsunami, engulfing everything. The roars, howls, and shrieks of countless monstrous beasts converged into a death symphony that destroyed everything. A beast tide. Su Qingshua's icy blue pupils widened in shock. She couldn't imagine how such a large-scale beast tide could suddenly erupt in this competition area that had already been cleared out. This is completely illogical. Unless it was man-made. A thought flashed through her mind in an instant. Wang Tang. It's Wang Tang's revenge. He wants to use the demonic beasts to kill them. Chu Fan. Let's go. We need to retreat back into the jungle. Su Qingshui acted decisively, grabbing Chu Fan's hand and trying to pull back. Faced with such a massive beast tide, even a 3rd or 4th tier expert would only face certain death if trapped within it. To fight it out head-on is a certain death situation. However, Chu Fan stood still, motionless. He grasped Su Qingshua's small, cold hand, which was icy with nervousness, and his voice was frighteningly calm. Walk? Why are you leaving? He raised his head, looking at the ever-approaching, sky-covering smoke and dust, and the curve of his lips grew increasingly cold. He went to such great lengths to prepare such a grand welcoming ceremony for us. If we just leave like this, wouldn't that be too disrespectful? Chapter 47 Desperate Situation? No, it's a buffet. That's incredibly disrespectful. Su Qingxue felt her mind go blank for a moment. She looked at the man beside her. Looking at the cold yet fervent smile on his face, which even carried a hint of enjoyment. She wondered if he had gone mad. Boom! The earth is wailing. The rocks beneath our feet were pulsating at a frenzied frequency, as if they were about to be completely crushed by this terrifying vibration at any moment. The wall of smoke and dust on the distant horizon is approaching at a visible speed, obscuring the sky and casting a huge shadow. The roars, a mixture of hundreds and thousands of demonic beasts, were no longer just simple sounds. It was a tangible sonic shock that could make one's soul tremble. The apocalyptic scene was reflected in Su Qingshua's icy blue pupils. Her face had turned pale due to the rapid circulation of spiritual energy and the tension in her heart. Chu Fan! Wake up! Her hand gripping Chu Fan's arm was so tight that her knuckles were taut. This is not a welcoming ceremony. This is death. We must retreat immediately, back into the jungle, where the complex terrain offers only a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival. Her voice trembled slightly from the urgency of the situation. As a genius with S-class bloodline, she had seen grand scenes, but never such a desperate situation. This was a man-made trap, a deadly scheme designed specifically against them. Any rational judgment points to the same result: escape. However, Chu Fan, turned around and gripped her cold little hand even tighter. The warm, dry touch and the undeniable force made Su Qingshua's heart skip a beat. Vitality? Chu Fan finally withdrew his gaze from the beast tide and turned to look at her. In his eyes, there was not a trace of fear, only the burning intensity of a hunter seeing his prey. Why seek a way out? Wang Tang went to such great lengths to pack up a third of all the monsters in the entire competition area and deliver them to us. Points, demon cores, materials, everything you could want. He licked his dry lips, his voice deep yet possessing a captivating allure. This is hardly a desperate situation. This is clearly a buffet. Su Qingxue was completely stunned. Buffet? He called this terrifying beast tide, capable of crushing even a third-tier powerhouse, a buffet? Madman. This man is an absolute madman. But for some reason, looking into his frighteningly bright eyes and listening to his extremely arrogant words, the blood in Su Qingxue's heart, which had almost frozen due to fear, actually began to flow again, and even felt a burning heat. Come with me. Shu Fan didn't give her any more time to think. He grabbed her, turned around abruptly, and instead of retreating, rushed towards an inconspicuous direction to the side. Su Qingxue was pulled along by him and subconsciously followed. To her astonishment, Shu Fan had chosen a direction that led not to a flat canyon, but to a jagged pile of rocks. After passing several huge, hill-like black rocks, a narrow, steep valley entrance, barely wide enough for 2 or 3 people to walk side by side, came into view. This valley is like a crack cleaved open by a giant axe, with nearly vertical, smooth stone walls on both sides, towering high into the distance. One man can hold the pass against 10,000. This is a natural, perfect meat grinder entrance. Su Qingxue's heart skipped a beat. She instantly understood Shu Fan's intention. He's not trying to escape. He intends to confront the entire beast tide head-on right here. You. She opened her mouth, but found her throat too dry to make a sound. This plan is insane. Even though this is an excellent defensive terrain, the beast tide is endless, and their spiritual power is ultimately limited. Once it's exhausted, the result will be the same. Don't rush to risk your life. Shu Fan seemed to see through her thoughts. He let go of her hand, walked to the entrance of the valley, rubbed the gravel on the ground with his toes, and said without turning his head, "We don't need to kill them all. We just need to find a good spot, sit down, and enjoy it slowly." His voice abruptly stopped. Because the vanguard of the beast tide had already broken out of the canyon's main road and appeared in their sight. Roar! Leading the charge were more than a dozen second-tier demonic beasts, clad in thick armor and resembling wild boar's iron-backed steel fang. Their scarlet eyes burned with a madness catalyzed by pheromones. Completely ignoring the terrain, they charged straight toward this direction like a dozen out-of-control heavy trucks. Behind them, even more monstrous beasts of various shapes and sizes converged into a torrent of steel, roaring, surging, and crushing everything in their path. Su Qingxue's breath caught in her throat. The power of the Ice Phoenix bloodline within her has been pushed to its limit. A biting chill swirled around her, and countless tiny ice crystals condensed in the air. She was ready to unleash Ice Realm, Frost Cage, and fight to the death. However, Shu Fan remained standing there, motionless. His gaze didn't even glance at the cannon fodder charging at the front. His gaze passed over the dozen or so iron-backed, steel-toothed beasts, and over the many more low-level demonic beasts behind them, precisely locking onto a colossal creature at the rear of the beast tide. In Shu Fan's view, the whole world had become a completely different scene. Countless data streams were frantically refreshing his retina. Warning! A small beast horde has arrived. Initiating battle analysis mode. Scanning the composition of the beast tide. Target, Ironback Steel Fang, Tier 2, Beginner Level, Value, 15 points. Weakness, Abdomen. Threat Level, Low. Target, Red Claw Wolf, Tier 2, Intermediate Value, 22 points Weakness. Threat Level, Low. Target. The data streamed down like a waterfall. Shu Fan's gaze was frighteningly calm. He completely ignored these low-value small fish. His mental energy was highly concentrated, like a precise scalpel, rapidly analyzing the vast amount of information about the beast tide, searching for the most valuable target. Finally, discover high-value targets. Target, Thunder Giant Lizard. Rank, Mid-Tier 3. Value, 150 points. Core material, Heart of Thunder can be used to forge lightning attribute weapons armor. Special effect analysis. The lightning attribute core of this demonic beast contains a trace of the purest and most powerful primal force of lightning, which can be used to neutralize some of the Een and coldness of the Ice Phoenix bloodline, greatly benefiting the condensation and stabilization of the Ice Phoenix Phantom. Threat level, high. That's it. A sharp glint flashed in Shu Fan's eyes. This inconspicuous thunder giant lizard, blending into the beast tide, is actually the first main course of this buffet. Boom! At this moment, the ironback steel tooth at the very front is less than 100 meters from the valley entrance. With each stomp of its powerful hooves, the ground trembled violently. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth, about to make a move. Etc. Shu Fan's voice calmly echoed in her mind. Never mind these cannon fodder. Su Qingxue paused, looking at him in disbelief. In spite of? If we don't do something about it, they're going to break in. Believe me. Chu Fan's voice carried an unquestionable sense of command. Concentrate all your spiritual power. Do you see that grayish-brown lizard, about 3 meters long, behind that pack of red-clawed wolves? Following his instructions, Su Qingxue's gaze passed through the chaotic herd of beasts. She saw it. The thunder giant lizard was inconspicuous among a group of demonic beasts, but every time it moved, tiny arcs of electricity would flash across its body. Shoot that one first. Chu Fan's voice was cold and precise, like a general issuing an order. Its demon core can power your Ice Phoenix Phantom. What? Su Qingxue's pupils suddenly contracted. How did he know? The Ice Phoenix Phantom is an advanced manifestation of her bloodline power. Even the elders of the Su family only speculated that it required some special energy to help condense. And Chu Fan, the man who had only recently formed a contract with her, was able to tell her in one breath that the core of a third-tier demon beast could be beneficial to her Ice Phoenix Void. This moment. As she watched Chu Fan's retreating figure, she suddenly felt as if this man was shrouded in a layer of mystery that could never be seen through. Mysterious, powerful, and reliable. Roar! In the instant she was distracted, the first ironback steeltooth had already roared and charged to the mouth of the valley. A foul-smelling gust of wind swept over us. Let's do it! Chu Fan's roar was like a thunderclap, exploding in Su Qingxue's mind. Su Qingxue shuddered, and all her distracting thoughts vanished instantly. She didn't ask any more questions. Without further hesitation. That terrifying power, suppressed to the extreme, emanating from the S-rank Ice Phoenix bloodline, erupted at this moment. Ice Phoenix thrust. She pushed her fair hand forward sharply. The air seemed to freeze. A massive, solid ice cone, several meters long and shimmering with a ghostly blue light, materialized out of thin air. But it didn't shoot at Ironback Steel Fong, who was right next to it. Instead, guided by Chu Fan's precise mental power, it made an inconceivable and bizarre step, bypassing all the cannon fodder at the front. It was like a cruise missile with tracking capabilities, hurtling straight into the rear of the beast horde at a speed too fast for the naked eye to detect. Target: Thunder Giant Lizard. Chapter 48. Stunned. You call this a desperate situation? Boom crack. The enormous ice spike, imbued with tracking capabilities, pierced through the gaps between the dozen or so charging monsters with unerring accuracy, like a deadly meteor streaking across the night sky. Its goal, from beginning to end, has only been one. In the rear of the beast tide, there was that inconspicuous third-tier thunder giant lizard. Hiss. A piercing, ear-piercing scream suddenly erupted from the beast tide. Before the thunder giant lizard could even react, its head was pierced through the eye by an ice spike carrying extreme cold, and then exploded with a bang. Countless tiny arcs of electricity danced and raged wildly across its massive body before finally fading into nothingness. Its massive body crashed to the ground. One fatal blow. Sold out instantly. A powerful monster at the mid-stage of the third tier was precisely targeted and killed amidst the chaotic beast tide, from a distance of over 100 meters. Su Qingxue's breathing stopped. Her icy blue pupils reflected the image of the fallen giant lizard, and her mind went blank. She did it? She really did it. That attack just now almost drained nearly half of her spiritual power, but the feeling of precise targeting, bypassing all obstacles, and killing the enemy in one blow made her feel like her blood was burning. She looked at Chu Fan beside her. The man remained calm, as if he had merely flicked away a speck of dust. But she knew that wasn't the case. The trajectory of that ice spike, that strange arc, was all completed under the guidance of his mental power. It was he who delivered this fatal blow. Roar! In the instant she was distracted, the dozen or so ironback steeltooths at the front roared and charged to the valley entrance. Less than 10 meters away. The foul-smelling wind almost messed up a person's hair. Wall! Chu Fan's shout was simple and direct, yet it struck Su Qingxue's heart like a war drum. Almost instinctively, she frantically poured the remaining spiritual energy in her body into her hands and pressed them forward. The frozen wall. Buzz. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped. One side. Two sides. Three sides. Three incredibly thick ice walls, gleaming with a chilling light, rose from the ground, blocking the entire narrow valley entrance with a savage, layer upon layer. Each ice wall is covered with outward-facing, extremely sharp ice spikes. Bang! 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 Almost the instant the ice wall took shape, the dozen or so unstoppable ironback steel-toothed beasts slammed into it. The dull thuds of impact echoed one after another. The solid ice wall trembled violently, and the outermost layer was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, with countless ice shards falling off. Several more monsters were pierced through the body by sharp ice spikes on the wall, letting out painful howls, and their blood instantly stained the ice surface red. The beast tide was abruptly halted. On the left, the third wall, where the cracks are most concentrated, reinforce it with an ice spike. That one-horned bull on the right that's crashing into the wall, its knee. Ignore the wolves, focus on taking down that corrosive giant lizard that's trying to spew acid. Chu Fan's voice, calm and rapid, rang in Su Qingshue's mind one after another. Not a single word wasted. Every instruction was precise to the extreme. Su Qingxue had completely given up thinking. Under Chu Fan's surgically precise mental guidance, the power of the Ice Phoenix bloodline within her body revealed for the first time its truly terrifying control as an S-class bloodline. Ice Pick. An ice spike shot out, not attacking any monsters, but precisely striking a crack in the ice wall, freezing it instantly and reinforcing the crumbling ice wall. Frost Thorn. A dense barrage of frost spikes, like shotgun pellets, covered the right side and precisely pierced the fragile knee joint of the one-horned bull. The bull howled in agony, its front legs buckled, and it collapsed to its knees, where it was trampled to death by its surging companions. Ice Blade. A crescent-shaped ice blade sliced through a tricky arc and precisely poured into the mouth of the corrosive giant lizard the instant it opened its jaws. Put. Green acid, along with flesh and blood, burst from the monitor lizard's neck, corroding it beyond recognition. Taniguchi. This is no longer a battlefield. This place has become an outrageously efficient meat grinder. Su Qingxue was responsible for controlling the overall situation and delaying events. Chu Fan, on the other hand, was like the central processing unit of this meat grinder. He used the God-level analysis system to constantly scan the beast tide rushing towards the valley entrance, looking for the most threatening or most valuable targets, and then issuing the most concise instructions. Su Qingxue only needed to carry out the instructions. Unconditional, 100% execution. She never imagined that fighting could be like this. Every bit of spiritual power within her was utilized to the fullest extent. There was absolutely no waste. Each strike inevitably takes the life of a demon beast or averts a most fatal attack. She even had a kind of illusion. She was no longer herself. She and Chu Fan seemed to have become one person. Chu Fan is the brain, and she is the indestructible hand that destroys everything. Defeat Tier 2 Ironback Steel Fawn, score plus 15. Defeat a Tier 2 Unicorn Bull, score plus 20. Slay a Tier 2 Corrosive Giant Lizard, score plus 25. Slay a Tier 3 Berserker Ape, score plus 120. The points on their wristbands began to skyrocket at an alarming rate. At the same time, a secluded mountaintop a few kilometers from Black Rock Canyon. Liemo and Wang Tang were watching everything at the valley entrance through images transmitted from a palm-sized unmanned reconnaissance drone suspended in the air. At first, their faces still bore smirks of pleasure and cruelty. They eagerly anticipated seeing the two men overwhelmed by the beast tide and torn to pieces in despair. They're here. They're here. They're going to be overwhelmed. Ah, Chu Fan, you good for nothing. This is what happens when you offend me. Su Qingxue, soon you will regret your foolish choice. As Wang Tang watched the dozen or so iron-backed, steel-toothed beasts crashing into the valley entrance, he trembled slightly with excitement. However, the next second, the smile on his face froze. The cold smile on Limo's face also froze. They saw it. I saw those three ice walls rising abruptly from the ground. They witnessed the impact of the beast tide, which was forcefully blocked. They saw Su Qingxue, under the command of that good-for-nothing they had never taken seriously, acting like a god descending to earth. Every move she made was precise and deadly. They saw that the torrent of steel that should have crushed everything became incredibly fragile before that small valley entrance, collapsing in large swaths. They saw that the points on the two people's bracelets were skyrocketing like crazy, quickly surpassing the total points they had worked so hard to get, and continuing to soar at an even more terrifying rate. The entire mountaintop fell into a deathly silence. All that could be heard from the drone were the shrill screams of the monsters and the sound of ice crystals shattering. This. Limo's lips were dry, and he felt as if something was blocking his throat. How is this possible? The muscles in his face were twitching uncontrollably. His mind was a little foggy. That's a beast tide. It was he and Wang Tong who used the Wang family's hidden trump card to meticulously plan a deadly trap. A desperate situation that would make even a peak 3rd tier expert or a beginner 4th tier expert flee in terror. But now, what are those two people doing right now? They actually held out? No. That's not guarding. Liemo stared intently at Chu Fan's calm, chilling face on the screen. He finally realized an even more terrifying truth. They weren't on defense at all. They're boosting their scores. They treated this carefully prepared feast of death as a paradise for racking up points. No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Wang Tang finally snapped out of his utter shock and let out a hysterical roar. His voice was completely distorted by anger and disbelief. It's fake. It must be fake. He snatched the drone, staring intently at the screen, his eyes wide and bloodshot. In the picture, Chu Fan seemed to sense something, and suddenly raised his head. His gaze, precise and clear, pierced through several kilometers to meet the lens of the reconnaissance device. Then, he smiled. It was a contemptuous, mocking smile, as if looking at two clowns. He even raised his hand and gently made a welcome gesture towards the camera. Puff! Wang Tang felt a surge of heat rush to the top of his head. He could no longer hold back, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. Chu Fan! Like a raging beast, he slammed the drone in his hand onto the ground. Click! A sophisticated instrument, shattered into pieces in an instant. The image disappeared. Wang Tong Wei. Looking at Wang Tong, who seemed to have gone mad, Liemo felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He wanted to say, "What should we do?" but the words just wouldn't come out. What to do? Their biggest trump card, their last resort, not only failed to kill the opponent, but instead became the stepping stone for the opponent to reach the top. They became the biggest joke in the entire arena. Impossible. Wang Tang knelt on the ground, pounding his fists against the earth, shattering the rocks, and leaving his hands a bloody mess. He's a good for nothing, how dare he, how could he? Resentment, jealousy, and endless humiliation gnawed at his heart like venomous snakes. He meticulously designed a desperate situation. It turned into a buffet for the other party. And he was the one who paid the bill, the clown. Chapter 49. The show's over? I'm the director. The canyon was deathly silent. A thick, pungent smell of blood, mixed with the distinctive stench of monster corpses and the odor of burnt rocks, created a nauseating, sticky atmosphere that lingered at the valley entrance for a long time. As far as the eye could see, corpses littered the ground. The steel torrent that was once powerful enough to crush everything has now turned into twisted, broken mounds of flesh and blood. The narrow valley entrance was almost completely blocked by the corpses of the monsters. Su Qingxue knelt on the ground, supporting herself with one hand on the cold rock, her chest heaving violently. Her jet-black hair was soaked with sweat, clinging to her pale and delicate cheeks. Her icy blue pupils reflected the hellish scene before her, still bearing traces of shock and exhaustion. The spiritual energy within her body had been almost completely drained. This was the craziest and most exhilarating battle she had ever experienced in her life. She glanced at the bracelet. The points she had accumulated had become an astronomical number that she had never dared to imagine before, firmly holding the top spot on the leaderboard with an overwhelming advantage. And all of this stemmed from the man beside her. She turned her head and looked at Chu Fan. Unlike her disheveled state, Chu Fan was squatting beside the carcass of a thunder giant lizard whose head had been blown off, his expression focused, like a top chef preparing a precious ingredient. He held a dagger he had seized from the spoils of war. With practiced ease, he dissected the giant lizard's hard skull and carefully dug out a fist-sized crystal core, its entire surface covered in golden arcs of electricity, still pulsating slightly. Heart of Thunder. Chu Fan held the crystal core in his hand, feeling the pure and domineering power of lightning within it, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. This stuff is extremely beneficial to Su Qingxue's Ice Phoenix bloodline. You. Just as Su Qingxue was about to say something, Chu Fan suddenly raised his hand and made a shush gesture. He didn't even turn around, but simply put away the Heart of Thunder, then slowly stood up and patted the blood off his hands. He raised his head, his gaze passing over Su Qingxue, and looked in the direction they had come from. That look in his eyes was calm, indifferent, and even carried a hint of amusement. Su Qingxue's heart skipped a beat, and she turned around abruptly. Shu? A series of synchronized footsteps, mixed with the sound of metal scraping against metal, came from the other side of the canyon. Not too fast, not too slow. But it felt like a drumbeat hitting one's heart. Soon, a dozen or so figures appeared at the entrance to the canyon. The two leading the group were none other than Wang Tang and Li Mo. Behind them followed two complete, well-equipped, and composed teams. Their faces showed no signs of fatigue from the battle. Their eyes were sharp and their spirits were high. They are like hunters lurking in the shadows, patiently waiting for the moment when their prey is exhausted. And now, the time has come. Wang Tang's gaze swept over the mountain of monster corpses piled up at the valley entrance, a barely perceptible pang of heartache flashing in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by an even stronger sense of resentment and pleasure. His gaze finally settled on Chu Fan and Su Qingxue. Especially when he saw Su Qingxue's weak appearance, pale and exhausted, his smile became even more ferocious and twisted. Ha, he. Ha 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 ha. Wang Tang laughed loudly, his laughter filled with barely suppressed triumph and madness, echoing in the empty canyon. Chu Fan. My good classmate. I really have to thank you. He spread his arms wide, like an artist admiring his masterpiece, and spoke in an exaggerated tone. Look at him, how hard he's working. To help us clear out these troublesome soldiers, he exhausted himself like this, it's really. I'm so touched. Li Mo, standing behind him, had a gloomy expression and remained silent. But the eyes that were fixed on Chu Fan were also filled with the pleasure of revenge and a cold killing intent. The humiliation of being instantly killed by a good-for-nothing can only be washed away with the opponent's blood. The two new teams spread out without a word, flanking from the left and right, blocking all possible escape routes. A net of over a dozen beast tamers in their prime slowly tightened. Su Qingxue struggled to her feet and stood in front of Chu Fan. The little spiritual energy left in her body began to circulate again, and a chilling aura emanated from her. Wang Tang, you despicable scoundrel! A flame of anger ignited in her icy blue eyes. Aren't you afraid that doing such a disgraceful thing will get out and bring shame to the entire Wang family? Shame? Wang Tang felt as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Qingxue, you are still so naive. He walked forward step by step, his eyes sweeping greedily over Su Qingxue. History is written by the victors. Once you're dead, who will know what happened here? Everyone will only know that you were greedy for merit and reckless, and died in the beast tide, while I, Wang Tang, as the final victor, won the City League Championship. He extended a finger, pointing it at Chu Fan, his smile turning incredibly cruel. As for him, he's a piece of trash who climbed to the top by stepping on you, a complete parasite. What right does he have to stand beside you? Now, hand over your points bracelets, and your lives. Wang Tang's voice was filled with an unquestionable sense of command. In his view, this meticulously planned mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind drama has reached its perfect ending. Chu Fan and Su Qingxue were like the foolish mantis that had just caught the cicada but failed to notice the aureole behind it. They were already fish on his chopping board, at his mercy. Faced with this certain death, and Wang Tang's arrogant declaration, Su Qingxue gritted her teeth, preparing to ignite her bloodline for a final desperate attempt. However, a warm hand gently rested on her shoulder. It's Chu Fan. He slowly walked out from behind Su Qingxue, his face showing no trace of panic or fear of being in dire straits. There wasn't even a trace of anger. He looked at Wang Tang as if he were watching a clown who was putting on a great show but messed it up. Are you done talking? Chu Fan spoke softly, his voice not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Wang Tang's smile froze. What do you mean? It doesn't mean anything. Chu Fan shrugged, then gave a meaningful smile. A smile that made both Wang Tang and Li Mo feel inexplicably uneasy. I just wanted to say. I've been waiting for you for a long time. What? Wang Tang's pupils suddenly contracted. Li Mo's expression changed instantly. Have we been waiting for them for a long time? What did he mean by that? Could it be? Before they could figure it out, Chu Fan had already raised his hand, lazily pointing at them, the curve of his lips growing wider and wider. Young Master Wang, you don't really think I chose this open space just to fight a bunch of brainless bastards, do you? You certainly don't think this buffet ends here, do you? Chu Fan's voice carried a hint of mockery, a hint of coldness, and a hint of absolute confidence as if he controlled everything. The spies have been cleared out, and the area has been cleaned up. Now. He paused, his gaze sharp as a sword, sweeping over Wang Tang, Li Mo, and everyone in the two teams behind them. It's time to serve the real main course. Chapter 51 Tons Backing? The Scorpion's Mark. It's time to serve the real main course. Chu Fan's voice was like the chilling breath of death blowing in one's ear, making the temperature in the entire canyon seem to drop even further. The ferocity and smugness on Wang Tang's face froze instantly. Liu Mo behind him, along with the members of the two teams, looked as if they had seen a ghost. Have you been waiting for us for a long time? Main course? What the hell is he talking about? How could a useless person with depleted spiritual energy, a woman who could barely stand, say such things in front of more than a dozen beast tamers in their prime? Is he crazy? Or were they just scared out of their wits? Playing tricks. Liu Mo was the first to break free from that eerie sense of horror, a look of rage and embarrassment flashing across his face. To be intimidated by a piece of trash is a disgrace. Attack him together. Cripple him. He roared and summoned his contracted beast, a lithe and powerful second-tier peak Gale wolf. The others also seemed to awaken from their daze and summoned their contracted beasts. In an instant, wolves, leopards, bears, snakes, more than a dozen contract arrays flashing with various colors lit up, and a fierce aura instantly filled the entire canyon. The net of heaven and earth has been completely closed. In their eyes, Chu Fan's words were nothing more than the final lament of a loser. However, Chu Fan moved. He didn't even look at the summoned contracted beasts. His foot simply touched the ground lightly. Click. An inconspicuous rock, about the size of a human head, was made to bounce up by his skillful stepping. Then, with a powerful, sweeping kick, he slammed his foot into the rock. Whoosh! The rock transformed into a black cannonball, whistling sharply as it flew through the air, but it didn't hurt anyone or any of the contracted beasts. It flew towards the steep, smooth stone wall to Liu Mo's right. Bang! A loud bang. The rocks shattered against the cliff face. Liu Mo was taken aback. What did this mean? Had the shot missed? But the next second, the ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled. Boom! It wasn't the continuous tremors of a beast tide, but a muffled, deafening roar that seemed to come from inside the mountain. Everyone looked up in horror. Above their heads, on the rock face where Chu Fan had kicked the rock, jagged cracks spread wildly like a spider web. Immediately afterwards, countless pebbles began to fall with a soft patter. Oh no! The mountain is about to collapse. One of the team members let out a terrified scream that went completely off key. Wang Tang and Liu Mo's pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints. They suddenly realized. Here! This stone wall, after being struck by that terrifying beast tide, had long been shaken loose and its internal structure was on the verge of collapse. As for Chu Fan, he knew it from the very beginning. He chose this location not to defend against the beast tide at all. It's so that we can bury them all here. Run! Run! Liu Mo was so scared he almost lost his nerve. He no longer cared about revenge or crippling Chu Fan. He turned around and tried to run out of the canyon. But it was too late. Trying to run now? Chu Fan's icy voice was like a death knell. Boom! A colossal boulder, obscuring the sky and carrying immense force, descended from the heavens. That wasn't a falling rock. It was a localized, devastating landslide. Screams, curses, and the terrified roars of the contracted beasts were instantly drowned out by the terrifying roar. The whole world seemed to tremble in this collapse. Su Qingshui instinctively closed her eyes, and the biting cold air formed a thin ice shield in front of her. When she opened her eyes again, the canyon has changed. The spot where Wang Tang and his group had just stood was now completely buried by countless huge falling rocks. Dust filled the air, obscuring everything. A deathly silence. Su Qingshui stared blankly at all of this, then turned her head to look at the calm-looking man beside her. Her heart was pounding. This man. His scheming was incredibly sophisticated. He took into account everything, the beast tide, the terrain, the enemy, and even the enemy's psychology after seeing them exhausted. This is not a battle. This was a performance that was destined to end in disaster. Cough, cough, cough. A violent coughing fit came from the pile of rocks. A bloody, mangled hand reached out from the crack in the rock. It's Wang Tang. He crawled out of the pile of rocks in a disheveled state, his expensive combat uniform tattered and his face and body covered in blood. One of his legs was twisted at an odd angle, clearly broken. His raging lion was pinned down by a boulder, lying on the ground howling in pain, barely breathing. Others fared even worse. Some were knocked unconscious, while others were pinned under rocks and their fates were unknown. Only Liam and 2 or 3 others survived thanks to the protection of their contracted beasts, but they were all injured, their faces filled with terror, and they had completely lost the will to fight. This is not even in the same league. They were wiped out before they even had a chance to make a move. You devil. Wang Tang braced himself against the ground, raised his head, and stared intently at Chu Fan, the resentment in his eyes almost tangible. Chu Fan ignored him. He took a step forward and slowly walked over to a teammate who was clutching his leg and screaming in pain. When the team member saw Chu Fan approaching, he trembled in fright, forgetting even to scream, and kept shrinking back. Whose idea was this? Chu Fan's voice was very soft and calm. I don't know anything, the team member stammered incoherently. Chu Fan didn't ask him any more questions. He simply lifted his foot and then, gently, stepped on the man's injured leg. Snap! A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. Ah! The pig-like screams echoed through the canyon. I'll talk. It was Wang Tang. It was all Wang Tang's idea. Another uninjured team member was terrified and scrambled to his feet, pointing at Wang Tang and screaming. It was him. He used the Wang family's name to coerce us, saying he'd give us benefits after it was done. He also provided the incense to attract the beast tide. It has nothing to do with us. We were forced into this. Yes, it's all Wang Tang's fault. We were just following orders. The remaining people all pointed the finger at Wang Tang, scrambling to clear themselves of any wrongdoing. The ugliness of human nature was laid bare at this moment. Chu Fan's gaze finally fell back on Wang Tang. Wang Tang trembled with rage as he looked at the group of traitors who had betrayed him, but he didn't curse them. He just stared intently at Chu Fan, a twisted and cruel smile appearing on his face. He. Chu Fan, do you think you've won? He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his voice hoarse. So what if you cripple me, cripple them, what difference will it make? You wouldn't dare kill us. This is just the beginning, a very small beginning. Wang Tang's eyes suddenly became incredibly crazy and confident, a kind of fearless self-assurance. The people behind me are you, the Su family, and none of you can afford to offend them. He won't let you go. You just wait. I'll make you die. I'll make you die 100 times, 1,000 times worse than I did. Su Qingshua's expression changed upon hearing this. Although the Wang family is one of the 4 major families in Donghai City, they are far from being so powerful that even the Su family cannot afford to offend them. Is there someone behind Wang Tang? Chu Fan looked at him quietly without saying a word. On his retina, lines of data were being refreshed rapidly. Target, Wang Tang. Status, severe injury, fractured left leg, multiple soft tissue contusions. Emotional analysis, anger 91%, resentment 8%, confidence 1%. Micro-expression analysis, dilated pupils, asymmetrical upward turn of the corners of the mouth, tense muscles between the eyebrows. Conclusion, his threatening remarks are not merely bluffing, but highly credible. Chu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not lie. Just then, deep in the canyon, 2 blurry black figures silently appeared in the shadow of a rock. They were the Su family's secret guards. They looked at each other and saw a deep shock in each other's eyes. This kid, one of them said in a very low voice, his character is terrifying. From beginning to end, it was all part of his calculations. The beast tide was his blade, the terrain was his trap, and the enemy-esque greed was his best bait. The other person nodded, his tone grave, more than that. Look at how he handled the aftermath, calm, decisive, ruthless, without a single unnecessary move. He crippled those people's fighting ability without taking their lives, establishing his authority without leaving any real mortal enemies. He handled the situation perfectly. The person behind Wang Tang. This matter must be reported to the family head immediately. Chu Fan's assessment level needs to be redefined. Chu Fan ignored Wang Tang's clamor. He walked over and began, with practiced ease, to loot the spoils. He transferred all the points from those people's bracelets to his and Su Qingshua's names. Then, there were the storage bags on their bodies. Pills, materials, weapons. Chu Fan accepted them all without hesitation. When he walked up to Wang Tang and reached out to untie his storage bag, Wang Tang tried to resist, but Chu Fan stepped on his chest, rendering him unable to move. You dare. Wang Tang roared in humiliation. Chu Fan was too lazy to waste words with him, so he simply tore off his storage bag and then casually rummaged through his body. Suddenly, Chu Fan's fingers touched something cold and metallic. He pulled a badge from the lining of Wang Tang's tattered combat uniform. It was a black badge made of an unknown metal, and it felt cold to the touch. The badge has a very unique design. It's a scorpion. A scorpion, entirely black, with its stinger raised high, as if ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. The moment I saw this badge, suddenly, the system's notification sounded in Chu Fan's mind. Ding! Special energy item detected. Item being analyzed. Analysis complete. Item name, Shadow Brotherhood Induction Token not activated. Description, an ancient organization lurking in the shadows of the Empire. They worship power and chaos, recruiting resentful and exceptionally talented fallen individuals. Chu Fan held the badge, looking at the lifelike black scorpion on it, and then thought of Wang Tang's confident words just now. A cold smile slowly curved the corners of his mouth. I see. Things seem to be getting more and more interesting. Chapter 51, a calculated move? I was just choosing my teammates. Bonus chapter. Have you heard? Something's happened at Blackrock Canyon. It's not just an accident. It's a major accident. Wang Tang, Liam O, and the two full squads from Elite Class 3 and Class 7, more than a dozen people, have all been wiped out. Holy crap. Really? Who did this? Could it be that peak 3rd tier berserk demonic ape? No. It's Chu Fan and Su Qingxue. Just the two of them. In a temporary camp in the Aoki secret realm, two teams that had just joined together were gathered around a campfire, exchanging information in hushed tones that was enough to overturn the understanding of all high school students in Donghai City. The person who spoke was the student who had witnessed the landslide from afar and later mustered up the courage to go back and take another look at the scene. His voice is still trembling as he speaks, and his face is full of lingering fear and disbelief. I saw it with my own eyes. Wang Tang's leg is broken, the blazing lion is half dead, and the others are either knocked unconscious by rocks or have their limbs crippled. They're all lying on the ground. The canyon entrance is full of monster corpses. Blood is flowing like a river. Hiss. A collective gasp of astonishment filled the air. Just those two blocked an entire beast tide and wiped out Wang Tang and his dozen or so men? Is this something a human could do? That wasn't a total wipeout. According to the 7th class who managed to escape, it was a massacre. That guy Chu Fan planned everything from beginning to end. It was Wang Tang who lured the beast tide, but in the end, the beast tide became Chu Fan's weapon, and the canyon became Wang Tang's grave. My god, is this still the same Chu the Good for Nothing? This is a demon in human skin. Still calling him Chu the Useless? Are you out of your mind? It's all over the secret realm now. They have a new nickname, the Twin Ghost Sphere. It means that even ghosts would be afraid of them. This news, like a level 12 viral storm, swept through the entire Greenwood secret realm in just a few hours. All the participating teams still struggling to survive in the secret realm reacted to this news with a sense of absurdity and disbelief. But when they opened the leaderboard and saw the two names hanging high in 1st and 2nd place with a huge advantage, everyone fell silent. Chu Fan. Su Qingxue. At this moment, these two names seemed to be shrouded in a blood-red halo, becoming an inescapable nightmare in the hearts of all the contestants. Countless teams immediately changed their original routes, preferring to venture into areas teeming with monsters rather than approach the area where the two glowing dots on the leaderboard were located. Just kidding, those two are humanoid walking natural disasters, anyone who touches them dies. At the same time, Donghai City, League Organizing Committee, Central Monitoring Room. On the huge circular screen, divided into hundreds of small sections, images from various parts of the secret realm were played in real time. And on the most prominent screen in the very center, the points leaderboard is displayed. The atmosphere in the entire monitoring room was terrifyingly oppressive. Smack! An expensive Celadon teacup was smashed hard on the polished floor and shattered into pieces. The representative of the Wang family, a middle-aged man with slicked back hair and a gloomy face, suddenly stood up from his seat. He stared intently at the name Chu Fan on the screen, his chest heaving violently, the rage in his eyes almost burning through the screen. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. A dozen or so people, fully armed, went to surround and kill a useless man and a woman who had exhausted their spiritual energy. In the end, they were all wiped out. This idiot has completely disgraced the Wang family. His angry roar echoed in the monitoring room, but no one around him echoed it. The representatives from the other families were either sipping their tea, looking at their fingernails, or staring intently at other corners of the screen, seemingly oblivious to his voice. But the slight upturn of their lips betrayed their anticipation of a good show. The Wang family tried to play the mantis stalking the cicada game, but ended up being the mantis that got slapped to death. This is simply the biggest joke in Donghai City this year. Seated in the main seat, an elderly man in military uniform with a star insignia on his shoulder slowly put down his teacup and said calmly, "Director Wang, watch your words. In a competition, there are winners and losers, it's normal." Normal? Chief Inspector Zhang. Is this normal? The Wang family representative reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling with anger. He pointed at the screen, his voice shrill. A universally acknowledged F-rank talent failure contracted a humanoid beast. The two of them beat my Wang family's carefully nurtured genius, along with more than a dozen elite students, to a pulp. There's nothing wrong with this? I don't believe it. I strongly suspect that Chu Fan used prohibited methods. I demand that he be immediately disqualified from the competition and that a thorough investigation be conducted on him. He spoke these words with great force and intensity. However, the representative of the Su family, an elegant middle-aged woman, chuckled softly. What Director Wang said is rather unreasonable. She spoke slowly and deliberately, her voice not loud, yet it drew everyone's attention. We watched the entire match on video. Chu Fan used the terrain, the beast horde, and his opponent's underestimation to launch a brilliant defensive counterattack. That's called tactics, that's called intelligence. How did it become a prohibited method in your mouth? Does that mean only your Wang Tang is allowed to use underhanded methods to lure beast tides to harm people, but others are not allowed to fight back with their own abilities? You! The Wang family representative was so shocked by the rebuke that his face turned pale and then red. He stammered for a long time but couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Indeed, the issue of attracting beasts is something that can't be discussed openly. If it weren't for the Wang family's immense power, this one criterion alone would have been enough to disqualify Wang Tang. The elderly man in military uniform, Inspector Zhang, gently tapped the table, interrupting their argument. All right. The competition proceeded in accordance with the rules, there are no problems. His decision was final, and the Wang family representative's face immediately turned extremely ugly. But he clearly wasn't going to give up. His eyes darted around, and he suddenly put on a pained expression, saying to Chief Inspector Zhang, "Chief Inspector, even if this matter is in accordance with the rules, it has exposed a huge loophole. Our original intention in holding the City League was to select pillars of talent who can work as a team and play a role in the overall situation, not individual heroes who only know how to fight alone. A combination like Chu Fan and Su Qingxue, no matter how strong their individual abilities are, is still just two people. This doesn't align with our team-based approach. I suggest that, for the sake of fairness and to better test the students' overall teamwork, the rules for the upcoming competition should be revised immediately." These words sounded very dignified and respectable. The expressions of the other representatives present became somewhat subtle. Anyone can tell that this is blatant targeting. If I can't beat you, I'll change the rules and use them to my advantage. This is a calculated, open strategy. Chief Inspector Zhang looked at him, his eyes deep, and after a few seconds of silence, slowly asked, "What suggestions do you have?" The Wang family representative perked up and immediately said, "I suggest that starting with tomorrow's semifinals, we cancel the individual point system and switch to a team capture the flag competition. All teams, operating as a unit, will compete to capture battle flags distributed throughout the core area of the secret realm. Ultimately, the winner will be determined by the number of battle flags collected." He paused, emphasized his words, and said the most crucial point. "Furthermore, it is clearly stipulated that each participating team must have at least 5 members. Otherwise, it will be considered an automatic forfeit and a direct loss." The words fell. The entire monitoring room was deathly silent. Ruthless. That's too ruthless. Everyone knows that Chu Fan and Su Qingxue are just the two of them. This rule is tantamount to a death sentence for them. Unless they can find 3 teammates willing to team up with them within half a day. But now, who doesn't know they've thoroughly offended the Wang family? Who would dare risk offending one of the 4 great families by teaming up with them? Moreover, the reputation of 2 ghosts who fear the demons has already spread. Who would dare to entrust their back to 2 ruthless people who are decisive in killing and dare to cripple even Wang Tang? This is an unsolvable dead end. The Su family representative frowned slightly, just about to speak. Chief Inspector Zhang raised his hand to stop her. His deep gaze swept over everyone present, finally settling on Chu Fan's calm face on the screen. A long time. He nodded slowly. Okay. Let's do as Director Wang says. Now, the new rules will be announced to all participants. Urgent notice. Following the League Organizing Committee's decision, in order to better test the participants' teamwork and tactical execution capabilities, the semi-final rules will be adjusted as follows, starting from 6 a.m. tomorrow. I.e., the game mode has been changed from a points-based elimination system to a team capture the flag game. 2. All participating teams must maintain a team size of at least 5 members to participate and capture the flag. Teams with fewer than 5 members will be considered to have automatically forfeited. 3. These rules are effective immediately. All participants are requested to complete team formation as soon as possible. A cold, electronic voice simultaneously rang out on the wristbands of all the survivors within the secret realm. In an instant, the entire secret realm was in an uproar. Holy crap! The rules were changed at the last minute? And such a deadly rule at that? At least 5 people in a team? Isn't this obviously targeting Chu Fan and Su Qingxue? This is disgusting. This method is so dirty. It's blatant targeting. Shu, keep your voice down. Are you out of your mind? This is definitely the Wang family's doing. They're trying to kill the double ghost. They're finished now. Who would dare team up with them? That would be tantamount to offending both the Wang family and those 2 ruthless figures at the same time? Countless voices of discussion echoed throughout every corner of the secret realm. Almost everyone looked at the top of the leaderboard with a mixture of sympathy and schadenfreude. Now, Chu Fan and Su Qingxue, who had just finished cleaning up the battlefield, also received this notification. Su Qingxue looked at the contents of the bracelet, and her beautiful face instantly turned frosty. How could they do this? Her voice carried barely suppressed anger and a hint of worry. This is so unfair. This is blatant cheating. She knew very well that once this rule was implemented, they would be all alone, and all their previous efforts would be in vain. She turned to look at Chu Fan, trying to see some emotional fluctuation on his face. Anger, or even a hint of solemnity. However, Chu Fan's face remained calm. He glanced at the notice, and then, as if he had thought of something funny, a slow smile appeared on his lips. He met Su Qingxue's worried gaze and chuckled softly, his voice carrying a hint of amusement and anticipation. They think this is restricting us? Chu Fan stretched and glanced at the dark jungle in the distance, as if he could see those figures spying, hesitating, and struggling. No. This is forcing those opportunists to submit their pledge of allegiance to us. They are not setting obstacles for us. He turned his head and met Su Qingxue's astonished gaze, his smile growing even brighter. They're helping me choose teammates. Chapter 52. Want to make it to the finals? I'll take you. They think this is restricting us? No. This is forcing those opportunists to submit their pledge of allegiance to us. Chu Fan's words were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples in Su Qingxue's heart. Looking at his overly calm, even somewhat interested face, her anger and worry inexplicably subsided. This man seems to have no idea what a desperate situation is. Or perhaps, what he saw as a desperate situation was merely another stage he could exploit. Help me choose teammates? Su Qingxue pondered these words, a hint of understanding flashing in her icy blue eyes. That's right. Chu Fan's gaze swept across the darkness in the distance, as if it could penetrate the layers of shadows and see the whispering, hesitant, and struggling group. The Wang family wants to use their power to suppress us, isolate us, and turn us into rats that everyone hates. They thought that this would force us to forfeit and let them take the championship. Chu Fan chuckled lightly, his laughter filled with undisguised mockery. But they got one thing wrong. In this secret realm, the threat from the Wang family is far away. But the benefits I can offer are right before your eyes. Only a select few can get tickets to the finals. Right now, I have 2 tickets and 3 empty seats. Do you think anyone would be willing to gamble for those 3 seats? Su Qingxue finally understood. A calculated scheme. The Wang family uses overt strategies, and so does Chu Fan. The Wang family is involved in gambling. No one dares to offend them. Chu Fan is gambling with such a generous reward, there will surely be brave men. The first hour after the new rules were announced, the entire Greenwood secret realm was plunged into an eerie calm amidst turbulent undercurrents. Almost all the teams stopped hunting monsters and began frantically searching for trustworthy allies to rebuild their teams. Lu Yu from Class 3. We're from the same school, and we even ate together before. Our team is short one person, how about you come join us? Get lost. Your team only has 3 people, and you want to drag me down with you? I've already found another team. The elite class team is a sure thing for the finals. Hey! Wait a minute. Is this the team from Donghai number 3 middle school? Take one of us with you. We're really strong. 3rd middle school? Which 3rd middle school? Oh. Hello, our team is full, sorry. In a clearing in the woods, a team of 3 students from Donghai number 3 middle school had just been rejected by another team with a flimsy excuse. Their faces were filled with embarrassment and humiliation. One of them couldn't help but curse under his breath, damn it. It's because of Chu Fan and Su Qingxue again. Now the whole secret realm knows that the Wang family is targeting them, and we 3rd-tier students are suffering along with them. You can tell. As soon as that team heard we were from number 3 middle school, they ran faster than rabbits. They were terrified of being associated with us. The captain sighed, his face full of bitterness. Stop complaining, let's go. Stay away from those 2 scoundrels, or we won't even have a chance to team up. Just as they were about to leave, they looked up and saw 2 figures slowly emerging from the dense forest not far away. 1 man and 1 woman. The man was handsome and calm, the woman was stunningly beautiful and aloof. It was Chu Fan and Su Qingxue. The 3 students looked as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight, their faces turned deathly pale in an instant. Without saying a word, the captain turned and ran. The other 2 also scrambled and crawled, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. They didn't even dare to look Chu Fan in the eye. It was as if those 2 people carried some kind of contagious and terrifying plague. Watching the fleeing figure, Su Qingxue's brows furrowed slightly. This is reality. The bond between classmates is fragile and easily broken in the face of blatant interests and threats. Let's go. Chu Fan, however, remained completely unfazed, his expression unchanged. He simply opened the secret realm map on his bracelet, looked at the densely packed dots of light on it, and said to Su Qingxue, "We can't rely on fence-sitters. What we need to find are those who have been forced to the edge of a cliff and have no choice but to gamble with their lives." Su Qingxue leaned closer to take a look. Chu Fan's finger moved rapidly across the virtual map, lighting up and quickly crossing off the dots representing the teams. What appeared before him was not a map, but a giant chessboard. Team, Elite Class 1 Zhao Qiansun Team. Status, full strength. Analysis, Team Leader Zhao Qiansun's mother is a senior executive at a branch of the Wine Group. Loyalty, negative. Excluded. Team, Elite Class 4 Zhou Wu Team. Status, 4 members, currently searching for others. Analysis, Team Leader Zhou Wu is opportunistic and fickle. Loyalty, low. Eliminated. Team. Information about each team was being processed rapidly in Chu Fan's mind by the G-God-level analysis system. The teammates he's looking for are definitely not just random people. First, you must have the skills, at least one specialty. Second, you must be ambitious and have a strong desire to reach the finals. Third, and most importantly, they must have no way out, or rather, they must not be on the same side as the Wang family and other wealthy families. Only someone like that would be so devoted as to follow him to the very end. Time passed, second by second. There are less than 3 hours left before the semi-finals begin. Su Qingxue's heart also jumped into her throat. Just then, Chu Fan's finger stopped. He located a yellow dot that had barely moved in a dangerous area marked Blackrock Swamp on the edge of the map. Yellow represents neutral schools. Team, Donghai No. 2 Middle School Iron Bull Team. Captain, Li Tiniu. Strength, Mid-Tier 2. Contracted Beast, Earth Rock Turtle Rank A. Talent, Immovable as a Mountain A rank, increased defensive effect. Team composition, 2 healers supports, 1 scout, and 1 crowd control. Status, Trapped. Encountered a Tier 3, early stage, corrosive poison crocodile. The team's attack power is severely insufficient, the defensive position is about to collapse, and spiritual energy reserves are below 30%. The system panel displayed detailed information about the team. A purely grassroots team composed of ordinary students. An extreme team that has put almost all of its skill points into defense. They're the ones. A slight smile curved Chu Fan's lips. He closed the map and said to Su Qingxue, "Let's go, let's recruit a few henchmen." Blackstone Swamp. Captain. I can't hold on any longer. My mud wall is about to collapse. A pale-faced boy shouted hoarsely, his hands pressed against the ground. The thick earthen wall, constructed of spiritual energy, was covered with hideous cracks, like glass about to shatter. In front of him, a young man nearly 2 meters tall and as strong as an ox was holding up a huge stone shield engraved with ancient runes. He is the captain of this team, Litinia, an ordinary genius from Donghai No. 2 Middle School. Roar! A deafening roar. A giant crocodile, over 10 meters long and covered in dark green slime and thick scales, suddenly leaped out of the murky swamp, its thick tail whipping fiercely into the stone shield with a gust of wind that tore through the air. Bang! A loud bang. The ground beneath Litinio's feet cracked instantly, and he was pushed back several meters by the force, carving 2 deep furrows in the mud. He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood welled up, but he forced it back down. Brother Tainyo. Behind him, 2 girls responsible for healing anxiously cast healing auras on him, but the faint green light was utterly ineffective against the damage inflicted on a third-tier monster. Oh shit. Litinia spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, his eyes filled with resentment and despair. They were incredibly unlucky. In an attempt to avoid the strong teams, they chose a secluded route, only to stumble right into the lair of this swamp overlord. It lasted for a full 2 hours. Their scraping-like attacks couldn't break through the beast's defenses at all. Each attack from the enemy pushed their defenses to the brink of collapse. Captain, let's forfeit. Behind him, the thin boy in charge of reconnaissance spoke with a sob in his voice. If we keep fighting, we'll all die. Points, we don't care about the points. The finals, we're not going. Give up? Litinia's body suddenly stiffened. In his mind, he saw his parents' calloused hands and their hunched backs as they toiled day and night to raise money for his cultivation resources. He is the hope of the whole village. How could he give up here? But reality is so cruel. Seeing the giant crocodile with putrefactive poison dive back into the swamp, preparing for its next attack, a look of despair flashed in Litinio's eyes. Is this really the end? Just when everyone was filled with despair. A calm, slightly lazy voice, like a thunderclap, suddenly rang out above them. Tier 3 corrosive venom crocodile, scale armor physical resistance A level, toxin resistance S level. Weakness, the 3rd scale on the lower jaw, where the nerve plexus connects directly to the heart. Using an ice attribute piercing attack, 1 strike is enough to kill. Who is it? Litinio and the others looked up in shock. Not far away, on a huge, protruding rock, 2 people were standing. A man and a woman, their clothes fluttering, spotless. They stood there quietly, as if they were not in a perilous swamp, but taking a stroll in their own backyard. That composure, so out of place with the tense and desperate atmosphere around him, created a strong visual impact. It's them. The skinny boy in charge of reconnaissance in the team was so frightened when he saw the person's face that he almost dropped his binoculars into the mud. The twin demons who fear us. Chu Fan and Su Qing Xue. Litinia's pupils contracted instantly. He instinctively held his shield horizontally in front of him, adopting his strongest defensive stance, and warily stared at the 2 legendary evil stars. He couldn't understand why these 2 figures, who were at the center of controversy, would be here. However, Chu Fan, sitting on the rock, didn't even glance at the giant crocodile. His gaze fell directly on Litinio, as if he could see through all his resentment and longing. Then he smiled. Meeting Litinia's wary, doubtful, and shocked gaze, Chu Fan slowly spoke, uttering a sentence that petrified the entire Tinio team on the spot. Do you want to make it to the finals? I'll take you. Chapter 53 Tainyo joins the fellowship, decisive battle moved ahead. Do you want to make it to the finals? I'll take you. Chu Fan's voice was not loud, but it was like 2 heavy hammer blows that struck Litinio and his teammates hard in the heart. The air in Blackrock Swamp was thick and oppressive, a mixture of rotting plants and the smell of blood. But at this moment, Litinio felt a pressure even more suffocating than the swamp itself. He stared intently at the 2 figures on the rock. Chu Fan, Su Qing Xue. A double threat to even ghosts. These 2 names are now the nightmare of all participants in the entire Greenwood secret realm. How did he end up here? Lead us to the finals? Litinia's mind was in complete chaos. Is it a trap? A mockery? Or roar? Before he could figure it out, the giant crocodile that had burrowed into the swamp launched another attack. The murky water exploded with a roar, and the enormous body, accompanied by a foul-smelling gale, was like a runaway heavy truck, opening its massive maw full of fangs and devouring Litinio's team. Team leader! The teammates behind him let out desperate screams. Litinio's pupils contracted violently. He gritted his teeth and poured all his remaining spiritual power into the giant shield in front of him. He knew he couldn't withstand this attack. It's over. However, just as the crocodile's fangs were less than a meter away from his shield, the man standing on the rock didn't even glance at the monster. He simply turned his head and whispered something to the stunningly beautiful girl beside him. Lower jaw, the third scale from the left. The words fell. Su Qingxue moved. Without the slightest hesitation, as if she had heard this command 1,000 times before. Her figure transformed into a streak of icy blue light, drawing an incredible arc in mid-air, instantly circling around to the side and below the venomous crocodile. In his hand, a long sword made of ice crystals formed from pure cold air suddenly took shape. Ice Phoenix thrust. A clear, cold voice rang out at the same time as the sharp whistling of a sword piercing the air. Put. A soft sound. The soft sound was completely disproportionate to the enormous size of the crocodile. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The once arrogant and domineering third-tier demonic beast froze in mid-air. Then, the brilliance of life in its large, cloudy eyes vanished as quickly as the tide receded. Boom! The enormous corpse crashed heavily into the swamp, kicking up clouds of mud. Sold out instantly. One strike, instant kill. Litinio and his 3 teammates, who had already closed their eyes and awaited their deaths, were all petrified. They stared blankly at the corpse of the giant beast, and then blankly at Su Qingxue, who slowly sheathed her sword, landed back on the rock, and still had a cold expression on her face, as if she had only crushed an insect. 2 hours. The 4 of them were tortured by this beast for a full 2 hours. They fought with all their might, but they couldn't even scrape off a layer of the enemy's scales. But now. One move? He died like that? The skinny boy in charge of reconnaissance shakily raised his binoculars and aimed them at the crocodile's carcass. He could clearly see that on the crocodile's lower jaw, the third scale from the left had been completely pierced, leaving a small but bottomless blood hole directly in front of his camera. Precise. Fatal. Litinio slowly, very slowly, turned his head to look at Chu Fan. The wariness and suspicion on his face had vanished, replaced by a deep, undisguised shock and awe. This person is not only terrifyingly strong, but also possesses foresight and command skills. That's the scariest part. Chu Fan leaped down from the rock, landing on solid ground without stirring up a speck of mud. He didn't look at the monster's corpse, but walked straight up to Litinio. His gaze swept over Litinio, then over the 2 medical assistants and the reconnaissance team member behind him. A level talent, as immovable as a mountain. A grade contracted beast, Earth Rock Turtle. 2 treatments, 1 reconnaissance. Chu Fan's voice remained calm. Your team is a perfect impenetrable fortress. A hint of pride involuntarily appeared on Litinio's face. This is what he is most proud of with this lineup, they have withstood several enemies stronger than themselves. But Chu Fan's next words were like a bucket of ice water, dousing him from head to toe. But it's also a dead barrel that can only take a beating and wait to die. If you encounter an opponent whose defenses cannot be broken, you can wear them down. But if you encounter something like the one just now, whose attack power can break through your defense limit, you won't even have a chance to escape. Every word is piercing to the heart. Every word Chu Fan uttered struck at the heart of Litinio's team. Litinio's face turned deathly pale instantly. The team members behind him all lowered their heads, their faces filled with shame and lingering fear. What Chu Fan was talking about was the desperate situation they had just experienced. How could you know? Litinio's voice was extremely hoarse. I know more than you think. Chu Fan didn't explain, he simply extended one hand. Now, I'll ask you one more time. A team needs 5 members to advance to the semifinals. I have 2 people here, but I'm missing 3. You have 4 people, but you are missing 1 more, and even more so, you need 1 more thing, the spear that can lead you to break through the iron barrel. His gaze, like a sharp sword, pierced straight into Litinio's heart. Follow me and obey my commands. I will not only lead you to the finals. I guarantee you'll make it into the top 3. Boom. Top 3. These 2 words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the minds of Litinio and his 3 teammates. The top 3 in the finals. What does that mean? This means a massive reward of cultivation resources. This means it's favored by top universities. This means that ordinary students like them have a chance to rise to the top in one step. This was something they never even dared to dream of before. Team leader. Behind him, the thin reconnaissance team member tugged at Litinia's sleeve with a trembling voice. His eyes held a mixture of fear and uncontrollable fervor. The other two girls also clenched their fists tightly, staring intently at Litinia, waiting for his decision. Litinia's breathing became extremely heavy. A battle raged within him. Reason told him that teaming up with Chu Fan was tantamount to standing against the Wang family. The Wang family was a behemoth that a commoner like him could never afford to offend in his entire life. But he glanced at the crocodile's carcass in the swamp, then at Chu Fan's calm yet confident face. Risk? Litiniu, every step of his journey to where he is today has been a gamble. His parents sold their house in their hometown in order to buy an A-grade contracted beast egg. In order to buy an A-grade talent awakening potion, he signed a cultivation loan that was practically equivalent to selling himself into servitude. He had no way out. Giving up means all that you've done before has gone down the drain. Bet. Why not take a big gamble? The struggle in Litinio's eyes slowly faded, replaced by a resolute determination to burn his bridges. He raised his head, met Chu Fan's gaze, knelt on one knee, and planted the huge stone shield heavily into the mud beside him. He shouted out his decision with all his might. Litinia from Donghai No. 2 Middle School. I am willing to obey. Brother Chu's orders. Behind him, the three team members, seeing their captain's statement, immediately reacted and knelt down on one knee in unison. I am willing to obey Brother Chu's orders. The voices were uniform, trembling slightly, yet filled with determination. Chu Fan smiled. He helped Litiniu up and patted his broad shoulder. Very good. From now on, we are teammates. Let me introduce myself. Chu Fan pointed to himself, then to Su Qingxue behind him. Chu Fan, the captain and commander-in-chief of this team. Su Qingxue, the team's main attacker, the sharpest spear. He then pointed at Litiniu. Litinia, the team's main tank, the strongest shield. The team is complete. As Su Qingxue watched this dramatic scene, a strange light flashed in her icy blue eyes. She suddenly felt that the Wang family's so-called open conspiracy seemed to have really become a joke. Ding! Team successfully formed. Current team members, 5-5. Captain, Chu Fan. Team members, Su Qingxue, Litinia, Lu Xiaopang Reconnaissance, Wang Xiaomei Healer, Zhang Shili Healer. Team status, meets the requirements for the semifinals. In Chu Fan's mind, the system's notification sounded. It's done. Let's go, let's get out of here first. Chu Fan glanced at the map. The capture point for the semifinals had already spawned in the core area of the secret realm. Our target is that golden battle flag right in the center, the highest ranking one. Upon hearing these words, Litiniu and the others felt a surge of excitement and their fighting spirit soared. However, they have just taken their first steps. An unexpected change occurred. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of whooshing sounds rang out from all directions. A barrage of spiritual energy attacks of various colors rained down from the sky, landing precisely around them. Boom! 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 The explosions were deafening, sending mud and debris flying into the sky. Litinia's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively raised the giant shield above his head to protect everyone. The smoke and dust cleared. They saw it in the woods around them, on the rocks, on the treetops. It's packed with people. A series of cold, malicious gazes locked onto them. A rough count revealed at least 4 or 5 teams, with more than 20 people. The leader was a young man with an arrogant smile on his face, Zhao Qiansun, the captain of the elite class. He clapped his hands and walked out from behind the tree, his gaze sweeping contemptuously over Chu Fan and Litiniu. Hey, isn't this the double ghost team? How come you've recruited a few chickens and dogs as teammates? Litiniu, you've got some nerve. You even dared to follow someone that young Master Wang specifically ordered to be crippled? Litiniu's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Zhao Qiansun. He recognized the man Wang Tang's most loyal dog. Chu Fan's gaze calmly swept across the encirclement. He saw several familiar faces. They were the wealthy scions who had previously fawned over Wang Tang outside. It seems Wang Tang has quite a lot of influence, Chu Fan said casually. He, of course. Zhao Qiansun looked smug, as if this was the greatest honor of all. Young Master Wang has ordered the formation of the Demon Slayer Alliance. Anyone who has offended young Master Wang is an enemy of our alliance. He waved his hand, pointing at Chu Fan, his voice suddenly rising, filled with chilling killing intent. Chu Fan, your death is near. The semifinals haven't even started yet, it seems the finals are about to begin ahead of schedule. Chapter 54 The Art of Command? Let him crash into a tree. The semifinals haven't even started yet, it seems the finals are about to begin ahead of schedule. Chu Fan's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone in the encirclement. Zhao Qiansun burst into exaggerated laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke. The finals? Chu Fan, are you scared out of your wits? You, a piece of trash, a woman, and these few newly picked up scumbags? He reached out and pointed contemptuously at Li Tinio and the three pale-faced team members behind him, whose bodies were trembling like leaves. Li Tinio, I truly admire your courage. Young Master Wang gave a death order to make Chu Fan disappear from the secret realm. And you're just eager to be buried with him. It's not too late to regret it now. Kneel down, kowtow 3 times to your brother Zhao, and then get out. I can pretend I didn't see anything. These words are a direct attack on the heart. Li Tinio's face instantly turned a deep liver color. His tall and muscular body was taut like a stone at that moment. The 3 teammates behind him were terrified. The reconnaissance team member named Lu Xiaopang almost collapsed to the ground because his legs went weak. It's over. They were wiped out as soon as they joined. If only I had known, if only I hadn't taken that gamble. Their eyes involuntarily turned to Chu Fan. They wanted to see even the slightest hint of panic, or even just seriousness, on the new captain's face. However, no. Chu Fan's expression was so calm it was unsettling. He didn't even glance at Zhao Qiansun, his gaze was fixed on the surrounding woodland. It was as if these 20-odd enemies, armed with weapons and exuding murderous intent, were nothing more than roadside flowers, grass, and trees. This disregard angered Zhao Qiansun more than any retort. You fool who doesn't know what's good for him. Zhao Qiansun's face darkened completely. He stopped talking and suddenly waved his hand. Charge them. Cripple the man's limbs. As for the woman, be careful not to injure her face. Young Master Wang still has a use for her. Kill them. At a single command. More than 20 contestants, urging their respective contracted beasts, launched an attack from all directions. In an instant, flames, wind blades, earth spikes, poisonous mist. Various colors of spiritual energy intertwined to form a deadly net, descending upon the 5 people at the center of the encirclement. It's over. Li Tinio's 2 female teammates let out desperate screams and instinctively closed their eyes. Li Tinio roared and slammed the giant shield heavily onto the ground, preparing to use his own body to withstand the first wave of earth-shattering attacks. He knew he couldn't stop it. But this was his final duty as a shield. At this critical moment, that voice, which had been unusually calm throughout, suddenly rang in his ears. Li Tinio. Chu Fan's voice was deep, calm, and completely calm. Follow my instructions. Li Tinio was startled. Your Earthrock turtle has good defense, but it's too slow and its agility is a major weakness. Its impact is linear, it cannot turn. But Chu Fan's tone suddenly changed. Its burst of power is the strongest among all A-grade defensive contract beasts. Li Tinio's mind went completely blank. Why would he analyze my contracted beast with me at a time like this? However, Chu Fan's next words left him completely stunned. Do you see that tallest dead tree to your left, around 11 o'clock? Li Tinio subconsciously followed Chu Fan's gaze. It was an old tree that was half dead, its trunk riddled with holes from insects, standing there crookedly. Let your Earthrock turtle use its fastest speed and greatest power. Hit it. What? Hit a tree? Li Tinio suspected there was something wrong with his ears. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Chu Fan, his eyes filled with disbelief. Brother Chu. Brother Chu? What did you say? You want me to crash into a tree? Lu Xiaopang and the 2 girls behind him also looked at Chu Fan as if he were crazy. This is insane. This person is absolutely insane. With a formidable enemy at hand, surrounded by more than 20 people attacking them, you won't let us defend ourselves, you won't let us counterattack, you're telling us to go and crash into a broken tree? What kind of suicidal fighting style is this? Stop talking nonsense. Chu Fan's voice turned cold. If you want to live, do as I say. Execute the command within 3 seconds. 3, 2. The chilling countdown, like a death knell, pounded on Litinio's heart. At this moment, his mind was caught in an unprecedented internal struggle. Reason told him that this order was utterly absurd and a recipe for disaster. But the scene from before kept replaying in his mind. That man, in the same calm tone, revealed the weakness of the venomous crocodile. Then, Su Qingshui killed him instantly with a single sword strike. To gamble or not to gamble? Grass. I've already staked everything on this, so why would I be afraid to take another gamble? 1. The moment Chu Fan uttered his last word, the struggle in Litinio's eyes transformed into a frantic resolve. He opened his eyes wide and roared at the massive earth tortoise beside him, which was as big as a hill. Old buddy. Run me over. Roar. As if sensing its master's determination, the earth rock tortoise clenched its limbs and let out a deep, muffled roar. On its thick, rock-like tortoise shell, a yellowish-brown light suddenly shone. Talent, as immovable as a mountain. No. It's a skill immovable mountain, charge. Boom. The earth trembled violently. Amidst the astonished, bewildered, and mocking gazes of everyone, the earth rock turtle transformed into a yellow afterimage, ignoring the spiritual energy attacks aimed at it, and with an unstoppable and ferocious momentum, rammed fiercely into the crooked, withered tree. Ha ha ha. This big oaf has gone mad. What is he doing? On the verge of death, if you can't think straight, do you want to die together with a tree? Zhao Qiansun and his men were stunned at first when they saw this, and then burst into laughter. In their view, this was the most foolish act of suicide they had ever seen. However, their laughter lasted for less than a second. It ended abruptly. Because. Boom. The earth rock turtle's unparalleled impact force slammed solidly into the trunk of the dead tree. The seemingly sturdy but dead tree snapped in two. The broken tree trunk did not fall directly as they had imagined. Instead, it was carried by a tremendous force and smashed into another relatively slender but leafy tree next to it. Bang! A second muffled thud. The innocent tree was slammed down by the force, its thick branches groaning under the strain. Deep within the canopy of this large tree, an irregularly shaped sphere, about the size of a wash basin and dark brown in color, hidden among the dense foliage, was flung out by the violent tremor. What is that? Everyone instinctively looked up. Then they heard it. Buzz. A low, chilling buzzing sound suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, the dark brown sphere exploded in mid-air. Buzz 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 buzz. The sound was amplified 1,000,000 times in an instant. A pitch-black thing, like a dark cloud, surged wildly out of the broken sphere. That wasn't a dark cloud at all. That was a swarm of thousands upon thousands of iron-headed poisonous wasps, each the size of a thumb and with a deadly stinger at its tail. Holy crap! It's a beehive. Run! It's a Tier 3 monster, the iron-headed poisonous bee. Ah! A piercing scream instantly echoed throughout the entire forest. The smugness and mockery that Zhao Qiansun and his group had just displayed on their faces were instantly replaced by endless fear. They never dreamed that above the perfect encirclement they had chosen, there was actually a third-tier monster's hive hidden. This has stirred up a hornet's nest. And in the literal sense. The black swarm of bees, like living ink, swept over Zhao Qiansun and the others who were closest to them and whose presence was most strongly associated with life. The once airtight encirclement collapsed instantly. Help! Don't sting me! My face! Oh, my face! Get out of my way! All of you, get out of my way! The hunter became the prey in an instant. The dozen or so people howled like ghosts, no longer caring about attacking Chu Fan. They all covered their heads and fled, using their spiritual power to protect themselves and resist the endless poison needles. The entire battlefield was in complete chaos. Litinio and his 3 teammates behind him were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the farcical scene before them, and then blankly looked at the person who had started it all. Chu Fan. The man remained standing in the same spot. His face still held that calm and composed expression. It was as if he hadn't just orchestrated a desperate counterattack, but had simply flicked a leaf off his shoulder. God! Is this a deity? How did he know there was a beehive there? How did he anticipate that hitting a tree would trigger such a chain reaction? Is this the art of commanding? Litinio's heart was pounding wildly. At this moment, the look in his eyes when he looked at Chu Fan was no longer one of awe. Rather, fanaticism. Just then, Shu Fan's voice rang out again. This time, I said it to everyone. Su Qing Xue. Zhao Qiansun is yours. Litinia, use your shield to disrupt their healing. Lu Xiaopang, scout out their escape route. Wang Xiaomei, Zhang Xiaoli, prepare the purification spell to dispel the toxins and bless Tainyo. Each instruction was clear, calm, and precise. He raised his hand, pointing to the chaotic battlefield, like a king who controls life and death. Now. It's our turn to clean up the battlefield. Chapter 55 Your Strategy, My Chessboard. The moment Shu Fan uttered the words clean up the battlefield, Litinia's mind went blank. He didn't even understand the meaning of the sentence at first glance. Clean up the battlefield? Us? Surrounded by more than 20 enemies and their contracted beasts, covered by a rain of spiritual energy, and shrouded in the shadow of death. We go and clean up after others? However, Shu Fan didn't give him any time to think. Those clear, calm, and emotionless instructions were like scalpels, precisely piercing his chaotic mind. Su Qingxue, Zhao Qiansun is yours. Litinia, use your shield to disrupt their healing. Lu Xiaopang, scout out their escape route. Wang Xiaomei, Zhang Xiaoli, prepare the purification spell to dispel the toxins and bless Tainyo. Instructions issued. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. The next second, Su Qingxue moved. Her figure transformed into an icy blue phantom, leaving a trail incomprehensible to everyone on the chaotic battlefield. The enemies who were being chased by the ironhead poisonous bees and howling in pain, and the skills they were randomly using to resist the swarm, all seemed to be in slow motion in front of her. With just a few simple sidesteps and a few nimble movements, she passed through the death zone composed of screams, poison needles, and chaotic spiritual energy without a scratch. Her goal, from beginning to end, has always been the same. Zhao Qiansun. At this moment, Zhao Qiansun was in an extremely disheveled state. His expensive combat suit had been pierced with several holes by the stingers of poisonous bees, and his face was swollen like a pig's head from 2 large welts caused by the stings. He frantically activated his spiritual energy shield while roaring at his subordinates, useless. All of you are useless. Kill these beasts. Kill them all. But nobody listened to him. In the face of death, everyone is equal. Those so-called allies, at this moment, only wished they had been born with 2 more legs, and no longer cared about this so-called leader of the alliance. Just as Zhao Qiansun was filled with shock and anger, an extreme chill came from behind him. The hairs on his body stood on end. He turned around abruptly and saw only a pair of cold, emotionless blue eyes, and an ice crystal longsword already held in front of his face. No! Zhao Qiansun let out a scream that was not human, and desperately shielded his contracted beast, a 3rd-tier flame wolf, in front of him. However, Su Qingxue's target was not his contracted beast at all. The sword's edge traced a strange arc in the air. Bypassing the flaming wolf's claws, it stabbed at Zhao Qiansun's right shoulder from an unbelievable angle. Put! Blood splattered. Ah! Screams echoed through the woods. Zhao Qiansun's entire right arm was pierced by the ice crystal longsword, and terrifying cold air instantly invaded, freezing half of his body with a layer of white frost. At the same time, Litiniu also made a move. When the words disrupt their treatment rang in his ears, his first reaction was still one of bewilderment. But his physical instincts led him to make the choice. He didn't understand the deeper meaning behind the instruction, but he chose to believe in that godlike man. Roar! Litiniu roared, unleashing all the remaining fighting spirit in him. The 2 female therapists beside him, Wang Xiaomei and Zhang Xiaoli, also immediately realized what was happening. 2 soft green halos instantly descended upon Litiniu and his earth rock turtle. One of them was a purifying light, which dispelled the trace toxins that permeated the air. One of the blessings was Resilience Blessing, which made Litiniu feel that his almost exhausted strength had been restored to some extent. Old buddy! Charge with me! Boom! Litiniu was like a human tank, charging savagely towards a position consisting of 3 healers on the flank of the battlefield, with that huge stone shield on his back. The 3 healers were frantically treating their companion who had been stung by poisonous bees, and had no idea that someone would rush over from this direction. When they saw the giant shield crashing down like a mountain collapsing, their faces were filled with horror. Stop him! 2 defensive contracted beasts guarding the front, a rock-armored boar and an alloy rhinoceros, immediately stepped forward. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled thuds. To everyone's disbelief, the 2 contracted beasts, known for their defense, were actually knocked away by Litiniu and his earth rock turtle. This is such terrifying power. Li Tinyu himself was stunned. He knew he was strong, but not to this extent. Was it Brother Chu's command? Are they those two unremarkable support skills? He didn't have time to think, because Chu Fan's next order came. Turn left, sweep. Li Tinyu subconsciously did as he was told, using his waist and abdomen to push against the giant shield, and then he made a violent turn and swept across. Boom! The three healers who couldn't dodge in time, along with their contracted beasts, were sent flying with screams, as if hit by a speeding truck, instantly losing their fighting ability. The entire Alliance's treatment system was completely paralyzed in that instant. I did it. Li Tinyu looked at his hands and felt the surging power within his body. For the first time, he felt that fighting was so easy. So, this is how I can use my power? So this is what a battle with command is like. Lu Xiaopang, Wang Xiaomei, and Zhang Shirley behind him were all dumbfounded. They looked at Li Tinyu, who was rampaging across the battlefield as if it were his own backyard, and then at Chu Fan, who had stood still the whole time, without moving an inch. An unprecedented sense of security and fanatical enthusiasm welled up from the bottom of their hearts. Follow him, and you really can win. Lu Xiaopang, report their escape route. Chu Fan's voice rang out again, as calmly as if he were asking about the weather. Lu Xiaopang jumped up, quickly raising his binoculars, his voice trembling with excitement, reporting to Brother Chu. 3 people are trying to escape through the woods to the east. And 2 others have headed south towards the river. Su Qingxue, the 3 on the east side are yours. Li Tinyu, the 2 on the south side, crush them. Yes. All right, Brother Chu. This time, the responses were unified and filled with high morale. What was originally a siege battle completely devolved into a one-sided, utter defeat in less than a minute. Massacre. The alliance of Zhao, Chen, and Sun collapsed like a house of cards under the attack of the swarm of bees and the precise kills by Chu Fan's team. However, amidst this chaos, a young man hiding in the back, who hadn't made a move and whose face remained relatively calm, had a look of fear and horror in his eyes. His name is Wu Yong. He is the deputy commander of this Demon Slayer alliance and also the true strategist. It was he who suggested setting up an encirclement here. It was him who accurately predicted the route Chu Fan might take. But despite all his calculations, he never expected that Chu Fan would break the deadlock in this way. Hitting a tree, attracting a beehive. This is no coincidence. This is absolutely a calculated move. The man named Chu Fan had already taken the terrain and even the beehive into account the moment he stepped into the encirclement. A madman, this guy is a madman. Wu Yong felt his scalp tingling. He realized that they had messed with a monster they absolutely shouldn't have. We have to go. Immediately. Right now. He quietly retreated, preparing to disappear into the shadows. However, he had only taken 2 steps back. That voice, like that of a demon, precisely locked onto him. Trying to leave? Chu Fan's gaze pierced through the chaotic crowd and the swarming bees, like 2 sharp swords, and landed on Wu Yong. Target locked, Wu Yong. Role, Commander of the Enemy Alliance. Threat level, high. System suggestion, prioritize elimination. This can cause the enemy's command system to completely collapse and morale to 0. Wu Yong froze, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He saw it next to Chu Fan. Su Qingshue's figure reappeared like a ghost. The two looked at each other. An unspoken understanding flowed between the two. It's him, Chu Fan said softly. Su Qingxue nodded. The next second, a faint golden rune light shone on Chu Fan's body. Ice blue flames ignited on Su Qingshue's body. Wu Yong's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints in an instant. He saw Chu Fan reach out and grasp Su Qingshue's hand. A power he couldn't understand, yet which made him tremble from the depths of his soul, suddenly erupted. Ice and fire. Analysis and destruction. The two forces merged perfectly in their clasped hands. Combined attack technique. Cold and calm voices rang out in unison. Ice and fire. A deadly strike. A beam of light, half ice blue and half crimson gold, without any earth-shattering force, carried a terrifying aura that could purify all things, and instantly pierced through the distance of space. It ignored all obstacles in its path, whether human, beast, or swarming poisonous bees. Wherever the beam of light passed, everything turned to nothingness. Wu Yong didn't even have time to react. He only saw that light, and then his world was plunged into complete darkness. Boom! The beam of light struck the mountain wall behind Wu Yong, leaving a small, bottomless hole with smooth, mirror-like edges. Wu Yong, that self-proclaimed brilliant second-generation strategist, along with his contracted beast, has been completely erased from this world. Not even a speck of ash remained. This strike seemed to bring an end to the attack. An eerie silence fell for a second amidst the chaos and noise of the battlefield. All the Alliance members who were still putting up a last-ditch effort and running away in panic witnessed the scene. They witnessed how their own brains were instantly evaporated. That indescribable fear, like a flood bursting its banks, instantly overwhelmed their last psychological defenses. Wu Gu is dead? It's over, it's all over. Run! Run! The Alliance completely collapsed at this moment. Everyone went crazy and fled in all directions, not even glancing at their companions who were rolling on the ground. The hunter has become the prey. The master of the hunting grounds stood in the center of the battlefield, calmly watching everything unfold. Litinio and his 3 teammates behind him had completely stopped thinking. They stared blankly at the mess on the ground, at the backs of those fleeing in panic, and finally, their gazes settled on Chu Fan. Oh? No. It was the kind of gaze one would give to a deity. Little fatty Lu. Chu Fan's voice broke the momentary silence. Mark their escape route and the points they have. We went to collect rent. Chapter 56. The rent collectors are professionals. Now, it's our turn to clean up the battlefield. Chu Fan's casual remark struck Li Tinyu and the 3 teammates behind him like a thunderbolt. Clean up the battlefield? Collecting rent? They stared blankly at the encirclement that was being turned upside down by the swarm of bees, a chaotic mix of screams, curses, and explosions of spiritual energy. Is this what Brother Chu meant by cleaning? Is this the legendary rent collection? This is clearly a tiger entering a flock of sheep, a one-sided slaughter. Litinio's hand, gripping the giant shield, was trembling slightly. His heart pounded as he looked at Chu Fan, who stood still without moving an inch. From the moment he stepped into the encirclement, this man had already treated everything here, including the hidden beehive, as his chessboard and his weapon. What terrifying calculating ability! What are you standing there for? Chu Fan's voice rang out again, tinged with displeasure. The enemy is collapsing, and your rent is about to fly away. One sentence awakened him from his dream. Li Tinyu was jolted awake and suddenly realized what was happening. Right. Integral. Each of these fleeing individuals represents a glimmer of hope for advancement. All right, Brother Chu. With a roar, Li Tinyu's previous fear and shock instantly transformed into a soaring fighting spirit. Lu Xiaopang and the 2 female teammates behind him also seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, their eyes lit up. Fear? With Brother Chu around, what's there to be afraid of? Follow Brother Chu, and you'll get to eat meat. Lu Xiaopang, report their escape route. Chu Fan's voice, like a precise metronome, controlled the rhythm of the entire battlefield. Reporting, Brother Chu. 3 people are trying to escape through the woods to the east. And 2 others are heading south towards the river. Lu Xiaopang said, his voice trembling with excitement as he held up his binoculars. Su Qingxue, the 3 on the east side are yours. Li Tinyu, the 2 on the south side, crush them. Yes. All right, Brother Chu. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Qingxue and Li Tinyu transformed into 2 streaks of light and rushed toward their respective targets. What was originally a siege battle completely devolved into a one-sided harvest in less than a minute. Zhao Qianxuan's Demon Slayer Alliance suffered a crushing defeat under the combined attack of Ironhead Poison Bee and Chu Fan's team. Meanwhile, outside the Azure Wood's secret realm. In the huge square, tens of thousands of spectators and parents are watching the live broadcast of the game through a giant light screen suspended in the air. On the left side of the light screen is a real-time updated points leaderboard. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the leaderboard, their expressions shifting from initial astonishment to shock and now to numbness. Because one team's points are skyrocketing at an absolutely illogical rate. First place, Chu Fan's team, points 8,750. Second place, Wang Teng's team, points 4,210. Third place, Qin Feng's team, points 3,980. Fourth place. Fault. A shocking fault line. Just over 10 minutes ago, Chu Fan's team was ranked outside the top 100, with a paltry few hundred points. But just now, their points suddenly skyrocketed like a rocket, starting an unbelievable surge. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. And it's still rising. What the hell are they doing? Did they disturb a monster's lair? Wait. Look at the split screen. My god. They're chasing down other teams. Someone in the crowd gasped in surprise. The director seemed to have noticed the anomaly and immediately switched a split screen view to its maximum size. The scene in the picture is that chaotic woodland. The audience saw it. They saw Su Qingxue transform into an icy blue phantom, each move precisely taking away a fleeing enemy. They witnessed how Li Tinia's human tank brutally smashed two enemies who attempted to resist, sending them flying along with their contracted beasts. They saw how the skinny boy named Lu Xiaopang used binoculars, like a seasoned hunter, to continuously report the coordinates of the escapees. At the center of all this, the boy named Chu Fan simply stood quietly. His instructions were clearly transmitted to every spectator through the team channel. Wang Xiaomei, put a shield on Tainyo, he's being ambushed from the left. Zhang Xiaoli, prepare the purification spell. Lu Xiaopang has inhaled the poisonous fog. Su Qingxue, don't get caught up in the fight. Their points aren't worth wasting your spiritual energy on. Go catch the one in the yellow shirt, he has the highest points. Precise, efficient, and ruthless. The entire pursuit was executed flawlessly, without a single unnecessary movement, like a pre-programmed killing machine. This is that Chu the useless? Isn't he supposed to be a support? Why is he giving commands? Are you crazy? This command ability is terrifying. Zhao Qianxuan's demon-slaying alliance of more than 20 people, just like that, is gone? The crowd erupted in chaos. On the viewing platform, the head of the Su family looked at the calm and commanding figure on the light screen, his hand holding the teacup hovering in mid-air, not lowering it for a long time. The butler beside him was already sweating profusely. Master, this Chu Fan. I underestimated him. The head of the Su family slowly put down his teacup, his voice low. I always thought that Qingxue was marrying above her station by being with him. Now it seems, perhaps, he is Qingxue's greatest opportunity. On the other side, at the Wang family's seats. Wang Zhan, the head of the Wang family, had a face so gloomy it could drip water. He stared at the leaderboard, where Wang Tun was firmly beneath Chu Fan's name, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. More than 20 people can't beat 5? Is Zhao Qianxun a pig? His men were silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to even breathe loudly. In the secret realm. When Chu Fan stepped on Zhao Qianxuan's face and squeezed out the last bit of points from his identity bracelet, the siege of the Demon Slayer Alliance finally came to an end. The ground was a mess, with unconscious contestants and their contracted beasts lying haphazardly. The air was filled with a mixture of smells of blood, vegetation, and dead bees. Li Tinio and his 3 teammates stood panting to the side, looking at Chu Fan with eyes full of fervor and admiration. We won. They not only survived, they won. Moreover, the victory was so exhilarating. Brother Chu, we're in first place now. Lu Xiaopang looked at his bracelet, so excited he was incoherent. This is just the beginning. Chu Fan's expression remained completely calm. He opened the map. The rules for the semi-finals had been updated. Semi-final, capture the flag. 10 battle flags will randomly spawn in the core area of the secret realm. White battle flag, 1,000 points. Blue battle flag, 3,000 points. Golden battle flag, 10,000 points. While holding the battle flag, your location will be revealed to all participants. The team carrying the battle flag at the end of the semifinals will receive bonus points. Capture the flag, this is troublesome. Li Tinia frowned as he looked at the rules. All the main teams will crowd into the core area, and it will become a chaotic free-for-all. Our position. Who said we were going to fight them? Chu Fan interrupted him, a mysterious smile curving his lips. In his mind, the G-God-level analysis system had already marked the entire core area map, along with the distribution of all the monsters, their patrol routes, and the locations where battle flags were most likely to spawn. Follow me. Chu Fan pointed in a direction that seemed remote and overgrown with weeds. We don't fight. We are merely the carriers of the battle flag. The next few hours. All the spectators outside the secret venue witnessed the most bizarre semi-final in history. When top teams like Wang Tang and Qin Feng fought fiercely and suffered heavy casualties in the core area for a blue battle flag spawn point. Chu Fan's team, however, was like a group of ghosts. They always managed to appear one step ahead, in some godforsaken corner, and then a white battle flag appears right at their feet. They pulled down the flag and ran, never lingering in battle. When the other teams arrived, panting, they found only a bare flagpole. Report. White battle flag number 3 has been captured by Chu Fan's team. Report. White battle flag number 5 has also been captured by Chu Fan's team. Damn it. How did they know the flag would be painted here? Wang Tang was so angry upon hearing the report from his subordinates that he almost vomited blood. Meanwhile, Chu Fan's team's points continued to skyrocket at a rate that left everyone in despair. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. They even casually pulled down an unguarded blue battle flag. On the leaderboard, Chu Fan's team's name is high up, with so many zeros following it that it's dizzying. Wang Tang's team, on the other hand, has fallen several times behind. Li Tinio and the others were completely numb. They followed behind Chu Fan, watching him always manage to pinpoint the spawn points with pinpoint accuracy. It felt like they weren't participating in a competition, but rather playing a game with a full map cheat. Brother Chu, are you a god? Lu Xiaopang asked with a face full of admiration. Chu Fan smiled but did not answer. He glanced at the map on the system screen. The last and most important refresh point had already lit up with a golden light. The final golden battle flag. Let's go get our final spoils. Chu Fan led his team toward the last location. It was a valley below a cliff. When they arrived, a golden battle flag, radiating immense spiritual energy, was quietly planted in the center of the valley. However, on the other side of the battle flag, there was another team standing. The leader of that group was tall and handsome, but at this moment, his face was filled with gloom and anger. It was Wang Tang. They met on a narrow path. The air froze instantly. Wang Tang's gaze was fixed on Chu Fan, then he glanced at the shameful ranking on the leaderboard, where Chu Fan's name was firmly suppressed. His eyes gradually became bloodshot. Chu Fan. Those two words seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying endless resentment and madness. Chapter 57. The Wang family flips the table. Are they trying to sabotage me in the finals? Wang Tang's gaze was like two venomous vipers, tightly coiled around Chu Fan. The madness, resentment, and a hint of fear he himself was unaware of intertwined in his eyes, distorting his handsome face into a somewhat terrifying expression. Chu Fan. These two words were squeezed out one by one from between his teeth, each syllable carrying the stench of blood. We lost. We lost again. And this time, the defeat was even more devastating and complete than the last. His meticulously planned demon-slaying alliance, his self-righteous perfect encirclement, turned out to be nothing but a joke. It was a huge joke that made Wang Tang lose face in front of tens of thousands of viewers in Donghai City. He watched helplessly as Chu Fan's team effortlessly amassed points in a way he couldn't comprehend, watching the gap widen until it filled him with despair. And now, the final golden battle flag is right before our eyes. This is his only hope of turning things around. But Chu Fan also came. Like a persistent nightmare, it always delivers the heaviest blow when he is at his most triumphant. Chu Fan looked at him with no expression on his face, as if he were looking at a passerby. He spoke softly, his voice low, yet it struck Wang Tang's heart like a heavy hammer. Do you still want to fight? No. We can't fight. Wang Tang's heart was roaring. His last shred of reason was frantically warning him that he couldn't fight anymore. The opposing team has Su Qingxue, the monstrous Li Tinio, and most importantly, Chu Fan, that prodigious commander. Their own troops had already suffered heavy losses in the previous melee and their morale was low. To fight head-on now would be like throwing an egg against a rock. But not fighting? Not fighting means that he has to abandon this golden battle flag in front of everyone, like a stray dog with its tail between its legs. Wang Tang, the eldest son of the Wang family, one of the four great families of the East China Sea, had never suffered such a humiliation since childhood. Dignity and reason were tearing him apart, driving him to the brink of madness. Chu Fan. Wang Tang roared, his voice distorted. Don't get cocky. This match isn't over yet. In the finals, I'll make sure you die. He uttered harsh words, each one seemingly delivered with all his might. However, after he finished speaking, he did something that surprised everyone. He suddenly waved his hand. Let's go. He actually chose to back down. The team members behind him, as if granted a pardon, scrambled and stumbled after Wang Tang, disappearing into the dense forest without looking back, fleeing in panic. That figure looked as pathetic as a pack of wild dogs with broken spines. In the valley, only Chu Fan's team and the golden battle flag that stood silently remained. Li Tinio, Lu Xiaopang, Wang Xiaomei, Zhang Xioli. The four people looked at each other, each seeing a hint of unreality in the other's eyes. Did we win? That's it. We won? Wang Tong, that arrogant and domineering young master Wang, actually fled without a fight? Brother Chu. Brother Chu, we. Li Tinio opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. He felt that his worldview had been repeatedly crushed and then reshaped by Chu Fan today. Don't just stand there. Chu Fan's voice brought them back to reality. He walked up to the golden battle flag, reached out, and grasped the flagpole. Congratulations to Chu Fan's team for obtaining the golden battle flag. Points plus 10,000. Semi-final countdown over, match ended. A cold, automated system notification sounded simultaneously on all participants' wristbands. Beyond the secret realm. The huge square was initially deathly silent. Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar erupted. Holy crap! Number 1. Number 1 in the fault zone. 57,800 points. Qin Feng, who is in second place, only has 12,000. Is this even a human being's score? A dark horse. The strongest dark horse in history. What dark horse? This is godlike. Did you guys see that, Commander? Crashing into a tree to attract a beehive, what kind of divine maneuver was that? Where's Wang Tang? Wang Tang actually ran away in fear? That's hilarious. The Wang family has completely lost face this time. The crowd erupted in cheers. All eyes were focused on the name shining with golden light at the very top of the leaderboard. Chu Fan. Before today, this name was firmly associated with words like good for nothing and laughingstock. Now, it represents miracle, tactical master, and the strongest rookie. This dramatic reversal of heaven and earth had a powerful impact that made everyone's blood boil. On the viewing platform, Wang Zhan, the patriarch of the Wang family, could no longer maintain his composure. He stood up abruptly, his face ashen, his body trembling slightly with extreme anger. He looked at Wang Tang's hastily fleeing figure on the screen, and then at the glaring name on the leaderboard. Waste. Bang. The jade tea table in front of him was smashed to pieces by his palm. The surrounding guests fell silent, avoiding them. The Wang family has utterly lost face today. Meanwhile, the head of the Su family slowly put down his teacup. A very complex expression appeared on his face. There was shock, admiration, and a hint of relief. He looked at the young man standing calmly beside Su Qingshuet in the light screen, and whispered to the butler beside him. Go check. Check all the information about this Chu Fan from birth to the present. I want to know everything about him. The butler bowed and accepted the order, his eyes also filled with shock. It's not just the Su family. In the square, representatives of top forces from other cities, and even from Dragon City, all focused their attention on Chu Fan. This kid named Chu Fan is interesting. His command ability and temperament are both top-notch. If only his talent were a little better. Regardless of their talent, let's make contact first. We can't let the Wang and Su families monopolize such talent. Suddenly, undercurrents were stirring. For the first time, the name Chu Fan truly entered the field of vision of those top figures. In the secret realm. As the announcement of the end of the competition sounded, beams of white light enveloped all the participants still remaining in the secret realm. The light faded. Chu Fan and the others had already returned to the contestant preparation area in the square. As soon as he landed, Li Tinio could no longer hold back. With a plop, he knelt down on one knee in front of Chu Fan. Behind him, Lu Xiaopeng, Wang Xiaomei, and Zhang Shili also knelt down without hesitation. Brother Chu. Li Tinio's voice boomed, his face filled with fervor and conviction. From this day forward, my life, Li Tinio's life, belongs to you. No. All four of our lives belong to you. From now on, if you tell us to go east, we'll never go west. If you tell us to crash into a tree, we'll never dig a hole. Chu Fan was somewhat helpless at his sudden shout. He looked at the four men kneeling before him, especially Li Tinio's face, which was etched with loyalty, and said calmly. Get up. We're teammates, no need for this. Yes, Brother Chu. Li Tinio and the other three stood up excitedly, but the way they looked at Chu Fan had completely changed. That's the kind of look you give to faith. Just then, Su Qingshuei walked over, her face still bearing that aloof expression, but deep in her eyes, there was a ripple that she herself was unaware of. She looked at Chu Fan and said softly, You did very well. This was the first time she had praised Chu Fan so frankly. Chu Fan smiled, just about to say something. Litinia suddenly leaned closer, lowered his voice, and looked worried and serious. Brother Chu, the finals are probably going to be a bit troublesome. Chu Fan raised an eyebrow. I just heard some news from my dad. Litinia's face was very grim. The Wang family seems to have used their connections. They bribed the chief referee of this final match. Chapter 58. The Wang family overturns the table. A beauty gifts me a jade marrow pill. The Wang family seems to have used their connections. Litinia's voice was extremely low, each word sounding as if it were squeezed out from between his teeth. His face, which had been filled with excitement and fervor, was now etched with solemnity and anger. They bribed the chief referee of this final match. The air around them instantly turned cold as soon as he said that. The smiles on Lu Xiaopeng and the others, who were just basking in the joy of their semi-final victory, froze. Bribed the head referee? This is absolutely shameless. Lu Xiaopeng was the first to jump up, his voice trembling. Doesn't the league care about this? This is a game broadcast live throughout the city. Manage? Litinia sneered, a hint of mockery on his face that didn't match his honest appearance. How can you manage it? The Wang family is one of the 4 major families in Donghai, and one of the biggest sponsors of this competition. That chief referee has been trying to curry favor with the Wang family for a long time. My dad said that Wang Zhan, the head of the Wang family, went straight to the chief referee as soon as the competition ended. Nobody knows what they talked about, but it certainly wasn't anything good. Litinia's fists were clenched so tightly they made a cracking sound. They can't accept defeat. They lost so much in the semi-finals, and now they're trying to get revenge with these underhanded tactics in the finals. The 2 girls, Wang Xiaomei and Zhang Xiuli, also had worry and anger on their faces. They had finally followed Chu Fan to this point and saw the light of victory, but the Wang family flipped the table and wanted to use forces outside the rules to crush them. This feeling of powerlessness is suffocating. All eyes instinctively turned to Chu Fan. This man, who has been creating miracles from beginning to end, is now their only pillar of support. Chu Fan's face remained expressionless. He listened to Litinia's words and merely raised an eyebrow slightly. Chief referee? He seemed to be savoring those 3 words in his eyes. There was no anger, no worry, only a hint of amusement. New. Chu Fan nodded, then said to everyone, there are still 3 days until the finals. Go back and get some rest and adjust your condition. This is it? Litinia was stunned. Brother Chu, aren't we going to discuss a strategy? The Wang family will definitely try to sabotage us in the finals. A solution? Chu Fan glanced at him and smiled. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trickery is just a paper tiger. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable confidence, like a reassuring pill that instantly calmed the anxious hearts of everyone. All you have to do is trust me. Leave the rest to me. After saying that, Chu Fan turned around and walked towards the exit of the contestant passage. Su Qingxue followed silently behind him without saying a word. Looking at Chu Fan's calm back, Litinia and the other 3 exchanged glances, and their anxiety and anger miraculously subsided. Yes. From the awakening ceremony to the wilderness adventures, and now to today's semi-finals. Brother Chu, when have you ever let them down? The next 2 days. Chu Fan completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Instead of going home or to school, he used the huge prize money he won in the semi-finals to rent a top-notch private training room in the city center. At the same time, several of the largest auction houses and medicinal herb markets in Donghai City welcomed a mysterious VIP client. No one knew his identity, only that he was generous and had a clear goal, to acquire rare medicinal herbs that were old but had a cold nature. On the other side, rumors about the finals have been circulating throughout Donghai City. Have you heard? The Wang family has declared they're going to kill Chu Fan in the finals. The head referee for the final is from the Wang family. Chu Fan's team is doomed. Even with extraordinary abilities, they can't beat the rules. What a pity. I was hoping to see a dark horse make a comeback, but now it seems the champion was already decided. Online forums and various online communities are all predicting Chu Fan's downfall. Even the odds offered by betting companies for Chu Fan to win the championship were ridiculously high. The Su family. The head of the Su family sat in his study, listening to the steward report on various news from the outside world, his brows furrowed. Has Chu Fan made a move yet? No, sir. He has locked himself in his cultivation room for 2 days and 2 nights now, and he hasn't seen anyone, the steward replied respectfully. Humph, young man, you're still too impatient. The head of the Su family sneered. You think you can take on the entire Wang family by hiding away and cultivating for a couple of days? How naive. Master, is there anything we need to do? The butler asked tentatively. The head of the Su family remained silent for a moment, then picked up his teacup and gently blew on it. Let's wait and see. I want to see just how capable this man chosen by Qingxue really is. If he can't even handle the Wang family's petty tricks, then he doesn't deserve to stay by Qingxue's side. Late at night. In the top-tier private training room, it was so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. The air was filled with a rich aroma of medicine and a faint smell of burning. A huge bronze alchemy furnace was suspended in mid-air, its body engraved with complex runes, and its bottom was burning with a ghostly blue flame of spiritual energy. Chu Fan sat cross-legged in front of the alchemy furnace, his face pale and his forehead covered with fine beads of sweat. His eyes were fixed on the alchemy furnace, and deep within his eyes, countless golden data streams were flashing wildly. Ice Heart Grass, 93.7% purity, added. Millennial Mystic Ice Marrow, energy fusion rate 88.4%, timing incorrect, temporarily suspended. Fluctuation in heat detected, spiritual energy output reduced by 3%. Warning! Material number 3 Frostflower and material number 5 Snow Lotus are undergoing an incompatibility reaction, and their energy structure is about to collapse. Initiating God-level analysis, optimization plan generation in progress. Option 1, add 0.3 grams of ambergris powder to neutralize. Option 2, change the spiritual energy output mode from spiral to pulse dot. Choose option 2. Chu Fan was highly focused. Alchemy is an extremely meticulous and tedious task. Especially when refining high-level pills specifically for special bloodlines, any mistake in any step can lead to complete failure. Even a furnace explosion would be a minor issue. But he has the God-level analysis system. This system transforms the entire alchemy process into a series of calculable and optimizable data. He was refining a pill specifically tailored for Su Qingxue's Ice Phoenix bloodline, the Ice Heart Jade Marrow pill. This pill can not only completely alleviate the pain caused by her bloodline going berserk, but also help her to better control the domineering power. This is his real trump card for the final. Just as he was fully focused, preparing to carry out the final step of condensing the elixir, the door to the meditation room was gently pushed open. A cool, refreshing scent, carrying a hint of orchid fragrance, drifted in. Chu Fan didn't turn around, he knew who it was. No one but her could pass through the defensive formation here silently. Su Qingxue stood quietly at the door, watching the figure sitting cross-legged in front of the alchemy furnace. He looked tired and pale, but his eyes were incredibly bright, as if stars were burning within them. His profile, illuminated by the dim blue glow of the fireplace, was sharply defined, exuding a reassuring focus. Su Qingxue's heart was suddenly gently struck by something. It's very light, but very clear. She recalled everything that had happened in the past few days. I recall how he strategized and outmaneuvered more than 20 opponents in the semifinals. I recall how he calmly said leave it to me when faced with threats from the Wang family. Then he remembered that he had locked himself here for 2 days and 2 nights, not for anything else, but only to refine a pill that could help him. This man is always like this. Doing the most earth-shattering things with the calmest tone. He bears all the pressure with the most calm attitude. Su Qingxue's feet moved toward him uncontrollably. She walked to Chu Fan's side, looking at the sweat constantly seeping from his forehead and his fingers trembling slightly from exhaustion. As if guided by some unseen force, she reached out her hand. With her cool yet soft handkerchief, she gently wiped the sweat from Chu Fan's forehead. The movements were somewhat awkward, even clumsy. But it's very gentle. Chu Fan's body stiffened slightly. He could feel the cool touch of the handkerchief and a faint, sweet fragrance that belonged only to her. He didn't turn around, but said softly, "It'll be ready soon." Su Qingxue responded, but did not withdraw her hand. She stood there quietly, watching him complete the final step. Condense! Chu Fan let out a low shout and slammed both hands on the alchemy furnace. Buzz! The alchemy furnace emitted a clear, melodious hum, and its lid shot skyward. 3 crystal-clear pills, as smooth as ice and jade, exuding a refreshing and invigorating aura, slowly rose from the furnace and floated in mid-air. Around the pill, there were even faint phantom images of ice phoenixes swirling and dancing. The elixir is complete. Ice Heart Jade Marrow Pill, perfect quality. Effect: significantly calms the Ice Phoenix bloodline, increases bloodline affinity, and permanently enhances control over Ice-type energy. Seeing the prompts on the system panel, Chu Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and a huge sense of exhaustion instantly washed over him. He forced himself to put the 3 pills into a jade bottle and handed it to Su Qingxue. "Take it." Su Qingxue took the jade bottle, its surface feeling icy cold to the touch. She looked at the 3 pills in the bottle, which resembled works of art, and then at Chu Fan's pale face. She didn't take it immediately, but poured one out of the bottle and held it to Chu Fan's lips. "You eat first." Her voice was soft, but carried a hint of unyielding stubbornness. Chu Fan was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, "This was made for you, it's useless to me." Su Qingxue shook her head. "It can restore spiritual energy." She looked into Chu Fan's eyes and said, word by word, "You've used up too much energy." Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. In the end, Chu Fan opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, and a gentle yet powerful energy spread throughout his body, rapidly replenishing his depleted spiritual and mental strength. Seeing that his complexion had regained some color, Su Qingxue then put another pill into her mouth. Boom! An unprecedented feeling of comfort burst forth from her lower abdomen and instantly swept through her entire body. The domineering cold energy that had lingered in her body for years, like a maggot clinging to her bones, became incredibly docile in the face of this gentle medicinal power, as if it had met its nemesis. For the first time, the Ice Phoenix bloodline was no longer the source of her torment, but became a part of her body, which she could control at will. She felt she had never been so powerful. Su Qingxue slowly opened her eyes, a dazzling light flashing in her icy blue pupils. She looked at Chu Fan, at the man who had changed her destiny. All those words, in the end, boiled down to just one sentence. Her voice was as light as a breeze, yet it clearly touched Chu Fan's heart. "Thank you." Chapter 59. You can lose, but she can't be hurt. "Chu Fan, right? Please sit down." A voice rang out calmly. The owner of the voice was a middle-aged man who looked to be no more than 40 years old. He was dressed in a well-pressed Zhongshan suit, with a tall and upright figure, a refined face, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. He did not have the slightest bit of the fierce aura that belonged to a martial artist. He looked more like a university professor or a high-ranking civil servant. He simply sat there quietly, and the entire large reception room seemed to revolve around him. This is the Su family's private club in Donghai City, Jingzhuexuan. The decor is antique and elegant, and the air is filled with the fragrance of top-quality agarwood. The moment Chu Fan walked in, he sensed at least a dozen hidden auras locking onto him from all directions. Every single aura emanating from them was far more powerful than anyone they had encountered in the semifinals. But the middle-aged man in front of him gave him the feeling of a bottomless ocean. Calm and undisturbed, yet it harbors a power capable of overturning everything. Su Zhantian. Su Qingxue's father is the current head of the Su family, one of the 4 major families in the East China Sea. A man who truly stands at the top of the power pyramid in Donghai City. He arranged to meet Chu Fan the day before the final. Chu Fan's gaze swept calmly over Su Zhantian, then he sat down on the pearwood chair next to him. Be neither humble nor arrogant, and move naturally. What would you like to drink? Su Zhantian personally picked up the purple clay teapot on the table, tilted the spout, and poured steaming hot tea into the cup, filling the air with its aroma. This year's special Da Hong Pao tea is something you can't buy anywhere else, even if you have the money. Either is fine, Chu Fan said calmly. Su Zhantian smiled and pushed a cup of tea in front of Chu Fan. Young man, don't be so reserved. His tone was gentle, like that of an ordinary elder chatting casually with a younger person. I've heard Qingxue mention you before, and I've also watched your matches. You played very well and it was very exciting. He seemed to be praising her, but Chu Fan could tell that there wasn't much genuine appreciation in his words. It was more like a condescending scrutiny. Just lucky. Chu Fan picked up his teacup and took a small sip. The tea is excellent. It has a mellow and rich flavor, and a warm current flows directly into the stomach, transforming into pure and refreshing energy. Luck? A hint of a smile seemed to flash in Su Zhantian's eyes behind his glasses. To turn an encirclement of more than 20 people into his own hunting ground, to force that kid from the Wang family to flee without a fight. If this is luck, then all the geniuses in the world would probably be ashamed to the point of having nowhere to hide. He paused, then changed the subject. I've had someone investigate you. Upon hearing this, the temperature in the reception room seemed to drop several degrees instantly. Chu Fan, male, 18 years old, a senior high school student at Donghai No. 3 Middle School. His parents are ordinary wage earners. They disappeared during a beast tide when he was very young and were raised by his aunt Chu Xiao. He has mediocre talent and has never been very noticeable at school. He is known as Chu the Useless. Su Zhantian slowly and methodically read out Chu Fan's resume, word by word. Each word is like a small hammer, gently tapping on the hearts of ordinary people. Until a month ago, during the awakening ceremony, you made a contract with my daughter, Qingxue. Then, everything changed. You've become a completely different person, sharp and ruthless, with a mind as sharp as a demon. You've created miracles time and again in wilderness dungeons and city leagues. Even. Su Zhantian's gaze sharpened. You can even refine pills. You can refine pills that even my Su family's pill masters are helpless against, pills that can stabilize the Ice Phoenix bloodline. After he finished speaking, he looked at Chu Fan quietly, waiting for his explanation. The room was eerily quiet. The Su family guards hiding in the shadows all became serious. They knew that the head of the household was interrogating them. Chu Fan's origins are too mysterious. An ordinary, useless person suddenly transforms into a prodigy with extraordinary talent. Behind this transformation must lie a huge secret. However, Chu Fan's face remained expressionless. He simply took another sip of tea and then slowly put the teacup down. So what? He countered. Is Patriarch Su trying to say that I've been possessed? Or that there's some shady force behind it all? His tone was as calm as if he were discussing today's weather. Su Zhantian was stunned for a moment. He had imagined all sorts of reactions from Chu Fan. Panic, feigning composure, or using flattery and sophistry. But what he never expected was that Chu Fan would be so direct and calm in breaking through that barrier, and even ask him a question in return. Interesting. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Su Zhantian's lips. At that moment, the aura emanating from him underwent a subtle change. Boom! An invisible, vast pressure, like a burst dam, instantly enveloped the entire reception room. That wasn't intentional targeting. It's a crushing defeat on a life level. The might of a grandmaster. The air seemed to turn into viscous mercury, squeezing every inch of Chu Fan's skin and every bone. The pearwood chair beneath Chu Fan creaked under the weight. The water in the teacup in front of him trembled violently, yet strangely, not a single drop spilled. The Su family guards hidden in the shadows all let out a muffled groan, their faces turning pale. The mere emanating pressure was enough to make them feel suffocated. Chu Fan, who was at the center of the pressure, was under 100 or 1,000 times more pressure than them. Any other young martial artist, even a prodigy like Wang Tang, would probably be kneeling on the ground by now, their mind broken. But Chu Fan did not. He just sat quietly. His back remained ramrod straight, like a spear piercing the sky. His face was somewhat pale, and his breathing had become heavier. But the look in his eyes as he gazed at Su Zhantian remained unchanged. Calm, profound. It was as if the overwhelming pressure that could crush mountains was nothing more than a slightly stronger breeze to him. The admiration in Su Zhantian's eyes grew stronger. Mindset. Such a mindset transcends the limitations of age. He had seen at least 80 or 100 so-called prodigies, but Chu Fan was the first to remain so calm and composed under his grandmaster-level pressure. You're very good. Su Zhantian spoke slowly, and the terrifying pressure receded like a tide, as if it had never existed. The air in the reception room began to circulate again. Chu Fan felt a surge of qi and blood within his body, but he forcefully suppressed it, his face remaining expressionless. I don't care what secrets you have, or who you are. Su Zhantian looked at Chu Fan, his tone becoming serious. I only care about one thing, and that is Qingxue. Qingxue is my daughter, the future hope of the Su family. Her safety is above all else. He paused for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts. What are your plans for the future? The question jumped very quickly, from interrogating secrets to discussing life planning. Chu Fan knew that this was the real test. The previous intimidation was just an appetizer. Now, what Su Zhantian wants to see is his vision, his ambition, and his goals. And, where he would place Su Qingxue. Plan? Chu Fan smiled. It's simple, become stronger. So powerful that no one can talk to me like this anymore. So strong that I can protect the people I want to protect at will. Powerful enough to explore the truth behind the laws of contract in this world. His voice wasn't loud, but every word he uttered was resounding. The last sentence, in particular, made Su Zhantian's pupils contract sharply. What is the truth behind the law of contracts? What a boastful tone. Even a master like him was filled with awe for those ethereal laws. This young man actually made seeking the truth about the laws his goal? Is it ignorance breeds fearlessness, or does he really have that kind of courage and ambition? Su Zhantian remained silent. He looked into Chu Fan's eyes for a long time. He tried to see a hint of pretension, a hint of arrogance in those eyes. But all he saw was unwavering determination. A kind of unwavering determination that seems to transcend time and see into the future. After a long while, Su Zhantian smiled. This time, it was a genuine laugh. Okay, very good. He stood up, walked over to Chu Fan, and patted him on the shoulder. The final is tomorrow. He took out an old-fashioned thread-bound book and a black metal box from his pocket and placed them on the table. This is a high-grade earth-rank cultivation technique, the profound ice strategy, which complements Qingshua's Ice Phoenix bloodline. Cultivating it together will make your efforts twice as effective. Inside the box is 100 million in cash. Chu Fan's gaze fell on the cultivation manual and the box, but he remained silent. The Wang family has already turned the tables. The chief referee has been bribed, and Wang Tang is likely to use some forbidden methods. Su Zhantian looked at Chu Fan, his voice calm. So, you don't need to fight for first place in tomorrow's final. You can lose. I only need you to promise me one thing. Su Zhantian's gaze behind his glasses suddenly became incredibly sharp, like two drawn swords piercing straight into Chu Fan's heart. As long as the snow is cleared, we will be safe and sound. As long as she leaves the field unscathed, this book and this money are all yours. This is my promise to you, Su Zhantian. Chapter 60. My people, I will protect them. You can lose. But nothing can happen to her. Su Zhantian's words were calm, yet carried an undeniable weight, echoing in the quiet reception room. This is a deal. A father, in order to protect his daughter, makes an offer that a boy with unlimited potential but shallow foundation cannot refuse. A high-grade earth-rank cultivation technique, worth 100 million in cash. Giving up the outcome of a match can bring wealth and resources that countless people cannot achieve even in a lifetime of hard work. This deal is a huge profit no matter how you look at it. The Su family guards in the shadows began to breathe heavily. They looked at the martial arts manuals and metal box on the table, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Earth-rank cultivation technique. That's a treasure that would make a second-rate family risk their entire fortune to fight for. Not to mention that 100 million yuan in cash, which is an astronomical figure for a teenager from an ordinary background. In their view, Chu Fan had no reason to refuse. He should even stand up immediately and gratefully accept this incredible gift. However, Chu Fan did not move. His gaze slowly shifted from the book Shenbing Su and the black metal box, returning to Su Zhantian's face. His eyes remained calm. Patriarch Su. Chu Fan spoke, his voice not loud, but it clearly carried throughout the entire room. You mean, you want me to throw the game tomorrow? Su Zhantian's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. This isn't about easing restrictions, he corrected. It's called assessing the situation. Since the Wang family dared to overturn the table, it means they are prepared to pay any price. I know Wang Tang, he's narrow-minded and vindictive. He might very well resort to some things that shouldn't be on the field. Su Zhantian's voice turned somber. Those forbidden powers are incredibly powerful, but they also have endless consequences and are extremely difficult to control. I don't want Qingxue to take that risk. A high school league championship means nothing to the Su family. I just want her to be safe. He looked at Chu Fan, his tone carrying the air of an elder admonishing a younger person. Young people, sometimes, taking a step back is not cowardice, but wisdom. Only by knowing how to make choices can you go further. These words were spoken with sincerity and were entirely reasonable. It both pointed out the danger and provided ample room for maneuver. Even the guards felt that the patriarch had put a lot of thought into this. Chu Fan smiled. He shook his head. Patriarch Su, you may have misunderstood something. Su Zhantian's gaze behind his glasses narrowed slightly. Chu Fan picked up the slightly cooled cup of tea in front of him and drank it all in one gulp. Then, he stood up and looked directly at this top figure in Donghai City. The boy's figure appeared somewhat frail in front of the Grandmaster-level family head. But his aura was by no means weak. From the moment I made a contract with Qingxue, she was no longer just your daughter. Chu Fan's voice was calm and firm. She is still my contracted beast, my partner, and someone who belongs to me. Chu Fan. Boom. These words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the reception room. All the Su family guards' expressions changed drastically. Presumptuous. Is this kid crazy? Does he even know who he's talking to? What makes him so confident in claiming that the eldest daughter of the Su family is his person? A sharp aura burst forth from the shadows, locking onto Chu Fan. As long as the patriarch gives the order, they will tear this arrogant brat to shreds in an instant. Su Zhantian's expression also darkened completely. His refined and scholarly air had vanished without a trace, replaced by a dignified and cold demeanor befitting someone long accustomed to a high position. The air seemed to freeze. "Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." His voice seemed to come from the deepest hell, each word carrying a chilling coldness. "Do you know the consequences of saying the wrong thing?" However, Chu Fan seemed completely oblivious to the killing intent that was enough to freeze one's soul. He simply and calmly pushed the book Shen Bingsu and the metal box on the table back in front of Su Zhantian. The movements were very light, but the attitude was extremely resolute. "Therefore, I cannot accept your proposal. We will win the final. Qing Xue will be fine too." He looked at Su Zhantian and spoke clearly, word by word. "Because I am here. I am here." These two simple words contain an indescribable power. It was a powerful self-confidence that came from the depths of one's soul. It is a kind of absolute commitment that dares to declare war on the whole world. Su Zhantian was stunned. He looked at the boy in front of him. Looking into his clear and determined eyes. There wasn't a trace of bluffing in it. Only pure, unquestionable self-confidence. He truly believed that. He truly believed that he could protect Su Qingxue and win this match that was destined to be unfair. How is this possible? What gives him the right? Based on his nascent talent? Or was it due to his phenomenal tactical command? No. Not enough. In the face of absolute power, in the face of those forbidden powers that stop at nothing, these are far from enough. Su Zhantian has lived half his life and has seen more geniuses than Chu Fan has ever eaten. He knew very well that the development of a genius takes time. What Chu Fan lacks most right now is time. But, looking into Chu Fan's eyes, Su Zhantian's Dao heart, which had long been as firm as a rock, actually wavered slightly. This boy possesses a kind of magic. It has a kind of magic that makes people want to believe in it without even realizing it. It's as if what he says is the truth. If he says he can do it, he definitely can. Absurd! Su Zhantian mentally scolded himself. How could I possibly let a mere young boy affect my mind? He took a deep breath and calmed the surging blood pressure. He didn't look at the manual or the box again. That was a silent rejection. Good. After a long while, Su Zhantian squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth. "I hope you won't regret your decision today." His voice was cold and harsh. "You'd better watch yourself." After saying that, he didn't look at Chu Fan again, abruptly flicked his sleeve, turned around, and strode out. The terrifying pressure that had enveloped the entire reception room dissipated as he left. The guards in the shadows breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes filled with complex emotions as they looked at Chu Fan. There was disdain, pity, and a hint of respect, which they themselves didn't even realize. They rejected the Su family's offer of goodwill. It's like choosing the most difficult and dangerous path. That kid's dead meat. Chu Fan didn't care about the gazes of those people. He simply stood there quietly, watching Su Zhantian's tall and aloof figure disappear through the doorway. Then, he spoke calmly. He said something to the empty doorway. "Uncle, take care." Outside the reception room door. It is a quiet corridor paved with bluestone slabs. At the end of the long corridor, there are artificial hills and flowing water, shaded by lush bamboo. A slender, delicate white figure leaned quietly against a pillar. The moonlight shone on her exquisite profile, as if gilding her with a layer of holy radiance. It was Su Qingxue. She has been standing here the whole time. She had been standing here since the moment Chu Fan walked into the reception room. She heard the conversation inside very clearly. She heard her father's condescending scrutiny and interrogation. They heard the overwhelming pressure of a grandmaster. He heard about the deal that offered her a high-level cultivation technique and 100 million in cash in exchange for her safety. Her heart sank little by little. She knew that in her father's eyes, she was first and foremost the hope of the Su family and the inheritor of the Ice Phoenix bloodline. Then came his daughter. He was willing to sacrifice the glory that she and her partners had worked so hard for, all for her safety. He never even asked her if she was willing. This is what a large family is like. Everything is done with profit as the priority. Personal feelings and desires are insignificant compared to the interests of the family. She always understood. So she always kept a cold demeanor, using coldness to disguise and protect herself. Until she heard Chu Fan's words. Xing Shuai is not only my contracted beast, but also my partner. They are Chu Fan's people. We will win the final. She'll be fine too. Because I am here. When that phrase "I'm here" was uttered, Su Qingxue felt that the high wall in her heart was built by more than a decade of coldness and loneliness. With a click, a crack appeared. Immediately afterwards, the crack rapidly expanded and spread. At last, a corner collapsed with a crash. Turn out to be. This is what it feels like to be chosen firmly by someone and protected without hesitation. Turn out to be. There is a person who would fight the whole world for her. Su Qingxue's eyes unconsciously became a little moist. She used all her strength to hold back her tears. Footsteps approached from afar. Su Zhantian came out. He saw his daughter standing under the pillar, paused, and the coldness on his face instantly transformed into a complex expression and a hint of barely perceptible gentleness. Qingxue, you. He wanted to say something. But Su Qingxue only glanced at him. That glance was calm, yet it carried an unprecedented sense of estrangement. She said nothing, turned around, and walked towards the reception room. He brushed past his father. She walked to the door of the reception room. The boy was walking out from inside. Their eyes met. Chu Fan was taken aback when he saw the slight redness at the corner of her eyes. You. He was just about to ask something. Su Qingxue interrupted him directly. She looked at him, his reflection clearer than ever before in her icy blue eyes. Her voice remained cold and aloof. But there was a slight tremor in her voice that she herself didn't even realize. Let's win together tomorrow. Chapter 61. We're determined to have this championship. When Chu Fan pushed open the door to the reception room, Su Zhantian had not gone far. He stood under the eaves, his back to the door, his figure like a silent mountain. He heard his daughter say, "Let's win together tomorrow." His shoulder twitched almost imperceptibly. Without looking back, he walked step by step into the depths of the night, his back view carrying a hint of desolation. Chu Fan watched this scene without saying a word. He and Su Qingxue walked side by side on the corridor, the moonlight casting long shadows of the two of them. Your father is just worried about you, Chu Fan broke the silence first. I know. Su Qingxue's voice was very soft. But he doesn't trust us. Or rather, he doesn't trust me. Chu Fan smiled, his tone revealing no emotion. Su Qingxue stopped and turned to look at him. The icy blue eyes reflected the cool moonlight in Chu Fan's calm face. I trust you, she said. It's not because of a contract, not because of dependence, but a pure, heartfelt trust. Chu Fan was also looking at her. The girl's beautiful face was filled with seriousness and stubbornness. He suddenly felt that the earth-rank cultivation technique and the 100 million in cash that Su Zhantian had given him paled in comparison to the words girl in front of him, and were utterly worthless. Good. Chu Fan nodded and said only one word. But this word carries more weight than any promise. The next day, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, the entire city of Donghai was in a frenzy. High School League Finals. Dark Horse Chu Fan faces off against Wang Tong, the son of a wealthy family. This is not just a competition, but a duel between commoners and nobles, a clash between the new and the old. The entire city was deserted. All the big screens were broadcasting this epic battle live. The internet has already exploded with discussion. Donghai City's #1 martial arts forum. The final is finally about to begin. I've already pulled up my little stool, ready to watch this battle of the gods. What a load of crap. Didn't you look at the odds? Chu Fan's odds are 1 to 10. The bookmakers are clearly not optimistic about him. The information upstairs is so outdated. The Wang family has already made their move, and even the chief referee has been bribed. What suspense is there left in this competition? It's just a massacre show targeting Chu Fan. A user with the ID president of Wang Xiao's fan club posted a long pin post with a shocking title. Let's expose Chu Fan, a shameless scoundrel who climbed the social ladder by relying on women. The post used various euphemisms to portray Chu Fan as a scheming man who only managed to get to where he is today by having a contract with Su Qingxue. They even slandered his semi-final tactics as a despicable and shameless sneak attack. What tactical mastermind? He's just relying on Su Xiaohua's strength to hide in the back and launch sneak attacks. In the finals, Wang Xiao will show everyone fans' true colors. A good-for-nothing without Su Xiaohua. Young Master Wang will win. The Wang family will win. We'll crush that gigolo. The post was instantly flooded with comments. Countless accounts with IDs that look like paid trolls are frantically posting comments and stirring up trouble. They portrayed Chu Fan as a public enemy and Wang Tang as a righteous messenger acting on behalf of heaven. Public opinion was completely ignited. Countless viewers who were unaware of the truth were misled and began to feel disgust and doubt towards Chu Fan. So that's how it is? No wonder he suddenly became so capable, turns out he's a kept man. Disgusting. I have the utmost contempt for men who rely on women. Go, young Master Wang. Take him down. Litinia, Lu Xiaopang, and others were scrolling through their phones in the break room early in the morning, and they were so angry at the overwhelming smear campaign that they felt like their lungs were about to explode. Damn it! These sons of bitches. They're so shameless. Lu Xiaopang slammed his phone onto the sofa. They can turn black into white. Is there no law anymore? Don't get agitated. Litinia's face was ashen as he forced himself to calm down. This is a common tactic of the Wang family. If they can't beat you, they'll ruin your reputation. They want to destroy us through public opinion first. This is disgusting. Wang Xiaomei's eyes reddened with anger. Chu Fan has put in so much effort for the competition, how dare these people slander him like this? Just then, the door to the lounge was pushed open. Chu Fan and Su Qingxue walked in. Chu Fan's face remained calm and composed, as if the turbulent waves outside had nothing to do with him. Brother Chu, look. Litinia immediately grabbed his phone and rushed over, shouting, "Those bastards from the Wang family are smearing you online." Chu Fan glanced at the offensive comments on the screen, his expression remaining completely unchanged. He simply asked, "Is everything ready?" "We're all prepared," Lu Xiaopang said, looking frustrated, "but Brother Chu, are we just going to let them curse like this? Scold?" Chu Fan smiled. "Let them curse. The louder a dog barks, the more afraid it is. Once we win the championship trophy, these voices will naturally disappear." His words carried a strange magic, instantly calming the anxious hearts of the young men and women. Just then, a staff member walked in, looking rather strange. "Chu Fan, there is a package for you." As he spoke, he handed over a black envelope without any markings. Chu Fan took the envelope. It felt very light. He opened the envelope. Inside was only a plain black card. On the card, in scarlet ink, was written a line of delicate handwriting. "If you dare to win, there will be no place for you in this city." At the end of the writing was a symbol of a dagger and a shadow. The Brotherhood of Shadows. The most notorious assassin organization in the underground world of Donghai City. They'll do anything as long as you can afford it. Hiss. Litinia, who was standing next to him, also saw the contents and emblem on the card and gasped. His face turned deathly pale instantly. The Brotherhood of Shadows, how could they? The Wang family. It must be the Wang family. They not only bribed the referees and hired online trolls, but they even contacted assassins from the underworld. They're leaving Chu Fan no way out. We must use every means possible to completely crush him. This is no longer a competition. This is a blatant death threat. The atmosphere in the lounge instantly plummeted to freezing point. Looking at the black card, Lu Xiaopang and his friends felt a chill run from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. They were just students. They had never seen anything like this before. However, Chu Fan's reaction once again exceeded everyone's expectations. He looked at the card that represented a death warning, and instead of fear, a playful smile appeared on his face. He held up 2 fingers, pinched the card between them, and waved it in front of everyone. Then, in front of everyone, he suddenly rubbed it. Laugh. A small cluster of golden flames ignited from his fingertips. The black card instantly turned to ashes in the flames. Chu Fan clapped his hands and blew away the ashes. He turned his head and looked at Su Qingxue beside him, his eyes flashing with a cold light. It seems that if we don't win the championship, we'll be letting down all these people's expectations. Chapter 62 Wang Tang's Madness, Flame Demon Disintegrates. Thump. Thump. Thump! The sound of a heart pounding like a drum echoed throughout the Donghai City gymnasium. This is not the heartbeat of one person. This is the resonance formed by the heartbeats of hundreds of thousands of viewers. Final day. The entire city of Donghai resembles a volcano that has been ignited. Inside the stadium, every seat was taken, the noise was deafening, and the heatwave almost lifted the dome off. Outside the venue, the giant light screens in all the commercial areas and squares were packed with a sea of people. Countless people put down their work and stood in front of various live streaming devices, waiting for this epic showdown to begin. Donghai Education Channel live broadcast room. The barrage of comments was so dense that the screen was completely obscured. It's finally here. I've been waiting for this day for a month. Nobody's letting me get to work today. Go, Chu Xin. Defeat that bastard. Don't dream about it, upstairs. Didn't you see the online expose? Chu Fan is just a gigolo who lives off women, disgusting. Exactly. Young Master Wang is the pride of Donghai City. Today, we will act on behalf of heaven and expose this hypocrite's true colors. Wang Xiao's support team is ready. Wang Xiao will win. Wang Xiao will win. The online battle of public opinion has already reached a fever pitch. The Wang family's massive investment led countless online trolls and uninformed followers to portray Chu Fan as a scheming, despicable, and shameless public enemy. Wang Tang, on the other hand, was portrayed as a warrior who challenged the evil dragon. Black and white are easily reversed under the manipulation of capital. Inside the athletes' tunnel in the stadium, Li Tinia, Lu Xiaopeng, and others clenched their fists nervously, their palms sweaty. Damn it, are these people crazy? Why are they all cursing Brother Chu? Lu Xiaopeng looked at the signs in the audience that read down with the gigolo and trembled with anger. Stop looking. Wang Xiaomei's face turned pale, and she forcibly turned his head back. Believe in Chu Fan, he can definitely do it. Even so, her voice trembled uncontrollably. The opponent is Wang Tong. The opponent is the Wang family. The opponent is this overwhelming malice and injustice. This battle is too difficult. Time's up. Please welcome both contestants to the stage. The broadcast blared out like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Boom! The entire stadium erupted in thunderous cheers. Wang Tong! Wang Tong! Wang Tong! The deafening shouts were almost entirely directed at Wang Tang. Amidst cheers and anticipation from the crowd, Wang Tang, dressed in a custom-made fiery red battlesuit, slowly emerged from the other end of the passage. Beside him followed the increasingly imposing, fiery lion. Today's Wang Tang is different from any other time. His face no longer bore that signature arrogance, instead, it held an almost eerie calm. But beneath that calm lay a pair of eyes burning with madness and savagery. His lips curled into a cruel smile, his eyes fixed on the entrance to the passage where Chu Fan was. That look in his eyes didn't seem like he was looking at an opponent. It was like watching a corpse that he was about to tear apart with his own hands. Strength. An unprecedented power surged within him. He could even hear the sound of his own blood flowing, like lava rolling through a riverbed. He felt that he had already touched the threshold of the third level. All of this was thanks to that scarlet pill. Cost? Screw the price. As long as I can trample Chu Fan under my feet and crush all his dignity and pride here, in front of everyone in Donghai City. As long as Su Qingxue can see with her own eyes just how vulnerable the man she chose is. Even if it were just damage to his future foundation, he would be willing to lose half his life. Chu Fan, today I will show you what despair is. Wang Tong muttered to himself, his smile growing increasingly sinister. At this moment, there was finally some movement at the other end of the passage. Chu Fan and Su Qingxue walked out side by side. One black and one white, like the two polarities of Tai Chi. Chu Fan was still wearing that simple black combat uniform, his expression calm, as if the overwhelming insults and curses around him were just insignificant background noise. Su Qingxue was dressed in white, her exquisite face displaying an icy demeanor that kept everyone at a distance. She felt the gazes cast upon her from the entire room, a mixture of jealousy, disdain, and contempt. She sensed the nauseatingly violent aura emanating from Wang Tang. But her heart was calmer than ever before. Because the person beside her gave her an unparalleled sense of security. The moment the two of them appeared, the almost unanimous cheers in the arena strangely froze for a moment. The insults subsided. They are such a perfect match. The boy's calm and indifferent demeanor, the girl's aloof and peerless beauty. When they stand together, it's like a perfect painting, and no one can interfere. Countless people who were typing insults at Chu Fan in the livestream stopped involuntarily when they saw this scene. Envy. A flame called jealousy is burning fiercely in the hearts of many more people. On what grounds? Why is it that this guy from an ordinary background can win the favor of the goddess? Putting on airs. He looks respectable, but he's actually just a gigolo. Young Master Wang. Tear off his hypocritical mask. After a brief silence, an even more frenzied roar erupted. In the center of the field, the chief referee cleared his throat. He was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. His gaze lingered on Chu Fan for a second, filled with undisguised contempt. The rules for the final are the same as before. The match ends when one side loses the ability to fight or voluntarily concedes defeat. He announced the rules briefly and at top speed, just going through the motions. Then, he turned his gaze to Wang Tong, nodded slightly, and his eyes were full of encouragement and hints. We hope that both sides will stop at the point and uphold the spirit of martial arts. He spoke grand and righteous words, but a cold smile played on his lips. Then, without giving Chu Fan and Su Qingxue any time to prepare, he raised his hand high and swung it down sharply. The match begins. The moment the words fell. Roar. The fiery lion beside Wang Tang suddenly roared to the sky in pain and rage. Boom. Its muscles began to swell and bulge wildly in a way that defied common sense. Grotesque, blood-red lines emerged from beneath its skin, resembling veins of burning magma. Its originally golden red fur quickly turned into an ominous dark red, and the flames burning on its body turned into a deep black. A violent aura, several times stronger than before, suddenly erupted. Flame demon disintegrates. Wang Tang's voice was hoarse and excited. The entire audience gasped in unison. On the podium, the faces of the representatives from all the major powers changed. Su Zhantian's hand suddenly gripped the armrest of the seat tightly. The flame demon disintegrates. This is a forbidden secret technique that the Wang family has kept hidden away. By burning the life essence of the contracted beast, its potential is forcibly overdrawn, and a leapfrog power burst is achieved in a short period of time. This is not the kind of tactic you should use in a competition. This is a desperate, suicidal fighting style. After using this move, even if this A+ grade explosive flame lion doesn't die, its essence will be severely damaged, turning it into a useless beast. The Wang family has gone mad. Wang Tong has gone mad. They've spared no expense to win. The chief referee saw this and a hint of smugness flashed in his eyes. Instead of stopping it, he pretended not to see it and quietly took a few steps back. The battle, from the very first second it began, immediately entered its most brutal and intense phase. Black flames shot up from the raging lion's body. Its size increased dramatically in just a few breaths, and its aura broke through the shackles of the second-tier peak, steadily stepping into the third-tier realm. Chu Fan. Wang Tang's voice was like the howl of a demon from hell. Enjoy the death feast I've prepared for you. Chapter 63 Chu Fan, what makes you think you can win? Boom. A massive black wave of flames swept outwards from the exploding flame lion in all directions. The arena floor, made of a special alloy, sizzled the moment it came into contact with the black flames, and began to melt and turn red in the naked eye. The temperature in the entire stadium soared to a terrifying level in an instant. The audience in the front row felt as if they had been thrown into a blast furnace, the scorching air bringing a burning, stinging sensation as they inhaled it. They screamed and pushed their way to the back of the row, their faces filled with fear. My God! What kind of flame is this? This is terrifying. Is this really a power that a high school student could possess? Donghai Education Channel live broadcast room. After a brief pause, the comments section went completely wild. Holy crap! Holy crap! That's third-tier power. It's definitely third-tier. Wang Tong has gone mad. He actually used a forbidden technique. This fiery lion is finished. To win against Chu Fan, they're even willing to give up their contracted beast? The Wang family really has some nerve. What kind of forbidden technique is this? This is a trump card. This is the awareness of a strong person. What does Chu Fan, that gigolo, have to compare with young Master Wang? It's over, Chu Fan is doomed. There's no way to fight him. On the field. Faced with the oncoming black wave of fire, Chu Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. He grabbed Su Qingxue's waist, pushed off with his feet, and retreated like a ghost. Ice wall. Chu Fan shouted. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Qingxue pushed forward with her jade-like hand. Buzz! A thick ice wall rose from the ground, blocking their path. However, laugh! The ice wall, which was strong enough to withstand the full force of a second-tier peak demon beast, was like a block of ice in summer meeting a branding iron the moment it came into contact with the black flames. It didn't even last a second before it was melted and evaporated, turning into white vapor filling the sky. The aftershocks of the fire swept past. Although Chu Fan and Su Qingxue managed to dodge in time, the edge of their combat suits was still singed, turning into a charred black spot. A nauseating, burnt smell filled the air. Roar! Before they could even get their footing, the raging lion that had transformed into a fire demon had already turned into a black lightning bolt and pounced. Its speed is several times faster than before. Black demonic flames, powerful enough to tear steel, burned on the claws. Left. Chu Fan's voice rang in Su Qingxue's mind. Su Qingxue understood immediately. She lightly touched the ground with her toes and gracefully retreated, instantly creating distance between herself and Chu Fan. Boom! The lion's claws, carrying destructive power, slammed down on the spot where the two had just stood. The hard alloy ground, as smooth as tofu, was directly slammed into a huge claw mark, the edges of which were red and still melting. Having missed its target, the fiery lion did not stop. With a powerful push off the ground with its thick hind legs, it pounced on Su Qingxue, who was even closer to it. Its goal is very clear. Let's cripple this woman first. Wang Tang's ferocious voice echoed throughout the entire venue. Chu Fan, weren't you supposed to protect her? I'd like to see how you're going to protect it. Today, I'm going to tear her to pieces right in front of you. His voice was filled with a morbid pleasure and madness. Watching Su Qingxue teeter on the brink of death under the raging attacks of the flame demon lion, constantly dodging, Wang Tang felt his blood boiling. Happy. That felt so good. This is what power feels like. This is what it feels like to control someone else's life and death. On the podium, Su Zhantian's face was so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. The veins on his hand, which was resting on the armrest, were bulging, and the knuckles were slightly white from the force he was exerting. A master-level aura subtly loomed over the arena. He would not hesitate to take action if Su Qingxue were in any real danger. Even if it means breaking the rules, even if it means being accused of bullying the weak, he is willing to do it. Master, calm down, the butler whispered, Miss can still handle things. Yes, we can manage. To everyone else, Su Qingxue was now completely suppressed and in imminent danger. Every dodge left him looking disheveled. Several times, the claws burning with black flames nearly grazed her body. The hearts of the entire audience were in their throats. Countless admirers of Su Qingxue stood up nervously, clenching their fists and staring intently at the arena. What is that good-for-nothing Chu Fan doing? Why is he leaving School Beauty Su to shoulder all the burden? Exactly. Didn't he say he was going to protect School Beauty Su? Where is he? Hurry up and help. If you don't act soon, School Beauty Su will get hurt. Insults and accusations once again flooded towards Chu Fan. Because at this moment, Chu Fan was simply standing at a distance, motionless. He just watched calmly as Su Qingxue teetered on the brink of life and death, and as Wang Tang's twisted and smug face contorted. There was no trace of anxiety on his face. This indifferent demeanor completely ignited everyone's anger. Rubbish! Coward! You good-for-nothing who lives off a woman. Seeing this, Wang Tang laughed even more wildly. Chu Fan! Do you see this? This is you. A piece of trash who can only hide behind women. Just watch me tear her to pieces. Ha 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 ha. However, no one knows. In Chu Fan's vision, a semi-transparent panel that only he could see was floating above the heads of Wang Tang and the Flame Demon Lion. On the panel, rows of golden data were scrolling rapidly. Target, Wang Tang Human Beast Fusion Pseudo. Status, the forbidden drug blood of the Flame Demon has activated its effects. My life essence is burning, and my mental power is forcibly bound to my contracted beast. Life force loss rate, 18 second. 23 second. 31 second. Overall combat strength assessment, Tier 3, beginner level continuing to decrease. Weakness analysis, extremely unstable energy. The right hind leg knee joint is a power transmission node, and damage there will temporarily block energy circulation. The heart's workload exceeds 300%, and every attack accelerates its own collapse. A subtle, unnoticed smile appeared on Chu Fan's lips. Vitality is slipping away at an unprecedented rate. Every violent attack is digging one's own grave. Wang Teng, how much longer can you hold on? Chu Fan was waiting for a chance to strike decisively. Su Qingxue appeared disheveled, but every dodge and retreat she made was perfectly executed. Those were the optimal solutions that Chu Fan calculated in a fraction of a second through the soul link. It seemed like a perilous situation, but in reality, it was handled with ease. She was using minimal cost to whittle down the enemy's last remaining life. This is their tactic. A dance of death, belonging only to the two of them. Roar! Unable to break through its defenses, the fiery lion grew increasingly frenzied. Suddenly, it opened its blood-red maw, and a black fireball the size of a basketball rapidly condensed within it. An aura of world-destroying power instantly locked onto Su Qingxue. Qingxue! Now! The Ice Phoenix descends. Chu Fan's voice exploded in Su Qingxue's heart. Buzz! A completely different aura suddenly erupted from Su Qingxue's body. It is no longer simply cold, but carries a kind of nobility and majesty that comes from the depths of one's blood. Behind her, a huge phoenix phantom made of ice crystals slowly emerged. The entire room fell silent instantly. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the magnificent and holy phantom of the ice phoenix, speechless with shock. What is that? At that moment, Wang Teng's pupils shrank to the most dangerous pinpoints. Chapter 64 Flaw. How much longer can you hold out? Boom! The moment the phantom of the ice phoenix appeared, the temperature in the entire stadium plummeted. The scorching air seemed to be instantly sucked away by an invisible hand, replaced by a bone-chilling cold. The audience, who were drenched in sweat from the scorching heat, had not yet recovered from the fear of the flame demon when they were suddenly chilled by the cold. The stark contrast between the hot and cold temperatures caused many people to groan in pain on the spot. On the field, the magnificent and holy phantom of the ice phoenix floated silently behind Su Qingxue. Its eyes were half closed, and its posture was noble, as if a god was looking down on the mortal world. A powerful pressure originating from the deepest part of one's bloodline spread out. The once arrogant and domineering flame demon lion trembled uncontrollably the moment it came into contact with this aura. The black fireball in its mouth, which had been condensed to its maximum, also showed a slight unstable fluctuation. This is absolute suppression from the level of life. S-rank talent, Ice Phoenix bloodline. On the podium, a recruitment representative from one of the Empire's top universities muttered incoherently, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a crash, shattering into pieces. He stared intently at the Ice Phoenix void, his eyes filled with fanaticism and disbelief. It really is the Ice Phoenix bloodline. The legendary Divine Beast bloodline. The Su family had been hiding this for so long. This girl. Our Yanhuang No. 1 Martial Arts University is going to have her. Su Zhantian looked at the illusory figure behind his daughter, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes, but more than that, there was an unyielding worry. Using the power of her bloodline was putting too much strain on Qingxue's body. This battle must be won quickly. The entire audience was completely silent at this moment. Their brains are no longer able to process everything that is happening before their eyes. 1 second they were shocked by Wang Teng's forbidden technique and worried about Su Qingxue's situation. The style of the scene changed drastically in that instant. Mythical beasts have descended. This has exceeded their understanding of the word genius. Donghai Education Channel live broadcast room. After a few seconds of pause, the barrage of comments exploded 10 times more frantically than before. What did I see? A phoenix? Was that a phoenix? S-rank talent. This is definitely an S-rank talent. My god. School Beauty Su actually has an S-rank talent. No wonder. No wonder the Su family hid her so well. If other forces found out, they'd be fighting over her like crazy. It's over, Wang Teng has bitten off more than he can chew. An A+ grade is nothing compared to an S grade. Where are those people who criticized Chu Fan for being a kept man? Come out and show yourselves. His girlfriend has S-level talent. Would you take that job if you were her boyfriend? On the field, Wang Teng's face was extremely pale. He stared intently at the illusory image of the Ice Phoenix, the flames of jealousy almost bursting from his eyes and burning him to ashes. S rank. It's an S rank. Why should I? Why does this woman have everything he's ever dreamed of? Family background, beauty, and a talent that could shake the entire empire. He himself had exhausted his family's resources and even resorted to forbidden techniques to ruin his future, only to barely reach the threshold of the third tier. But the opponent easily displayed the form of a divine beast. That's not fair. So what if it's S rank? Wang Tang's expression was completely distorted by jealousy and anger, and he let out a beast-like roar. Today, even if it's a god, I'll slaughter it for you. Roar! Sensing its master's mad will, the flame lion forcibly suppressed the fear in its bloodline and violently spat out the unstable black fireball in its mouth. Boom! The fireball tore through the air, carrying the intent to destroy everything, and headed straight for Su Qingxue. Space itself was visibly distorted along the path of the fireball. This attack is enough to instantly kill any creature below the third rank. However, just as the fireball was about to hit, an extremely calm voice rang in Su Qingxue's mind. He's burning the candle at both ends. If this drags on, he'll collapse. It's Chu Fan. System analysis results: the target's health loss rate has reached 45 seconds. For every 1% increase in attack power, the health loss rate increases by 5%. Optimal tactic: extreme hit and run tactics, attrition warfare, waiting for a fatal opening. Chu Fan instantly conveyed the system's analysis results to Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue understood immediately. Facing that potentially deadly fireball, the illusory ice phoenix behind her suddenly opened its eyes. Buzz! A curtain of ice blue light spread out like ripples. There was no earth-shattering noise. The black fireball seemed to sink into quagmire the moment it hit the light barrier, its speed decreasing drastically. The black demonic flames on the surface of the fireball collided and annihilated with the extreme cold air on the light screen, emitting a hissing sound and sending up large swaths of white mist. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Su Qingxue lightly touched the ground with her toes, transforming into a white afterimage as she gracefully retreated to the side and rear. Her movements were light and agile, like a butterfly dancing on the tip of a knife. Boom! The fireball eventually burst through the light barrier and crashed into the spot where Su Qingxue had just been standing. A massive, charred crater, several times larger than the previous claw-mark crater, appeared in the center of the arena. Molten iron splashed everywhere. Hide? Let's see how long you can hide. Undeterred by his initial failure, Wang Tang became even more frenzied, commanding the flame demon lion to launch a relentless and furious pursuit of Su Qingxi. Claws tear through the air. Demonic flames, scorching the earth. The entire arena instantly transformed into a living hell. But Su Qingxue has changed. If she had previously been passively dodging under Chu Fan's command, at this moment, with the blessing of the Ice Phoenix bloodline, she has completely taken the initiative. Every dodge and every movement she made was like a gazelle leaping off a cliff, leaving no trace. It seemed extremely dangerous, with several close calls to the claws burning with demonic flames, but each time he managed to dodge them unscathed at the most critical fraction of a second, from an unbelievable angle. She was like a top dancer, performing the most magnificent waltz on the edge of destruction and death. Her opponent, the raging flame demon lion, was like a clumsy bear being toyed with. Every all-out attack only resulted in rubble and dust. The audience was stunned. Is this really a battle? This is clearly a one-sided farce. How could this be? How could this happen? Wang Tang's attacks are completely missing. School Beauty Su's movements are terrifying. Is this really something a human can do? Look! Chu Fan! He's standing still again. All eyes were once again focused on the boy who had stood outside the battle circle from beginning to end. He remained standing there calmly. But this time, no one dared to call him a coward or a piece of trash. Because everyone could see it. Su Qingxue's superb movement skills, each perfectly executed dodge. It's definitely related to him. This is no longer a one-man battle. These are two people fighting together in a way they can't even comprehend. Wang Tang became increasingly agitated and alarmed as the fight progressed. He could clearly feel that his own power and that of the fiery lion were rapidly dissipating. The forbidden technique Flame Demon Disintegration has a limited duration. Every attack is a burning of life. His breathing began to become heavy. The movements of the Flame Demon Lion also began to stiffen slightly. The towering black demonic flames on its body had unknowingly dimmed slightly. No! We can't delay any longer. If this drags on any longer, we'll collapse before we can even defeat them. Roar! Wang Tang made a desperate gamble, forcefully urging his power once more. The Flame Demon Lion suddenly stood upright, its two giant claws burning with black flames raised high, and with the force of Mount Tai crashing down, it slammed down fiercely towards Su Qingxue. This attack sealed off all of Su Qingshue's evasion routes. This is the final, all-or-nothing strike. However, this was the moment that Chu Fan had been waiting for. Because he forcibly activated all his power, Wang Teng paused for half a second while taking a breath. This is a negligible amount of time in normal combat. But at this moment, it is the most fatal flaw. Chu Fan's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. His voice, like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploded deep within Su Qingshue's soul. Now! Su Qingxue, who had been waiting for the right moment, suddenly felt a surge of killing intent in her eyes. Instead of retreating, she charged forward, facing the colossal, world-destroying claw. As she charged forward, the illusory image of the ice phoenix behind her rapidly solidified, transforming into a stream of light that merged into her body. Buzz! Su Qingshue's entire body radiated a dazzling ice-blue light. At her fingertips, a crystal-clear, icy blue liquid, seemingly containing the coldest chill in the world, slowly condensed. Tears of the Ice Phoenix. Chapter 65 Hell? I'd been waiting for you for a long time. The entire room fell silent. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone's movements were frozen on their faces. The raging fiery demon's giant claw was only inches away from Su Qingshue's head. The black demonic flames, powerful enough to melt gold and iron, had already reached the tips of her hair. But Su Qingshuo, instead of retreating, advanced in the face of this earth-shattering attack. This scene made everyone's hearts stop beating. Has she gone mad? On the podium, Su Zhantian suddenly stood up from his seat, his Grandmaster-level aura no longer able to be suppressed, and he erupted with a roar. He's about to make his move. However, in the next instant, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he froze in place. Because he saw it. A drop of icy blue liquid drifted from Su Qingshue's fingertip. That drop of liquid was very small. So small that it is almost negligible on such a vast battlefield. But the moment it appeared, the biting cold in the entire stadium instantly intensified 100-fold. Visible icy blue crystals even condensed in the air and drifted down. That drop of liquid made no astonishing noise, nor did it possess any earth-shattering aura. It simply flew upwards quietly and gently. They faced the enormous black claw that blotted out the sky. Its speed is not fast, and its trajectory is clear. It resembles a snowflake, drifting upstream in a blizzard. Fragile. And yet, resolute. Tears of the Ice Phoenix. This is the ultimate manifestation of the power of the Ice Phoenix bloodline. It's an S-rank talent, the most fundamental power. What is that? A drop of water? What the hell? She's trying to block Wang Tang's full-force attack with a single drop of water? In the audience, someone asked incredulously. But the true powerhouses present all changed their expressions. The recruitment representatives from various powerful forces all jumped up from their seats, staring intently at the drop of icy blue liquid, their eyes filled with shock and greed. The power of origin. That is the power of the bloodline's origin. My God. She's already achieved this level of control. Monster. What a monster. On the field, Wang Tang also saw the drop of icy blue liquid. An unprecedented fear, originating from the depths of his soul, instantly gripped his heart. He didn't know what it was. But he could sense that thing could kill him. No! He let out a hoarse roar, frantically channeling all the power within his body into the giant claws of the fiery lion. Take the picture. Smash it. Crush that woman into dust. Black flames surged from the giant claws of the fiery demon. The speed of the fall increased even more. However, it was all too late. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, the drop of icy blue, ice phoenix tear, gently touched the enormous claw of the flame demon. There was no earth-shattering explosion as expected. There is no cataclysmic energy clash. Everything happened silently. Laugh. A sound so faint it was almost inaudible. The drop of icy blue liquid vanished instantly upon contact with the black giant claw, like water seeping into a sponge. Then, time seemed to slow down at this moment. Centered on the point where the drop of liquid merges, a layer of icy blue frost, visible to the naked eye, began to spread wildly at an incredible speed. 1 second. Just 1 second. The giant claw, burning with raging black demonic flames, was completely frozen. The black flames, like a fire whose fuel had been cut off, went out instantly. The icy blue frost marks continued relentlessly upwards along the giant claw. Arm. Shoulder. Chest. The massive and ferocious body of the fiery lion was completely frozen in just a few breaths. It still retains its imposing, towering posture, but it has already transformed into a crystal-clear ice sculpture. Within the ice sculpture, the pair of ferocious beastly eyes still retained a trace of fear and bewilderment. The entire room fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Hundreds of thousands of spectators stared wide-eyed and gaped, as if they had been collectively petrified. Their brains have completely shut down. What did they see? A single drop of water froze a third-tier fire demon? Is this some kind of mythological movie? Donghai Education Channel live broadcast room. The barrage of comments that had been flooding the screen suddenly and mysteriously vanished completely at that moment. The screen was blank. It was as if tens of millions of viewers across the internet had all lost their internet access at the same time. Puff! In the center of the arena, a piercing scream shattered the deathly silence. Wang Teng, who had merged with the flame demon lion, was struck as if by lightning. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and like a kite with a broken string, he flew backward and crashed heavily onto the ground more than 10 meters away. The muscles on his body that had bulged due to the forbidden technique deflated like a punctured balloon, quickly shriveling up. The eerie blood-red patterns also faded away rapidly. He returned to his original form, but his face was ashen, his body was convulsing, and his breath was extremely weak. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Teng lay on the ground, coughing violently, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth with each cough. He could feel that the contract link between himself and the blazing lion had been forcibly severed by an irresistible force of extreme cold. His contracted beast. It's ruined. His path in martial arts. It's useless now. We lost. He lost. The defeat was so complete and so decisive. He used all his trump cards, even at the cost of ruining his future, only to be met with such utter humiliation. After an extremely silent period, the entire venue erupted in a thunderous roar. Holy crap! We won? A counter kill. A miraculous comeback. My god! School Beauty Sue is awesome. S-level talent. A goddess forever. That's what a goddess is. What kind of skill is that? It's so cool. Those viewers who were previously furiously insulting Chu Fan and cheering for Wang Teng have all switched sides now. They stood up excitedly, waving their arms and cheering wildly for this amazing comeback. The strong are always worthy of respect. After being stunned for a good 10 seconds, Li Tinia, Lu Xiaopang, and the others suddenly jumped up, hugged each other excitedly, and cried and laughed at the same time. We won. Brother Chu won. I knew it. I knew it. On the platform, Su Zhantian slowly sat back down, his clenched fist finally relaxing. A genuine, heartfelt smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. The chief referee was completely dumbfounded by the scene before him. The color drained from his face at a visible speed, turning him even paler than Wang Teng. How so? That's not how the script was written. The benefits promised by the Wang family, and the future they pledged, all vanished in an instant. He subconsciously looked in Su Zhantian's direction, only to see a chilling gaze. It's over. He knew he was finished. 19. The referee, his voice trembling, began the countdown. All he wants now is for this nightmare to end soon. On the field. Su Qingxue landed slowly, her face somewhat pale. That attack just now almost drained all her strength. She looked at Wang Teng lying on the ground in the distance, like a dead dog, her cold eyes devoid of any emotion. Chu Fan appeared beside her and gently supported her. Are you all right? His voice was very soft. It's nothing. Su Qingxue shook her head, feeling the warm energy coming from his palm, and the weakness in her body was quickly easing. She looked at Chu Fan's profile with a complicated expression. The timing of that fatal blow was given by him again. This man seemed to possess eyes that could see into the future. 8, 7, 6. The referee's countdown continued. The entire audience was waiting for the moment when the champion would be crowned. However, just as the chief referee was about to count to 1, he, a strange laugh came from the ground. The laughter was hoarse and low, filled with endless resentment and madness. All eyes were once again focused on Wang Teng. He used his elbows to support himself on the ground and struggled to get up little by little. His face was still covered in blood, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. It was the look in the eyes of a gambler who had lost everything and gone completely insane. You think this is the end? Wang Tang raised his head, staring intently at Chu Fan, a ferocious grin spreading across his face. The entire audience erupted in uproar. He was actually able to stand up? The referee's countdown also stopped. Chu Fan's brows furrowed slightly. A bad feeling crept into his heart. Just then, Wang Tang laughed wildly and pulled something out of his pocket. That was a pill. A pill that was entirely scarlet, as if it were formed from congealed blood, with wisps of black mist swirling around its surface. An extremely ominous and malevolent aura emanated from that pill. That is. On the podium, a well-informed representative of a powerful force exclaimed in shock. A banned drug. A real banned drug. The blood of the mad god from the pantheon. He's gone mad. He's really gone mad. Does he not even care about his life? The aura of that pill sent chills down everyone's spine. That was pure, chaotic, and destructive power. Amidst the horrified gazes of tens of thousands of people in the audience, Wang Tang tilted his head back and swallowed the scarlet pill in one gulp. Chu Fan. He let out a roar that was not human, filled with endless pain and pleasure. This is the real hell I prepared for you. Chapter 66 Fusion. This is the real hell. Stop. Wang Tang. How dare you? Two loud shouts rang out simultaneously from the podium. One of them was the chief referee, who was filled with fear and a fierce but cowardly demeanor. The other one was Su Zhantian's, carrying the boundless rage of a grandmaster. A terrifying aura, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing, instantly enveloped the entire arena. However, it was all too late. The scarlet pill has already been swallowed. Wang Tang's body stiffened abruptly the moment he swallowed the pill. The next second. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, inhuman and utterly shrill, burst forth from the depths of his throat. His body convulsed and arched violently, like a shrimp thrown into a pile of hot irons. Beneath the skin, it seemed as if countless venomous snakes were writhing wildly, supporting terrifying blood-red veins. These tendons spread wildly from his heart to his limbs and bones. They sizzled under his skin like red-hot iron wires, sending up plumes of blood-red mist. His combat uniform instantly turned to ashes under the eerie high temperature. Madman! He really ate it. That's the blood of the mad god from the pantheon. If you eat this, even if you win, you'll be completely ruined. Even a god couldn't save you. The bigwigs on the podium completely lost their composure. They stood up one by one, staring intently at the crimson energy in the center of the arena that was constantly twisting and expanding, their faces filled with horror and disbelief. Pantheon religion. That forbidden cult, like the cancer of an empire, feared by all. How did their stuff end up in the Donghai City High School League? It's still about the eldest son of the Wang family. The head of the Wang family was deathly pale and trembling all over. He looked at his son screaming in pain in the arena, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. He knew about the blood of the mad god. But he didn't know that his son had this thing, let alone that he would dare to eat it in such a situation. It's over. The Wang family is finished. On the field, the changes continue. The crimson energy enveloping Wang Tang grew increasingly dense, like a beating heart. What happened next was even more chilling. The ice sculpture of the flame demon lion, which had been frozen in ice, began to melt rapidly under the erosion of the crimson energy. No, it's not melting. It was swallowed up. The crimson energy, like concentrated sulfuric acid imbued with life, enveloped the ancient, icy layer, along with the raging lion whose very life essence had been frozen within it. Roar! A woo! The fiery lion let out intermittent howls filled with endless pain. Its massive body began to twist and deform within the blood-red energy cocoon, as if it were being forcibly kneaded, torn apart, and then reassembled by an unseen force. Wang Tang's roar and the wailing of the exploding flame lion intertwined, forming a symphony from hell. Everyone present felt their hair stand on end and a chill run down their spine. This is... The referee's voice trembled as he looked at the constantly writhing, expanding, blood-red cocoon of flesh. A word that was explicitly prohibited by the League's strictest laws surfaced in his mind. Forced fusion of humans and animals. These words caused an uproar in the audience. What? Forced fusion of humans and animals? Is it that forbidden technique that forcibly merges a human and a contracted beast into a single monster using evil magic? I've only ever read about it in history books. It's said that those who are fused with it completely lose their minds, turning into monsters that only know how to kill, and they don't even live a day. Wang Tang, is he out of his mind? The audience retreated in terror, as if the blood-red cocoon were some prehistoric beast that might burst out at any moment and tear them apart. Donghai Education Channel live broadcast room. The comments section has completely gone crazy. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Are you kidding me? Are you going to go this far? Live streaming forbidden techniques? He's gone mad. Wang Tung has completely lost his mind. He's trying to turn himself into a monster. The Pantheon. I see signs of the Pantheon. Something big is about to happen in Donghai City. Quickly! Cut off the live stream. This footage must not be broadcast. Screw that. I just want to see Godslayer. This is the real Godslayer. Sidelines of the game. Xu Fan's expression was more solemn than ever before. He shielded the weakened Su Qingxue behind him, his eyes fixed on the blood-red cocoon that exuded an endless aura of evil. The God-level analysis system issued its first piercing alarm. Warning! Extremely dangerous forbidden energy reaction detected. The energy level is breaking through a critical point. Unable to parse. The target structure is undergoing a chaotic transformation. Warning! Host, please evacuate immediately. This is the first time the system has given the prompts unable to resolve and evacuate immediately. Xu Fan's heart sank. He could sense that the thing inside the fleshy cocoon was undergoing a qualitative change. Its life force is rising wildly in an unbelievable way. Level 3 Beginner. Intermediate Tier 3. Tier 3 Advanced. It's still climbing. Qingxue, step back to the sidelines first, Xu Fan said in a low voice. No. Su Qingxue shook her head, forcing herself to stand up straight and stand side by side with Xu Fan. I can still fight. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was unusually firm. The Ice Phoenix bloodline within her was stirring restlessly. That's a reaction that only occurs when encountering a natural enemy. Xu Fan glanced at her but didn't try to persuade her further. He knew that making her step down at this moment would be worse than killing her. Their hands clasped together without them even realizing it. Bang! 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 From within the blood-red cocoon of flesh, a heavy yet powerful heartbeat could be heard. Every jump sent tremors through the entire stadium. That evil, chaotic, and tyrannical aura also reached its peak. Finally. At the moment when it climbs to a certain critical point. Click. A crisp sound. A crack appeared on the blood-red flesh cocoon. Then came the second, the third. The dense cracks, like a spider web, instantly covered the entire fleshy cocoon. Boom! The next second, the fleshy cocoon burst open. Countless blood-red energy fragments shot out in all directions, creating bottomless craters in the alloy ground. A gigantic figure slowly emerged from the blood mist. The moment the figure was clearly seen, hundreds of thousands of people in the audience gasped in unison. That was a monster, over 3 meters tall, beyond description. Its lower body still resembles a raging lion, with thick limbs, bulging muscles, and sharp claws that gleam with a dark, cold light. But its upper body is in human form. However, what covered the body was no longer skin, but a layer of dark red, keratin-like, strange armor. An inextinguishable black demonic flame burns atop the armor. Its head is a terrifying combination of human and lion. Half of it was Wang Tang's face, distorted by extreme pain, and the other half was the ferocious beastly face of the blazing lion. The two faces blended together perfectly. What's most terrifying is its eyes. Those were a pair of beastly eyes, completely devoid of any human emotion, burning with pure black flames. Inside, there was only chaos, slaughter, and destruction. This is power. A hoarse, murky sound, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together, came intermittently from the mouth of that face. The monster slowly raised its claw, which had become completely beast-like and was burning with demonic flames, as if admiring its masterpiece. Feeling the unprecedented, seemingly world-destroying power within its body, a strange, satisfied smile appeared on its half-human face. It, or rather it, suddenly raised its head. Those beastly eyes, burning with black flames, locked onto Xu Fan from a distance of tens of meters. A terrifying killing intent, far exceeding anything seen before, like a tangible tsunami, swept over Xu Fan and Su Qingxue, overwhelming them. Xu Fan. 2 more words came out of the monster's mouth. Its voice was filled with endless resentment and madness. "This is the real hell I prepared for you. Now, feel despair." Before he could finish speaking, boom! The alloy ground beneath the monster's feet suddenly exploded. Its figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Chapter 67. Your woman, I'll cripple her first. Boom! The half-human, half-lion monster merely took one step forward. The entire stadium suddenly shook. Centered on its landing point, the hard alloy ground, as if struck by an invisible giant hammer, instantly caved in, and spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly in all directions. A sudden gust of wind, carrying the smell of sulfur and burning, rose out of nowhere and swept across the entire area. In front of the podium, the energy shield that had been set up by several powerful individuals was now emitting a mournful humming sound under the impact of this wind pressure, and its surface was rippled violently with visible force. Such a strong sense of oppression. Is this really the peak of the 3rd tier? I feel like he's even more terrifying than the 4th tier grandmasters I've ever seen. This is no longer a competition. This is a monster. This is a natural disaster. In the audience, those who were close by were thrown about by the shockwave, and some even fainted from bleeding from their mouths and noses due to the evil aura. Panic spread like a plague. People screamed and cried, pushing and trampling towards the exit without regard for anything else, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. They were scared. They were really scared. What they were looking at was completely beyond their comprehension. This is no longer a contest between students, it's a bloody, life or death battle. Stabilize the shield. On the platform, the chief referee let out a hoarse roar. He and several other bigwigs desperately poured energy into the shield, barely managing to stabilize it. But their faces were filled with shock and solemnity. This monster is too strong. That's ridiculously powerful. The mere leak of their aura was enough to shake the defenses they had jointly set up. If it is allowed to run rampant in the field, the consequences will be unimaginable. Su Zhantian's face was so gloomy it looked like it was about to drip water. He stared intently at the monster in the arena, his aura of a grandmaster completely locked on, ready to strike with lightning speed at any moment. But he cannot act rashly. Once he makes his move, it means the match is over, and Xu Fan and Su Qingxue will lose their championship qualification. More importantly, he wanted to see just how far Xu Fan, the man chosen by his daughter, could go in the face of this level of despair. Center of the field. Xu Fan and Su Qingxue are currently experiencing the direct impact of that terrifying pressure. That pressure, like billions of tons of seawater, squeezed in from all directions, trying to grind their bones into powder. Su Qingxue's face turned even paler. She had just exhausted the power of her bloodline's origin, and this was the moment when she was at her weakest. Faced with this evil and chaotic aura, the Ice Phoenix bloodline within her instinctively produced a strong rejection reaction, causing the circulation of energy within her body to become sluggish. Xu Fan immediately stepped forward, shielding most of Su Qingxue's body behind him, and shouldered more than 70% of the pressure on his own. His legs trembled slightly, and the alloy floor beneath his feet had already left 2 shallow footprints due to the immense pressure. Insignificant. Compared to that monster, which was over 3 meters tall and burning with black demonic flames, the two of them appeared so small. Like 2 blades of grass in a storm, they could be uprooted and torn to pieces at any moment. Donghai Education Channel Live Broadcast Room. After a brief period of chaos, the comments section was once again flooded with feelings of despair. It's over. How are we supposed to fight now? They're not even in the same league. A complete and utter domination in terms of power, speed, and momentum. Where's the referee? Where's the head of the Su family? Hurry up and intervene. Someone's going to die if we don't act now. Xu Fan, admit defeat. This isn't the time to play the hero. It's no use. Look into that monster's eyes. It's lost its mind. Its only goal is to kill Xu Fan. Giving up won't help. The monster's eyes, burning with black flames, remained fixed on Xu Fan. It seemed to enjoy Xu Fan's struggle and insignificance at this moment. On the half of its face that belonged to Wang Tang, an extremely cruel and twisted smile appeared. Did you see that? Xu Fan. This is power. It slowly raised a claw burning with demonic flames and casually swung it at the air beside it. Sizzle. The air was torn apart. A black claw mark appeared out of thin air, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, and slammed into the energy shield at the edge of the arena. Boom! A loud bang. The energy shield, erected by several powerful individuals and capable of withstanding the bombardment of several missiles, began to shake violently under this claw attack. Click! A crisp, chilling cracking sound rang out. A visible crack appeared on the protective shield. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's breath caught in their throats at that moment. That's an unshakable protective formation for anyone below the Grandmaster level. It turns out, it cracked after just one claw strike? Run! Run! Someone shouted something. The spectators near the crack in the shield panicked like cats whose tails had been stepped on, scrambling away in all directions, fearing that the monster would smash the shield with a single swipe and unleash a massacre. On the platform, the chief referee and others looked deathly pale. They felt a powerful force coming from the protective shield, which made their blood surge and they almost spit out a mouthful of blood. How can we fight like this? This is no longer a situation they can control. The monster seemed very pleased with its masterpiece. It slowly retracted its claws, and its beastly eyes, burning with chaos and destruction, turned once more towards Chu Fan and Su Qingxue. Its gaze lingered for a moment on Su Qingxue's face, which appeared even more pitiful due to her weakness. A hint of greed and jealousy flickered across the half of the face. Your woman is so beautiful. A hoarse voice filled with undisguised desire. What a pity, it's about to turn into a pile of rotten flesh. I'll cripple her first. Before he could finish speaking. Boom! The ground beneath the monster's feet suddenly exploded, creating a deep crater. Its figure vanished from the spot in an instant. That's too fast. Its speed has completely broken the sound barrier, leaving not even a trace. Chu Fan's pupils suddenly contracted to their maximum size. God-level analysis, the system is frantically issuing alarms. Warning! The target's speed has exceeded the host's dynamic visual capture limit. Warning! Threat level. Lethal. Almost at the same instant the system notification sounded. A scorching gust of wind is already hitting us. The enormous figure, burning with black demonic flames, appeared in front of Su Qingxue as if by teleportation. That terrifying claw, powerful enough to tear apart the energy shield, slammed down towards Su Qingxue's head with an aura of annihilation. Chapter 68. Don't be afraid, leave it to me. That's too fast. It's so fast my eyes can't keep up. My mind went completely blank. The moment the scorching wind, mixed with the acrid smell of sulfur, hit her face, Su Qingxue snapped back to reality. The terrifying figure, over 3 meters tall and engulfed in black demonic flames, had broken through the spatial barrier and appeared before her. On the half of its face that belonged to Wang Tong, a ferocious yet satisfied smile was on its face. Her face, pale with shock, was reflected in those beastly eyes burning with destructive flames. The terrifying claw, larger than her body and powerful enough to tear through the energy shield, was raised high, blocking out all the light above her head. The shadow of death instantly enveloped her. Time seemed to slow down infinitely at this moment. She could clearly see the black demonic flames burning on every inch of those claws. You can feel the scorching heat emanating from the demonic flames, a heat that threatens to burn your soul to ashes. Her brain was frantically issuing commands. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Unleash the Ice Phoenix bloodline. Counterattack. However, my body felt frozen and I couldn't move. It's not because of fear. It was because that Tears of the Ice Phoenix had drained almost all of her power. The spiritual energy within her body had dried up. The Ice Phoenix bloodline has also fallen into an unprecedented state of weakness. She no longer had the strength to fight. He could only watch helplessly as that sharp claw, with its earth-shattering power, slammed down on his head. Donghai Education Channel Live Broadcast Room. No. Su, the school beauty. Help. Referee. Patriarch Su. What are you doing? Are you just going to watch her die? In that instant, the barrage of comments was flooded with countless screams and wails. Countless spectators screamed, and some even closed their eyes in terror, unable to bear watching the bloody scene that followed. On the podium. For the first time, shock and panic appeared on Su Zhantian's perpetually icy face. His aura as a grandmaster suddenly erupted, causing the entire platform to shake violently. You beast! How dare you! He roared, his figure blurred, and he was about to rush into the arena. But in the end, we were still a step too late. The monster disappeared, reappeared, and then attacked. The whole process took less than a blink of an eye. They're too close. Even if he were a grandmaster, it would be too late to save him. It's over. At this moment, Su Zhantian's heart sank into an abyss. He could almost see his proud daughter being smashed into a bloody mess by that demonic claw in the next second. However, just as that demonic claw was about to strike, a figure that was not particularly tall, and even appeared somewhat thin in the face of the monster, appeared in front of Su Qingxue without warning. It's Chu Fan. He didn't know when he broke free from that terrifying pressure. He did not choose to retreat or dodge. Instead, they took the initiative to meet it head-on with a resolute and even tragic attitude. He spread his arms wide, like a wall, completely protecting Su Qingxue behind him. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Su Qingxue's pupils suddenly contracted to their maximum size. She looked at the figure in front of her from behind. This is the figure that sheltered her from countless moments of despair. Her mind was blank. No. A hoarse syllable squeezed out of her throat. The next second. Boom! A deafening roar seemed to explode deep within everyone's soul. The terrifying claw, burning with black demonic flames, slammed solidly into Chu Fan's chest. Puff! Chu Fan's body, in the face of that terrifying power, was like a sandbag being struck head-on by a battering ram. His chest caved in instantly in a visible arc. A mouthful of blood, like a dazzling crimson firework, gushed from his mouth, splattering all over Su Qingxue behind him. Warm, slightly fishy sweet liquid splashed onto Su Qingxue's face. Her cold body trembled violently. Chu Fan was struck as if by a speeding train, turning into a blur as he flew backward. Boom! His back slammed heavily into the energy shield dozens of meters away. The seemingly indestructible energy shield, erected by several powerful individuals, trembled violently upon impact, letting out a mournful cry of despair. Then, Chu Fan's body slid off the protective shield like a lump of mud and crashed onto the cold alloy floor. Not moving at all. Blood spread rapidly from beneath him, staining a large area of the ground red. The entire venue was deathly silent. The cheers, screams, and shouts of hundreds of thousands of people seemed to be instantly cut off by an invisible hand. Everyone stared wide-eyed and gaped, dumbfounded at the bloody scene in the center of the arena. The chat in the live stream also mysteriously stopped. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The smiles on Li Tiniu's and Lu Xiaopeng's faces froze. As they looked at the figure lying in a pool of blood, the excitement and joy in their eyes gradually faded, turning into unbelievable horror. On the podium, Su Zhantian, who had just stood up, froze. He looked at the boy who was willing to use his own body as a shield to protect his daughter, and felt a mix of emotions. Shock, anger, and a hint of approval that he himself was unaware of. The monster slowly retracted its claws. On the half of its face that belonged to Wang Tang, an expression of extreme confusion appeared. It seemed unable to understand why this tiny ant dared to take its attack head-on. Why would he die for a woman? Heh, he. The monster let out a laugh that was difficult to decipher. It didn't look at Chu Fan again. In its eyes, the person who had taken a bite from its claw was already dead. Its gaze turned to Su Qingxue once again. Its target, from beginning to end, has always been this woman who makes it jealous and drives it crazy. However, when it saw Su Qingxue's appearance clearly, its beastly eyes, burning with destructive flames, suddenly shrank. Su Qingxue stood quietly in place. She kept her head down, making it impossible to see her expression. Her white combat uniform was now stained a glaring red with Chu Fan's blood. A few drops of warm blood slid slowly down her fair cheeks, like drops of blood-red tears. An indescribable, extremely cold aura was spreading wildly from her body. That chill was no longer the kind of cold that carried a sense of liveliness and holiness. Rather, it is a kind of absolute zero, pure and lifeless, that will drag the entire world into eternal freezing. Click. Click. Centered on her feet, a layer of solid, icy blue ice began to spread wildly outwards. Countless icy blue crystals appeared out of thin air and frantically converged on her. The space behind her began to distort and collapse. A gigantic, clearer, and more solidified phantom of an ice phoenix slowly emerged. The phantom's eyes were no longer as lively and noble as before. Instead, it was a bottomless, icy blue vortex. Run away. After witnessing Chu Fan shield her from a fatal blow, the S-rank Ice Phoenix bloodline showed signs of going completely berserk. The monster seemed to sense the terrifying chill as well, letting out a low growl and instinctively taking a half step back. It could sense that the woman in front of it was becoming more dangerous than it. Just then, a faint, slightly hoarse voice broke the suffocating silence. Cough, cough, cough. The figure lying in the pool of blood stirred. He used his arms to support himself on the ground, struggling, little by little, to try to stand up. He instantly drew everyone's attention. He's not dead? He's still alive? After enduring the monster's attack, he was still able to move? Don't! Chu Fan forced himself to stand up and looked up in Su Qingshue's direction. He saw the illusory image of the ice phoenix about to go out of control behind her, and the madness in her eyes that could freeze everything. He knew that once Su Qingshue's bloodline went completely berserk, she would gain immense power. But the price will be that her sanity will be completely devoured, and the very essence of her life will be burned away. She will die. Don't be afraid. Chu Fan struggled to get up from the ground. His chest was a bloody mess, and you could even see the white bones. Every movement was accompanied by excruciating pain. But he still stood up straight. He raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then, he gave the girl, who was on the verge of losing control, a slightly pale but still reassuring smile. Leave it to me. Chapter 69 Soul Resonance, Let the World Witness Our Power. The claw, burning with demonic flames, tore through the air and, carrying an unparalleled aura of destruction, slammed solidly into Chu Fan's chest. Boom! The deafening roar shook the very soul. Chu Fan's body was struck head-on by a battering ram, his chest visibly caved in, and he flew backward in a blur, spitting out blood. The warm liquid splashed all over Su Qingshue's face. The glaring red and the sweet, metallic scent sent a shiver through her cold body, and her mind went completely blank. No! A hoarse syllable squeezed out of her throat. She watched helplessly as Chu Fan crashed heavily into the energy shield in the distance, then slid to the ground like a lump of mud, a pool of blood quickly spreading beneath him. The entire venue was deathly silent. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The monster slowly retracted its claws, and confusion appeared on the half of Wang Teng's face. It seemed unable to understand why this ant dared to take its blow head-on. Why would you die for a woman? Its gaze shifted back to Su Qingxue, its target remaining the woman it envied to the point of madness. However, when it saw Su Qingshue's appearance clearly, its beastly eyes, burning with destructive flames, suddenly shrank. Su Qingxue stood quietly in place. She kept her head down, making it impossible to see her expression. Her white combat uniform was stained red with Chu Fan's blood. A few drops of warm blood slid down her fair cheeks, like drops of bloody tears. An indescribable, extremely cold aura was spreading wildly from her body. That was no longer the liveliness and purity of before. Rather, it is a pure, deathly stillness that will drag the entire world into an eternally frozen absolute zero. Click. Click. The solid, icy blue ice spread wildly outwards from her feet. Countless icy blue crystals appeared out of thin air and frantically converged on her. The space behind her began to distort and collapse. A phantom of an ice phoenix, clearer and more solid than ever before, slowly emerged. The phantom's eyes were no longer lively and noble. Instead, it was a bottomless, icy blue vortex. Run away. After witnessing Chu Fan shield her from a fatal blow, the S-rank Ice Phoenix bloodline showed signs of going completely berserk. The monster seemed to sense the terrifying chill as well, letting out a low growl and instinctively taking a half step back. It could sense that the woman in front of it was becoming more dangerous than it. Just then, a faint, slightly hoarse voice broke the suffocating silence. Cough, cough, cough. The figure lying in the pool of blood stirred. He used his arms to support himself on the ground, struggling, little by little, to try to stand up. He instantly drew everyone's attention. He's not dead? He's still alive? After enduring the monster's attack, he was still able to move? Don't! Chu Fan forced himself to stand up and looked up in Su Qingshue's direction. He saw the illusory image of the ice phoenix about to go out of control behind her, and the madness in her eyes that could freeze everything. He knew that once Su Qingshue's bloodline went completely berserk, she would gain immense power. But the price will be that her sanity will be completely devoured, and the very essence of her life will be burned away. She will die. Don't be afraid. Chu Fan struggled to get up from the ground. His chest was a bloody mess, and you could even see the white bones. Every movement was accompanied by excruciating pain. But he still stood up straight. He raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then, he gave the girl, who was on the verge of losing control, a slightly pale but still reassuring smile. Leave it to me. These 3 words were like a warm current, instantly piercing through the layers of ice in Su Qingshue's heart. The swirling, icy blue vortex in her eyes paused slightly. She looked at the man whose chest was caved in and who was covered in blood, yet still stood straight in front of her. My eyes welled up with tears without warning. A single, glistening tear uncontrollably slid down from the corner of her eye. Chu Fan. Her voice was choked with sobs. Chu Fan walked towards her step by step, with great difficulty. His steps were slow and heavy. Each step left a clear bloody footprint on the ground. The monster seemed to be enraged by the still-alive ant. It roared and was about to pounce again. But Chu Fan simply looked at it calmly, his eyes showing no fear or hesitation, only a deep golden light flowing within them. The God-level analysis system is operating at an unprecedented speed. Warning. Host's vital signs are below 10%. Warning. High-frequency resonance detected between the host's mental energy and the contracted target Su Qingxue. Analysis in progress. The resonant frequency is approaching perfect synchronization. The trigger condition for a legendary status has been discovered. Soul resonance. Solution being generated. Chu Fan walked up to Su Qingxue. He didn't say a word, but simply extended his blood-stained hand. Su Qingxue looked at that hand. That hand had pulled her out of the abyss of icy poison when she was at her most desperate. That hand had guided her through countless battles. Now, that hand is reaching out to her again. Without hesitation, Su Qingxue placed her cold, trembling hand on it. The moment when 2 hands clasped together. Buzz. Chu Fan's spiritual power, like a floodgate opened, surged unreservedly into Su Qingxue's spiritual world. He opened up everything about himself. Memory, emotion, will. Su Qingxue's body trembled violently. She sensed it. She sensed Chu Fan's unwavering determination. I sensed his calmness and determination in the face of adversity. She felt his unwavering, selfless protection of her. Her heart, frozen by the surge of blood, melted instantly. She also let down all her defenses. At this moment, the 2 spiritual forces transcended the boundaries of the physical body and merged perfectly together. No more distinction between us. This is the resonance of soul and will. Legend has it that only a beastmaster and his contracted beast whose mental frequencies are perfectly synchronized can trigger this ultimate state. Boom! An unprecedented and terrifying power erupted from their clasped hands. 1 beam of ice and 1 beam of gold, 2 dazzling pillars of light shot into the sky, piercing directly through the dome of the stadium. The Ice Phoenix bloodline within Su Qingxue, which was on the verge of going out of control, instantly became incredibly docile under the soothing influence of this golden energy, and with unprecedented efficiency, it perfectly merged with Chu Fan's energy. The tyrannical phantom of the Ice Phoenix behind her let out a high-pitched phoenix cry. Countless golden runes surged into its body like a tide, outlining a sacred and majestic golden border around it. That was a brand new, sacred Ice Phoenix, wielding countless analytical runes. Meanwhile, the terrifying wound on Chu Fan's chest was healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, amidst the intertwined golden and ice blue light. Strength. An endless stream of power surged within the 2 of them. The monster seemed to sense the power that made its soul tremble. It stopped in its tracks, and for the first time, the emotion called fear appeared in its beastly eyes that were burning with flames of destruction. Chu Fan slowly raised his head. One of his eyes turned into a deep ice blue, while the other was a dazzling pure gold. He looked at the trembling monster not far away, a cold smile curving his lips. He turned his head and whispered in Su Qingxue's ear in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. Are you ready? Su Qingxue felt the unprecedented power within her body, looked at the man beside her whose life was intertwined with hers, nodded heavily, her eyes no longer filled with confusion, but with endless trust and fighting spirit. Chu Fan smiled. Then, let the entire city of Donghai witness our power. Chapter 70 Divine Phoenix Judgment at the Summit of the East Sea. That whispered sentence was like a command that ignited everything. Then, let the entire city of Donghai witness our power. The moment the words fell, Chu Fan and Su Qingxue uttered an ancient and sacred name in unison. Divine Phoenix Judgment. Rumble. The sky is wailing. The earth trembled. The sacred Ice Phoenix behind Su Qingxue, which was fused with thousands of golden runes, suddenly opened its eyes. What kind of eyes were those? One of them is an abyssal icy blue containing absolute zero, enough to freeze the soul. The other one is a dazzling pure gold that analyzes all things in the world and penetrates the origin of everything. It looked up to the sky and let out a phoenix cry that pierced the clouds. The voice was no longer clear and high-pitched as before. Rather, it is a sacred sound, grand, majestic, and irresistible, like a divine judgment. With this cry, the sacred ice phoenix spread its wings that blotted out the sky. Each feather was composed of the purest ice crystals and the most complex golden runes, flowing with the radiance of destruction and creation. The next second, it moved. It did not transform into a stream of light, nor did it tear apart space. It simply, with the supreme will to purify all the filth in the world, slowly and firmly crushed towards the monster burning with black demonic flames. There was no earth-shattering airflow, no deafening sonic boom. Wherever the divine phoenix passed, space silently vanished, time seemed to freeze, and all things returned to their most primal stillness. That's a higher dimensional, law-based kind of complete erasure. No. No. On the monster's half-face that belonged to Wang Tong, a complete and soul-deep fear finally surfaced. It sensed it. That wasn't a contest of strength, it was absolute suppression at the level of life itself. It is filth facing holiness, chaos facing order, and falsehood facing truth. The forbidden power within it melted away like snow meeting the scorching sun before that holy aura, emitting a sizzling wail. Its rationality, for a brief moment, returned. Wang Tang's consciousness sensed a terrifying force capable of completely erasing him from the realm of existence. He was scared. He regretted it. He didn't want to die. Roar! The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. The monster let out the most insane, hysterical roar in history. It abandoned all defenses and compressed all the forbidden power within its body, the power that burned its life force, into its claws. Those demonic claws instantly expanded several times over, the black demonic flames so thick they seemed to drip ink, forming a chaotic energy aggregate that was constantly collapsing inward. It's going to fight to the death. It wanted to drag the terrifying phoenix before it, along with those two damned ants, into hell. Die! The monster roared, its claws clasped together, and it shoved the black energy ball, which contained all its power and life force, outwards. On one side is the sacred ice phoenix, which purifies all things. On the other side is a chaotic magic sphere that destroys everything. Throughout Donghai City, countless people held their breath, watching this ultimate collision through their screens. At this moment, time seemed to stretch out into eternity. Then, the two met. There was no sound. There was no explosion. The moment the phoenix's claws touched the black magic sphere, the entire world lost its color. All that remained was a pure, indescribable white. Extreme white light erupted from the center of the collision. It devoured everything. It devoured the stadium, the stands, and the entire arena. The energy shield, which was jointly erected by several Grandmaster-level experts, evaporated instantly like paper in the face of this white light, without making a sound. The white light continued to spread, bursting out of the stadium and soaring into the sky. At that moment, everyone in the entire Donghai city, no matter where they were, saw a white sun rising slowly in the city center. A terrifying shockwave followed closely behind. Boom! A long-delayed, deafening roar, seemingly capable of shaking the heavens and earth, finally arrived. The entire city of Donghai shook violently at the sound of the loud noise. The windows of countless buildings shattered simultaneously amidst this terrifying sound. Countless car alarms were triggered simultaneously, and the piercing sound of horns echoed throughout the city. Donghai Education Channel live broadcast room. Sizzle, sizzle. The screen turned into a static display. All broadcast signals were interrupted during that terrifying energy burst. Holy crap! What's wrong? Why is my screen scratched? What happened? Who won? Don't scare me. What was that just now? A nuclear explosion? Chu Fan. Su Qing Xue. You absolutely cannot be hurt. After a brief period of silence, the comments section went completely wild. On the podium, Su Zhantian and the chief referee, along with other big shots, had already activated their protective chi. They stared intently at the still white center of the arena, their faces filled with shock and horror. This is really the power a student could use, a referee murmured, his voice trembling. No. This is not ordinary power. Su Zhantian's eyes blazed as he stared intently at the center of the white light. This is the power of the laws. He could sense that the attack just now had touched upon a level of law that only the legendary King Realm could barely reach. The white light lasted for a good 10 seconds before slowly beginning to dissipate. The stadium's dome has disappeared. A huge hole appeared directly above the stadium, through which one could see the azure sky outside. And on the field. It can no longer be called a competition arena. A massive, bottomless pit, over 100 meters in diameter, appeared before everyone's eyes. The edge of the giant pit was as smooth as a mirror, with traces of water from melted ice crystals and marks from being burned by golden runes. At the very center of the giant pit, a figure, charred black all over, lay there motionless. It was Wang Tang. He had already reverted to his half-human, half-beast monster form. His combat suit had long since turned to ashes, and his skin was covered with terrifying wrinkles and black spots left by the backlash from the banned drugs. He still had a faint breath. However, his cultivation level has been completely destroyed. The power of the forbidden drug, purified by the divine phoenix judgment, completely backfired on his body, destroying his foundation and his future. The audience was deathly silent. They stared blankly at the terrifying crater and at Wang Tang, who lay there like a dead dog. Did we win? But where are Chu Fan and Su Qingxue? People's eyes began to search frantically across the scene. Then they saw it. On the edge of the giant pit, two figures, supporting each other, stood upright. It's Chu Fan. It's Su Qingxue. Their faces were as pale as paper. Their bodies were swaying precariously. But they still stood there. After enduring such an impact, they still stood. Quiet. A deathly silence. Then, we won, we won. Someone, with a trembling voice, uttered those two words. Boom. It's like a signal. The emotions that had been suppressed for so long, the emotions of surviving a disaster, suddenly erupted throughout the stadium. We won. We won. Chu Fan. Su Qingxue. Champion. The strongest in the East China Sea. The deafening cheers, like a landslide in a tsunami, soared into the sky, almost completely overturning the dilapidated stadium. Countless people embraced and wept. Countless people, shouting their hearts out, called out the names of those two people. They witnessed a miracle. They witnessed the birth of a legend. The chief referee was stunned for a long time before he suddenly came to his senses. He picked up the megaphone and shouted out the result with all his might. The ultimate champion of this year's Donghai City High School League Finals is Donghai No. 3 Middle School. Chu Fan. Su Qingxue. The cheers reached their peak as he announced it. Litinia, Lu Xiaopang, and the others could no longer contain themselves and jumped up from their seats, crying and laughing, acting like madmen. On the podium, looking at the two figures supporting each other in the arena, Su Zhantian finally revealed a smile of relief on his perpetually icy face, a smile he himself had never noticed before. He stood up. Step by step, he walked down from the podium. Wherever he went, the frenzied crowd automatically made way for him. All eyes were on him. What does this uncrowned king of Donghai City, the head of the Su family, want to do? Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of eyes in the audience, Su Zhantian walked to the edge of the giant pit and stood in front of Chu Fan and Su Qingxue. He did not go to see his daughter. For the first time, his gaze fell formally upon Chu Fan. It was a scrutiny, an assessment, a gaze from those in positions of authority, an equal look. Chu Fan met his gaze calmly, without flinching or showing fear. For a long time, Su Zhantian spoke slowly. His voice, though not loud, clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Starting today, I approve of your relationship with Qingxue. Boom! The entire venue erupted once again. If the previous cheers were for the birth of the champion, so the cheers at this moment are for this legendary love story, which has won the approval of the most powerful father-in-law under the spotlight. Su Qingxue's body trembled violently. She looked at her father in disbelief, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. She turned her head again and looked at Chu Fan beside her. Chu Fan gave her a slightly tired but incredibly bright smile. The championship is ours. I've secured a place in the university through the guaranteed admission program. The greatest recognition has been obtained. The entire stadium was still cheering wildly. Chu Fan. Su Qingxue. On this day, those two names resounded throughout the entire Donghai city. Chapter 71: The Demise of the Wang Family. Divine corruption. Su Zhantian's words were like a spark thrown into boiling oil. After a deathly silence of a fraction of a second, the entire stadium exploded. Holy crap! What did I just hear? Patriarch Su himself confirmed it. This is even more exciting than winning the championship. From the laughingstock of the whole school to the son-in-law of a wealthy family, Chu Fan only took a month. This is a true comeback. This is what we want to see. Father-in-law, please accept my bow. The crowd went crazy. The cheers for the victory have now turned into the most fervent blessings for this legendary romance. Countless flashes went wild, pointing at the three people in the center of the field, creating a sea of shudder sounds. Reporters, like sharks smelling blood, broke through the security cordon, rushing over with microphones and recorders in hand. Chu Fan. May I ask when you and Su Qingxue started dating? What are your thoughts on the Su family head's approval? Will you two get engaged immediately? Was that, Divine Phoenix Judgment, your unique combined attack technique? What is its principle? How did you, a commoner, manage to win over the Su family patriarch and the school beauty, Su? Countless sharp questions rained down on Chu Fan like cannonballs. Chu Fan's face was still pale, but he stood straight, holding Su Qingxue, who was leaning half of her body against him, firmly in his arms. Su Qingxue had exhausted all her strength. She buried her head in Chu Fan's chest, greedily inhaling the familiar scent of blood and sweat emanating from him, which made her feel safer than ever before. She didn't want to care about anything, and she didn't want to hear anything. Even if the sky falls, this man will hold it up. Chu Fan looked calmly at the faces distorted with excitement before him. He raised one hand and gently pressed it down. The noisy crowd miraculously quieted down. All eyes were on the young man who had just created a miracle. Chu Fan cleared his throat, his voice slightly hoarse from exhaustion, but still clear and powerful. Thank you for your concern. First of all, this is not a victory for me alone, but a victory for me and Qingxue, and for Donghai No. 3 Middle School. He paused, glanced at the top of the girl's head in his arms, and a gentle smile curved his lips. As for why we were able to win, perhaps it's because of our tacit understanding. Tacit agreement. These two words seemed to possess a magical power. The audience erupted in cheers once again. Ah! I'm totally shipping them. This is so sweet. I'm stuffed from all this dog food. What the hell is this perfect understanding? This is the power of love. The reporters wanted to ask more questions, but the referee's authoritative voice resounded throughout the venue through the loudspeaker. Quiet. Now, on behalf of the Donghai City High School League Organizing Committee, I have an announcement to make. The entire hall fell silent again, and everyone looked towards the stage. The chief referee's face was ashen, his eyes filled with disgust. He glanced at Wang Tong, who was being carried onto a stretcher by medical staff, looking like a charred corpse. The organizing committee has confirmed that contestant Wang Tong openly used the Class A banned drug, Blood of the Beast, which is strictly prohibited by the Empire, during the finals. This behavior seriously violates the spirit of martial arts and tarnishes the fairness of the competition. The impact is extremely negative. Whoosh! The entire audience erupted in uproar. Although many people had already guessed it, the shock was still beyond compare when the official announcement came. It really is a banned substance. Has the Wang family gone mad? That's shameless. They can't stand losing, so they resort to such despicable tactics. This kind of scum must be severely punished. The public's anger was completely ignited. The chief referee raised his hand high, his voice like thunder. I hereby announce that Wang Tang is stripped of his runner-up title and all awards in this league. Wang Tang himself will be given the most severe punishment of a lifetime ban. His personal file will bear an indelible stain. At the same time, the organizing committee will immediately establish a special investigation team to thoroughly investigate the Wang family of Donghai. Once it is confirmed that the Wang family is a knowledgeable party or participant in this incident, they will be severely punished without exception. There will be absolutely no leniency. A series of punishments struck everyone's hearts like heavy hammer blows. Happy. In everyone's heart, only these two words remained. Evil will be punished. This is the result everyone wanted to see. Cheers erupted once more, this time for justice. Just then, Wang Tong, who was lying on the stretcher and should have been unconscious, suddenly twitched his finger. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes no longer held the madness and savagery they once had. Instead, it was a scarlet, eerily calming scene. He did not look at the angry crowd around him, nor at the judge who pronounced his death sentence. His gaze pierced through the crowd and locked onto Chu Fan in the distance. There was no hatred or jealousy on his face. Instead, there was a frenzied, twisted smile, like that of a fanatic seeing a god. His lips moved silently. Chu Fan understood the shape of those two words in his mouth. Wait for me. It's not a threat, it's not a provocation. It's like a strange pact from the depths of hell. Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. An indescribable chill ran from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head. Something's off about this person. Just then, the system's cold notification sounded in his mind. Bite. An extremely faint trace of divine contamination was detected on the target Wang Tang. Pollution source analysis in progress. Insufficient data, unable to be analyzed. Warning, this type of contamination is highly corrosive and insidious. Hosts are advised to remain highly vigilant. Divine pollution? Chu Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. What is this thing? Is it related to that so-called pantheon? When he looked closer, Wang Tang was completely engulfed by the debris thrown by the angry audience, and was being carried off the field in a disheveled state by medical staff. The once arrogant young master of the Wang family is now truly like a stray dog. But Chu Fan's heart sank. He knew that things weren't over yet. Wang Tang will likely reappear before him in an even more terrifying form. Chu Fan. A weak murmur came from her arms. Chu Fan snapped out of his daze and looked down. He saw that Su Qingshua's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, her body was trembling slightly, and she didn't even have the strength to stand up. That earth-shattering battle had already exhausted her. She has only managed to hold on until now thanks to sheer willpower. Now that the dust has settled, her tense nerves relax, and an overwhelming sense of exhaustion instantly engulfs her. Can't hold on any longer? Chu Fan asked softly. Su Qingshua's voice was barely audible, carrying a hint of grievance and dependence that she herself was unaware of. I'm so tired, my head is so dizzy. Then take a nap. As Chu Fan spoke, he ignored the flashing lights and countless cameras still surrounding him. He bent down, slipped his arms under Su Qingshua's knees and back, and lifted her up in a perfect princess carry. Ah! Su Qingxue gasped and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. The girl's soft body and faint fragrance instantly filled Chu Fan's embrace. The audience erupted in good-natured laughter and screams once again. Wah, Mom, I'm heartbroken, but I'm so happy. Locked. This is locked to the brink. I've thrown the key into the Pacific Ocean. Su Qingshua's cheeks instantly turned bright red. She buried her face deep in Chu Fan's chest, not daring to look at anyone else. Put me down, there are so many people watching. Don't move. Chu Fan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable domineering quality. If they like to watch, let them watch to their heart's content. As he spoke, he carried Su Qingshuo and, under Su Zhantian's complicated gaze and amidst the cheers of hundreds of thousands of people in the audience, walked step by step towards the backstage dressing room. What is left to the world is the proud silhouette of a victor. Back in the private lounge, the moment I closed the door, all the noise outside was shut out. Chu Fan gently placed Su Qingshuo on the soft sofa. Almost the instant she touched the sofa, Su Qingshua's tense body completely relaxed, and her eyelids could no longer hold on, slowly closing. Before she completely lost consciousness, she used her last bit of strength to grab Chu Fan's hand. Chu Fan. I am here. Don't go. I'm not leaving. Having received an affirmative answer, Su Qingshuo finally smiled contentedly and fell into a deep sleep. Chu Fan sat on the sofa, quietly watching her peaceful and serene sleeping face. This usually aloof and icy school beauty was now like a docile kitten, letting down her guard and showing him her most vulnerable side. Chu Fan reached out and gently brushed aside a few strands of hair on her forehead that were damp with sweat. The joy of victory, the satisfaction of winning the heart of his beloved, and the warning from the system notification, all these emotions intertwined, leaving his heart unable to find peace for a long time. He knew that the stage in Donghai City was over for him. Next comes a wider world. The premier martial arts university of Yanhuang, a city teeming with geniuses. And then there's that eerie Wang Tang, who's corrupted by divinity. The road ahead presents both challenges and opportunities. Chu Fan gripped Su Qingshua's hand tightly, his eyes becoming incredibly resolute. Chapter 72 Champions Reward, S-Rank Combo Skill. There was a gentle knock on the door of the lounge. Knock, knock, knock. The voice was very soft, with a cautious, tentative tone. Chu Fan opened his eyes and emerged from his meditation. He glanced at Su Qingxue, who was sleeping soundly on the sofa. The girl's breathing was steady and long, and her beautiful face still had a faint blush. Obviously, she was recovering quickly from the exhaustion of the battle just now. His injuries, optimized by the god-level analysis, and aided by the healing pills awarded as a champion, have largely recovered. He stood up and walked behind the door. Standing outside the door were the chief referee and several middle-aged men in official uniforms of Donghai City, who clearly held high positions. These people had previously sat on the highest platform, looking down on everyone with arrogant expressions. But at this moment, their faces were filled with warm, even slightly ingratiating smiles. Especially the head referee, who subconsciously bent his waist 3/10 when he saw Chu Fan open the door. "Chu Fan, did I disturb your rest? Is Su Qingxue all right?" Chu Fan turned slightly to the side, letting them see the girl sleeping peacefully on the sofa. "She's fine, just exhausted. She'll be fine after a nap." The group of people were visibly relieved to see that Su Qingxue was unharmed. If anything were to happen to this celebrity, let alone the Su family, her group of fanatical fans alone could overwhelm the organizing committee. The chief referee rubbed his hands together, his smile growing even brighter. That's good, that's good. Chu Fan, we've come here specifically to give you and Su the championship prize." As he spoke, he gestured to the people behind him, who carefully carried in several boxes that looked to be made of high-quality materials. According to regulations, the champion's prize will be distributed at the ceremony. However, considering you're in Su's special circumstances, and the fact that the Su family head has also given instructions, we have made special arrangements to deliver it in advance. His words unconsciously carried a hint of reverence. The head of the Su family personally greeted them. In Donghai City, these 5 words carry more weight than anything else. Chu Fan understood that this was not just the treatment of a champion, but also a chain reaction brought about by Su Zhantian's recognition. He didn't point it out, but simply nodded calmly. "That's thoughtful of you." A box was opened. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy, so dense it was almost tangible, rushed towards us. The box was full of neatly stacked high-grade spirit stones. "Just one look at it makes me feel refreshed." The chief referee smiled and introduced, "Here are 5 million high-grade spirit stones, which is the basic reward for the champion." 5 million. Even Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat. Compared to this, the money he painstakingly earned from picking up bargains at auctions was just a drop in the ocean. This is the preferential treatment of resources that comes with standing at the highest point. The chief judge then pointed to another, slightly smaller jade box. Inside are 2 dragon blood tempering pills, specially prepared healing medicines for you to replenish your vital essence. Furthermore, the most important reward is this. He solemnly handed over a gilded card. The card has 3 characters engraved on it in an ancient font. Dragon Blood Pool. This is the admission qualification card for the Dragon Blood Pool of Yenawon's #1 martial arts university. With this card, you can enter the Dragon Blood Pool for baptism once after enrollment. This opportunity is priceless. Even among the geniuses of Yenawon Martial Arts University, only the very top few are qualified to enter each year. It has unimaginable benefits for you in consolidating your foundation and unleashing the potential of your bloodline. Chu Fan took the card, and his fingertips could feel a warm, lifelike energy. "Nice one." He admired it in his heart. This championship was totally worth it. "Thank you." Chu Fan put the card away. The chief referee beamed with joy, feeling that he had accomplished his task perfectly. Finally, somewhat embarrassed, he took an antique wooden box from his assistant. Chu Fan, there's one last reward." "Well, that's a bit special." He opened the wooden box, inside which lay a yellowed ancient book made of animal hide. The cover of the ancient book was damaged, and several unreadable characters were written on it in a distorted rune. More importantly, this ancient book is clearly incomplete. It was torn in half, leaving less than one half. This is a combat technique unearthed from ancient ruins. After appraisal, it is of extremely high quality, at least S rank. The chief referee sighed, expressing his regret. "What a pity, it's just a fragment. Our organizing committee has studied this for many years and consulted countless experts, but we still cannot complete it. Practicing only the first half can easily lead to chi deviation and disordered spiritual energy. So, well, let's just keep it as a souvenir. After all, it came from ruins, so it's an antique in itself." His words were full of regret. An S-rank combat technique, or even an ancient text, how precious is it? Even the four great families might not be able to produce a complete copy to be passed down as a family heirloom. The result was that he was a useless person who could not cultivate. It's practically a double-edged sword, tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw away. Chu Fan's gaze fell on the tattered ancient book. His face remained expressionless. But in his mind, the system's notification sounds were already ringing out frantically. Byte. A fragment of an unknown cultivation technique with a high energy reaction has been detected. Scanning. Completeness of the exercise structure, 42%. Energy path analysis revealed multiple fractures and disruptions. System database matching in progress. 731 similar structures found. Begin analyzing and completing the plan. Chu Fan's heart was pounding wildly. What others see as trash is priceless to him. He suppressed his inner elation, and a perfectly measured hint of regret appeared on his face. It is indeed a pity. He reached out and took the incomplete book, casually placing it aside as if it were just an ordinary souvenir. Seeing this, the chief referee's last bit of embarrassment disappeared. It seems Chu Fan also understands that this thing is useless. Alright, Chu Fan, the rewards have been delivered, so we won't bother you any longer. You and Sue should get some rest. We'll help you cancel the celebration banquet and media interviews later. Your most important task now is to take good care of your health and prepare for your new life at Yanhuang Wuhan University. The chief referee and his entourage left with satisfied smiles. Chu Fan closed the door, and the whole world instantly became quiet. The first thing he did was rush to the tattered ancient book and hold it in his hands. It was as if they were holding the most precious treasure in the world. Chu Fan? Behind her came Su Qingshua's voice, which sounded languid and as if she had just woken up. Chu Fan turned around and saw that Su Qingxue had already sat up, rubbing her eyes and looking at him curiously. They've been here? Yes, I'm here to deliver a reward. Chu Fan smiled and pointed out the qualification card for the dragon blood pool and the mountain of high-grade spirit stones to her. Su Qingshue's gaze swept over the precious resources, but she didn't show much emotion. The Su family can also give her these things. Her gaze finally settled on the tattered ancient book in Chu Fan's hand. What's this? It's an S-rank combat technique, but unfortunately it's only a fragment, Chu Fan explained. Having handled the ancient book, Su Qingshu, being a genius with S-level bloodline, naturally possessed a keen eye. She frowned after only flipping through 2 pages. This combat technique is so strange. Its energy circulation path seems to require 2 people to perform it simultaneously, one yin and one yang, complementing each other. This should be a technique that is practiced by both men and women. She figured it out, but then shook her head. What a pity, the break was too severe, all the core techniques are gone. It's impossible to practice them now. She returned the ancient book to Chu Fan, her tone full of regret. Chu Fan took the ancient book, but a mysterious smile appeared on his lips. Who said it's impossible to practice? Su Qingshu was taken aback. Chu Fan closed his eyes and focused his mind. Ding! Complete solution generated. Technique name, Dragon and Phoenix Stride. Rank, S-Class Combined Attack Movement Technique. Effect, when 2 people practice together, their minds are in perfect harmony, allowing them to transform into a dragon and an ice phoenix. Their footwork is ethereal, their speed soaring, and they can shift and change positions within a small space. Upon reaching the highest level of mastery, they can briefly shatter the void. Do you wish to receive the complete training method? Take over. Chu Fan silently recited in his heart. Instantly, an immense flow of information surged into his mind. The incomplete technique was gradually pieced together in his mind, the broken energy paths were reconnected, and the obscure runes were deciphered one by one. A complete and incredibly profound cultivation technique diagram slowly unfolded in his sea of consciousness. A dragon and a phoenix, entangled and chasing each other, left behind afterimages in the void that were difficult to discern with the naked eye. That speed, that grace, that mysterious, elusive quality. Chu Fan was completely captivated by what he saw. This is true divine skill. A few seconds later, Chu Fan opened his eyes, a flash of golden light disappearing from them. He met Su Qingshue's questioning eyes and smiled slightly. Come on, I'll teach you. As he spoke, he reached out and took Su Qingshue's hand. Then, that massive flow of information was directly shared with Su Qingshu through the contract link. Boom! Su Qingshue's body trembled violently. Her eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. That complete and incredibly profound book, The Dragon and Phoenix Dance, appeared so clearly and completely in her mind. She was completely shocked. How is this possible? A fragmented book that even so many experts on the organizing committee couldn't solve. Xu Fan just glanced at it and he completed it? How did he manage to do that? Just how many secrets is this man hiding? Don't get distracted. Xu Fan's voice pulled her back from her shock. Feel the flow of this power, and try to keep up with my rhythm. Before he could finish speaking, Xu Fan made his move. His feet seemed to be treading on some strange rhythm, and his body transformed into a blurry afterimage, instantly appearing at the other end of the room. Su Qingshue's mind sharpened, and almost instinctively, she followed the cultivation path in her mind and activated the spiritual power within her body. Whoosh! Her body also transformed into a streak of ice blue light and gave chase. In an instant, the entire spacious lounge was completely transformed. Two figures, one in gold and one in blue, moved swiftly through the room, leaving behind afterimages that were difficult to discern with the naked eye. 1 second ago, Xu Fan was still by the window. The next second, his breath was already behind Su Qingshue's ear. Su Qingshue's heart skipped a beat. She changed her footwork and her body floated back like a weightless feather, instantly creating distance between them again. Their movements became faster and more coordinated. From initial awkwardness to later fluency. It was as if they had practiced this footwork hundreds of times. The entire room was filled with their afterimages, making it impossible to distinguish which was real and which was fake. Whoosh! Xu Fan suddenly stopped in the center of the room. Almost simultaneously, Su Qingxue also stopped in front of him, the distance between them less than a fist's width. The girl was slightly out of breath from the rapid movement, her chest heaving, and her beautiful face was filled with excitement and awe. That's too fast. This footwork is several times faster than any movement technique she has ever mastered before. Moreover, this is only the beginning. If one were to master this skill, what a terrifying sight it would be. How are you feeling? Xu Fan asked with a smile. Incredible. Su Qingxue exclaimed sincerely, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Xu Fan. This S-rank combined attack technique is practically tailor-made for them. With it, their combat power will soar to another level. Looking at her radiant face, flushed with excitement, Xu Fan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere became somewhat subtle at that moment. Just then. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the lounge was knocked on again. Xu Fan and Su Qingxue exchanged a glance, both somewhat puzzled. Xu Fan walked over and opened the door. A familiar figure stood outside the door. Su Fu was the butler of the Su family. He was still that familiar, meticulous middle-aged man. But his demeanor was completely different from when he was at Xu Fan's door last time. Last time, it was a condescending scrutiny and warning. And this time, his waist was bent deeply, almost at a 90-degree angle. His face wore a smile that was almost humble and extremely respectful. He spoke slowly to Xu Fan in an extremely respectful tone. Young Master Chu. Master, a simple feast has been prepared at home. Please, do us the honor of attending. Chapter 73. Cousin, your Dantian is sick. Su Fu's waist bent into an exaggerated arc. That face, which used to be filled with butler-like arrogance, was now plastered with humility, even carrying a hint of ingratiation. Young Master Chu. The two words came out of his mouth with perfect smoothness, as if he had rehearsed them 1,000 times. Master, a simple feast has been prepared at home. Please, do us the honor of attending. Xu Fan glanced at Su Qingxue, who was sleeping soundly on the sofa, and then at the seemingly different butler Su outside the door, and understood. This is the power of Su Zhantian's word approval. It is more direct and effective than any championship title or any huge prize money. Lead the way. Without wasting words, Xu Fan gently picked up the still sleeping Su Qingxue and followed Su Fu out of the gymnasium. The Su family manor is located on the mountainside of Yunwu Mountain, where land is extremely valuable in Donghai City. It was less of a manor and more of a heavily guarded fortress. As Xu Fan's car entered the manor gate, he could clearly sense at least a dozen hidden yet powerful auras sweeping past from the shadows. Each of their auras was no weaker than that of the Su family's secret guards encountered in the secret realm before. Inside the manor, pavilions, towers, bridges, and flowing water abound, the spiritual energy so rich it's almost like a thin mist. Everywhere you look, there are exotic flowers and rare herbs, each a priceless treasure. Luxury is an understatement to describe this place. This is a manifestation of profound heritage, a silent declaration from a martial arts family that has stood for a century. The car stopped in front of the main house. Su Qingxue, who was in his arms, slowly woke up. "Are we home?" She rubbed her eyes, still a little confused by the familiar scene before her. When she realized that she was still being held by Chu Fan, a blush instantly rose on her cheeks, and she struggled to get down. "Don't move." Chu Fan's voice rang in her ear. He carried her and got out of the car. At the entrance, 2 rows of servants in uniform were already standing. When they saw Chu Fan carrying Su Qingxue, they all bowed. "Welcome, Mississippi, welcome, young Master Chu." The voices were unified and filled with heartfelt reverence. Su Qingxue's face turned even redder, and she buried her head in Chu Fan's arms, not daring to look at anyone. She knew that Chu Fan was doing it on purpose. He wanted to use this most forceful and unquestionable method to announce to the entire Su family that he had arrived. This is also a way for her, the eldest daughter of the Su family, to regain the face she lost in the contract incident. Chu Fan held her in his arms, his eyes fixed straight ahead, and stepped up the stairs, walking through the vermilion gate that seemed capable of swallowing everything. Su Qingxue's hand had somehow become tightly clasped around his arm, as if she wanted to transfer all her strength to him. The banquet hall was brightly lit, as bright as day. A huge round table, made of 1,000-year-old golden Nanmu wood, occupies the center of the room. The patriarch, Su Zhantian, sat in the main seat. To his left were 2 empty seats, clearly reserved for Chu Fan and Su Qingxue. The other seats at the round table were already full. Men and women, young and old, were all dressed in fine clothes and exuded a calm and composed aura. These people are the collateral relatives of the Su family, the branches that support this behemoth of the Su family. The moment Chu Fan and Su Qingxue walked in, all sound came to an abrupt halt. Dozens of gazes, like searchlights, all focused on Chu Fan. Scrutiny, curiosity, disdain, envy, greed. A complex mix of emotions swirled in the air, forming an invisible, suffocating web. It was as if he wasn't a guest at a banquet, but rather a commodity placed on a display stand, waiting to be appraised. Su Zhantian remained expressionless, merely raising his hand slightly. "Qingxue, Chu Fan, please sit down." Su Qingxue pulled Chu Fan along and quickly walked over to sit next to Su Zhantian. She could feel that Chu Fan's hand was steady and his heartbeat was calm. This man showed no sign of nervousness in the face of such a scene. This put her mind at ease, which had been somewhat anxious. Qingxue is back." A middle-aged man sitting opposite Su Zhantian spoke with a smile. He had a square face and looked quite dignified. He was Su Qingxue's third uncle, Su Zhanan. They played well in this league and made the Su family proud. He first praised Su Qingxue, then changed the subject and looked at Chu Fan. "This must be young friend Chu Fan, right? He is indeed a handsome and talented young man, a true hero among men." His words sounded like praise, but his eyes held a condescending and critical look. Chu Fan simply nodded calmly without saying a word. A woman dressed in jewels, Su Qingxue's fourth aunt, immediately chimed in. "Oh my, it's more than just a young hero. To have won over Qingxue's heart and gained the approval of the family head is an immense blessing." As she spoke, she covered her mouth with a handkerchief and chuckled softly. "I wonder, young friend Chu, which family are you from? And where do your parents work? If you tell us, we can all get to know each other and look out for each other in Donghai City." That's a very direct and rather harsh question. Everyone in the Su family knows that Chu Fan comes from an ordinary background, is an orphan with both parents dead. She was asking a question she already knew the answer to. She wanted to expose Chu Fan's wounds in front of everyone and embarrass him. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to one of amusement, as if watching a show. Su Qingxue's face immediately turned cold. "Fourth aunt." She was about to lash out when Chu Fan held her hand down. Chu Fan looked at the fourth aunt, his face showing neither anger nor embarrassment, but only a faint smile. "My parents died early, and I have no power or influence. I'm just an ordinary person." He readily admitted it. This unyielding, even self-deprecating, frankness left the fourth aunt with a bellyful of sarcasm stuck in her throat, unable to escape. It was like punching cotton. The atmosphere at the banquet became somewhat awkward. Just then, a young voice, tinged with a hint of frivolity, rang out. "An ordinary person? Interesting." Across from Su Qingxue, a handsome young man dressed in a white martial arts uniform, with an air of arrogance between his brows, put down his wine glass. He looked at Chu Fan with great interest, as if he were looking at a novel toy. "Cousin." Su Qingxue frowned. The person who came was none other than her uncle's son, Su Ming, the most outstanding genius among the younger generation of the Su family. It is said that he was specially recruited into Yanhuang First Martial Arts University 3 years ago, and now he has made a name for himself in Longcheng. I came back specifically to watch the league finals. Su Ming ignored Su Qingxue. His gaze remained fixed on Chu Fan. I heard that in the finals, you and your cousin Qingxue used a combined attack to defeat Wang Tang? Chu Fan replied calmly. Can you tell me about the principle behind that combined attack? How did you achieve soul resonance? As far as I know, that's a legendary realm that only king-level couples can possibly reach. Su Ming threw out a series of questions, seemingly asking for advice, but in reality, he was forcing Su Ming to resign. The combined attack technique is Chu Fan and Su Qingxue's biggest trump card. How could they possibly reveal its core secret in public? To say it is to leak secrets. Not speaking up would be seen as stingy, selfish, and unworthy of the Su family. What a dilemma! All eyes turned back to Chu Fan, waiting to see how he would respond. Even Su Zhantian, who was in the main seat, put down his chopsticks and looked at him with deep eyes. This is the real test tonight. Chu Fan met Su Ming's gaze but did not answer immediately. In his mind, the God-level analysis system had already quietly begun to operate. Target, Su Ming. Strength, peak of Tier 3. Cultivation technique, Blazing Sun technique, fragment of a king-level cultivation technique. Status, spiritual energy is unstable and foundation is weak. Due to the forced attempt to break through the 4th tier bottleneck, the power of the Blazing Sun has backfired, causing 3 necrotic blockages in the meridians on the left side of the Dantian. System evaluation, a hollow shell built on cultivation techniques and family reputation, all show and no substance. If not dealt with promptly, the Dantian will be destroyed within 6 months, and all cultivation will be lost. Looking at the information that popped up on the system panel, Chu Fan's lips curled into a subtle, almost imperceptible smile. I see. He finally understood where this guy's arrogance and impatience came from. A genius on the verge of ruin desperately needs to prove himself to solidify his position. His suddenly appearing brother-in-law became the perfect target for him to establish his authority. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong person. Chu Fan did not answer Su Ming's question about the combined attack technique. Instead, he raised his wine glass and toasted Su Ming from afar. My cousin came back from Longcheng. He must have had a long and tiring journey. Dragon City is a gathering place for geniuses. I suppose my cousin must be cultivating exceptionally hard to uphold the reputation of the Su family? Su Ming raised an eyebrow, wondering what Chu Fan was up to. He proudly declared, of course. We martial artists must strive for excellence and never slacken our efforts. He thought Chu Fan was flattering him, and a smug look appeared on his face. The surrounding clansmen nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with approval. Look, this is how the Su family's prodigy should be. And look at Chu Fan, what else does he have besides women? Chu Fan's smile deepened. He drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. Then, amidst the curious, intrigued, or disdainful gazes of everyone, he gently placed the wine glass on the table. It makes a soft click sound. The sound wasn't loud, but it struck like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart. The banquet hall fell silent once again. Chu Fan raised his head and looked calmly at Su Ming. His gaze seemed to see through all of Su Ming's pretense and reach the deepest secrets of his body. He spoke. The sound, though not loud, reached everyone's ears clearly. Cousin. Have you been experiencing a dull ache on the left side of your dantian while practicing recently? Boom. One sentence, like a thunderclap, exploded in Su Ming's mind. The arrogance and smugness on his face froze instantly. Instead, there was boundless, bone-chilling, and terrifying horror. Chapter 74, a shocking statement. Your cultivation technique is sick. Boom. Chu Fan's casual remark struck the center of the noisy banquet hall like a thunderbolt from the heavens. The explosion blew everyone away, terrifying them. The arrogance, smugness, and flippancy on Su Ming's face froze, shattered, and turned into a blank, paper-like color. Horrifying. The sheer horror of having his secret exposed in public left him frozen in his seat, the wine glass in his hand crashing to the floor and shattering into pieces. The entire venue was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. The Su family members, who had previously looked on with amusement, now had their mouths slightly open and their eyes fixed on Su Ming, whose face was ashen. That expression seemed to ask, really? Su Qingxue was also stunned. She subconsciously gripped Chu Fan's hand tightly, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She only knew that Chu Fan was strong, but she didn't know that he was this strong. With just one glance, he could diagnose the hidden ailment of a peak third-tier martial artist? What nonsense are you spouting? Su Ming finally realized what was happening. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he suddenly jumped up from his seat, pointed at Chu Fan, and screamed sharply. His voice became shrill and even cracked due to excessive panic. I'm in excellent health. My cultivation is progressing rapidly. Stop spreading rumors and making baseless accusations. He roared fiercely, trying to mask his inner panic with his loud voice. But his slightly trembling fingertips, the fine beads of cold sweat on his forehead, and his constantly shifting gaze had completely betrayed him. Everyone could see it. Chu Fan was right. Yeah. Chu Fan's face still held that calm, nonchalant smile, as if he had everything under control. He didn't argue with Su Ming, but just continued talking to himself. The sound wasn't loud, but it felt like heavy hammer blows striking Su Ming's heart. Every time you circulate the blazing sun technique to the third cycle, do you feel a burning sensation like being pricked by needles near the left Xiaochong acupoint? Then, a trace of spiritual energy that you have absolutely no control over will dissipate from your dantian, and no matter how hard you try, you cannot stop it? In order to suppress this backlash, you have to expend more spiritual power to replenish it, which is why your spiritual power is so weak. It seems to be at the peak of the third rank, but in fact it is not even as good as the foundation of some late-stage third-rank cultivators. Am I right, cousin? One sentence after another. Each sentence was more scathing than the last. If the first sentence was a thunderclap, then the following sentences stripped away all of Su Ming's pretense, revealing his weakest, most vulnerable, and most fearful secrets to everyone in a bloody and brutal way. I. Su Ming's lips trembled, his face turned ashen, and he couldn't utter a single word. He felt as if he had been stripped naked and thrown into the freezing cold, with every inch of his skin and every pore emitting a chill. It's over. It's all over. His biggest secret has been exposed. The way the Su family members around him looked at him completely changed. The initial envy and admiration turned into sympathy, pity, and even a hint of schadenfreude. Is it still worth investing in a genius whose foundation is damaged and whose future is uncertain? The fourth aunt, who had been sarcastic and cryptic, was now covering her mouth with a handkerchief, her eyes flashing with undisguised shock and pleasure. Su Qingshua's third uncle, Su Zhenan, frowned deeply, his eyes filled with scrutiny and disappointment as he looked at Su Ming. Only Su Zhantian, sitting in the main seat, did not let his gaze linger on his good-for-nothing nephew. He was like a lurking lion, staring intently at Chu Fan with his deep, unfathomable eyes. It was as if they wanted to see right through him, inside and out. It's not just my cousin's problem. Just then, Chu Fan spoke again, and with one sentence, he drew everyone's attention back. He looked around the room, his gaze sweeping over every member of the Su family present. I'll venture to say something. Among you all here, those who cultivate the Su family's inherited technique, the frost ice technique, do you all find it particularly difficult to break through from the second to the third stage? Moreover, the higher one's cultivation level, the more severe the accumulation of cold energy within the body becomes. One must use fire attribute pills or rare and precious herbs year-round to neutralize it, otherwise, one will feel stiffness in the meridians and sluggish circulation of spiritual energy. These words were spoken. The entire audience erupted in uproar. This time, it wasn't just Su Ming whose expression changed. All the collateral branches of the Su family who had cultivated the frost ice technique, including Su Qingshua's third uncle Su Zhenan, showed expressions of horror on their faces. Because what Chu Fan said was exactly the same as their true feelings. Absolutely identical. This is a common problem within the Su family that everyone knows about but doesn't admit. They had always assumed that this was a normal consequence of the high difficulty of cultivating the frost ice technique, a top-tier cultivation method. But today, it was pointed out so casually in public by an outsider. Presumptuous. Su Zhenan slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and pointed at Chu Fan, shouting angrily. The frost fire technique is the foundation of my Su family, passed down for centuries. How dare you, a mere child, spout such nonsense here? What are you really up to? Are you trying to use this opportunity to belittle my Su family and elevate yourself? His outburst triggered a reaction from the other members of the collateral branches of the clan, who were all filled with righteous indignation. Exactly. What does an outsider know about the frostbite technique? Master. This boy is wicked and cannot be trusted. Qingshuo was deceived by him. Immediately, public sentiment was agitated, and all the criticism was directed at Chu Fan. Su Qingxue panicked and was about to speak up to defend Chu Fan. Chu Fan pressed her hand down again, signaling her to relax. Facing everyone's anger, he showed no fear on his face, instead turning to Su Zhantian, who had remained silent throughout. Patriarch Su, when the Frostfire technique is circulated to the heavenly pivot and then to the jade balance, is there a hidden spiritual energy path that passes through the Shanzhong acupoint? Su Zhantian's pupils contracted. Chu Fan continued speaking without waiting for his reply. It was this seemingly insignificant path that caused the accumulation of cold energy. Qingxue's Ice Phoenix bloodline, with its domineering cold energy, was further aggravated by this wrong path, causing her immense pain. The Frostfire technique itself has no major problems, it's very powerful. But it's like a sophisticated machine where a tiny, insignificant part is misplaced. Normally it's not noticeable, but once it encounters a top-tier engine like the Ice Phoenix bloodline, the small mistake will be magnified infinitely, eventually causing the entire machine to collapse. Chu Fan's voice echoed in the quiet banquet hall. Everyone was stunned by his shocking remarks. Cultivation techniques can be explained like that? Su Zhannan wanted to retort, but Su Zhantian stopped him with a look. Su Zhantian closed his eyes. The entire banquet hall was so quiet you could hear everyone's heartbeats. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at Su Zhantian. They knew that Su Zhantian was verifying it personally. He was using his unfathomable cultivation to personally verify what Chu Fan had said. Sudden. Su Zhantian suddenly opened his eyes. 2 terrifying beams of light shot out from his eyes. A vast and boundless aura, as deep and impenetrable as a prison, surged uncontrollably from his body. Buzz. The air in the entire banquet hall seemed to freeze. The bowls, chopsticks, cups, and saucers on the table hummed under the weight. All members of the Su family turned pale and had difficulty breathing under this aura, feeling as if they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs. Only Chu Fan and Su Qingxue were protected by a gentle force and remained unaffected. Patriarch Su Zhannan and the others were horrified. The momentum comes quickly and goes quickly. Su Zhantian took a deep breath and withdrew the terrifying aura from his body. He didn't speak. He looked at Chu Fan with an unprecedented and incredibly complex gaze. In those eyes, there was shock, disbelief, ecstasy, regret, and even a hint of lingering fear. Then, he slowly nodded to Chu Fan. Although it's just a simple action. But all the members of the Su family present understood. Chu Fan was right again. Moreover, it's ridiculously correct. Su Zhantian looked at Chu Fan, his voice hoarse, with a tremor he himself was unaware of. How did you figure that out? Chu Fan smiled slightly. It's very simple. As long as you redirect your spiritual energy from Tianshu to Shanzhong, then to Zigong, and finally into Yuhon, you'll be fine. In this way, the burden on the meridians is reduced, and the cold air naturally dissipates. According to my estimate, the smoothness of the exercise can be improved by at least 30%. An increase of more than 30%? Boom! This statement is more explosive than any of the previous ones. For a king-level cultivation technique that has been passed down for 100 years, even optimizing it by 1% would be enough to make it famous throughout history. A 30% increase? What does this mean? This is equivalent to forcibly elevating a king-level cultivation technique to a half-step emperor-level technique. This means that the strength of the entire Su family will experience a leapfrog increase. The way all the Su family members looked at Chu Fan completely changed. If before it was contempt, amusement, or scrutiny. Now, all that's left is awe. A deep awe for the unknown, the mysterious, and absolute power. Looking at the boy sitting there calmly, they felt as if they were seeing a different person. Rather, it is an unfathomable, walking treasure trove of martial arts. Su Zhannan swayed, then plopped back into the chair, his face drained of color. He recalled his angry rebuke and felt a burning pain on his face. Ridiculous. That's ridiculous. He was actually questioning someone who could improve the Su family's fundamental cultivation techniques. Su Ming's face turned ashen. He knew he had been utterly defeated. They were utterly defeated. Compared to this man, his so-called talent and pride were nothing but a joke. Su Zhantian remained silent for a long time. He suddenly stood up. You, all of you, get out. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The Su family members felt as if they had been granted a pardon. One by one, they stood up from their seats, not daring to look at Chu Fan again. With their heads down, they hurriedly left the banquet hall. Su Ming was the last to leave. When he reached the door, he paused, glanced back at Chu Fan with a complicated look in his eyes, and finally let out a barely audible sigh before disappearing outside the door. Soon, only Chu Fan, Su Qingxue, and Su Zhantian remained in the large banquet hall. The atmosphere became heavy. Su Zhantian walked up to Chu Fan with an extremely solemn expression. He did not mention the cultivation method again. He took something out of his pocket. It was a palm-sized token, made entirely of a blue material that was neither gold nor jade, with a lifelike phoenix carved on it, ancient and mysterious. The token exuded a desolate and ancient aura. The moment Su Qingxue saw the token, her body trembled violently, and a look of confusion and pain appeared on her face. It was as if this token had touched some memory deep within her bloodline. Chu Fan pulled her into his arms and patted her back reassuringly. Su Zhantian handed the token to Chu Fan. His gaze was extremely solemn. This Azure Phoenix token is related to Qingxue's true identity and is the biggest secret of my Su family. Originally, I intended to take this secret to my grave. But Su Zhantian looked at Chu Fan and said, word by word. Since you can even see through the fundamental flaws in the cultivation technique, perhaps only you in this world are qualified to know the secret, and only you have the potential to change Qingxue's fate. Chapter 75. Hold me tight, or you'll die. Su Zhantian solemnly placed the ancient Azure Phoenix token back into his bosom. He looked at Chu Fan, and the turbulent waves in his eyes slowly subsided, turning into a deep lake. The matter of cultivation techniques is related to the foundation of the Su family for centuries, and you have made a great contribution. But the secrets behind the Azure Phoenix token are far beyond your imagination. Before you are qualified to touch it, you need greater strength and a more resilient physique. Su Zhantian's words were not to be questioned. As part of the champion's reward, and as a gift from my Su family to you, the secret place of Dragon Blood Pool in Donghai City will be open to you tonight. Dragon Blood Pool. Upon hearing these three words, even Chu Fan, who had always appeared calm and collected, paused for a moment. He wasn't unfamiliar with the name. Legend has it that 100 years ago, the first city lord of Donghai City killed a rebellious dragon and used its blood, bones, and the fire of the earth's veins to create a sacred place for tempering the body. Even an ordinary martial artist can be completely transformed after spending just a moment inside. However, its energy is extremely violent, and only those with exceptional talent and unwavering will can withstand it, and there is even a risk of their bodies exploding and dying. Therefore, the Dragon Blood Pool has always been strictly controlled by the Eastern Prefecture, with only a very limited number of slots available each year to reward powerful individuals who have made significant contributions to the city. Unexpectedly, Su Zhantian secured this opportunity for them with just one sentence. Half an hour later. Donghai City, deep underground. This is a huge underground cave carved out of volcanic rock. The air was stuffy and dry, filled with sulfur and a faint, sweet, fishy smell. In the center of the cave is a blood-red pool, several tens of meters in diameter. The pool water bubbled and sputtered, like boiling magma, radiating astonishing heat. The pool water wasn't red, but a deep, dark gold color, as viscous as molten gold. A vast, boundless energy, carrying the aura of ancient times, rose from the pool and condensed at the top of the cave into a faint, ethereal phantom of a dragon. This is the Dragon Blood Pool. An elderly man in military uniform, with a commanding presence, stood by the pool, his expression solemn. The rules are simple. The longer you stay inside, the greater the benefits. If you can't take it anymore, immediately crush the teleportation jade talisman in your hand, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The old man handed 2 jade talismans to Chu Fan and Su Qingxue respectively. Su Qingxue took the jade talisman and looked at the blood pool that seemed to devour everything. A solemn expression appeared on her beautiful face. She could feel the ice phoenix bloodline within her body stirring restlessly. That stems from an instinctual, blood-based repulsion and wariness towards another powerful energy. Chu Fan patted her hand and gave her a reassuring look. Let's go. He was the first to take off his outer clothes, leaving only a pair of shorts, revealing his body, which had been enhanced many times and had smooth lines and was full of explosive power. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he stepped into the Dragon Blood Pool. Laugh. Like a red-hot iron, it was plunged into the icy water. An indescribable, excruciating pain instantly spread from the soles of my feet throughout my entire body. Hot. This is no ordinary hot water, it is a domineering heat that can penetrate into bones, scorch meridians, and burn the soul. Chu Fan let out a muffled groan, his body jerked violently, and his teeth clenched instantly. He felt as if he had been thrown into an alchemy furnace. Every inch of his skin, every muscle, and every cell was being torn apart, destroyed, and then forcibly reassembled by the violent dragon blood energy. Pain. Utter pain. Ding. High concentration of dragon blood energy detected. Analyzing energy structure. Analysis complete. Divine level analysis activated, optimizing energy absorption pathways. Filtering out 92% of the violent energy, preserving the purest life essence. The system notification sound was like heavenly music. A cool sensation circulated through Chu Fan's body, quickly neutralizing the burning pain that was driving him almost insane. The excruciating pain turned into a tolerable tingling, numbness, and throbbing. Chu Fan let out a long sigh and slowly sat down in the blood pool, letting the dark golden water submerge up to his neck. He turned around and looked at Su Qingxue, who was still hesitating by the pool. "Get down, I'll help you." Su Qingxue gritted her teeth and took off her coat, revealing her stunningly curvaceous figure wrapped in martial arts attire. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and stepped into the pool of blood. Ah! An uncontrollable cry of pain escaped from her mouth. If Chu Fan was enduring burning, then she was enduring a double hell of ice and fire. The Ice Phoenix bloodline within her body erupted completely the moment it came into contact with the dragon blood energy. An extremely cold aura surged wildly from her body, attempting to resist the domineering heat. Two completely opposite top-tier energies, one cold and one hot, clashed violently and primally within her body. Hiss hiss hiss. Centered on her body, the surrounding blood pool was half boiling and half frozen. The frost was melted by the even more violent dragon blood energy as soon as it appeared, turning into billowing steam. Su Qingxue's face flushed red and then turned pale, her body trembling violently in the water. She felt as if her meridians were fragile glass, being frantically pulled by two giant beasts, and could shatter completely at any moment. No. It's too painful. She groaned in pain, her consciousness beginning to blur, and her hand instinctively reached out to crush the teleportation jade talisman. A warm and strong hand grasped her. "Don't move!" Chu Fan's voice rang in her ears, carrying an undeniable calmness. The next second, she felt herself fall into a firm and warm embrace. Chu Fan hugged her tightly from behind. "You!" Su Qingxue's body stiffened, and she instinctively tried to struggle. But Chu Fan's arm, like an iron clamp, held her firmly in place. "Don't move! If you want to live, listen to me." Chu Fan's voice was low and urgent. "Your Ice Phoenix bloodline and dragon blood energy are mutually repelling. If this continues, you will explode and die in less than 3 minutes. Now, surrender all resistance and give your body to me. I'll be your filter." Su Qingxue's mind went blank. Give him your body. What kind of talk is that? But the excruciating pain in her body reminded her that Chu Fan was not joking. She could feel that Chu Fan's body was like a huge vortex. The dragon blood energy that had been raging wildly inside her seemed to have found an outlet, and it surged wildly into Chu Fan's body through their tightly pressed skin. The energy within Chu Fan's body underwent a transformation, becoming a gentle and pure energy that slowly flowed back into her body, beginning to repair her damaged meridians and soothing the rampaging Ice Phoenix bloodline within her. That excruciating, tearing pain actually started to subside. Instead, it gives off a warm, comforting feeling, like a frog being slowly boiled in water. Although it's still uncomfortable, it's completely bearable now. He really did it? Su Qingxue was completely shocked. How did he manage to do that? Using one's own body to filter two violent energies with completely opposite properties? What an utterly unbelievable operation. Is this guy's body a monster? Hold me. Chu Fan's voice rang out again, tinged with suppressed pain. I can't hold on alone for long. We need to synchronize. Let's use our covenant to get the energy circulating. Su Qingxue no longer hesitated. She turned around and, with all her might, hugged the man behind her tightly. Two young and powerful bodies were pressed tightly together in the boiling pool of dragon blood, without the slightest gap between them. The coolness and smoothness of the girl's skin, combined with the heat and firmness of the boy's body, created a strange tactile sensation. Su Qingxue's face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. She could clearly feel his strong heartbeat, the burning heat of his body, and his rock-solid arms that gave her endless security. Shame, panic, and a hint of reassurance that she herself was unwilling to admit. A mix of emotions swirled within her. But soon, she had no time to think about anything else. With complete synchronization between the two, a perfect energy cycle is established between them. The raging dragon blood energy surged into Su Qingshue's body, where it was initially neutralized by her Ice Phoenix bloodline before being transferred into Chu Fan's body. Chu Fan used God-level analysis to completely decompose, filter, and purify this mixed energy. Then, the purest life energy and ice attribute energy were transferred back to Su Qingxue. The purest dragon blood tempering energy is reserved for himself. A perfect win-win situation. Boom! Chu Fan's body emitted a loud cracking sound as his bones and muscles resonated. Under the influence of the massive amount of pure dragon blood energy, his physical strength began to surge at an alarming rate. Mid-stage Tier 2. Late stage of Tier 2. Peak of Tier 2. The bottleneck, as fragile as paper, was broken through in an instant. His bones became harder than steel, gleaming with a faint jade-like luster. His muscles, every fiber, are brimming with explosive power. Su Qingxue also benefited greatly. The Ice Phoenix bloodline within her body, nourished by pure energy, became increasingly refined and pure. The violent, self-destructive impurities in the blood were gradually removed. The illusory image of the Ice Phoenix behind her became clearer and more agile, exuding an unprecedented nobility and majesty. Time flows slowly amidst pain and transformation. I don't know how much time passed. The energy in the pool gradually became thinner. The light emanating from the two of them gradually faded. Chu Fan slowly opened his eyes, and a golden light flashed and disappeared deep in his pupils. He could feel that his body had reached an unprecedented peak state. With his physical strength alone, he can now fight against a martial artist at the early stage of the 3rd tier. He looked down at his chest. The girl was still holding him tightly, seemingly asleep. Her breathing was steady, her cheeks were rosy, and her skin became like the finest white jade, crystal clear and delicate. The icy aura that had always lingered around her, keeping people at arm's length, had faded considerably, replaced by a touch of youthful gentleness. Chu Fan's lips curled up slightly. This trip to Dragon Blood Pool has been far more rewarding than I ever imagined. Just as he was about to wake Su Qingxue, the voice of the old man in military uniform came from outside the cave. Time's up, come out now. Chu Fan carried Su Qingxue out of the Dragon Blood Pool. As soon as she got ashore, Su Qingxue woke up. When she realized that Chu Fan was still holding her in an extremely intimate position, she exclaimed in surprise, quickly broke free, pulled her clothes over, and hurriedly dressed with her back to Chu Fan. Chu Fan just smiled and didn't seem to care. After the two finished dressing, the old man walked in. He looked at them deeply, his eyes filled with amazement. That's right, you are the first couple in the last 10 years to stay inside for a full 3 hours. Feel the changes in your body, this is what you deserve. After he finished speaking, he handed over a sealed document bag. This is a special admission notice from Yanhuang No. 1 Martial Arts University for you. It's here. Chu Fan and Su Qingxue exchanged a glance and both saw the joy in each other's eyes. Chu Fan took the file bag and opened it. 2 beautifully crafted admission notices, bearing the emblem of Wuhan University, lay quietly inside. Following Su Qingxue's name was written, S-Rank Bloodline Special Recruitment, Core Disciple, assigned to Tianhuang Academy. Tianhuang Academy, one of the most prestigious departments at Yanhuang Martial Arts University, specializes in training powerful bloodline martial artists. This allocation is reasonable. Chu Fan looked at his own portion. Special recruitment by the league champions, core disciple, assigned to. However, the department section did not list the combat department or command department as everyone had imagined. Instead, it was an incredibly strange name that he had never heard of before. Miscellaneous Service Office. At the very bottom of the notice, there was a line of handwritten small print, the handwriting messy and with a touch of unruliness. Kid, want to know the truth about the world? Want to know the real secret about your little girlfriend? Come to the handyman's quarters and sweep the floors for 3 years, and I'll tell you the answer. The signature consisted of only one character. Crazy. Chapter 76 The Madman's Test, Crossing Hell. The Servants' Quarters. These 3 words, like an invisible thorn, were stuck on the gilded admission letter of Yanhuang First Martial Arts University, appearing extremely strange and ironic. Chu Fan is the league champion and the strongest newcomer in Donghai City. Su Qingxue possesses S-level bloodline and is a prodigy. Her admission notice read Heavenly Phoenix Academy, a name revered by all. His notice, however, stated that he was assigned to the handy service office where he cleaned toilets. This is no longer an insult, it's a blatant humiliation, slapped in the face in front of everyone. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Su Qingxue snatched the notice from Chu Fan's hand, her beautiful face covered with frost, and even her voice turned cold. What right do they have? This is an insult. This is targeted. I'm going to go find Grandpa and get to the bottom of this. She was trembling with anger. She could accept being wronged, but she couldn't accept that the glory she had fought so hard for was only worthy of the status of a servant in the eyes of others. This is not only a slap in the face to Chu Fan, but also a slap in the face to Su Qingxue. Don't rush. Chu Fan gently placed his hand on the back of her hand. The warm touch calmed her agitated emotions somewhat. His gaze did not fall on the glaring servants' quarters, but instead landed on the end of the notice, on the messy, illegible words that looked as if they were written with a twig. Crazy. Kid, want to know the truth about the world? Want to know the real secret about your little girlfriend? Come to the handyman's quarters and sweep the floors for 3 years, and I'll tell you the answer. These few lines exude a cynical and mad attitude. However, Chu Fan's God-level analysis discerned from between the lines a terrifying power that transcended all rules. The person who wrote these words must be a madman. He's absolutely an insanely powerful madman. Gentlemen, don't rush to conclusions. The elderly man in military uniform, who had been silent all along, slowly spoke. His gaze swept over the 2 notices, finally settling on Chu Fan's, with a hint of envy in his eyes. Every admission notice from Yanhuang Wuhan University is flawless. Especially these handwritten notes, which represent the will of a certain important figure in the university. The old man pointed to the back of the notice. Look at the back. This is where the true weight of this acceptance letter lies. Chu Fan flipped through the notification letter. On the back, there are only a few lines of simple black text. Special recruitment assessment task. Mission objective: independently traverse the Black Wind Corridor, no man's land, and reach Dragon City. Task time limit: 15 days. Optional options. Part 1: abandon the mission, board the military armored train, safely arrive in Dragon City, and register for school. Part 2: accept the mission. Your safety is your own responsibility. Upon successful arrival, you will receive 10,000 special recruitment points and the qualification to receive personal guidance from the crazy mentor. Black Wind Corridor. Chu Fan's pupils contracted slightly. He had seen this name in the library of Donghai City. That was a huge uninhabited area that separated the eastern coast from the inland hinterland. Stretching for thousands of miles, the area is characterized by harsh environments, teeming with strange beasts, and home to countless wanted criminals and outlaws, forming lawless enclaves. That place is a forbidden zone for ordinary people, but a paradise for criminals and strange beasts. It's known as hell on land. Sending a high school graduate through hell? This isn't an assessment. This is murder. Madman. Chu Fan murmured the name, a slow smile playing on his lips. He understood. The servants' quarters were the threshold. Crossing the Black Wind Corridor is a pledge of allegiance. That mysterious mad mentor is using the most extreme and cruel method to select his students. Alternatively, one could become mediocre, take the train, and peacefully go to school. Or, become a madman, bet your life on the gambling table, and try to win a bright future. I'll go with you. Su Qingxue's voice was decisive and resolute, without the slightest hesitation. She looked into Chu Fan's eyes with unwavering determination. Your notification letter says independent trekking, but mine doesn't. I am your contracted beast. According to the rules, we are one. She paused, her voice softening slightly, yet still carrying a hint of unyielding stubbornness. Wherever you are, I will be there. Chu Fan looked at her and smiled. He reached out and gently tucked a stray strand of hair from her forehead behind her ear. Good. A single word is worth more than 1,000 words. The elderly man in military uniform looked at the scene before him with even greater amazement in his eyes. He nodded and took a black metal box from his pocket. This is what the head of the Su family asked me to pass on to you. He said, if you choose to take the train, then throw this box into the sea. If you choose the other path. The old man handed the box to Chu Fan. Then it might help you survive. It was already late at night when we left the underground. Chu Fan and Su Qingxue did not go home, but went directly to the largest and most chaotic night owl black market in Donghai City. This is a gathering place for martial artists, bounty hunters, and all sorts of people from all walks of life. With enough money, you can buy anything. From standard military weapons to fresh entrails ripped from alien beasts. We need high-strength composite fiber combat suits, capable of withstanding at least the claw attacks of Tier 3 alien beasts. We also need high-energy compressed biscuits and concentrated purification agents. As Su Qingxue walked, she quickly made up a list, clearly already in a state of preparation. She pulled Chu Fan along and headed straight for the largest equipment store in the black market. Chu Fan stopped her. Those finished products are expensive and useless. He pointed to a dark corner next to him that smelled of strange medicine. Let's go over there. It was an inconspicuous little stall, run by a one-eyed man, and filled with all sorts of strange and unusual materials. Blackened animal bones, dried plant roots and stems, and some unidentified liquids and powders in bottles and jars. Su Qingxue frowned. Why buy these? They're all unprocessed raw materials, and many of them are even poisonous. Chu Fan didn't explain. He went straight to the stall and began to quickly select items. 5 portions of the venom glands of the three-eyed demon spider. 10 milliliters of the juice from the rotten bone flower. And this too, the powder made from the reverse scales of the ironback earth dragon. I'll take it all. His selections were completely haphazard, and the things he bought were utterly unrelated. Su Qingxue became more and more confused as she looked at it. But she didn't ask any more questions, she just watched quietly. She believed him. In Chu Fan's mind, the G-God-level analysis system was operating at high speed. The Black Wind Corridor Beast Compendium Beginner is loading. Loading complete, analyzing common monster weaknesses. Analysis complete, generating targeted poison trap recipes. Formula 1, neuroparalyzing poison mist. Materials, three-eyed demon spider venom glands, ghost face mushroom powder. Effectively paralyzes arthropods. Recipe 2, strong acid corrosion trap. Materials, bone-rotting flower juice, sulfuric acid rock. Can instantly melt the carapace of beasts below Tier 3. One ruthless, insidious, yet incredibly efficient formula after another formed in his mind. The seemingly garbage raw materials he bought could, within his knowledge base, be combined into a symphony of death. By the time all the materials were purchased, it was already dawn. Without resting, Chu Fan first went back to his dilapidated rented room. The kind landlady was still thrilled by the news of his victory. Chu Fan didn't say much, but left her a bank card that would allow her to live comfortably in her old age, and a note that read, "Going away to study, don't worry about me." This place holds the despair of his past life and the starting point of this one. Now, it's time to say goodbye. Then, they came to the edge of the city. A massive city wall, hundreds of meters high and cast from alloy, stood like an insurmountable chasm, completely separating the civilized world from the wilderness beyond. This is the entrance to the Black Wind Corridor. Several soldiers wearing exoskeleton armor stood guard over a huge gate with indifferent expressions. Outside the gate, there was a gray sky and an endless, desolate wilderness. Just as Chu Fan and Su Qingxue were preparing to register and step into that unknown land, a black hovercar silently stopped behind them. Su Fu, the head butler of the Su family, stepped out of the car with an extremely solemn expression. "Young Master Chu, Miss Su. There is some news that the head of the family instructed me to tell you before you set off." Su Fu took a deep breath and lowered his voice. Just an hour ago, news came from the Blackstone prison where Wang Tang is being held. Wang Tang escaped from prison. Su Qingxue's body visibly stiffened for a moment. Wang Tang. That madman who didn't hesitate to use banned substances in the finals to kill them. Wasn't his cultivation destroyed and sentenced to life imprisonment? How could someone possibly escape from the most heavily guarded Blackrock prison? He didn't escape alone. Su Fu's expression turned even more unpleasant. The prison's surveillance system was destroyed by a mysterious force, and 3 king-level guards died on the spot. At the scene, only one line of words written in blood was left on the wall of Wang Tang's cell. Chu Fan and Su Qingxue exchanged a glance, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. Chu Fan spoke slowly, his voice calm. "What did you write?" Su Fu's lips moved, and he uttered with difficulty the words that sounded like a curse from the abyss. "I'll be waiting for you in hell." Chapter 77, Killing Instruction. Welcome, newcomers. Su Fu's face was even more ashen than the sky outside the Black Wind Corridor. That curse from the abyss, "I'll be waiting for you in hell," was like an invisible hand, gripping the throats of everyone present. Wang Tang. That madman whose cultivation was destroyed should have rotted away in Blackrock prison. Not only did he escape, but he also used the lives of 3 king-level guards to deliver an invitation from hell to them. Su Qingxue tightened her grip on the sword hilt. She is not afraid of Wang Tang. What she feared was the mysterious power behind Wang Tang, a power capable of easily annihilating 3 kings and rendering Blackstone Prison virtually useless. I see. Shu Fan's reaction was so calm it was unsettling. He simply nodded, as if he hadn't heard a provocation from a mortal enemy, but rather a greeting that said, "The weather is nice today." He took Su Qingshue's hand, turned around, and walked towards the huge gate that separated the two worlds. "Thank you for letting me know." His back view showed no hesitation whatsoever. Su Fu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't utter a single word. Looking at the resolute backs of the two figures, he suddenly understood why the family head, Su Zhantian, had made that decision. These two young people are not ordinary geniuses at all. They are crazy. He is a madman who dares to face hell head-on, and even trample hell under his feet. Register. The guard's voice was as cold as the exoskeleton armor he wore. Shu Fan handed over his admission notice. The soldier's gaze lingered on the words "servants' quarters" for a moment, and a mocking smile, undisguised, curled at the corner of his mouth beneath his mask. Another fool who doesn't know his own limitations. Every year there are a few who think they are the chosen ones and insist on taking this dead end. In the end, not even bones were left. Name, Shu Fan. Assignment, Miscellaneous Service Office. Assessment task, traverse the Black Wind Corridor. Name, Su Qingxue. Assignment, Tianhuang Academy. Accompanying? The soldier's electronic voice stuttered slightly. He looked up at Su Qingshue's face, a face that could drive any man mad, and then at the 3 golden characters Tianhuang Academy on her admission notice. That's insane. This world has gone mad. An S-level genius from the Heavenly Phoenix Academy actually accompanied a good-for-nothing from the Miscellaneous Affairs Courtyard to venture into the Black Wind Corridor. What's the point? Do you want to die faster? Confirm entry? The soldier's voice carried a hint of routine impatience. Confirmed. Shu Fan nodded. Rumble. The massive alloy gate that separated civilization from the wilderness slowly rose amidst a screeching sound. A gust of wind, carrying a mixture of rust, dust, and a faint smell of blood, howled in from outside the door. Outside the door, there were no shady trees as I had imagined, nor blue skies and white clouds. There was only a vast, gray wilderness stretching to the horizon. The dilapidated highways, the ruins of collapsed high-rise buildings, and the weathered metal skeletons, like the silent skeletons of giants, are scattered across the desolate earth. This is the graveyard of the previous civilization. It is also a paradise for strange beasts and outlaws. Good luck to you. The soldier coldly uttered 4 words and then looked away from them. In his eyes, these two people were already dead. Shu Fan pulled Su Qingxue along and took a step forward. When their feet touched that cracked earth, the gate behind them slammed shut with a crash. Completely isolate yourself from that brightly lit, orderly world. Can you feel it? Shu Fan suddenly spoke. Su Qingxue was still adjusting to the oppressive feeling of this wilderness when she heard this and was taken aback. Feeling what? The air is different now. Shu Fan took a deep breath. The air inside the wall is alive. The air outside the wall is starved. It greedily sought to devour every vibrant life that set foot on this land. Su Qingshue's body tensed up instinctively. She had never felt this way before, as if she had become a piece of delicious meat, being stared at by countless unseen eyes. Don't be afraid. Shu Fan gripped her hand tightly. From now on, forget that you are the eldest daughter of the Su family, forget that you are an S-level genius. Here, you only have one identity. Hunter. Instead of choosing the seemingly safe abandoned road, the two ventured into a complex cluster of architectural ruins nearby. Shu Fan walked ahead, his steps light, yet he always managed to precisely avoid the loose stones and moss-covered traps. His eyes, like the most precise radar, constantly scanned his surroundings. From the perspective of a god-level analysis, this desolate world is filled with all sorts of information. The concrete structure 30 meters ahead is unstable and at risk of collapse. There is scavenging rat droppings in the left corner of the wall. Please keep your distance. An abnormal concentration of pheromones in the air has been detected. A large predator has marked its territory nearby. It took about half an hour to walk. Shu Fan stopped in front of the ruins of a shopping mall, which was now just a frame. Right here, ready to welcome guests. Su Qingxue was stunned. She hadn't sensed anything. But she did not question it. She immediately drew her long sword, and the Ice Phoenix bloodline within her body slowly circulated as she warily looked around. Shu Fan shook his head. Turn off your arrogance. Here, fluctuations in spiritual energy are like lighting torches in the dark, telling everyone, I'm here, come and eat me. Fighting is not for show, but for silencing the enemy as quickly and effortlessly as possible. He picked up a piece of rusty steel bar and drew a simple sketch on the ground. This is the entrance, there's only one. When they come, you guard this place and use minimal ice-based combat skills to control their movements and create chaos. Remember, don't go all out. Your task is to control the situation, not to kill. Leave the killing to me. His voice was calm, yet it possessed a reassuring power. Su Qing. Qingxue nodded, restraining her aura, and like a lurking snow leopard, she hid in the shadows near the entrance. Chu Fan himself disappeared into the darkness on the second floor of the mall in a few flashes. Silence. A deathly silence. Only the wind, as it whistles through the steel bars of the ruins, makes a mournful sound, like the wailing of ghosts. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Just as Su Qingxue's patience was about to run out, a faint sound, like claws scraping across concrete, came from afar. From afar, they became increasingly dense. Soon, pairs of scarlet eyes, radiating cruelty and hunger, lit up in the shadows of the ruins. It's a wolf. It was a whole size larger than a wolf on earth, covered in dark red, needle-like mane, and dripping foul-smelling saliva from the corner of its mouth. Bloodthirsty demon wolf. A gregarious, cunning, and cruel Tier 1 beast. There were dozens of them. Su Qingxue's heart jumped. The lead demon wolf let out a low growl, and more than a dozen of the strongest demon wolves immediately transformed into more than a dozen red lightning bolts, rushing towards the mall entrance. Now! Su Qingxue's eyes narrowed, and she twirled her long sword in a flourish. A surge of extremely cold spiritual energy flowed silently from the tip of the sword into the ground. Ice surface technique. The dozen or so demonic wolves at the very front suddenly slipped. The smooth ice surface caused them to lose their balance instantly, and more than a dozen wolves collided in a chaotic mess. The wolves behind, unaware of what was happening, continued to charge forward. The entire entrance area instantly descended into chaos. Just then, in the darkness, a figure, like a ghost, descended from the sky. Chu Fan. He had somehow acquired a military dagger from the black market. Puff. He landed behind a slipping wolf, his dagger unadorned, piercing precisely into the wolf's eye socket, straight into its brain. One fatal blow. The wolf didn't even have time to let out a howl. Its body twitched twice, and then it fell completely silent. Chu Fan did not linger for a moment. He lightly touched the dead wolf with his toes, and his body sprang up again, weaving through the chaotic wolf pack like a butterfly flitting among flowers. Every move he makes is extremely simple. It stings the throat. Broken eyes. Amputated limb. His target is always the wolf's most vulnerable and fatal part. God-level analysis, it allows him to clearly see the movements of each demon wolf and predict their next attack. His body, like a sophisticated killing machine, executes the brain's commands in the most efficient way. Su Qingxue stood at the entrance, dumbfounded. She had never seen a battle like this before. There were no flashy combat techniques, nor any overwhelming spiritual power. Only the most primitive, efficient, and bloodiest killings. Every movement Chu Fan made was filled with the beauty of death. He wasn't fighting, he was reaping lives. Don't just stand there. Chu Fan's voice snapped her out of her shock. Control the ones behind. Don't let them rush in. Su Qingxue immediately snapped back to her senses, brandishing her longsword continuously, creating ice walls and spikes that rose and fell among the wolf pack. She strictly followed Chu Fan's instructions: control, but not kill. Create the greatest chaos with the least amount of resources. For the first time, the two displayed astonishing teamwork in a real life or death battle. One main controller. One main killer. In just a few minutes, the more than 20 bloodthirsty wolves that rushed into the mall had all fallen into pools of blood. Chu Fan's body was splattered with warm wolf blood, but his eyes were clear, without a trace of the madness that followed the killing. He flicked the blood off the dagger and looked outside. The wolf pack was stunned by the bloody scene. The Wolf King, the leader, let out a defiant roar, its scarlet eyes fixed on Chu Fan, as if trying to etch the human's image into its very bones. In the end, it chose to retreat. Leading the remaining wolves, they retreated into the darkness like a receding tide. The battle is over. The strong smell of blood filled the air, making people nauseous. Su Qingxue's face turned pale. Although she had killed strange beasts before, she had never seen such a tragic and direct scene. Shu Fan walked to her side and handed her a clean cloth. You'll get used to it. Welcome to the real world. He crouched down and began skillfully using his dagger to peel the fur off the demon wolf's corpse and extract its core. All of this is money. Su Qingxue looked at him with a complicated expression, as if he had done it 1,000 times before. She followed Shu Fan's example, squatting down and clumsily handling the wolf carcass. When her hand first touched the warm, viscous blood, her body visibly trembled. But she gritted her teeth and did not back down. She knew that Shu Fan was right. From the moment she stepped out of that door, she had to learn all of this. Just as the two were cleaning up the battlefield, Shu Fan suddenly stopped. He stared at the carcass of the largest wolf king, the first to be killed, and frowned. What's wrong? Su Qingxue asked. Shu Fan did not answer. He reached out and pulled half of something out of the wolf king's eye socket. That was the arrowhead. The arrowhead was broken, but the strange totem on it, composed of countless twisted eyes, was still exceptionally clear. Ding! Special energy residue detected. Analyzing totem, database matching. Match successful, Pantheon, Nurturer emblem. Breeder? Shu Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. He recalled the mysterious force that had appeared when Wang Tang escaped from prison. I recalled Su Fu's message, I'll be waiting for you in hell. Pantheon cult. Are they in cahoots with Wang Tang? They came to the Black Wind Corridor not to hunt, but to raise these strange beasts? One mystery after another surfaced in his mind. Shu Fan felt as if he had stumbled into a giant spider web that had been laid out in advance. At the center of this network is Wang Tang. And that, the mysterious Pantheon. Chapter 78. The prey takes the bait, and the black eats the black. Shu Fan's fingertips pinched the half-cut, cold arrowhead. The Pantheon's emblem, the breeder. Wang Tang. Hell. One by one, the cold words strung together in his mind, forming a thread laced with deadly poison. This network stretched from Donghai City all the way to this damned no-man's land. They are not traveling through hell. They are the prey driven into hell. Wang Tang and the Pantheon were the hunters hiding in the shadows, enjoying their death throes. Guess, Shu Fan suddenly spoke, his voice eerily calm. How many eyes are watching us right now? Su Qingxue paused in her actions of dealing with the wolf carcass. She followed Shu Fan's gaze and looked at the silent ruins around her, which resembled the skeletons of giants. The wind howled, as if countless eyes were greedily watching them from the darkness. A chill ran up her spine. So, Wang Tang and the others deliberately lured us here so that these strange beasts would kill us? No. Shu Fan stood up, put away the arrow, and casually stuffed a few blood-stained demon cores into his pocket. Killing us is too cheap. They're being raised, have you forgotten? He glanced at the wolf carcass on the ground. We are also a type of animal feed. Su Qingxue's face instantly turned extremely ugly. She, the eldest daughter of the prestigious Su family and an S-level genius, was seen by others as nothing more than animal feed. This insult is worse than death. Walk. Shu Fan didn't explain further, and pulled her along as they continued deeper into the wilderness. But the direction he was heading was no longer a straight line. Like a seasoned hunter, he used the ruins and ravines to constantly change his position, completely concealing his whereabouts in this desolate, deathly world. Su Qingxue followed him closely, without saying a word. She could sense that Shu Fan's entire aura had changed. If before he was calm and cunning, now, he is a drawn sword, about to drink blood. After walking for an unknown amount of time, just as the two passed through the ruins of a collapsed overpass, Shu Fan suddenly stopped. Ding! A faint, non-natural psionic distress signal has been detected 1.5 kilometers ahead. The signal frequency is extremely unstable and is being forcibly blocked. A distress signal? In this godforsaken place? Shu Fan's first reaction was that it was a trap. Another trap set by the Pantheon, waiting for them to fall into. He looked at Su Qingxue. There may be trouble, but there may also be benefits. A trap? Su Qingxue reacted extremely quickly. There is a 90% chance, Shu Fan nodded, but the remaining 10% might hold our chance to turn the tide. He doesn't like being prey. Now that the hunter has shown his fangs, he should be prepared to be bitten in return and have his throat torn off by his prey. I'll go check, you wait here. I'll go with you, Su Qingxue interrupted him, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Shu Fan glanced at her but said nothing more. The two concealed their presence completely, like two ghosts, and quickly stealthily moved towards the signal source. Soon, a huge, abandoned shopping mall, half of which had collapsed, came into view. The signal comes from inside. The area around the mall was eerily quiet, with no trace of any strange beast activity, which in itself was highly unusual. Chu Fan did not use the main entrance. He led Su Qingxue around to the back of the mall and, using his God-level analysis, easily found a structurally weak wall. He took out a strong acid corrosive agent that he had bought on the black market from his backpack and drew a circle on the wall. Hiss! A soft, teeth-grinding sound rang out. The wall was silently melted, creating an opening large enough for one person to pass through. The two slipped inside. The mall was in a mess, but surprisingly clean, with little dust, clearly indicating that it was a long-term haunt of activity. The distress signal became even clearer. Faint, intermittent, filled with despair. Following the signal, the two stealthily made their way to the third floor of the mall. Pushing aside a pile of collapsed shelves, the sight before her eyes caused Su Qingxue's pupils to contract sharply. The entire atrium on the third floor has been transformed into a huge, temporary biochemical laboratory. A dozen or so men dressed in black robes and wearing metal masks were busy at work. Around them were rows of huge iron cages. Inside the cage were all sorts of strange and bizarre beasts. Many of these beasts were covered with hideous stitches, making them look like monsters that had been forcibly pieced together. They screamed and struggled in pain in the cage, but were electrocuted by the flashing electricity on the cage, causing their bodies to convulse. A man in black robes took out a syringe filled with scarlet liquid from a metal box. The violent and eerie aura emanating from that liquid was all too familiar to Chu Fan and Su Qingxue. Wang Tang. The banned substance Wang Tang used in the final had this very scent. Ding. Detection of energy fluctuations from the same source as the berserk drug. Analyzing drug components. Comparing database. Warning. This drug is a substandard counterfeit, with extremely poor stability, and has a 78% probability of causing genetic collapse in the test subject. It really was them. Pantheon religion. Just then, a man in black robes plunged the scarlet potion deep into the neck of a two-headed wind wolf that was tied to the lab table. Roar! The two-headed wind wolf let out a scream so shrill it sounded like a living creature. Its body began to expand wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Muscles torn, bones bulging out. On the surface of the skin, twisted, bone spur-like keratinous growths have appeared. Its eyes turned completely blood red, filled with a madness that could destroy everything. Data. Record the data. The leader, a man in black robes, had a hoarse voice filled with a fanatical excitement. Subject number 3's gene fusion rate has increased by 3 percentage points. His strength index has instantly broken through the third-tier threshold. It's too perfect. This is simply a creation of the gods. Chu Fan and Su Qingxue hid behind the shelves, quietly watching all of this. Su Qingxue's body was trembling slightly, not from fear, but from anger. These lunatics are actually using living, strange beasts to conduct such inhumane experiments. Chu Fan's eyes, however, grew brighter and brighter. His gaze swept over the busy men in black robes, over the experimental subjects in the cages, and finally landed on the metal box filled with scarlet medicine in the center of the laboratory. All of this is money. No, it's more important than money. This is a core secret of the Pantheon. He turned his head and made a gesture to Su Qingxue. It's a case of the wicked eating the wicked. Su Qingxue was taken aback, but then she understood what Chu Fan meant. A cold flame ignited in her eyes as well. That's right, you don't need to talk about morality when dealing with these lunatics. The best outcome would be to bury them here along with their sins. In Chu Fan's eyes, countless data streams flashed by wildly. God-level analysis initiated. Scanning laboratory layout, energy circuits, defense system. Analysis complete. Option 1, detonate the backup energy core on the east side, which can cause large-scale chaos, with a success rate of 75%. Option 2, hacker the central control system, release all experimental subjects, and trigger a riot. Success rate, 88%. Option 3. A cold smile curled at the corners of Chu Fan's lips. He chose option 2. He wanted to make these self-proclaimed gods taste what it was like to be torn apart by the monsters they created. He was preparing to take action. An anomaly, a sudden occurrence. Deep inside the laboratory, in the largest cage covered by thick alloy plates. Suddenly, a dull, drum-like impact rang out. Bang! The entire third floor shook. The black-robed figures who were frantically recording data all stopped what they were doing and looked at the cage with surprise and uncertainty. What happened? Number 17, something seems off. Bang! 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 The impacts grew more frequent and louder. The alloy cage, which was strong enough to withstand artillery shells, had clear fist marks appearing on its surface. Click! With a crisp sound, a spiderweb-like crack appeared on the alloy plate. Oh no! Number 17 is out of control. The leader of the men in black robes let out a terrified scream. Quick! Activate the highest level of electric shock. Suppress it. However, it was too late. Boom! A deafening explosion. The entire alloy cage was torn apart from the inside by an indescribable, terrifying force. A massive, suffocating black shadow slowly rose from the shattered cage. That was a true Frankenstein's monster that was over 3 meters tall. It has the head of an armored rhinoceros, the claws of a raging lion, the venomous tail of a scorpion tiger, and the limbs of countless unknown beasts, all crudely stitched together. Its body was covered with various metal tubes and broken wires, and green slime mixed with black blood dripped continuously from the stitches. Its strength has reached the peak of a third-tier martial artist. Roar! The Stitches monster let out a roar filled with pain and savagery, and the sound waves turned into a tangible impact, instantly blowing away the surrounding instruments and the black-robed man. The lab is in chaos. Complete chaos. All the imprisoned beasts seemed to be provoked and began to frantically ram their cages. The men in black robes screamed and scattered, completely losing their previous calm and fervor. Run! Monster! It's turned into a monster. Xu Fan and Su Qingxue exchanged a glance as they looked at the hellish scene before them. The opportunity has arrived. Xu Fan showed no sign of tension. Instead, a playful smile appeared on his face. Qingxue. His voice, amidst the chaotic roars and explosions, clearly reached Su Qingxue's ears. Get ready, let's start harvesting. Chapter 79. A monster feast. Who is the prey? Roar. The deafening roar nearly ripped the ceiling off the entire mall. The monster, over 3 meters tall and made up of countless limbs of strange beasts, completely broke free from the cage. In its single eye, there is only pure, destructive tyranny and madness. Monster. Number 17 has gone out of control. Quick! Activate the defense system. Kill it. It's no use. The control terminal has been destroyed. The dozen or so men in black robes, who had just been acting like fanatical scientists, were now running around like headless flies, screaming and scattering in all directions. The creations of God that they created with their own hands will now be torn to pieces. Bang! The stitched monster casually swung its claw, which belonged to the fiery lion. A slow-moving man in black robes was instantly torn in two, his warm internal organs and blood splattering all over the ground. The strong smell of blood instantly ignited the entire scene. Roar! Hiss! In the other cages, the experimental subjects who had been injected with substandard banned drugs also went berserk, frantically ramming their bodies against the alloy cage doors. Click! Click! The entire third-floor atrium had become a bloody, chaotic, monster-infested carnival. Su Qingxue's breathing stopped. The hellish scene before her eyes was beyond anything she had ever known in the past 18 years. Don't look, concentrate. Xu Fan's voice, like ice water, instantly cleared her chaotic thoughts. She turned her head and saw Xu Fan's face, which was frighteningly calm. In his eyes, there was no fear, no panic, only the extreme calm and excitement of a hunter discovering the perfect prey. 1 peak third tier, 3 early third tier, and 12 second tier. Xu Fan's gaze swept quickly over the strongest Frankenstein monster and the experimental subjects about to break free of their cages, and he quickly rattled off a series of numbers. God-level analysis activated. Scanning target, sutured experimental subject number 17. Strength, peak of tier 3 martial master unstable. Features, fusion of the ironclad rhinoceros skull extremely strong defense, the blazing lion claws extremely strong attack, and the scorpion-tailed tiger sting with neurotoxin. Weakness analysis in progress. Weakness 1, the energy core is located at the suture site of the chest cavity and is connected by 3 main energy conduits, making it extremely vulnerable. Weakness 2, unstable gene splicing, resulting in a 0.3 second delay in the neural reflex arc. Weakness 3. A cold smile curled at the corners of Xu Fan's lips. It's a treasure from head to toe, but unfortunately, it's a defective product. Qingxue. He looked at Su Qingxue and spoke very quickly. I'll take the biggest one later. You take care of the rest. Remember what I said before, don't fight head on. Use your ice to slow them down, make trouble for them, and muddy the water. Your task is to stall them and create an opportunity for me. Do you understand? Su Qingxi took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. Clear. At this moment, she had an almost blind trust in Chu Fan. If he says it can be done, then it definitely can be done. Boom! Another cage was smashed open, and a hyena with 8 spider legs roared as it charged out, lunging at the nearest man in black robes. The entire laboratory is completely out of control. Those people in black robes became the monster's first targets. Now! Chu Fan gave a low shout, and the two of them shot out from behind the shelves like 2 arrows released from a bow, one on the left and one on the right. Su Qingxiu's goal is very clear. She ignored the strongest stitched monster and instead flashed into view of the group of 2nd and 3rd tier experimental subjects who had just escaped their confinement. Ice Phoenix Domain, open. An extremely cold aura instantly spread out from her center. A thick layer of frost had formed on the ground. The rushing monsters slipped and stumbled, their speed drastically reduced. Su Qingxue brandished her long sword, and ice walls rose from the ground, precisely separating the monster horde and preventing them from regrouping. She remembered Chu Fan's instructions: control, but do not kill. Achieve maximum control over the field with minimal resources. Meanwhile, Chu Fan was already facing the most terrifying stitched monster head-on. All the surviving men in black robes looked at this scene with expressions as if they were looking at idiots. This is insane. This kid who appeared out of nowhere actually dares to challenge number 17? This isn't the way to court death. Roar! The Frankenstein's monster's single eye instantly locked onto Chu Fan, this insignificant human. It sensed the vibrant and powerful life force emanating from Chu Fan. That was food far more delicious than that of the men in black robes. It strides forward with its powerful legs, causing the earth to tremble. The head of the armored rhinoceros lowers, its huge horn gleaming with a cold metallic light, and it charges wildly toward Chu Fan. This impact was enough to smash through a city wall. Just as the collision was about to happen, Chu Fan's body shifted half a step to the left at an unbelievable angle. It was only half a step. Boom! The Frankenstein's monster horn brushed against his clothes and slammed into the supporting pillar behind him. The entire building shook violently. Before the monster could pull out its head, the scorpion-tailed tiger's venomous stinger, accompanied by a whooshing sound, pierced towards Chu Fan's back like a black lightning bolt. Without turning his head, Chu Fan twisted his body strangely and gripped the dagger in his other hand. Bite! The dagger struck the tip of the poison stinger precisely. A tremendous force surged forth, and Chu Fan, using this force, floated into the air like a feather. The dragon and phoenix dance. In the face of absolute power, all skills seem pale in comparison. But for Chu Fan, the statement is reversed. Faced with the absolute insight of God-level analysis, no matter how strong the power, as long as there is a weakness, it is just a moving target. Its weakness is the seam. Chu Fan's furious shout rang out in the chaotic laboratory. He was not only reminding himself, but also speaking to Su Qingxue. It was also meant for those black-robed figures hiding in the corner, trembling with fear. What? Upon hearing this, one of the surviving men in black robes shuddered. How could he know number 17's biggest weakness? This is their top secret. The stitches seemed to be provoked by the word weakness. It abandoned attacking the others, let out an angry roar, and unleashed all its attacks on Chu Fan. A giant claw strikes. Venomous tail sweeps across. Even its unidentified limbs were spraying corrosive liquids of various colors. In an instant, Chu Fan's figure, amidst the storm of attacks, was like a small boat in a raging storm, on the verge of being torn to shreds at any moment. But it just won't sink. Every step he took, every dodge he made, was timed to coincide with the gaps in the attack, and he appeared in the most unexpected positions the monsters could not anticipate. He is dancing. On the edge of a knife, a dance of death is being performed. On Su Qingxue's side, the pressure increased sharply. But she gritted her teeth and kept unleashing ice-based combat skills, keeping more than a dozen monsters stuck in another area. She believed in Chu Fan. What she had to do was buy him time. Finally, after dodging 17 fatal attacks, Chu Fan seized that fleeting opportunity. That 0.3-second lapse caused by the delay in the neural reflex arc. His figure appeared like a ghost in an instant on the chest of the Frankenstein monster. Here, he could clearly see that beneath the roughly stitched up skin, 3 energy conduits emitting an ominous red light were pulsating slightly. That's the monster's heart. Die. Chu Fan's eyes flashed with cold light, and the military dagger in his hand was infused with all his spiritual power, transforming into a silver streak. There were no thorns, no cuts. It's a cut. Put. The dagger's sharp blade, following the stitched lines, precisely sliced through the gaps. The movements were fluid and seamless, without the slightest hesitation. The 3 energy conduits snapped instantly. The Frankenstein monster, which was attacking frantically, froze in its tracks. It lowered its head, its single eye filled with incomprehension, looking at the tiny, ant-like human on its chest. Then, its massive body began to tremble violently. Streams of violent energy erupted uncontrollably from the broken conduit. Oh no! It's about to self-destruct. Chu Fan's expression changed, and he suddenly exerted force with his feet, his body retreating rapidly. Xing Xue, retreat! Boom! An unprecedentedly massive explosion. A terrifying energy shockwave, mixed with flesh and metal fragments, swept outwards in all directions. The entire 3rd floor of the mall was instantly razed to the ground. Chu Fan and Su Qingxue managed to retreat to a safe distance just before the explosion, but even so, they were still thrown away by the huge blast wave. The smoke and dust cleared. Where it stood, only a huge crater remained. The arrogant Frankenstein monster, along with the experimental subjects who hadn't yet had a chance to go on a killing spree, and a few black-robed figures who hadn't escaped, were all reduced to ashes in the explosion. Cough cough. Su Qingxue crawled out of a pile of rubble, her pretty face blackened and white in patches, looking somewhat disheveled, but her eyes were surprisingly bright. We won. Together, they actually managed to kill a peak 3rd-tier monster. The immense sense of accomplishment from this powerful kill against someone of a higher level made her blood boil. Chu Fan was in better condition. He patted the dust off his clothes and immediately locked his gaze on the metal box filled with scarlet medicine that had survived the explosion. And next to it, there was a black chip that had been blown out, shimmering with a faint light. I've struck it rich. Chu Fan walked over and put away the metal box and the chip. This time, it was a classic case of the wicked eating the wicked, and they made a fortune. He didn't chase after the fleeing men in black robes. One shouldn't pursue a desperate enemy. Besides, his target was never these small fry. He connected the black chip to his wrist computer. Ding! Encrypted data detected. Initiating cracking. Successfully cracked. A flood of disorganized information rushed into Chu Fan's mind. Most of it is experimental data about the modification of various alien beasts, which is bloody and cruel. Chu Fan quickly filtered through the data. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a document marked as highest priority. Seedling Cultivation Program list of new students for Yanhuang First Martial Arts University. The file is open. Familiar names appeared on the screen one by one. Su Qingxue, S rank Ice Phoenix Bloodline, threat level, extremely high. Solution, capture and modify into prototype number 18. Zhao Wuji, A+ level Titan Bloodline, threat level, high. Handling strategy, observation, contamination. Li Changa, rank A Sword Heart Clarity, threat level, medium. Solution. The densely packed list almost encompasses all the incoming freshmen with special bloodlines or talents. The Pantheon Stronghold was tasked with pre-selecting and marking these seedlings in preparation for the subsequent harvest. Chu Fan's eyes turned completely cold. Wang Tong. Pantheon. Hell. Crossing the Black Wind Corridor. All of this connects. This was not a chance encounter. This is a premeditated hunt targeting all of them, the special freshmen. And they had only just entered the hunting grounds. Chapter 80, A Night's Talk in the Wilderness, Who Will You Rely On? The aftershocks of the explosion, like the breath of a demon, still lingered in the deep pit of the abandoned shopping mall. Chu Fan, with Su Qingxue in his arms, quickly leaped off the edge of the pit, avoiding the burning debris and rubble falling from the sky. He did not look back at the black-robed men who had turned to charcoal. They also paid no attention to the experimental subjects who survived the explosion but scattered in panic. In his eyes, none of these things were the most important. What matters is what you have gained. The cold, heavy metal box contained a scarlet potion that glowed eerily in the dim light. And there was that unassuming black chip, lying quietly in his palm. Ding! High-level energy fluctuations detected nearby. Continuously tracking. A system notification sounded in his mind, and Chu Fan's gaze swept into the depths of the night. That's the direction of Dragon City. It was also the lair of Wang Tang and the Pantheon. Without hesitation, he grabbed Su Qingxue and quickly disappeared into the shadows of the mall ruins. Where are we going? Su Qingxue's voice was a little hoarse. This was her first time experiencing such a life or death struggle. Her spiritual energy was almost completely depleted, and her body was also somewhat exhausted. What exhausted her even more was the mental shock. Those modified beasts, those fanatical men in black robes, and the Pantheon's seedling program. All of this weighed heavily on her heart, like a huge stone. Let's find a place to rest, Xu Fan replied. He kept moving, traversing the wilderness, skillfully avoiding collapsed buildings and potentially dangerous areas. Su Qingxue followed closely behind him, her gaze fixed on his back. The calmness and decisiveness this man displayed at this moment were completely different from his good-for-nothing image at school. She knew that he harbored many secrets. However, she no longer felt uneasy. There was even a strange sense of peace. After walking for nearly half an hour, the two arrived at a cave covered by rocks. The entrance to the cave was well hidden, only wide enough for one person. Xu Fan pushed aside the vines and crawled inside first. The cave was dry inside and there were no signs of any strange beasts, making it a safe temporary base. After checking around and confirming that there was no danger, Xu Fan took out compressed biscuits and water and handed them to Su Qingxue. Let's replenish our energy first, he said. Su Qingxue took the biscuits and water and ate them silently. The intense exercise and mental exertion made her feel hungrier than ever before. After finishing his meal, Xu Fan took out a first aid kit from his backpack and said to her, "Lift up your clothes." Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment before she realized that her left arm had been cut by rubble in the explosion and was now burning with pain. She hesitated for a moment, but then obediently rolled up her sleeves. A thin, long bloodstain was a shocking sight on his fair arm. Xu Fan made no unnecessary movements or said any unnecessary words. He carefully cleaned her wound, applied medicine, and then bandaged it. Su Qingxue looked at his focused profile and smelled a faint scent of medicine. A warm feeling she had never experienced before spread through her heart. In the Su family, she was taught from a young age to be strong and independent. Pain is a sign of weakness. So she got used to pretending and hiding all her emotions. No one cares whether she's in pain or not. No one else would treat her wounds so carefully. All right. Xu Fan withdrew his hand. Su Qingxue tried moving her arms and felt much more relaxed. Thank you, she said softly. Xu Fan did not respond. He began to set up a makeshift camp in the cave. They made a circle with several large stones, and then gathered some dry branches from outside. Soon, a campfire roared in the cave, dispelling the darkness and the chill of the wilderness. The warm firelight illuminated their faces. Su Qingxue looked at the flickering flames and suddenly spoke. Xu Fan. Xu Fan turned to look at her. Why did you become like this? She asked. What do you mean? Xu Fan asked back. Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment before saying, You're different from when you were in school. Back in school, I was just a nobody, Xu Fan said calmly. Now, I'm a hunter. Su Qingxue shook her head. No, that is not it, she said. You're very strong, and you seem to know a lot of things. Xu Fan glanced at her but did not deny it. Su Qingxue's gaze fell on the campfire, her voice somewhat low. From a young age, I was raised as the hope of the Su family, she said. Talent, ability, family background, these are the reasons why I was recognized. But at the same time, these are also shackles. I don't even have my own name. In their eyes, I am just Su Qingxue, the owner of the S-level Ice Phoenix bloodline, and the future head of the Su family. My joys and sorrows, all my emotions, are required to conform to the standards of a perfect heir. I cannot get sick, I cannot get injured, I cannot have weaknesses. Because weaknesses represent trouble, and mean that they are not worth cultivating. Her tone was calm, as if she were telling someone else's story. But Xu Fan could sense the deep loneliness and weariness in her words. So, you're in a lot of pain, Xu Fan said. Su Qingxue's body stiffened. She looked up at Xu Fan. This man always seems to see right through her deepest secrets. The Ice Phoenix bloodline, while granting me immense power, has also brought me endless pain, she said. My body is like a cold cage, constantly suffering the backlash of the bloodline. No one in the Su family knows. They only see my strength, only my S-level talent. Nobody knows that I'm having a hard time even surviving. Her voice trembled slightly. Until you appear. After making a pact with you, my pain was alleviated. For the first time, I felt that my body was no longer my enemy. For the first time, someone shared my pain. So, you can't live without me. Shu Fan's tone was calm, but with a hint of teasing. Su Qingxue did not refute. She simply looked at Shu Fan, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Can you really help me solve my bloodline problem? She asked, a hint of barely perceptible expectation in her voice. Shu Fan looked directly into her eyes. I promised, he said. I will let you live for yourself. No longer bound by bloodline, no longer controlled by family. You are you, Su Qingxue. His voice carried an undeniable firmness. Su Qingxue's body trembled slightly. She looked at Shu Fan, her eyes slightly moist. She waited 18 years for those words. For 18 years, she has been struggling in cold loneliness. Until today, until this moment, this man has given her a promise. A promise that allows her to look forward to the future. Thank you, she said again, her voice softer but more sincere. A brief silence fell over the cave. The only sounds were the crackling of the campfire and the occasional roar of a strange beast coming from the depths of the wilderness. Su Qingxue slowly and gently rested her head on Shu Fan's shoulder. Her body, which had been tense all day, finally relaxed. Shu Fan's shoulders were not broad, but they were exceptionally warm and firm. She felt her heart gradually calming down. I don't know how much time has passed. When Shu Fan felt the weight on his shoulders grow even heavier, he knew that Su Qingxue had fallen asleep. He didn't move, but just quietly watched the flickering flames. The night was deep. The wilderness was silent. Inside the cave, two hearts drew ever closer in the darkness. The next morning, as the first ray of sunlight pierced through the cracks in the cave and fell on Su Qingxue's face, she slowly opened her eyes. She found herself leaning on Shu Fan's shoulder, her body wrapped in a coat that had been placed on her at some point. Shu Fan leaned against the rock wall, his eyes slightly closed, his breathing even. He was like a sculpture, providing her with the most solid support. A barely perceptible blush appeared on Su Qingxue's face. She quietly raised her head, only to meet Shu Fan's gaze in an instant. Shu Fan's eyes had opened at some point, no one knew. A playful smile played on his lips. Awake, he asked. Su Qingxue's face turned even redder. She sat up abruptly, her coat slipping to the ground. She wanted to explain, but didn't know what to say. No rush, Shu Fan said. Listen to this first. He pointed outside the cave. Su Qingxue listened attentively. Then, her body suddenly froze. In the distant east, a deafening dragon's roar pierced the sky and shook the entire wilderness. The voice was ancient and majestic, carrying an air of supreme dominance. Dragon's roar. Dragon City. Arrive. Chapter 81. Welcome to Dragon City, please stay in the beast pen. That dragon's roar was not an illusion. It was like an invisible thunderclap, rolling in from the distant horizon, piercing the deathly silence of the wilderness, and striking Shu Fan and Su Qingxue's hearts hard. The two of them looked up at the same time, gazing eastward. At the horizon, a colossal city beyond description, like an ancient beast crouching between heaven and earth, slowly unveiled itself. The city walls soared into the clouds, their surface covered by an energy shield that shimmered with a pale blue halo, like a divine miracle. Countless strangely shaped flying machines shuttled between the city walls and the city walls, leaving long trails of light and flame. That is Dragon City. The core of the Yanhuang Empire, a sacred place of martial arts civilization. We have arrived. Su Qingxue's voice trembled slightly. Having survived a life or death escape through the Black Wind Corridor and witnessed the Pantheon's bloody experiments, the sight of this city, representing the highest order and power of humanity, was so overwhelming that she almost suffocated. Shu Fan remained silent. He simply pulled Su Qingxue along and quickened his pace. The closer you get, the more real the sense of oppression from Dragon City becomes. The height of the city wall exceeded the limits of vision. Standing below, one felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. At the city gate, squads of soldiers clad in black exoskeleton armor, armed with energy rifles, scanned each person entering and leaving with sharp eyes. Their auras were no weaker than those of the Su family butler they had encountered in Donghai City. After undergoing strict identity verification and presenting their admission notices from Yanhuang First Martial Arts University, the two were allowed to enter. The moment you step into Dragon City, you are overwhelmed by its hustle and bustle. On streets wide enough for more than a dozen cars to drive side by side, holographic billboards are suspended, playing demonstrations of combat skills by popular martial arts stars. One after another, cool-looking magnetic levitation sports cars glided silently past us. The air was filled with the faint sweet fragrance of burning high-level energy blocks and the unique aura emanating from various strange contracted beasts. This is another world. Completely isolated from the devastated wilderness outside the city, it was another world. Chu Fan and Su Qingxue, dressed in worn-out combat uniforms from the wilderness, their bodies still bearing the indelible dust and bloodstains, seemed completely out of place with everything around them. Look, are those two scavengers who just came back from the wasteland? Dressed like a beggar, how did you get in? On the roadside, several well-dressed young people pointed at them, making no attempt to hide their disdain. Su Qingxue's brows furrowed unconsciously. She had never received such guidance. But just as she was about to lash out, Chu Fan pulled her back. Ignore them. Chu Fan's voice was calm. Our destination is the school. He seemed completely oblivious to the harsh comments, his gaze fixed on the city. The god-level analysis system was already running wildly in his mind. Ding! Detected A+ rank contract beast 3 at Golden Lion passing through the street ahead. Ding! The aura of a Grandmaster level expert has been detected at the top of the building on the right. Ding! Warning! Unidentified mental energy is locked onto the left alley entrance, suspected to be a spy from the Pantheon cult. Chu Fan subtly shifted half a step to the right, leading Su Qingxue and perfectly avoiding the prying gaze. His face remained calm and expressionless. But in my heart, a storm was already brewing. This city was even more full of hidden talents than he had imagined. It was more dangerous than he had imagined. Yanhuang First Martial Arts University is located in the eastern district of Longcheng. When the two arrived at the school gate, travel-worn and exhausted, they were once again stunned by the scene before them. The university gate is more like a huge triumphal arch, hundreds of meters high, full of power. The square in front of the school was filled with all sorts of luxurious flying cars that Chu Fan had only ever seen in magazines. Those who stepped out of the car were young men and women with powerful auras and arrogant expressions. They were the most outstanding geniuses from all over the empire. A young man dressed in white silk training clothes was casually feeding a palm-sized qilin wrapped in electric light that was perched on his shoulder. That was an extremely rare lightning elemental life form with S-rank talent. On the other side, a voluptuous red-haired girl was followed by a 4-meter-tall griffin with 4 wings. The violent wind energy caused the surrounding students to instinctively move a few steps away. S-class cars are everywhere. A plus grade is everywhere. This place has become like a trade fair for geniuses. The quality of this year's freshmen doesn't seem to be very good. A flippant voice rang out beside Chu Fan and Su Qingxue. The two turned their heads and saw several young men dressed as scions of prominent families looking them up and down with a critical eye. One of them lingered his gaze on Su Qingxue without any restraint. TSK, this woman may be a bit dirty, but she's really got a good figure. It's a pity she married a poor wretch. Her clothes are even more tattered than what my servants wear. What kind of country bumpkin did you come from? Do you even deserve to come to Wuhan University? He probably got lucky and that's how he got the guaranteed admission. Their voices were neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for the people around them to hear. In an instant, countless gazes converged on Chu Fan and Su Qingxue. There was sympathy, there was schadenfreude, but more than anything, there was the same contempt and disdain as those few scions of powerful families. Su Qingxue's face instantly turned cold. The aura of the Ice Phoenix bloodline dissipated uncontrollably, causing the surrounding air temperature to drop several degrees. Chu Fan pressed down on her shoulder. He looked at the group of young men, even with a slight smile on his face. Then, he pulled Su Qingxue along and walked straight past them without saying a word. Ignore it. It is the highest form of contempt. The young men were stunned for a moment, then felt a burning sensation on their faces, as if they had been slapped. You fucking. Just as one of them was about to lash out, he was pulled back by his companion. Forget it, it's beneath me to argue with a country bumpkin. Once school starts, I'll have plenty of opportunities to teach him a lesson. Chu Fan, of course, heard what they said. But he didn't care. Because the system's notification in his mind was making him feel more excited than ever before. Ding! Scanning the entire arena, 4 S-rank talents and 17 A+ rank talents have been detected. A special bloodline, Titan blood, has been discovered. A special physique, Sword Heart Clarity, has been discovered. These people are all targets on the seedling program list. He is also his future rival. Or rather, a stepping stone for the future. After crossing the huge square, the two arrived at the freshman registration area. The long queue stretched for over 100 meters. The two could only wait silently at the back of the line. "Hello, please give me your admission notice and identification." Finally, it was their turn. The person in charge of registration was a bespectacled, seemingly refined senior student. His eyes lit up noticeably when he saw Su Qingshue's face. He took the two people's documents, his gaze lingering on Su Qingshue's ID photo for several seconds. Then, he saw Chu Fan's information. When his gaze fell on the contracted beast section, his expression became strange. "Chu Fan?" He raised his head and glanced at Su Qingxue again. "Contracted beast. Su Qingxue?" His voice wasn't loud, but it stood out clearly among the students in line. All eyes immediately turned to them again. "What? Did I hear that right? His contracted beast is a person? Holy crap! Is this for real? A humanoid contract beast? This is unprecedented. Isn't this just keeping people as pets? That's so perverted." The sounds of discussion and laughter rose and fell. Su Qingshue's face instantly turned bright red, and she clenched her fists. This was absolutely the most humiliating moment of her life. The bespectacled senior seemed quite pleased with the sensation he had created. He pushed up his glasses, looked at Chu Fan, and put on a businesslike expression. "Young man, your situation is a bit special." He deliberately dragged out his words, speaking slowly and deliberately. "Our school's dormitories are prepared for students and their contracted beasts. However, the contracted beasts usually live in the beast pens attached to their master's dormitory." He paused, looked at Chu Fan, then glanced at Su Qingsue, whose face had turned ashen, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. "According to the rules, you, as a humanoid contract beast, are not allowed to live in the master's dormitory with him." His voice suddenly rose, filled with an unquestionable authority. "She must register at the animal pen." Chapter 82 Apology, or a Broken Hand. Those words were like a bucket of ice water poured over Su Qingshue's face. "She must register at the animal pen." Animal pen. These two words, like two red-hot steel needles, pierced Su Qingshue's ears. Her body suddenly stiffened. In an instant, an uncontrollable surge of humiliation and anger shot straight up from the bottom of my heart to the top of my head. She, Su Qingsue, is the pride of Donghai City, the owner of the S-level Ice Phoenix bloodline, and the future of the Su family. From childhood to adulthood, she has heard praise, jealousy, and awe. But I have never heard of such a blatant insult, comparing her to a beast. "What did you say?" Su Qingshue's voice was so cold it seemed to come from the deepest hell. A visible white chill spread outwards uncontrollably from her center. A thin layer of ice instantly froze on the ground beneath their feet and spread rapidly toward the bespectacled senior. The freshmen queuing around them instinctively took a few steps back, staring in shock at the scene. Such intense cold. Is this also a newborn? Judging from her expression, it looks like she's about to kill someone. Even the bespectacled senior shivered from the cold air. But instead of restraining himself, a more morbid excitement flashed in his eyes. The more arrogant and intense they are, the more interesting it is to conquer them. Especially since it happened in front of her master. I said. He pushed up his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses roaming unabashedly over Su Qingshue's shapely figure, the playful smile on his lips growing even stronger. "According to the regulations, you should live in the animal pen." He even reached out and, in a flippant manner, tried to pat Su Qingshue's face. "Don't get so angry, little pet. Our school's animal enclosures are 5-star facilities. I guarantee you'll be very comfortable." The killing intent in Su Qingshue's eyes was almost tangible. The Ice Phoenix bloodline surged wildly within her, and she was ready to act regardless of the consequences. However, one hand is faster. Snap! A warm and strong hand firmly grasped the wrist of the bespectacled senior in mid-air. It's Chu Fan. He didn't look at the senior student once from beginning to end. His gaze remained fixed on Su Qingsue. He saw the stiffness in her body, the anger in her eyes, and the wisps of icy blue energy seeping from her fingertips due to humiliation. Then, he made his move. The bespectacled senior was taken aback, then anger flashed across his face. "You country bumpkin, you dare touch me? Let go." His words caught in his throat. He discovered that the hand gripping his wrist was like a red-hot iron clamp, locking him firmly in place and rendering him unable to move. A sharp, piercing pain shot through my wrist. Ah! He He couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. He tried to struggle, trying to mobilize the spiritual power within his body to resist. He is a third-tier martial artist. He's a student council member. How could someone be unable to move just because a freshman grabbed your wrist? Chu Fan still didn't look at him. He simply looked calmly at Su Qingxue and spoke. Don't be angry, it's not worth it for this kind of trash. After saying that, he suddenly twisted and pressed down on the senior with glasses wrist. Ding! God level analysis activated. Target, ulnar styloid process of the wrist. Structural weakness analysis complete. Force applied, 17.3 kilograms. Angle, 32 degrees downward. Click. A crisp sound, so clear it sent chills down the spines of everyone around, rang out. Ah. The bespectacled senior let out a pig-like scream, his body went limp, and his knees slammed uncontrollably to the ground. He was forced to his knees by Chu Fan's single hand. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene in disbelief. This is insane. This freshman is really crazy. On the first day of registration, in front of everyone at the school gate, he beat up the senior student in charge of registration? Chu Fan slowly lowered his head and finally looked directly at the bespectacled senior who was kneeling on the ground, his face contorted with pain. His eyes were calm and indifferent. It's like looking at a roadside stone. She is my partner, not an animal. Chu Fan's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Apologize. Or, cut off your hand. There were no threats, no shouts. It's simply stating a fact that is about to happen. The bespectacled senior was sweating profusely from the pain. He looked up and glared at Chu Fan with resentment. You're dead. I'm telling you, if you dare to make a move at Yanhuan Martial Arts University, you'll be expelled. You'll be. Chu Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. His hand gripping the other person's wrist slowly tightened its grip. Click. 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 The sickening sound of bones being squeezed inch by inch rang out again. Ah. I was wrong. I apologize. I apologize. The bespectacled senior was completely devastated. He had no doubt that if he had been a second later, his hand would have been crushed into a lump of minced meat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was my fault for being so talkative. I was blind to your greatness. Please, let me go. Tears streaming down his face, he called out desperately to Su Qingxue and Chu Fan. His arrogance and flippancy from before had completely vanished. All that remained was the most pathetic fear and pleas for mercy. The surrounding freshmen, watching this dramatic scene, didn't dare to breathe. This man named Chu Fan is too ruthless. That's incredible. Clean and efficient, defeating the enemy in one move. That's a senior student at level 3. Looking at the bespectacled senior kneeling before her, making a complete fool of himself, Su Qingxue's anger and humiliation had unknowingly dissipated. Instead, she felt a strange sensation that made her cheeks burn. She looked at the figure in front of her, not particularly tall, but at that moment, incredibly reliable. Once again, he stood in front of her. Chu Fan released his grip. The bespectacled senior felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and scrambled backward, clutching his deformed wrist, his eyes brimming with resentment. But he dared not say another word. Stop. Just then, a powerful and angry shout came from outside the crowd. To openly fight at the school gate, what kind of behavior is this? The crowd automatically parted to make way for each other. A tall, stern-faced middle-aged man strode over. He was wearing the faculty and staff uniform of Yanhuan Wuhan University, with a badge that read Director of the Academic Affairs Office pinned to his chest. The aura emanating from him was as heavy as a mountain and as vast as the sea, making all the students present feel breathless. Grandmaster. This is a true Grandmaster level expert. When the bespectacled senior saw the person who came, he rushed over as if he had seen a savior, crying out in despair. Director Zhou. You must do me a favor. He pointed at Chu Fan, accusing the villain of making the first accusation. This freshman disregards school rules, he started hitting people as soon as he arrived. He even tried to cripple my hand. He must be severely punished. He must be expelled. Director Zhou's gaze, sharp as a sword, instantly locked onto Chu Fan. He saw the student council member kneeling on the ground, and then he saw Chu Fan with a calm expression. His brows furrowed instantly. Did you do it? His voice, carrying the imposing aura of a grandmaster, pressed heavily upon Chu Fan. How dare you? On the very first day of freshman registration, you dared to assault a senior. No matter the reason, you have violated school rules. Show me your admission letter and identification. The people around Chu Fan looked at him as if he were a dead man. It's over. This is completely over. It alarmed the head of the teaching department, who was also a grandmaster. No matter how talented he is, he will definitely be stripped bare today, or even have his admission revoked. Su Qingshue's heart also jumped, and she subconsciously took a step forward to stand in front of Chu Fan. Chu Fan patted her shoulder, signaling her to relax. He slowly took out his file folder from his pocket and handed it over. He provoked me first, but I was the one who laid a hand on him. Chu Fan's tone was neither humble nor arrogant. I'm just teaching him how to be a person. Arrogant. Director Zhou snorted coldly, snatched the file bag, and opened it. He had already decided to give this arrogant new student an unforgettable lesson. However, the next second, his movement stopped. His gaze was fixed on the document bag, next to the admission notice. A token that is entirely black and has an antique design. The token was blank, except for a single, elegantly drawn character in dark gold lines. The character. In an instant, Director Zhou's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. His hand holding the file folder trembled slightly. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Fan again. That look in his eyes has changed. The previous authority, anger, and scrutiny had all vanished. Instead, there was a profound shock, disbelief, and a deep sense of awe. The atmosphere in the room became incredibly eerie. Everyone was waiting for Director Zhou to unleash his fury and announce the punishment for Chu Fan. But Director Zhou just stood there, motionless, for a good 10 seconds. Then, he made a move that made everyone's eyes pop out. He cleared his throat, and the seriousness on his face instantly turned into a warm, even slightly ingratiating smile. He turned around and kicked the bespectacled senior who was still groaning on the ground. You bastard! This student Chu Fan is a top genius specially recruited by our Yanhuang Martial Arts University. How dare you make things difficult for him? I think you don't want to be a student council member anymore. Everyone was stunned. The bespectacled senior was also dumbfounded. Director Zhou, What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Director Zhou's voice became authoritative again, but this time it was directed at him. Get out of here immediately and go to the detention room to reflect on your actions. I will personally report this to the student council and deal with it seriously. After saying that, he ignored the bespectacled senior who was dumbfounded, turned around, his face once again full of smiles, and made a pleased gesture to Chu Fan and Su Qingxue. Chu Fan and Su Qingxue, right? His voice was so gentle it was as if he were a completely different person. What happened just now was a misunderstanding. It was our school's lax management that startled you. Your dormitories have been arranged. They are the best in the East District, the #1 courtyard. Come, I'll personally take you there. Chapter 83 Legal Cohabitation, starting today. This dramatic scene plunged the entire audience into a deathly silence. Everyone's brain seemed to have been struck by lightning, completely shutting down. 1 second he was the stern and authoritative dean of students, ready to severely punish the new students. The next second, she transformed into a bowing and scraping, all smiles. He even kicked one of his own people away, just to apologize to that freshman? What on earth is going on? What exactly was in the file folder that freshman named Chu Fan took out? Countless gazes, filled with shock, confusion, and deep apprehension, were fixed on Chu Fan. Those scions of aristocratic families who had previously mocked Chu Fan and Su Qingxue were now pale-faced and their legs were weak. They are not fools. For a master-level dean of students to undergo such a dramatic change in attitude, the man's background must be terrifying beyond their wildest imagination. The bespectacled senior, stunned by the beating, collapsed to the ground, too weak to even get up. Looking at Director Zhou's warm, almost obsequious smile, he felt his worldview completely collapse. Director Zhou didn't care about any of that. He has only one thought in his mind right now: to curry favor. I'll do anything to please this young man. He had only seen that token once, 30 years ago, when he accompanied the principal to visit the top figures of the empire from afar. That's the identification mark of a direct descendant of the Chu family in Longchang. It's that family that single-handedly suppressed the entire battlefield of the realm and was hailed as the guardian god of humanity. How could a member of this family become an ordinary freshman at Yanhuang Martial Arts University? Director Zhou dared not think about it, nor dared he ask. All he knew was that, let alone beating up a student council member, even if Chu Fan tore down the gate of Yanhuang Martial Arts University today, he would still have to put on a smiling face and ask, Chu Fan, does your hand hurt? Chu Fan, Su Qingxue, this way please, this way please. Director Zhou bowed deeply as he led the way, his posture even more respectful than when receiving an imperial prince. The number 1 courtyard is prepared by our school for the top special admission students. The spirit gathering array inside was personally set up by the principal and is of great benefit to cultivation. As he walked, he enthusiastically introduced himself, as if the person who had just wanted to fire Chu Fan was not him at all. What happened just now was a mistake on our part, please don't take it to heart. That good for nothing will pay the price. Chu Fan remained calm, as if all of this was within his expectations. He simply held Su Qingxue's hand and followed behind. Su Qingxue felt her heart beating so fast it was almost out of control. She could feel that the gazes around her, which had previously been filled with disdain and mockery, had now all turned into awe and fear. She could also feel the warmth emanating from the man's hand beside her, as steady as ever. She turned her head to look at Chu Fan's profile. Who exactly is he? What does that token represent? Countless questions swirled in her mind. But she didn't ask. She simply let him pull her along, through the crowd, towards the legendary dormitory area where only the most outstanding geniuses could reside. Lancheng East District covers a vast area and boasts a tranquil environment. Director Zhou led the two to a villa area surrounded by a lake. Each villa is far apart, ensuring absolute privacy. The Tianzi No. 1 courtyard is located in the core area where the spiritual energy is most abundant in the entire region. It was a 3-story detached villa with a small courtyard full of exotic flowers and plants, and the overall design was full of the beauty of combining the ancient and the modern. Visible to the naked eye, wisps of pale white spiritual energy rose from the ground, swirling around the villa and forming a thin layer of spiritual mist. We've arrived, this is the place. Director Zhou took out the key card he had prepared beforehand and handed it to Chu Fan with both hands. Student Chu Fan, according to school rules, in order to better cultivate the tacit understanding between the master and the contracted beast must live with the master. His tone was very serious. So, Su Qingxue also lives here. After saying that, as if afraid that Chu Fan wouldn't believe him, he added a sentence. This is a tradition that has been passed down for hundreds of years at our Yanhuang Wuhan University, and it applies to all students equally. Su Qingxue's body stiffened instinctively when she heard the words contracted beast. But when she heard the words live together, a surge of heat uncontrollably rushed from her neck to her cheeks. Her face instantly turned bright red. Living together? With him? Living in this villa? Chu Fan took the key card, glanced at Su Qingxing whose cheeks were burning and whose eyes were darting away, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He nodded to Director Zhou. That's thoughtful of you. Those 3 simple words made Director Zhou feel as if he had been granted a pardon, and he was so excited that he almost bowed on the spot. Of course. Of course. Well, then I won't disturb your rest any longer. Please feel free to contact me if you need anything. After saying that, Director Zhou turned and left as if he were fleeing, afraid that he might have done something wrong and displeased this great man. Only Chu Fan and Su Qingxue remained in front of the courtyard gate. Also, a villa that belongs only to the two of them. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. Shall we go in and take a look? Chu Fan broke the silence first, using his key card to open the courtyard gate and the villa gate. A spiritual energy several times denser than that of the outside world rushed towards us. The villa's interior decoration is understated yet luxurious. The first floor features a huge living room, an open kitchen, and a professional-grade training room filled with various high-tech equipment. The second floor has a study, a media room, and a terrace overlooking the entire lake. Then, they went up to the 3rd floor. There is only one room on the 3rd floor. One room, enormous, the master bedroom that occupies the entire floor. In the center of the room was an oversized soft bed that could comfortably accommodate 5 or 6 people. The moment Su Qingxue saw the bed, she immediately looked away as if she had been burned. Her heart started beating even faster. A villa. 2 people. 1 bedroom. A bed. This. How am I going to sleep tonight? Her mind was in complete chaos. Chu Fan acted as if nothing had happened, casually tossing his worn-out backpack onto the sofa. Not bad, a little better than I expected. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the lake view outside, and spoke in a relaxed tone. Su Qingxue stood at the bedroom door, clutching the hem of her clothes helplessly, feeling her cheeks burning up. She wanted to say something. For example, she can sleep on the sofa. Or, let him sleep on the sofa. But the words just wouldn't come out. For some reason, she felt absolutely no aversion to the idea of living together with him. There was even a hint of indescribable expectation. Come over. Chu Fan suddenly turned around and waved to her. Su Qingxue's body reacted faster than her brain, and she walked over instinctively. Look. Chu Fan pointed out the window. Su Qingxue followed his finger and saw several water birds with colorful feathers playing on the lake. The scenery is beautiful. But she had no interest in admiring the scenery. She could smell the faint scent emanating from him, a mixture of sweat and sunshine. It smells wonderful. From now on, this will be our home. Chu Fan suddenly said. Home. This word made Su Qingxue's heart tremble. She looked up at Chu Fan. There was no hint of joking on his face. His eyes were very serious. Su Qingxue's heart felt as if it had been gently bumped by something. It's sour and soft. She lowered her head and softly hummed in a voice barely audible. The two began packing their things. There's really nothing to tidy up. All their belongings combined amounted to just one backpack. Chu Fan took out a few changes of clothes and opened the wardrobe. The huge walk-in closet was already filled with the latest men's and women's clothing of the season, from casual wear to workout clothes, everything was available. Su Qingxue also took out her own things. She watched as Chu Fan casually hung his clothes together with the brand new men's clothing, and then pointed to the other side. Yours, put it over there. Su Qingxue's face turned red again. But this time, she did not hesitate. She walked over and hung her clothes, one by one, next to the beautiful women's clothing. Their clothes were hung side by side like that. They looked just like a newlywed couple. The moment this thought popped into her head, Su Qingxing felt like her brain was about to explode. She quickly turned around, pretending to tidy up other things. The once empty villa gradually came to life with the arrival of the two people. There was no awkward silence, nor any deliberate politeness. Everything seemed so natural and spontaneous. It was as if they were meant to live together like this. Night falls. The motion sensor lights inside the villa automatically illuminated with a soft glow. The two sat on the sofa in the living room, neither of them speaking. But the air was filled with a warm and sweet atmosphere. Just then. Drop. The villa's public address system was suddenly activated. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed throughout the room and every corner of Yanhuang Martial Arts University. Notice, attention all new students. The freshman ranking competition will be held in 3 days. This ranking competition will use a points-based elimination system. At the end of the competition, the bottom 10% of students in the overall standings will be disqualified from admission and expelled immediately. To repeat. The cold voice, like a sharp blade, instantly shattered the warm atmosphere in the room. Su Qingxue's expression suddenly changed. The bottom 10% will be expelled. She recalled the powerful auras of the prodigies from all over the empire she had seen when she reported for duty. Even S-level talents don't seem to be considered top tier here. The competition begins from the very first day of school. And it was so cruel. She subconsciously looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan's face remained calm. He simply picked up the water glass on the table, took a sip, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Finally, it's about to begin. Chapter 84, Last Place Elimination held difficulty right from the start. That cold, mechanical voice, like the scythe of death, was placed on the neck of every newborn. At the end of the competition, the bottom 10% in total points will be disqualified from admission and expelled immediately. Drop out of school. These two words struck Su Qingxue's heart like two heavy hammer blows. The faint, warm fantasy she had just begun to have about her future new home was instantly shattered. Last place elimination. And it's a 10% elimination rate. How many new students did Yanhuang Wuhan University enroll this year? Even if there are 1,000 people, we will eliminate 100. Which of these 100 people wasn't a prodigy who stood out from all over the empire? Which one of them wasn't once the top performer in their respective city, and the hope of their family? But here, they don't even have the chance to become official students of Yanhuang Wuda. They will be cleared out like garbage in 3 days. This is Dragon City. This is the #1 martial arts university of Yanhuang. Cruel, cold-blooded, and utterly merciless. Su Qingxue felt her breathing become somewhat rapid. She recalled the powerful aura of her peers she saw at the school gate when she registered for school. The boy with the lightning-powered qilin perched on his shoulder. The red-haired girl followed by a four-winged griffin. S-level talents are hardly rare here. Can her proud Ice Phoenix bloodline maintain its advantage in this monster-infested place? An immense pressure was pressing in from all directions, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. She subconsciously looked at Chu Fan beside her. I tried to find a trace of the same tension or solemnity on his face. However, no. Chu Fan's face remained calm. He simply picked up the water glass on the table, took a sip, and his eyes gleamed with a kind of excitement. Su Qingxue was very familiar with that kind of light. He would show this look in his eyes every time he faced a powerful enemy, every time he prepared to hunt. Finally, it's about to begin. Chu Fan put down his water glass, a slight smile playing on his lips. Su Qingxue was stunned. Aren't you nervous? Why be nervous? Chu Fan retorted, his tone matter of fact. Just step on others, and we'll stay here, isn't that enough? He said it so casually. It's as if stepping on others is as simple as eating and drinking. Looking at him, Su Qingxue suddenly felt that her heart, which had been hanging in suspense because of the broadcast, slowly returned to its original place. Yes. Why be nervous? As long as you're better than others, isn't that enough? I understand. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, her eyes regaining their resolve. I will undergo special training for the next 3 days. Chu Fan corrected. He stood up, walked to the door of the training room, and pressed a button on the wall. Buzz. Suddenly, a row of data lit up on the floor of the training room. Current environment, standard gravity mode. Adjustable options, 1.5x gravity, 2.0x gravity, 2.5x gravity. The gravity in Dragon City is 1.5 times that of an ordinary city. Chu Fan's voice rang out. We've been working overtime the whole way from outside the city. That's why you felt so much pressure just now. Su Qingxue suddenly realized. No wonder she always felt a bit heavy, and her spiritual energy wasn't flowing as smoothly as it had in Donghai City. It turns out, it's due to gravity. Other students from the capital or other big cities have long been adapted to this environment. Compared to them, we were at a disadvantage from the very beginning. Chu Fan looked at Su Qingxue with intense gaze. Therefore, our primary goal for these 3 days is to adapt and surpass. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly selected the 2.0x gravity mode on the control panel. Boom! An invisible, immense force suddenly descended from the sky. Su Qingxue's body sank uncontrollably downwards, her knees buckled, and she almost knelt down. She felt as if a small mountain had suddenly been lifted onto her back, her internal organs were being violently compressed, and even breathing became extremely difficult. She gritted her teeth and mobilized all her spiritual power to barely steady herself, but fine beads of sweat had already seeped from her forehead. Just standing there was already giving it your all. Chu Fan only swayed slightly before standing up straight again. His face was also a little pale, but his eyes were even brighter. The God-level analysis system was rapidly operating in his mind. The screen no longer displayed Su Qingxue's physical data, but rather a series of unfamiliar names and information. Name, Lei Ao. Family, Lei family of the Imperial Capital. Talent, S+ rank, Purple Lightning Kirin. Estimated strength, peak of Tier 3. Favorability to win. Name, Huo Linger. Family, Southern Frontier Vulcan Temple. Talent, S rank, Four-Winged Griffin. Estimated strength, high level Tier 3. Favorability to win. These are the profiles of the popular players that he scanned at the school gate just now. At Yanhuang Martial University, intelligence is the most important resource. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Chu Fan's gaze finally settled on Lei Ao's name. The Lei family of the capital city is one of the most prestigious martial arts families in the empire, renowned for its domineering and unparalleled thunder magic. Lei Ao is the most outstanding member of their generation. He will be our biggest rival, Chu Fan said softly. Following his gaze, Su Qingxue saw the name on the screen and its 5-star rating as a favorite to win. A spirit of never giving up welled up from the bottom of my heart. Is he very strong? Strong, but not invincible. Shu Fan turned off the screen. Let's go, we don't have much time left. The two entered the training room. The brutal special training has officially begun. 3 whole days. Shu Fan and Su Qingxue hardly ever left that gravity chamber. At the very beginning, even walking was difficult under twice the gravity. Later on, he was able to manage some simple punches and kicks. Finally, they were even able to unleash complete combat techniques under twice the gravity. Each time they were exhausted, Shu Fan would use the medicinal formula analyzed by the system to give the two of them a medicinal bath. While repairing physical damage, it continuously strengthens their bodies. Su Qingxue also demonstrated amazing perseverance. She never complained of hardship or fatigue. Shu Fan asked her to do 100 punches, so she did 101. Shu Fan told her to hold on for 10 minutes, and she would never collapse at 9 minutes and 59 seconds. She even asked Shu Fan to adjust the gravity to 2.5 times. Her inherent pride wouldn't allow her to lose to anyone. The relationship between the two also underwent subtle changes during this intense joint training. They no longer need to engage in deliberate verbal communication as they did before. A single glance or a single gesture is enough to understand what the other person is thinking. Sweat soaked through their clothes, clinging tightly to their bodies. During training, the unavoidable physical contact gradually became natural, instead of initially feeling awkward. When Shu Fan once again helped Su Qingxue, who was about to fall due to exhaustion, he looked at her face, which appeared even more beautiful due to blood stasis, and her stubborn yet dependent eyes. He suddenly realized that this feeling was not bad. The third day, in the afternoon. The last few hours before the freshman ranking competition begins. Shu Fan and Su Qingxue arrived at the school's public training ground. They need a large enough space to practice combined attack techniques. The training ground was bustling with noise. Almost all the freshmen are making the most of their last moments to warm up and prepare. The air was thick with a tense yet frenzied atmosphere. Every face was filled with fighting spirit. The appearance of Shu Fan and Su Qingxue did not attract much attention. After 3 days of grueling training, their aura became more restrained. From the outside, he appears somewhat ordinary compared to those brilliant geniuses. The two found a corner and began practicing on their own. However, trouble always finds its way in. Hey, isn't that the weird human pet duo? A shrill sound rang out from not far away. It was on the day they reported for duty that several scions of prominent families who had mocked them were there. Shu Fan ignored him. Su Qingxue didn't even bother to look at them. But those people persisted and came over, surrounding them. What? The competition's coming up, and you're here cramming for the last minute? You country bumpkins, I advise you to pack your bags and get out of here, lest you get your legs broken in the ring and embarrass yourselves. Their voices attracted the attention of many people around them. Shu Fan frowned. He didn't want to waste any extra energy before the match. Just as he was about to pull Su Qingxue away. Get out of my way. A domineering roar, like a thunderclap, resounded across the training ground. A tall, imposing young man, his body crackling with purple lightning, strode over with a powerful, dragon-like gait. Wherever he went, the other freshmen gave way, their faces filled with awe and fear. It was none other than Lei Ao, the young master of the Lei family in the capital. Those arrogant young masters from powerful families, upon seeing Lei Ao, immediately became like mice before a cat, not daring to utter a single word, and slunk away in disgrace. The entire training ground fell silent because of Lei Ao's appearance. He is the king here. Lei Ao ignored everyone. His gaze pierced through the crowd and landed directly on Su Qingxue. That gaze was full of aggression and undisguised possessiveness. You are the one with the S-rank Ice Phoenix bloodline? Lei Ao walked up to Su Qingxue, looked down at her, and spoke arrogantly. Be my woman. 3 days from now, I will lead you to reign supreme over the entire freshman class. Chapter 85. Be my woman, or be his dog. Lei Ao's voice, though not loud, struck like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of everyone on the training ground. Mad. That's insane. To steal a contracted beast right in front of its owner. This is no longer a provocation, this is blatant humiliation, rubbing Shu Fan's face into the ground in front of the entire freshman class. You are the one with the S-rank Ice Phoenix bloodline? Lei Ao's gaze was almost tangible, filled with aggression and undisguised possessiveness. He stared intently at Su Qingxue, as if examining a prize that belonged to him. The new students around them didn't dare to breathe. They looked at Lei Ao with awe and fear in their eyes. He then looked at Shu Fan, his eyes filled with sympathy and schadenfreude. Once Lei Ao sets his sights on him, this country bumpkin from Donghai City is doomed. Su Qingshue's face instantly turned cold. Before she could speak, Chu Fan pulled her behind him. This subtle movement made Lei Ao frown. He finally shifted his gaze from Su Qingxue to Chu Fan. It was a condescending scrutiny, tinged with undisguised contempt. You are her owner? Lei Ao's voice carried a hint of impatience. How dare a piece of trash possess an S-rank contracted beast? I'll give you a choice. Lei Ao pointed his finger in the direction of Su Qingxue, and then pointed at Chu Fan. Give her to me. I can make you my follower. If you follow me, you'll at least be able to graduate, and you won't be eliminated in the first round. His tone was as if he were giving alms. His expression made it seem as if having Chu Fan as his dog would be an immense favor. The surrounding crowd erupted in a barely suppressed commotion. My God, young Master Lei Ao is actually going to take him as a follower. This kid is incredibly lucky. He'll be Lei Xiao's dog, he can do whatever he wants at school from now on. Why isn't he kneeling down to express his gratitude? In their view, this was Chu Fan's only and best way out. Su Qingxue was so angry that she trembled all over. The illusory image of the ice phoenix behind her appeared and disappeared, and the surrounding temperature dropped sharply again. Chu Fan smiled. He pressed down on Su Qingxue's shoulder, signaling her to calm down. Then, he raised his head, met Lei Ao's domineering gaze, and said, word by word. I also have a choice, which I'll give you. Chu Fan's tone was frighteningly calm. Now, kneel down and apologize to me and her. I can just break one of your legs. Boom. This statement is like throwing a red-hot iron into a calm pan of oil. The entire training ground erupted in chaos. Everyone looked at Chu Fan as if he were crazy. What did he just say? He made Lei Ao kneel down and apologize? They also want to break Lei Ao's leg? Has he lost his mind? That's Lei Ao, the young master of the Lei family in the capital. The owner of an S+ grade purple lightning Qilin. The undisputed strongest king among this year's freshmen. Lei Ao was also stunned. He seemed surprised to hear such words. After a brief moment of surprise, an extremely dangerous smile appeared on his face. Very good. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like that. The purple lightning on his body began to crackle. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire training ground. It seems that you won't know the meaning of death unless you learn a lesson in blood. Lei Ao took a step forward, and the ground trembled. Freshman ranking competition, dare to make a bet with me? He stared at Chu Fan, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. I'll bet all your new student points. You lost. Hand over all your points, and then, in front of the entire school, announce the termination of your contract with her. Upon hearing this, even Su Qingshue's expression changed. Although she knew that the contract could not be terminated unilaterally by Chu Fan, the humiliation and stigma surrounding this bet were extremely intense. This is to completely strip Chu Fan of everything and force him to leave Yanhuang Martial Arts University penniless. What? You're scared now? Lei Ao looked at the silent Chu Fan, his mockery deepening. Where did your courage go? The stakes are too low, I'm not interested. Chu Fan finally spoke. He looked around at the onlookers, the mocking, and the sympathetic gazes, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. If we're going to play, let's play big. Chu Fan's voice, though not loud, clearly reached everyone's ears. I'll bet you points. I'll add another bet. He held up 3 fingers. Whoever loses has to strip naked at the school gate and run 3 laps. Do you dare? Dead silence. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence once again. If Chu Fan's words just now were arrogant. So now, he's gone mad. Utterly, hopelessly insane. Run naked for 3 laps. This is even more painful for him than killing Lei Ao. This is going to completely disgrace the Lei family in the capital. All eyes were focused on Lei Ao's face. They wanted to see how this prodigy would respond to this insane gamble. Lei Ao's face was so gloomy it looked like it was about to drip water. He stared intently at Chu Fan, the electricity crackling violently around his body. Good. He squeezed out a single word through his teeth. I promise you. I will personally break your limbs in the ring, making you look at me like a dead dog, and take everything from you. He was truly enraged. Chu Fan seemed not to see the killing intent in his eyes. He just smiled faintly. Hopefully, your running form will look better then. After saying that, he ignored the furious Lei Ao, grabbed the still somewhat dazed Su Qingxue, turned around, and walked towards the depths of the training room. He left behind a scene of uproar. My God! He actually dared to bet. A madman. This guy is a complete and utter madman. This is going to be interesting. The first round of the rankings is a do-or-die situation. The news spread like wildfire throughout the entire freshman community in just a few minutes. Chu Fan, a new student from Donghai City, challenges Lei Ao, the young master of the Lei family in the capital. The stakes are all the freshman points, and the loser has to run naked around the school gate 3 times. This is destined to be the most eye-catching match in the freshman ranking competition. Gravity Chamber. Su Qingxue looked at Chu Fan, who was calmly adjusting the gravity parameters, and finally couldn't help but speak. Why? She wanted to ask, why did you stand up for me? Why take on a bet that seemed hopeless? I don't like the way he looks at you. Chu Fan didn't turn around, but simply said calmly. Besides, why not take advantage of free points? Su Qingxue's heart skipped a beat. A warm current surged from the depths of my heart, spreading throughout my body. But, that Lei Ao. She was a little worried. With S+ level talent, and being a core member of the Lei family in the capital, he must be very strong. I know. Chu Fan finally turned around, looked at her, and his eyes shone with confidence. But we are not weak either. He reached out his hand. We don't have much time left. I want everyone to know during the qualifying rounds. You belong to me, Chu Fan. No one can take it away. Su Qingxue looked at his outstretched hand in his earnest eyes, and her cheeks flushed uncontrollably once again. Without hesitation, she placed her hand in his palm. Cold and warmth intertwine once again. Ranked matchmaking round 1 begins. Match successful. Your opponent is Lei Ao. On the screen in the training room, cold, mechanical words slowly appeared. The duel will officially begin in the first round of the rankings. The entire school will be a witness to this high-stakes gamble. Chapter 86. The one who played with lightning got struck by lightning. The arena at Yanhuang Martial Arts University is enormous and spacious, resembling an ancient behemoth lying prostrate on the earth. At this moment, the inside of this giant beast was already filled with a cacophony of voices. Tens of thousands of seats were all occupied. Freshmen, returning students, and even some mentors who came after hearing the news all focused their attention on the huge platform in the center of the venue. Have you heard? It's that freshman from Donghai City named Chu Fan who actually dared to make that kind of bet with young master Lei Ao. Running naked for 3 laps? Is he out of his mind? That's Lei Ao. An S+ level purple lightning Kirin. Not only that, he also threatened to break young master Lei Ao's leg. He's incredibly arrogant. This is going to be a good show. I can't wait to see him get torn to shreds by young master Lei Ao's purple lightning Qilin. The murmurs and jeers merged into a cacophony of noise that echoed through the Colosseum. To everyone else, this was not a duel at all. This was a one-sided execution with no suspense whatsoever. In the VIP section at the top, several figures sat down calmly, their auras far stronger than those of ordinary students. The red-haired girl, Huo Linger, with a 4-winged griffin perched on her shoulder, looked down with great interest. That madman from the Lei family actually let someone provoke him like this, interesting. Not far from her, a young man sat upright. His hair was as black as ink, his face was handsome, and his body was wrapped in visible purple lightning, with subtle popping sounds emanating from the air around him. He is Lei Ao. He didn't look at anyone in the audience, but simply closed his eyes to rest, his posture aloof and superior, as if everything was irrelevant to him. In his eyes, Chu Fan was nothing more than an insect about to be crushed, not worthy of his second glance. Suddenly, the huge light screen in the center of the arena flickered. 2 names appeared above. Round 1, Match 1. Chu Fan vs. Lei Dong. The entire Colosseum fell silent for a moment. Then, an even louder uproar erupted. Lei Dong? Isn't that Lei Ao? There must be a mistake. Wasn't the bet made with young master Lei Ao? Who is Lei Dong? A member of a collateral branch of the Lei family? Holy crap, an A+ level talent, purple lightning python. He's a ruthless guy. Haha, I get it. Young master Lei Ao doesn't bother to do it himself. He's sending his cousin to deal with this arrogant country bumpkin. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? It's already giving Lei Dong too much credit for dealing with a good-for-nothing. Everyone suddenly realized what was going on, and their gazes toward Lei Ao in the VIP section became even more respectful. The gaze directed at Chu Fan was filled with pity. They don't even have the qualifications to fight the main character. How tragic. Under the watchful eyes of the entire audience, two figures slowly walked up the platform from both ends of the passageway. On the left was a tall, strong young man dressed in a purple outfit, with the same arrogance on his face as Lei Ao. He is Lei Dong. He glanced at his brother in the VIP section, his eyes filled with fervent admiration and an eagerness to impress. Today, he will use the most cruel method to tear this guy named Chu Fan to pieces and win back his brother's face. On the right, Chu Fan held Su Qingshue's hand, walking slowly but steadily. His face was expressionless. Su Qingxue followed behind him, feeling the tens of thousands of ill-intentioned gazes from the audience, her palms sweating. Scared? Chu Fan's voice rang in her mind through the contract link. Su Qingxue did not answer, but silently tightened her grip on Chu Fan's hand. A firm and strong warmth emanated from my cool palm. Her anxious heart finally settled down. When? The ancient bells rang throughout the entire venue. The competition has officially begun. You country bumpkin, it's your honor to die by my hand. Lei Dong grinned maliciously and summoned his contracted beast without hesitation. Come forth, my partner. Purple lightning serpent. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a bucket, descended from the sky and struck the high platform with tremendous force. As the lightning subsided, a giant purple python, tens of meters long, was coiled behind Lei Dong. The giant python's scales crackled with blinding arcs of electricity, and its vertical pupils, cold and ruthless, were fixed on Chu Fan and Su Qingxue. The aura of an A+ grade demonic beast, mixed with violent lightning elements, instantly swept across the entire platform. Hiss! The purple lightning python opened its blood-red maw, and thick chains of lightning intertwined to form a net that descended upon Chu Fan and Su Qingxue. This is an area of effect attack, there's nowhere to hide. The freshmen in the audience gasped in surprise. This move is enough to instantly kill most opponents of the same level. A victorious smile had already appeared on Lei Dong's face. In his view, the battle was over. Su Qingshue's expression was solemn, and the illusory image of the Ice Phoenix appeared behind her, preparing to withstand the attack. However, Chu Fan simply patted her hand lightly. To the left front, at a 37-degree angle, is the ice wall. To the right front, at a 62-degree angle, is the ice wall. Right in front, start another one. 3 extremely simple instructions were clearly transmitted into Su Qingshue's mind. She didn't have time to think, her body's instincts had already made her react. Buzz! 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 3 crystal clear, smooth ice walls rose abruptly from the ground, blocking the two of them at an unusual angle. The next second, a massive, raging net of lightning crashed down. Sizzle! A piercing explosion resounded throughout the entire venue. However, the anticipated scene of the ice wall shattering and the two being electrocuted did not occur. The violet lightning struck the first ice wall, but its light was deflected and bounced directly towards the second ice wall. Then, the third side. After 3 refractions, the giant lightning net that originally covered half of the platform was compressed into a highly condensed purple lightning bolt, which reflected back in one direction at an even faster speed than when it came. That direction was right in front of Lei Dong and the purple lightning python beneath his feet. What? Lei Dong's smile froze instantly. His pupils contracted sharply, and he didn't have time to react. Boom! The purple lightning bolt struck the purple lightning serpent squarely on the head. Hiss! The purple lightning python let out a painful hiss. Its massive body convulsed and turned charred black from the lightning it had emitted. Lei Dong, who was standing on its head, was also hit by the aftershock. His hair stood on end, and he fell down in a sorry state. The entire Colosseum was deathly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the unbelievable scene unfolding on the platform, their minds blank. What happened? Did the ice wall reflect the lightning? And it even precisely redirected the spell back to the caster? What an incredible feat! This must be a coincidence, right? Impossible. The angles of those 3 ice walls are too tricky. They're perfectly precise. This was definitely calculated. My God, you can use elements like this? In the VIP section, Lei Ao, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. 2 terrifying bolts of lightning flashed past his eyes. He stared intently at Chu Fan on the high platform, a solemn expression appearing on his face for the first time. Huo Linger stood up abruptly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. Such exquisite control. This man is extraordinary. And the mentors all had their eyes shining. Using minimal force to deflect a great weight. This is a master-level application of elemental techniques. This freshman named Chu Fan's understanding of combat is terrifying. On the high platform, Chu Fan looked at Lei Dong, who was getting up from the ground, his face covered in soot and looking disheveled, and spoke calmly. That's it? Can someone who plays with lightning get struck by their own lightning? The Lei family of the capital is nothing special. The calm voice, amplified by the sound amplifying array, resonated throughout every corner of the arena. Insult. This is a blatant insult. You're asking for it. Lei Dong was completely enraged, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he looked like a madman. Being humiliated in this way by a country bumpkin in front of the entire school and his own brother is worse than being killed. I want you dead. He let out a beast-like roar, his hands rapidly forming hand seals. Secret technique Thunder God Armor. Hiss. The purple lightning python at his feet, half dead from the electric shock, let out a mournful cry. Its entire body's lightning power was forcibly extracted by an invisible force, turning into streams of purple torrents that surged wildly into Lei Dong's body. Crackling sounds. Lei Dong's body emitted a series of cracking sounds from his bones. His muscles swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. A set of purple armor, made entirely of lightning and exuding an aura of destruction, covered his entire body. His aura surged, breaking through the barrier of the third rank. I want to tear you to pieces with my own hands. Lei Dong abandoned his ranged attack and slammed his legs into the ground. Boom! He left 2 deep footprints on the hard platform. His figure transformed into a purple afterimage, carrying endless lightning and killing intent, and charged straight toward Chu Fan. The violent force of the punches, even before they got close, already made Su Qingxue feel suffocated. Close quarters combat. He wanted to end Chu Fan's life with the most primitive and violent method, one punch. Chapter 87. Your thunder has a flaw. The fist, covered in purple lightning armor, rapidly magnified in everyone's retinas. Raging, destructive, and relentless. Before the fist even landed, the piercing shriek that tore through the air already stung the eardrums of everyone present. Many of the freshmen below the platform instinctively closed their eyes. They couldn't bear to watch the blood and gore that followed. In the VIP section, a cruel smile had already crept onto Lei Ao's lips. He could almost see Chu Fan being smashed into a pile of minced meat by his brother's punch. This is the consequence of provoking the Lei family. Su Qingxue's heart was in her throat. The illusory ice phoenix behind her shone brightly, its biting coldness about to burst forth, ready to attack without regard for the cost. But Chu Fan moved. He didn't try to tough it out. It didn't even make any defensive gestures. He simply pulled Su Qingxue and took a step back to the left. Just one step. Boom! Lei Dong's fist grazed the hem of Chu Fan's clothes and slammed hard into the spot where Chu Fan had just been standing. The incredibly solid platform was blasted into a deep crater, with debris mixed with lightning scattering in all directions. The attack missed its target. Hide? Let's see where you can hide. Lei Dong grinned maliciously, his offensive relentless. His body transformed into streaks of purple lightning, leaving a series of afterimages on the narrow platform. Fist, elbow, knee, leg. Each strike was imbued with the force of a thunderbolt, each move potentially fatal. Chu Fan, on the other hand, was like a small boat in a raging storm. He pulled Su Qingxue along, constantly dodging and weaving amidst the thunderous and torrential attacks. Each time, they narrowly escaped the devastating attack by the smallest of margins. It appears to be fraught with danger. He looked utterly disheveled. Ha, I thought you were something special, but you're just a mouse that can only run away. It's over. He has been completely suppressed by senior brother Lei Dong's aura and doesn't even have the courage to fight back. What good will hiding do? My spiritual energy will eventually run out, and then I'll just be doomed. Laughter rose and fell from the audience. In the VIP section, Huo Linger's beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. Something's not right. Her mentor, however, shook his head, his eyes shining. No, look at his footsteps. Each dodge is done with the smallest possible amplitude and the least effort, precisely avoiding the core of the attack. He is not on the run. He seems to be observing something. On the high platform, Shu Fan's expression remained unchanged. His entire focus was on the rapidly refreshing screen in his mind. Target: Thor's armor. Energy composition: primal lightning power of the purple lightning python plus human spiritual power. Operation mode: simulates the meridians of the thunder beast, forced fusion. Analyzing energy cycle frequency. Analysis progress: 17%, 36%, 58%. In Shu Fan's eyes, the whole world slowed down. Lei Dong's extremely fast attack appeared to him as a series of trajectories composed of purple data streams. He could clearly see how the power of lightning flowed across Lei Dong's body, how it gathered at his fist, and how it was then unleashed. Each attack is accompanied by a surge of energy. Violent, but unstable. Because this power was never his own. Forcing control will inevitably result in flaws. Die. Lei Dong's prolonged attack failed, and his patience ran out. He let out a roar, and the lightning armor on his body shone with an extreme intensity. He abandoned all unnecessary movements and focused all his strength into his right fist. With this punch, he intended to shatter Shu Fan along with the platform beneath his feet. And at that very moment, the cold, mechanical voice finally rang in Shu Fan's mind. Analysis progress: 100%. Analysis complete. Weakness: the Tianqi acupoint on the right shoulder. There's a forced break in the energy flow at this point every extremely short interval. A brief interruption in the flow of spiritual energy occurs to stabilize the body's overall energy. Now! Shu Fan stopped in his tracks. He stopped retreating. Faced with that earth-shattering punch, he simply turned his head and uttered 3 words to Su Qingxue beside him. Right shoulder. Su Qingxue did not hesitate for a moment. There's no need to even think about what those 3 words mean. Her body reacted the instant she heard the sound. She gently tapped her fair fingers in front of her. A slender, unremarkable icicle, no more than the length of a chopstick, materialized out of thin air. There was no awe-inspiring grandeur, nor any biting chill. It just floated there quietly. Then, it is fired. Puff. A sound so faint it was almost inaudible. It was completely drowned out by the deafening gasps of tens of thousands of people in the audience. The slender ice spike did not strike Lei Dong's devastating fist. Instead, it bypassed the force of the punch from a tricky and unpredictable angle, and precisely struck Lei Dong's right shoulder, which was covered by thick lightning armor. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Lei Dong's extremely ferocious fist stopped in front of Shu Fan, less than half an inch away from his nose. The electric light on his fist, powerful enough to tear steel, was still pulsating wildly. But the fist could no longer advance an inch. Lei Dong's expression froze. Ferocity, astonishment, confusion, pain, all sorts of emotions intertwined and twisted into a tangled mess. He looked down at his right shoulder. That tiny ice spike pierced through the lightning, through the armor, and into his body. An extremely cold energy erupted from that point. It was like a drop of water falling into a pot of boiling oil. The already unstable lightning power within him instantly went out of control. Well. Lei Dong opened his mouth, as if to say something. But what came out of his mouth was a plume of black smoke. Crackling sounds. The Thor's armor covering him emitted a series of rapid explosions. Purple arcs of electricity crackled wildly across his body, no longer under his control. His fist, which he threw at Shu Fan, was charred black by his own lightning. His legs, which were standing, were paralyzed by the lightning he had struck. Thump. Under the deathly silence of tens of thousands of people in the audience. Just moments ago, Lei Dong was arrogant and domineering, like the arrival of Thor. But his knees buckled, and he knelt down straight in front of Shu Fan. The lightning armor on his body, like a deflated balloon, quickly dimmed and dissipated. His face, blackened by the electric shock, with his hair standing on end, was revealed, making him look utterly disheveled. The outcome is decided. The entire Colosseum was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone gaped, their eyes wide, staring at the unbelievable scene unfolding on the platform. Just a minute ago, Lei Dong was still dominating Shu Fan. A minute later, he knelt down in front of Shu Fan like a dead dog. What happened? What exactly happened? What did that freshman do? He only had his contracted beast shoot a small ice spike? Then, Lei Dong just collapsed on his own? A hallucination. This must be a hallucination. How is this possible? How could an A+ grade purple lightning python, combined with the Lei family's secret technique, possibly be defeated just like that? That move, what was that move? Why didn't I understand it at all? After a brief silence, a deafening roar of discussion erupted. In the VIP section, Huolinger suddenly stood up, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chu Fan, her chest heaving, her face filled with shock. On the other side, with a crack, the jade cup in Lei Ao's hand was crushed into dust by him. The muscles in his face were twitching. A terrifying killing intent emanated from him, making the surrounding air turn icy cold. On the high platform, Chu Fan looked at Lei Dong, who was kneeling in front of him, convulsing and unable to even stand up, and slowly spoke. The sound wasn't loud, but it was clearly amplified and carried throughout the entire venue through the sound amplification array. Your lightning strike has a flaw. Moreover, it is full of flaws. After saying that, he didn't look at Lei Dong again, grabbed Su Qingxue, and turned to leave. He paused at the edge of the platform, but did not turn around. Oh, right. Don't forget our bet. The entire school is waiting to see. Chapter 88 Exchanging for divine items alarms the old monster. On the high platform, Chu Fan pulled Su Qingxue and turned to leave. Behind me, there was only deathly silence. After the deathly silence came a deafening uproar, like a landslide or a tsunami. In the VIP section, the jade cup in Lei Ao's hand turned to dust. He stared intently at Chu Fan's retreating figure, his gaze as if he wanted to slowly torture him to death. His murderous intent was undisguised. But Chu Fan did not turn around. He didn't even glance at Lei Dong, who was kneeling on the ground, unconscious from the electric shock he had given him. Let's go collect our spoils. Chu Fan's voice was clearly transmitted into Su Qingxue's mind through the contract. As the two walked down from the platform, the crowd parted to both sides like a tide. Those freshmen who had just been full of mockery and disdain now all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Awe, fear, disbelief. This is the most direct change brought about by strength. Instead of returning to their dormitory, the two headed straight for the core area of Yanhuang Martial Arts University, the Merit Exchange Hall. At the entrance of the hall, Chu Fan raised his wrist, and the light screen of the student terminal was projected. Name, Chu Fan. Points, 188,000. An astonishing number. As a member of a collateral branch of the Lei family, Lei Dong already had a considerable number of points. Combined with the points he had previously collected from new students, this bet made Chu Fan rich overnight. Su Qingxue stared at the number, somewhat stunned. These points are enough for a freshman to redeem resources that they won't be able to use even after graduation. Let's go inside. Chu Fan put away the light screen and pulled her into the Merit Exchange Hall. The interior of the hall was even more lively than the Colosseum. Countless light screens floated in the air, displaying the names and exchange prices of various rare and precious materials, divine weapons, and cultivation techniques. People came and went, and students and mentors came everywhere to exchange resources. The appearance of Chu Fan and Su Qingxue immediately attracted attention. Look, isn't that Chu Fan? Is that the freshman who defeated Lei Dong of the Lei family in one move during the ranking competition? He's here to redeem something. I heard he bet all his points with Lei Dong. Really? Then he's now. Amidst the murmurs, Chu Fan walked straight to the center of the hall, to the largest light screen. That's the overall ranking of freshman points. He raised his hand and gently tapped the light screen. The overall ranking of new students' points is being updated. The next second, the name in the first line had been changed to first place, Chu Fan, points, 188,000. Second place, Lei Ao, points, 100,000. Third place, Huolinger, points, 98,000. The entire hall fell silent instantly. All eyes were focused on the light screen, and then shifted to Chu Fan. Shocking. An unparalleled and breathtaking experience. On his very first day of school, a freshman from Donghai City crushed the young master of the Lei family in the capital city in terms of points. This is humiliating the Lei family. Ignoring everyone's gaze, Chu Fan began operating the exchange terminal directly. The God-level analysis system has been activated and is generating the optimal exchange plan based on the host's and contracted beast's status. Option 1, Eternal Ice Soul. This can completely eradicate the hidden dangers of the Ice Phoenix bloodline within Su Qingxue and help her perfectly control the power of her bloodline. Required points, 150,000. Option 2, Deconstructing Everything. A supplementary skill book that enhances the host's ability to analyze energy and matter structure. 99% compatibility with this system. Required points, 30,000. Just these two. Without any hesitation, Chu Fan directly typed 10,000-year ice soul into the search bar. Soon, a piece of information about an item, encrypted in multiple layers, popped up. 10,000-year ice soul, a plus-grade rare and precious material, produced from thousands of feet below the extreme northern ice plains, containing the purest EN energy. Points required for redemption, 150,000. Inventory, 1. He wants to exchange it for the 10,000-year ice soul? 150,000 points. Is he crazy? That's enough to exchange for a low-grade Earth-rank divine weapon. This thing is a priceless treasure for ice-type cultivators, but it's incredibly rare and expensive. How could he possibly part with it? The people around Chu Fan stared wide-eyed at his actions. Chu Fan didn't care at all. He clicked confirm immediately. Beep. Points deducted. Please present your redemption code at window A03 to collect your prize. On the screen, his score instantly dwindled to only 38,000. Suqing Xue stood beside him, her body trembling slightly. She looked at Chu Fan's profile, her lips moved, but she couldn't say anything. 10,000-year ice soul. That was a priceless treasure that her Su family had tried countless times to obtain, but to no avail. It is the only possible hope to completely resolve the backlash from her bloodline. He exchanged it without hesitation for her sake. What are you still standing there for? Chu Fan then operated the light screen again, inputting deconstruction of everything. This time, the search results were much simpler. Deconstructing everything, a supplementary spiritual technique, author unknown, effects unknown, due to its stringent cultivation requirements, no one has ever mastered it. Points required for redemption, 30,000. Pfft, is this guy out of his mind? Spend 30,000 points to exchange for a worthless martial arts manual that no one has ever mastered? Author unknown, effects unknown, isn't this just a scam? I thought he had some guts, but now it seems he's just an ignorant country bumpkin. The surrounding laughter rang out again. In their view, Chu Fan's behavior was completely incomprehensible. Chu Fan clicked confirm again. My points have been reset to 0, leaving me with a pitiful 8,000 points. But he showed a satisfied expression. For him, only these two things were of the greatest value. Other divine weapons, cultivation techniques, and elixirs are all too inefficient compared to his system. Let's go get our things. Chu Fan took Suqing Xue's hand and prepared to leave. Just then, an old man in a gray sanitation worker's uniform, carrying a broom, with messy hair, blocked their way. There was no trace of spiritual energy emanating from the old man. He was just like an ordinary mortal. His cloudy eyes swept over Chu Fan and Suqing Xue. Finally, it landed on Chu Fan's face. Boy, were you the one who defeated that little brat from the Lei family in the arena just now? The old man's voice was hoarse and unpleasant. Chu Fan raised an eyebrow but did not answer. He sensed a dangerous aura emanating from this seemingly ordinary old man. Not bad, you've got guts. The old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Using 3 ice walls to refract lightning is quite ingenious. However, what really interests me is your last move. The old man picked up a broom and gestured on the ground. Precisely strike the energy node of the Thor's armor, and win in one blow. That's neither observation skills nor combat experience. His body slowly moved closer to Chu Fan, and a sharp glint shot from his cloudy eyes. That is a higher level of analysis of the rules. Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat. He held Suqing Xue's hand, unconsciously tightening his grip. Suqing Xue also sensed Chu Fan's tension. She stepped forward and stood in front of Chu Fan, her cold gaze fixed on the old man in front of her. The old man didn't even glance at Suqing Xue. His gaze was like two awls, trying to pierce into the depths of Chu Fan's soul. He lowered his voice, speaking in a volume only the two of them could hear, and asked, word by word. Boy, your soul power. Why don't I belong to this world? Chapter 89. Where does your soul come from? The Merit Exchange Hall was bustling with activity. But none of this noise reached Chu Fan's ears. His world consisted only of the disheveled old man before him and that earth-shattering question. Boy, why, does your soul power not belong to this world? Each word was like a red-hot steel needle, piercing into Chu Fan's mind. His identity as a time traveler is his biggest secret. It is the foundation of his ability to establish himself in this world and possess the God-level analysis system. This secret must never be revealed. Chu Fan gripped Suqing Xue's hand and tightened his grip instantly. Suqing Xue sensed his stiffness, and the coldness on her icy face intensified. A faint aura of S-class bloodline emanated from the old man before him, locking onto him. She didn't know what the old man said, but she knew that Chu Fan was facing a huge threat. "Sir, what are you talking about?" Chu Fan's voice was very calm, without any discernible emotion. He forced himself to calm down. The brain is working at lightning speed. Who is the other party? What is their purpose? Are they testing us, or have they already obtained evidence? God-level analysis system activated. Target, unknown human. Parsing failed. Warning, the target possesses an abnormal energy field. Attempting to analyze it will cause the system to crash. Chu Fan's pupils contracted slightly. Even the system can't parse it? What kind of monster is this old man? Joke? The old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and casually swept the broom across the ground. Your use of ice walls to refract lightning is a genius understanding of the application of elements. You commanded your little girlfriend to break through the energy node of the Thor's armor with a single blow that was a precise insight that transcended combat instinct. All of these can be explained by genius. The old man's voice was even lower, and his cloudy eyes seemed to see right through people's hearts. But kid, your eyes don't lie to me. That's not observation, not analysis, it's a kind of higher dimensional overlooking. It's like an artist looking at a painting he created himself. Nothing in the painting is a secret to him. I've seen that look in my eyes more than once. The old man's words sent a chill down Chu Fan's spine. He has met other time travelers? I still don't understand what you're saying. Chu Fan released Su Qingshue's hand, took a step forward, and shielded her behind him. He looked directly into the old man's eyes. If the old gentleman is standing up for the Lei family and has laid out a course of action, I will accept it. If not, please move aside, we still need to get something. He adopted a barefoot but not afraid of those wearing shoes attitude. The bet is that the other party won't dare to do anything to him here, in front of everyone. Stand up for the Lei family? Ha ha ha. The old man laughed so hard he almost fell over, dropping the broom he was holding. Some of the students who were still watching looked at him as if he were crazy. Those kids from the Lei family who play with electricity are not worthy of my standing up for them. The old man finished laughing, bent down to pick up the broom, and patted off the dust. He looked at Chu Fan again, the probing look in his eyes fading slightly, replaced by a hint of appreciation. Not bad, you've got guts and you're quite calm. I meant no harm. The old man rummaged around in his pocket for a while, then pulled out an ID card covered in oil stains and threw it over. Let me introduce myself. I am Jiang Xian, a specially appointed professor in the Department of Archaeology at Yanhuang Martial University. Chu Fan took the document and opened it. The person in the photo is younger than he is now, but it is indeed the old man in front of me. The job title section reads, Ancient Civilization Research Society, President. Archaeology Department? Ancient Civilization Research Society? What is all this about? Kid, don't look at me like that. Professor Jiang Xian curled his lip. I know what you're thinking. Archaeology sounds like digging up dead people's bones, a dead-end job, right? But what if I told you that we were studying things dug out from the boundary battlefield? Realm battlefield. Chu Fan's breathing paused for a moment. That is a perilous place connecting this world with another dimension, the front line where humanity clashed with all other races. It is also the source of all the Empire's cutting-edge technologies and powerful cultivation techniques. I am not interested in your soul. Jiang Xian waved his hand, but Chu Fan didn't believe him at all when he said what he said. I'm only interested in your abilities. That ability to overlook and analyze. He pointed to Chu Fan's eyes. We've unearthed a lot of valuable items from the interdimensional battlefield, but most of them are unanalyzable and unusable. They're like locked treasure chests, and we can't find the keys. And you, kid, I feel like you are the key. Jiang Xian's gaze became intense. Join my research club. I don't care who you are, as long as you can help me analyze those ancient artifacts, I can provide you with all the resources, cultivation techniques, and academic credits you need. I can even personally guide you in your cultivation. A powerful expert who even the system couldn't analyze personally provides guidance? The temptation is undeniably great. But Chu Fan remained vigilant. Staying with a monster who can see right through you is like asking a tiger for its skin. His first reaction was to refuse. What he needs to do most now is to use the 10,000-year ice soul to help Su Qingxue resolve her bloodline problem, and then cultivate in peace to improve his strength. Instead of getting involved in this muddy water. Thank you for your kind offer, Professor, but I have reservations about the exam. Chu Fan hadn't finished speaking. In my mind, a cold system notification sounded without warning. Warning! High-dimensional energy reaction detected. Energy source location, Yanhuang Wuhan University, 7th Library, 4th basement level. Preliminary assessment suggests that this energy source is highly correlated with the host soul, and is suspected to be a fragment of the same origin as the system. Mission issued, accept Zhang Xian's invitation to join the Ancient Civilization Research Society and explore the energy source. Task reward, system privileges upgraded, unlocking new feature modules. Failure penalty, none. Chu Fan's remaining words were stuck in his throat. System-wide fragmentation? This thing is related to the truth about how he traveled through time. He looked up at Zhang Xian, his expression changing. I am very interested in archaeology. He abruptly changed the subject. When can I join? Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Good lad, I knew you were a smart guy. Now, follow me. He threw down the broom, turned around and left, looking even more impatient than Chu Fan. Chu Fan, pulling along the bewildered Su Qingxue, followed them. The two left the merit exchange hall one after the other, leaving behind a ground full of students who were still in shock. The 7th library is the oldest and also the least visited library at Wuhan University. Zhang Xian led the two people around to an inconspicuous storage room at the back of the library instead of through the main entrance. He pushed open a hidden door disguised as a wall, and a musty, dusty smell hit him. Ahem, it's a bit messy, don't mind it. Zhang Xian led the two down a long, spiraling stone staircase. Our club is short on funds, so we can only make do in places like this. 4 underground floors. When a heavy metal door was pushed open, the scene inside stunned Chu Fan and Su Qingxue. This is not a research lab at all. It's more like a huge warehouse filled with garbage. Various unidentifiable metal parts, broken stone slabs, and strangely shaped crystals were piled up like a small mountain. Several people wearing white coats, but even more disheveled than Zhang Xian, were frantically busy in their own garbage heaps. A young girl wearing thick goggles was using a wrench to hammer at a rusty mechanical spider, muttering to herself, "No, the energy circuit is connected wrong. The singularity engine should be powered by reverse annihilation." A young man with disheveled hair was hunched over a huge star map, frantically calculating something with a pen. The trajectory of the 11th star vortex has shifted by 0.01. I knew then that something from outside the heavens was watching us. There was also an older man who was hugging a dark, unremarkable rock, licking and smelling it with an expression of utter rapture. That's it, that's the smell, the fragrance from the Cretaceous. These people showed no reaction to Chu Fan and his group's arrival. They were completely immersed in their own world. So, what do you think of my club members? Aren't they all eccentric geniuses? Zhang Xian's tone was full of pride. Each of them is a top genius in their respective field. Looking at this group of crazy geniuses, Chu Fan finally understood why this club would be holed up in a place like this. Come with me. Zhang Xian led Chu Fan to the deepest part of the warehouse. Here stands a huge, broken black stone tablet. The stone tablet was covered with cracks and looked like it could break at any moment. It was engraved with some strange symbols, neither the common script of this world nor any known ancient inscription. This is our biggest problem right now. Zhang Xian pointed at the stone tablet, his face showing a mixture of fervor and helplessness. We dug it out from the deepest part of the boundary battlefield, from a ruin called the Lost Land. It's very special. The material is unanalyzable, and the text on it is incomprehensible to anyone. Kid, it's up to you now. Zhang Xian looked at Chu Fan with anticipation. Use your ability and see if you can figure something out. Chu Fan's gaze fell on the stone tablet. He doesn't need to use the system. Because the moment he saw those symbols, his mind went blank. Those distorted, incomplete symbols automatically rearranged and reorganized in his eyes. It turned into a line of square characters that he was extremely familiar with. Being able to see these words proves that you and I share the same origin. Run. This world is Cage. Chapter 90. The Ice Phoenix's Rebirth. Enemies come knocking. Chu Fan shifted his gaze from the cold, black stone tablet. Those last two words were like two branding irons, searing into the depths of his soul. Cage. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart, his face expressionless. He looked at Zhang Xian, who was staring at him with an extremely expectant gaze. So, kid, what did you figure out? Very ancient, very powerful. Chu Fan gave a foolproof answer. Nonsense. Do you even need to tell me that? Jiang Xin glared, his beard bristling. I'm asking you, do you recognize the symbols on there? Xu Fan shook his head. I don't know him. This is a lie. But he had to lie. Before you have enough strength, the more you know, the faster you'll die. The warning from those of the same origin on that stone tablet is the best proof. Sigh. Jiang Xian sighed heavily, his face full of disappointment. Even you can't do it. He looked 10 years older in an instant, waved his hand dismissively, and seemed utterly disheartened. All right, you can go back now. Here's the club's badge and this book, Deconstructing Everything, consider it your joining gift. Come over and take a look around when you have time, see if you can find anything new out of this junk. The old man tossed over a rusty badge and a thin booklet, then turned and stared blankly at the stone tablet, muttering nonsense about keys and locks. Xu Fan took the items without saying a word. He pulled Su Qingxue along and turned to leave. It wasn't until the two of them walked out of the dusty basement and saw the light of day again that Su Qingxue couldn't help but speak. Her voice echoed in Xu Fan's mind through the contract. You were acting very strangely just now. I saw some interesting things, Xu Fan replied without turning around. Let's not talk about that now, your matter is more important. Su Qingxue's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Xu Fan's back, the back that had been ridiculed by the whole school not long ago, but now gave her an unprecedented sense of security. Villa A01 in the new student area. This is a top-tier residence reserved for the first-place winner of the ranking competition, complete with its own private cultivation chamber. At this moment, a layer of white frost, visible to the naked eye, is rapidly spreading across the floor of the secret chamber. Xu Fan and Su Qingxue sat facing each other. A fist-sized, dark blue crystal floated between the two. 10,000-year ice soul. It did not emit any light, yet it was frantically devouring the light and heat around it. The moisture in the air condensed instantly, turning into ice crystals that fell down in a soft rustling sound. Su Qingxue's face was even paler than the 10,000-year ice soul. Her smooth forehead was covered in fine beads of cold sweat, and her body was trembling uncontrollably. The innate cold poison, triggered by the 10,000-year-old ice spirit, erupted completely. Are you ready? Xu Fan asked. Mum. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth and uttered a single word. She has endured this pain for over a decade, so one more time won't make a difference. This was her only hope. Don't be afraid. Xu Fan reached out and placed his hand on her back. His palms were warm, dry, and carried a reassuring power. Follow my guidance and refine it. Xu Fan closed his eyes, and the God-level analysis system went into full operation. His spiritual power probed into Su Qingxue's body. In his vision, Su Qingxue's meridians had transformed into frozen rivers. An extremely domineering chill was surging from the depths of her blood, threatening to freeze her completely into an ice sculpture. And that ancient ice crystal was at the eye of the storm. Now! Absorb it! Xu Fan shouted. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue activated her cultivation technique with all her might. The 10,000-year-old ice essence transformed into the purest Yin energy, rushing into her body. Ah! Su Qingxue let out a suppressed cry of pain, her body arching suddenly. That power was too immense and too pure, her meridians simply couldn't withstand it, and countless cracks appeared instantly. Ice and fire intertwined within her. On one side is the extreme cold of the Ice Phoenix bloodline, and on the other side is the scorching pain of refining energy. Her consciousness began to fade. Just when she was about to give up, a gentle, vibrant energy surged from her back into her limbs and bones. It is Xu Fan's energy. This energy, like the strongest thread, precisely repaired her damaged meridians. It was like a precise guide, directing the raging Yin energy along the optimal route, washing over her body again and again. The pain is lessening. The coldness is fading. Her mind returned to clarity. She could see that Xu Fan was using his own energy to build a bridge for her, a bridge to a new life. This process also took a huge toll on Xu Fan. Sweat trickled down Xu Fan's forehead. His face also began to turn pale. But his hand remained firmly on her back, without trembling at all. Time passed, second by second. The temperature inside the sealed room had dropped to a terrifying level. A layer of ice, half a foot thick, had formed on the wall. Click! In the living room of the villa, a water glass on the coffee table shattered without warning, and the water inside froze into ice before it could spill out. The entire villa is turning into an ice cave. But at the heart of all this, within the secret chamber, a sudden and unexpected change occurs. Hold head high. A high-pitched, clear phoenix cry resounded from Su Qingshue's body. Behind her, the enormous phantom of the ice phoenix suddenly appeared. This time, it's no longer an illusory shadow. Each of its feathers is made of the most translucent ice crystals, shimmering with magnificent light. Its eyes are no longer empty energy bodies. Two golden flames ignited in his eye sockets, carrying an aura of majesty and spirituality that looked down upon all living beings. It came back to life. The illusory image of the ice phoenix spread its wings and enveloped Su Qingxi and Xu Fan together. It swallowed the energy of that 10,000-year-old ice crystal in one gulp. The next second, an unprecedentedly powerful aura erupted from Su Qingxue. The shackles within her body, the bloodline chains that had plagued her for over a decade, were completely broken at this moment. Peak of Tier 2. Level 3 Beginner. Tier 3 Intermediate. Her cultivation level soared like a rocket, eventually stabilizing at the mid-third tier. Boom! A wave of energy emanated from the two of them and spread outwards. The thick layer of ice on the walls of the sealed room was shattered instantly. Su Qingxue slowly opened her eyes. Those eyes, which were originally as cold as ice, were now like melting glaciers, clear and bright, reflecting Xu Fan's slightly pale face. The icy aura that kept people at arm's length from her disappeared. Instead, there is a noble, all-encompassing aloofness. Her skin was no longer sickly pale, but rather like the finest white jade, warm, delicate, and fragile. She felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and power. The cold poison in her blood was completely suppressed and transformed into a part of her power. She was given a new lease on life. And all of this was given to her by the man in front of her. She was about to say something. Woo 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 woo. A piercing alarm suddenly blared from outside the villa, shattering the night sky above Yanhuang Martial University. Immediately afterwards, a cold voice, transmitted through a loudspeaker array, resounded throughout the entire villa area. Villa A01 has detected an abnormal energy burst, suspected of conducting a high-risk experiment in violation of regulations. Listen up, you inside. Immediately cease all activity and open the door for inspection. I'll repeat myself, open the door immediately for inspection. We are the school discipline committee. Xu Fan and Su Qingxue exchanged a glance. Trouble is brewing. Xu Fan's gaze passed through the door of the secret room and looked out of the villa. Through the melting ice flowers on the window, he could see that more than a dozen figures in black uniforms had surrounded the villa. The leader was an arrogant young man with a malicious smirk on his lips. In Xu Fan's mind, the system notification sounded at the right time. Target, Xin Feng. Identity, disciplinary committee member of Yanhuang Martial Arts University, direct descendant of the Qin family in the capital. Note, the Qin and Su families are major competitors in multiple industries and once had a blood feud over the ownership of a mining area. Xu Fan's eyes narrowed. What a coincidence. Chapter 91. Your resources have been confiscated. Outside, the piercing alarm still echoed. A dozen or so figures in black uniforms surrounded the villa completely. The young man in the lead, Xin Feng, wore a sneer of certainty on his face, and the amplification array sent his voice into every corner of the villa. The school discipline committee is handling this matter. Everyone inside, come out immediately. In the secret room, Su Qingxue stood up. The powerful aura of her new life and transformation had not yet been fully concealed, and her eyes were icy cold. People from the Qin family. She only said 4 words. Xu Fan patted off imaginary dust from his clothes and stood up. He had just exerted himself greatly, and his face was a little pale, but his eyes were very calm. Let's go out and take a look. The two walked out of the secret room, through the living room which was in a mess due to the chill, and opened the villa door. A night breeze blew by, carrying a hint of coolness. When Xin Feng saw the two of them come out, especially when he saw Su Qingxue's completely different temperament and the faint third-level pressure she exuded, his pupils shrank. But he quickly covered it up, putting on a businesslike demeanor. Xu Fan, Su Qingxue. You are suspected of conducting high-risk energy experiments in violation of regulations, posing a threat to campus safety. According to Article 37 of the school regulations, please hand over your student terminals and come with us. Behind him, several disciplinary committee members stepped forward, their imposing presence overwhelming him. Xu Fan didn't speak, he just looked at him. Su Qingxue stepped forward and stood in front of Xu Fan. She looked at Xin Feng, her voice devoid of any warmth. Xin Feng, is my bloodline rebirth just a high-risk experiment in your eyes? Do you want the school's academic affairs office to make the judgment, or do you want my grandfather to personally call and ask the head of the Qin family? Qin Feng's expression changed. The Su family. Grandpa Su. That mountain was pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. He gritted his teeth. Su Qingxue, this is official business. Even if it's a bloodline breakthrough, such a large energy fluctuation requires prior notification. Who knows what you're up to in there? He turned his attention to Chu Fan. Especially you, Chu Fan. A freshman who just enrolled, what qualifications and abilities do you have to assist an S-rank bloodline in breaking through? There's definitely something fishy going on here. He was convinced that Chu Fan had used some shady methods. Just then, an old but strong voice came from not far away. Enough! Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A sprightly old man dressed in a tang suit walked briskly towards them, his hands behind his back. Behind him followed several mentors whose auras were unfathomable. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Feng's expression changed again, and he quickly bowed in greeting. Vice Dean Li. Li Zhinshan, Vice Dean of Yanhuang Wuhan University. Li Zhinshan didn't even glance at him. He walked straight up to Su Qingxue, looked her up and down, and his cloudy old eyes were full of surprise and admiration. Okay. The Ice Phoenix bloodline has finally been reborn. Its aura is stable, and its foundation is solid. This is a blessing for the Yanhuang Martial Arts University, and a blessing for our human race. He said good 3 times in a row, making no attempt to hide his excitement. Then, he turned his gaze to Qin Feng, and the smile on his face vanished instantly, leaving only a stern expression. Discipline Committee? Since when has the breakthrough of a genius at Yanhuang Martial Arts University become a high-risk experiment in the eyes of your Discipline Committee? Qin Feng, do you not want to continue as the cadre, or do you think your Qin family's influence is greater than the rules of my Yanhuang Martial Arts University? Cold sweat broke out on Qin Feng's forehead. He knew he had bitten off more than he could chew this time. Vice Dean, I just received an alert and was following the procedures. Articles of Association? Li Zhinshan snorted coldly. Your plan is to become a genius hero who led people to besiege our school? Let me tell you, Chu Fan's assistance to Su Qingxue in completing her bloodline rebirth is a great achievement. The school should not only not punish him, but should also reward him handsomely. Now, take your men and get out. The last word, get lost, struck like a thunderclap. Qin Feng's face turned pale and then red, as if he had been slapped countless times in public. He glared at Chu Fan with resentment, his eyes seeming to say that this was not over. Yes. He forced out a single word through gritted teeth, then slunk away with the members of the disciplinary committee, disappearing into the night. The storm has thus subsided. Li Zhinshan looked kindly at Chu Fan and Su Qingxue. You two are very good. Especially you, Chu Fan. His gaze lingered on Chu Fan for a long time. Focus on your cultivation. At Yanhuang Martial Arts University, as long as you have talent, no one can touch you. The university is your strongest support. After saying that, he left with his men without causing any further disturbance. Silence returned to the area in front of the villa. Su Qingxue looked at Chu Fan and said softly, "Thanks." Chu Fan smiled. There's no need to talk about this between us. The next day. New Student Resource Allocation Conference. The gymnasium at Wuhan University was packed with people. All the new students gathered here, waiting for their first benefit after enrolling. On the high platform sat a row of sophomore student leaders. They are responsible for verifying the identities and rankings of new students and distributing corresponding cultivation resources. This is a lucrative and powerful position. Chu Fan and Su Qingxue sat side by side in an inconspicuous corner. After what happened last night, almost every freshman avoided them wherever they went, their respectful gazes mixed with jealousy and curiosity. Next batch, Chu Fan, Zhang Long, Zhao Wu. The loudspeaker on the platform called out Chu Fan's name. Chu Fan stood up and walked towards the high platform. The person in charge of his window was a tall, arrogant young man with a lightning bolt-shaped badge pinned to his chest. Thunder Punishment Assembly. The young man saw Chu Fan and a malicious smile crept onto his lips. He tapped the terminal screen beside him. You're Chu Fan? It's me, Chu Fan replied calmly. First in the rankings, first in the overall standings, not bad. The young man spoke in a sarcastic tone, swiping his finger across the light screen. My name is Zhao Gang, an officer of the Thunder Punishment Association. I have reviewed your information. According to the rules, as the top-ranked player on both leaderboards, you are entitled to receive an S-level resource allocation every month. As he spoke, he abruptly changed the subject. But Zhao Gang drawled out his words, enjoying the gazes directed at him from the audience. Given your violation of regulations last night, which resulted in damage to public property in Villa Area A01 and caused widespread panic. After deliberation by the student council, it has been decided to punish you. He raised his head and spoke in a judgmental tone. 90% of your resource allocation for this month will be deducted as compensation and a warning. Whoosh! These words caused an uproar in the audience. Deducting 90%? What's the difference between that and nothing at all? Everyone realized that this was not a punishment at all. This is blatant targeting. It's the Thunder Punishment Society's revenge on Xu Fan. On what grounds? From below the stage, Su Qingxue stood up, her icy voice echoing throughout the entire venue. Vice Dean Li himself said that Xu Fan has made merits and committed no wrongdoings, and the school should reward him. What gives your student council the right to punish him? Zhao Gang glanced at Su Qingxue, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by arrogance. Su Qingxue, we respect you, but this is an internal decision of the student council. Vice Dean Li was referring to the school's stance. We are simply following the student union's regulations. One thing at a time. He's clearly trying to be a scoundrel. Xu Fan stopped Su Qingxue, who was about to speak. He looked at Zhao Gang, his eyes showing no anger, and calmly asked, "Is this Lei Ao's intention?" Zhao Gang's smile became even more intriguing. It has nothing to do with whose opinion it is, it's just the rule. He leaned forward, lowered his voice, and spoke in a volume that only Xu Fan could hear. However, Xu Fan, you are a smart man. Brother Ao admires you. He said that as long as you are willing to join our Thunder Punishment Society and apologize to Lei Dong in public, today's incident will be considered as if it never happened. You will receive all the resources you need. I'll take care of you at school from now on. How about it? He extended an olive branch. An olive branch with poisonous thorns. Join the Thunder Punishment Association and apologize to Lei Dong? This is tantamount to making Xu Fan cut off his own limbs and become a lackey of the Lei family. Oh? Xu Fan uttered a single syllable. What if we don't? The smile on Zhao Gang's face vanished. He straightened up and resumed his businesslike demeanor. He operated the light screen terminal again, raising the volume a few degrees so that everyone in the room could hear it. In addition, given Xu Fan's violent tendencies and uncontrollable energy risks, in order to ensure the safety of other students. Effective immediately, Xu Fan's access to all C-level and D-level public training rooms is temporarily suspended. The date for lifting the lockdown will be announced separately. Boom! This news is even more shocking than the previous news about resource skimming. The training room is the foundation for martial arts university students' training. Without a cultivation room, there is no stable source of spiritual energy, and the cultivation speed will be greatly reduced. Zhao Gang's move was ruthless. This is tantamount to directly cutting off Xu Fan's path to cultivation. Below the stage, everyone looked at Xu Fan with the eyes of someone looking at a dead man. Offending the Thunder Punishment Association has indeed led to a bad end. Even if you are the top student among the freshmen, you will find it difficult to make any progress. Zhao Gang looked at Xu Fan, hoping to see anger, resentment, or submission on Xu Fan's face. But he was disappointed. Xu Fan's face remained expressionless. He only glanced at the permission freeze notification that had just popped up on his student terminal. Then, he looked up at Zhao Gang and asked a question. A completely unexpected and inexplicable remark. Are there only C grade and D grade classes? Chapter 92 Dragon Spirit Tower, I'll risk my life, how many levels can I conquer? Are there only C grade and D grade classes? When Xu Fan asked this question, the buzzing in the stadium immediately subsided. Zhao Gang's smile froze on his face. He thought Xu Fan would roar, beg for mercy, or give in. He had considered many possibilities, but this was the one answer he had never thought of. A student's basic cultivation path was cut off, and 90% of their resources were taken away. This is no different from simply crippling a person. Others who hear this will be angry and despairing. Xu Fan asked, "Is that all?" Below the stage, Su Qingxue's brows furrowed. Her hands clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She knew that Chu Fan's words were not a concession, but a provocation. Zhao Gang glanced at Chu Fan, his eyelids twitching slightly. He couldn't discern any emotion from Chu Fan's face. What do you mean? Zhao Gang asked in a low voice, his voice laced with anger. I lack resources, I lack advanced training rooms, Chu Fan said calmly, as if he were commenting on the nice weather. He shrugged. Since you want to confiscate and freeze assets, then go ahead and do so. I'm not going to those places again anyway. Whoosh! It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over the stadium. All the students were stunned. What is this guy saying? Not going? C-level and D-level training rooms are places that most freshmen would fight tooth and nail to get into. He's been frozen out, and he's actually saying he's not going? Some students began to whisper among themselves. Is he crazy? He thinks he's still the top freshman? Now that the Thunder Punishment Society has his eye on him, he can't even use a D-level training room. Where else can he go? I think he's just being stubborn. Zhao Gang's face darkened. He wanted to maintain an air of superiority, but Chu Fan's words made him feel like a clown. Oomph, what arrogance! Zhao Gang sneered. Disdain for C-level and D-level? Who do you think you are? Do you own an S-level training room? I can't make the decision about the S-level training room. Chu Fan nodded, his tone serious. But I might give it a try with an S-level forbidden area. An S-level forbidden area? Zhao Gang was taken aback. His mind raced for a moment, then his expression changed drastically. You're talking about the Dragon Spirit Tower? This statement was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up towering waves. The entire student body erupted in an uproar. Dragon Spirit Tower? He's gone mad. A male student stood up, his face flushed, and his voice shrill. That's an S-class forbidden area. The place with the highest mortality rate. Every year, old people die there. Has he lost his mind? Was he driven to his death by the Thunder Punishment Society? The person next to him shook his head. The Dragon Spirit Tower offers S-rank merit points and a massive amount of resources. But that's deadly. Chu Fan listened to the surrounding discussions, and his eyebrows twitched. Dragon Spirit Tower. One of the 3 S-level forbidden areas of Yanhuang Wuhan University. This is not a training room, but a true trial ground. It is filled with all kinds of dangerous monsters, complex formations, and special energy zones. It has no access restrictions, anyone with the guts can get in. But 9 out of 10 people who go in never come out. Those who survived all became prominent figures at Yanhuang Martial Arts University. The biggest attraction of the Dragon Spirit Tower is the S-level merit points it produces. Those merit points can be directly exchanged for S-level cultivation resources, or even top-level cultivation techniques. Ding! Host requirements detected. System notification: a high-dimensional energy reaction has been detected in the core layer of the Dragon Spirit Tower. Mission issued: explore the core of the Dragon Spirit Tower and obtain an energy source. Task reward: system privileges upgraded, unlocking new feature modules. Failure penalty: none. Chu Fan mentally issued the command to the system: analyze the Dragon Spirit Tower. Target: Dragon Spirit Tower, S-rank forbidden zone. Internal structure: 9 layers. Each layer increases in difficulty, with the 9th layer being the core. Danger level: extremely high. Internal energy is chaotic, containing various mutated monsters and ancient, remnant formations. Strategy tip: the Dragon Spirit Tower's energy field has a high compatibility with the host. You can try activating Soul Resonance to borrow energy from within the tower. Pay special attention to the 6th, 7th, and 9th floors. Looking at these analysis results, Chu Fan had a clear understanding of the situation. He needs resources, a training room, and, more importantly, a rapid increase in strength. The Thunder Punishment will block his escape route, which will force him to a dead end. But dead ends often hide opportunities. The Dragon Spirit Tower, right? Zhao Gang's voice trembled. He pointed at Chu Fan, his hand shaking. Chu Fan, stop bluffing. Even senior students wouldn't dare to set foot in that place lightly. You think you can do whatever you want just because you're the top freshman? Don't even mention the 9th floor, you can't even make it past the 3rd. His words were less of sarcasm and more of fear. Chu Fan's move was completely unexpected. Who would risk their life to venture into an S-level forbidden area just for the sake of being ranked first among freshmen? Whether we can survive or not is up to me, Chu Fan said, looking at Zhao Gang, each word distinct. Your Thunder Punishment Society isn't here to laugh at me? Fine. I'll go to the Dragon Spirit Tower today. You can keep an eye on me. By the way, we can set up a betting game. Chu Fan's gaze swept over all the students below the stage. I bet you I can get to which floor. These words caused the entire audience to erupt in cheers. This is not arrogance. This is a direct declaration of war. Zhao Gang stood there, his mouth open, but no sound came out. That wasn't his plan. He just wanted to make Chu Fan bow his head and let Chu Fan know the rules of the Thunder Punishment Association. But now, Chu Fan not only didn't back down, he's made things even more outrageous. Su Qingxue walked to Chu Fan's side and tugged at his sleeve. Dragon Spirit Tower is too dangerous. Her voice was very soft, only Chu Fan could hear it. Chu Fan patted her hand, giving her a reassuring gesture. The more dangerous it is, the more exciting it is. Chu Fan's tone carried an excitement that others could not understand. He knew Su Qingxue was worried about him, but he also knew that this was an opportunity. Zhao Gang snapped out of his daze and slammed his hand on the table. Fine. Very well. Chu Fan, you've asked for your own death. He took out his student terminal and operated it a few times. I, Zhao Gang, am putting my words here today. On behalf of the Thunder Punishment Association, I am posting a bounty on the campus forum and setting up a betting scheme. I'm betting on whether you, Chu Fan, can pass the 3rd level of the Dragon Spirit Tower. There's no upper limit to the bet. Come on, anyone who wants to place a bet can do so now. No sooner had he finished speaking than a striking post popped up on the campus forum. Zhao Gang of the Thunder Punishment Society, a high-stakes gamble. Freshman Chu Fan challenges the S-level forbidden area, the Dragon Spirit Tower. Can he pass through 3 levels? Following the post is a betting platform that is updated in real time. Inside the gymnasium, all the students took out their devices and opened the forum. Wow! The Thunder Punishment Society has made its move. This is going to be interesting. The 3rd floor. That's the 3rd floor of the Dragon Spirit Tower, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can pass it. I bet he won't even make it to the 3rd floor. 50 credits. I can't get in either. It's 100 credits. The students were incredibly enthusiastic. This was a rare and grand event for Yanhuang Martial Arts University. A freshman, having just enrolled, had already provoked the Thunder Punishment Society, and now he was going to challenge the Dragon Spirit Tower. The odds are changing rapidly. Soon, the betting pool showed that over 90% of people were betting that Chu Fan would not be able to pass the 3rd level of the Dragon Spirit Tower. Chu Fan glanced at the forum, at the extremely high odds for betting on death. He moved his lips slightly. He didn't laugh. He pulled Su Qingxue along and turned to walk towards the entrance of the gymnasium. Let's go to the Dragon Spirit Tower. Wait, a voice came from behind. It was Zhao Gang. He looked at Chu Fan with barely suppressed smugness. Chu Fan, do you really think you can come out alive? Chu Fan stopped in his tracks, but he didn't turn around. I didn't say I would definitely come out alive. He tilted his head slightly, speaking in a nonchalant tone. I just said, I went. After saying that, he and Su Qingxue walked out of the stadium. He left behind a group of students who were dumbfounded and engrossed in a frenzied discussion. Chapter 93 Dragon Spirit Tower, Illusory Dangers, One Sword Instantly Kills. A large crowd gathered in front of the entrance to the Dragon Spirit Tower. This is an ancient black stone tower, 9 stories high, piercing the clouds. Runes cover its surface, exuding a heavy aura of history. The tower's entrance is tall and pitch black, its interior revealing profound mystery. When Chu Fan and Su Qingxue arrived, the noise subsided. The crowd parted automatically, leaving a narrow passage. Their arrival shattered the carefully cultivated spectator atmosphere of the Thunder Punishment Association. Zhao Gang stood to one side of the tower gate, surrounded by several members of the Thunder Punishment Society. He stared at Chu Fan, his smile freezing on his lips. Chu Fan, you actually dared to come, Zhao Gang said, his voice carrying an ambiguous meaning. The betting pool is already set up. How can we collect the money if we don't come? Chu Fan replied. He looked at Zhao Gang calmly. The students around them whispered among themselves. He really is going to challenge the Dragon Spirit Tower. Judging from their appearance, they aren't afraid at all. I think it's an act we'll see once we go in. Zhao Gang tapped twice on the student terminal screen. The odds haven't changed. 99% of people are betting you won't make it past the third level. He raised his chin, gesturing for Chu Fan to look at the terminal. Chu Fan didn't look. He looked at the Dragon Spirit Tower. That's their business, Chu Fan said. I'll just go in. Su Qingxue stood next to Chu Fan, her icy gaze sweeping over Zhao Gang. Move aside, Su Qingxue said. Zhao Gang tensed up under that gaze. He wanted to get angry, but then he remembered what Vice Dean Li had said. He had no choice but to turn to the side. Chu Fan pulled Su Qingxue along and headed straight for the tower gate. Inside the tower gate, the light suddenly dimmed. A musty, damp, and cold smell wafted out. Ding! Host detected entering the S-level forbidden area, Dragon Spirit Tower. New module activated, scene deconstruction. A system notification sounded in Chu Fan's mind. He felt that everything before him was beginning to change. The surrounding darkness was no longer just darkness. It had textures, flowed energy, and followed certain patterns. They stepped through the tower gate, and the light behind them vanished. Before them lay utter darkness. A powerful spatial fluctuation enveloped the two of them. The ground beneath my feet softened, I heard the roars of beasts, and the wind howled. This is not the entrance to the first floor. This is an illusion. Roar! A gigantic, three-headed wolf burst forth from the darkness. Its 3 heads and 6 eyes all glowed green. Behind the demonic wolf, countless bizarre and monstrous beasts followed closely. They were enormous and exuded a ferocious aura. Illusory beast tide. Su Qingxue's eyes narrowed, and a chilling aura condensed in her hand, forming an ice sword. In her perception, the energy fluctuations of these demonic beasts were real. But Chu Fan is different. The scene before him changed completely after the system activated the scene deconstruction module. The forms of the monsters and their energy fluctuations became blurred. Instead, countless fine energy lines intertwined in the air. These lines form the skeleton of the illusion. The illusory beast tide is merely the flesh and blood attached to this skeleton. He saw the core of the illusion. An energy node that constantly flickers with a faint blue light. It is hidden deep within space, protected by countless energy lines. That is the eye of the illusion. Target, the first level of the Dragon Spirit Tower's illusionary realm. Structure analysis complete. Array core coordinates, 37 degrees east of north, 3 Zhang underground, the core point of the illusionary energy. The system's voice echoed in Chu Fan's mind. Chu Fan raised his hand and pointed forward. Qingxue, east-northeast, 37 degrees, 30 feet underground. His voice pierced through the roars of beasts. Su Qingxue didn't ask why. She trusted Chu Fan. A cold glint flashed in her eyes, and she twitched her ice sword. His figure instantly transformed into an ice shadow, carrying a sharp aura, rushing straight towards the direction Chu Fan pointed. She ignored the 3-headed wolf that pounced on her. The wolf's claws, accompanied by the sound of wind, tore through the air. Bang! A layer of ice crystal shield appeared on Su Qingxue's body, blocking the demon wolf's attack. She didn't slow down, rushing straight towards the location Chu Fan pointed to. Her body spun in mid-air. The ice sword emitted a chilling aura, and a point of blue light condensed at its tip. Break! A clear shout. The ice sword, imbued with the powerful strength of Su Qingxue at the mid-stage of the third rank, pierced precisely into the void. A barely perceptible ripple spread from the depths of the void. Click! The sound of shattering glass reached my ears. The distorted illusion before my eyes instantly crumbled. The beast's roar vanished. The demonic beast's form dissipated into smoke. Everything returned to calm. They stood in the center of a spacious, circular stone chamber. The chamber was surrounded by stone walls covered with runes. First level, passed. The whole process took less than a minute. Outside. Entrance to the Dragon Spirit Tower. Zhao Gang and a group of students stared at the light screen above the tower gate. The screen displayed the progress of each floor of the Dragon Spirit Tower. At this moment, the signage on the first floor changed from gray to bright green. Dragon Spirit Tower, first floor, cleared. Cleared by Chu Fan, Su Qingxue. Time taken, 58 seconds. This number struck everyone like a bolt of lightning. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Then, an uproar erupted. Did I see that right? 58 seconds? How is this possible? The first level is a horde of illusory beasts. Even veterans would need several minutes to find the erase core. It hasn't even been a minute. Zhao Gang opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. His face was a mixture of blue and red, as if he had been punched hard. That wasn't his plan. He thought Chu Fan would be trapped on the first floor, struggling for a long time. They might even die inside. On the campus forum, the odds regarding whether Chu Fan could pass the third level of the betting game began to change rapidly again. Damn it, everyone who bet on him not being able to get past the first level lost a fortune. At that speed, are they cheating? How can I cheat? The Dragon Spirit Tower has rules once inside, no one can interfere. One of the members of the Thunder Punishment Society next to Zhao Gang nudged him. Brother Zhao, what's going on? Zhao Gang came to his senses and gritted his teeth. It might just be a lucky guess. The first level wasn't difficult to begin with. He forced himself to speak. If he's so capable, let him get past the second level. His voice trembled slightly. Inside the tower, Chu Fan pulled Su Qingxue toward the entrance to the second floor. Su Qingxue looked at Chu Fan, her eyes gleaming. She knew what he had done. How do you know where the erase core is? Su Qingxue asked. Her voice, transmitted directly into Chu Fan's mind through the contract, echoed through him. A new feature, Chu Fan replied, a surge of excitement welling up inside him. System privileges upgraded. Unlock new feature module, Energy Optimization. Energy Optimization allows for fine-tuning of the energy levels of the host and contracted beast, improving combat and training efficiency. He looked ahead into the dark passageway. The second layer. That's where the Real challenge begins. Chu Fan's steps were swift and decisive. Chapter 94, 58 seconds? This is just the beginning. Dragon Spirit Tower, second floor. Scene change. The ground beneath my feet was no longer a hard stone slab, but a flowing, mercury-like metallic floor. The entire space was divided into countless squares. Between the squares were bottomless, pitch-black cracks. Clang! 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 On each square, liquid metal converged and condensed into humanoid puppets holding battle blades. These puppets were entirely silver-white, with pulsating red light spots in their eye sockets. The energy fluctuations emanating from them had clearly reached the early stage of the third tier. The number is well over 100. Puppet array. Su Qingxue's voice rang in Chu Fan's mind, carrying a hint of solemnity. These puppets are lifeless, incapable of feeling pain, and only capable of executing the most primal commands to kill. It is several times more troublesome than other monsters of the same level. Leave it to me. Chu Fan's response was simple and direct. In the depths of his pupils, a golden stream of data flashed by. Scene deconstruction has begun. Objective, second level, 100 battles puppet formation. Analysis in progress. Structural model established. Core energy positioning. In his eyes, those majestic, silver-white puppets were instantly disassembled. Their metal shells, internal energy pipelines, weak points at the joints, the location of the drive core in the chest, everything was presented in his mind in the form of a three-dimensional diagram. Analysis complete. The optimal route has been generated. Chu Fan pulled Su Qingxue along and took a step forward. Take 3 steps forward to the left and turn sideways. Without hesitation, Su Qingxue moved with the grace of dancing on ice, landing precisely on the square designated by Chu Fan. The two puppets' blades, whistling through the air, clashed and slashed past where she had just stood, sparks flying everywhere. Right-hand ice pick, directly in front, 7 inches off the ground, Chu Fan's voice rang out again. With a flick of her finger, Su Qingxue sent a crystalline ice spike flying out and embedding itself in the calf of a puppet in front of her. Click! The puppet's movements froze for a moment. It was in that very moment. Charge forward, thrusting the sword straight into its chest. Su Qingxue lunged forward, her ice sword transforming into a white line that precisely pierced the puppet's chest. There was no violent explosion, only a soft plop sound. The red light in the puppet's eyes went out. It turned into a pool of flowing molten metal and reintegrated into the ground. The whole process was smooth and seamless. Chu Fan's brain was like a supercomputer at this moment. He wasn't just directing Su Qingxue. Energy Optimization Module activated. Target, Su Qingxue. Energy output mode adjusted, point-based burst. Energy consumption reduced by 30%, penetration increased by 15%. Su Qingxue sensed it. She felt that with each move she made, the spiritual energy within her body was operating in an unprecedentedly efficient manner. What used to require 7/10 of your strength to achieve, now only requires 5/10. The excess energy was perfectly conserved. This allowed her to move through the puppet formation without feeling tired. On the contrary, she became more and more courageous in battle. Right rear, that tall one, knee. 3 bodies ahead, use an ice storm to cover their feet. Xingxue, get ready, 3, 2, 1, attack. Xu Fan's commands became faster and faster. Su Qingxue's movements became faster and faster. The two's cooperation has transcended mere tacit understanding, reaching a near instinctive synchronization. She stopped thinking and simply followed Xu Fan's voice. She trusted him completely. The feeling of handing over everything to another person should have terrified her. But at this moment, she felt an unprecedented peace and strength. Outside the Dragon Spirit Tower, the commotion of the crowd had not yet subsided. Everyone was still reeling from the immense shock of those 58 seconds. Is this fake? There must be something wrong with the tower. Yes, it must be a display error. Passing the first level of the illusion in less than a minute, is that something a human could do? Even the top 10 students on the dragon ranking weren't this outrageous back then. The students discussed it animatedly, each trying to find a reasonable explanation for this incredible record. Zhao Gang's face was extremely ugly. He stood at the very front of the crowd, staring intently at the lit green sign, his teeth grinding together. Luck! It must be luck! He growled at the Thunder Punishment Society members beside him. The key to the first layer of the illusion moves randomly. He must have just gotten lucky and stepped on it as soon as he stepped out the door. Yes, Brother Zhao is right. That must be it. The henchman next to him quickly chimed in. Zhao Gang took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. The second level is the 100 Battles puppet formation, which is a head-on challenge with no room for shortcuts. Each puppet is at the 3rd tier. He's just entered the 2nd tier, and Su Qingxue is only at the mid-3rd tier. How can they possibly fight them? Just wait, he'll make up for the time he saved on the first floor tenfold or 100-fold on the second floor. His words restored some confidence to the Thunder Punishment Society members around him. On the campus forum, the betting frenzy only intensified. Damn it, everyone who bet on the first floor lost. That's my entire month's living expenses. Don't cry, upstairs, I'm in even worse shape. I've staked all my resources for next semester on this. Ha ha ha. I bet on Xu Fan to pass the first level, the odds are 1 to 10. Awesome. Don't rush, the first layer is just luck. The second layer is the real deal. I'm betting everything on it now, it won't get past the second layer. I refuse to believe it. That's right. The 100 Battles puppet formation is a death trap for newbies. The streamer has already opened the betting. If you bet on the second level now and fail, you still have time to break even. Countless people, with red eyes, staked more credits and resources on the option that Xu Fan cannot pass the second level. They need to recoup their investment. They wanted to prove that Xu Fan was just a lucky guy. As Zhao Gang watched the rapidly scrolling betting information on the forum, a cruel smile returned to his lips. He muttered to himself, his voice filled with smug satisfaction. Xu Fan, let's see how you get through this. His words had barely left his mouth. Buzz. The rune markings on the Dragon Spirit Tower, representing the second level, lit up without warning. It changed from gray to a glaring green. A new line of data popped up on the screen. Dragon Spirit Tower, 2nd floor, cleared. Cleared by Xu Fan, Su Qingxue. Time taken, 45 seconds. In that instant, the whole world fell silent. All the noise, all the discussions, all the shouting, seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand. Time seemed to stand still for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later. Grass. A piercing scream shattered the deathly silence. A student who had just bet everything on the second floor and couldn't get past it looked at his terminal, rolled his eyes, and fainted. That scream was like a signal. The entire square was in an uproar. 45 seconds? Am I seeing things? Someone slap me. Tell me this isn't real. Second level, 100 Battles puppet formation, 45 seconds? Damn it, is this some kind of demolition? They've gone mad. They've all gone mad. The world has gone mad. The crowd was completely out of control. Everyone stared at the light screen with the look of someone looking at a ghost. If passing the first level in 58 seconds was due to King's luck, then what is the 45-second time limit to get past the second level? Is it a miracle? The smile on Zhao Gang's face remained frozen. He stood motionless, like a stone sculpture. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot as he stared intently at the 45 seconds. He felt like his brain wasn't working properly. He couldn't understand it. He couldn't imagine it. What exactly happened? Brother Zhao. The henchmen beside him were trembling in their voices and their teeth were chattering. This. Zhao Gang did not answer. He felt a burning pain in his face. It felt like being slapped hundreds of times with the sole of a shoe. He had just confidently declared that Chu Fan would make up for the lost time tenfold or 100-fold on the second floor. And what was the result? Even faster. He felt like a clown. What an absolute, enormous joke. However, this is not the end. Just as the gasps and wails of the crowd were still echoing in the square. Buzz. The Dragon Spirit Tower lit up again. The third level. Dragon Spirit Tower, third floor, cleared. Cleared by Chu Fan, Su Qingxue. Time taken, 30 seconds. If the previous two successful attempts were like throwing two bombs into the crowd, this time, it was like detonating a nuclear bomb. The entire square fell into an eerie, deathly silence. No one screamed anymore. No one talked about it anymore. Everyone was numb. Their faces were blank and bewildered. All that remained in their minds was that ever-decreasing number. 58 seconds. 45 seconds. 30 seconds. This is not a challenge. This is home. On the campus forum, posts about the gambling have completely turned into a sea of lamentations. Don't stop me. I'm going to the rooftop. I'm bankrupt. Chu Fan. You son of a bitch. Are you the illegitimate son of the Dragon Spirit Tower Master? Wa'ada. My resources, the resources I used to get married. It's all over, it's all over. The betting pool set up by Zhao Gang himself, where people were betting that Chu Fan wouldn't make it past the third level, was already a bloodbath. The amount wagered reached an astronomical figure. And now, all the bets have been won. Puff. Zhao Gang could no longer hold on. He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. He swayed, his vision blurred, and he almost collapsed to the ground. His face was no longer a mixture of blue and red. It was a dead ashes. It's over. Only those two words remained in his mind. This time, he not only completely lost face. It was like pressing the entire Thunder Punishment Association's face to the ground and rubbing it repeatedly. Most importantly, he started this betting game in the name of the Thunder Punishment Association. Now that the betting market has exploded, who will fill this huge hole? He dared not think any further. He felt as if the sky had fallen. Just then, from within the crowd, someone let out a trembling, tearful cry. Look, the fourth floor. Everyone, instinctively, looked up. Look towards the Dragon Spirit Tower. The sign on the fourth floor is lit up. Chapter 95 Immunity? Then I'll beat you to a pulp. Outside the Dragon Spirit Tower, all was deathly silent. That kind of deathly silence after the clamor. Just as Zhao Gang spat out that mouthful of blood, and just as the entire forum was filled with wails, the fourth floor of the Dragon Spirit Tower lit up. Dragon Spirit Tower, fourth floor, cleared. Cleared by Chu Fan, Su Qingxue. Time taken, 25 seconds. The expressions on the faces of the crowd froze. Immediately afterwards. Buzz. Dragon Spirit Tower, fifth floor, cleared. Cleared by Chu Fan, Su Qingxue. Time taken, 20 seconds. Buzz buzz buzz. The runes on the tower, layer upon layer, turned from gray to emerald green at an unreasonable speed. The sixth floor. The seventh floor. The eighth floor. The numbers on the screen were jumping wildly. Time taken, 18 seconds. Time taken, 15 seconds. Time taken, 12 seconds. By the time we reached the 10th floor, the time had stabilized at around 10 seconds. Like a ruthless machine, it harvests with precision. The people in the square have stopped shouting. They just stared blankly up at the tower. A freshman muttered to himself. This isn't a tower challenge. Is this a sightseeing elevator? Another student interface, the voice was dry. No, we still have to wait for the elevator. They're using direct teleportation. What started as shock turned into utter disbelief. What was inconceivable became absurd. Now, absurdity has turned into numbness. Everyone's brain has given up thinking. Reason and common sense were crushed to dust in the face of the record set by Chu Fan. Zhao Gang slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant, staring at the ever-lighting tower. He no longer cared about the failed bet. The reputation of the Thunder Punishment Association, his own face, those astronomical losses. None of that matters anymore. He only had one thought in his mind right now. What kind of monster did he provoke? This speed of growth, this efficiency in conquering the tower, has exceeded the scope of human capabilities. This is God. Or rather, the devil. The wailing gradually subsided on the campus forum. Instead, a morbid fanaticism took its place. 19th floor. Oh my God. It's already the 19th floor. Average completion time, 12 seconds. This sets a new record for Wuhan University. I went bankrupt, but I witnessed a miracle. I didn't lose out. From this day forward, I am Chu Fan's follower. Chu Fan is awesome voice cracks. Who dares to call Chu Fan a piece of trash? Anyone who dares to say that, I'll fight them to the death. He's a godlike figure who can crush all the geniuses on the dragon ranking. The wind direction completely reversed within just over 10 minutes. Those who had previously clamored to see Chu Fan make a fool of himself have now transformed into his most fervent admirers. They personally elevated Chu Fan to a divine status. And just then, buzz. The sign for the 19th floor lights up. Time taken, 9 seconds. A collective gasp rang out from the crowd. Then, everyone's eyes were fixed on the runes on the 20th floor. It's the 20th floor. The first hurdle in the Dragon Spirit Tower. The Guardian is a rock giant immune to elements. The previous fastest record was set by Senior Thunder Emperor, who ranked 3rd on the Dragon ranking, and took 15 minutes. How long can they use it? Everyone's heart was in their throat. On the first 19 floors, Chu Fan and Su Qingxue strolled around as if they were in their own backyard. But the 20th floor is different. That was the real test. Dragon Spirit Tower, 20th floor. The scene has changed. This is a huge circular platform made of black basalt. In the center of the platform stood a giant 10 meters tall. It is made entirely of gray rock, with a pitted and uneven surface. It has no facial features, only a human-shaped outline. A heavy, wild, and indestructible aura emanated from it. Target, rock giant elemental immunity. Strength assessment, early stage 4. Characteristics, immune to 99% of energy-based attacks, extremely high physical defense, core located 3 inches to the left of the chest, protected by high-density rock. The system panel in Chu Fan's mind displayed cold, hard data. Roar. The rock giant moved. It had no mouth, yet it emitted a roar as powerful as an earthquake. It took big strides, each step causing the entire platform to vibrate violently. A massive rock fist, accompanied by a whistling sound, slammed down towards the two of them. Su Qingxue's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. When she reappeared, she was already on the side of the rock giant. Her eyes were icy, and she twirled her ice sword in a flourish. Ice Seal Slash. A crescent-shaped sword light carrying extreme cold struck the rock giant's waist. Clang. A loud clang of metal clashing. The sword light shattered, turning into countless ice shards. The rock giant's waist was marked with only a faint white mark, without even breaking the skin. Su Qingxue's pupils contracted slightly. Her attack was ineffective. The rock giant seemed to be enraged. It turned around and swung its other fist at him. That fist was like a speeding truck. Su Qingxue lightly touched the ground with her toes and retreated rapidly. The force of the punch grazed her nose, causing her long hair to dance wildly. Qingxue, step back. Chu Fan's voice echoed in my mind. Su Qingxue did as instructed and retreated to the edge of the platform. She looked at Chu Fan with a serious expression in her eyes. This was the first time they had encountered real trouble since they started trying to break into the tower. Chu Fan stood still, looking up at the enormous rock giant. In his eyes, golden data streams were rapidly updating. Deconstruction begins. Target structure analysis, physical model establishment. Weakness scanning. Core defense layer material analysis. In Chu Fan's view, the rock giant's body was covered by countless lines and data. Every movement and every punch it makes is broken down into the most basic motion model. Analysis complete. Optimal strategy plan generated. Option 1, pure physical attack. Requires an instantaneous burst of power exceeding mid-stage 4th tier to strike the core point. Success rate, 12%. Option 2, mental attack. The target's mental core is protected by a layer of rock, rendering conventional mental attacks ineffective. Success rate, 3%. Option 3, combined attack. Utilize high-density physical penetration to destroy the core defense layer, while simultaneously using high-frequency mental shocks to vibrate its mental core. Success rate, 87%. Chu Fan's gaze fell on option 3. He quickly transmitted the plan to Su Qingxue through the contract link. Physical puncture? Mental shock? Su Qingxue's voice was filled with doubt. You mean? That's right. Chu Fan's voice was calm and clear. Your ice is more than just cold. It has form and density. I want you to relinquish all its energy properties and retain only its physical properties. Compress your spiritual power, compress it again, and condense it into a needle. A needle that can pierce a diamond. Su Qingxue fell silent. The demands on mental strength and control required to compress spiritual energy to that extent are terrifying. Moreover, it would instantly drain most of the spiritual energy from her body. I see. She didn't ask any further questions. Leave the other part to me, Chu Fan said. He closed his eyes. His spiritual power spread out like an invisible net. Energy optimization module activated. Mental strength shaping begins. Target morphology, high-frequency puncture needle. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Chu Fan's forehead. In his spiritual world, his immense spiritual power was being frantically compressed and condensed into an invisible spike that shimmered with golden light. The rock giant seemed to have sensed a threat. It roared and charged again. This time, its fists rained down like raindrops. The entire platform trembled violently under its attack and was covered with spiderweb like cracks. Su Qingxue's figure moved like a butterfly flitting among flowers, constantly dodging the gaps in the fist shadows. Her left hand was held out horizontally in front of her chest. Above his palm, a chilling aura was visibly shrinking. The surrounding air was distorted due to extreme compression. The chill that was originally enough to freeze everything has now been stripped of its temperature, leaving only the purest matter. A translucent, hair-thin ice needle gradually took shape. It hovered in Su Qingxue's palm without any energy fluctuations, yet it created the illusion that the surrounding space was being torn apart. Are you ready? Chu Fan's voice carried a hint of weariness. Okay, Su Qingxue replied. On my command, I will count to 1, and we will attack at the same time. 3. The rock giant's fist grazed Su Qingxue's body and slammed into the ground, sending shards of rock flying. 2. In Chu Fan's mental world, the golden spike was already buzzing, ready to be unleashed. 1. Now. Su Qingxue's eyes shone with an unprecedented light. The ice needle in her palm vanished instantly. At the same time, Chu Fan suddenly opened his eyes. The golden spike in his mental world transformed into a streak of light and shot away. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. The rock giant's massive body suddenly stiffened. Its movement paused in mid-air as it threw its punch. There was no explosion. There was no sound. Everything was quiet. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Click. A faint, almost inaudible cracking sound came from the rock giant's chest. The sound was like a signal. Centered on that point, fine cracks quickly spread outwards. In the blink of an eye, cracks covered its entire body. Boom. The 10-meter-tall rock giant disintegrated with a dull thud. It turned into countless pebbles, which fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Su Qingxue was panting, her face pale. She looked at the pile of rubble, then at Chu Fan, who was standing still, also adjusting his breathing. A light shone in her eyes. A perfect combination of physics and psychology. Only he could have come up with such an unbelievable fighting method. Only they could do that. Outside the Dragon Spirit Tower. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the rune marker on the 20th floor. Time passed, second by second. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. It seems they've finally run into trouble. I knew it. The 20th floor isn't going to be easy. A 15-minute record isn't so easy to break. Just as everyone was discussing and thought that Chu Fan's legend was about to end. Buzz. The rune representing the 20th layer lit up. A new line of data popped up on the screen. Dragon Spirit Tower, 20th floor, cleared. Cleared by Chu Fan, Su Qingxue. Time taken, 11 minutes 32 seconds. The crowd fell silent once again. Then came a roar more terrifying than ever before, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing down. Broken. The record is broken. 11 minutes. They shortened Senior Lei's record by almost 4 minutes. My God. My God. My God. Everyone has gone mad. If the previous quick completion was a miracle, then. So this time, breaking the legendary record with overwhelming force at the recognized bottleneck is a myth. An immortal legend belonging to Chu Fan and Su Qingxue. Chapter 96. Is he commanding the gods? Outside the Dragon Spirit Tower. Everyone seemed to be frozen in place. They looked up at the tower. Starting from the 20th floor, the intervals between the lights becoming longer. 11 minutes, 12 minutes, 14 minutes. This speed is no longer the instant kill of before. But that's the most terrifying part. Every floor is consistently breaking records. A senior student's voice was hoarse. After the 20th floor, each level's guardian has a special ability, highly targeted. Elemental immunity, mental rebound, spatial displacement. How exactly do they fight? This isn't just strong, this is monsters. Both of them are. Zhao Gang sat on the ground, his eyes vacant. The bloodstains were still on the corner of his mouth, but he could no longer feel them. He stared at the data flashing on the screen, his mind blank. He's finished. The reputation of the Thunder Punishment Association, his own future, and the astronomical gambling debt hole. It was like a mountain pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. His only thought now was that he hoped those two people would stop on the next floor. Please, please stop. Just then. Buzz. The runes on the 29th layer lit up. Dragon Spirit Tower, floor 29, cleared. Time taken, 19 minutes and 58 seconds. A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. 29 floors. Passed. Next up is the 30th floor. 10 years. For 10 whole years, no freshman at Yanhuang Martial Arts University has been able to reach the 30th floor on the first day of school. The last person to set this record was the Martial God Senior, who is currently ranked number 1 on the Dragon list. All eyes were focused on the runes on the 30th floor. That was a milestone. It is a formidable barrier that distinguishes geniuses from prodigies. Dean's Office, Yanhuang Martial Arts University. This doesn't look like the office of a martial arts master, it's more like an ancient study. A faint aroma of tea wafts through the air. An elderly man with gray hair, dressed in a gray robe, was sitting behind a desk. A water mirror floated in front of him. The scene of the 30th floor of the Dragon Spirit Tower was clearly reflected in the water mirror. This is a world of lava. Fiery magma flowed slowly across the ground. The air was distorted by the intense heat. In the center of the lava sea, a giant whose entire body was made of flames slowly stood up. Its body was larger than a 20-story rock giant. Every inch of skin is a blazing fire. Target, Lava Overlord Fire Elemental Spirit. Strength Assessment, Peak 4th Tier. Characteristics, Flame Form, immune to physical attacks, greatly weakened by energy attacks, mental energy will be burned by the high temperature. The system panel in Chu Fan's mind displayed despairing data. Physical immunity. Energy resistance. Mental burning. This is almost an insurmountable enemy. Before the water mirror, the gray-robed old man, Li Qingsong, the vice dean of Yanhuang Martial Arts University, picked up his teacup and gently blew on it. 30th floor, the master of lava. This little guy's time is up. Standing next to him was a middle-aged man, none other than Vice Dean Li, who had previously processed Chu Fan's enrollment procedures. At that moment, his face was filled with amazement and excitement. Dean, this is already a miracle. On his first day as a freshman, he made it to the 29th floor and broke so many records. You won't find many like him in the school's history. Li Qingsong took a sip of tea and remained silent. His gaze fell on Chu Fan in the water mirror. The young man showed no fear whatsoever when facing the peak 4th tier lava overlord. He simply stood there calmly, as if admiring the scenery. Vice Deanly added that Su Qingxue, with her S-rank Ice Phoenix bloodline, truly lives up to her reputation. However, even if she is an Ice Phoenix, she won't have an advantage against the Lava Overlord due to attribute disadvantage. The flames that reign supreme are the fires of the Earth's core. Su Qingxue's ice is Xianbing Qia type of icy energy. Both are of equal quality, and there is no absolute suppression between them. Moreover, the Lava Overlord's strength is at the peak of the 4th tier. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, is only at the mid-stage of the 3rd rank. There is a huge chasm between them. A battle broke out in the water mirror. Roar! The Lava Overlord opened its massive maw and spewed out a thick stream of magma breath. That dragon's breath seemed capable of melting everything. Su Qingxue's figure transformed into a streak of icy blue light, narrowly avoiding the attack. She brandished her ice sword, unleashing a barrage of ice blades at the Lava Overlord. But those ice blades, strong enough to freeze steel, were instantly vaporized by the high temperature as they approached the body of the Lava Overlord, turning into white water vapor. It's no use. Li Qingtsong shook his head. The standard strategy is to give the Lava Lord energy. He had barely finished speaking. Xu Fan in the water mirror moved. He didn't rush forward, but simply said one sentence to Su Qingxue. The sound was too soft for Xu Weijing to hear. However, Su Qingxue's actions changed. Instead of launching futile attacks, she began moving at high speed along the edge of the lava sea. With each step she took, a tiny ice lotus was left behind. The ice lotus would melt in less than a second on the scorching lava. But a new ice lotus will bloom in another location. A slight change appeared in Li Qingtsong's eyes. He put down his teacup. What is she doing? Marking locations? Vice Deanly asked, puzzled. No, Li Qingtsong's gaze sharpened. She is changing the field of this space. Look at those ice lotuses. The moment they melt, they absorb a large amount of heat from the surrounding area, causing a sudden drop in temperature over a very small area. A single ice lotus is insignificant. But what if there are hundreds or thousands? Vice President Li's eyes widened. He saw that as Su Qingxue moved, invisible cold spots appeared throughout the lava space. These cold spots form an invisible net. The Lava Overlord seemed to sense the discomfort as well. Its movement slowed down slightly. The flames on its body no longer flickered so steadily. Such exquisite control! Vice Deanly exclaimed. This is not her idea. Li Qingtsong's gaze was fixed on Xu Fan. That kid is in charge. He is using Su Qingxue's Ice Phoenix power to manipulate the entire battlefield in an unbelievable way. At this moment, golden data streams flashed wildly in Xu Fan's eyes. Scene deconstruction complete. Energy field model established. Finding weak points in the thermal cycle. Nodes locked. Total 108. Qingxue, get ready. Detonate all the ice lotuses centered on you. Xu Fan's command echoed in Su Qingxue's mind. Su Qingxue took a deep breath and stopped directly above the sea of lava. She formed a mudra with her hands. Mystic Ice Realm explode. Buzz. Thousands of ice lotuses scattered throughout the space exploded simultaneously. That was not an explosion of energy. It's an extreme, inward contracting cold explosion. The entire lava space suddenly went dark. It was as if the sun had been extinguished for a second. The intense heat, enough to melt steel, was forcibly suppressed in that instant. The Lava Overlord let out a painful roar. The flames on its body flickered violently, their brightness constantly shifting. For the first time, dark red patches, resembling congealed blood, appeared on its body surface. Got you? A smile appeared on Xu Fan's lips. His mental power, in the instant the temperature dropped, was like an invisible sword, piercing through the barrier of high temperature. Mental shock. Target, Lava Overlord Core. Boom! The massive body of the Lava Overlord suddenly stiffened. The flame in its eyes went out. Chance! Qingxue, now is the time. Ice Phoenix Divine Thorn. Su Qingxue and Xu Fan are of one mind. The instant Xu Fan's mental attack struck her, she transformed into an ice blue phoenix and swooped down. She was completely one with the ice sword in her hand. It transformed into a sacred ice spike powerful enough to pierce through heaven and earth. Puff! The ice spike pierced precisely into the dark red patch on the Lava Overlord's chest. Time seemed to stand still. The Lava Overlord looked down at the hole in his chest. At the edge of the hole, blue ice is spreading wildly. Click, click. Its massive body, starting from its chest, was frozen inch by inch. Finally, it transformed into a huge, lifelike ice sculpture. Then, with a boom, it shattered into countless sparkling ice shards. Before the water mirror, all was deathly still. Vice President Lee's mouth was so wide open it could fit a fist. Looking at the ice shards flying everywhere in the water mirror, he felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. This. He was unable to speak. And Li Qingsong's eyes shone with an unprecedented light. He stared intently at Chu Fan in the water mirror. That's not appreciation. It was the kind of fervor that comes from discovering an unparalleled treasure. A genius, no, a prodigy. This is a prodigy. He is not directing one person. He is commanding a set of rules. A force. He used Su Qingshue's Ice Phoenix bloodline to its fullest potential. He used it to an almost supernatural level. Li Qingsong stood up excitedly, spilling tea all over himself, but he didn't care at all. I want this student. I don't care who he is or what his background is. From today onwards, he is my last disciple. His voice was resolute and unwavering. Vice President Li was startled and looked at Li Qingsong with disbelief on his face. The dean hasn't taken on any apprentices in 50 years. At the same time, outside the Dragon Spirit Tower, in deathly silence, buzz. The rune representing the 30th level was under the watchful eyes of everyone. Slowly, it lit up. Green. Dragon Spirit Tower, 30th floor, cleared. Cleared by Chu Fan, Su Qingxue. Time taken, 28 minutes and 13 seconds. There was no cheering from the crowd. There was no scream. Everyone just stared blankly at the record. On the first day of school, a freshman conquered the 30th floor of the Dragon Spirit Tower. A new myth has been born. Chapter 97 The President's Projection. What are you going to fight with? Outside the Dragon Spirit Tower, the crowd had become numb. From the 21st floor to the 34th floor, the names Chu Fan and Su Qingxue were like two ruthless carving knives, crushing records that had been sealed for many years and then carving their own names on them. 13 minutes. 15 minutes. 20 minutes. The time required to clear each level is steadily increasing, but each time, it precisely breaks the old record. The people in the square went from initial fervor to shock to numbness, and now only have awe and reverence for the gods left. Zhao Gang, the vice president of the Thunder Punishment Association, has long been forgotten. He huddled alone in the corner, his eyes vacant, his face ashen, muttering something incessantly, but no one could hear him or care. All eyes were fixed on that tower. They weren't watching a tower climbing challenge, they were witnessing history. In the dean's office, Li Qingsong's tea had gone cold, but he didn't care at all. He just stared at the water mirror, his eyes shining, like a child who had discovered a new continent. The vice president next to him kept wiping the sweat from his forehead. They're insane, these two little ones are absolutely insane. Dean, this is the 34th floor. The next floor is the 35th. Li Qingsong didn't speak, but his breathing became somewhat heavy. Dragon Spirit Tower, 35 floors. That was a watershed moment. Because the gatekeepers there are completely different from those on other levels. That is not an energy body generated by the system. That was a battle projection left behind by a real person. Lei Jin, one of the strongest student council presidents since the founding of Yanhuang Martial Arts University, and the founder of the Thunder Punishment Association. Just then. Buzz. The rune representing the 35th floor lit up under everyone's gaze. A suppressed gasp erupted from the crowd. It's here. The 35th floor. The gatekeeper is a projection of Chairman Lei Jin. In the corner, Zhao Gang, who had been sitting like a corpse, suddenly raised his head. A morbid glint rekindled in his eyes. He struggled to his feet, pointed at the Dragon Spirit Tower, and laughed wildly in a hoarse voice. Ha 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 ha. 35th floor. Chu Fan, your death is near. He appeared mad, his voice hoarse and shrill, drawing the attention of everyone around him. Do you know who the guardian of the 35th floor is? It's Lei Jin, the founding president of our Thunder Punishment Society. Back then, the guild leader, at only the 5th rank, possessed terrifying strength capable of contending with a 6th rank king. This projection he left behind possesses 50% of his original power. 50%? Do you know what that means? Zhao Gang's voice was filled with fanatical worship and malicious pleasure. That's an existence that crushes all fourth-tier beings. What is Chu Fan? What is Su Qing Xue? They are nothing but ants in front of the president's projection. Just you wait. They'll be torn to shreds by the guild leader's thunder prison. Ha 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 ha. His maniacal laughter made the surrounding students frown. But no one refuted him. Because what Zhao Gang said is true. President Lei Zhen's reputation is known to everyone at Yanhuang Martial Arts University. The projection he left behind is a nightmare for countless geniuses. It's over, this time we really have to stop. President Lei Zhen's projection, that's a level of difficulty that freshmen can't possibly handle. Sigh, it's already a miracle that we were able to reach the 35th floor. A sense of pessimism began to spread among the crowd. Even the most fervent Chu Fan believers on the campus forum have fallen silent. Dragon Spirit Tower, 35th floor. It was a dimly lit space, with gray thunderclouds filling the sky, and suppressed thunder rumbling through the clouds. Countless broken weapons were stuck in the ground. In the center of the space, a tall figure stood with his back to them. He was dressed in a black combat suit, his figure as straight as a spear, and even just his back view exuded an aura of domineering dominance. He slowly turned around. It was a young and resolute face, with sharp, piercing eyes and an undisguised arrogance and haughtiness between his brows. He looked at Chu Fan and Su Qing Xue without saying a word, but simply raised his right hand. Sizzle. A thick bolt of purple lightning pulsed in his palm, making a sickening sound. Target, Thunderclap Combat Projection. Strength Assessment, Pseudo Tier 5. Characteristics, controls destructive lightning, possesses 50% of the original's combat experience and skills. The system panel in Chu Fan's mind gave an unprecedented, brief, and terrifying assessment. Pseudo 5th Order. That means that the strength of this projection is already infinitely close to that of a true 5th-tier powerhouse. Very strong. Su Qingshue's voice rang in Chu Fan's mind, carrying an unprecedented solemnity. It's not just strong. Chu Fan's response was equally serious. His lightning is of a very high grade. Your ice will be countered. Lightning, being extremely yang and powerful, has a natural suppressive effect on ice-based energy. Moreover, there is a huge difference in rank between the two. This is almost certainly a losing proposition. The battle broke out without warning. Lei Zhen's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next second, he appeared behind Su Qingxue, his fist, wrapped in lightning, aimed straight for her back. That's too fast. Su Qingxue only had time to set up an ice shield in front of her as they approached. Boom! The ice shield shattered instantly, as if it were made of paper. Su Qingxue was struck by a tremendous force, and her whole body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, with a trace of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. One move. With just one move, Su Qingxue was injured. Qingxue. Chu Fan's figure blurred into a streak as he caught Su Qingxue. He looked at Lei Zhen, his eyes flashing with golden data. Analysis of target behavior patterns. Lightning energy frequency analysis. Weakness scan, failed. Target's energy field is too violent, unable to locate the weakness. The system displayed a failure message on the first attempt. Lei Zhen gave them no chance to catch their breath. He raised his hands high. Thunder prison descends. His cold voice was like a divine judgment. The thunderclouds in the sky began to spin wildly, forming a huge vortex. Countless bolts of purple lightning struck down from the vortex, weaving together into an impenetrable electric net that enveloped the entire space. Every bolt of lightning contains destructive power. Not good. Chu Fan pulled Su Qingxue along, rapidly weaving through the gaps in the lightning. But the thunder prison was too vast, there was nowhere to hide. Puff! A bolt of lightning grazed Chu Fan's shoulder, instantly taking away a piece of flesh, leaving it charred black. The intense pain caused Chu Fan's body to shudder violently. Warning! Vitality is rapidly decreasing. Warning! Impaired bodily functions. The system's piercing alarm rang in my mind. If this continues, we will all die. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth, her face turning pale due to the depletion of her spiritual energy and her injuries. Don't panic. Chu Fan's voice remained calm. Even when he was in dire straits, he did not panic at all. His brain was working at lightning speed. Using conventional tactics would be a guaranteed death. A head-on confrontation would be suicidal. We must find a way to break this deadlock. His gaze swept across the entire thunder prison. The countless bolts of lightning, seemingly chaotic, revealed to Chu Fan, through his God-level analysis, to be traces of flowing energy. These trajectories all eventually converge at one point. That's Lei Zhen's body. He is the core of Thunder Prison. Xingxue, I need you to buy me 3 seconds. Chu Fan's voice rang in Su Qingshue's mind. 3 seconds? Su Qingshu was taken aback. What are you going to do? To catch the thief, first catch the king. Chu Fan's answer was simple and clear. Su Qingshu did not ask any further questions. She took a deep breath and looked at the man who resembled Thor. Her eyes became resolute. Ice Phoenix, possessed me. A clear, cold phoenix cry resounded throughout the entire space. A huge, icy blue phoenix phantom appeared behind Su Qingshu. Her aura surged, breaking through the shackles of the 3rd rank in an instant and reaching the level of the early 4th rank. This is her most secret technique, which involves burning her bloodline to gain temporary and powerful strength. Each use places a huge burden on the body. Go! Su Qingshu pointed her finger, and the illusory ice phoenix behind her let out a high-pitched cry, charging towards Lei Zhen fearlessly. For the first time, a faint expression appeared on Lei Zhen's face. It was a kind of indifference tinged with approval. That's interesting. He raised his hand and caught a bolt of lightning that was falling from the sky, transforming it into a lightning spear to meet the charging ice phoenix. Now! In the instant that everyone's attention was drawn to the ice phoenix, Chu Fan moved. He did not rush towards Lei Zhen. Instead, he closed his eyes. The God-level analysis system is operating at overload. Energy optimization module activated. Sculpting spiritual power, goal, unity of all things. Chu Fan abandoned all perception of the outside world and devoted all his mental energy to the operation of the system. In his spiritual world, everything we've analyzed before, the structure of the rock giant, the energy cycle of the lava overlord, the formation of the 100 battle golems. Countless data points and countless models were decomposed and recombined at this moment. He wasn't looking for Lei Zhen's weaknesses. He wants to create a weakness. He wanted to use his mental power to manipulate the rules of this space and forcefully tear a hole in Lei Zhen's flawless energy field. This is an unprecedented and insane act. 1 second. Chu Fan's face turned deathly pale. 2 seconds. Blood seeped from his 7 orifices. 3 seconds. Boom. The ice phoenix clashed with the thunder spear, unleashing a terrifying energy storm. Su Qingshu was violently thrown back by the shockwave, spitting out another mouthful of blood, her aura weakening. Lei Zhen stood there, completely unharmed. He looked at Su Qingshu lying on the ground, his eyes indifferent. The game is over. He was about to raise his hand to deliver the final blow. Just then, within his vast energy field, a tiny point suddenly experienced a discordant vibration. The vibration was extremely faint, like a ripple on a calm lake. But Lei Zhen's movements suddenly froze. For the first time, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Found it! Chu Fan suddenly opened his eyes, the golden light in them shining as brightly as the sun. His figure left a lingering shadow on the spot. His entire body transformed into a golden streak of light, passing through layers of lightning at an unbelievable angle, and instantly appearing in front of Lei Zhen. He extended his right hand, his index and middle fingers joined together to form a sword. There was no energy fluctuation at the fingertips. There was only one point, pure and utterly pure, a golden light. That was the ultimate expression of all his mental energy, compressed to its limit. Break! Chu Fan pointed out with one finger. It precisely struck the only discordant point of vibration within the thunder energy field. Chapter 98. Your God, I'll slay him. The energy field intertwined with lightning at your fingertips, touch. There was no sound. There was no explosion. There wasn't even a ripple of energy. Chu Fan's finger seemed to touch a phantom, passing right through it. Nothing happened. Outside the Dragon Spirit Tower, the crowd was deathly silent. Failed, a student said dryly. I knew it. How could that be? That's Chairman Lei Zhen's projection. In the corner, Zhao Gang, whose face was ashen, burst into wild joy at surviving a disaster. He struggled, wanting to burst into laughter. Inside the tower, the look of astonishment on Lei Zhen's face froze. He raised his hand, about to deliver the final blow to Chu Fan and Su Qingshu. But he stopped moving. His body, a body made of pure lightning energy, flickered violently, like a poorly positioned image. The purple arcs of electricity covering his body dimmed in that instant. Warning! Host's mental energy is exhausted. Physical functions have dropped to 30%. Target energy cycle forcibly interrupted. Rescanning. Scan successful. Target, thunderclap combat projection. Status, the energy field has shown a flaw, and the core operation experiences a 0.3-second energy recovery freeze. Weakness, after each use of a Thunder Prison level attack, the energy core needs 0.3 seconds to recharge, during which time defense is reduced by 90% and the user cannot initiate attacks. In Chu Fan's mind, the data on the system panel was being refreshed rapidly. The scarlet word failure disappeared, replaced by lines of golden text, like divine pronouncements. Found it. No, I created this weakness. Chu Fan's face was ashen, and the blood seeping from his 7 orifices made him look somewhat ferocious. But he smiled. It was the cold smile of a hunter seeing his prey fall into a trap. Qing Xue. His voice, linked by the contract, resounded in Su Qingshue's mind. 3 steps to the left front. At your fastest speed, ice spike, stab his left knee. The moment Chu Fan rushed out, Su Qingxue had already struggled to her feet. She was in excruciating pain all over her body, and her spiritual energy was mostly depleted. But upon hearing Chu Fan's instructions, she did not hesitate at all. Her body transformed into a fleeting, icy blue afterimage. The ice sword in his hand abandoned all fancy techniques, leaving only the purest, most primal thrust. Quick. Extremely fast. Lei Jin's projection had just recovered from that 0.3-second freeze. The indifference in his eyes was replaced by a kind of bewilderment, as if his programming had gone awry. He instinctively wanted to lift his leg and retreat, launching a lightning counterattack. But he was too slow. Put. The ice sword pierced his left knee with perfect accuracy. That places a secondary node in the entire projection energy flow. Sizzle. A burst of electric sparks erupted from Lei Jин's left leg, causing the entire leg to become unstable and semi-transparent. For the first time, his tall frame lost its balance and staggered. This stumble, in everyone's eyes, was no less than a god falling from the clouds. What's going on? The president's projection got hit? How is that possible? Didn't he have no chance to dodge just now? The crowd outside the tower erupted in uproar. Zhao Gang's wild laughter, which was about to burst out, got stuck in his throat and turned into a violent cough, his face turning a deep liver color. He stared intently at the water mirror, unable to believe what he was seeing. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, Li Qingsong suddenly stood up, the teacup slipped from his hand and smashed on the ground, shattering into pieces. He didn't care at all. He stared intently at Chu Fan in the water mirror, his eyes flashing with a terrifying light. He saw through it. No. He didn't see through it. He used his mental power to forcibly manipulate the energy cycle of the projection, artificially creating a flaw. Then, he seized that opening that lasted less than 0.1 seconds. Weistinli stood to the side, mouth agape, completely unable to think. He couldn't understand what the dean was saying. All he saw was a sudden change in the style of the battle reflected in the water mirror. It was an unbelievable execution. Take a half step back, frost condensation, strike his right wrist. Chu Fan's command was calm and swift. Su Qingshue's figure followed him everywhere. A layer of frost precisely covered Lei Jин's right hand, which was about to be raised. Lei Jин's punch, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, froze halfway through its trajectory, its energy dissipating. 1 step to the right front. Ice blade, slash at the back of his neck. Su Qingshue's figure appeared behind Lei Jin like a ghost. The ice blade sliced through. Lightning flashed again at Lei Jin's neck. His body flickered violently again. From this moment on, Chu Fan completely controlled the rhythm of the battle. Lei Jin, the gatekeeper who once drove countless geniuses to despair, the legend of Yanhuang Martial Arts University. It turned into a pitiful punching bag. Every time he tried to attack, Su Qingshuo would interrupt him in advance. Every time he tried to move, Chu Fan predicted his landing point. Su Qingshue's attacks no longer aimed at causing damage. They only pursue speed and precision. Her attacks were like precise commands, constantly interrupting the operation of Lei Jin's program. Ice spikes. Frost. Ice blade. Icebound slash. Su Qingshue's figure transformed into an icy blue storm within the confined space. And at the heart of the storm is Chu Fan. He stood still, motionless, like the master of this space. Each of his commands was like an invisible scalpel, dismembering the powerful Legion inch by inch. Outside the tower, the crowd has become completely numb. They looked at the image reflected in the water mirror. The once aloof and majestic projection of the president, like Thor descending to Earth, was now in a sorry state. He was constantly interrupted, constantly staggered, and constantly had sparks of electricity bursting from all parts of his body. He was like a clumsy bear swarming with bees, possessing immense strength but unable to even touch the hem of his opponent's clothes. Am I seeing things? The president's projection got humiliated? This isn't a fight, this is just walking a dog. A member of the Thunder Punishment Society, his face deathly pale, muttered to himself. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The president is invincible. This must be an illusion. Zhao Gang collapsed to the ground, his body trembling violently. He looked into the water mirror and saw the invincible idol in his heart being torn down bit by bit in the most humiliating way. His faith is crumbling. No. Don't. He let out an unconscious groan. In the dean's office, Li Qingsong was so excited that his face turned red, and he paced back and forth in the room. A genius. An unparalleled genius. He turned the battle into a precise calculation. Su Qingxue is his sword, and he is the god who wields the sword. This is no longer just combat talent, this is the law of combat. He can see through the essence of combat. Vice Dean Li stood to the side, watching the dean who seemed to have gone mad, feeling as if he were dreaming. Inside the tower, Legion's projection had become dilapidated. More than half of his body was in a semi-transparent, collapsed state. That domineering aura that once looked down upon the world has long since vanished. All that remained was a bewildered feeling, as if the program had malfunctioned. Xu Fan's face grew increasingly pale. The mental exhaustion made him feel like his brain was about to split open. But the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Qingxue. The last time. Send him on his way. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable sense of finality. Su Qingxue took a deep breath. She poured all the remaining spiritual power in her body into the ice sword in her hand. The ice sword emitted a dazzling blue light. Follow my command. 3. Xu Fan's voice echoed in the empty space. 2. Legion's projection seemed to sense its own impending doom. It let out a roar of resentment, and the remaining lightning on its body gathered frantically. 1. Ice Phoenix. Divine Descent. Su Qingxue's figure soared into the sky. Behind her, the enormous phantom of the Ice Phoenix reappeared. But this time, Ice Phoenix did not rush towards Thunderclap. Instead, it was a union of human and bird with Su Qingxue. She transformed into a real divine bird, burning with icy blue flames. She did not attack. Under Chu Fan's command, it circled and flew around Legion's projection in a mysterious trajectory. With each flap of her wings, countless ice crystals fall. The ice crystals landed precisely on the energy nodes on Legion's projection that Su Qingxue had attacked earlier. Crack! Click, click! The crisp sound of freezing echoed throughout. The energy nodes on Legion's projection were detonated simultaneously. His final, well-prepared strike came to an abrupt halt. He looked down at his body, which was crumbling into pieces. The procedural bewilderment on that young yet resolute face suddenly vanished. Instead, there was a complex smile, seemingly carrying a hint of relief and approval. He looked up at Chu Fan, who was standing in the distance. His lips moved silently. It's as if they're saying two words. Interesting. The next second. Boom. The several-meter-tall Thor projection disintegrated amidst a burst of icy blue light. It transformed into countless purple specks of light, which then dissipated into the air. The entire space fell silent again. Su Qingxue fell from the air, her body went limp, and Chu Fan steadily supported her. She leaned against Chu Fan's chest, panting heavily, her face pale, but her clear, cold eyes gleamed with an unusual light. We won. Faced with such a powerful enemy, they once again created a miracle. Buzz. The runes on the 35th floor of the Dragon Spirit Tower, under the stunned gazes of countless people outside the tower, transformed from gray to a dazzling emerald green. Chapter 99 Reaching the Summit. From now on, all are legends. Outside the Dragon Spirit Tower, the rune representing the 35th floor shone with an unprecedented emerald green. The previously noisy crowd in the square was now deathly silent. Everyone just looked up, mouths agape, at the light. The madness and malice on Zhao Gang's face froze. The light in his eyes, the fervent faith in Chairman Lesion that had just been ignited, was completely extinguished by this green light. No. It's impossible. He made a leaky sound in his throat. Chairman Lesion's projection failed? It was dissected by a freshman in a way that he couldn't understand at all? The god in his heart, the invincible god of war, was shattered. Thump. Zhao Gang's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground once again. This time, he didn't even have the strength to struggle. Dean's office. Li Qingsan looked at the purple light spots that were disappearing in the water mirror and let out a long breath. That breath carried the weight of a long suppressed shock. We really won, Vice President Li murmured to himself, as if he were sleepwalking. He didn't win. Li Qingsan's gaze was fixed on the boy who was supporting Su Qingxue. He killed. Using calculations, strategies, and a deep understanding of the laws of combat, he literally calculated to death a pseudo-fifth-tier combat projection. Vice President Li's body trembled uncontrollably. Looking at the dean's face, flushed with extreme excitement, he felt fear for the first time. He realized that today, he might be witnessing the rise of an extraordinary entity. Buzz. While everyone was still immersed in the shock of clearing the 35th floor, the runes on the 36th floor of the Dragon Spirit Tower lit up. There is no interval. There was no pause. It was as if the thrilling battle just now was merely a trivial interlude. Dragon Spirit Tower, floor 36, cleared. Time taken, 5 minutes and 2 seconds. Crowd. Zhao Gang. Vice Dean Li. If the speed of clearing the game before was fast, so now, it's just being unreasonable. 5 minutes? The guardian of the 36th floor is a mid-stage 4th-tier phantom leopard, renowned for its speed and illusion magic. In 5 minutes, many teams might not even be able to find its true form. These two people went in and took it down in seconds? Before everyone could recover from their shock. Buzz. The 37th floor is lit up. Dragon Spirit Tower floor 37, cleared. Time taken, 6 minutes and 11 seconds. Buzz. The 38th floor is lit up. Dragon Spirit Tower floor 38, cleared. Time taken, 7 minutes and 43 seconds. Buzz. The 39th floor. It's lit up. Dragon Spirit Tower floor 39, cleared. Time taken, 9 minutes and 28 seconds. In the square, all the students were numb. Their necks ached from looking up, but not one of them lowered their heads. They watched the tower light up, layer by layer, one level after another. It's like watching the grandest fireworks display. It was a feeling that was unreal, absurd, yet incredibly awe-inspiring. Shock? There's no longer any shock. All that remains is a kind of reverence akin to a pilgrimage. Am I still sleepy today? A student pinched himself, wincing in pain. The records, all the records, starting from the 20th floor, are gone. This isn't just breaking records, it's wiping out the record charts. God, our school has produced 2 gods. Someone in the crowd, I don't know who, was the first to shout it out. Then, the second, the third. Finally, everyone repeated that word in a frenzied, trembling voice. God. God. In the corner, Zhao Gang listened to the deafening shouts around him, and his body trembled even more violently. He stared at the tower, his eyes bloodshot, filled with nothing but endless fear. What kind of monster did he provoke? Dragon Spirit Tower, the 39th floor. Chu Fan and Su Qingxue stood on the devastated battlefield. On the ground lay a pile of broken metal parts. The gatekeepers just now were 100 war puppets with a combined attack formation, all at the peak of the 3rd tier. Together, they were enough to kill a peak 4th tier enemy. However, in the face of Chu Fan's god-level analysis, the array nodes and energy cores of these puppets are as clear as fireflies in the dark. Su Qingxue didn't even use her full strength. She simply followed Chu Fan's instructions, striking with precision, one sword strike after another. The entire puppet formation was dismantled into a pile of parts. Your mental energy is greatly depleted. Su Qingxue looked at Chu Fan, whose face was pale and whose forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. From the 35th floor onwards, he had been operating his mental energy at an excessive capacity, directing every battle. Fine. Chu Fan waved his hand and looked at the light gate leading to the next level. The last floor. Su Qingxue followed his gaze. Dragon Spirit Tower, 40th floor. The end of the new student record. It is also the pinnacle of the legend of Yanhuan Wuhan University. The two exchanged a glance, said nothing, and stepped into the portal together. Buzz. The runes on the 40th layer lit up amidst everyone's attention. Everyone held their breath. In the dean's office, Li Qingxuan leaned forward slightly, his eyes unblinking. However, the anticipated battle did not occur. The 40th floor. There's nothing here. There were no gatekeepers, no lava, and no thunder. There was only an empty, pure white space. In the very center of the space, a golden scroll floats. The scroll radiated a soft light, ancient and majestic. The scroll slowly unfurled the moment Chu Fan and Su Qingxue stepped inside. Lines of ancient characters composed of light appeared in the air. Those who come after you, your talent and perseverance in reaching this place need no further proof. The war is meaningless now. This is the reward for clearing the level. The words fell. The scroll transformed into a shower of golden light, pouring down upon Chu Fan and Su Qingxue. Heavenly mandate. Chu Fan's heart stirred. He did not resist. Golden light rained down and merged into his body. In an instant, his mental world underwent a tremendous change. That spiritual power, which was already as vast as the ocean, began to surge at an alarming rate. The level of mental strength is rising at an astounding pace. The quality of spiritual power is undergoing a rapid transformation. He felt that his vision had been infinitely elevated. He could see that this white space was composed of countless fine, regular lines. He could see every pulse of the Ice Phoenix bloodline within Su Qingxue beside him. He could even see that deep within her bloodline, a trace of immortal divinity belonging to the ancient divine phoenix that she herself had never noticed. The God-level analysis system is being upgraded. Upgrade complete. New module unlocked, law deduction. Chu Fan's body was glowing. And Su Qingxue, who was beside him, had undergone an even more astonishing change. The golden rain of light resonated strangely with the Ice Phoenix bloodline within her. A high-pitched, clear, and majestic phoenix cry resounded from within her. Behind her, the enormous phantom of the Ice Phoenix reappeared. But this time, it's no longer an illusory shadow. Every feather of the Ice Phoenix became incredibly solid. Its eyes opened. Those were a pair of eyes, burning with an icy blue divine fire, arrogant and indifferent to all living beings. An ancient and noble aura, originating from the deepest part of her bloodline, erupted from Su Qingxue. Her bloodline is being purified. The impurities and hidden dangers that had originally troubled her due to her overly domineering bloodline were gradually washed away and purified under the power of the heavenly Tao's empowerment. Her entire demeanor has changed. If the previous Su Qingxue was like a snow lotus on an iceberg, aloof and pure. And now, she sits enthroned on her divine throne, the goddess of ice and snow. Noble, majestic, and inviolable. The initiation ceremony lasted for a long time. As the last drop of light rain merged into their bodies, the entire space returned to calm. Chu Fan opened his eyes, and deep within them, golden runes flashed. He felt stronger than ever before. Su Qingxue also opened her eyes. She felt an unprecedented, clear, and comfortable sensation in her body and looked at Chu Fan with a complicated expression. She knew that all of this was because of him. Just then, that ancient and majestic voice rang out once more. Congratulations on clearing the Dragon Spirit Tower. Your names will be engraved on the top of the tower. A new legend begins here. The words fell. Buzz. Outside the Dragon Spirit Tower. The green light that represented passing the level on the 40th floor finally lit up. The entire square was deathly silent. Everyone seemed like a puppet whose soul had been taken away. They looked at the tower, from the first floor to the 40th, a continuous expanse of brilliant green light. It was like a stairway to the kingdom of God. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. The deathly silence was shattered by a heart-wrenching cry, like a broken gong. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It's Zhao Gang. He stared at the green light, and his last nerve snapped. He laughed, cried, rolled on the ground, and acted like a madman. His cries were like a switch. Instantly, it ignited the entire square. 40 floors. They cleared it. They cleared it. A new record. No. A new legend. Chu Fan. Su Qingxue. Chu Fan. Su Qing Xue. A roar of cheers, like a landslide or a tsunami, soared into the sky. Countless students shouted, jumped, and hugged each other wildly. They threw their textbooks, water bottles, and anything else they could throw into the air. They are celebrating. Celebrate yourself for witnessing the birth of a new legend. Those two names, spoken by countless people, merged into a wave of sound, resounding throughout the entire Yanhuang Martial Arts University. From then on, it all became legend. Chapter 100 Dragon City Rules? Kneel down and listen to me. The gates of the Dragon Spirit Tower were wide open. There was no dazzling light, no auspicious aura. Only two tall, slender figures walked out side by side. The commotion outside the tower plummeted the moment the two stepped out the door. The square, which had thousands of people, was so quiet that you could hear the rustling of leaves in the wind. All eyes, those fervent, awe-inspiring, inquisitive gazes were glued to them, impossible to shake off. Su Qingxue walked on the left. Her school uniform was a little torn, and her hair was slightly messy, but no one thought she looked disheveled. The chilling aura that kept strangers at bay dissipated from her, replaced by a more restrained and profound sense of oppression. She used to be a knife, its cold light chilling. She's like a mountain now, just looking at her makes me feel suffocated. Chu Fan walked on the right, hands in his pockets, looking nonchalant. He didn't have "I'm the best in the world" written on his face, nor did he have a sign that said "I've cleared the 40 levels." He just stood there casually, his eyelids drooping, as if he had just woken up and gone downstairs to buy breakfast. Only Vice Dean Li, who was closest to the boy, could see the occasional, chilling golden glint that flashed deep within his pupils. Li Qingsong took a step forward, opened his mouth as if to say something, but then closed it again. Say what? Congratulations? That's too casual. Recruiting? That's inappropriate. The old man simply rubbed his hands together, his face crinkling into a wide smile, and gave the two of them a thumbs up. Chu Fan nodded to the dean, his gaze sweeping directly towards a corner of the crowd without lingering there. There, a person was curling up into a ball, backing up, and slowly inching his way into the gaps in the crowd. Vice President Zhao. Chu Fan's voice was not loud. No megaphone was used, nor was any spiritual energy vibration employed. The three words, ordinary and commonplace, clearly penetrated the ears of everyone present. Zhao Gang, who was moving outwards, suddenly froze. Like a videotape that has been paused, I was stuck there, my left foot still dangling in mid-air, unable to land or come back down. Thousands of gazes, following Chu Fan's line of sight, instantly fell upon Zhao Gang. Spotlight effect. However, the light was too hot, so hot that Zhao Gang's face turned purple. Where to? Chu Fan took a step and slowly walked down the path. Step. 2 steps. The sound of leather shoes stepping on the stone steps was like a heavy hammer striking Zhao Gang's heart. Thump. Thump. Zhao Gang swallowed hard, his neck stiffly turning around. His facial expressions were incredibly complex, a mixture of fear, resentment, embarrassment, and forced bravado, like a spilled palette of colors. I have an urgent matter. Zhao Gang's throat was dry, and his voice cracked. The club has a meeting to attend. As he spoke, he slipped away and turned to disappear into the crowd. Did I say you could leave? Chu Fan was still 10 meters away. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Gang felt a chill on the back of his neck. An indescribable terror descended without warning. It's not spiritual pressure. It is mental strength. Vast, cold, precise. The spiritual power that had just been instilled by the heavenly Tao pressed down on Zhao Gang's shoulder like an invisible giant hand. Thump! Zhao Gang's knees buckled, and before he could even react, his kneecaps had made intimate contact with the hard stone slab. The crisp sound of bones colliding made the teeth of those around them ache. Ah! Zhao Gang screamed and tried to get up, but the pressure was as heavy as Mount Tai, so heavy that he couldn't move a single finger. Chu Fan walked up to him, looking down at him. The way they looked at Zhao Gang showed him as if he weren't a human being, but rather as if he were an eyesore of garbage on the side of the road. Weren't you quite talkative just now? Chu Fan tilted his head. What do you mean by not understanding the rules? What do you mean by the Thunder Punishment Assembly being unforgivable? What do you mean by letting me know the cruelty of Dragon City? With each word he spoke, his aura grew stronger. Zhao Gang lay on the ground, his face pressed against the cold stone slab, struggling to breathe, the air in his lungs being squeezed out little by little. The surrounding students automatically stepped back, clearing out a large area of space. No one dared to speak. No one dared to advise them. The Thunder Punishment Society had been bullying and oppressing people for a long time, and now that they saw the vice president being pinned to the ground like a dead dog, everyone felt only one word: satisfying. Chu Fan. You've gone too far. Zhao Gang's face turned a deep purplish red as he roared at the top of his lungs, I am the vice president of the Thunder Punishment Society. If you dare to touch me, when President Leijin returns, he will not let you off. Oh. Chu Fan raised an eyebrow. Leijin? He lifted his foot. The soles of the black military boots were covered in dust from inside the tower. That Leijin, the one whose projector we even disassembled into parts? As soon as he finished speaking, his foot landed. Smack! This kick landed squarely on Zhao Gang's face. There's nothing fancy about it. It means to step on. Like stepping out a cigarette butt. Zhao Gang's face was half pressed into the ground, and his mouth was sealed, so he could only make muffled woo-woo sounds. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed. Step on my face. This is a blatant insult. It's worse than killing him. In Longchang, a city that reveres the dignity of the strong, this kick would ensure Zhao Gang would never be able to hold his head high again. The rule you're referring to, is this the one? Chu Fan applied slight pressure with his feet, grinding the ground twice. Zhao Gang was in so much pain that his whole body convulsed. He clawed wildly at the ground, his fingernails digging into the cracks in the stone, drawing blood. It's clearly written in the bet, if you lose, you have to kneel down and call me grandpa, and cripple your own arm. Chu Fan said calmly, I have a good memory and I don't like people going back on their word. Wah! Zhao Gang struggled desperately, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He didn't believe Chu Fan would really dare to cripple him. This is the school square. In full view of everyone. Even if Chu Fan cleared the 40th floor, would he still dare to commit violence openly? Chu Fan understood the sense of relief in his eyes. He smiled. The smile was cold, devoid of warmth. System, analyze this and tell me which arm is easier to disable. Target, Zhao Gang. Left arm meridian blockage, right arm bone density is higher. Recommendation, abandon the right arm pain sensation will increase by 200%. Chu Fan ignored the system's quirky suggestion. He bent down and reached out to grab Zhao Gang's right arm. Zhao Gang has gone mad. He sensed a murderous aura. That was real killing intent. Stop! A loud shout suddenly came from the outer edge of the crowd. Several upperclassmen dressed in Thunder Punishment Club uniforms pushed through the crowd and rushed in. The leader had a face full of scars and a fierce look in his eyes. Chu Fan. That's enough. The man pointed at Chu Fan. Vice President Zhao is just joking with you. We're all classmates, we'll run into each other again, so let's leave each other a way out. Leave a way out? Chu Fan interrupted him, but didn't let go of his hand. He turned to look at the group of people. When he was yelling outside the tower that he was going to cripple me, why didn't you come out and leave him a way out? You're talking to me about friendship now? Chu Fan scoffed, too late. You dare, the leader roared, unleashing the aura of a peak third-tier expert. If you dare to touch him today, you are declaring war on the entire Thunder Punishment Society. Thunder Punishment Society?